Chapter 1, Kill Me, and You'll Die. By City, Suyu's home. Suyu looked at the time on his phone screen. It was 8 p.m. on January 16, 2025. There were only 4 hours left until his 18th birthday. 4 hours later, one can awaken the myth mark and enter the myth world. In this world, everyone can awaken the myth mark at the age of 18, and with it, they can enter and exit the myth world. The myth world is a digitized world. It can be understood as an online game. In the myth world, everyone can awaken their talents and professions. This is essentially character creation, practically no different from a game. The only difference from a game is that everything obtained in the myth world can materialize on Blue Star, and if you die more than 3 times in the myth world, the myth mark automatically disappears. In this day and age, losing the qualification to enter the myth world means almost no upward mobility for the rest of one's life. This shows the importance of mythical imprints. This shows the importance of the myth world. As time passed. Soon, it was dawn. Suyu heard a divine voice. Detected that you have reached 18 years of age, the myth mark has automatically awakened. Suyu looked at the yin-yang fish mark on the back of his right hand, his heart filled with excitement. Now he too could enter the myth world with the help of this myth mark. What are we waiting for then? Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu willed himself into the myth world, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Suyu found himself in a world of white radiance. Everything around was a vast expanse of white, with Suyu being the only person there. Recalling what the books had taught him, Suyu realized this was the place to awaken his innate talents and profession, meaning he was about to undergo his awakening. Suyu took a deep breath. Obtaining the myth mark was just the first step. What truly mattered were talent and profession. Talent and profession determined one's upper and lower limits in the myth world. This is the moment that determines the fate of the future. Are you ready to awaken your talent? Suyu answered solemnly, I'm ready. Awakening your talent in progress. You have awakened a supreme Tao level talent, Infinite Resurrection. Infinite Resurrection, you will immediately revive upon death. What? Suyu's pupils trembled in shock as he stared at the message before him, utterly unable to believe he had awakened such a heaven-defying talent. Suyu read every single word carefully and realized he wasn't mistaken. He had truly awakened the supreme Tao level talent of Infinite Resurrection. It's important to know that talents are ranked from low to high as Tier 1 to Tier 9, Divine, Super Divine, Saint, Heavenly Tao, and Supreme Tao. A total of 14 tiers. Even within the myth world, those top-tier powerhouses capable of creating countless universes with a single thought had never reached the supreme Tao level in talent. Not to mention Blue Star, where the highest talent level is only Divine tier. And yet, a nobody like me who transmigrated from Earth to Blue Star actually awakened a Tao level talent. Right now, Suyu had only one feeling: pure exhilaration. So damn satisfying. Suyu looked at the description of his talent and marveled at the power of a great Tao level ability. He could actually resurrect infinitely. Suddenly, Suyu thought of something. What if he died and resurrected 3 times? Would he lose his eligibility for the myth world? Thinking of this, Suyu quickly asked. Immediately, Suyu received an answer. Newcomer guide, no. Seeing that it wouldn't affect the myth mark, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the divine voice sounded again. Are you ready to awaken your profession? Suyu immediately affirmed, yes. Awakening your profession now. Detected that you possess a Tao level talent. You will awaken by selecting one of the following 3 professions. Deathmatch Master. Profession rating, Divine tier. Profession trait description: when you are killed, the target that killed you immediately dies. Class evaluation: a profession that takes you down together. In the myth world, countless powerful beings fear this class the most. Once, the Thunder King wiped out tens of millions with a single AoE attack, only to find one kamikaze master among them, resulting in the Thunder King's immediate demise. Since then, the world has come to know this terrifying profession. Even if you're utterly useless, you can intimidate the strong, making them afraid to kill you personally. Thunder King. Class rating, God tier. Class trait description: Master of Thunder. First attack on a target deals 1000x damage. Second attack on the same target deals 5000x damage. Third attack on the same target deals 10,000x damage. Fourth attack on the same target deals 50,000x damage. If the target survives the fourth attack, boost all your attributes by 1000x. Fifth attack on the same target deals 100,000x damage. Professional evaluation, only thunder can banish darkness. A numerical monstrosity among god tier classes. Within the myth world, it's an overpowered anomaly among overpowered anomalies. After completing the class change quest, one can even master the laws of thunder and become the Thunder Sovereign. Polymorph. Class rating, Tier 9. Class feature description, you can impersonate any class rated below Tier 9. Additionally, you can use all skills of the impersonated class. Moreover, skill effects are enhanced by 100 times. Career evaluation, who could guess what profession I really am? Suyu looked excitedly at the 3 career options appearing before him. Oh my god. 1 divine tier, 1 ultra divine tier, and a 9th tier profession. Is my luck really this ridiculously good? This is just too awesome. I've awakened a supreme level talent and can even choose from these 3 classes. This is absolutely amazing. But which class should I actually choose? Suyu looked again and again, then looked once more, and again. It's really too hard to choose. Time passed minute by minute. After agonizing for a long time, Suyu looked at the shapeshifter, then at the Thunder King. The final choice was, the path of shared demise. There's only one reason, kill me, and you'll die. But I can resurrect infinitely. Even if the Thunder King is an overpowered attack monster, even if the polymath can experience countless sub-tier 9 professions. Suyu believes, the profession that resonates with one's innate talent is the optimal choice. Your talent and profession awakening have been completed. Please enter your nickname in the myth world. Nickname. After some thought, Suyu adjusted the tones of his name and said, let it be. Suyu pronounced Suyu. Welcome, chosen one, Suyu. Randomizing your birthplace. Your birthplace is Taiping Village. Teleporting you now. The next moment. Suyu's figure vanished into the white void. When he reappeared, Suyu found himself in a massive village. Breathing in the scent of fresh grass and rain-soaked earth, Suyu marveled at how incredibly real the myth world felt. The next second. Suddenly, there was a crisp cracking sound. Suyu's vision spun, and then he saw his own neck spurting blood. I'd been decapitated, was his only thought. The next second, a white light flashed as Suyu revived on the spot. Notifications began appearing one after another. You have been killed by a Tier 1 decapitator invading peaceful village. Mutual destruction class trait triggered. First stage headhunter demon instantly dies. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. You have slain a first stage headhunter demon, your level has increased. Chapter 2, Attributes Break 100, I have a mission. Suyu. Nickname, Suyun. Level, 20-15% unranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Class, Deathmatch Master. Strength, 20. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Free attribute points, 200. Class skill, Sacrifice LV.1. General skills, none. What's going on? After reviving, Suyu touched his neck and looked at the decapitator's corpse beside him, his heart filled with lingering fear. Damn it, if it weren't for his infinite resurrection ability, he would have been done for right at the spawn point. 1 life wasted right out of 3. Damn thing. Suyu now also feels fortunate that he chose the Deathmatch Master profession. Otherwise, if it were the Thunder King or Polymorph professions, he probably wouldn't have been able to counter-kill the Headhunter Demon now. Now he hasn't just countered the Headhunter Demon. Also leveled up to level 20. Attributes have also been enhanced, all increasing from 1 point to 20 points, with an additional 200 free attribute points available to allocate. Suyu checked his class skill, Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Level 1. Effect, at the cost of oneself, the more precious the sacrificed body part, the greater the power obtained. Additionally, you can choose a target to bind with you whatever body part you sacrifice, they must also sacrifice, while you gain an enhancement effect and they suffer a negative effect. Evaluation, don't think that a mutual destruction specialist can only achieve mutual destruction. Annoying you is something a mutual destruction specialist can do too. This skill effect. This is absolutely insane. Combined with infinite resurrection. It's just too overpowered. Suyu thought that even if his head were chopped off, he could instantly revive at full state, so why not just use this skill to sacrifice his own head? At that time, I will gain buff effects, while the enemy will have to sacrifice their head but only receive debuffs. This skill is really shameless. Suyu realized that this class isn't as he initially thought, where he could only kill by being killed but can also take the initiative to attack. No wonder this class is rated as a divine tier profession. After reviewing his class skills, he noticed there were still 200 free attribute points left unassigned. Suyu pondered for a moment. Decided to allocate points to 3 attributes: Spirit, Agility, Strength. Increasing Spirit can enhance magic resistance and provide immunity to certain mind control effects. Increasing Agility enhances reaction speed, otherwise, you'll be outmaneuvered by those with higher agility. Increasing Strength boosts attack power. Suyu knew the unique trait of his mutual destruction class: it could instantly kill opponents. But he also realized the day would come when others would learn about his class. What if they simply refused to kill him? Weakness in strength is the original sin. Therefore, these 3 attributes must be improved. Except for Constitution. With infinite resurrection, what's the point of Constitution? Very soon. Attribute allocation complete. Suyu. Nickname, Suyun. Level, 20-15% unranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Class, Deathmatch Master. Strength, 90. Spirit, 90. Constitution, 20. Agility, 80. Free attribute points, 0. Class skill, Sacrifice LV.1. General skills, none. Suyu's strength has now improved. However, Suyu is currently puzzled. Why would there be a decapitator in the spawn area? Suddenly, several figures rapidly approached from nearby. Suyu watched as they wore identical black mysterious armor, broad swords at their waists, and carried dark shields on their backs. Suyu immediately recognized their identity. They were the Guardian Army of the Birthplace. Every birthplace had guardian forces to protect newcomers from meeting their end before they even had a chance to grow stronger. They came before Suyu and, seeing that he was still alive, glanced at the decapitated demon's corpse on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. One of them, relieved to see Suyu unharmed, said, "Thank goodness you're alright, or we'd be in big trouble." Suyu remained expressionless and asked, "What's going on? Why would a decapitator demon appear in the spawn area?" The man explained, the nearby Dragon Tiger City is suffering from a demon outbreak, and our spawn area has been affected. Many monsters are wreaking havoc nearby, and one careless moment allowed a decapitator demon to slip in. We sincerely apologize. The man continued, "Alright, rookie, we'll make it up to you with this." He took out a scroll and handed it to Suyu. Suyu accepted the scroll, and a notification popped up. After examining it carefully, he smiled and said, "It's not your fault, those demons are just too cunning. Blame the demons." Ha! The group laughed before walking away. Suyu looked at the scroll, brimming with excitement. You have obtained an Attribute Scroll Tier 2. Attribute Scroll. Rating, Tier 2. Description, upon use, all attributes increase by 100. Review, an overpowered item that grants attribute boosts beyond leveling up. It's actually an attribute scroll. And a Tier 2 one at that. If Suyu uses it, all attributes will increase by 100 points. You should know that before reaching the first tier, leveling up only increases all attributes by 1 point and grants 10 free attribute points. This means that leveling up only provides a total of 14 attribute points. A 100-point increase in all attributes means all 4-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points, equivalent to a total of 400 attribute points. Therefore, Suyu would need to level up nearly 40 times to match the 100-point all-attribute boost from this second-tier attribute scroll. This shows just how precious this scroll is. If this attribute scroll were sold on Blue Star, its value wouldn't be less than 10 million. These guards are really dependable. The things they give are truly impressive. Suyu sighed and immediately used the attribute scroll upon seeing it. You used the attribute scroll Tier 2, all your attributes increased by 100 points. Suyu. Nickname, Suyun. Level, 20-15% unranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Class, Deathmatch Master. Strength, 190. Spirit, 190. Constitution, 120. Agility, 180. Free attribute points, 0. Class skill, Sacrifice LV.1. General skills, none. Suyu looked at his attributes, all of which had surpassed 100, and felt ecstatic. To think that such stats would normally require reaching nearly level 60 to obtain. And Suyu is only level 20 right now. At level 20, he already possesses stats comparable to a level 60 character. What is a genius? This is a genius. There's still plenty of time now, I'll go level up first. Just having entered the myth world, Suyu must seize every moment to grow stronger and absolutely cannot afford to waste time lightly. Very soon, Suyu arrived at the village chief's house in Taiping village. Looking at the energetic, white-haired yet youthful-faced village chief, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at how healthy the old man was. Suyu said, "Chief, I'm here to take on a quest." The village chief took a sip of goji berry tea and said, "Monsters are rampant nearby right now, so it's better to wait. Let the guards clear out the monsters first before assigning you any tasks, lest you lose your life to them." The village chief then joked, "You chosen ones don't have infinite lives either, just 3, so you shouldn't waste them recklessly, right?" Suyu thought to himself, this really is the myth world. They look like NPCs, but they're actually real people just digitized. If you really treat NPCs as mere NPCs, then you're in for a rude awakening. Since the village chief was unwilling to assign a quest, Suyu couldn't force the issue. Offending the chief right at the spawn point would only bring trouble. Suddenly, a lovely 16-year-old girl hurried into the hall, whispering something into the chief's ear. The chief's expression shifted slightly before motioning for her to leave. The village chief solemnly grasped Suyu's hand and declared with conviction, "Heaven has bestowed a great mission upon you. Chosen one, there is a quest I must entrust to you now." Chapter 3, Pure Bliss. Suyu's mouth twitched. This village chief changes his attitude so quickly. Suyu didn't mind either as long as there were quests to complete, he could reap rewards and experience. This was an indispensable part of the growth journey. It was too late to change his starting location now. Who knew how long it would take to clear out the monsters? Rather than wasting time. There's a task now, might as well give it a try. Suyu asked, "Village chief, what's the task?" The village chief sighed and said, "My son ran off to play at the mountain temple outside the village. Now, with monsters running rampant everywhere, the guards are all busy clearing them out, and we simply don't have the manpower. Could you help bring my son back?" "Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. There will be a generous reward once it's done." As soon as the village chief finished speaking, a prompt appeared before Suyu's eyes. Quest triggered. Quest objective, bring the village chief's son back to Taiping village from the mountain god temple. Quest details, the village chief's son sneaked out of the village to play and went to the mountain god temple outside the village. The chief is worried that the monsters outside might harm his son, so he asks you to bring him back. Mission rewards, 2 experience fruits tier 1, 1000 treasure coins, skill upgrade scroll level 2. The mission has been triggered. Just bring the village chief's son back. The mission rewards are very generous. Experience fruit tier 1, consuming it can increase experience points, thereby raising one's level. Treasure coins have great utility. In this world, dangers lurk everywhere, as it is a convergence of multiple cultivation civilizations. Treasure coins can be used in any cultivation civilization and serve as cultivation resources. This is the universal currency. Even on present-day Blue Star, powerful chosen ones use treasure coins instead of the planet's local currency. What caught Suyu's attention most was the final mission reward. Skill upgrade scroll. This is level 2, which means Suyu can use scrolls to enhance his skill level. Normally, improving skill levels is quite troublesome. 1. Meet the upgrade condition by using the skill a certain number of times. 2. Reach the required character level condition. But by using a skill upgrade scroll, you can skip this troublesome step and directly level up. Suyu could sense that this old man truly adored his son, otherwise, why would he offer such a precious reward? Suyu could further perceive that there might be quite a few monsters around Taiping village. Otherwise, with rewards this generous, the guards would have stepped in to help. Yet the village chief entrusted the task to him. What did that imply? It meant the guards were genuinely short-handed. Outside the village, it's truly dangerous. Suyu was drooling over these mission rewards. He wasn't afraid of danger with his infinite resurrection ability and the professional trait of "whoever kills me dies." He feared no peril whatsoever. Suyu said to the village chief, "Chief, leave this matter to me." The village chief grabbed Suyu's arm and pleaded, "Young chosen one, my son's life is in your hands now." Suyu walked out of the village chief's house and followed the road. Soon after, he saw the village gate. Taiping village was like a fortress, with a large gate to defend against external dangers. The guards outside the gate saw Suyu and showed expressions of astonishment. Chosen One, are you sure you want to leave? Yes, the village chief has entrusted me. The guard listened, then said with deep respect, Chosen One, you're a good person. To Suyu's surprise, the guard actually took out a dagger and handed it to him. The guard said, Chosen One, may this dagger aid you. Suyu didn't decline and nodded, saying, thank you. Leaving the village. Suyu looked at the dagger in his hand. It's a first-tier weapon. White Tiger Dagger. Tier, first tier. Description, slightly increases attack. Has a chance to trigger a mental intimidation effect when attacking targets. Review, a dagger crafted from the rib of a deceased White Tiger Demon King, the White Tiger Dagger. The people in this other world are surprisingly nice. Just casually gifting a tier 1 weapon like that. Really not bad. Suyu stored the White Tiger Dagger into the system backpack that every Chosen One possesses. When needed, it could be summoned directly. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suyu heard a hissing sound and immediately turned toward the source. The moment he turned his head, he saw a pitch-black demon with only its eyes emitting a purple glow. Its dark longsword struck as swiftly as lightning through storm clouds, effortlessly piercing Suyu's heart. Fast. Too fast. Can't even react in time. One move instantly killed Suyu. Suyu collapsed and died suddenly. The next second, a prompt tone abruptly rang out. You were killed by a tier 1 sword demon in the wild. The shared fate class trait activated. The tier 1 sword demon instantly perished. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you revive immediately. You killed a tier 1 sword demon, your level has increased. Suyu stood up from the ground, looking at the slain tier 1 sword demon, marveling at his own strength. You may be strong, but I am stronger. Kill me, and you've picked the wrong person. Suyu glanced at his status panel. He found that his level had increased by 10. Now Suyu was level 30. And there are also 100 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated all 100 free attribute points to 3 attributes. Suyu. Nickname, Suyun. Level, 3098% unranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Class, Deathmatch Master. Strength, 240. Spirit, 230. Constitution, 130. Agility, 220. Free attribute points, 0. Class skill, Sacrifice LV.1. General skill, none. Strength, Spirit, and Agility attributes have all surpassed 200. Suyu looked regretfully at the experience bar, just 2% more XP until the next level up. Once I complete this quest and eat those 2 experience fruits, I should reach level 100. Suyu thought to himself, with so many monsters along the way, he could level up quite a bit just by defeating them. Plus, with the experience fruits the village chief would give after completing the quest, there was a high chance he could reach level 100. He might even reach the first rank within the same day. That way, he would directly break the record. 1 rank a day. No one on Blue Star has achieved this yet. This feels absolutely amazing. Suyu continued advancing toward the mountain temple. Soon after, Suyu came to a halt as 10 wolf-like figures, their bodies radiating dark light, were staring at him from a short distance away. Damn it, come on! Suyu calmly spread his arms. The next second, 10 demon wolves pounced on Suyu, instantly tearing open his artery. Splash! Blood flows freely. The next second, a demon wolf instantly dropped dead. Suyu revived at full strength. The 9-headed demon wolf paused in shock before pouncing on Suyu again. Soon after, another demon wolf dropped dead. Suyu revived at full strength. Suyu licked his lips excitedly and said, there are still 8 more times. Come on, Wolfie. I can take it. Not long after. On the ground, the corpses of 10 demon wolves surrounded Suyu. Suyu stood up with great satisfaction. Suyu checked his own level. He grinned from ear to ear. How delightful. Leveling up is insanely fast. Chapter 4, Godslayer. Suyu glanced at his status panel and was shocked to find his level had already reached 60, with 300 free attribute points available ready to be allocated again. And so, Suyu immediately allocated the 300 free attribute points to Strength, Spirit, and Agility. Suyu. Nickname, Suyun. Level, 61% unranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Class, Deathmatch Master. Strength, 370. Spirit, 360. Constitution, 160. Agility, 350. Free attribute points, 0. Class skill, Sacrifice level 1. General skills, none. Suyu saw that his 3 most important attributes had already surpassed 300 points. The smile on his face was simply impossible to hide. It hasn't even been 2 hours yet? I've already reached level 60. This leveling speed is absolutely terrifying. No newbie chosen one instantly kills first-tier monsters right off the bat. It's important to know that levels 100 are considered the novice period and don't count as a tier. After reaching level 100 and completing the class advancement quest, level 100 can officially be called first tier. The range from level 100 to 200 falls entirely within the first tier category. This means all those first tier monsters that killed Suyu and were then instantly slain by the Kamikaze Master class trait were creatures between level 100 and 200. So how could Suyu's leveling speed not be fast? During the beginner phase, offering help was quite difficult. Players basically had to grind level by level and often needed to team up with others. The monsters fought were nowhere near as terrifying as demonic creatures in terms of level. Below tier 1, each class only had 1 skill, making it hard to even kill monsters without teaming up. Forming a team means the experience points have to be shared. So the early stages are particularly tough to get through. But Suyu? He's already reached level 60 in less than 2 hours. Give Suyu a little more time, and he'll hit level 100 in no time. Once the mission is completed, you'll directly advance to become a first-rank mutual destruction master. This means entering the myth world and reaching first rank on the very same day. This speed is absolutely unprecedented. No one except Suyu, with his cheat-like talent and profession, could possibly achieve it. Walking down the road while humming a tune, Suyu hoped there would be more monsters around. Don't let him down. About half an hour had passed. At Suyu's current speed, even a casual stroll had already brought him to the mountain temple. Suyu felt a bit regretful. Not a single monster had been encountered in that half hour. He hadn't even encountered any monsters. In the myth world, leveling up by defeating monsters refers to battling demons, fiends, ghosts, and creatures. Demons are referred to as demonic beings. Fiends are referred to as fiendish creatures. Ghosts, the mutated soul forms of beings with spirits after death, are referred to as spectral entities. Monsters, known as creatures of anomaly. Along the way, Suyu encountered only demonic creatures. Normally, the areas near the birthplace are populated by monsters, weak in strength and lacking intelligence. This is the normal target for leveling up as a chosen one. But Suyu didn't encounter any monsters along the way. The only explanation for this is the demonic calamity. Suyu entered the mountain temple and immediately spotted a child about 7 or 8 years old. The child was playing with something, but upon noticing Suyu's arrival, quickly hid it away. The child asked warily, "Who are you?" Suyu smiled and said, "You're the village chief's son from Taiping village, right? Your father sent me to find you and bring you home. It's dangerous around here with all the monsters roaming about." The child pouted and said, "I have my turtle shell with me, so I'm not afraid of any monsters." Suyu just wanted to take him back now to claim the mission reward, so he said, all right, let's go home now, okay? Your father is really worried about you." The child said, "Okay." Suyu led the child out of the mountain temple. Suddenly, the child turned back and asked Suyu, "Big brother, are you the chosen one?" Suyu nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" The child said, "Then I'll give this to you, big brother. I found it in the mountain god temple." The child handed Suyu a black page with mysterious golden symbols on it. As soon as Suyu took the black page, it instantly burst into flames, and a choice appeared. Demon Gods Revival Dungeon. Rating, Divine Tier. Dungeon background: one of the 7 demon gods, the Greed Demon God, is on the verge of complete revival. Through the contingency plans left before his sealing, his followers have been spreading demonic disasters across the land, gathering energy for his awakening. Now, the demonic disaster in Dragon Tiger City has collected the final energy needed. Awaiting the great demon sorcerer to calculate the sealed location of the demon god, it will bring the energy to revive the Greed Demon God. Before the Greed Demon God fully awakens, you can enter the sealed site, the Mountain God Temple, to reinforce its seals. As a chosen one of the myth world, what is your choice? Choice 1, do not participate in the dungeon reward, none. Option 2, participate in the dungeon guaranteed reward, a divine weapon selection chest, additional rewards based on dungeon completion rating. Suyu read carefully, and after finishing, he looked at the child. Big brother, what's wrong? The child asked. You've really given me a great gift. Suyu said. Only the chosen one can activate this item. People in this world cannot use it at most, they can deduce some reasons behind events based on this item. So when Suyu touched this black page, the selection was automatically triggered. Suyu said to the child, let's go back to the mountain temple first. Big brother has something to do. The child nodded and said, okay. The two returned to the mountain temple. The guaranteed participation reward is a divine weapon selection chest. And with his infinite resurrection and the characteristics of the mutual destruction class. Not afraid of danger at all. Suyu looked at the options and without hesitation chose, participate. Entering Divine Dungeon, Demon God's Revival. As the prompt appeared, Suyu's figure quickly vanished from the spot. The child looked left and right but couldn't see Suyu's figure. The sealed space of the Mountain God Temple. A purplish black hue, resembling the boundless expanse of the starry sky. A flash of white light, and Suyu's figure emerged here. Here is the place where the greed demon god is sealed. Suyu looked over, there was a heavenly stone monument in front of him, which was densely carved with words, all of which were monstrous sins committed by the greedy demon god. Behind the heavenly stone monument, countless golden chains bound a youth with long purple-black hair. He was the greedy demon god. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and locked eyes with Suyu. The greedy demon god was a little stunned and frowned. I have never seen such weak trash. Suyu said with a dark face, then you won't see it today. The greedy demon god asked curiously, what are you doing here? So weak, don't tell me you're here to reinforce the seal? Heaven's destined one, don't make me laugh. Suyu had a sincere face and said, I am here to reinforce the seal. The greedy demon god snorted, just you? Reinforcing the seal requires at least the 9th rank, and you? He smiled playfully and said, agreed, heaven's destined one, you've been overwhelmed by the rewards. Suyu's complexion trembled, Oscar movie star possessed, you. Can you not kill me? I was wrong. The greedy demon god faintly said, there is always a price to pay for your greed, well, the price of life. Lest you come to influence my plans. The words fell. Between the invisible. A terrifying pressure instantly struck. Suyu's body instantly exploded into pieces. In the next second, the greedy demon god's face changed drastically, as if he had eaten. I Nima. Same returning master? He cried out as the eternally indestructible, only sealed soul disappeared. Even his demon god body that could grow its own consciousness dissolved in an instant. The greedy demon god, one of the 7 great demon gods, completely disappeared from the world. Suyu stood within the sealed space. Well. Having killed the greedy demon god, how high is that rating? Chapter 5, Who exactly is? You have been slain by the greedy demon god. The occupational characteristics of the homunculus master are triggered. The demon god of greed dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. You killed the greedy demon. The greedy demon's death curse triggered, so you can't get the kill reward. You have successfully stopped the demon god from reviving. You are being rated. Your rating is Warp of the Heavens. You get a reward, a treasure chest of divine weapons of your choice, and a super divine career advancement book. Suyu was ecstatic, his rating was actually Warp Heaven. And he had also obtained a super god tier profession advancement book. One must know that this copy is only god tier, and this final reward is actually super god tier. Cool, really cool. The ratings of the copies were divided into ordinary, excellent, perfect, and supreme. As for the Warp of Heaven, there was actually no such rating at all, but what Suyu did was just too heaven-defying, letting you reinforce the seal, not letting you directly take out the greedy demon god. Reinforcing the seal, depending on the degree of the seal, only then can it be rated. But Suyu directly killed the greedy demon god in seconds. Directly to the system dry confused, directly gave Suyu the rating of heaven and earth. From ancient times to the present, only Suyu has reached it. In the past, the highest rating was only supreme, meaning extreme perfection. And now, there was an additional warp heaven and earth. It was only such a high rating that could allow Suyu to receive a super god level reward. Before Suyu could check the reward, In front of Suyu's eyes, a prompt popped up once again. Suyu fixed his eyes and was shocked. This was a service-wide announcement. Tip: Heaven's Destined 1, Chuangyu, you are the first Godslayer, and 3 service-wide notices will be made to highlight your ability to warp the heavens and weave the earth for the world. Inside the Demon God recovery copy, he successfully killed the greedy Demon God, completing the first regicide of a Heaven's Destiny person. Service-wide announcement: the Heavenly Ordainer Changyu has ended the future enemies of the past and present by going through the heavens and the earth. Inside the Demon God recovery copy, he successfully killed the greedy Demon God, completing the first regicide of a Heaven's Destiny. Service-wide announcement: the Heavenly Ordainer Changyu has ended the future enemies of the past and the present by using the heavens and the earth. Inside the Demon God recovery copy, he successfully killed the greedy Demon God, completing the first regicide of the Heaven's Destiny. At the same time, whether it was the Mythic World or the Blue Star, all of the Heaven's Fates panels popped up mandatorily in front of their eyes. On it was a service-wide announcement. It was continuously broadcast 3 times. At this moment, the world shook. What? Godslayer? Who is Longyu? Which big brother is Longyu? Surprisingly, he quietly killed a god. The first of our fates to kill a god. Changyu? How can this person be so powerful? The evaluation given by the system is too high, right? The heaven and the earth, the end of the ancient and modern future enemies? The first Godslayer of Heaven's Destiny has been born. No? Who is this Changyu? Blue Star. Chu's cabinet. 7 figures were seated. Their faces were filled with gloomy colors. The chief cabinet counselor, now the number 1 person in the Chu kingdom, gruffly said. Chuangyu? Who is he? In this world, there is actually such a powerful existence, and we actually know nothing about it? Check. Cha. Check. Who exactly is he? Is he from Chu, or is he from another country? His voice, slightly trembling, even carried a hint of fear, dread. A strong person, hidden in the world, possessing the ability to kill a god, and they actually knew nothing about this person. What a terrifying thing this was. If it wasn't for the service-wide notice, who would know that on this world, there was someone who was able to kill a god? Rice Country, White Palace. Fark 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 fark. Who is he? Check. It's impossible for someone with the ability to kill gods to be without a trace in this world. Sakura Kingdom, Emperor's Palace. Baka Yalu. You bunch of trash, actually telling me that you don't know who Chuangyu is? A person who can kill a god, you guys actually tell me you don't know who he is? You bunch of trash. What's the use of having you guys? Cosmic Kingdom, Longshan Mansion. Isn't it from the general country? Is it from the Chu Kingdom? Is it the Sakura Kingdom? What? No? Don't tell me someone who can kill a god and you guys don't know who he is? Sunless Kingdom, Queen's Palace. Which demigod has stepped into the divine rank? Don't know? You guys are saying that a person who can kill gods and is suspected to be a god-rank powerhouse, and you don't know his identity? The Blue Star global powers were all shocked. All of them panicked. A person who could kill a god. There must be a high probability that he had stepped into the god rank. And nowadays, the only top powerhouses on the Blue Star were demigods. There wasn't a single demigod that had the ability to kill a god. And Chuangyu did. He was the first person to kill a god on the blue planet. So the country speculated that he must be a god-ranked powerhouse. But it was such a god-ranked powerhouse. They actually don't know who this person is. How could this not make them panic? Such a strong person with absolute power, they don't know who he is, they don't know which country he is from, they don't know his weaknesses. How could this not be fearful? At the same time that the Blue Star powers were shocked. Within the mythical world, the major powers were also shocked. Mythic World, Heavenly Chance Pavilion. The Pavilion Master had received information from a Heaven's Destiny person. Someone had killed a god. The one who died was still a greedy demon god. At once, the Pavilion Master was shocked. Among the heavenly fates. Surprisingly, someone has already reached the divine rank? The demon gods that could only be sealed were all killed by him? What a heavenly evaluation. Warp the heavens and end the future enemies of the past and present. Degree Immortal Sect. One of the 12 immortal sects. possessing an immortal Tao inheritance. The immortal lord was even a powerhouse at the apex of the divine stage. Now, he also received a message from the heavens destined under the sect. The degree immortal lord's gaze was eerie as he stood at the top of the immortal sect with his hands folded, murmuring, "What a heavenly warp and weft! Ending ancient and modern future enemies." All of the major forces in the mythic world had quite a number of heavens destined to join them. After the service-wide notice appeared, there were quite a few of them who had submitted the information to the forces behind them. Therefore, all of the mythic world's major powers already knew one thing. That was, among the heavenly fates, a god-ranked powerhouse had appeared. And this god-ranked powerhouse, his battle record was actually so terrifying that he directly subdued the greedy demon god. One must know that once one enters the divine rank, one is immortal. Want to kill the divine rank, too difficult, can only seal. But this Chang Yu did it. Plus the evaluation. The divine faith thought that it was a system evaluation, but in the eyes of those of them in the mythical world, it was clearly the evaluation of the heavenly Tao. Warp the heavens and end the future enemies of the past and present. What a high evaluation. This Chang Yu is really too terrifying. Even more terrifying. Before this, they actually knew nothing about such a strong person. Terrifying, always unknown. Chang Yu was now too mysterious, too unknown. It was not clear what his occupation was, it was not clear what he was capable of. All the major power lords were now worried. If Chang Yu could kill the greedy demon god, he might not be unable to kill them. But, who exactly is Chang Yu? Chapter 6 Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword. The homunculus division profession advanced to the super god level. Chuang Yu, the man who kills gods. Suspected god-rank powerhouse. An existence feared by the nations of the Blue Star. Nowadays, it's still just a small level 60 Karami. It was now counting its rewards. Susuyu looked at the rewards on the panel and collected them directly into his backpack, then opened the backpack's page to check his rewards in detail. First was the guaranteed reward, the Divine Weapon Optional Treasure Chest. Divine Grade Weapon Optional Treasure Chest. Rating, God Grade. Description, upon opening it, you can choose one of the 3 God Grade weapons to obtain. Evaluation, one of the top treasures in the Mythic World 1.0 revival of all things. There are 3 God Grade weapons in it, you can choose one of them to obtain. Immediately, so you directly open this Divine Grade Weapons optional treasure box. You can choose one of the following 3 divine weapons to obtain. 1. Godslayer Gun, exclusive to the gunsmith profession, each bullet hits 100% of the targets of God rank and below units, inflicting a percentage of damage to the target. Weakness spike on targets with blood below max life 20%. 2. Sage Sheltering Ring, common to all professions, automatic attack and shelter. Percentage damage immunity, if the damage is greater than half of one's maximum life value, gain 100% life value shield once. If the damage value is less than half of your maximum life value, you will be exempt from damage. When an enemy appears, automatically attack, each attack deals 3% of the target's maximum life value in real damage. 3. Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword, common to all professions, breaks all seals of the divine rank and below, and is immune to spirit-based attacks. Divine rank and below, Broken Delusion Immortal Sword, the sun and moon change color, mountains and rivers vibrate, the momentum of the fall of the sky, with the might of heaven and earth to cause spiritual deterrence 100%, defense reduction 100%, the battle intent reduced by 90%. If the target is higher than divine rank, the effect is attenuated. Suyu looked at the 3 God Grade weapons, his eyes widened and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Is simply impossible to suppress ah. Ha ha ha. Suyu was ecstatic. These 3 God tier weapons, for Suyu, only the first Godslayer gun could not be used. This was because he was of the Tonggui Master profession. He is not a gunnery master. Therefore, he could not use it. But the other 2 divine grade weapons Suyu could use. The Sage Blessing Ring as well as the Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword. They are really too powerful. The Sage's Blessing Ring had a strong defense ability, and if the enemy couldn't explode with more than half of their maximum life value per attack, then the Sage's Blessing Ring would directly help the owner to avoid damage, directly avoiding damage. This is too terrifying. Moreover, the Sage's Sheltering Ring could also attack. Each attack, it was also a percentage of true damage. Absolute. The Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword was even more so. It's even more powerful. seals of divine rank and below can be broken directly. It's also immune to mind control. Just from this point alone, Suyu decided to directly choose the delusion-breaking immortal sword. What was Suyu afraid of? Suyu was afraid of the seals. Suyu knew very well that he wasn't afraid of strong people, whoever killed him would die, and he still had infinite resurrection in place, so he wasn't afraid of violent danger at all. But he is afraid of sealing Sealed, that really cannot beg for death, cannot beg for life Therefore, this delusion-breaking immortal sword is exactly what Suyu wanted. It could make up for Suyu's only weakness. Immediately, Suyu chose this delusion-breaking immortal sword. You have chosen the delusion-breaking immortal sword, and you have obtained the divine grade weapon, delusion-breaking immortal sword. Delusion-breaking immortal sword. Rating, divine grade. Description, universal for all professions, can break all seals of God rank and below. Evaluation, Mythical World 0.8 10,000 immortals come to the morning edition. After Li Baojiao stepped into the divine rank, he fused his own sword intent to create a god-level weapon. When Li Baojiao became a god and stepped into the immortal realm, he wanted to upgrade the delusion-breaking immortal sword, but he didn't expect the Saints' War to break out. 10,000 immortals fell, and Li Baojiao was affected by it, so he fell. This fusion of Li Baojiao's sword intention of the broken delusion immortal sword also lost the owner. Although it is not a real immortal sword, but it is not bad. A long sword that looked like nothingness and was white and gray quietly appeared in front of Suyu. The delusion-breaking immortal sword was natural, as if it had fused with everything in the surroundings and was difficult to detect. Suyu was excited, his upper hand touched the delusion-breaking immortal sword, instantly he felt it, he actually saw through the ceiling means within this ceiling space, only needing himself to gently wave the sword, these seals were all broken open. Is this the delusion-breaking immortal sword? So strong. Suyu also discovered one more thing, within this delusion-breaking immortal sword, there was an innate sword intent, and only needed to be prompted by his intention, it could burst out with an astonishing sword intent. That was the sword intent of immortal Li-breaking delusion. Name, Skyfall. Good. Suyu played with the breaking delusion immortal sword, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. After a while, Suyu reluctantly put the delusion-breaking immortal sword into his backpack. Immediately, Suyu looked towards the last reward. Super God Tier Occupation Advancement Book. Super God Tier Occupation Advancement Book. Rating, Super God Grade. Description, after using it, it can raise the upper limit of one's awakened profession to the Super God Grade. Evaluation, Mythic World 1.0 All Things Resurrected version, this one of the top treasures. It can raise the occupation's ceiling and the occupation's characteristics are enhanced. Suyu looked at the description and was inwardly ecstatic. This reward is too heaven-defying. Surprisingly, it was a prop to raise the occupation rating. One must know that although Suyu's homunculus master was very powerful and heaven-defying, but this could only be so counterintuitive and terrifying when combined with infinite resurrection. Looking at the homunculus division alone, it only had a godly rating, indicating that the upper limit was inferior to the King of Thunder, a super godly profession. After all, the most counterintuitive thing about the homunculus master is, no matter who it is, whoever kills me, whoever follows will die together. Now, Suyu had obtained this super god tier profession advancement book. He could advance his homunculus division to the super god level, and his occupational characteristics were enhanced. This was an absolute enhancement. Thus, Suyu immediately used the super god grade occupation advancement book. You are using the super god grade occupation advancement book. Your occupation homunculus master's ceiling has been increased and is rated as super god grade. Homunculus master. Occupation rating, super god grade. Occupation characteristics description, you are killed, kill your target, and die immediately. You have been harmed, harm your target, immediately take the same damage. Occupation rating, occupation born from the initial version of Mythic World 0.1 Mythic, by virtue of the special occupational characteristics, even a saint would not dare to personally kill a Tonggui Master. Because of the existence of the Master of the same return, the mythological world rarely appeared in the strong anger, floating corpse of a million scenes. Because of this, they are afraid of the disgusting professional characteristics of the same division. Suyu carefully examined the occupational characteristics of the Tonggui Master who had turned into a super god-level occupation. At this look, Suyu concluded that the super invincible great strengthening Previously, one had to kill Suyu in order to directly kill him in seconds. Now, even injuring Suyu would be counter-injured. This would make others realize that Suyu's occupation was not that of a homunculus master, but a counter-injury master. The misjudgment of the enemy's occupation would come at a heavy price. Enemy, counter-injury master, right? I'll just explode with full force and kill you in one move. I'll see how you can counter-wound. Then, as hard as eating, shouted, "You're a homunculus division?" Sudden. Chapter 7 Upgrade. Upgrade. So you felt really good right now. Having obtained such a top-tier divine weapon as the delusion-breaking immortal sword. He had also changed his occupation from god tier to super god tier. Now after bringing the child back, he can also get the reward given by the village chief and can upgrade again. This mythic world, it's so much fun. Nothing could be more fun than the mythic world. The mythic world was the most fun game in the world. After Suyu exited the demon god recovery copy, he took the child back to the village. On this journey, to Suyu's surprise, he did not encounter a single demonic creature. Suyu guessed that it might be the child's reason this child was able to safely get to the mountain god temple. I'm afraid that he relied on what he said about the tortoise armor, otherwise this child would have long been killed by a demonic creature halfway. Soon, Suyu took the child back to the village chief's door. The young girl of the village head's house who was 28 years old was drying clothes in the yard, and as soon as the child saw her, he shouted, "Nine yang, nine yang." The child ran over, and the maiden picked him up, knocked the child's buttocks, and complained, "Disobedient again, letting you sneak out to play, let's see how your father teaches you a lesson later." The ninth maiden took the child into the house. Suyu froze in place and said with envy, "Nine. This old man. Body is really good." As Suyu approached, he heard the village chief's chiding and the sound of the child crying in pain. Soon, Suyu met the village chief. The village chief smilingly led Suyu to the living room and handed over the reward to Suyu. Mission completed. You have received a reward, 2 experience fruits first level, 1000 treasure money, skill upgrade scroll second level. Suyu was elated, it was really cool. The village chief sipped the wolfberry tea and said, "Destined one, I really appreciate you." Suyu smiled and said, "A small matter." Village chief, you here, are there any other tasks? The village chief hissed, raised his head to think, and said, "This recently because of the demonic plague there isn't anything else to do, about the demonic plague, and your strength isn't enough to solve the... Let's do it after some time, when the guards have solved the demons, and there are new tasks, I will definitely give you all the best tasks." Suyu nodded his head and said, "Then, thank you village chief." Suyu got up and left. Since there were no more quests in the village head's house, there was no need to stay here. After using all the rewards to raise his level and skills, Suyu then planned to go and contact the guard army chief to see if there were any quests at his place. Suyu walked out of the village chief's house and headed to the guard army chief's camp. On the way there, Suyu checked up on the rewards he had just obtained. Experience fruit. Rating, first order. Description, used by first rank and below, after eating it, it is able to increase a large amount of experience value. Evaluation, a fruit that can increase strength when eaten, who could not enjoy eating it? What's even worse is that it's actually very tasty. Experience fruit first order, this fruit, Suyu had just obtained 2 of them. With a thought, 2 experience fruits first order appeared in Suyu's hand. Not too big and not too small, 1 palm can hold it, 1 experience fruit first order is roughly as big as an egg. Suyu took a bite of one, the juice burst out, sweet and crisp. Suyu's eyes widened, he could not believe that it was so delicious. After Suyu swallowed it, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. You have consumed 2 experience fruits first order, you have gained a large amount of experience, your level has rapidly increased. Your level has increased to level 85. You have gained 250 free attribute points. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level, 85-95% not yet in rank. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 395. Spirit, 385. Physique, 185. Agility, 375. Free attribute points, 250. Profession skill, sacrifice level 1. General skills, none. Suyu was surprised that the 2 experience fruits had allowed him to level up by 25 levels. From the original level 60, he had upgraded to the current level 85. Only 15 levels away from level 100. It was really good. There were still 250 points of free attributes now. Suyu directly allocated 250 free attribute points to add on the strength, spirit, and agility attributes. Immediately after, with a thought, Suyu took out the skill upgrade scroll level 2 that he had just obtained. Skill upgrade scroll? Rating, level 2. Description: after use, a skill below level 2 can be upgraded to level 2. Evaluation: spells that the people within the mythic world needed to painstakingly upgrade, for the heavens destined, they could easily upgrade with just a scroll. Skill upgrade scrolls were undoubtedly very precious. This kind of treasure was something that many cultivators wouldn't even dare to think about. Suyu's current profession skill sacrifice was still only at level 1. Thus, Suyu immediately used the skill upgrade scroll. You have used the skill upgrade scroll level 2, your skill sacrifice level 1 has been upgraded to level 2. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 85-95% not yet ranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 475. Spirit, 465. Physique, 185. Agility, 465. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. Sacrifice. Level, 2. Effect: at the cost of yourself, the more precious the part you sacrifice, the more powerful the power you gain. And, you can choose a target to bind with you, the parts you sacrifice, he must follow the sacrifice, at the same time you get the increase effect, he gets the negative effect and comes with fear. Evaluation: don't think that a homunculus master can only die together. It disgusts you, and homunculus masters can do it too. The sacrifice skill was improved by just one more effect. That is, after the target's parts were sacrificed, there would be an additional fear effect. So you felt a bit of a pity that after so long, he hadn't even used the profession skill once. However, on second thought, Suyu also knew deep down that this skill could not be used casually, a disgusting profession such as a homunculus division just could not be detected, and once it was detected, there would be means to target you. In this world, there is no shortage of lucky people, there is always someone who awakens an occupation that can restrain the homunculus division. Don't look at the fact that right now Suyu has the delusion-breaking immortal sword, which is able to dispense with spiritual attacks as well as seals at the god level and below. But Suyu is clear, there are people outside of people, there are people outside of the sky, there is definitely more than just himself in this world with a divine weapon, and even some people are likely to have a super god level weapon. Suyu did not want to roll over in such a favorable situation. Definitely not allowed. Suyu looked at his attributes again, now most of his attributes had broken 400. Only the physique attribute was a little worse. However, it did not matter, with the talent of infinite resurrection in place, the physique was almost as bad as it was. Anyway, the person who could kill him wouldn't be able to survive. Discovering the secret of his profession, then he will die. Just like the greedy demon god. Such a powerful, can't be killed, can only be sealed existence, encounter him with the same division, is not as difficult as eating. Soon, Suyu found the captain of the guards at the village entrance in the south. At this time, he seemed to be planning to go out. Chapter 8: The Might of the Delusion-Breaking Immortal Sword. When Linwei, the leader of the guard army, saw Suyu, he was a bit surprised and asked, "I informed you some days ago that the village is not peaceful recently, there are powerful demons infesting the village, and it's difficult for the guard army to protect and take care of you, why did you still come? Or did you come to look for me?" Suyu smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of danger, I just don't want to waste my great youth, I came to look for you because I want to see if there are any missions here." Linwei looked at Suyu and nodded, somewhat surprised that this heavenly fate is not afraid of death, to know that many of the heavenly fate are actually very afraid of death, although there are 3 lives, but they don't want to waste it. There are dangers that they all run away from first, like Suyu, this kind of knowing that there are dangers but also to come to ask for a mission, that's really few and far between. Linwei looked at the watch on his wrist, which was passed over from the western continent. It was bought with his salary for several months. Not only is the watch so simple, there is also a defense function, it can withstand the attack of a third-order powerhouse once. Linwei looked at the time and said, "The quest is there, the rewards are also very good, it's just that there is a certain amount of danger, your level isn't above 180, I don't recommend you to participate, it might waste one of your lives." After saying that, Linwei released the quest. Mission trigger. Quest objective: go to the White Song Mountain in the south to scout a group of mysterious people and get information about them. Quest details: Linwei has learned about a group of mysterious people coming from Baichtsong Mountain to the south of the village and wants to explore who they are. Go to Baichtsong Mountain, Find this group of mysterious people and get some information about them. Quest reward, 1 experience fruit first order, 120 treasure money. The reward for the quest is only 1 first order experience fruit and 120 treasure money. But it didn't matter, something was better than nothing. Moreover, along the way, there would definitely be more demons to encounter, and they would definitely still be able to upgrade at that time. After completing the quest, along with this experience fruit, it might be possible to go straight to level 100. In that case, maybe we can step into the first rank today. Stepping into the first rank on the first day, it's cool to think about it. Suyu said to Lin Wei, Captain Lin, this mission, I take it. Lin Wei nodded and said, then, good luck, heaven's destined one. Leaving the village, Suyu traveled all the way south. White Song Mountain was 18 miles away from the village. It was still a bit of a distance. After walking about half of the distance, Suyu saw black shadows flickering, then again and again and again, he saw his own body, and that blood was bubbling up to the sky from his neck. It was the decapitation demon again. Suyu had no fear, there was only he could upgrade again. One by one, hints appeared. You have been killed by a first-order decapitated demon. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. The first-order decapitated demon dies immediately. The Unlimited Resurrection Talent triggers, you are revived immediately. You've killed a first-rank decapitator, and your level has increased. Suyu stood up from the ground, touched his neck, looked at the decapitated demon corpse, and said quietly, being decapitated, it's so unpleasant. Suyu continued to walk forward. After walking for about 7 or 8 more miles, Suyu heard someone singing, the song was very melodious and mesmerizing. Bang! Suyu's head suddenly exploded open, spilling blood and brain matter everywhere. In the next second, Suyu resurrected in full status with a black face. A reminder appeared. You have been killed by a first-order mermaid demon. Homunculus Division Occupational Characteristics Trigger. First-order mermaid demon dies immediately. The Unlimited Resurrection Talent triggers, you are resurrected immediately. You've killed a first-order mermaid demon, and your level has increased. Suyu laughed and coldly looked at the corpse of the mermaid devil not far away. What a defense! No wonder these heavenly fates are not online anymore. This devil has too many attack methods. There is no defense against it. There were demons that still came out, that was really looking for death. If Suyu didn't have unlimited resurrection, the grass on his grave would be several meters tall. Even Suyu was so difficult, the other heavenly fates did not have Suyu's kind of heaven-defying talent, so of course it was reasonable to not go online and send them to their deaths. Suyu looked at his panel. Realizing that he was already level 98, just 2 levels away from being able to upgrade to level 100. That's really fast. There were still 130 free attribute points, so you continued to add points on 3 attributes. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 98.9% not yet ranked. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 528. Spirit, 518. Physique, 198. Agility, 528. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. The 3 attributes had broken 500 points. Suyu continued to move forward and was very close to White Song Mountain. At the same time, inside the palace where the greedy demon sect was stationed near Longhu City. At this moment, a sect master and 6 vice sect masters were gray in color, as if they had lost their faith, sitting at the long table. Just now, they had gotten the news. The greedy demon god, the demon god they believed in, was now died. Killed by Changyu. Changyu. To them, if Changyu was able to kill the demon god, his strength was absolutely terrifying as hell, plus the fact that he was also a heavenly fate, they felt that there was not the slightest chance that they could avenge the greedy demon god at all. Therefore, all of them were disheveled. Everything they did was for the greedy demon god to come back to the world. But now, the greedy demon god was dead. Dead. So what else can they do? What is the goal? And what was the faith? Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed into the greedy sacred sect's palace and let out a delighted voice, Sect Masters, I've already projected the location where His Majesty the Demon God was sealed. It's near Taiping Village, 300 miles away from Longhu City. It's right in our neighborhood. Ha ha ha. The one who came in was none other than the great demon sorcerer. The great demon sorcerer felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. He still didn't know that the greedy demon god had died now. He had just consumed half of his lifespan to deduce the location where the greedy demon god was sealed. The great demon wizard turned his demonic eyes and asked, "What? You are not happy to learn the location where His Majesty the demon god was sealed?" The sect leader said sadly, "It's too late, it's too late, it's too late. His Majesty the demon god is already gone." The great demon sorcerer's brain buzzed with incredulity as he categorically said, "This is impossible. His Majesty the demon god is immortal, ageless, and is the 7 guardian gods of our demon race. How could it possibly die? You're lying to me, you're lying to me. You dare to betray the greedy demon sect." A vice sect leader said, "This matter is now known to all the major powers. It was killed by the heavens destined one, Chuang Yu. You may ask those heavens fated ones who believe in His Majesty the demon god." The great demon sorcerer looked at the other several vice clerics, and looking at their expressions, he was completely confused. Then what was I just deducing with half of my lifespan? What is it? At this moment, everyone felt a palpitating sensation. It was dark. The originally blazing sun had turned black. What had been sunshine for miles was now pitch black. The earth and mountains were actually shaking. At the same time, they felt the sky seemed to be falling. Chang Yu. It must be Chang Yu. Boundless fear rose in the bottom of the sect leader's heart. This was definitely a divine rank powerhouse. Definitely a god-ranked powerhouse. It must be the same god-ranked powerhouse that killed His Majesty the demon god, Chuang Yu. How else could a god-ranked powerhouse appear here so coincidentally? His Majesty the demon god was sealed here, and this god-ranked powerhouse appeared here. His Majesty the demon god was killed here, and the one who killed His Majesty the demon god was the god-ranked strongman Chang Yu. So who could this be if not Chang Yu? Chapter 9, A First Order Quest Against the Heavens. Not long ago, Suyu finally arrived near the White Song Mountain and also found the group of mysterious people that Lin Wei had mentioned. Their group, there were 4 of them, all dressed in black robes and wearing gold silk masks on their heads. Suyu could actually leave when he saw their appearance, describing their outward features to Lin Wei, and this would all be considered as accomplishing the mission. However, at the same time Suyu discovered them, they also discovered Suyu. Perhaps it was due to being a thief. Immediately, one of them struck out at Suyu. With just one move, he killed Suyu in place in seconds. However, this triggered Suyu's occupational characteristics of a fellowship master. That person died on the spot. Suyu was also revived in an instant. From this, they knew that Suyu was a heaven's mandate and his occupation was a homunculus master. That group of mysterious people clearly had no intention of letting Suyu go, as one of them struck out and killed Suyu, exchanging one life for another with Suyu. When Suyu was revived again, another mysterious person struck out. Another life for a life with Suyu. But Suyu was resurrected once again. It made the last mysterious man freeze. This last mysterious man guessed that Suyu might have the means to resurrect, plus it was the Tonggui Master profession. He did not want to waste his life for nothing, so he turned around and ran. But Suyu could do as he wished? He knows that he is a master of the same profession, and also knows that he can be resurrected many times, so he can let go of this? If he stays, he'll be a scourge to the world. But Suyu's level is low, not even a first rank. Want to stop him from escaping, can only use the delusion-breaking immortal sword. Thus, Suyu sacrificed the delusion-breaking immortal sword. When breaking delusion moved, the sun and the moon changed color, the mountains and rivers shook, and the heaven fell. The heaven-falling sword intent instantly swept through the hundreds of miles nearby, causing that mysterious person to be mentally intimidated. His battle intent shrunk, wrapped in fear, losing the idea of escaping as well as the thought of fighting. Seeing that the battle was too big, Suyu was afraid that a strong person would immediately come over to investigate, so he hurriedly went over, took out the white tiger dagger, placed it in the mysterious man's hand, and then under the mysterious man's horrified gaze, he pushed his hand and stabbed into Suyu's own heart. Suyu hiccuped on the spot. That mysterious man also died on the spot. In the end, Suyu hurriedly left the place and went back to submit his mission. This is how the matter came about. However, the effects of this matter did not end there. Suyu simply did not know how much of an impact using the delusion-breaking immortal sword would bring. Dragon Tiger City. Tens of millions of people were prostrate and kneeling on the ground, burying their heads on the ground in fear. Right now, they only had one thought: the sky was going to fall, it was going to smash all of them to death. But, just for a while, the sun shone on the earth, the vibrating earth stopped, and they no longer felt that the sky was going to fall. The lord of Longhu City rose up from the ground, and beside him was a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe and a monk in a robe. The Taoist priest was a great disciple of the Taoist sect, a 9th-rank powerhouse. The monk was a great disciple of the Buddhist sect, also a 9th-rank powerhouse. They were here to help Longhu City resist the demonic plague. The city lord's face was grave as he said, "God-ranked powerhouses." The Taoist priest nodded. The fear in his heart hadn't subsided too much yet, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke. This kind of terrifying sword intent is rare in the world. The monk straightened his clothes and kept panting as he said, "I once faced the sword saint, and his sword intent was nowhere near as terrifying as this kind of sword intent. This sword intent carries the great power of heaven and earth, and it is simply difficult to counteract it. How can a person fight against the heavens? But this person, who exactly is he? How could such a strong person be unknown?" At this time, the city lord spoke out shockingly. Could it be heaven's destined one, Chuan Yu, who killed the greedy demon god? The Taoist priest and monk looked at each other. It's extremely possible. A demonic plague had erupted here, then the greedy demon god had inexplicably died, and then an unknown god-ranked powerhouse had appeared, an existence whose suspected sword intent was even stronger than that of a sword saint. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a powerful existence to be unknown. But if this god-ranked powerhouse was a heaven's destiny person, that would be justifiable. You have to know, the growth speed of the divine fate is extremely fast. There are too many ways to grow. A profession is a kind of inheritance, not to mention the ability to awaken talent, fight demons and monsters can be upgraded, and do quests can get all kinds of resources. So this god-ranked powerhouse is very likely to be that mysterious Chuan Yu. The monk said, "Both of you, I must go back immediately and inform the Buddhist sect of what happened here." The Taoist monk also said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." The city lord nodded and said, "Now that the demonic plague is over, the two Taoist friends can go back as much as they like, and soon I will report to the court to honor the two of you and donate incense money to the Taoist and Buddhist sects for your help." The two nodded their heads and flew away as two rays of light. The city lord lamented, "This world. There's one more god-ranked powerhouse. I'm afraid that the position of Sword Saint, the first person of the Sword Dao, will be hard to keep." Chuan Yu, powerful. Taiping Village. Su Yu jogged all the way back to the village, and surprisingly did not encounter a single demonic creature along the way. This should be due to the use of the delusion-breaking immortal sword. This heaven-falling sword intent was too terrifying, causing the demons to all hide. Soon, Su Yu found the guard army leader, Lin Wei. He informed him of the appearance of this group of mysterious people and told him that this group of mysterious people had already died, so that he could bring people to take a look, and might be able to discover any clues from the corpses. Lin Wei nodded and said, "You have done well." He handed the reward to Su Yu. Mission completed. You have received a reward, 1 experience fruit first order, 120 treasure money. Only 2 levels short of level 100. Su Yu took out the experience fruit and directly dried it in one gulp. A prompt surfaced. You have consumed 1 experience fruit first order, you have gained a large amount of experience, your level has rapidly increased. Your level has risen to level 100. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Su Yu. Nickname, Chuan Yu. Level 100 100% not yet in rank. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 530. Spirit, 520. Physique, 200. Agility, 530. Free attribute points, 20. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. Finally 100 levels up. Su Yu was excited. At level 100 you can open the first rank advancement quests. As long as you complete the advancement quests, you can officially become a first rank. Thinking about it is exciting. This is only the first day. At this time, a prompt popped out. You have reached level 100, opening the first order advancement quest. First level advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. The generation of your first level advancement quest is complete. First level advancement quest. Mission objective, kill a god realm. Mission details, kill a divine rank realm being. Mission reward, first order rank open. What? Su Yu is shocked. Not buddy, are you playing with me? I'm not even a first rank, you're asking me to kill a god rank realm powerhouse? Ah. This rank mission is also too heaven-defying. Chapter 10 Grey-Clothed Taoist. How could Suyu not expect that his advancement task would be so difficult? Nowadays, he was not even a first rank, and this advancement quest made him take out a god rank existence. One must know that the divine rank was already the apex of the current version. The first order was level 100-200. Second order was level 200-300. Third order was level 300-400. The fourth order was level 400-500. The fifth order is level 500-600. Ninth order is level 900-1000. The divine order is level 1000-5000. It can be seen that the difficulty is high. Although Suyu's homunculus division profession was perverse, even if a divine rank powerhouse accidentally killed Suyu, the divine rank powerhouse would die directly. But it was not like god-ranked powerhouses were visible everywhere. Suyu Oten felt so miserable, and didn't know when this mission would be completed. White Song Mountain. A wisp of white smoke rose, and the grey-robed Taoist holding a scepter appeared. He sniffed his nose and frowned, saying, "Is it really a divine rank?" But he didn't seem to believe it, as the grey-robed Taoist doubted, "In this world, is there really a divine rank that I don't know about?" Ha! The grey-robed Taoist suddenly looked towards the birds in the sky, and then within the White Song Mountain, his eyes emanating a refined light. Immediately afterward, within the White Song Mountain, a large number of birds flew out and hovered above him. There were also various animals, such as ants, earthworms, and so on, crawling out as much as they could. The grey-robed Taoist tapped the ground with his scepter, and the memories of these animals flooded into his mind. A moment later, the grey-clothed Taoist let out a loud laugh. "Heaven has given me a divine weapon. Ha ha ha." It turned out that what Suyu had done was not something that no one knew. Those birds, including some of the animals within the White Song Mountain, had actually seen what Suyu had done. It was just that, with their low intelligence, they did not know the reason for it and could not see it at all. However, the grey-clothed Taoist knew the memories of these animals, and understood that the sword intent that had manifested here just now was actually not emitted by a human, but by a sword. A sword intent emanating from a divine rank weapon. It was only when the grey-clothed Taoist knew the memories that he laughed out loud. Not only did he know that Suyu was a Heaven's Destiny person, or a homunculus division profession, but he also knew that Suyu had the means to resurrect, and that he also possessed a divine weapon. The grey-clothed Taoist greedily looked in the direction of Taiping Village, and surprisingly, he saw the sorrowful Suyu at a glance. "The divine weapon is mine. You, too, will become my magic weapon." The grey-robed Taoist smiled blandly. The scepter landed on the ground, and in an instant, the entire White Song Mountain annihilated, and countless lives instantly perished. In the next moment, space flickered, and with a single stride, the grey-robed Taoist arrived at Taiping Village. The grey-robed Taoist reached out, grabbed Suyu, and disappeared into Taiping Village. At the same time, the entire Taiping Village was enveloped in white light for 100 miles in a radius, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. The grey-clothed Taoist erased all factors that could potentially expose Suyu's abilities as well as the delusion-breaking immortal sword. Waiting for Suyu to open his eyes again, he saw the stars in the circumference of the sky, the sun and the moon hovering. In the depths of the starry sky, a holy temple was situated. The grey-robed Taoist carried Suyu and walked into the holy temple, saying as he walked, "You, this person, really have a good fate. Surprisingly, you were able to obtain a divine weapon." Suyu then realized that he had been exposed, and was a bit in disbelief. The grey-clothed Taoist seemed to have seen Suyu's doubts, so he said, "Without the means to shield the heavenly chances, it is not simple for a god to want to check on you?" Chuang Yu. The grey-clothed Taoist uttered Suyu's nickname. Suyu's heart was shaken. He had really underestimated the god-ranked powerhouses of the mythical world. It was only the first day and he was exposed. The grey-clothed Taoist placed Suyu on a chair, then sat on the chair himself and said to Suyu, "Hand over that sword and cooperate with me." Suyu heard this and asked, "Senior, dare I ask what realm?" The grey-clothed Taoist said indifferently, "In your words, I should be at the 2000th level. Divine rank. A true god-rank powerhouse." Suyu said, "What if I don't agree?" The grey-clothed Taoist calmly said, "You will experience the most desperate pain in this world." The grey-clothed Taoist continued, "I know your ability and I am also clear about your skills. I will not kill you, I will imprison you here, so that you will feel the most cruel and horrifying pain in the world of man, day and night, all the time." Suyu heard this, but calmed down, coldly stared at the grey-clothed Taoist and said, "Senior is threatening me? But I, Chang Yu, am not afraid of threats." The gray-clothed Taoist disdained, his finger moved and a small knife flew out. Then you will first taste the pain of being lynched. Saying big words, there is a price to pay. So you watched the small knife fly. While he could not resist, his heart could not help but be anxious. What to do? What to do? At the moment of crisis, Suyu thought. Oh, old thing, don't think that you can really hold me. To pain, damn, everyone together pain. You should know that the profession of a homunculus master can now be counter-injured. If you torture me, you'll have to be tortured yourself. Besides, I still have my sacrifice skill. Who are we afraid of? Suyu directly opened his sacrifice skill. He selected his target as the gray-clothed Taoist. The small knife flew and the first cut directly sliced off a piece of flesh on Suyu's arm. Ah! Suyu suffered pain. You took damage from the gray-clothed Taoist, triggering the occupational trait. The gray-clothed Taoist took the same damage. You sacrificed a piece of flesh from your body, you gain a gain effect, unyielding. Unyielding, do not fear any pain. You have sacrificed a piece of your body, and the gray-clad Taoist gains a negative effect, pain returns 1,000,000,000 times over. Pain is returned billions of times to the target. The pain on his body seemed to be less painful. Suyu smiled inside, sighing that sacrifice was really a good skill. The gray-clothed Taoist's face changed, and he instantly became drenched in sweat. An unbearable pain surprisingly rose on his arm, and even a sense of fear that had not appeared for a long time rose within his heart. The gray-clothed Taoist obviously did not anticipate that Suyu still had this kind of tactic, so he stopped in a hurry. He touched his arm with his hand, but the pain could not be reduced. He could only silently treat Suyu's arm, and when Suyu's arm returned to normal, the pain in his arm then disappeared. Underestimated you. The gray-clothed Taoist was gloomy and said to Suyu. Senior, I will not hand over the immortal sword to you, but cooperation, we can discuss. What qualifications do you have to discuss with me? A bug that is weak to the extreme. Then do you dare to crush me, a worm? The gray-clothed Taoist was silent. Of course he didn't dare. Who didn't know the disgusting nature of the Tonggui Master? How could he bet that Suyu still had a few lives left? Suyu continued, Senior should have erased all information about me. The gray-clothed Taoist said, Nonsense. Suyu said, Then Senior should have enemies, right? The gray-clothed Taoist stared at him and said, What are you trying to say? Suyu laughed, Senior asked me to hand over the immortal sword and then cooperate with you. Isn't it because you want me to help you take out your enemy? The strength of this enemy should be stronger than you, Senior, right? 3,000 level? The gray-clothed Taoist did not speak. Suyu continued, I can help you take revenge by taking out a god rank. The gray-clothed Taoist originally aimed for this, it was just that the current development of things was a bit beyond his expectations. What about the conditions? The gray-clothed Taoist asked. Suyu said, Please help me, Senior, to shield the heavenly chance. Do not let the rest of the people know about my means. The gray-clothed Taoist looked at Suyu and only felt as if he had done something wrong. If there was himself shielding the heavenly opportunity for him, then I'm afraid that all the god-rank powerhouses in this world would be in bad luck. Chapter 11, Self-Immolation? However, why does it feel a bit energizing when you think about it? The gray-clothed Taoist kind of wanted to laugh. After thinking about it, the gray-clothed Taoist agreed to Suyu's request and said, Okay, I can help you shield the heavenly chances. Suyu was a little impatient and said, Senior, who are you going to kill? Which god-ranked powerhouse? The gray-clothed Taoist's mouth twitched as he coldly said, You are more anxious than me? Suyu laughed, helping you to take revenge, you're still not happy about it? Then I'll go offline? The gray-clothed Taoist felt that he was being held by Suyu. Obviously he was the god-ranked powerhouse, an existence that they, the heavenly fate people, looked up to, but on the other hand, this person was a homunculus master and had the ability to resurrect multiple times. It was really disgusting. The gray-clothed Taoist said, You have already helped me kill one of my enemies, now, there are still 6. Suyu let out an oath and said, Greedy demon god? Your enemies are the 7 devil gods of the devil race? The gray-clothed Taoist nodded, Yes, it is them. Suyu laughed, Then what about your enmity? I helped you kill the greedy demon god and you treat me like this? The gray-clothed Taoist grunted coldly with a dark face, Would you negotiate with ants? I'm afraid you would only wonder why ants are able to bite people to death. Suyu smiled, So now that this ant has become as tall as you, you're a bit fearful. The gray-clothed Taoist did not say anything. Suyu said, "So, is there any news of the other 6 demon gods? Let's strike now and finish off one of the demon gods?" The gray-clothed Taoist's eyes flashed with essence as he said coldly, "I know where the lustful demon god is." Suyu said, "Then let's go." "Right." Suyu suddenly said, "Is the Taiping village still there?" The gray-clothed Taoist looked at him and let out a cold cry. Their existence will easily allow a god-ranked powerhouse to project you. Suyu did not say anything. The gray-robed Taoist brought Suyu and disappeared into the starry sky sacred hall. Heavenly Dragon City. This was the largest city in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was also a large city that gathered many heavenly fates. The heavenly fates that could be seen everywhere and the strong people that could be seen everywhere made Heavenly Dragon City destined to be extraordinary. The gray-clothed Taoist brought Suyu to the Spring Wind Building. Spring Breeze House was the largest greenhouse in Tianlong City. Coming and going, not only the natives of the mythical world, there were also many heavenly fates among them. Walking into the Spring Wind Building, everyone acted as if they had not seen Suyu and the gray-clothed Taoist. The gray-clothed Taoist said, "There is an underground palace underneath the Spring Wind House, and inside it is sealed with the Lust Demon God. This Lust Demon God sucks the lust chi inside the Spring Wind Building every day and slowly recovers its strength, waiting for the day when it can escape." Suyu curiously asked, "Since you know, why don't you stop it?" The gray-clothed Taoist said, "What is the use of me stopping it? It is only useful for you heavenly fates to stop it." Saying this, the gray-clothed Taoist took out a black page. This Suyu was familiar with it. It was possible to make a choice once and then obtain a rewarding prop. Back then, his own Breaking Delusion Immortal Sword was the guaranteed reward he received after using the black page and choosing to participate. This was something that only the heavenly fates could use. The gray-clothed Taoist could not use it even if he was a god-ranked powerhouse. Suyu nonchalantly took it. A prompt quietly appeared. Demon God Recovery Copy. Rating, God Grade. Copy background, one of the 7 great demon gods, the Lust Demon God has recovered some of its consciousness. At this moment, it is absorbing the lustful chi within the Spring Wind Building to recover its strength. Before the Lust Demon God's strength is restored, he can still enter the Sealing Place Spring Breeze House Palace and reinforce the seals within the Sealing Place, allowing the Lust Demon God to fall into slumber once again. As a divine fate of the mythic world, what is your choice? Choice 1, do not participate in the replica reward, none. Choice 2, participate in the replica guaranteed reward, 1 treasure chest of your choice of god grade trinkets, subsequent rewards based on replica completion ratings. Suyu looked at the burning black page and then looked at the details on the panel, and realized that this quest was similar to the previous greedy demon god's quest, both of which were to stop the demon god from reviving, only the rewards were a little different. In the greedy demon god's copy, the guaranteed reward was a divine grade weapon treasure chest of your choice. But in the Lust Demon God's copy, the guaranteed reward was a divine grade trinket treasure chest of your choice. Other than this reward being different, the rest was pretty much the same. Suyu definitely chose to accept it. Thus, Suyu's figure disappeared before the gray-clothed Taoist's eyes. The gray-clothed Taoist's gaze passed through the underground palace and saw Suyu within the sealed space as well as the bound lustful demon god. The gray-clothed Taoist's gaze flickered as he muttered, "The second one. Entering Divine Tier Copy Demon God Recovery." Suyu observed the sealed space for a while and realized that this sealed space was actually similar to the sealed space within the Mountain God Temple, almost identical. A similar boundless starry sky, the same heavenly stone monument with the monstrous sins of the lustful demon god carved on it. This should be sealed by the same person. Who could be so powerful to seal 2 demon gods? Suyu couldn't care less, he only needed to let the lust demon god kill him now, so that he could pass through the copy and obtain a generous reward as well as open the first rank level. Suyu looked to the golden locks bound lust demon god. This lust demon god looks really good, a head of blonde hair, curly hair, white cheeks, exquisite small agar nose, and pointed elf ears. The body is needless to say, the headlights compared to the head of the Suyu so large. Being white silk wrapped round long straight thighs is more can play a year. Lust demon god opened his eyes, smiled and said, "Is it good looking?" Suyu honestly nodded. "Good looking is good looking, just feel a little familiar." A mirror suddenly appeared in the lust demon god's hand. She looked and saw herself in the mirror and spat out her tongue. "Huh, is this your kid's sexual fetish?" Suyu was about to open his mouth when he heard a voice transmission. "The lust demon god is male." Suyu laughed, habitually tugged on his glasses, but touched an empty space, and turned to realize that he entered the mythic world, and did not wear glasses at all, because after becoming an awakened occupation and talent, the body can be strengthened, and nearsightedness does not exist, so Suyu entered the mythic world without wearing glasses. Suyu took out the white tiger dagger. He knew how to mess with the lust demon god to make him strike now. Suyu aimed the white tiger dagger at Su Xiaoyu and then launched the skill sacrifice, forcing him to bind the lustful demon god. Abstain from lust. Suyu shouted, then gritted his teeth as the white tiger dagger in his right hand slashed. Ka-ching! Blood flowed straight out. The lust demon god was confused. What was this? But in the next second, the lust demon god saw his crotch. Blood flowing straight out. A lump of something that seemed gone. Ah! The lust demon god roared angrily. A strange shame. Die for me. The divine might swept through the entire sealed space, instantly crushing Suyu. The next second, the lust demon god's face suddenly changed. As hard as eating, proposed? S. Homunculus division. Born. You have been killed by the lust demon god. The homunculus division's occupational trait is triggered. The demon god of lust dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered. You are resurrected immediately. You killed the demon god of lust. The curse of the demon god of lust is triggered. You can't get the kill reward. You have successfully stopped the demon god from reviving. You are being rated. Your rating is Warp of the Heavens. You receive a reward, a treasure chest of your choice of god-ranked trinkets, and the super god-ranked prop magic source. First order advancement quest completed. The first rank is open. Your current level is first order level 100. Chapter 12, Long Yu killed the demon god again. Long Yu, above the divine rank. Suyu was ecstatic inside. It worked. Success. Not only did he formally become a first-order homunculus master, but he also obtained a divine-ranked trinket self-selected treasure chest as well as a super divine-ranked prop magic power source. It's great. It's really great. Before Suyu could check out the divine grade trinket optional treasure chest and the super divine grade prop magic power source, in front of his eyes, another prompt appeared. Suyu looked at the prompts and was stunned again. I triggered the all-service announcement again? Prompt, Heaven's Destined One Chuanyu, you have once again killed a god-tier boss, an all-service announcement is about to take place. Service-wide announcement, Heaven's Destroyer Changyu has warped the heavens and ended the estimated future enemy. Within the demon god recovery copy, he successfully killed the lust demon god, demonstrating the prestige of the human race. This is a service-wide announcement. The whole service notice, Heaven's destiny long-standing through the heavens and the earth, the end of the estimated future enemy. In the demon god recovery replica, he successfully killed the lust demon god, demonstrating the prestige of the human race. This is a service-wide announcement. The whole service notice, Heaven's destiny long-standing through the heavens and the earth, the end of the estimated future enemy. In the demon god recovery replica, he successfully killed the lust demon god, demonstrating the prestige of the human race. This is a service-wide announcement. At this moment, both the Blue Star and the Mythic World, countless heavenly fates were compelled to see this service-wide announcement. Then everyone was shocked once again. No? How long has it been? Chuanyu has killed another demon god? Of the 7 great demon gods, 2 of them were killed by Chuanyu? This is too outrageous, right? This isn't a hang-up? Are you sure you're not kidding? 666 this long-standing you completely stopped acting, right? Is it that he has become invincible and now he has come out to suppress the god class and start pretending to be a bully? Grass, just logged into the mythological world, just saw the scene, I thought I didn't wake up. As soon as I saw that the nickname was Changyu, I knew I was awake. No, buddy? You just finished off the greedy demon god. I went to massage for a while in order to celebrate. This technician also just came up. You Changyu just finished off another demon god? Or is it the lust demon god? Buddy, this is not open hanging is what? It's impossible for you to be this fierce at the god level, right? Ha 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 ha, my blue star actually gave birth to such a terrifyingly strong person, but before that, we actually didn't know anything about it. That said, which country is this Changyu big brother from? Laughing to death, there's no need to say, he's definitely from our universe country. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At the same time, the countries of the world were once again shocked. Strong people from various countries were discussing in a certain group. Who the hell is this? Chang Yu, who the hell are you? After so many years, you are hiding deep enough. Is it that old ancestor of Chu? I heard a long time ago that he was already a demigod, and he was so close to completing the task of advancing to the divine rank to step into the divine rank. Is Chuan Yu him? How could it be? That old ancestor's nickname isn't called Chuan Yu either. And he passed away a few years ago. On the contrary, your Rothschild in the United States of America has been in hiding for so many years, and even his nickname hasn't been revealed. Has he changed his name to Chuan Yu? Pull down, our old ancestor even if changed nickname, that damn can call Long Yu? This is the nickname of your East. The East? I've already said, this is our universe country's people. You guys also said that demigodly Chang is someone from your country. But it turns out that it's someone from the Chu kingdom. What's it got to do with you, Cherry Blossom Kingdom? You don't want to go into space to fight one-on-one. Oh, the general will soon be a demigod. Let's see what you cosmic countries do. This nickname at a glance is very oriental. First, congratulate the Chu country, estimated that this long-standing you as the Chu country people just hide so many years. You Chu country, these people even know nothing. It seems that this long-standing you also do not trust your Chu country. That's not necessarily true. Maybe these Chu demigods in our group are all pretending. They all know who this Chang Yu is, they just don't say it, and are deliberately looking at our shocking remarks. The Chu demigods in the group were chatting privately with each other. They were afraid that they were the only ones who didn't know the true identity of Chang Yu. Older brother, you can't do this to me. I've shed blood and made achievements for Chu. How can I be the only one who doesn't know who Chang Yu is? No, brother, can you stop pretending? I know you know who Chang Yu is. Can you tell me now? I promise not to talk to outsiders. Ha, you're still pretending on me? Can you not know who Chang Yu is? The cabinet is full of your people, the political affairs are all done by your people, how dare you tell me you don't know? And you say I'm pretending? Have you no conscience? Brother! I really don't know who Chang Yu is. I swear. Countries of the world. The leaders were already discussing about Chang Yu, and it was only before the meeting was adjourned that Chang Yu took out another god rank less demon god. The leaders were once again shocked. To know. The 7 devil gods of the devil race weren't good things. Demon gods could not be killed. Their followers even infiltrated the Blue Star. Infiltrating from the mythical world to the countries of the Blue Planet. This shows the power of the devil's followers. Not to mention the devils themselves. They are ageless and eternal. But now? By the faithful Chang Yu, less than 3 hours to kill 2. Greedy demon god and lust demon god were both killed. It could be seen how heaven-defying and powerful Chang Yu was. Chu Kingdom, Cabinet. This? Chang Yu took out another demon god? Unbelievable. Hey, this Chang Yu is too strong, I'm afraid he's level 5000. The Lord of the Degree Immortal sect is level 5000 and can't even kill a demon god, but Chang Yu can. It means it must be level 5000 or even higher. How is this possible? The evaluation of Warp Heaven, Ultimate Ancient and Future Enemies, what do you think? Rice Country, White Palace. Fark. Chuan Yu has taken out another demon god. What should we do in me country? It's a matter of life and death. If Chang Yu is from Chu, we're all screwed. He already has the power to rule the Blue Planet. Fark. Sakura Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor Hall. Da-ba-ah. So strong, what should we do? Who the hell is this Chuan Yu? I don't know who he is, and with his attitude, I'm practically like an ace in the hole. It wasn't just the Blue Star countries that were on edge. Even the various lords of power in the mythic world, the various god-ranked powerhouses were a bit flustered. This Chang Yu was a bit heaven-defying. Killing 2 demon gods in a row. This is too terrifying. You have to know that the god ranks can't be killed. To put it correctly, the divine ranks couldn't kill each other. There's only one way to kill a god. There is only one possibility. That was, an existence beyond the divine rank. Only such a transcendent god rank could easily kill a god rank. That is to say, this Chang Yu, in fact, was very likely to have surpassed the divine rank. Thinking about this, all the major forces of the Lord of the Clam Port lived. Can't help but worry about themselves. And the person in question, Chang Yu, also known as Su Yu. He received another tip. Prompt, Heaven's Destined 1 Changyu, the time for you to achieve the first rank is 3 hours. You have broken the record of a Heaven's Destined 1 upgrading to the first rank, and a service-wide announcement is about to be made. Chapter 13 The Storm is Coming. Used only 3 hours to reach the first rank, breaking the service record and refreshing the record for the fastest to reach the first rank. Used only 3 hours to reach the first rank. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Shan Yu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. Service-wide announcement, the heavenly ordained Chang Yu has reached the first level in only 3 hours, breaking the service-wide record and breaking the record for the fastest way to reach the first level. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Shan Yu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. Service-wide announcement, the heavenly ordained Chang Yu has reached the first level in only 3 hours, breaking the service-wide record and breaking the record for the fastest way to reach the first level. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Shan Yu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. Another service-wide announcement. This moment. The Blue Star people were completely confused. No? Buddy? Seriously? Or is there a bug? Chuan Yu is a first order? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I know, I must be hallucinating about my dear. Ha ha ha, it must be. Chang Yu can be a first order? You tell me, first order, how to kill a god. How do you kill a god at the first level? Come on. Tell me, Lin Bei, how do I kill a god at the first rank? First order? That means before this, Chuan Yu wasn't even a first order, he wasn't a first order deicide, but an unordered deicide. Ha 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 ha, I must have been up and hard, hallucinating. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why don't you just tell me that Chang Yu is hung up and is a GM player? How can you tell me that Chang Yu didn't even have a first rank before he killed a god, or killed 2 demon gods in a row? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can there be such a thing? Chang Yu is only of the first rank? He killed 2 demon gods before when he wasn't even in the rank? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Who the hell would believe this? I've come to my senses. Shan Yu must have returned to the same division. Used 2 lives to finish off the demon god. That must be it. Ha ha ha. This is the only explanation. Case solved. Chuan Yu is the togetherness master. Case solved. Awesome, brother, everything makes sense now. Chang Yu is the master of return. Put your ing ass. If Chang Yu is a master of the same return, that evaluation can be the heaven and earth, the end of the ancient and modern future enemy? Before those with the return to the master has reached the Long Yu this height? How is it that Chang Yu has killed a god twice? Call. Keep screaming. Chang Yu has 3 lives. Now that he's used 2 of them, I'm guessing that he'll be able to kill the gods one more time. It's absolute. We'll see. Chuan Yu will definitely kill God again, and he must be the Tonggui Master. At the same time, within the chat group of the Blue Star demigods, was discussing the announcement that had just the cabinet. The cabinet ministers relaxed. As long as Chuan Yu wasn't a mysterious divine rank powerhouse, then he would be fine. There's a 99% chance that Chang Yu is a Tonggui Master. But he was able to take out 2 demon gods, so there must be some unknown secrets in this as well. Furthermore, the rewards he gets for taking out 2 demon gods are absolutely heaven-defying. It would be coveted by all the major powers. The greedy demon cult unless demon cult won't let him go either. Therefore, we still need to continue searching for Chuan Yu. Let's start checking up from our Chu Kingdom first. Anyone who has turned 18 today and has entered the mythic world, investigate all of them, and the inspection divisions around the country, 1 street at a time, use a census to check. Be sure not to spare a single one. If Chang Yu is from Chu, but was found by other countries first, then Chang Yu is in danger. If Chang Yu is one of our Chu people, then let's give it a try. We can use some resources at our discretion to cultivate a homunculus division. What do you guys think? When the chief cabinet minister finished speaking, a group of pavilion elders affirmed. At this time, a cabinet elder said, "What if Chuan Yu is a foreigner?" The chief minister slowly said, "Pull together as much as possible. If we can't pull it together, we can't let those rewards fall into the hands of countries such as Rice. The existence of a homunculus master is a threat to demigods. Is still quite large. Rice Country. White Palace. Dead. A BGM plays. King Know-It-All released his battle song and danced around. Good. It's fine if it's not a god-ranked powerhouse. But it's a homunculus division after all. Although the upper limit is there, the lower limit is also able to casually shade a god rank. He still has one life left, so we must find him and find out who he really is. Also, he took out 2 god ranks, and the rewards he got are definitely generous. It's even possible that it's a god rank as well. Let's first check within our country to see who is Chuangyu, who is 18 today. There's also the matter of having the spies lurking in the various countries start acting immediately. Check. We must find out who he really is. If he can't be used for us, then destroy him. To avoid accidents. It wasn't only the Chu and Mi countries that gave similar orders. The White Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Cosmic Country, General Country, Sunless Country, Asen Country, Gallic Country, and so on all gave similar orders. At this moment, countless spies hidden in various countries were about to take action. At this moment, some of the heavenly orders had also informed the major powers of the mythical world of the contents of these announcements. A storm was coming. It came from the followers of the 2 demon gods, the cult of greed and the cult of lust. Although the demon god was dead, his followers, however, were still alive. Chapter 14 Stormy Weather. White Emperor Ring. What? You're saying that Chuangyu is now at the first rank? That means he's a Tony division? The greedy demon sect. A sound of shock resounded through the great hall. The sect masters as well as the vice sect masters who were originally desperate for revenge now had their fire of vengeance rekindled. The great demon sorcerer, however, said, "That's not right. If Chuangyu is only of the first rank, then what happened to the divine rank sword intent not long ago? There are also many villages and great mountains near Longhu City. How come they all suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a plain? This is definitely the handiwork of a divine rank powerhouse." After contacting a dozen or so heavenly fates, the sect leader received the same answer, then said to the great demon sorcerer, "It seems that behind Longyu, there is bound to be the existence of a god-ranked powerhouse. Changyu, the identity of the homunculus master was discovered by him, so he used Changyu as a prop and preceded us to find the location of His Majesty's seal of the demon god, and then utilized Changyu to take out His Majesty's demon god. In this way, we were able to use Changyu, who had returned to the same division, to get the reward for killing His Majesty the demon god. Now that Changyu still has one life left, we must rush to finish off Changyu before their next move so that another demon god majesty is not undermined." When the sect leader said this, everyone in the room figured it out. Yes, there must be a god-ranked powerhouse laying the groundwork. Otherwise, why would Changyu be able to find the sealing places of the 2 demon god majesties? This was clearly the intentional targeting of a god-ranked powerhouse, utilizing Changyu to return to the same division career, to go and shade the 2 demon god majesties. After shading the 2 demon god majesties to death, the rewards that Changyu received were absolutely abundant. Perhaps this god-ranked powerhouse's purpose was these rewards. In that case, it all made sense. Perhaps there would be the next victim before long. They absolutely could not let this kind of thing happen again. So they had to find out about Changyu, finish him off, and make it so that Changyu would never be able to enter the mythic world ever again. The great demon wizard said in a deep voice, "No wonder I couldn't project Changyu, so it turns out that there is a god-ranked powerhouse who shielded the heavenly chances for Changyu. Your projection is very correct. Since that's the case, let's quickly contact the other 6 great demonic sects and tell them all the information we know, and to use the means we have in the Blue Star world, we must resolve this Changyu." The sect master nodded. The vice sect masters nodded. Soon, they passed the news to the other 6 great devil sects. Lust Demon Sect. "Mard, why didn't you say so earlier? Our demon god majesty is also gone. This damn Chuangyu. When I find him, I'll make sure to make him beg for his life. Immediately contact the lust believers of the blue planet and have them investigate Changyu." Arrogant demon cult. Which divine rank is targeting the 7 demon god majesties? Damn it, this evil plan must be stopped. Have the arrogant believers of the blue planet make sure to find out who Zhengyu is and make sure to finish him off in advance. Tyrannical Eclipse Demon Cult. Damn it. Check. Have the Blue Star's Tyrannical Eclipse followers find out who Changyu is. And then make sure to finish him off. The jealousy demon cult, the rage demon cult, and the lazy demon cult all issued the same orders one after another. There was only one purpose. Be sure to find out the identity of Changyu and the Blue Star. Must find and finish off Changyu before that god-ranked powerhouse's next action. Otherwise, another demon god majesty would be ed to death. And at this time, as the person in question, Changyu, also known as Suyu, did not know that he had already been targeted by the 7 devil cults. He looked at his attribute panel at this time and realized that all of his full attributes had been raised by a very large amount. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 101% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 1530. Spirit, 1520. Physique, 1200. Agility, 1530. Free attribute points, 20. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. After Suyu formally completed the advancement quest, the full attributes went up by 1000 points. Now Suyu's full attributes had broken 1000 points, of which strength, spirit and agility had all reached 1500 plus. Immediately after, Suyu looked inside his backpack at the 2 rewards he had obtained. The Divine Grade Trinket Optional Treasure Chest and the Super Divine Grade Props Magic Source. Suyu first opened the Divine Grade Trinket Optional Treasure Chest. You have opened the Divine Grade Trinket Optional Treasure Chest. You can choose one of the following 3 Divine Grade Trinkets to obtain. 1. Paralyzing Ring. When worn, each attack comes with a paralyzing effect. If the target is paralyzed, it boosts any one attribute 100 times for 1 hour. 2. Lust Glasses. When worn, it can force the target to be covered in fire and lose some of his/her sanity. If the target is paralyzed, any one of these attributes will be increased by 100 times for 1 hour. 3. White Emperor's Ring. When worn, the 4-dimensional attribute values will be based on the highest attribute, making the 4-dimensional attributes the same at the divine level and below. After wearing it, the White Emperor Ring may not be removed before the superior god rank, or the attributes will be restored. After reaching the superior god rank, the attributes enhanced by the White Emperor Ring will be permanently obtained, and will not disappear even if the White Emperor Ring is not worn. Suyu carefully looked at the 3 god tier ornaments. When he saw the paralyzing ring, Suyu called out that it was awesome, that it could enhance a single attribute by 100 times, it was too strong. When Suyu saw the lustful glasses, he similarly exclaimed that it was awesome, it could actually do that, it was simply awesome. When Suyu saw the White Emperor's Ring, he straightened up all of a sudden. This White Emperor Ring? Suyu carefully, word by word, read the description of the White Emperor Ring. With this careful look, Suyu immediately realized that this White Emperor Ring was powerful. It could raise the 4-dimensional attributes to the same and make up for shortcomings. That is to say, if one has this White Emperor Ring, the free attribute points from future upgrades can all be used to add one attribute, and then the White Emperor Ring can make the 4-dimensional attributes all the same with this highest attribute prevailing. The most counterintuitive thing was that as long as the White Emperor Ring was worn to the superlative divine rank level, all the attributes that had been raised by relying on the White Emperor Ring would be permanently obtained at that time, and the attributes wouldn't be allowed to be restored just because the White Emperor Ring had disappeared. This was an extremely heaven-defying accessory. Immediately, Suyu did not hesitate and directly chose the White Emperor Ring. White Emperor Ring. Rating, Divine Grade. Description: after wearing it, at the divine rank and below, the value of the 4-dimensional attributes will be based on the highest attribute. Evaluation: a divine grade jewelry created by the White Emperor, one of the Black and White Twin Emperors. As the White Emperor, he had a son who was unable to cultivate, so the White Emperor found a way to create this ring, wanting to tell his son that as long as you work hard to cultivate, one day, you will be able to reach heights that ordinary people can't reach, but unfortunately, Emperor Bai did not wait for that day. The White Emperor's Ring, which cost countless resources to create, disappeared the moment the rebels of the Heavenly Realm attacked the White Emperor's Hall. Asking for free gifts and free hypes. Chapter 15: Source of Magic Power Request for Free Rush and Free Gift. You chose the White Emperor's Ring, and you've obtained the divine grade jewelry, the White Emperor's Ring. Suyu's mind moved and the White Emperor Ring appeared on his hand. This White Emperor Ring was silver-white in color with a halo of light flowing through it. There were also mysterious symbols engraved on the ring. Just by holding it in his hand, he felt a strong sense of power mastery. Suyu couldn't wait to put the White Emperor Ring on his index finger, and just in an instant, he felt that his body had received a huge increase. Suyu hurriedly checked his attribute panel. This look directly confirmed his suspicions and the power of the White Emperor Ring. The physical attribute was originally only 1,200 points, but now it has become the highest 1530 points, and the 4-dimensional attributes are all the same, all with the highest attribute of 1530 as the standard. In the future, the free attribute points can all be used to add a single attribute. Immediately, Suyu added all 20 free attribute points to the strength attribute. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level 101% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 1550. Spirit, 1550. Physique, 1550. Agility, 1550. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. With this, all the attributes had all reached 1550. It could be said that at this level, there was no one whose attributes alone could be compared to Suyu. This was 1550 for all attributes. Not a single attribute of 1550. In the future, as Suyu's level increased and all of his free attribute points were added to one attribute, then the attribute advantage would be magnified in an exaggerated form. Is this the divine grade jewelry White Emperor ring? It is truly heaven-defying. After obtaining the White Emperor ring, Suyu looked towards the final reward. That was the Super God Grade Props Magic Power Source. With a thought, Suyu summoned the Magic Power Source. This Magic Power Source spring was a light blue light source, and as Suyu took a closer look, a message surfaced. Magic Power Source Spring. Rating, Super God Grade. Description, after using it, your magic power is unlimited when at the Immortal rank and below. Evaluation, something that does not belong to the current 1.0 Everything Resurrection version. This prop enables one to use unlimited, uncapped magic power when at the Immortal rank and below. This was an extremely heaven-defying prop that could only be obtained by someone with heaven-defying luck. However, this item is prone to attracting the forces of the Vengeance Group, leading to endless misfortune. Suyu looked at the description and realized that the function of this super god level prop magic source was very heaven-defying. Surprisingly, it was directly possessing unlimited magic power. One must know that this ability is not to be trifled with. Using skills would consume magic power, which originated from the attributes Spirit and Physique. Only when these two attributes were raised could the magic power ceiling be raised. When there was enough magic power, one could use the skill endlessly. In the mythical world and even the Blue Star world, most of the skills were instantaneous and could be used multiple times, without a skill cooldown. As long as there is enough magic power in the body, skills can be released continuously. For example, a mage demigod in the West, his magic power is very much, so much that it can support the instantaneous outbreak of tens of thousands of forbidden spells. Now that Suyu had this source of magic power, it meant that Suyu could use all kinds of skills indefinitely, and his sacrifice skill could be used indefinitely, as many times as he wanted to use it on a person. This prop was also really too heaven-defying. Suyu smiled and immediately used the magic power source. You have used the super god tier prop magic power source, your magic power has no upper limit. Suyu saw that this magic power source fountain directly turned into a blue light and entered into his heart position. He could feel that at his heart, there was a constant flow of magic power gushing out. It was impossible to detect exactly how much was in there, he only felt that it was inexhaustible. Suyu was excited. Is this the feeling of unlimited magic power? Too cool, ah! Too cool, ah! Just as Suyu was sinking into the cool feeling brought about by the infinite magic power, the gray-clothed Taoist inside the Spring Wind building looked at Suyu. The shocked look on his face could not dissipate for a long time. This guy. Son of Heaven's destiny? Never seen any Tonggui Master who can be so heaven-defying. The gray-clothed Taoist only felt that Suyu was really too heaven-defying. Now he could clearly feel that endless magic power from Suyu's body, that was more than the magic power in the body of one of his divine ranks. The key this talent is only one rank. Such a heaven-defying person, the gray-clothed Taoist had really only seen Suyu this one. Soon, Suyu exited the sealed place and came outside. Suyu excitedly said, "Where is the next demon god?" The gray-clothed Taoist suddenly took some pity on the remaining demon god. Shaking his head, he said, "The remaining 5 demon gods I have not yet projected where they are sealed, it will take some time." Suyu originally wanted to continue to finish off the demon gods, and then get god-level rewards, as well as super god-level rewards. Unexpectedly, this gray-clothed Taoist had not yet projected where the remaining demon gods were sealed. With this, you're still taking revenge? You don't even know where your enemy is? Suyu was speechless. Thus, Suyu said, "Alright then you hurry up and project." The gray-clothed Taoist nodded slightly and said, "Your professional identity is likely to be exposed. I am referring to the service-wide notice you just triggered." Suyu, however, did not care and said, "Let me take out 2 more demon gods, and they will not think that I am a homunculus division." Suddenly, Suyu looked at the gray-clothed Taoist and said, "There are heavenly fates working for you?" The gray-clothed Taoist said indifferently, "Isn't it normal for me to have some followers? All of you heavenly orders like people who are strong, only the missions issued by people who are strong. The more generous the rewards will be after they are completed. Isn't it normal for me, a divine rank, to have some followers? Isn't it normal for them to report some information about your Blue Star world to me as well as the service-wide announcement just now?" Only then did Suyu realize that the Blue Star world he was in was most likely infiltrated by some forces and powerhouses within the mythic world. Previously, Suyu had heard that within the Blue Star world, there were believers of the 7 great demon gods, and some small-scale riots had occurred. At that time, Suyu did not take it seriously. After all, he had not entered the mythic world, so he thought that there was no difference between that world and the game, and the people within it were not all NPCs. Now that Suyu has truly become a divine fate and entered the mythic world, he realizes that there is no difference between the NPCs and the real people in the world. Of course, they won't just stand by and watch as the divine fate enter the mythic world to become stronger and stronger, but instead, they will also make use of the divine fate to get the information about the Blue Star world, and then backhandedly invade Blue Star with the help of the divine fate. The world. One really couldn't underestimate the people within the mythic world. The gray-clothed Taoist said, "I will go and project the location where the remaining demon god is sealed, and I will notify you when it is projected." Suyu nodded, "Good." The gray-clothed Taoist disappeared. Suyu walked out of the Spring Wind building. Now, it's time to move forward towards the second stage. Chapter 16 Blue Star's Daily Routine Request for Free Rush and Free Gift. Within the mythical world, the only way for a heavenly ordained to upgrade was to fight demons and ghosts. What made it a little difficult for Suyu was that Tianlong City was a big city with countless strong people. The demons and devils were simply not present in this vicinity, and once they appeared, they had long since been dried out by the heavenly orders and groups. So this led to Suyu not being able to find a place to practice. This would be very difficult. After wandering around Tianlong City for more than 3 hours, Suyu froze and did not find any quests regarding upgrading. This big city is also too difficult. Suyu walked down the street and kept spitting. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before his eyes. "Celestial Destroyer Chuangyu, your mythic world login time today has reached 6 hours, and you will be automatically logged out." As the prompt appeared, Suyu's figure disappeared into white light. Opening his eyes again, Suyu had already returned to his bedroom. Time is up. Suyu's heart was unwilling. No matter who it was, the time to enter the mythic world was only 6 hours per day, and if it exceeded 6 hours, it would automatically exit. Suyu also understands, if the time to enter the mythical world is unlimited, then the blue star would become a dead star. No one would want to be in the blue star. Just like himself now, his heart is not willing. The coolness of upgrading, that's something normal people can't experience. Suyu looked at the yin and yang fish mark on the back of his hand, and felt the infinite magic power in his body. The excitement in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. Suyu looked at the time. It is now more than 6 o'clock. He surprisingly did not have a little sleepy. This is the attribute materialized into the real world. Let his body become strong. The original myopia are also disappeared. The bedside glasses have no significance of existence. There are 1,000 words that cannot be said, only a contemptuous sentence. Stupido do do do. The cell phone rings. Suyu picks up the phone. "Hello, is this Suyu?" "I am. We are from the East District Street Office Road. From the information, you are turning 18 today. Have you awakened professions and talents?" "Yes." "Then come to the Street Office Road. Come register your occupation and cooperate with us, okay?" "No problem." Hanging up the phone, Suyu was a little puzzled. It's only after 6 o'clock. These public officials are calling themselves? When did they become so dedicated? Opening his cell phone and looking at the various hot searches pushed by various apps, Suyu understood that it was because of himself. At this time, the network has already boiled. Microblogging hot search top 10, all of them are Changyu. Hashtag Changyu hashtag. Hashtag who is Changyu? Hashtag. Hashtag Changyu killed a demon god hashtag. Hashtag a tale of 2 gods and 2 gods hashtag. Hashtag is Changyu a master of the homunculus? Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag is Changyu not a master? Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag Changyu's a legend hashtag. Hashtag records of the first level hashtag. It's not just Weibo. Even Jitterbug. At this moment. There are also various videos about Changyu bursting into flames. Even the famous 5-star Colonel MacArthur of the United States of America commented on Changyu in this way: if Changyu was born a few tens of thousands of years earlier, I don't think there would be 7 devil gods. Anchor, are there any blue Starians who are more powerful than Changyu? Yes, brother, there is. There are more powerful people than Changyu in total. The entire network was discussing Changyu. Changyu was the first existence to take out the demon god. Changyu was also the second existence to take out the demon god. Plus, Changyu had also broken the record of becoming a first rank. This led to netizens all over the world discussing Changyu. There were those who said that Changyu was a homunculus master. There were those who said that Changyu wasn't an equalizer. There were those who said that there was an existence behind Changyu that surpassed the divine ranks. There are also people who say that Changyu can open hang. In short, the entire network, all about the Longyu. All over the world, all the big countries, all the big forces, are looking for Changyu. So well, Changyu Bensu, you can also understand why the staff to call him so early, not because it is their own exposure, but because they want to register the occupation, to find who Changyu is. After eating breakfast, Suyu went out to the street office road in the Eastern District. Soon, it was his turn to register. The staff asked, occupation? Anti-injury division. Prove yourself. Then punch me. The staff member punched Suyu's arm. Then the staff member felt his arm ache painfully. Alright, Suyu, 7th rank occupation, anti-injury master. The registration was as simple as that. Because the attribute panel can only be seen by oneself. It's not like others can see it. Therefore, the occupation prevailed. You just had to say what occupation you were and then show the occupation's ability. Ha? Suyu? Suyu had just finished registering and was about to go back when a girl called out to him. Suyu followed the voice and looked, a man and a woman. The woman was Zhao Lingling, a fellow classmate, both of them lived in the East District. The male Suyu did not recognize. Zhao Lingling had a curious face and asked, yeah, you also awakened your occupation today? Such a coincidence, I have also awakened, I am a 3rd rank occupation. What about you? Suyu smiled awkwardly and said, almost. The boy next to Zhao Lingling frowned slightly and smiled. Get to know, Lin Zhang, 6th order occupation, level 210, vice president of the student council of White City No. 1 High School. Suyu nodded slightly. Hello. Suyu and Zhao Lingling casually talked and went back. Watching Suyu leave, Lin Zhang said to Zhao Lingling, spend less time with him. Normally, a person with a 3rd rank occupation is not even worthy of talking to me. Staying with this kind of person for a long time, it's easy to get infected with bad luck. Zhao Lingling blankly stared. What about me? Aren't I also a 3rd rank? Lin Zhang said, can you be the same as him? He's a male, he's only a 3rd order occupation, and his upper limit in this life is just like that. If you marry me in the future, will I be willing to let you go to the battlefield of civilization? I'm a 6th ranked profession with a ceiling of 700 levels. In the future, I'll be an official on the battlefield of civilization, while he's just a soldier. In the future, he will be cannon fodder. Don't talk to cannon fodder. At this time, the staff member who registered came out, holding an invitation in his hand, looked around and did not find Suyu. Do you guys recognize that person just now? Is it Suyu? Yes, it's him. Great, you guys know each other. Pass it on to Suyu for me, I just had a brain fart and forgot to give it to him. This? Next to him, Lin Zhang exclaimed, an invitation from the career division? The staff member said, yes, his career level is very high. If he's willing, he can directly exempt himself from the exam and enter our career division. Zhao Lingling took the invitation and said, okay, I know where his family lives, I'll send it over later. The staff member said, thank you then. Lin Zhang's face was a little hard to see. He had to know that his 6th rank occupation was not even qualified to get an invitation from the occupation division, and to be able to get an invitation from the occupation division, one had to be at least a 7th rank occupation. In other words, this Suyu, his occupation, bottoming out at the 7th rank. Thinking about what he had just said, on his face, a touch of dry red flashed. What Lin Zhang didn't know was that Suyu's occupation wasn't as simple as 7th rank, it was a super god level occupation. The talent was even at the Great Dao level. Chapter 17 Civilization War. It did not take long for Suyu to return home before Zhao Lingling approached the door and gave him the invitation letter from the career division. Suyu looked at the invitation letter from the occupation division in his hand. He did not think that he would be able to get an invitation from the occupation division. One must know that the occupation division is a national unit that governs occupiers. The power is so great that it is as difficult as heaven to get in. As for himself, just by exposing the occupational characteristics of a counter-injurer, he had gotten an invitation letter from the Division of Occupations. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the counter-injurer occupation. Thinking about it, to be assessed as a 7th-rank occupation, this was naturally not weak. However, they might not have imagined that Suyu's occupation was not a counter-injury division at all, but rather a synchronization division. It was also simply impossible for himself to join the occupation division. Joining the occupation division would inevitably be investigated, and there would be specialized people within the mythic world to look at nicknames, occupations, and other information. If he really joined the occupation division, he would definitely expose himself as a Chinyu, and even his Dao level talent Infinite Resurrection, the biggest secret would be exposed, which was something that Suyu could not accept. Suyu could only refuse. Suyu threw the invitation in the trash and stopped looking at it. Suyu took out his cell phone and prepared to play the game. As soon as he opened the screen, there was an unread text message from the occupation division. Suyu clicked on it and saw that it was a URL, which was a website that every person could only log into once they reached adulthood. In other words, only those who had registered their occupation with the occupation division could log into this website. Suyu opened the website and the window to swipe his face to log in popped up. After following the prompts to log in, a statement warning appeared. It is strictly forbidden to disclose the contents of this website to non-professionals, otherwise they will be severely punished by the law. Oh? Suyu was surprised that this website was so strict. No wonder he had heard of this website before, but had not seen any information flowing from this website on the internet. Suyu curiously clicked on the I agree button, and then saw this webpage. The content of the webpage was very simple. There were 3 modules. 1. Civilization Battlefield. 2. Trading Platform. 3. Quest Receiving. Tapping on the first module Civilization Battlefield, a video appeared. Suyu clicked on the video. It was a bookish old man sitting at a table, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, introducing. A universe can only nurture one civilization. Nowadays, the universe that our Blue Star is in has only one civilization, Blue Star. Therefore, we call this universe the Blue Star universe. And we are the Blue Star civilization. Beyond this universe, there exists an infinite and eternal sea of civilizations, and the Blue Star universe is a grain of sand in this sea of civilizations. But the good thing is, although it is sand, but we are safe, no civilization can spy on us. Until the appearance of the mythic world. The mythic world is a transcendent world of near infinity. The mythic world that we are currently exposed to is just the tip of the iceberg. In other words, it can even be described as a local area network. Within the mythic world, we are not the only Heaven's Mandate, but in terms of the region of the mythic world we have currently touched, we are the only Heaven's Mandate. That's why we're called the LAN. The moment we connected into the mythic world, the coordinates of our Blue Star universe and the sea of civilizations were exposed, and many, many powerful civilizations wanted to devour our Blue Star universe to grow their own universes. Now, the Blue Star civilization has been targeted by the Celestial civilization, and will be engaged in a civilization war that will last for 10,000 years. What is the civilization war? In the Blue Star universe as well as the Celestials universe, a very large battlefield will be born. Within this battlefield are the flags of 2 civilizations. The 2 civilizations need to occupy the flags and turn the other civilization's flag into our civilization's flag, and when 10,000 years have passed, whichever civilization has more flags on the civilization battlefield is considered to have won. The losing civilization will directly become a slave of the winner's civilization. This war has been going on since the dinosaur era. Back then, the dinosaur-dominated Blue Star civilization lost, and the dinosaur civilization completely disappeared from Blue Star. The Atlantis civilization also lost, and now also disappeared in the Blue Planet. The Sangsingui civilization also lost, and all that's left of the Blue Star is the traces they once left behind. Don't want to be slaves. We only have to fight back, only to become a winner civilization. Today, in the civilization battlefield, we are in a bad situation, with less than 10% of our flags left. All of you can see the only flag left of our Blue Star civilization today on the Civilization Battlefield module. Suyu watched the video and had a bit of a hard time, not realizing that the truth of the world was actually like this. Among the Blue Star universe, there was only their Blue Star civilization. No, there were once thriving civilizations, dinosaur civilization, Atlantis civilization, 3-star push civilization and so on, only that they lost in the civilization war, became slaves of other civilizations, and disappeared in the Blue Star universe from then on. Making themselves slaves of other cosmic civilizations? How is this possible? How could this be allowed to happen? Just thinking about it, so you felt irritated. Looking at the flag of the Blue Star civilization today, there was only 8% left. If it continues like this, the Blue Star civilization is going to make the same mistake. Suyu was a bit annoyed as he looked at the other two modules. The trading platform, as the name suggests, is specialized in trading. Professionals from all over the world traded here, and after determining what to trade, they could directly enter the mythic world, and then trade within the mythic world, or trade offline in Blue Star. The quest-taking module was to take quests issued by various countries. After completing a mission, there are two ways to receive rewards. The first was to pick it up offline, directly contacting the person who issued the mission. The second was to receive it in the mythic world, where the two people met within the mythic world to receive it. Suyu looked at the quest pickup and found that the quests inside were all clear of various organizations looking for them. Ilua search for Chongyua. Suyu laughed. At this time, Suyu noticed a countdown on the page. Suyu clicked on it and took a look. There are 2 years left before civilized military service at the age of 20. After 2 years, no matter what rank, it is mandatory to enter the civilized battlefield for 1 year. But it must not be said to non-professionals, so as not to be affected by the extraordinary characteristics of the celestial civilization and lose the qualification of awakening professions and talents. Civilization military service? Suddenly, Suyu's mind thought of his sister who had disappeared for 5 years. 5 years ago, Suyu was 13 years old and his sister, Su Qingxue, was 20 years old. Both of them were orphans, and when Suyu was 6 years old, Su Qingxue took him away from the orphanage. Since then, Suyu followed his sister's surname Su. 5 years ago, Su Qingxue said she was going on a mission abroad. As a result, he has not been heard from since. Until now, when Suyu saw the civilized military service, he thought that his 20-year-old sister, in fact, most likely did not go abroad, but went to the civilized battlefield. Now 5 years have passed. She still hasn't returned. Suyu clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the Civilization War module for a long time. Chapter 18, Mysterious Assassination. Re-entering the Taiping village. For the next day, Suyu had been browsing this website called Civilization. Suyu greedily absorbed the contents within. To the current Suyu, he was certainly powerful, but the things he knew were ultimately too little. Nighttime, 10 o'clock. Suyu was browsing the Civilization website. Suddenly, Suyu sensed something strange and raised his head to look around. All around, a darkness spread, enveloping the entire room. "You're going to die, aren't you afraid?" A voice resounded in the room. Suyu could hear that he seemed to be a little excited. Suyu was unperturbed. In terms of who in this world was the most unafraid of death, it would inevitably be him. With the ability to resurrect infinitely, he would be afraid of death? Suyu faintly asked, "Who are you? When have I offended you? Why do you want to kill me?" Suddenly, a youth appeared on the sofa in front of Suyu. The youth said, "You have awakened the 7th Order Profession Anti-Injury Master, and you already have a way to take your death." Suyu laughed and said, "Then you are jealous that my occupation is stronger than yours?" The youth narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu. He did not understand why Suyu was so calm. Could it be that this person had an unknown undercurrent? "You're very surprising to me. You're not afraid? You are not thinking of entering the mythical world, are you? I can tell you that your time shouldn't be up right now. Even if you can enter the mythic world now, I will be waiting for you outside here. As long as your time is up, you will definitely die if you come out." Suyu exasperated him. "Then I won't look for the official law enforcement division in the mythic world?" The youth was dumbfounded and looked ugly. "Damn it, I didn't even think of that." Suyu continued with his poisonous mouth, "Being as stupid as you are, and having such a bad heart, your occupation is probably quite trashy. People like you, living in the world is a waste of air, a waste of food." The youth was furious. "Dog thing. Are you not distinguishing your current situation clearly?" Suyu said indifferently, "Am I not an anti-injury division? If you hit me, you yourself will be injured and it will hurt you to death." The youth laughed. "So your reliance is anti-injury, ah? Think I'll be afraid of this and not dare to make a move against you? I can tell you that I will directly kill you. People like you who luckily awakened a good profession don't deserve to live in this world at all." After killing you, I will use this potion to vaporize your body. In this way, in this world, no one will know who you were killed by. The youth proclaimed Suyu's death, using his hand as a gun and firing it at Suyu. Show time. Only a booming sound was heard. Suyu's head was blown off. The youth seemed to have received some kind of hint and his expression changed drastically. Tonggui Master? You are Chuan Yu? In the next second, the youth collapsed to the ground, losing his vital features. The surrounding darkness also instantly disappeared, and Suyu was revived in full status and walked next to the youth. Suyu picked up the bottle of potion from the ground and said indifferently, "Quite good, just right for vaporizing your corpse." Suyu dripped the potion onto the youth's corpse, and in just a moment, his corpse disappeared without a trace. Finally, it came to the early morning of the next day. At this time, Suyu could already enter the mythic world. It was not just Suyu. In the early hours of the morning, most people would choose to enter the mythic world. Mythic world. You have entered the mythic world. Current location, Taiping Village. Suyu was a bit surprised. He thought that Taiping Village was gone, but he did not expect it to still be there. Only, the sky was purple-black. There were also various stars twinkling. It seemed that the gray-clothed Taoist had moved the entire Taiping Village to his dojo. Originally, Suyu thought that the gray-clothed Taoist had directly erased the Taiping Village, but he did not expect that he had actually moved it to his dojo. But then, Suyu was in trouble. Then, how should he upgrade himself? Now that he was level 100, he was officially first ranked and could continue to fight monsters and upgrade. But being in the starry sky, where to go to fight monsters and upgrade? It was not just Suyu who faced this confusion, there were many other heavenly fates whose birthplace was the peaceful village who were similarly confused and dumbfounded. No? Where did this me up? Isn't it Taiping Village? How come it's directly to the starry sky for me? It's over, what should I do? I'm still waiting for my upgrade to enter Dragon Tiger City, what should I do now? Who knows what's going on here? Wasn't there a demonic calamity? How come I haven't been online for a few days, and now that I'm online this peaceful village has turned into this? More and more divine fates logged in to enter Taiping Village. The situation that happened here was soon going to spread all over the internet. Suyu walked to the side and called out in a low voice, "Gray-clothed Taoist? Gray-clothed Taoist?" Unfortunately, the gray-clothed Taoist did not respond to him. Suyu thought about it and went directly to the village headman to see if he could receive a quest there. Arriving at the village headman's house, he found that it was crowded with people. Thousands of heavenly fates surrounded the place. It seems that they are all here to find the village chief to receive the quest. The village chief was surrounded in the center, holding a cup of goji berry tea in his hand. Even though he was panicking, he didn't panic much when he saw that there were so many heaven's fate people around. The village chief said, "Tasks, everyone, all line up one by one. If you don't line up and dare to push and yell, I won't give out the quests The village chief's words came out, and instantly the heavenly orders all lined up. You, come here, you line up first. The village chief pointed at Suyu and said. There were some heavenly orders who were not happy and said, "What's the situation? Didn't we say to line up? How did you let him cut in line?" "Yes, village chief, what gives him the right to cut in line?" The village chief coldly said, "He's been kind to my family, so what does it matter if I let him receive the quest first? Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, then don't take my quest." The village chief had said so. The people present could not say anything even though they looked at Suyu with displeasure. There were also quite a few people who secretly memorized Suyu's appearance. Now that the birthplace of Taiping Village was in the mysterious starry sky, the missions triggered would all be related to the current environment, so taking up the mission was the only way to understand this place at the moment. Suyu ignored the gazes of the others as he smiled and went up to the first in line. The village chief smiled as he released the quest. "When I woke up, Taiping Village, as well as the nearby 100 miles of land, have all come to this unknown place, so oh heavenly fate, we need to understand this place." Mission trigger. Mission objective, explore the surrounding area. Quest details, the Taiping Village, as well as the surrounding 100 miles of land, have come to the Heavenly Star domain, and you need to scout around. Mission reward, 10 experience fruits first stage, 2,000 treasure money. The mission is to explore the surrounding area. Simple. Suyu directly accepted the mission. The heavenly fates behind him also could not wait to pick up the quest. The reward is so generous? Surprisingly, it is 2 experience fruits. Ha ha. Cool, this quest looks so simple, surprisingly rewarding 2 experience fruits. Just don't fight monsters, I'm most afraid of dying. Suyu froze. Looking at the village chief. The village chief smiled and nodded at him. This was a backdoor operation. His own reward was 10 experience fruits. While the others, who clearly had the same quest, were rewarded with only 2 experience fruits. It seems that having a good relationship with the NPCs is beneficial. Chapter 19, Tasks that come to the door. Suyu walked towards the outside, and those next to him who had finished receiving their quests, also walked towards the outside. There were 3 people who stopped Suyu. This brother is very new, did he just come in recently? We've been in Taiping village for several months and we haven't seen you. Yes, what's going on between you and that village chief? Why is the village chief so nice to you? He said that you were kind to him, what's going on here? Can you tell us about it? How about adding a friend? These few people stopped Suyu, wanting to know how he helped the village chief and was able to make the village chief treat him so well. Suyu, however, did not want to waste time. He said to the 3 people, sorry, I just want to go and do the quest right now, let's not disturb each other, long live understanding. Looking at Suyu's departing back, these 3 people grunted and spat. Hee, you think you are Chuan Yu? Marred, so arrogant. This person is really uneducated, we are making friends with him, stretching our hands and not hitting the smiling face. How dare he not give us face? Let's see, something will happen to this person sooner or later. After a small episode, Suyu had already arrived outside the village. He was continuously walking straight towards the front. Wanting to explore the surroundings, he definitely needed to find the boundary position. There were quite a few people who had the same idea as Suyu, all heading towards the border location. Only, everyone was close to each other and did not act alone. After all, having come to this mysterious starry sky, there was still no telling what unknown dangers there were, so it was pressurized that one did not dare to walk alone. Everyone converged together so that it was safe. Very quickly, everyone arrived at the border location. There was a purple wall of light blocking the front. This wall of light was along the border, enveloping the Taiping village as well as 100 miles in every direction. Everyone looked towards the wall of light, and beyond the wall of light, there were a large number of scarlet eyes flickering in the darkness. It was clearly morning, but beyond the wall of light, it was actually night. In the middle of the darkness, there were still monsters present. Suyu reached out his hand and touched the wall of light, but saw a burst of prompts appear. Whether or not to go out of the safe zone? Safe zone? Can't it be that this was made by the gray-clothed Taoist? Outside the safety zone, as the name suggests, is an unsafe area. Someone looked at Suyu touch the light wall, then also followed the same, and then the surrounding people have the same touch the light wall, learn this information, that is, within this light wall, is a safe zone. Outside the wall of light, it was an unsafe area. There is danger. Suyu immediately turned around, circled around and found that it was all the same, so he was going back to submit his mission. At this time, there were already people running back one after another to submit their quests. Very quickly, Suyu found the village chief, informing the village chief of his findings. The village chief nodded and handed over the quest reward to Suyu. Mission completion. You have received a reward, 10 experience fruits first order, 2,000 treasure money. Suyu was rewarded with a total of 10 experience fruits, as well as 2,000 treasure money. However, this scene was also seen by the crowd. Everyone looked at their 2 experience fruits and then looked at the 10 experience fruits as well as 2,000 treasure money given to Suyu by the village chief. Everyone was unbalanced in their hearts. No, village chief. Why did you give him 10 experience fruits? Why did you also give him 2,000 treasure money? Yeah. You can't treat them differently. How can it be like this for the same quest? There's no justice. It's not fair. The village chief coldly rebuked, what's it to you guys? You all know that the mission I sent him is the same as yours? I'm also telling you that your tasks are still different. One of the 3 from earlier stood out and retorted, how can that be? We followed him outside, he did the exact same thing that the others did, and then came back to submit the quest. How could the tasks be different? Village chief, you can't be so biased. That's right. Village chief, you can't treat us like this. That's right, who's going to come to you for quests in the future? The village chief was exasperated and laughed, saying, think it's unfair? Oh, then you guys don't come to me for quests. Don't come to me. The village chief was so angry that he directly went back to his house and did not see anyone. The people looked at Suyu and were upset with him. Not suffering from scarcity, but suffering from unevenness. At this moment, it was displayed to the fullest. These people looked at Suyu got 10 experience fruits, while they got 2 experience fruits, plus everyone's tasks were clearly the same, but the rewards were so different, so they felt it was unfair, and the village chief they couldn't afford to mess with, so they didn't have a good face for Suyu. But does Suyu care? He didn't care at all. He and these people were honestly just irrelevant. He and they were destined to be people of 2 worlds. Not to mess with Suyu, even if, dare to mess with, then have to be prepared for not being able to enter the mythical world in the future. Suyu ignored it. Instead, he even took a bite of an experience fruit in front of them and ate all 10 experience fruits. You have consumed 10 experience fruits first order, you have gained a large amount of experience, your level has rapidly increased. Your level has increased to 145. You have gained 900 free attribute points. Surprisingly, you've leveled up to 45? Moreover, the free attribute points gained from level 45 were actually 900. Now a level up is giving 20 free attribute points. With 900 free attribute points, so you could completely add all of them to one attribute, and with the ability of the White Emperor's Ring, it could increase all of the attributes by 900 attribute points. This was equivalent to a direct increase of 3,600 attributes. Other people would only have 900 points of free attributes when they leveled up to 45, while they could get 3,600 points. This was really too good to be true. Immediately, Suyu added all of these 900 points of free attributes to the strength attribute. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level, 145 5% first order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 2,900. Spirit, 2,900. Physique, 2,900. Agility, 2,900. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. At this moment, Suyu's attributes had reached 2,900 points. At the same level, this was the top attribute. Not to mention the fact that Suyu's full attributes were now 2,900. It was enough to crush all professions at the same level. It's great. But next to him, there were people who could not allow Suyu to be so cool. It was still those 3 people. They watched Suyu eat 10 experience fruits by himself and had long been envious and jealous. They had to know that the 3 of them, after completing the quest, together only had 6 experience fruits. These 6 experience fruits, one person only 2 and Suyu unexpectedly ate 10 military fruits alone. How could this not make them envious and jealous? After Suyu upgraded, he was about to go directly outside to explore. At this time, the guard's army leader, Lin Wei, came. He greeted Suyu and said, "I finally found you, I have a quest, I wonder if you would like to take it?" The people around him opened their mouths wide, looking at each other with gaping eyes and jaws. What the hell? How come Captain Lin Wei came to look for this person specifically? What exactly is so special about him? What exactly happened while we weren't online due to the demonic disaster? Is anyone else reading this? It's so bleak. Chapter 20 New Abilities. Hiss. Surprisingly, there was still a mission that came to the door? Suyu was even a little surprised. Suyu immediately asked, "Captain Lin, what mission is it?" Captain Lin said, "It seems that this place is no longer in the eastern continent. I looked through the ancient books in the village, and it seems that this place is outside the heavens." Suyu said, "Heavenly Star Domain." This was what was displayed on the mission panel when he received the mission. This was the Heavenly Star Domain. Lin Wei was shocked and said, "Heavenly Star Domain?" Surprisingly, it's the legendary 9th Forbidden Region, the Heavenly Star Domain? Shocked, Lin Wei said, "It seems like we're in a terrible situation nowadays. We still don't know what exactly is beyond that wall of light, so I purposely came to find you with the intention of letting you go out and explore to see what exactly is beyond the wall of light?" Who knows, among those 3, someone said, "Captain Lin Wei, why don't you look for us? Just find him alone? That's not fair." A bunch of Heaven's Fate people chimed in. Lin Wei listened to them say that it wasn't fair, and he laughed. Lin Wei coldly said, "When the demonic plague broke out in Longhu's city and there were demons ravaging the city, how come I didn't see you guys come out to take my mission to go outside and kill demons? How come one by one all disappeared? When you guys were timid, he was the one who stepped forward and was willing to take my mission to help us out. You're saying I'm unfair? Heh, I have plenty of quests here, feel free to take them, as long as you don't fear death. Those three people were dumbfounded. The crowd was also silent. It was only then that it became clear to them why the village chief and Lin Wei were giving this person special care. It turned out that it was when they were afraid of the demons and didn't dare to go online, it was when they wanted to wait for the guard army to clear the demons before going online, it was when they were worried about losing their lives because of the demons, it was this person who stepped forward and went on the quests, and this was what made the village chief and Captain Lin Wei treat him with special care. Thinking of this, most of them were a little ashamed. That resentment towards Suyu was also gone. Everyone was smart, none of them were stupid, and it was clear that this was an exchange of lives. Now that Lin Wei said that they could also take this mission to go out and explore, now they hesitated. This wasn't a game. Everyone just had 3 lives. Even if their professions didn't work, as long as they could enter the mythic world, they might have the chance to break through the profession limitations in the future. But if the 3 lives were gone, then there would be no way to enter the mythic world. In this era, if one can't enter the mythic world, one will definitely be eliminated from society. In the future, sooner or later, they would have to go to the battlefield of civilization, and their group of people who couldn't enter the mythic world would probably all have to be soldiers and be the first to charge the battlefield. So everyone valued every life enough. Now that it was obvious that there were countless monsters out there in that pitch-black darkness, how could one go out and send them to their deaths then? And didn't you hear Lin Wei say that this is one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Heavenly Star Domain? This going out, dead. So no one dared to reply to what Lin Wei said. One by one, they once again became shrunken turtles. Scared. Really too afraid. The 3 of them whispered, "Who dares to take on this mission? Isn't it a death sentence to go out?" However, Suyu surprised everyone and said, "I'll take the mission." Surprisingly, he agreed. Those 3 people's pupils shrunk, filled with shock. One person said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Suyu glanced at him and said, "Can fear of death solve a problem? Aren't problems always to be solved? I'll just come and solve the problem." Wow! The 3 people who were not happy with Suyu were shocked and they admired him. Sometimes, by taking out the same difficult problem and placing it in front of everyone, one could know where the gap between oneself and others was. Convinced. Earlier it was us who were blinded by lard. You're a man of honor, admirable. Brother, you are this thumbs up. The rest of the heavenly fates were also convinced and admired what Suyu said. Lin Wei appreciated Suyu even more and released the mission. Mission trigger. Mission objective, intelligence beyond the wall of light. Mission details, go outside the wall of light and explore the intelligence outside. Mission reward, 30 experience fruits first order, 6,000 treasure money. After Suyu took the mission, he went straight to the light wall. Behind Suyu, there were many other heavenly fates. Although they did not dare to go out, they dared to stand within the wall of light, watching Suyu go out and seeing what would happen. Suyu looked around, it was all pitch black, only the monster's red eyes flashed. Suyu was not afraid, one foot stepped out and rushed straight outside the wall of light. Roar! Endless hissing sounds resounded, shaking the sky to the ground. The heavenly fates within the wall of light were frightened and retreated. When they looked carefully outside, Suyu's figure had long since merged into the darkness and could no longer be found. And at this moment, Suyu was directly knocked down by a monster and stumbled to the ground. Suyu took out his white tiger dagger and stabbed out. Ding dang! The sound of metal clashing. Suyu then felt that the white tiger dagger had stabbed a steel plate and could not penetrate at all. However, to Suyu's surprise, in front of Suyu's eyes, a damage number popped up. 1. I was actually able to injure it? However, the monster in the darkness did not give Suyu time to think, a violent impact came, and Suyu felt like he was hit by a big truck, like a kite flying out, and only landed after several seconds. This hit directly caused Suyu to be seriously injured. Roar! The monster roared in anger as it suffered pain. This was counter-injured. But Suyu could not see now, in this darkness, he could not see a bit at all, he could only see the scarlet eyes of these monsters clearly. Moreover, these monsters seemed to have a sense as if they did not attack in a group, but let that one monster that had attacked Suyu continue to attack Suyu. Could it be that they have a consciousness? Without waiting for Suyu to think more, a strong wind rose from his head, and a huge foot directly stomped Suyu's head. Bang! A message surfaced. You have been killed by the second-ranked demonic creature Dark Blood Red Mammoth. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. The second-order demon Dark Blood Red Mammoth dies immediately. The infinite resurrection talent is triggered, and you are immediately revived. You've killed the Dark Blood Red Mammoth, a second-level demon, and you've leveled up. Your first kill of a second-level demon, the Dark Blood Red Mammoth, triggers the racial trait of that demon, and you gain the ability, Dark Spirit Eyes. You have killed a second-level demon, the Dark Blood Red Mammoth. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes and could actually see dark things clearly. He obtained a new ability. Dark Spirit Eyes. This was the racial characteristic of the Dark Blood Red Mammoth. When someone killed this demonic creature for the first time, they could obtain this ability. When one had this ability, they could see clearly where the Dark Blood Red Mammoth was. This is because when the Dark Blood Red Mammoth pack is located, it will trigger a change in heaven and earth, and darkness will envelop the pack and its vicinity. Without possessing the Darkness Spirit Eyes, one would not be able to see clearly the places changed by the Dark Blood Red Mammoths. That is, the darkness they bring. Suyu looked at the surrounding, at least hundreds of Dark Blood Red Mammoths. However, Suyu was not afraid. On the contrary, he was still somewhat excited. By taking out these demons, I will be able to reach the top of the first rank, right, level 200, here I come. Requesting for free hypes and free gifts. Chapter 21, a second-order mission against the heavens. Just as Suyu was practicing, there were already many people who had reported the unusual situation that occurred in Taiping Village to Chu, and through the layers of transmission, the whole world now knew that Taiping Village had suddenly appeared in one of the 9 forbidden zones, the Heavenly Star Domain. The network was in an uproar. What's the situation? How did Taiping Village, the birthplace, get to the Heavenly Star Domain? There's a situation, brother. A demonic disaster broke out in Longhu City near Taiping Village, and now Taiping Village has appeared in the Heavenly Star Domain. There might be some connection. I'll go. This is the Heavenly Star Domain, one of the 9 forbidden regions. We've only explored one forbidden zone so far, and the harvest from that time alone created thousands of 9th-rank powerhouses. Now that another forbidden zone has appeared, these people are going to take off. Can this be the same? The last 9 Spectres forbidden area, that was because there were many god-ranked powerhouses blazing the trail in front of us, so we were able to get so many chances by following behind our asses. Now as far as Taiping Village is concerned in the Heavenly Star Domain, without god-ranked powerhouses in the front to clear the way, they'd be lucky to be alive. The countries of the world attached great importance to this matter. The Forbidden Zone, which contained countless resources, could allow people to quickly upgrade and grow up. But likewise, the Forbidden Zone could be called a Forbidden Zone, and that was because there were countless dangers inside as well. Without a god-ranked powerhouse to open the way in front of them, basically those who trespassed would surely die. Until now, of the legendary 9 forbidden zones, only the 9 Spectres forbidden zone had been explored, and even 10% of the core area within the 9 Spectres forbidden zone hadn't been explored so far. It could be seen how difficult the forbidden zones were. Even with a god-ranked powerhouse, it was difficult to explore them all. But even so, just by following the asses of those god-ranked powerhouses in the mythic world, the upgrade resources received were countless, and Chu alone had allowed thousands of 8th-ranked heavenly fates to break through to the 9th-ranked. Not to mention the rest of the countries. In that era, 9th-ranked powerhouses sprang up like bamboo shoots in a spring rain. Now one of the 9 forbidden regions, the Heavenly Star region, had appeared. How could they not pay attention to this place? And so, the countries of the world immediately contacted the Heaven's Fates who were now within the Taiping Village. They wanted to get first-hand intelligence. Only. Right now, they didn't know exactly where the Heavenly Star Domain was. Only knowing that the 9 forbidden regions had been present in the many ancient texts of the mythical world. No one knew where the exact location was. So now that these countries didn't have the ability to find out where the Heavenly Star Domain was, they could only rely on the god-ranked powerhouses within the mythic world, and as long as they were able to find out where the Heavenly Star Domain was, these countries would be able to follow the god-ranked powerhouses' asses to get some resources. This was absolutely no loss. And so, very quickly, the many forces within the mythic world had learned that a heavenly ordainer had arrived at the Heavenly Star Domain. Heavenly Chance Pavilion. The Pavilion Master received the message from the Heavenly Faithful One and knew that the Heavenly Star Domain had appeared, and he gazed at it with a ghostly gaze, wanting to seek the Heavenly Chance to know the location of the Heavenly Star Domain. However, no matter how much he projected, he was unable to project the location of the Heavenly Star Domain. Even if he couldn't project the Heavenly Star region, he couldn't even project the Taiping Village. This feeling was like he was projecting Chang Yu's identity, like he was being obscured from the heavens. No matter what, he couldn't project it. The Pavilion Master sighed. What the hell is going on here? Degree Immortal Sect. One of the 12 immortal sects. The immortal sect's lord was the apex of the divine rank, which meant that he had reached the 5000th level of the superlative divine rank, and was the strongest existence within the current mythological world. He looked towards the sky and moved his fingers slightly, but he frowned. Who could have obscured the sky? What is the connection between the Taiping village and the Heavenly Star Domain? Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Star Domain, Suyu did not know that the outside had already turned the sky upside down. Right now, Suyu was in the midst of a frantic upgrade. In front of Suyu's eyes, hints were constantly flashing by. And Suyu's body, too, was constantly breaking and being reborn. You have been killed by the Third Order Demon Dark Blood Red Mammoth. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. The Third Order Demon Dark Blood Red Mammoth dies immediately. The Infinite Resurrection talent triggers, and you are immediately revived. You've killed the 3rd ranked Dark Blood Red Mammoth, and you've leveled up. You've been killed by a 4th level demon, the Dark Blood Red Mammoth. The Homunculus Division career trait is triggered. The 4th level demon Dark Blood Red Mammoth dies immediately. The Infinite Resurrection talent triggers and you are revived immediately. You have killed the 4th level Dark Blood Red Mammoth, your level has increased. You've been killed by a 2nd ranked Dark Blood Red Mammoth. The Homunculus Division occupational trait is triggered. The Dark Blood Red Mammoth, a 2nd ranked demon, dies immediately. The Infinite Resurrection talent triggers, and you are resurrected immediately. You've killed the Dark Blood Red Mammoth, a 2nd ranked demon, and you've leveled up. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 200 100% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 3450. Spirit, 3450. Physique, 3450. Agility, 3450. Free attribute points, 1100. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. You have reached level 200 and have started the 2nd level advancement quest. 2nd level advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. Your 2nd level advancement quest has been generated. 2nd level advancement quest. Mission objective, kill the demon god of the astral domain. Task details, finish exploring all of the Heavenly Star domain, enter the 9 extremes domain, and kill the demon god in the 9 extremes domain. Mission reward, 2nd order level open. A large string of information jumped madly, Suyu glanced at it and was instantly numb. Having reached level 200, Suyu was happy. Having opened the 2nd order advancement quest, Suyu was also excited. Just after Suyu saw the heaven-defying 2nd order advancement quest, he was not so happy. How come his 2nd order advancement mission was so heaven-defying? Surprisingly, it wanted him to raid a forbidden area. Completing all the exploration. You know, the 9 Spectres Forbidden Zone still has 10% of its area unexplored. Now, he was even asked to be a First Order Little Karami to raid the Heavenly Star region's Forbidden Zone, to explore all of it, and then to enter the 9 Extremes domain, a place that he had never even heard of, and then to finish off the evil god in there. This is also too troublesome. This is also too anticlimactic. Grass, targeting me? Bang! Suyu was trampled to death by the Dark Blood Red Mammoth. Suyu resurrected. Looking around, there were still dozens of Dark Blood Red Mammoths. Suyu sighed. He himself was clearly very powerful. He was obviously very powerful. He was clearly invincible at the same level. How is it that every time he encountered an opponent? How is it that the rank is so much higher than oneself? Even now that he had reached the apex of the 1st rank, in the face of these Dark Blood Red Mammoths, there was no means of resistance at all. Only the occupational trait of a homunculus division would be able to kill back. Thinking of this, Suyu was glad that he chose to be a homunculus division instead of other occupations. After a while, the surrounding Dark Blood Red Mammoths finally died out. Suyu also finally did not have to die. Looking at the 1100 free attribute points he still had, he directly added all of them to the strength attribute. Chapter 22 Mysterious Village. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 200 100% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 4550. Spirit, 4550. Physique, 4550. Agility, 4550. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 2. General skills, none. At this time, Suyu completed adding all of his free attribute points. The attribute value had already broken 4005. This was a very high value. Under the same level, basically no one's attributes could be compared to Suyu. This was a full attribute of 4005. Every time this happened, Suyu could only sigh in admiration of the power of the White Emperor's ring. At this moment, the surrounding demons were gone. Suyu looked around. Now he did not know where to go. This surroundings were a jungle, lush and green. Not knowing the path clearly, Suyu could only rely on luck. He just kept walking towards the front. It seemed like the heavens favored Suyu. In a short while, Suyu saw a wide road. Suyu followed the road and continued towards the front. About 10 minutes later, Suyu heard a cry for help. Eh? Suyu looked over. He only saw a boy being chased by a small mammoth, one running in front and one chasing behind. The cry for help was precisely from the boy. Suyu threw out the white tiger dagger and like lightning, it instantly pierced through the small mammoth. Suyu saved the little child. "Little friend, are you alright?" Suyu asked. The boy was panting, looking at the body of the little mammoth. He knew that it was Suyu who saved him, plus he looked at Suyu who was human-like, so he was not wary of Suyu. Instead he still had a good feeling about him. The boy said, "No, it's fine." Suyu asked, "Do you live nearby?" The boy nodded and suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked, "Big brother, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you are not from the village? Are you someone who came in from outside?" Suyu thought about it. There is no need to tell lies to deceive a small child. He is not a local person. He will definitely reveal himself when he says it. In that case, it will in turn cause people to be disliked. Suyu said, "Well, I came in from outside." "Who knows?" The boy was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Great. Great. The prophecy is fulfilled. We are saved." The boy's words puzzled Suyu. The boy explained, "There is a prophecy in our village, which was passed down from our old ancestors, saying that in the future, there will be someone from the outside who will defeat the demon god and bring us out of the heavenly star domain and back to the eastern continent." After Suyu heard this, he only felt that this was referring to the heavenly destined one, and was not referring to Suyu alone. Only. Right now, most of the heavenly fates were hiding in the Taiping village, not daring to come out and explore. Only he himself, because of his infinite resurrection, which was fearless, dared to come out and explore. The boy excitedly said, "Big brother, I believe in you, you are the one we are waiting for. Quickly come back to the village with me, the people in our village will definitely entertain you very warmly." Suyu also wanted to understand the heavenly star domain. Otherwise, relying on himself alone, without knowing the heavenly star domain at all, it would be very difficult to completely explore the entire heavenly star domain. The village where this boy was from had been in the heavenly star domain since a long time ago. They must have known the heavenly star domain very well. He himself had to go and talk and understand. Along the way, Suyu asked the boy many questions. "How long have you guys been in the heavenly star domain?" "I don't know. Anyway, my grandfather's 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 grandfather have all been here." "Then how are you guys living here? Haven't you gotten used to it after so long? Why do you guys want to go back to the eastern continent so badly? It's very dangerous here. There are often outbreaks of demonic tides, and every time a demonic tide breaks out, many people will die. The book in our village, it records the East Continent. It's like a paradise on earth. There are countries, there are laws, everyone can find a job and can farm to feed their family. There are also powerful countries that resist demons and can protect us civilians." Suyu listened. It seemed that for their village, the Eastern Continent was like heaven. Unfortunately, the East Continent is full of countries and wars are constantly going on. Even the heavenly orders, they are all serving in various countries. The Eastern Continent wasn't as wonderful as they thought. But no matter what, it was definitely better than here. At least in the Eastern Continent, the demons did not dare to be so rampant. As he walked, Suyu wondered what exactly was the purpose of the gray-clothed Taoist. He moved the Taiping village here. What is he trying to do? Was he trying to explore the entire heavenly star domain with the help of his Tonggui Master's ability? And then reap the benefits himself? Or did the gray-clothed Taoist have some ulterior secrets? These doubts Suyu buried deeply in his heart. When he saw the gray-clothed Taoist next time, he must ask him properly. If he did not say, he would not help him to finish off the demon god. Very quickly, the boy brought Suyu to the village. As soon as he entered the village, Suyu was surrounded by people. Shaolin, come here. Who is he? Who are you? Who are you? They escorted the boy called Shaolin and surrounded Suyu, questioning. Shaolin hurriedly said, "Uncles and uncles, he is someone from outside, the one the old ancestors said, he is here to take us out." The surrounding holy villagers looked at Suyu and were not in a hurry to believe. You say you came from outside? What proof do you have? Suyu laughed and said, "If I didn't come from the outside, then you say, where did I come from?" At this time, a pillar of light fell from the sky. The faces of the surrounding villagers changed drastically. Damn! Is it time again? It's time to sacrifice magic again. But obviously, we just sacrificed magic last month, why do we have to do it again this month? How did this frequency become so fast? Hurry! Go quickly! Going late and delaying the time would be a big deal. The villagers didn't even care about Suyu anymore, they directly ran towards the location of the light pillar, and in their expressions, there was panic. Suyu touched Shaolin's head and asked, what was that all about? Shaolin said, "That is the demon sucking stage. The reason why our village can survive in the heavenly star domain is because we have to sacrifice our magic power every 6 months. In that case, the owner of the demon sucking stage will bless us. If we don't sacrifice our magic power, then the barrier guarding the village will disappear, and there will be countless demonic creatures invading, and we will die without a burial place." Suyu pondered, this couldn't be the gray-clothed Taoist, could it? Suyu walked straight towards the light pillar. Only to see thousands of big men bare-chested, their robust muscles twisting, a large amount of demonic energy flew out from their bodies and fell into the altar enveloped by the light pillar, forming a blue bead. Each of them looked agonized. After a while, only half of that blue bead was blue, and the other half was transparent. This meant that there was still half that hadn't been filled. Suffered. It's still half short. What can we do? With such a large difference, he won't bless us. An old man on crutches panicked. Suyu thought about it. In order to understand the situation of the heavenly star domain, he had to step in and help them. In this way, he should be able to gain trust, and then he would be able to know the situation of the heavenly star domain, which would help in exploring the heavenly star domain. Thus, Suyu opened his hand. Endless magic power surged out like a monstrous wave. In just an instant, the remaining half of the magic power was replenished. The old man lost his color in shock and disbelief. The surrounding big men's eyes widened in incomparable surprise. Good. Good thick magic power. Chapter 23, Celestial Beings. When the beads all turned blue, it meant that the magic power needed had been collected, and the bead containing the magic power disappeared in the pillar of light. The villagers looked at Suyu gratefully. The old man with a walking stick directly knelt down to Suyu and said, "Thank you, little friend. Without you, we don't know how many more people would have died in our village. I am really sorry just now." A few Han said. Suyu smiled and said, "It's just a matter of lifting a hand, there's no need to be so polite." As a result, Suyu also gained the trust of the village people. These village people believed that Suyu was someone from outside the heavenly star domain. Very quickly, Suyu was brought by the old man to the most central location in the village. Here, there was a courtyard, which was precisely the old man's home. Suyu also knew the identity of this old man. He was the village chief of this village. In the main hall, the village chief brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Suyu. "Benefactor, please," the village chief said. Suyu took a sip, his heart was refreshed, the flavor of this tea was good. Suyu put down the teacup and stepped into the main topic, saying, "I came to the heavenly star domain by chance. Now that I am also trapped here, can the village head know of any way to leave the heavenly star domain?" Suyu knocked sideways. The village head smiled bitterly. "If we could have a way to leave the heavenly star domain, why would we bother staying in the heavenly star domain for so long? I'm not hiding it from your excellency, we are waiting for the heavenly destiny person in the old ancestor's prophecy. The old ancestor said that someone would enter the heavenly star domain in the future, defeat the demon god, and lead us out. So we have been waiting." Suyu continued to ask, what was the situation with the sacrificial magic just now? And where is the demon god? How can we see the demon god? The village chief sighed and said, sacrificing magic power is to receive blessings. When we came to the celestial star domain, our old ancestors learned about the 4 idols, each of which corresponds to a power, and by sacrificing energy to the lord of the idol will be able to bless us. When we sacrifice magic energy to the demon god statue, the lord of the demon god statue will be able to give the village a barrier so that demonic creatures can't enter, and it can even automatically attack and kill demonic creatures in seconds, and turn them into resources for our cultivation, and all these years, we've been relying on the lord of the demon god statue in order to survive until now. As for where the demon god is, the village chief said, leading Suyu to a room. Inside the room, there was a large treasure chest, and on all 4 sides of the treasure chest, there were 4 depressions that seemed to be missing something. The village chief said, the old ancestor said that by opening the treasure chest, you will be able to find the location where the demon god is. But in order to open the treasure chest, you need the 4 god statues. These 4 idols are located in the 4 directions of the heavenly star domain, and the lord of the demon god idol is not far away from here, which is why he was able to sacrifice magic to the demon god idol to get blessings. As for the other 3 idols, we have not seen them before. Suyu asked, by the way, is the lord of the idol a human or what? The village chief said, the lord of the idol is actually the spirit of the idol and is not a human. So it turns out. Suyu thought it was a gray-clothed Taoist. It turned out that it was not. Suyu felt a headache. Now it seems that this is a running quest at first glance. And the time spent was definitely quite a lot. Wanting to gather all 4 idols, it was unknown how long it would take. Furthermore, Suyu didn't even know where the exact location of the 4 idols was. It was really convincing. Unwillingly, Suyu asked, village chief, do you have a map of the heavenly star domain here? Where exactly is the specific location of these 4 god statues? The village chief said, yes, the map does. Back then, after the old ancestor laid down the prophecy, he also left behind a map that clearly marked the various locations of the entire heavenly star domain, including the location of the 4 god statues. Only, this map is nowadays. The village chief seemed to have a hard time telling him. But this was so anxious that Suyu died. Suyu hurriedly asked, what happened to this map nowadays? The village chief sighed, this map has now fallen into the hands of the Sky Demon King, one of the 3 major demon kings, and by relying on the map, this Sky Demon King has hijacked a god statue and become a party overlord. Suyu asked again, then where is this heavenly demon king? The village chief shook his head, I only know that it is in the west. Going all the way towards the west, you will be able to enter the territory of the heavenly demon king. Suyu nodded his head. He had almost figured out how to find the demon god now. Just collect all 4 idols and open the treasure chest. However, in order to gather all 4 idols, it was necessary to find 4 idols, and nowadays, there was the demon god idol near this village, and there were still 3 idols that did not know their exact location. This required a map. But right now, the map was in the hands of the Sky Demon King. So one still had to go to the Sky Demon King first. Kill the Sky Demon King to get the map, find the idol, open the treasure chest, find the demon god, and kill the demon god. In this way, one could complete the second order advancement quest. Oh, my god. So complicated. Suyu was speechless for a while. How come his own advancement mission is so difficult? Oi. In his heart, he silently sighed. Then he spoke to the village chief and went to find the heavenly demon king to get the map by himself. Suyu left the village. All the way to the west. Blue Star, White City. A villa on the outskirts was brightly lit. In a very large conference room, 6 people were sitting, and one of them kept looking at the time. What's going on? It's almost 5 o'clock, and Link isn't coming? Could it be that something has happened? The youth looking at the time frowned. Who knows where he went to make waves? It's all been said, don't have a meeting at 5 o'clock, usually at this time everyone is in the mythic world, who has the heart to have a meeting? That's right, I still have a copy I haven't rated yet. Link might still be in the mythic world. The youth frowned and said, impossible. I even entered mythic time just now and took a look at my friend list, Link isn't online at all. Eyeing the time, it was 5 o'clock. The youth slapped his hand on the table and said angrily, this Link doesn't know what he's doing. How dare he really be late? After venting his anger, the youth calmed his mood and said, "A lot of things have happened recently. First Chuangyu took out 2 demon gods, and now the heavenly star domain has also appeared. Although we can't get involved, but now because of these 2 things, the blue planet has been in a bit of a mess. All countries are busy searching for the coordinates of Changyu and the heavenly star domain's location, mobilizing a lot of resources and manpower, and mixing up the fish eyes. So this is an opportunity for us." A few days ago, the superior envoy gave us a 7th order killing formation, which is enough to destroy the entire White City in an instant as long as it's activated. I intend to use it on the entire White City tomorrow, destroying the entire White City. This way, when the upper envoy sees our movements, he will definitely be able to know of our sincerity. One person said, "Using a 7th order killing formation? I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it from the mayor, right?" The youth laughed lightly. "If I wasn't completely sure, would I be talking about this with everyone? Don't worry, the mayor can't stop us even if he knows. He's not qualified." A woman said, "Then we are relieved. After destroying the White City, we'll be able to join the Celestials. Haha, thinking about it makes us a little excited." The crowd thought freely and laughed. But, the youth said, "Before that, find Link first. Figure out where the hell he went. Until we find him, the operation is temporarily halted to avoid any accidents. Remember, we can't afford to lose. Once we are discovered, we will end up. We can't live, we can't die." Chapter 24 Lin Zhang's Mind. Suyu traveled all the way towards the west. Right now, Suyu only wanted to find the Heavenly Demon King, get the map, and then collect the 4 divine statues. Suyu himself had never thought that it would be so troublesome. But it could not be helped. This advancement quest could not be accomplished without completing it. If you don't complete it, you won't be able to upgrade. Now it's only the 2nd level and it's this difficult. In the future, when the level is higher, won't it be even more difficult? Not to mention the Divine Order quest. Hey, just thinking about it, so you felt difficult. I don't know how long I have been walking. On this journey, Suyu encountered quite a few demonic creatures. First order and below, these demons, so you basically killed in seconds. Demonic creatures around the 2nd rank, so you could basically be killed in 2 or 3 moves. But the demonic creatures above the 2nd rank, Suyu had no choice, he could not fight at all, he could only obediently suffer death and use the characteristics of the Tonggui Master profession to finish it off. Soon, in front of Suyu's eyes, a prompt popped up. Heaven's Destined One Chuangyu, your mythical world login time today has reached 6 hours, and will be automatically withdrawn. As the prompt appeared, Suyu's figure disappeared into white light. The time had arrived again. There was no way. Looking at the time, it was now January 18th, 6 in the morning. It was almost the new year. His own New Year's goods and all that, he didn't prepare, and there was only a little bit of food in the refrigerator. Now Suyu didn't really need to eat anymore, but the habit was there, and besides, Suyu also liked to eat food. So, Suyu now intends to go buy some New Year's Eve goods, buy some snacks to eat. After taking a shower and taking out his cell phone, Suyu went out. Other side. Lin Zhang's house. White light flashed, and Lin Zhang as well as his parents appeared. All 3 had entered the mythic world together in the early hours of the morning. Now that the time had come, they naturally returned together. "Ha, with my son like this, the heavens have truly favored us." Lin father laughed out loud. Lin mother's face was also filled with smiles. Every time she followed her son Lin Zhang into the mythic world, it was truly a lying upgrade. Their son Lin Zhang was their pride. After becoming a professional for only 4 months, he was already level 210, or a 6th rank professional. Although the talent didn't say exactly what it was, they thought that their son's talent was definitely not weak either. Originally, Lin's father was a 2nd order non-combatant, and his talent was poor, wasting half of his life and using 2 lives. He was only at level 130. Lin's mother is only a 1st order non-combatant profession, her talent is equally poor, and she has also used 2 of her lives, but she is only at level 80 or so. In the Blue Star, she was also very average, and her status was only a little better than those who couldn't enter the mythic world. But now, since his son Lin Zhang became a professional, he took them to upgrade madly. Lin father has already level 300 to reach the limit of the 2nd order, Lin mother has already level 200 to reach the limit of the 1st order. And now who doesn't know that they are the parents of Lin Zhang, the vice president of the student council of Baishir No. 1 Middle School? In their organization, the leaders were now looking at them politely. White City First High School, that was the best high school in White City, with an amazing advancement rate. The student council is incredibly powerful. Every member of the student council has at least a 4th order career, and their son Lin Zhang has a 6th order career. In the future, he'll be able to get into a prestigious school. The future is unlimited. As Lin Zhang listened to his parents' praise, a smile appeared on his face. Ding bell. His cell phone rang. He went to his room and picked up. Lin Zhang whispered, "Hello?" On the other side of the phone, a cold voice came out. "How are you doing with what I asked you to do?" Lin Zhang swallowed and said, "I've already gathered all the information." "Very well, pass it on to me." "Yes." Soon, Lin Zhang sent the information he had access to as the vice president of the student council, through the darknet, to that person. Suddenly, Lin Zhang thought of Suyu, the person who had a 7th rank occupation. Suyu was also a student of White City No. 1 middle school, only Suyu wasn't a cadre of any student council, and now that it was the winter vacation period, Suyu hadn't returned to the school, so right now, the school didn't know that Suyu had awakened his 7th order occupation. However, when the school year started, Suyu returned to White City No. 1 middle school, then after his 7th order occupation was exposed, his position as the vice president of the student council would definitely be unprotected. Plus, his words at that time also offended him. In case he was careful, wouldn't he be ruined? That's a 7th order occupation. Even the occupation division invited him, if he is careful to target himself. Wouldn't everything you have now be in vain? I am my parents' pride, I can't fail, I can't be frustrated. Since I have offended this Suyu, I must deal with it. The more Lin Zhang thought, the more biased he became. He substituted his own character onto Suyu. What he thought Suyu was careful about was actually what he was careful about. What he thought Suyu would do was actually what he would do. In the past, when he hadn't awakened his profession and hadn't entered the mythic world, Lin Zhang was often bullied. But since awakening the 6th rank occupation as well as a decent talent, he grew rapidly, impressing his teachers and classmates, and became the vice president of the student council, and in the future, he was guaranteed to be sent to the Civilization University, and in the future, when he entered the battlefield of civilization, he could also become a commanding officer. In the past, those who bullied him, as long as the occupation is average, the talent is average, all by him secretly bullying back, but also used the relationship in the student union, false accusations of framing others, and then expelled from school. It is to enjoy the power brought by occupation and talent. Thinking that yesterday he offended Suyu, who was a 7th order occupation, he had trouble sleeping and eating. He was afraid that he would be treated that way as well. Thinking of this, Lin Zhang's face was a bit grim. Don't blame me, Suyu. If you want to blame me, blame yourself. Who told you not to say earlier that you are a 7th order profession? If you had said it earlier, why would I have to talk like this? By the way, I have to report something to you. Lin Zhang said. Oh? What is it? I found out that there's someone in our school that awakened a 7th order occupation, and the occupation division even sent him an invitation. Oh? A 7th ranked profession? The career division even sent him an invitation? Looks like he has a good occupation. Oh, it's a bit interesting. Who is he? Suyu. Suyu from senior class 12. I've investigated him. He's an orphan. His former guardian was his sister Su Qingxue, but his sister disappeared 5 years ago. I reckon it's dead. Okay, I know, you send me his information as well. Yes. Do you think he'll join us? Instantly, Lin Zhang went cold. What? To make Suyu join our organization? How can this be? Lin Zhang swallowed his saliva and asked, To let him join us? The man on the opposite side coldly said, What? If he's willing to join us, you're not? Lin Zhang smiled bitterly. Willing, of course I'm willing. With him joining us, our organization will definitely be stronger. But what if he is not willing to join us? That goes without saying? Of course, we'll throw him into the sea and feed him to the fishes. Chapter 25 Crocodile's Tears. As the new year approached, Suyu bought a lot of New Year's goods to go home and filled up the refrigerator at home. Taking out a popsicle from within the refrigerator, Suyu sat on the sofa and ate it while watching TV. Eating popsicles in winter is very comfortable. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Suyu was puzzled. Who would come to him? He opened the door and saw a familiar face. Lin Zhang. Seems to be Zhao Lingling's boyfriend. Vice President of the White City No. 1 Middle School Student Council. 6th Order Profession, Level 210. What is this guy looking for me for? Suyu was inwardly puzzled. Lin Zhang smiled and carried some gifts in his hand. Suyu thought that the visitor was a guest, so he let him in. Letting him sit on the sofa, Suyu also brought him a popsicle. Suyu opened the door and said, "What is it that you came to find me for?" Lin Zhang smiled and said, "I came to find you. There are two things. One thing is to apologize to you, and one thing is to invite you to join our student union." Suyu was slightly puzzled. Apologize? Lin Zhang was slightly relieved to see this, indicating that Zhao Lingling did not tell Suyu that he crickets him behind his back. However, Lin Zhang was still worried that his position as vice chairman would be taken. Or rather, he actually didn't care that Suyu knew that he crickets him. What he cared about was that his position was taken by him after Suyu joined the student council. Lin Zhang said, "Mainly I had a bad attitude that day. There is no bit of cadre that should have the appearance. I overreacted, so I apologize to you." Suyu smiled and said, "What can this be? I simply do not put on the heart. Damn it, if you didn't have a 7th rank occupation, would I care about you?" Lin Zhang inwardly cursed angrily. Although he was so upset with Suyu inwardly, he still had a smiling face. "The second thing is to invite you to join our student union," Lin Zhang said. Suyu shook his head and refused. "This I refuse, I will not join." Lin Zhang was a little surprised and asked, "Joining the student council will give you many privileges, why don't you plan to join?" Suyu said, "There is no need." "There is no need? What are you pretending you're a 7th ranked profession? Isn't your ceiling just 1 rank higher than me? What are you pretending? There's no need? Oh. Then what I'm doing, is it all unnecessary? What's so funny?" Lin Zhang inwardly spat madly. Nothing changed on Lin Zhang's face as he said, "Well, in that case, I respect your choice as well." Lin Zhang got up and looked ready to leave, but then he suddenly asked, "Suyu, do you know about the Church of Light?" "The Church of Light?" Suyu thought about it. It seemed like a cult. Suyu said, "It seems like a cult, right? Along with the Celestials, the Civilization cult, and the Demon God cult, it is known as the 4 great cults." Lin Zhang revealed a wry smile and said, "The Church of Light invites you to join, will you accept?" Suyu slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Zhang. Now he already knew that there was something wrong with this person, but he didn't care. No one could take himself out. Besides, he had too many cards in his hand. He wasn't afraid of these people's tactics at all. Suyu slowly said, "Absolutely not." Lin Zhang smiled, much more relaxed. "That's good. In that case, there will be no chance for you to be able to threaten me anymore." In an instant, in Lin Zhang's hand, a dagger appeared and disappeared in an instant, appearing within the shadow behind Suyu, stabbing at Suyu's neck. Lin Zhang thought that Suyu was dead, thinking that Suyu was absolutely unable to react. After all, he himself was level 210. While Suyu had only just awakened his profession and talent, his level was definitely not in the rank, definitely very much lower than himself. He could definitely kill the Suyu in seconds. However, the next second, out of his expectation, Suyu unexpectedly backhandedly grabbed his hand, and with a back body slam, he heavily slammed Lin Zhang onto the ground. There was a click. Suyu unexpectedly directly broke Lin Zhang's arm. "Ah!" Lin Zhang screamed in pain. Suyu indifferently said, "You'd better endure it. I have surveillance here. What you do, what you say, I have a record here. When the time comes to attract people, everyone can know that you are a cult follower." Lin Zhang was trembling on the ground. He couldn't believe that it would end up like this. How is it possible? You obviously awakened your profession and talent yesterday. How can you be stronger than me? This can't be possible. This is impossible. Suyu sat on the sofa, eating a popsicle and asked, "Why did you kill me? When have I offended you? Is it because I don't join the Church of Light that you want to kill me?" Lin Zhang endured the pain and said, "Suyu, you have to think clearly. I can give you another chance. You can agree to join us. Otherwise, it won't be me who comes next time. You are still young, there is no need to get killed for nothing. Whoever the Church of Light wants to join, no one can refuse." Suyu's face was expressionless as he asked, "The people who came to assassinate me yesterday were also from your church?" "Yesterday?" Lin Zhang shook his head, "No." Suyu sighed and said, "I can't seem to ask you anything, so I can only hand you over to the Occupation Division and let them investigate your Church of Light." Lin Zhang was a little alarmed. He couldn't believe that this Suyu was not afraid of the Church of Light's prestige. Wasn't he afraid of the retaliation of the Church of Light? What in the world was he thinking? Moreover, why was his strength so strong? Lin Zhang deeply knew that he absolutely could not be taken away by the vocational division, otherwise, his end would be absolutely finished, and in the vocational division, there was no one to carry the torture. Moreover, once he was taken away, what about his parents? At that time, once one couldn't carry it off and spoke out about the Church of Light, one's parents would definitely be killed by the Church of Light in retaliation. Even if he defected to the Occupation Division and revealed some of the secrets of the Church of Light, but the Occupation Division couldn't protect himself and his parents for the rest of his life, this was a dead end. Lin Zhang cried out in pain, Suyu, Suyu. I beg you, give me a chance. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I can't be taken away by the Occupation Division. If I'm taken away by the Occupation Division, what about my parents? The Church of Light won't let my parents go, they didn't do anything wrong. I beg you, you give me a chance, I can give you everything of value on my body, you let me go, I beg you. Woo woo. Lin hit on the ground, even if his hand was broken, he still kowtowed, just wanting Suyu to give a chance. But how could Suyu give him a chance? This Lin Zhang wasn't aware of his mistake, he was just afraid that he would be captured by the Occupation Division, afraid of the retaliation of the Church of Light, and afraid that he would die. If he was given a chance and he possessed the power to be able to kill Suyu, he would never let Suyu go. He was just afraid. In response, there was no way Suyu would give him a chance. Crocodile tears. Suyu would not fall for it. At this time, around him, a darkness surged. A voice rang out, wonderful, wonderful. Can you talk to me, where is Link? Chapter 26, Fainted from the Pain. Suyu could not help but laugh. How could his own luck be so bad? Yesterday, after awakening his profession and talent, he was assassinated by a mysterious person. Today, he was targeted by the Church of Light and was assassinated by Lin Zhang. Well, Suyu thought that it was going to be over and he was going to hand Lin Zhang over to the Occupation Division, and at this time, it was surprising that there was another sudden change. Suyu simply wanted to laugh. Lin Ku, who was Lin Ku? Suddenly, Suyu thought, it can't be that person from yesterday, right? Thus, Suyu directly called up the panel to check yesterday's information, and indeed discovered that the person who had triggered the Homunculus Division occupational trait to counter-kill that person at that time, that person's name was Link. Surprisingly, he was a 6th Order Black Shadow assassin. At that time, he didn't care. Now did his partner come to him? At this moment, darkness had enveloped the entire room. A man wearing a mask and metaphysical black armor appeared. At the same time, he unexpectedly externalized his rank, and the rank of 680 blazed brightly on his head. Sixth rank? Lin Zhang was directly dumbfounded. This Suyu actually knew a 6th Order powerhouse? Suyu faintly said, are you talking about the 6th Order Black Shadow assassin who tried to kill me yesterday? The masked man's pupils shrunk slightly as he said, he tried to kill you and you actually did not die? You also know his occupation? Kind of interesting. Who saved you yesterday, and now where was Link taken by that person? Obviously, the masked man thought that there was definitely someone who had protected Suyu at that time and had captured Link, and he had not yet realized that Link was actually dead. Suyu's brain was spinning rapidly as he thought about how he should pit-kill this person. If he killed him himself, he also had to take out Lin Zhang, otherwise, his identity of Yu would not be able to keep. Seeing Suyu hesitate, the masked man smiled. The masked man raised his hand, the space moved slightly, and a 1-meter-long hideous maggot appeared. The ring of sharp teeth was disgusting and frightening at a glance. This maggot crawled directly to Lin Zhang's side, tearing the flesh from Lin Zhang's body one bite at a time. Lin Zhang screamed in agony, tossing and turning on the ground, trying to kick the maggot away with his feet, but how could he possibly kick it away? Instead, the maggot bit directly into his crotch, and blood flowed out. So cruel. The masked man said, I know that there might be a 6th Order, or even 7th Order powerhouse standing behind you, just tell me where Link is, and I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll even apologize. After all, it's Link who made a move on you, and it's him who's wrong. In the masked man's perspective, he probed that Lin Ke heard that Suyu was a 7th Order profession yesterday, so he directly ran to try to finish off Suyu, a genius, but what he didn't expect was that there was a 6th Order or even 7th Order existence behind Suyu. Not only did he fail to kill Suyu, but even Lin Ke himself was also caught. So it would not be good for the masked man to offend Suyu. He couldn't make a move against Suyu so as not to offend the person behind Suyu, so he could only make a move against Lin Zhang on the ground. This was knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. But if Suyu didn't say anything, the masked man couldn't find Lin Ke, so there was no way out, so he had to make a move. But if Suyu said it, the masked man would not want to offend that strong person behind Suyu. There would be no need to make a move. He would let Suyu go and would apologize. Suyu sensed his small mind. Suyu laughed. Yesterday you wanted to kill me, an apology will do? To tell you the truth, Linko has already been killed by my master. If you don't want to die, you'd better hurry up and get lost. Once my master comes back, you will surely die without a burial place as well. Suyu deliberately said this to provoke this person. After all, this person is a 6th rank while he is only a 1st rank, it is impossible to beat him in a frontal battle, so he can only use the ability of this homunculus division profession. As long as he made a move to kill himself, then he would be finished. The masked man was infuriated and laughed. He waved his hand. The maggots on the ground directly ate Lin Zhang in one bite, chewing and swallowing it. Lin Zhang, just like that, was eaten by the maggots. The masked man said coldly, very unintelligible, how dare you threaten me? Who do you think you are? You think that with your master around, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Joke. Since Link was killed by your master, there's no need for you to live. But I won't let you die like that. I'll torture you. I'll make you beg for your life. This is the price you pay for threatening me. The masked man waved his hand, darkness swept over Suyu, and a powerful spiritual attack directly surged into Suyu's mind, followed by the two disappearing into thin air. On the outskirts of White City, inside a ruined warehouse, Suyu was thrown on the ground by the masked man. And at this moment, Suyu smiled. He had already used his cell phone to call the police. The masked man looked at the cell phone in Suyu's hand, and then looked at Suyu, who had not received a bit of damage from the mental attack. He was directly confused. What kind of situation is this? Before he clearly took Suyu away, he first attacked Suyu's brain with a spiritual attack, and now Suyu should be unconscious. How could he not have a little bit of trouble, and even used his cell phone to call the police? How the hell did this? Nonsense. Would Suyu tell you that I have the delusion-breaking immortal sword, which is immune to spiritual attacks of the divine order and below? No matter how powerful an existence you are, as long as it is not an existence that exceeds the divine rank that uses spiritual attacks and seals, then one does not have to be afraid at all. This was the delusion-breaking immortal sword. You're not afraid of spiritual attacks? The masked man coldly said. Suyu said with a bland expression, hey, my master will come soon, at that time, you will die. The masked man smiled coldly, oh, huh. I'm really curious about who your master is. I'm also really curious about where your bottom line is. Your master is not here right now. Even if he is stronger than me, I won't be afraid of him. Now you should worry about yourself. I'm going to crack your teeth and cut out your tongue. Suyu remained indifferent. Then you can try all you want. It was really the first time the masked man had seen such an outrageous one. The masked man grabbed Suyu's mouth, and at this moment, directly pulled out one of Suyu's teeth hard. Also at this moment, Suyu unleashed a sacrifice and sacrificed this tooth. You have taken damage from 6th Order Black Shadow Imperial Beastmaster Dragon 5, triggering the occupational trait. 6th Order Black Shadow Imperial Beastmaster Dragon 5 takes the same damage. You have sacrificed the teeth on your body. You gain a gain effect, Battle Spirit. Battle Spirit, lose the feeling of pain in your body and increase your will to fight by 100%. You have sacrificed a tooth on your body. 6th level Black Shadow Sentinel Dragon 5 gains a negative effect, billionfold increase in pain. Pain billionfold increase, pain damage received, billionfold increase. Ah! The masked man, Long Wu, screamed madly as he covered his mouth. The intense pain was too much for him to accept, and he actually fainted from the pain directly. He was not a gray-clothed Taoist. The other gray-clothed Taoist was a god-ranked powerhouse, which could carry 1,000,000,000 times the pain. But you aren't. You're just a tiny 6th-ranked professional. Can you withstand 1,000,000,000 times the pain? It's good that you didn't die from the pain. Suyu touched his still bleeding mouth. Mard, dog, now it's my turn to torture you. Asking for free Russian free gifts, please, everyone, please support. Chapter 27. The clue was broken. After torturing Long Wu, Suyu was disinterested. Because Long Wu, surprisingly, died of pain. Yes. Died of pain alive. 1,000,000,000 times increase in pain damage. It is not something that can be blocked by the 6th Order. Even the gray-clothed Taoist of the Divine Order. They all dare not say that they can definitely carry it, and they all show the color of pain, and then treat Suyu. This Dragon 5. Naturally, he could not be compared to the gray-clothed Taoist. So, it is normal to die from pain. Just. He was the first person to die of pain by Suyu. Suyu looked around, it was a waste warehouse. In the warehouse, there were many more materials. Suyu looked and realized that it was formation sand, the material used to set up formations. In other words, these people wanted to set up a formation? Without waiting for Suyu to think about anything more, a rumble came from outside and the sounds of battle appeared one after another. A furious roar came out. I am a 6th order superintendent of the vocational division. If you do not surrender, the only thing that awaits you is death. Suyu was surprised, this vocational division had come so quickly? He had only just called the police not long ago, and this is coming? This efficiency, really fast enough. Suyu's real purpose of calling the police was to eradicate this mysterious group of forces. Otherwise, running to his home to assassinate twice in 3 days, who can stand this? Boom! A silhouette was knocked down from the sky, smashed heavily into the warehouse, and landed on the side of Suyu. The person spat out blood, but when he saw Suyu, he instantly had a fierce smile on his face, and he directly grabbed Suyu's neck and angrily said to the sky, I have a hostage here. You guys get out of the way and let me go. A streak of light flew past and landed on the ground. The young police superintendent in golden battle armor watched with cold eyes. In the young police superintendent's hand, a flash of light emerged, a golden longbow coalesced, he bent his bow and strung an arrow, a powerful might bursting forth. You captured him, on what grounds do you tell me to get out of the way? You still want to leave? Dream on. He even directly let go of his hand. The light arrow was so fast that it was difficult for anyone to react, and it instantly pierced through Suyu and that person's body. Only, Suyu was not injured at all, while that person fell heavily to the ground and died. In the sky, several more figures fell. They were all dressed in professional division attire. Superintendent, the other rioters, they have all been subdued. They said to the young police superintendent. The young police superintendent nodded and looked at Suyu before flying out of the warehouse, leaving behind a light sentence, give that young man a statement, then send him to the hospital to check his injuries before giving him the Good Citizen Award. The speed of the professional division was very fast and efficient. It was just less than 2 hours. Already, the identities of the other rioters, their plans and whatnot, were all checked out. On the internet, the official White City Vocational Division had already released a dynamic. And, it directly rushed onto the hot search. White City Vocational Division Superintendent Li Tianyi successfully stopped the plot of the Celestial Society, saving tens of millions of citizens in White City. From the mysterious man calling the police to Li Tianyi leading the team to break up the Celestial Society's plot, it only took less than an hour. The mystic was rewarded with many prizes by the White City Occupational Division. I hope that all citizens will enthusiastically report the cult organization. At this time, in the White City Vocational Division, Suyu was making a statement. The 6th-ranked professional in front of you, who killed him? I'm not sure, I was captured by him and I hurriedly called the police, then when I woke up, he was dead. That said, how come the surveillance in your house is fake? Who in their right mind sets up surveillance in their house? That's for scaring people. Why did Lin Zhang come to you? He's a member of the Church of Light. He learned that I had awakened a 7th-rank profession and then invited me to join. I didn't agree and he tried to kill me. Then why did those thugs come to you? Those thugs said that they were going to carry out a certain plan in order to join the Celestials. But right at the critical moment, one of them disappeared, and when that person finally disappeared, he looked for you, and then disappeared. That's why the mob came looking for you today and took you. The one who disappeared, where is he now? What's the relationship with you? Suyu was questioned. Suyu thought about it and could only make up a reason. Actually, after I awakened my profession, there was a strong person who thought that my profession was good, so he took me as his disciple, and those people who wanted to be unfavorable to me, I reckon that it was my master who solved them. The constable stared at Suyu. The constable asked, your master, who is it? Suyu said, I don't know. Constable. Alright, you go back first. The Good Citizen Award, as well as the reward, will be sent to your home in a few days. You have to keep your cell phone open. When we contact you, you have to answer the phone. Also, if there are special circumstances, please contact us immediately as well. Suyu nodded, good. Why did Suyu dare to take a mysterious master out to block the arrow? That was because, in this world, it was actually still the weak and strong set. For the strong, there were naturally privileges. For the various official forces in Chu. As long as the strong person is not of the 4 major cults such organizations, there is no harm to chew, then it's fine, have the privilege that is a lot. Like Suyuji's master, who was able to casually and easily take out a 6th order professional, then the strength must be a top level 6th order, or 7th order professional. Such a strong person, as long as he was not a member of the 4 major cults, then he was fine, and could hide his identity if he wanted to. From what Suyu did, the Church of Light came to his door and wanted to kill him. The mob, who wanted to destroy the entire White City in order to join the Celestials, came to his door before the operation and wanted to kill him. This directly pushed Suyu to the side of justice. That was why the career division had let Suyu go home so easily. One more point, that was Suyu's profession, the 7th Order Anti-Injury Master. This profession was actually somewhat special. Otherwise, it would not have sent Suyu an invitation. All these various factors added up to the reason why Suyu was able to go home. If it was anyone else, I am afraid that he would have to be interrogated for a long time. Even, some occupations with low occupational ceilings and no background might be directly probed for their memories. However, this kind of tactic was harmful to people, and as an official force, it was rarely used. Unless really forced to do so. Suyu returned home. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Turned on the computer. Played the game. Quietly waiting for the early morning to enter the mythical world. Inside the occupational division of the White City. Young Superintendent Li Tanny looked at Suyu's file. And then looked at Lin Zhang's, and the other thugs' files. There was no correlation found. But he always felt something was wrong. It always felt like there was a secret in Suyu. Right now, he really couldn't find the time to investigate and monitor Suyu. The Church of Light that moved out from Lin Zhang, this alone would take a long time to investigate. As for those thugs, they also had an upper envoy, that was the person who had provided them with a 7th order killing array. If they really set up a 7th order killing array by them, then the White City would really be finished. There was still a need to investigate who the upper ambassador was. At this time, the phone in the office rang. Li Tanny picked up the phone. Hello, Superintendent. All of Lin Zhang's parents have been killed. In White City No. 1 High School, within the student council, all 7 students have joined the Church of Light. But now, they and their families have all been killed. The clues, they're all broken. Chapter 28, Blood Sacrifice. Mythic World. You have entered the Mythic World, current location, Heavenly Star Domain. Opening his eyes again, Suyu returned to the Mythic World and was now in the western location of the Heavenly Star Domain. It was still the same location that he was in when he exited at that time. Suyu continued to follow the route he had taken at that time, all the way to the west. He did not forget what he was going to do. First, he would look for the Heavenly Demon King, find the map, and then, by the way, take away the idol occupied by the Heavenly Demon King. With this, there were still 3 idols left, and using the map, he would be able to find them all. Finally, return to the village and use the 4 idols to open the treasure chest and find the demon god. Bang! Suyu was advancing, but in the next second, Suyu's entire person was directly exploded. You have been killed by the 6th ranked demonic creature Asato. Homunculus Master occupational trait triggered. 6th ranked demonic creature Asato dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. Your level has reached the upper limit, please upgrade as soon as possible. The next journey. Suyu encountered more and more demonic creatures. It was getting denser and denser. But Suyu also knew. It was getting close. It was close to the Heavenly Demon King. You have been killed by the 5th ranked demonic creature Asako. The Homunculus Division's occupational trait is triggered. The 5th order demon Mastodon dies immediately. The unlimited resurrection talent triggers, you will be resurrected immediately. Your level has reached the upper limit, please upgrade as soon as possible. You've been killed by an 8th level demon, Mastodon. The Homunculus Division career trait triggered. The 8th ranked demon Asato dies immediately. The infinite resurrection talent is triggered, you will be resurrected immediately. Your level has reached the upper limit, please upgrade as soon as possible. You've been killed by the 7th ranked demon Mastodon. The Homunculus Division career trait triggered. The 7th ranked demon Mato dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be resurrected immediately. Your level has reached the upper limit, please upgrade as soon as possible. Finally, Suyu was arriving at a certain forest. Thick vines flew out, and this time, the vines did not directly penetrate Suyu's body, but instead, they directly wrapped Suyu up and carried him to a certain place. Soon, the vine stopped at a majestic palace. The vines put Suyu down and then disappeared. Suyu looked at the palace. It was built from trees as well as vines. It had a very bizarre beauty. He took a deep breath and entered straight away. There was no way, there was only forward now, there was no way back. As soon as he entered the palace, Suyu felt the sky spinning and space distorting. Then, Suyu saw the middle-aged man sitting on the throne, dressed in imperial robes. If Suyu did not guess wrong, this person was most likely the so-called Heavenly Demon King. Just what realm his strength was at, Suyu did not know, but it was definitely not weak. To know the demons that Suyu had encountered along the way, he had encountered 7th and 8th rank ones. These strengths were all very strong. But in the western part of the Heavenly Star domain, the demonic creature that could be called the Heavenly Demon King, his strength was definitely above the 8th rank, right? Otherwise, how could he be able to suppress so many powerful demonic creatures? So you guessed wrongly that the strength of this Heavenly Demon King was probably at the 9th rank, and was probably not too far away from the divine rank. When the Heavenly Demon King saw Suyu, his eyes moved slightly and said, "Strength of the 1st rank? To be able to come to this king's heavenly demon forest is truly unbelievable. It is really the first time that this king has seen such a weak ant like you. It has really aroused this king's interest." The reason why he grabbed Suyu over here was because the Heavenly Demon King knew that someone came all the way towards the west and was only at the 1st rank in strength, which made the Heavenly Demon King curious, which made the Matang under his command grab Suyu over here. When Suyu saw him, he coldly said, "You are the Heavenly Demon King? Heavenly Demon King, you came here? Is it for this king?" Suyu smiled, "Finally found you." The Heavenly Demon King's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you want?" "An ant, what does he want?" The Heavenly Demon King was really curious. Suyu laughed and waved his right hand. The delusion-breaking immortal sword came out. At that instant, the Skyfall sword intent surged. In a 100-mile radius, countless demonic creatures, all of them prostrated on the ground and looked at the sky in fear. The Heavenly Demon King's expression changed slightly as he said, "Divine weapon? Interesting. Is this your bottom card?" Suyu said, "How about I take the divine artifact and exchange it with you for a map of the Heavenly Star domain?" In the twinkling of an eye, the Heavenly Demon King laughed out loud, his eyes covered with greed. "Asshole. If this king kills you, won't the divine artifact be mine? If you think that a divine artifact will be able to deal with me, the Heavenly Demon King, then you are truly too naive. However, this king is really thankful to you. You actually brought a divine artifact to give to this king. This king is merciful and will leave you with a whole body." In the next moment, the Heavenly Demon King's figure flashed, and in an instant, he pulled out Suyu's heart with a claw before directly crushing and exploding it. "Humph, a divine weapon is." Before he could finish, the Heavenly Demon King lost all vitality and fell to the ground. "You have been killed by the 9th order demonic creature Heavenly Demon King. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. The 9th ranked demonic creature Heavenly Demon King dies immediately. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. You are immediately resurrected. Your level has reached the upper limit. Please upgrade as soon as possible. You have killed the 9th level Demon King, and you have received the 9th level General Skill Book." The Heavenly Demon King was dead. Just what Suyu did not expect was, after killing the Heavenly Demon King, a generic skill book was dropped. Suyu immediately checked it. Generic skill book. Rating, 9th order. Description: after using it, one can randomly obtain a 9th order generic skill. Evaluation: a generic skill book dropped by killing a Demon King. After opening it, one can obtain a generic skill. It is a very important and precious treasure for the next 3 orders of Fate of Heaven who only have 1 skill. For the next 3 ranks of the Divine Fate, there was only 1 skill, the initial career skill. This was the most fundamental reason why everyone was slow and difficult to upgrade. It was that there were no skills to use. As for the generic skill books, skill scrolls, if you wanted to obtain them, you could only obtain them by killing special demons and devils like the King level. That is, Ghost King, Demon King, Monster King, Demon King. In the mythological world, to be crowned a king, it was definitely not weak. Just like the Heavenly Demon King. That's a 9th rank. Slaying the 9th rank in order to obtain a general skill book was too difficult for a newbie Heaven's Fate to do. It was basically impossible. On the market, the value was even more incalculable. There was simply no one selling it. Suyu held back his excitement. He immediately used this 9th order generic skill book to see what generic skill he could obtain. You have used the 9th order generalized skill book, you will randomly obtain a 9th order skill. Randomizing in progress. You have obtained a 9th order generic skill, Blood Sacrifice. Blood Sacrifice 9th order. Rank, 1st level. Effect, sacrificing a portion of one's essence blood causes the effects of all skills to be increased by 10 times for the following hour. Evaluation, a very good 9th rank skill. Possesses the terrifying effect of turning the tide of battle. Chapter 29, Harvest. This skill? Suyu read the description and immediately realized the power of this skill, knowing that just consuming a little bit of essence blood in his body makes the effect of the next skill increase by 10 times? This was already very heaven-defying, enough to reverse the outcome of a battle. Suyu was happy in his heart. Now, he had mastered a new skill. And it was still a 9th rank skill. In fact, for Suyu, he himself wanted to become stronger and rely on true power to crush. The King of Thunder profession was already very good and violent, but the key was that the mythic world was too dangerous, a world equivalent to infinity. Even if it was violent, there were all sorts of means to subdue you. That's why Suyu chose to become a homunculus division. After all, a profession that can develop. This kind of profession is only really strong. If one could not even develop, even if the occupation cap was even more powerful, it would all be nothing. Suyu immediately searched the palace. There were quite a few treasure chests. These were the heavenly demon king's riches. Suyu smilingly opened them one by one. You have opened a 9th rank treasure chest. You have obtained skill upgrade scroll level 9. You opened a 9th level treasure chest. You obtained experience fruit 9th level 1. You opened a 9th rank treasure chest. You gained transfer book 9th rank. You have opened a 9th level treasure chest. You have gained 90 million treasure money. You opened a 9th rank treasure chest, and you gained treasure money secret realm scrolls. You opened a 9th order treasure chest. You gained 9th order set spirit world mage profession exclusive. You have opened a 9th level treasure chest. You have gained scroll of heavenly favor attribute. 7. A full 7 9th rank treasure chests. Suyu was exhilarated. Opening them all, he obtained quite a few goodies. Skill upgrade scroll. 9th rank? I can directly upgrade my skills to level 9. Ha ha ha. This is too cool. Even Suyu couldn't help it, he was really too excited. This was the charm of the Forbidden Zone. Dangerous? It was dangerous. But the rewards were also many. There was also the 9th rank experience fruit. Suyu even felt that if he opened the path to the 2nd rank, if he ate just one, he could directly reach the top of the 2nd rank. There was no need to go back to leveling at all. There was also the 9th rank transfer book, 90 million treasure money, and the priceless 9th rank set, and a treasure money secret scroll, the heavenly favors attribute scroll. Really, really too precious. The value is incalculable. Let's not talk about anything else, just the 9th order set alone. It's enough to buy the entire white market. Holding back his excitement, Suyu first took out the skill upgrade scroll he had just obtained. Skill upgrade scroll? Rating, level 9. Description: after using it, a skill below level 9 can be upgraded to level 9. Evaluation: the spells that the people within the mythic world needed to painstakingly upgrade could be easily upgraded with just a scroll for the heaven's fate. A skill upgrade scroll was undoubtedly very precious. This kind of treasure was something that many cultivators wouldn't even dare to think about. Suyu's current profession skill sacrifice was still only at level 2. Thus, Suyu immediately used the skill upgrade scroll. You have used the skill upgrade scroll level 9, your skill sacrifice level 2 has been upgraded to level 9. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 200 100% first rank. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 4550. Spirit, 4550. Physique, 4550. Agility, 4550. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 9. General skill, blood sacrifice level 1. Sacrifice. Level, 9. Effect, forcibly sacrifice any part of the target's body, causing it to gain the negative effect you specified. You gain the specified gain effect. A target that is forcibly sacrificed cannot resist in any way if its level is 9th rank or lower. If above 9th rank, you may choose to similarly sacrifice the same part of yourself as the target, forcing the target to gain the negative effects you specify and you to gain the gain effects you specify. If the target of the sacrifice dies, you are restored to full status. Verdict: it's hard to believe that a first-rank homunculus master could upgrade his sacrifice skill to level 9. This kind of rogue skill really shouldn't exist in the world. The excitement in Suyu's heart at this moment was hard to describe. The sacrifice skill was really powerful to the core. One could even choose the effect to give to their opposite side by themselves in the future. Can this not be heaven-defying? Moreover, directly forcing the target to be bound, the 9th rank and below had no ability to resist. Only the 9th rank and above would work. But even if it was above the 9th rank, as long as one sacrificed the same part, the same could make the skill work. This was really too disgusting. Next, Suyu looked at the other harvest. The transfer book, this one he couldn't use. After all, he couldn't possibly transfer the super god level profession of homunculus division into a 9th rank profession, so this level of transfer book, he could only sell it and keep it useless. 9th order experience fruit also temporarily cannot be used, first retained, this is not for sale. As for the 9th order mage's suit, this self is even more can't use, oneself is the same return division, how to wear the mage's equipment. This thing can only be sold, stay also useless. Suyu looked towards the Treasure Money Secret Scroll. Treasure Money Secret Realm Scroll. Rating, 9th Order. Description: consuming use, one can enter the Treasure Money Secret Realm once. Within the Treasure Money Secret Realm, one can consume treasure money to upgrade the occupation limit, skill levels, and so on, and even skip the advancement tasks. Various effects: the upper limit is the apex of the 9th Order. Evaluation: using treasure money kryptonite to become stronger place. I've heard that no one's treasure money can be brought out with them, spent, really all spent, not a single penny left. That's what money can do. But please note that if you don't carry enough precious money to enter the secret realm of precious money, and you don't spend up to the standard, you will be cursed for eternity. When you have a treasure money, or consume any amount of treasure money, you will permanently deduct attributes. Until you die. This kind of scroll, so you had long heard about it when he was in school. This was truly a priceless treasure. As long as one has this scroll as well as a large amount of precious money, one would be able to go from the 1st rank to the 9th rank overnight. I only have a measly $90 million right now, there is no need to enter. Suyu thought so. This was a 9th rank treasure money secret realm. If one entered with just 90 million treasure money, the enhancement would be too little, that would be a loss. After all, this kind of scroll can only be used once. If you don't want to lose, the treasure money must be enough. Next, Suyu looked at the Heavenly Favor Attribute Scroll. Scroll of Heavenly Favors. Rating, none. Description: with luck, randomly enhance a single attribute by 10,000 attribute values. Evaluation: a kind of scroll that is comparable to being enlightened. Only the truly lucky can get it. The value is incomparably precious. Suyu exhaled a breath. It's cool. This was really cool. Because one has the White Emperor ring. Any attribute was raised by 10,000 points. Then he would be raising all of his attributes by 10,000 points. This was the power of the White Emperor ring. Immediately, Suyu immediately used this Heavenly Favor Attribute Scroll. Chapter 30 Attribute Breaking 10,000. You have used the prop Heavenly Favor Attribute Scroll. Your agility attribute has received Heavenly Favor, your agility attribute plus 10,000 attributes. You triggered the effect of the White Emperor's ring, your full attribute plus 10,000 attributes. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 200 100% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 14,550. Spirit, 14,550. Physique, 14,550. Agility, 14,550. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 9. General skill, blood sacrifice level 1. At this moment, Suyu's full attributes had all reached 14,550. This was an extremely exaggerated attribute in terms of the 1st rank, and even many professionals who had reached the apex of the 2nd rank could not compare to Suyu. This kind of attribute had already crushed all second-order professionals. This was truly too exaggerated. This was truly invincible at the same rank. No one could compare Suyu's attributes at the same rank. Looking at the attributes at the same rank, no one could compare with Suyu, even at the second rank. No one could be Suyu's opponent. Even some of the third ranked can't compare to Suyu. The preciousness of this heavenly favored attribute scroll could be seen, and the terror of the White Emperor's ring could be seen. The power coming from within his body made Suyu very refreshed. He himself had directly increased his attributes by 2 times. It was only natural to become stronger. Suyu withdrew his gaze. The rest of the rewards could not be used for the time being. Suyu searched within the palace again, and finally found a map near the Heavenly Demon King's seat, as well as a divine statue. Statue of Void God. Rating, Divine Grade. Description: sacrifice a portion of your soul to obtain a void effect for a period of time, during which you are immune to all physical attacks of God rank and below. Evaluation: Idol of Nothingness, requires the sacrifice of a soul to gain a powerful nothingness ability. The Idol of Nothingness, the Idol of Magic, the Idol of Distortion, and the Idol of Indestructibility were known as the 4 idols, and by collecting all 4, one could use a sealing ability that transcended the divine rank. This idol was wearing a demonic god mask on its head and a black dragon tattooed robe, standing majestically with its hands clasped together. This was the Void God idol. At the same time, this was the card that allowed the Heavenly Demon King to reign supreme in the western part of the Heavenly Star Domain. The Heavenly Demon King wasn't the most powerful existence, he was able to dominate here solely because of the Void God statue. The Heavenly Demon King had sacrificed part of his soul to possess the ability to be immune to all physical attacks of the divine rank and below, so no one here could be his opponent, and all of his opponents were wiped out by him with this ability. This was the power of a divine statue. Unfortunately, even if the Heavenly Demon King who possessed the Void God statue faced Suyu, there was only one end: to die with incomparable humiliation. This Void God idol was terrifying, and Suyu's Tongshua division profession was even more terrifying. In this way, the first idol is in hand, there are still 3 more idols to go. Suyu picked up the map and opened it up. This map was different from what Suyu thought. He originally thought that this map was a mortal product. What he didn't expect was that this map was magical, it was in real time. Suyu looked at the map. At this moment, he was located in the westernmost part of the Heavenly Demon Forest. On the map there was also a marking of his location. There was also a marking here, the Heavenly Demon King territory. Next to the Heavenly Demon King territory, there was also a small idol mark indicating that the Void Idol was here. Checking the map carefully, Suyu realized that this Heavenly Star territory was frighteningly large. Suyu saw the location of Taiping Village, saw the mysterious village sealed Demon Village, and saw the location where the other 3 idols were located. These locations, in fact, the distance is not far. In the surrounding there is a square barrier shrouded, like eating chicken in the poison circle, and outside the poison circle is the real vast and boundless Tianqing domain territory. So, this is just the tip of the iceberg? However, it didn't matter. Because now there was a map. As long as one went to get the other 3 idols, one would be able to find the demon god then. Suyu didn't forget his goal. And so, Suyu looked towards the closest to him. In the southwest direction, roughly 700 miles, there was a demon suppression well, where this indestructible god statue was located. Thus, Suyu took out his delusion-breaking immortal sword, and the heavenly false sword intent once again enveloped the vicinity, frightening even the 8th-ranked demonic creatures to kneel on the ground, losing all will to fight. It was 700 miles away from here. Suyu didn't want to waste any more time. So it was just straight up like this, so that along the way, no demonic creature would dare to attack him. There would be no time wasted. Under the all-out rush. Today's time. Perhaps it would be possible to collect the second god image. It wouldn't be far from his path to the second rank. Thus, Suyu immediately hurried on. In the various chat channels, there were quite a few people discussing about Changyu. Everyone in the Heavenly Star Domain couldn't enter, only people from the birthplace of Taiping Village could, and generally speaking, people with villages as their birthplace were all newcomers with low levels. These newcomers can only watch the opportunity, cannot enjoy. They can all still stay within the Taiping Village, and originally there were some people who came out, they died soon after. They have seen the danger and are even more afraid to go out. So there is nothing to discuss. On the contrary, it was Changyu. His story was just too legendary. There was an endless stream of people discussing it. That said, this is the 3rd day, right? Why hasn't Changyu moved? Could it be that he really is a Tonggui Master? He's definitely a homunculus master. His luck is so counterintuitive, using the homunculus division profession to mess up 2 demon gods. The rewards he got have already earned him a fortune, now how could he continue to take risks? That's why he's now going into hiding and digesting the rewards to strengthen himself. Hey, homunculus master. I guess it'll be a long time before we can hear from Changyu. That's true, don't forget that right now, Changyu is still being hunted down by the demon god church. There's also the 7 great demon cults within the mythical world that are also looking for Changyu, and right now Changyu definitely doesn't dare to show his face and only dares to sneak around and develop. That said, the upper limit of the homunculus master is very low. Out of many homunculus masters, no one can reach the 3rd stage. Can Changyu do it? Their profession's advancement task is very difficult. If Changyu also can't finish, then his legendary life will come to an end. Who knows, I do hope that Changyu can be more powerful. If he grows up, maybe he will be on the battlefield of civilization, a powerful existence. I just really can't understand. We are in this situation on the battlefield of civilization, countries are still infighting. You don't understand, to fight for the outside world, we must first pacify the inside world. Moreover, that is a 10,000-year-long struggle. Our generation cannot live 10,000 years is still unknown. In fact, for us, civilization battlefield loss on the loss, let's finish this short life is enough. The future of the matter, let those who can live a long time to solve it. That's right. I do hope that Changyu is not a Tonggui master. If he wasn't a homunculus master and could have the ability to kill a god at less than the 1st rank, then in this era, he would be the most dazzling existence. He would be the one who would cut across the entire era and make everyone in the entire era look at him in a sideways way. It's just a pity that he is a homunculus master with only 3 lives. In fact, Suyu wanted to say that although he was a homunculus master, he had infinite resurrection. Only, in order to keep the bottom line so that the information would not be leaked and no one would make a move to kill him, so Suyu had always been hiding his identity in reality. But, Suyu knew very well that as long as he killed 2 more god ranks within the mythic time, he would be able to break the rumor that he was a homunculus master profession. Because it was clear to everyone that everyone only had 3 lives, if Changyu killed 2 more god ranks, then he wouldn't be a homunculus master because it was the 4th life. Then, the moment everyone thinks that Changyu is no longer a homunculus master, even if Suyu accidentally exposes himself in the real world, there won't be much of a problem. They will only think that Changyu's occupation is very counterintuitive, they just don't really know what that occupation is. The reason for this was still because Suyu was just too careful. Suyu really didn't want to roll over. From the moment he knew the truth of the universe, Suyu knew that this mythological world and the countless civilizations were really not simple, Suyu really did not dare to underestimate them. Once the car rolled over, all hell would break loose. Chapter 31, You Wanna Kill Me, I Wanna Kill You Too. Heavenly Extreme Space. A piece of chaos, boundless. Between heaven and earth, the only color was chaos. The red elf Shao has been floating in this space for I don't know how many years. This is his punishment. He wants to go out very much, but after all this time, no one has succeeded in getting him out. His only pleasure is to occasionally spy on the existence of the 4 divine statues that possess the 4 divine statues, watching and spying on everything. This is his only pleasure, and is also the only way for him not to go crazy for countless years in the heavenly extreme space. Now, the red elf's originally silent heart finally rose with a surge of excitement. He felt it. He sensed it. This person, he could definitely collect the 4 divine statues and enter the 9 extremes realm to the heavenly extreme space, and at that time, he himself would be able to leave this hellish place with the help of him. It was a pity. It was a human, deliberately shielded him. The red elf's face sank, and he stormed out. Which maggot's gaze dares to dip into someone's karma? Deep in the starry sky, the gray-clothed Taoist slowly opened his eyes. He had just sensed that someone was spying on Changyu, so he immediately shielded the heavens once again blocking everything from Changyu, making it impossible for anyone to probe him. The gray-clothed Taoist's face sank. To know. In this world, although he wasn't the topmost divine rank and his combat power wasn't ranked. However, in terms of obscuring heavenly chances and deducing heavenly chances, even the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's Pavilion Master was not his opponent. He could completely crush the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master. In this world, it was basically impossible for anyone to unravel the heavenly chances that he shielded. The only one who could gaze upon Changyu was him. But just now, someone was spying on Changyu, which immediately alerted the gray-clothed Taoist. It was important to realize that Changyu was the key to his revenge. Whether or not he could take out the remaining 5 demon gods, he still had to rely on Changyu. Therefore, he must not let Long Yu be pushed out and expose Long Yu's identity to avoid being assassinated. The aura of a demon. My original intention was to let him fight monsters and upgrade in the Heavenly Star domain. Just, what did this guy do in the Heavenly Star domain? Surprisingly, he made a certain demon god stare at him? Could it be the sealed red elf demon god within the Heavenly Star domain? 10 million miles of red earth, scorched earth born of a mandrill, eats human bones and spits out burning winds, the blood of those who see it boils and dies. Suddenly, the grey-clothed Taoist looked odd and revealed a bad smile. If it is really you who assassinated this kid. Being sealed for so long, without the means of the immortal rank, I'm afraid that when you meet this kid, you'll die. For an ordinary divine rank, the grey-clothed Taoist knew that Chuang Yu was not afraid. But, the key was that above the god rank, was also the immortal rank. Transformation of God into an immortal person means as not the divine order can be compared. Once encountered the legendary immortal order means, even if the same return to the division, if the root is not enough, but also afraid of being useless. The grey-clothed Taoist is worried about this, so he pays a big price to cover up the sky and protect Changyu. At this time of the long Rangyu, that is, Suyu, still do not know that he was actually the demon god Red Elf stared at. And also into the Red Elf's must kill list, just because he is human. The demon god Red Elf also does not know one thing. It was that he was also on Suyu's must kill list. Who asked him to be Suyu's advancement task? Now. Suyu was advancing towards the southwest. Right now, Suyu's speed was very fast. Coupled with the presence of the delusion-breaking immortal sword, all the demonic creatures below the divine rank were submissive and did not dare to raise the slightest bit of battle intent towards Suyu, so the dangers within this heavenly star domain were basically equivalent to nothing for Suyu. Even if there were some traps, some seals. In the face of the delusion-breaking immortal sword, it was only instantly ineffective. After all, the delusion-breaking immortal sword was immune to seals of divine rank and below. Very quickly, Suyu arrived at his destination. Demon Suppression Well. This well was flat and uneventful, sitting alone at the foot of the mountain. If there was no map present, I am afraid that no one would have thought that the Undying God statue was inside here. Suyu looked around, there was no danger, then looked at the demon-suppressing well. It was pitch black inside. It was a bit creepy in here. After all, nothing could be seen. There was no other way, for the sake of the Undying God statue, Suyu could only jump down with his head. Clang! Suyu landed on the ground. The originally pitch-black piece instantly had a firelight lit up. Suyu was in a damp bronze passageway, the walls of which were carved with runes. There is another cave. It seems that there are good things here as well. Behind Suyu, there was a wall, so Suyu could only walk towards the front, which was the only passage. Suyu headed forward and continued walking. Soon, Suyu arrived at a circular altar. In the center of the circular altar stood the headless idol, bound by 12 chains. On the ground near the altar, there were 12 grooves surrounding the altar. This headless idol in the center should be the indestructible idol, right? Suyu went forward and just took a few steps when the ground shook. Surrounded by gray mist, hundreds of rats rushed towards Suyu. Suyu waved the delusion-breaking immortal sword, but it was useless because these rats were not alive, they had long since died, these corpse puppets. Therefore, even with the delusion-breaking immortal sword, it was also useless. Tear. Suyu was bitten through the throat by a rat and perished on the spot. You were killed by a 9th order rat corpse puppet. The professional trait of a homunculus master is triggered. The 9th order rat corpse puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. Suyu resurrected. These rats, surprisingly, are all of the 9th rank? And all puppets? Suyu was surprised. But the next second, Suyu died again. You have been killed by a 9th order rat corpse puppet. Homunculus division occupational trait trigger. The 9th order rat corpse puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. You've been killed by a 9th ranked rat golem. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order rat corpse puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are resurrected immediately. You've been killed by a 9th ranked rat golem. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order rat corpse puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, You are resurrected immediately. After a while, Suyu was revived. The ground was full of damaged ninth-order rat corpse puppets. These corpses emitted light and all disappeared, then many more rat fragments appeared on the ground. Eventually, all of these rat fragments automatically fused together and turned into rat statues. It corresponded exactly to the first of the 12 alcoves. Suyu placed the rat statue into the corresponding groove. At this time, one of the 12 chains disappeared. At this moment, Suyu understood how to get the Undying God statue. The earth trembled. Gray mist surrounded it once again. This time, what appeared was the bull corpse golem. Chapter 32 Undying God statue arrives. Suyu's expression remained unchanged as he opened his hand and said, "Come on." The next second, Suyu was killed by a bull corpse puppet and you were killed by a 9th rank bull corpse puppet. Homunculus Master Occupation. Soon, these cow statue fragments fused together and turned into a complete cow statue. Suyu placed the bull statue into the corresponding groove. Instantly, one of the chains binding the indestructible god statue disappeared. There were now 10 more chains. As long as Suyu continued to repeat what he had just done and filled the remaining 10 grooves, he would be able to unlock the chains and obtain the indestructible god statue. The earth trembled again. The gray fog appeared once again. This time what appeared was a tiger corpse golem. You have been killed by a 9th rank tiger corpse golem. The homunculus division occupational trait is triggered. The 9th rank tiger corpse puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. You've been killed by a 9th level tiger puppet. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order tiger corpse puppet is damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be revived immediately. You've been killed by a 9th level tiger puppet. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order tiger corpse puppet is damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be revived immediately. Not long after, Suyu resurrected. Getting the tiger statue. Repeat the previous actions. Now 9 more to go. The gray mist appeared again. This time it was Rabbit Corpse Golem. You've been killed by a 9th ranked Rabbit Ghoul Golem. The homunculus division's occupational trait is triggered. The 9th order rabbit puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be resurrected immediately. You've been killed by a 9th ranked rabbit golem. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order rabbit puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be resurrected immediately. You've been killed by a 9th ranked rabbit golem. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered. The 9th order rabbit puppet is immediately damaged and cannot be used. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you will be resurrected immediately. In the blink of an eye. 3 hours passed. When Suyu was resurrected again, the pig corpse puppet on the ground disappeared and the pig statue fragments emerged, eventually synthesizing into a pig statue. Suyu rushed forward and placed the pig statue into the last groove. Instantly, the last chain disappeared. Suyu reached out and directly removed the Undying God statue. Undying God statue. Rating, Divine Grade. Description: sacrifice a portion of your life to obtain an indestructible effect for a period of time, during which you are in a state of immortality. Evaluation: Statue of the Undying God requires the sacrifice of life to gain a powerful undying ability. The Idol of Void, the Idol of Magic, the Idol of Distortion, and the Idol of Indestructibility are known as the 4 idols, and by collecting all 4, one can use a sealing ability that transcends the divine rank. This Undying God idol's ability was inferior compared to his own infinite resurrection. But it was definitely not weak either. After Suyu read the description of this Undying God idol, in his heart, he felt even more that there were people outside of this world, and there were heavens outside of this world. A god-ranked god statue, which was only a prop used to seal, could be so powerful. In this infinite mythological world, this kind of thing was definitely not uncommon. One really couldn't afford to be prodigal just because one had the professions of infinite resurrection and homunculus master. Otherwise, if one day, he met someone who possessed a prop similar to the 4 divine images and opened a seal that transcended the divine ranks, then he would be in trouble. The delusion-breaking immortal sword was only immune to seals of the divine rank and below. Suyu put away the Undying God idol. He turned his head to look around, Wanting to see if there were any treasure chests or anything in here, after looking carefully, Suyu's face revealed a look of disappointment. Surprisingly, there were no treasure chests. The Heavenly Demon King has it there, how come there is none here? Forget about it. Suyu took out the map. Now he was in the south of the Heavenly Star domain. Now Suyu planned to head directly north to get the Twisted God statue in the north. It was roughly 1,700 miles away from the Twisted God statue in the north. Looking at the time, there were still nearly 2 hours to go. There was definitely not enough time, but there was no way it could only move forward. Thus, Suyu took out his delusion-breaking immortal sword, and with the might of the heavenly fall sword intent, he pressed the demons below the divine rank to lie down on the ground, and then directly ran towards the north. 1,700 miles, this would take 2 or 3 days. Just as Suyu was advancing towards the Twisted God statue in the north. At this time, in the Blue Star White City, the hiding spot of the Church of Light. It was now past 4 in the morning. Slap! The walnuts on the table were smashed with a slap. Zhao Dongfeng picked out the crushed walnuts on the table and placed them in his mouth, chewing on them. As a deacon of the White City Light Church chapter, the second in command here, and the person in charge of curating the student councils of various schools, he was really on fire right now. Just yesterday, in just less than 2 hours, all those students he had turned in White City's first high school were exposed. There was no way around it, so he personally took action and settled those students as well as their families. But as a result, he was seriously injured by Li Tianyi. His own identity in Shu was also exposed. Now, he could only hide in a dark corner, not daring to go outside. And he was also severely criticized by the organization. He was fined 3 months' worth of resources. He was really too upset. Too angry. He forced himself to hold back his anger, his mouth trembling, the walnuts in his mouth chewing out a bitter flavor. What a Suyu, what a Suyu! A 7th order counter-injury master, how dare he make me suffer? Truly worthy of being someone who has received an invitation letter from the career division. If I don't pulverize you, my name is not Zhao Dongfeng. Zhao Dongfeng already knew that it was Suyu who had called the police. The fact that he was able to silence his own people within the student council before the career division investigated the White City No. 1 Middle School Student Council meant that amongst the career division, there was also someone from the Church of Light. This person, on the other hand, had already leaked Suyu's alarm record to Zhao Dongfeng. In this way, Zhao Dongfeng knew everything. He had asked Lin Zong to find Suyu, wanting to subdue Suyu for his use, but unexpectedly, Lin Zong had not only failed, but had also exposed himself as someone from the Church of Light. Suyu even called the police, and the career division was going to investigate the White City First High School Student Council. The first person that Zhao Dongfeng had to blame for all of this was actually Lin Zong, the stupid pig. So even though Lin Zong was dead, Zhao Dongfeng still slaughtered Lin Zhang's parents on the way. Now there was only Suyu left. He was still alive. Zhao Dongfeng was waiting. Waiting for what? For the time. Once it's 6 o'clock. He's going to make his move. As a 6th order spell killer, he didn't need to go inside Suyu's house to kill him. He got Suyu's used workbook from the school and can directly use it to kill this Suyu with a remote spell here. But there was a limit to this distance. It couldn't be that he was in the Blue Star and Suyu was in the Mythic World. It can't be that he's in the Mythic World and Suyu is in the Blue Star. It had to be in the same world. If both were in the same world, the distance could not exceed 10,000 miles. In order to prevent an accident, he had to wait until around 6 o'clock. He had to give Suyu a call. Once Suyu received the call, he would immediately launch a spell kill. Directly spell killing Suyu in place. Little thing, dare to sabotage my plan, huh? So what if you are a counter-injury division? I will directly spell kill you. Zhao Dongfeng gritted his teeth. Chapter 33 Assassination with the world's attention. Suyu was not yet aware that he was being targeted again. At this moment, Suyu was still in the middle of rushing at full speed. This was a 1,700-mile journey, and at his current speed, it would take about 2 days. So while there was still time, he had to hurry up and catch up. Under Suyu's all-out rush, time flew by. In front of Suyu's eyes, a prompt jumped out directly. Heavenly Destroyer Changyu, your mythical world login time today has reached 6 hours, and you will be automatically logged out. The time was up. Suyu's figure also immediately disappeared into the Heavenly Star domain. When he reappeared again, he had already returned to his home. AI, it was about to be assembled. What a pity. However, Suyu wasn't in a big hurry, taking his time was fine. Opening the refrigerator, he took out a bottle of ice cola. Opened it and drank it in one go. Cool. Speaking of which, Suyu felt that he was really strange, he just liked to drink ice and eat ice. Even in winter, it was the same. The current Suyu was full of energy and did not have any fatigue at all. After all, the full attributes were now close to 15,000, there was no need to rest at all. He was planning to play the newly released game. Who knows, the cell phone rang. There are 1,000 words that can't be exported, only a contemptuous sentence remains, stupido do do do. Suyu opened his cell phone and found a very long string of numbers. This kind of number is a harassment number at first glance, Suyu directly refused to answer. But without a few seconds, the call came back. Still the same number. Suyu frowned, thinking what advertisement, so arrogant? He refused to answer the call, but still called? Suyu curiously answered. Hello, is this Suyu? Recognize himself? It's me, and you are? You wait for death, you dog. Do. The phone hung up. Suyu was baffled. What situation? Suyu was also disdainful. You better be able to make me die. And so? Suyu indifferently sat in front of the computer desk and opened the newly released Black Minion 2. At the same time. In the stronghold of the Church of Light. Humph. Xiao Dongfeng stretched and turned his neck, his face was filled with a smile after repression, finally answering the phone. Suyu, it's good that it's you. Since I've been exposed now, I'll simply expose myself to the end. I will let you know what happens when you offend my Church of Light. Xiao Dongfeng decided that before cursing Suyu, he would let everyone know that he was going to curse and kill a person, and he would turn on the live broadcast, so that the citizens of the White City, as well as the professional division police officers, and those who were against the Church of Light would all look on, and watch him curse and kill a person. In the end, he would reveal that the person he cursed to kill was Suyu, and then expose the things that Suyu had done one by one, so that they would know what the consequences of offending the Church of Light would be. Saying and doing. Xiao Dongfeng immediately opened a live broadcast on the darknet. The title of the live broadcast was titled, Online Curse to Kill Those Who Have Offended the Church of Light in the White City. Xiao Dongfeng did not shy away from pointing the camera at himself. He wasn't afraid of being exposed, because he had already been exposed, his identity in Chu had been found out, and he simply couldn't use that identity to appear on the streets anymore, so he simply left the country directly. This headline was just too explosive. All of a sudden, people of all shapes and sizes from the darknet entered the live broadcast room. The number of people rubbed up. You're so brave? Aya bro, spellcaster ah? From the Church of Light? Who offended you, so self-destructive spell killing ah? 666, not even salt? What the hell is this Chu kingdom? The people of the Church of Light are so brave? Pop-ups from various countries came in droves. In just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people watched. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Xiao Dongfeng looked at the pop-ups, then said, when the number of people reaches 10 million, directly curse to kill that person. Thanks for the 1,666s from I'm Not the King of Understanding. Rice Country, White Palace. Less than a minute after this live broadcast appeared, the Intelligence Bureau reported this to King Understanding. King Understanding immediately joined the director of the Intelligence Bureau in eating melon. Even. It also swiped 1,666s on Xiao Dongfeng. A spellcaster, or a cultist of the Church of Light, is now going to publicly curse Chu people. I'll see how Chu handles it. This incident, I'm afraid Chu will be laughed at by the whole world if it's not handled properly. The director of intelligence smiled and said, suddenly, he thought of something, then said, should we push the envelope? King Understanding had already put on a war song and did a victory dance, and stretched out his finger, it's a must. A few minutes later. Hundreds of thousands of nations' navy around the world pushed the envelope on the networks of various countries. Sakura Country, Emperor's Palace. The Emperor had just returned from the mythic world not long ago when he received a message from his men, and after reading it clearly, he was directly excited. Yosi. Is the Church of Light going to do Chu Kingdom the hard way? Ha. He moved his fingers and swiped out 1,666s. At the same time, coincidentally, they did the same thing as King Understanding. Mobilizing the navy, on the networks of various countries, pushing the waves. Cosmic Country, Longshan Mansion. King Nan's first life had just been lost. It was because he mistakenly entered a copy of the Divine Order today. So, even though he was the king of the Cosmic Kingdom, there was nothing he could do. Ashy it. The originally depressed Southern King suddenly received a message from his men, then opened the live broadcast to take a look, and the gloom dispersed partially. Good. He moved his fingers and 10,666 rewarded out. Sunless Kingdom, Empress Palace. The Empress and the Director of Military Intelligence were similarly watching the live broadcast. Only, they didn't look like they were targeting Chu much. After all, the current Sunbelt was no longer the true Sunbelt of the past. There was really no need to offend Chu in such a trivial matter. The Church of Light headquarters. The Pope looked on, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Should we stop it? Someone asked. The Pope shook his head and said, "This is what you asked for. It's time to show the world that offending us will not end well for Chu just the same." An elder said, "But in that case, this deacon will most likely not live through today." The Pope said indifferently, "The God of Light will protect him." "What do you mean?" The Pope piously said, "Today, no one can kill him." Facing a sixth-order spellcaster, if he couldn't be taken out before he live-streamed the spell killing, then once this spellcaster really spell-killed someone in front of the millions of people in the live-streaming room, Chu's face would be lost. In the face of Chu's anger, it was definitely impossible for the Pope to protect this Zhao Dongfeng. However, to protect him for one day, there was no problem. Perhaps even Zhao Dongfeng himself didn't think to understand. He did this himself. Surprisingly, he drew the attention of the entire world's major powers. Chapter 34, You've Got Some Real Balls. The Church of the Demon God. One of the four major cults, an organization formed together by the followers of the seven demon gods of the mythical world. At this moment, all of them were also watching this live broadcast on the darknet in droves. After all, Chu was the second most powerful country in the world. The number of Ninth Order professionals was second only to Rice. Their four major cults combined didn't even have as many Ninth Order professionals as Chu. But now, Zhao Dongfeng was broadcasting a live provocation. Of course they couldn't not watch. At this time, Chu Cabinet. The cabinet ministers watched the live broadcast. At this time, the orders had all been given to find a way to make this spellcaster die before the live broadcast before he was cursed to death. In that case, this matter would only be viewed as a joke by everyone. But if they really let this person spell kill someone before the live broadcast, then for Chu, face would definitely be lost. Even if they looked for trouble afterward and took out this person, it would not help. There's no need for you all to worry, but the jumping clown, I'm sure we'll be able to find out his identity soon. A pavilion elder said. Soon, a message immediately came in. The chief minister's face changed slightly as he said, "It's possible that a demigod from the Church of Light has struck. Our spellcaster just failed to spell Zhao Dongfeng." What? Damn it. These stinkers, they only hide in the shadows. Have the guts to come out and face them. Then what can we do now? We have no idea who Zhao Dongfeng is targeting? How can we provide protection? The faces of the group of pavilion elders changed at the words. The original victory was assured. The Chu Kingdom certainly had spell slayer professionals, and their rank was not low, reaching the 9th rank. Originally, he wanted to directly spell kill this Zhao Dongfeng, making him die directly before the live broadcast. However, he didn't expect that it would fail. In that case, it must have been the Pope of the Church of Light. That was a demigod. What's going to happen now? Are we really going to lose face? A courtier was unconvinced. The chief minister looked to the live broadcast and said coldly, "Contact our Chu Kingdom's demigods, and see if they have any solutions. After all, Chu is not just ours, but also theirs." Soon, the chief minister got a message from the demigods. There was no way. The reason why the Church of Light was so difficult to find their hiding place. It relied on their pope. This pope's profession was very good at concealment and protection. He personally went out to protect Zhao Dongfeng. Unless the other demigods came in person and found Zhao Dongfeng's location, it would be difficult to remotely kill Zhao Dongfeng just by watching the live broadcast, let alone letting him die before the live broadcast. The atmosphere instantly froze. The world's networks were in an uproar. This matter instantly made its way onto the hot searches of various countries. The netizens of various countries watched the drama and the netizens of Chu angrily cursed, but soon there were some countries whose netizens deliberately targeted Chu. Yossi, Yossi. Does Chu have no one left? Surprisingly, it couldn't stop a district light church. I've long said that Chu used to be a vassal of our cosmic kingdom. She used to be able to develop only under our protection, and now that it doesn't recognize our cosmic kingdom anymore, it doesn't have the ability to stop it in the face of this kind of small matter at similitude. If it were us, we would have already finished off that cultist on the live broadcast at Simaida. Ha, with this you're still the second most powerful country in Chu? Your ninth order and demigods are useless too. You're no match for us, Agua. It's better to turn to us, Rice. If you turn to us, we might help you. Ha ha ha. White City. At this moment, the entire White City basically knew about this matter. Who is he trying to kill? It won't be to kill me? Run, I'm leaving White City. Holy live broadcast killing? Doesn't the state care? It's the Church of Light, a cult organization, again. Who is he trying to kill? Suyu, who was playing the game, received a live stream link from Zhao Lingling. Suyu, take a look. This person is live streaming on the darknet. He dares to curse and kill someone from our White City. He dares to provoke Chu in the occupation division. He's really looking for death. Suyu looked at the link before he even clicked it and directly said, "This is the darknet. It's not like we can access it." Zhao Lingling sent a message, "It can be accessed. You can directly see the live broadcast room by clicking in." This made Suyu somewhat surprised. One should know that Chu could not access the darknet. Without special means, there was no way to access it. But now, this link could be directly accessed? What did this indicate? It means that this darknet has compromised to fit the Chu network. And the darknet originated from the Western countries. Thinking about it like this, it is obvious that there are Western countries involved behind the incident. Suyu came to be interested. That must be onlookers. So Suyu couldn't wait to click on the link and open the live broadcast. At this time Suyu does not know. The person that this live broadcast is going to kill is actually him. Only Zhao Dongfeng is really too high profile. Coupled with the fact that the countries also wanted to strike Chu. Under the push and pull. The Church of Light also smelled the flavor. So it made use of Zhao Dongfeng's live broadcast this time to ruthlessly strike Chu's prestige in the world. There were more and more people in the live broadcast room at this time. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room covered the entire screen. The head of the White City of Light Church immediately contacted Zhao Dongfeng. As a deacon, Zhao Dongfeng was only the second in command, and he was slightly fearful when facing the person in charge as he said to the person in charge, "My lord? What are you contacting me for? Could it be because of this matter of me broadcasting live? Actually, I didn't expect it to be so explosive. I just want to retaliate and make the White City Vocational Division lose some more face. I didn't expect so many people to watch it. If you don't agree, I'll immediately close the live broadcast." The person in charge said, No, you can't close the live room. If you close it, you're a sinner of our Church of Light. Not only will I not let you go, even His Holiness the Pope will definitely not let you go. Zhao Dongfeng felt that the state of affairs was somewhat beyond his imagination as he said, "Then what do you mean?" The person in charge said, "Listen up. His Holiness the Pope has given an oral message. You can just rest assured that you will do it. All the pressure is covered by His Holiness the Pope, and the many Ninth Order and demigods of Chu have no way to cause harm to you. Moreover, when you spell kill, you must spell kill when the number of people online is the highest, and after you finish your spell kill, you must show the screen after you spell kill. Understand?" Now, Zhao Dongfeng understood what the Pope meant. That was that he was going to perform the spell kill when the number of people watching the live stream online was at its highest. And, after the spell killing was completed, he was to be able to see the corpse after the death of the person being spell killed, and to use his ability to visualize the sight he saw, to let the people in the live broadcast room see who it was that died. In that case, Chu would lose all face at all. Zhao Dongfeng now only felt very excited. He now only wanted to perform well, do this thing well, and get the Pope's favor. In that case, his position in the Church of Light in the future will jump up. Ha ha ha. Originally, I just wanted to provoke the White City Vocational Division, but I didn't expect that. I wonder which unlucky person is going to be unlucky. Suyu spat. The next second, a sharp pain came from Suyu's heart. In the moment of losing consciousness, Suyu knew that unlucky person is himself. What this person wanted to kill was him. You really have guts. The next second, Suyu revived, touching the location of his heart. Suyu laughed. I'll admit it, you're really ballsy. You have been killed by 6th Order Spell Slayer Zhao Dongfeng. Tongue Master Occupational Characteristics Trigger. 6th Order Spellcaster Zhao Dongfeng dies immediately. Infinite Resurrection Talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. At the same time, the smile on Zhao Dongfeng's face froze. The moment he died, he saw the prompt that he had triggered the Tonggui Master profession trait and he died immediately. It turned out that Suyu was Changyu. He was the homunculus master. Only, there was nothing he could do. The professional trait of a homunculus division, that was a double death of the soul and the body. Even a necromancer couldn't turn him into an undead state. He could only die with his secret. Bang! Zhao Donglai fell to the ground. Lost all vitality. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups changed. It was all question mark. You don't say that the person you cursed to kill was yourself? Chapter 35 Speculations from all sides. As Zhao Dongfeng fell to the ground and died, all of a sudden, countless people throughout the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. What's this? Didn't he say spell kill? How did he fall to the ground by himself? Is this being funny? Live broadcast effect? Get up, I want to see who you're trying to spell kill. Stand up for me, Smithy. Don't tell me it's a live effect. Baka, you're a loser. Can't you see? He wanted to curse and kill, but he was stopped by our Chu Kingdom's strongest men. It was directly snuffed out by us. I'll see if any of you still dare to be arrogant in our Chu Kingdom. This is what happens. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The people of the Church of Light are all cuties. What? If they weren't prepared, how could they dare to open a live broadcast like this? Needless to say, it's our Chu that did this. You want to curse our Chu in front of so many people around the globe? Then we'll let you be sanctioned by our Chu in front of so many people around the globe. How about it, are you guys convinced? Damn it! Is this Chu? No, I still don't believe it. Rubbish Church of Light. Rubbish Church of Light. How does this method of death feel like? How can this death feel like it was caused by a homunculus division's occupational trait? How could it be a homunculus master? Why don't you just say that the 6th Order spellcaster went to kill Changyu? How is this possible? Knowing Changyu's identity, wouldn't a few puppets be able to easily kill Changyu? Still need to live broadcast to send death? Rice Country. White Palace. King Knowing froze. The director of the Intelligence Bureau also froze. King Knowles was shocked. How did this happen? Chu actually has this kind of tactic? The director of the Intelligence Bureau shook his head and uttered a terrifying guess. Don't you think that this person dying is very much like triggering an occupational trait after killing a homunculus master? King Understanding's pupils shrank and he said in a condensed voice, you mean this person's target was a homunculus master? Could it be Chuanyu? The name Changyu pressed on their hearts like a huge mountain. After all, killing 2 demon gods in a row, and being rated by the system as being able to warp the heavens and end the future enemies of the past and present. This was just too much of a shock. If it was really said that it was Chang, wouldn't that mean that Changyu was dead? After all, within the mythic world, everyone had 3 lives. But in the Blue Star world, everyone only has 1 life. Dying can be dead. Understanding King held back his excitement and ordered the Director of Intelligence, Mike, you immediately mobilize your ace agents. To immediately and quickly find out who exactly is the target of this person's curse. Find out if it's Changyu or not. Mike nodded, yes. The two were not certain. After all, the biggest confusion was right here. Was this spellcaster going to spell kill without being clear about his identity? Without investigating clearly? One had to know that for a spellcaster to spell kill a person, the item that was being spell killed was needed. So, would a normal person go and spell kill a homunculus master? I don't think so. This means that even this spellcaster is not sure of this person's occupation. Otherwise, the most likely point is that the intelligence is wrong. This person was clearly a homunculus master, but was thought to be of some other occupation. Thinking about it like that, it all made sense at once. Chuan Yu was precisely because he had hidden his occupation information. That was why up until now, the agents lurking in Chu, including Chu himself, couldn't find out who Chanyu was. But Chanyu killed the demon god and got something that was just too powerful, so it drew the Church of Light to strike? All sorts of thoughts flashed through the mind of King Understanding as well as Director Mike. But no matter what, as long as it was clear who the person who was cursed to be killed was, everything would be solved. If it really was Chanyu, then the Church of Light had really made a great achievement, eradicating an unknown factor for the whole world. This was the thought of Understanding King as well as Director Mike. Sakura Kingdom, Emperor's Palace. Nani? The Emperor was confused. But soon, a staffer came up with the same idea as Chief Mac. Could it be Chuan Yu? After all, this method of death, it was really too similar. Whoever took out the Tonggui division, whoever died, that was the way it was. This was practically exactly the same. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and coldly said, I have been unable to investigate who exactly Chuan Yu is. Now, there is a direction in front of you, you guys go and investigate, make sure you find out who the person who was killed by the spell actually is. And, is this person dead or not? His Majesty the Emperor? This homunculus division occupational characteristic is triggered, even if it's Chuan Yu, he must have died, otherwise how would this occupational characteristic be triggered? A staff member reminded. However, the Emperor said, this is an existence that has been rated by the system as being able to warp the heavens and end the future enemies of the ancient and modern world. It also killed 2 demon gods. What if there are other means? Go check it out, if it's really Chanyu and is dead, then I'm relieved. I'm afraid it's not Chanyu, or it's Chanyu, but not dead. We understand. Many staffers said. Cosmic Kingdom, Longshan Mansion. The Southern King looked at the live feed and frowned, unable to understand. What the hell? Is it cursing itself? Cheating me out of my money? ACI it. The handlers next to him didn't dare to remind. They had already guessed that it was actually likely that the spell killed the homunculus master. Killed the fellowship master with the spell. That's why. Himself die as well. But the Southern King's character was too irritable. If just remind will look like he is stupid, when the time comes. Their end will not be good. Sunless Kingdom, Empress Palace. The Queen frowned slightly. Have the agents lurking in the Chu Kingdom find out who the cursed murderer is? Perhaps, there is a possibility that it could be Chuan Yu. The Director of Military Intelligence nodded, yes. Church of Light Headquarters. The Pope looked at the live feed incredulously, could it be that? Be the Tonggui division? An elder angrily cursed Zhao Dongfeng, this bastard deacon, how dare he curse without investigating clearly? Doesn't he know what that person's occupation is? How dare he just curse and kill so bluntly? The death is simply worthless. Damn it! Let our Church of Light lose all of its face. Another elder slapped the table and cursed, in Blue Star, if you want to kill a homunculus master, don't you just go straight to a necromancer or a puppeteer? Our church has plenty of them. Why is this Zhao Dongfeng so stupid? Without investigating the occupation of the one being cursed, he dares to curse and kill like this, he really isn't afraid of death to the extreme. The Pope waved his hand and coldly said, go and find out who that homunculus master is. Elder Anglas, who was sitting next to the Pope, however, said, Your Holiness, this person is definitely all dead, is there any need to check his identity? There's no point in wasting energy on the identity of a dead man, right? The White City must be very tightly guarded right now, and I'm afraid of accidents if we send people to act rashly. There was a silence. The elders looked at Anglas and the Pope and bowed their heads. Although Anglas was an elder and not the Pope, within the Church of Light, he was the most powerful and was the second demigod besides the Pope. Although the Pope was the first demigod within the Church of Light, his profession was related to concealment, and his combat power was not as good as Elder Anglas. Over the years, Anglas had expanded wildly based on his great strength. Within the Church of Light, the prestige was no weaker than the Pope. Not only were there internal fights within the countries, but even within these cults. The Pope lightly grunted, Elder Anglas has a point, so let's forget about it. The corners of Angratha's mouth rose when he saw the Pope showing weakness. Old thing, you should have abdicated long ago. Without great strength, how can you lead the Church of Light to resurrect the God of Light? Chapter 36, Long Yu is dead. The State of Chu. Cabinet. The chief minister knocked on the table and asked, together with the returning division? Do you all have anything to say? The chief minister spoke. The cabinet members immediately discussed. It seems that his luck is really quite bad, and the person he cursed to kill was actually a homunculus division. Then he's not a little cutie. He's not. Cursing a fellow returned master? Is it possible that he didn't know that the person was a fellowship master? You know, these years, every single homunculus division is the weight of the country, although relying on their own cultivation ceiling doesn't work, but that occupational characteristic ceiling of theirs is too high, every one of them we have mastered. I'm afraid that the only homunculus masters that are out in the open are Changyu. We don't even know who Changyu is, which means that Changyu is well hidden. Then it's also normal that this Zhao Dongfeng doesn't know about Changyu's occupation, and because Changyu made a disguise, that's why the information was wrong, and that's why he cursed and killed Changyu, leading to his own death. Doesn't that mean Changyu is no more? So the top priority right now, immediately go and investigate who exactly is the person who was cursed to death. If it's really Changyu, then doesn't that mean gone? At this time, the first minister knocked on the table and said, alright, it's still uncertain whether it's really Changyu or not. But regardless of whether it is or not, it is also always necessary to check who this person actually is. Have Ninth Order Deduction Master Long Tianran make a trip to White City and leave it to him. At this time, Suyu did not know that he would probably expose his identity. Suyu sat on the sofa and took stock of the recent events. He was really all feeling a bit unlucky. Why could he be targeted every time? On the first day, he was assassinated by thugs who wanted to join the Celestials. On the second day, he was approached by thugs as well as cultists. On the third day, he was cursed by the cultists again. Nima. I killed 2 demon gods on the first day, and the demon god church didn't even come to the door, but you guys came to the door one by one. This is really too unlucky. Tomorrow is the 4th day. So you did not know what would be waiting for him tomorrow. Oi. Could it be that outstanding people encounter so many problems? So you took another can of ice cola and drank it. Hiccup. No more games. So you laid down on the sofa and began to think about what he was going to do tomorrow. But after thinking about it, it was also realized that it was thinking in vain. After all, the location of the distorted god statue's distance was really a bit far. Tomorrow's 6 hours used to catch up would definitely not be enough time. At least it would take 2 days, more than 12 hours, for this to be almost there. Changyu did it, less than a level, and took out 2 demon gods. But that was Changyu. Who are you, little kobold? If Changyu was good, you little kobolds are good too? Isn't Changyu a fellow master? I still don't believe that Changyu is a homunculus master. I believe in the system's evaluation, warping the heavens and ending the future enemies of the past and present. He's invincible. That's right, I don't believe that Changyu is a Tonggui master anyway, isn't that bull? Suyu grinned, but I really am a homunculus master. Ha ha ha. Brushing the video. Isn't this more interesting than going to the movie theater to watch Blue God 2? The speed of a Ninth Order powerhouse was extremely fast. From the imperial capital to White City, they had arrived in less than 10 minutes. Ninth Order Deductionist Long Natural sat on the position of the superintendent of the White City Vocational Division and looked at the bowed Superintendent Li Tianyi, the deputy superintendent, the mayor, the director of the Education Bureau, and other bigwigs within the White City below. Long Natural said, "The upper face is not very satisfied with you all." The people below didn't dare to look at Long Tianran at all, nor did they dare to say anything more, even their bodies were trembling. There was no way, facing a 9th-ranked professional, even if they were good at deduction, it was an unimaginable existence for these people. The mayor was still of the 7th Order, in front of Long Tianran, there was no difference between him and a new recruit. Long Tianran said indifferently, this time, that what's his name Zhao Dongfeng died, otherwise, would you dare to imagine that our Chu kingdom was humiliated by a district light church? So what, I've come to White City for 2 things. The first thing is to straighten out the White City Vocational Division and thoroughly investigate the mole inside. The second thing is to find out who was cursed to death. You guys think about it, is there anything you want to say? Before Li Tianyi could speak, the Director of Education immediately said, "Leader, I have a tiny discovery." Long Tianyi let out an "oh" and said, "Tell me." The director of Education Bureau said, "It's like this, when I was live streaming, I saw the item that Spellcaster used to lock the spell killed person, that book, it looks very much like our White City No. 1 middle school's workbook. I suspect that the target of the spell killed is most likely a student of our White City First High School." Coupled with the fact that the Church of Light has pulled in the students in the Student Council of White City No. 1 Middle School, and combined with yesterday's alarm call, that mysterious person is most likely a student of our White City No. 1 Middle School, so it's basically a safe bet that the person who was cursed to be killed must be a student of our White City No. 1 Middle School. Li Tianyi had wanted to say this, but he didn't expect it to be directly said by the Secretary of Education, and immediately glared at the Secretary of Education as if he wanted to eat him. Long Tianran clapped his hands, nodded his head, and said to the crowd, "Look, our White City's leaders aren't all losers, there are still smart people." The crowd did not dare to retort. Long Natural smiled and asked, "So, who is he?" Li Tianyi grabbed the answer and said, "Perhaps, he is Suyu." At that time, it was Suyu who called to report that Lin Zan was the Church of Light, and because of this, the cultists in the White City No. 1 Middle School Student Council were silenced. This Xiao Dongfeng must have wanted to seek revenge on Suyu because of this. However, he did not expect that Suyu was the same returning division. This is what led to his own life being lost in the live broadcast. Long Tianran laughed again, stared at Li Tianyi, and asked, "Then you guys wrote on his file that he is a 7th order counter-injury master?" Originally, Long Tianran had already investigated clearly. He had already mapped out Suyu's information. Li Tianyi froze for a moment, then said, "This scene was measured, and there is also a video of the test, when the testers..." Long Tianran coldly said, "How not just dare to think about it? Maybe that's because of the homunculus division's sacrifice skill. It just happened to trigger the effect same wound. I now suspect, no, I'm sure, this Suyu is Changyu. It goes without saying now that he must be dead. You have caused Chu to lose a wunderkind who has been able to warp the heavens and the earth." Stupid. The mighty pressure of the 9th rank swept over. The crowd was crushed and trembled. Chapter 37, He is not. Long Tianran's gaze was like an eagle as he stared at them and said, "Have you sent anyone to Suyu's house yet?" Li Tianyi shuddered, "Not yet." Long Tianran said, "That's fine, when the first thing is accomplished, I will personally go to Suyu's house to collect the corpse for Changyu." Li Tianyi was startled and hurriedly said, "I will go now, I will personally go." After saying that, Li Tianyi hurriedly went to Suyu's house. He wanted to collect Suyu's corpse. Long Tianran looked at Li Tianyi's back, he was seriously dissatisfied with the White City Vocational Division. The first thing. Thoroughly investigate the entire White City Vocational Division. For him, a 9th rank deduction master, it wouldn't take long. Things like collecting corpses, naturally there was no need for him to personally go, and he said this purely to discuss Li Tianyi. But the way things were going, it seemed to be out of his expectation. Long Tianran was in the occupation division and had everyone gather all together, concentrating on deducing everyone's identity. When he was about to deduce, the cell phone of the deputy superintendent next to him rang. Long Tianran frowned and looked. The deputy superintendent of police looked at the phone call that was from Li Tianyi, and could only harden his heart and pick up the phone under the gaze of the crowd. "Superintendent. You have..." Before the words were finished, a shocked look surged on the originally embarrassed face of the deputy superintendent. "What? Suyu is still alive? Could it be that the person who was cursed to be killed wasn't him?" The people present were surprised when they heard the deputy superintendent's voice. To know, they had already assumed that the person who was killed by the spell was Suyu and was of the same returning master profession, and had also identified Suyu as Changyu. As a result, now, Suyu didn't die? Then this proved that Suyu was not a homunculus master. That is to say, their reasoning was completely wrong. Suyu was not the one who was killed by the spell. Suyu was also not Changyu. Now, the surroundings were silent. Long Tianran narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly out of his expectation. It should be known that Changyu had a grey-clothed Taoist shielding the heavenly chances, so Long Tianran couldn't deduce Changyu. Thus, the moment Long Natural suspected Suyu, he deduced Suyu. The same result appeared. Neither could be deduced. He was a 9th order deduction master. The fact that Long Yu could not deduce it was just forget about it. Now Suyu could not deduce it either. Plus all sorts of factors added up, isn't this Suyu as Changyu? But now it tells him Suyu did not die. Doesn't that prove that the person who was killed by the spell wasn't Suyu? If it was Suyu, then it was only right that Suyu would have died so that he could trigger the Homunculus Division occupational trait, causing the 6th rank spell killer Zhao Dongfeng to die. But Suyu didn't die. This meant, the reasoning was wrong. Suyu was not Changyu. Suyu was not a Homunculus Division. But obviously all kinds of clues point to Suyu. Long Tianran took a deep breath, his eyes glazed over as he said to the deputy superintendent, "Tell Li Tianyi to bring Suyu to the occupation division, I want to see Suyu." The deputy superintendent nodded repeatedly and told the order to Li Tianyi. The next time, Long Tianran deduced the information of the people present. After consuming a large amount of magic power, Long Tianran looked teasing as he gazed at the few people on the field. Ah! A few miserable screams came out as these few people's consciousness collapsed, turning them into puppets on strings with dull gazes. Long Tianran said indifferently, "These few people, they are spies planted by various forces in the White City Occupation Division." The deputy superintendent and the others trembled in battle, shocked at Long Tianran's methods. Worthy of being a 9th order deduction master. If White City could have a 9th order extrapolation master sitting in the town, was basically unbreakable, it was impossible for spies to appear. However, there was only one 9th order deduction master in Shu. Therefore, Long Tianran could only sit in the imperial capital. If there were more deduction masters, and every city had deduction masters, it would be difficult to have hiding places for the 4 great cults. At this time, Superintendent Li Tianyi came with Suyu. As soon as he came in, Suyu felt the gazes of the crowd. "Chuangyu, nice to meet you. I am a 9th rank deduction master, Long Natural." Long Natural smiled, walked forward and said to Suyu. Suyu's heart tightened, he recognized me? Could it be that a 9th order deduction master is so powerful? No, there is a grey-clothed Taoist shielding the heavenly chances. How could he, a mere 9th rank deduction master, be able to deduce my occupation? He is swindling me. In that case, surely I can't admit it. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. Even the current exposure to the mythical world was the tip of the iceberg. How could one expose it? Don't forget that besides the mythic world, there were also celestial civilizations on the battlefield of civilizations. The Blue Star universe was also just a grain of sand in the sea of civilizations. The more powerful one was, the more one should know how small one was. Before there is absolutely sufficient information, it must not be exposed. Suyu pretended not to understand and said, "Elder Long, are you calling me?" "I am Suyu, not Changyu, you pronounced it wrong." Long Tianran said, "Oh? What is your occupation?" Suyu said, 7th Order Anti-Injury Master. Long Tianran said indifferently, "Then, do you mind if I verify it?" Suyu said, "Be my guest." Is he really not? But clearly the clues all point to him? Long Tianran frowned, raised his hand, and his magic power gathered into an arrow that sped through. On Suyu's body, a bloody hole appeared at his right shoulder. Suyu suffered pain. A pain also came from Long Tianran's right shoulder. Is it really a counter-injury master? But then why is it impossible to project him? Even if this Suyu was not Longyu, he was definitely not simple within the mythical world. It could not be as simple as just a counter-injury master. Long Tianran's mood was slightly messed up, and with a wave of his hand, the injuries on Suyu's body instantly recovered. Long Tianran said, "What about letting you come? It's actually to thank you for your report on Lin Zhang. It's because of you that the cultists lurking in the school can be eradicated, it's all because of you. There's also the matter of the mob wanting to open a 7th order killing formation to destroy the White City, it's also because of you that it was discovered in advance and successfully stopped." As Long Tianran spoke, Li Tianyi and the others nodded their heads and looked at Suyu with appreciation. The mayor also appreciated looking at Suyu. The more he looked at Suyu, the more satisfied he became. Yes. If it was not Suyu, all of them would be finished. Suyu, this kid, is simply the nemesis of sin. If it wasn't for the fact that the things that happened recently were too intensive and too much, they would have already rewarded Suyu severely. Now that Long Tianran mentioned it like that, it was just the right time to reward it directly. The more the Secretary of Education looked at Suyu, the more he liked him. He had already decided. He planned to give the guaranteed place in the White City No. 1 high school entrance examination directly to Suyu. This lad, really good. Career is good. Person is also good. Being able to survive from a sixth-order mob, calmly calling the police, breaking the mob's plot to destroy White City, and saving countless White City residents. He also reported Lin Zhang, exposing the Church of Light's cultists in White City's first high school. This pile, piece by piece, all made the director of education feel proud. The mayor said, "Suyu, on behalf of White City, I thank you. And, originally, the reward that I wanted to give you was intended to be given after a few days, because there were bad people in the organization, and I was worried that you would be retaliated against. But now it just so happens that the Dragon Lord has come and found out the bad guys in the organization, so I plan to give you all the rewards today." "Don't you think so, Superintendent Li?" Li Tianyi nodded, right. "Suyu, what is your rank now?" Suyu said without blushing or gasping, "Level 20. It is actually level 200. Immediately second rank. Of course, when I finish off the demon god, I will immediately impact the third rank." Li Tianyi said, "In that case, I will give you a first rank experience bath card, 20 attribute fruits, and 10,000 treasure money." Suyu hurriedly thanked and coaxed them. "Wow, so much? Thank you Lord Long, thank you Mayor, thank you Superintendent Li, thank you leaders." Soon, someone brought a brocade banner that read "Outstanding Citizen of White City." It also gave Suyu a first order experience bath card. With this card, one could enter the secret realm of the experience bath and soak in it to gain experience. There were also 20 attribute fruits that randomly boosted attributes, as well as 10,000 treasure money. Suyu waved his hand and included it in his backpack. Then it was taken away. Long Tianran looked at Suyu's back and became more and more curious about him in his heart. This teenager. Definitely not simple. But he was not the Tonggui Master. He was not Long Yu. Then, the person that Zhao Dongfeng cursed to kill, who exactly is it? Which fellowship master could it be? That was cursed to kill the same return to master, in the end is not the Long Yuet? The truth became more and more confusing. Chapter 38, The Revenge Team. On the way back. Suyu only felt so close to being exposed. Luckily, his homunculus division occupation had changed from god level to super god level. Because of this, he himself was different from other homunculi masters. Other homunculus masters had to die before they could trigger their occupational trait, allowing others to die along with them. Suyu's occupational trait was to take damage and still be able to counter damage back. That was why Long Tianran was so easily fooled over. No one could have thought Suyu's occupation would be a homunculus division. Returning home, Suyu took out the 20 attribute fruits. It had to be said. The rewards given were really quite generous. These things could not be bought normally. There was a price without a market. The increase in attributes was permanent. The feedback was also the greatest. After all, everyone got the same amount of attribute points by upgrading. Under the same level, whoever had higher attributes naturally had a greater advantage. Attribute fruits were naturally precious. Attribute fruit. Rating, first order. Description: after eating it, it randomly increases any one of the 4-dimensional attributes, totaling 20 attribute values. Evaluation: you probably already understand the importance of attributes. By the same token, you should probably be able to understand the preciousness of the attribute fruit. This is an item that is even more rare and precious than the fruit of experience. The gap with people of the same level can be widened by this item. Suyu looked at the information in surprise. This one attribute fruit could actually increase 20 points of attributes. Then, a total of 20 of them, that would be 400 points of attributes. Hiss. Assuming that everyone is level 200, I directly have 400 points more attributes than you, can this not be ing better than you? Plus, Suyu now had the White Emperor ring. As long as he ate one, it was an increase of 20 points in all attributes. Equivalent to eating an attribute fruit, increasing 80 points of attributes. These 20, that is a total increase of 1,600 attributes. TSK. This boost. Not small. It's a beautiful awe. Suyu looked at the banner thrown on the sofa. Good citizens are still somewhat useful. Immediately, Suyu ate all 20 attribute fruits. One bite at a time, crunchy, too much tastier than the experience fruits. You ate the attribute fruits, your agility attribute plus 20 attributes. You triggered the effect of the White Emperor's ring, your full attribute plus 20 attributes. You ate the attribute fruit, your agility attribute plus 20 attributes. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's ring, your full attribute is plus 20 attributes. You ate the fruit of attributes, your agility attribute is plus 20 attributes. You triggered the effect of the White Emperor's ring, your full attribute plus 20 attributes. Su Yu. Nickname, Chuang Yu. Level 200 100% First Order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 14,950. Spirit, 14,950. Physique, 14,950. Agility, 14,950. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 9. General skill, blood sacrifice level 1. Cool. Suyu was satisfied with his attributes. The next time, Suyu played with his phone, swiping through the videos and occasionally looking at the information inside the civilization website. With no one to disturb him, time passed in a flash. Very quickly. The fourth day arrived. January 20th, early morning. Suyu put down his cell phone. I hope no one comes to find me today. Then, Suyu's figure disappeared into thin air. You have entered the mythical world, current location, Heavenly Star Domain. Suyu proceeded to rush on. Suddenly, stumbling on his feet, 4 giant pillars smashed down from the sky, nailing Suyu in all 4 directions. The 4 giant pillars released a curtain of light from each other, enveloping Suyu. Suyu's eyes flashed as the delusion-breaking immortal sword appeared in his hand to break the seal. But an accident occurred. The delusion-breaking immortal sword did not manage to break the seal of these 4 giant pillars. Suyu felt incredible. How was this possible? The delusion-breaking immortal sword could not break the seals? Doesn't this mean that this seal is above the divine rank? Immortal rank means? How could Suyu not expect that there would be a trap here? At this time, outside the giant pillar, space was torn open and a black-robed man appeared. This side of the region, is it still in this ancient version of 1.0? Ha! The black-robed man's disdainful voice rang out. Suyu heard it and an unpleasant feeling rose in his heart. The black-robed man stepped forward, staring at Suyu's heart, and coldly said, "How can I not believe that in this version where everything is resurrected, there is someone who can obtain the super god tier prop magic power source?" This time, Suyu understood. Could this be the revenge team? When Suyu obtained the magic power source, there was a careful look at the information panel of the magic power source, in which the evaluation column of information on the information had been stated. It does not belong to the current 1.0 everything resurrection version. This prop is able to allow one to use unlimited, uncapped magic power when one is at the immortal rank and below. This was an extremely heaven-defying prop that only someone with heaven-defying luck could obtain. However, this item is prone to attracting the forces of the Vengeance Group, leading to endless misfortune. Originally, Suyu did not take it seriously. Now, People's Vengeance Group had already come to the door. Even if one's own Heavenly Star Domain, one of the 9 forbidden areas, was of no use, directly staring at the vanishing point, waiting for Suyu to just come back to directly give the seal. However, Suyu was not very panicked. He still had the only other bottom card right now. That was his own profession. As long as this person did not know that he was a homunculus master, then he could assassinate him. Otherwise, what awaited Suyu was feared to be an endless seal. Not being able to complete the advancement quest and not being able to upgrade. If Suyu was trapped, then he would be trapped forever. Even if he had infinite resurrection, it would be of no use. The black-robed man's gaze moved away from the heart position, and when he saw the delusion-breaking immortal sword in Suyu's hand, he unexpectedly lost his temper. This god-level weapon? Wait. The sword intent in this sword. Heaven-fall sword intent? What kind of person is Li Baojiao to you? The black-robed man unexpectedly recognized the origin of the delusion-breaking immortal sword as well as the sword intent as he questioned Suyu. Li Baojiao, the owner of the delusion-breaking immortal sword, the sword immortal of version 0.810,000 immortals, died under the waves of the Saints' War. Suyu only knew this. In front of him, this black-robed man actually knew Li Baojiao? How should he himself answer? At this time, however, he heard the black-robed man murmur, "The heavens have truly favored me, ah. Not only can I get the magic power source today, but I can also get the sword that Li Baojiao once used." Looking at this black-robed man was not going to let himself go, so you directly asked, "You are from the Vengeance Group?" The black-robed man said indifferently, "Other than us, who else can travel through different versions of mythological regions? Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Originally my aim was only the source of magic power on you, but I never thought that you would have the sword that Li Baojia once used." Suyu said, "Is Li Baojia very powerful?" The black-robed man said, "Very powerful. He is an existence that ranks third on the saint list in the origin world. That sword in your hand, in the origin world, would be worth a lot of money." Suyu carefully thought about all the words that the black-robed man had said here. Version? What exactly does this mean? According to Reason, this place was in version 1.0, and this Vengeance Group person was obviously from the version after 1.0, wasn't this from the future? But it always felt like something wasn't right. According to the information on the Civilization Network, the mythic world was basically infinite, and what they had come into contact with was only an area within the mythic world, known as the land. Combined with what he said about the origin world, was not as simple as the future. So you directly asked, "What is the origin world? What is the difference between the different versions?" Where did the black-robed man have the time to give Suyu an explanation? His tone was grim as he said, "What does a person who is about to die know so much about?" The black-robed man pointed to the sky with one finger. In the sky, a thunderbolt surged. Boom! The heavenly thunder struck straight down, hitting Suyu squarely. Chapter 39 Invincible Mechanism, Poor Values. Deep in the starry sky, the gray-robed Taoist snapped his eyes open, and his originally bland face became alarmed. How is this possible? Immortal rank? How can there be an existence of the immortal rank in this era nowadays? Chuang Yu. It's over. The gray-robed Taoist thought that Chang Yu was finished. This was because he was no longer facing the god rank. Rather, it was above the god rank, the immortal rank. The means of the immortal rank was not something that could be imagined by the divine rank. That was truly an existence that transcended this side of the world. For below the divine rank, there was absolute crushing. Perhaps Chang Yu's homunculus division profession could take away the black-robed man. They sent out a message of distress. Therefore, the other two idols, the twisted idol as well as the magic idol, they sense it. And so, they are coming. It was too late. The heavenly thunder fell and instantly obliterated Suyu. The black-robed man carried his hands behind his back, unable to contain his joy. This time, it's a big profit. The magic power source, as well as this sword, I'll take it. Just when the black-robed man thought he was winning, he stopped abruptly. His vitality had all but disappeared. The black-robed man couldn't believe it. This version. There shouldn't be a homunculus division. Grass, carelessness. The black-robed man's vitality dissipated, turning into black mist and ashes. At the location where the black-robed man was, only a purple and black card was left behind. You have been killed by Zhong Wuxie of the 8th realm of the Immortal Stage. Tonggui Master Occupational Trait Trigger. Immortal Stage 8th realm's Zhong Wuxie dies immediately. Infinite Resurrection Talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. Now, Suyu had been resurrected. As Suyu watched the black-robed man die, he was not particularly happy. Because a terrifying reality lay in front of Suyu. He himself was trapped. These 4 giant pillars did not disappear because of the black-robed man's death. This was an immortal rank means, an immortal rank seal. The delusion-breaking immortal sword could not break a seal of this level. Just as Suyu was pondering what to do, in the sky, 2 streams of light flew in. It was precisely the twisted god statue as well as the magic god statue. The 2 streams of light rushed toward Suyu's position, but unfortunately, they were stopped by the pillar of light formed by the giant pillar. It could not enter. Suyu would not go out either. Now, it was difficult. Suyu swung his delusion-breaking immortal sword and stabbed forward. The light curtain did not move, without any ripples. What can be done about this? This seal, how to break it? Could it be that he was really going to be sealed here? Suyu was unwilling. In the sky, another stream of light flew past. Suyu fixed his eyes on it. It was the gray-clothed Taoist. However, this fellow was also too wretched. There was blood all over his face. Hey, you're a divine-ranked powerhouse, what's your situation? The gray-clothed Taoist didn't say anything. Was he going to say that he was killed by a single look? His own realm had fallen. And now he couldn't see. One could only rely on spiritual power to probe. The gray-robed Taoist didn't say anything and just kept using his spiritual power to feel the seal in front of him. Well, this seal, can you break it? Seeing that the gray-clothed Taoist had been silent, Suyu could not help but ask. The gray-clothed Taoist shook his head and said, Chuanyu, you also think too highly of me. This is an immortal class level seal. How can I unlock it? I'm afraid, in your lifetime, you can only be in this place. Suyu frowned and said, how long will this seal last? The gray-clothed Taoist said, the magic power contained inside is full, so much magic power, locking you up for tens of millions of years is not a problem. The magic power inside is full. What's wrong with this vengeance group? He's only a small first rank, how can they use this seal against him? Damn it! Suyu was a bit anxious. Is he really going to be trapped here for tens of millions of years? How would that work? What to do? But suddenly, there was a flash of light. Suyu asked, what happens when this giant pillar holds too much magic? The gray-clothed Taoist said, anything has a limit. If it holds too much magic power, it will overflow and damage the container. The gray-robed Taoist seemed to understand what Chang Yu wanted to do as he said, I almost forgot, the reward you received after killing the lust demon god seems to have given you near infinite magical power, and there is more magical power in your body than in me, a god rank. Perhaps, you can try this method. What if it succeeds? Suyu nodded and said. What about sometimes, luck is really too important. Although you don't have the means to break the seal, but at least you have given me a thought. And I, for one, happen to possess the answer to solving the puzzle. Isn't it just magic? I have everything. Boom! Instantly, endless magic power surged out from Suyu's heart. Every second, an unimaginable amount of magic power of the divine rank was injected into the giant pillar. The curtain of light between the giant pillars grew brighter and brighter. This was too much magic power, causing the seal to become even stronger. But, the fullness of the power will be lost. Too much magic power, overflowing, would damage the giant pillar. The gray-robed Taoist next to him felt this endless amount of magic power being continuously injected into the giant pillar. His mood had long since turned upside down in horror. This guy. Magic power is really much Suyu possessed a magic power source, a prop that the vengeance group had been searching for, which could allow Suyu to have endless magic power at the immortal rank and below. So, Suyu at this moment was infinite magic power. A constant stream of magic power was injected, every second, unimaginable magic power of a god rank powerhouse gushed out from Suyu's heart and was injected into the giant pillar. A moment later, a clicking sound rang out. The light curtain between the giant pillars went out. Suyu was excited, it worked. At the same time, these four giant pillars suddenly turned into flying dust. Suyu looked towards the twisted god statue as well as the magic god statue in the sky. With a wave of his hand, they directly fell into his hands. Ha ha! Finally, the four idols have been gathered. What a blessing from a disaster! Suyu looked again at the location where the black-robed man disappeared and picked up the purple-black card. At once, information surfaced. Vengeance Team Member Card. Rating, Holy Grade. Description: use this card to join the Revenge Group and become a member of the Revenge Group. Evaluation: the Revenge Group, a powerful organization in the ultimate realm of the mythic world, the world of origins. Its organization aims to collect the fragments of the Great Tao's most precious treasure, the Mixed Metamorphosis Infinite Air Cauldron. The source of magic power is precisely one of the 129,600 props formed after the shattering of the Mixed Yuan Infinite Air Cauldron. It is written in the Tai Chronicle, the chaotic green lotus, with its root and stem through the ghost, devours the Tao, then the tripod is born. When the air tripod opens its eyes, the Great Tao changes its master. Hiss. No wonder the source of magic power was so heaven-defying. At the immortal rank and below, one could have unlimited magic power. It turns out, it is a fragment of the Great Tao Supreme Treasure. The might of the Great Tao level. Suyu was aware of it. After all, Suyu's own talent was the Great Tao level talent Infinite Resurrection. This kind of talent was simply trickery. Paired with any profession, it was invincible. Not to mention when paired with a homunculus division, it was even more heaven-defying. This revenge group is targeting the pieces of the hybrid infinite air tripod. In the future, it will definitely come back for more. It was really a fluke that I was able to break the seal this time. If this black-robed person directly uses a spiritual attack, then Suyu directly becomes a puppet, directly cool. Thinking about this, Suyu realized that he was really too weak. Really too weak. Relying on the mechanism to score won't work. There must be a numerical value. The current Suyu relied solely on infinite resurrection as well as the occupational characteristics of a homunculus division. This is called a mechanism. Numerical values are realms and attributes. This is something that really can't be missing. Otherwise, the weakness would be too obvious. Suyu put away this group member card. Of course he could not use it. Magic power source. Suyu did not intend to let it out. Immortal rank and below unlimited magic power, how the hell can you say you'll let it go? Suyu looked at the grey-clothed Taoist and said, "Do me a favor." The grey-clothed Taoist had already come back to his senses at this time. He was now clear about Qiangyu's potential, it was simply impossible to describe in words. It was too heaven-defying. Grey-clothed Taoist, speak. Suyu took out a map, pointed to a location and said, "Take me to this place." The grey-clothed Taoist looked at the map, and on it was precisely the demon sealing village. Okay. The grey-clothed Taoist was worthy of being a god rank. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scenery changed. In a blink of an eye, he was already at the demon sealing village. At this time, the 4 god statues were gathered. It was also time to find that demon god. Chapter 40. The red demon god is dead. Sending Suyu to the demon sealing village. The grey-clothed Taoist then left. Now that he was seriously injured and his realm had fallen to the lower divine stage, he had to hurry back for treatment. When Suyu arrived at the demon sealing village, he went to find the village head. Very quickly. The village chief brought Suyu to a room. Inside the room, the treasure chest was still on the floor. Suyu waved his hand, took out the 4 divine statues, and placed the 4 divine statues in order according to the shape of the grooves. At the instant of placing them in, the 4 god statues in the groove fused into one. The treasure chest opened and a swirling door emerged. From within the door of the vortex, a light shone out to cover Suyu. This light pulled Suyu and forced him to enter. And on Suyu's body, a seal quietly appeared. A prompt came. You have gathered the 4 divine statues, the degree of exploration of the heavenly star domain is revised to 100%. You have opened the heavenly extreme space amongst the 9 extremes domain. You are about to be teleported into a god-level copy, heavenly extreme space. Note, this copy is a mandatory copy. Whoever opens the celestial extreme space among the 9 extreme domains must enter the celestial extreme space and cannot refuse. That is, there is no guaranteed reward. Heavenly extreme space copy. Rating, divine. Copy background, the demon god Red Elf wreaked havoc on the eastern continent, melting 76 spiritual mountains into scorched earth, killing and injuring hundreds of millions of living beings. Refining Panglai Immortal Sect 10 million miles, Red Earth scorched earth countless. The masters of the 7 great immortal sects came out together to seal the 9 divine ranks who had committed evil in the eastern continent. Among them, the heavenly extreme space among the 9 extreme realms is the place where the demon god of the Red Elf was sealed. When you collect all 4 idols, you can open the seal of the heavenly extreme space. When you open the celestial extreme space, the seal of the 4 idols will fall into your body, and if the Red Elf kills you, he will be able to break the seal. Choice 1, be killed by the Red Mandrill Demon God reward, none. Choice 2, kill the Red Elf Demon God reward, 1 divine fruit treasure chest of your choice. So you did not want to look at anything else. Just look at the rewards. There was only 1 divine grade fruit optional treasure chest. This reward was far worse than killing the demon god. However, what if this divine grade fruit is an attribute fruit? This boost couldn't be worse. Suyu floated his thoughts. How many attributes could this damn thing increase if you ate it? Suyu was excited just thinking about it. Immediately choose 2. Must kill the Red Elf Demon God. Suyu's figure disappeared into thin air. The village chief was excited and worried for Suyu. If he managed to kill the demon god, they would be able to return to the eastern continent. Return to their hometown. In the heavenly star domain, it was really too scary. Inside the heavenly extreme space, the Red Elf Demon God laughed madly. This laughter was so unrestrained. Finally. It was finally time to go out. Ha ha ha. A light entered the red elf demon god's mind. It was the rules of the seal. So that's how it is. Rather, it's not that certain enchantment is avenging me. The rules are like this: what can a certain person do? Ha ha ha. Originally, the red elf demon god was still thinking. If it was a demon, he himself would let this demon take a step into the green clouds and let it become a demon king. If it was a human, of course, he would just finish it off. Now it was good. No matter who it is. Want to go out. Must be killed. In this boundless space, Suyu's figure appeared. Only, on his body, there was a curtain of light. Suyu cried and laughed. He knew what this was. This was the protection mechanism. Having just entered, there was an hour of invincibility, during which the red demon god's attacks were of no use. This was used to prepare. Otherwise, as soon as he entered the heavenly extreme space, there was a possibility that he would be sneak attacked by the red demon. Unfortunately, this was useless to Suyu. Suyu would not have been able to kill the red mandrill demon god. He could only rely on the mechanism to shade the red mandrill demon god to death. If the red mandrill demon god's attack was ineffective, then if one wanted to kill the red mandrill demon god, it would be too difficult. Not far away from Suyu, there was the 10,000-meter-tall red demon god. His entire body was covered in flames, and the scales on his body were like scorched earth. The body shape was like a lizard. There was also a pair of black wings on the back that covered the sky. Rather, it was a bit like a dragon in the west. This was the body of the red demon. The red mandrill had already pulled out all of its skills. Even his real body was used. He didn't want to roll over. He had to take out the seal possessor that came in, or else he wouldn't go out at all. Just when the red elf demon god saw Suyu, he was dumbfounded. First rank? Human? The red elf demon god somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. In a funny way? A human of the first rank, how dare he come in directly? Was this looking down on his red elf demon god? The red elf's anger surged. You? Suyu could feel his anger. Suyu looked flustered, his body trembled, and pretended to say, I was tricked into coming in. You let me go, okay? The red elf demon god looked at Suyu like this and was about to say something, but he released a smile. This was someone who wanted him to come out. Letting a first-rank person open the seal. Wasn't this the equivalent of saying to directly let him out? I just don't know who it is. Just wait for an hour. After an hour, it's his time to die. Suyu was still pretending there. Please, let me go, I don't want to die. Whoa, I want to go out, I want to go out. Suyu ran around and around. The red elf demon god looked at Suyu's wretched appearance. He snorted, humans are just like this, no brains. The red elf demon god now thought about what he would do first after he went out. In the past, he had thought about wanting to go to the immortal sect to settle the score, but after thinking about it, he couldn't beat it. What if he gets sealed again? So one still had to think about what to do after going out. Originally, these things, the red elf has been thinking. Now really soon to go out, a time actually do not know what they go out after what to do. It had really been sealed for too long. An hour's time flew by. The red elf demon god couldn't wait. Die. Rockets shot out from the mouth of the red mandrill demon god, piercing through space. Suyu was completely unable to react before his body had turned into ashes. The red elf demon god's body became smaller. Somewhere, finally going out. Ha ha ha. Drafting? Returning to the same division? The red elf demon god's face was as hard as if he had eaten. The next second, the red elf demon god fell to the ground. His body turned into a faint starlight and merged into the heavenly extreme space. It became the nutrients of the other 8 sealed spaces. You have been killed by the red elf demon god. The professional trait of a homunculus master is triggered. The red mandrill demon god dies immediately. The infinite resurrection talent is triggered. You are resurrected immediately. You killed the golem, the curse triggered after the golem's death. You can't get the kill reward. You have successfully killed the demon god. You get a reward, a treasure chest of divine fruit of your choice. You get a reward, a treasure chest of divine fruit of your choice. The second order advancement quest is complete. The second level is open. Your current level is second order level 200. Special mission triggered. Mission objective: bring the villagers of the demon sealing village back to the eastern continent. Mission details: the holy son of the Duxian sect, Lin Xianxiu, was ordered by the previous generation of the lord of the Duxian sect to travel to the north continent with the 4 god statues, and when he passed by a village, an accident happened. Lin Xianxiu and the whole village were pulled into the astral domain and have been trapped in the middle of the astral domain ever since. In order to prevent someone from opening the 4 god statues and releasing the demon god, Lin Xianxiu scattered the 4 god statues in all directions. He renamed the village Demon Sealing Village and has been guarding the Tianqing domain ever since. Now that you have opened the 4 god statues and killed the demon god Red Elf, please bring the villagers of the Demon Sealing Village back to the eastern continent. Quest reward: 100 million treasure money, 1 random treasure chest of god tier items. Suyu resurrected in place. Suyu saw that he had actually triggered the quest. Suyu could this time. Once again, it caused countless people around the globe to be shocked. Heavens! Chuanyu killed another god-level boss? This is too fierce. I can't even play a cracked version of Legend without having such a great time as Chuanyu. Awesome! This time he even killed the demon god. Within the small group of demigods gathered from various countries. These famous demigods on the blue planet were once again talking about Chuanyu inside the group. No! This isn't normal. This Chuanyu killed another god-ranked powerhouse? 6 so far, I've seen a god-ranked powerhouse. The moment they reveal their breath, I'll go soft. This Chuanyu is good, actually killed another god-ranked powerhouse. This Chuanyu is really powerful. There have been quite a few Tonggui Masters born before, but one like him is still the first. It's a pity, in the future, this kid, wasted. Right now, countless people were discussing Chuanyu. It was thought that Chuanyu had taken away 3 god-ranked powerhouses by relying on his profession as a homunculus division. This luck was very heaven-defying. But all the same, most people thought that the legend of Chuanyu had come to an end. The third life was gone. Chuanyu became an invalid. But there are also some people who think that Chuanyu is not a homunculus master. These two groups of people then disliked each other. Is Chuanyu really a Tonggui Master? If he is, then he won't be able to enter the mythic world with his third life dead, so how can he upgrade? Who says that Chuanyu must be a homunculus master? Just watch, Chuanyu will still create miracles. Laughing my ass off, I admit that Chuanyu is great. But Chuanyu is the Tonggui Master. Now his third life is gone, he can't enter the mythic world, he's wasted. That's right, Chuanyu got lucky and took away 3 god-ranked powerhouses by relying on the homunculus division profession. That's just very good luck. But he won't be able to enter the mythic world in the future, he's destined to be wasted. 666, the Chuanyu who killed 3 god-ranked powerhouses has become a waste in front of you guys? What is not being able to enter the mythic world if not a waste? How is this possible? Isn't he a Tonggui Master? He's willing to waste his third life? He won't even be able to enter the mythic world in the future. It seems like Chuanyu is almost wasted. If it were you and you only had one last life, would you be willing to do this? Unable to enter the mythic world, unable to fight monsters and upgrade, this life is over. Then what do you mean? What I mean is that Chuanyu is most likely not a Tonggui Master. Joke. If Chuanyu isn't a Tonggui Master, you tell me how he killed 3 god-ranked powerhouses? Anyway, now Chuanyu is ruined. Just as the crowd was arguing, another announcement came in. It shocked everyone. Service-wide notice, the Heavens Destined one, Chuanyu, has reached the 2nd rank in only 20 hours, breaking the service-wide record and refreshing the record for the fastest to reach the 2nd rank. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chuanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. Service-wide announcement, Heavens Destined one Chuanyu has reached the 2nd level in only 20 hours, breaking the service-wide record and setting a new record for the fastest way to reach the 2nd level. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chuanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. Service-wide announcement, Heavens Destined one Chuanyu has reached the 2nd level in only 20 hours, breaking the service-wide record and setting a new record for the fastest way to reach the 2nd level. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chuanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. The crowd choked. No. Chuanyu has reached the 2nd rank? 20 hours means Chuanyu had become a 2nd rank on the 4th day. Boom! This piece of 3 hours for the first rank, 20 hours for the second rank. This is too outrageous. Even these demigods, the strongest professionals in Blue Star. Upgrading speed can't be compared to Changyu. A long time. Finally, one after another, someone sent a message. This Changyu, by what right ah? Both want and want, the system even gave him back. By what right? He was able to kill a god when he was less than 1 rank, and he even broke the record of 1 rank. Now he killed a demon god and broke the 2nd rank upgrade record. Why? What kind of profession is this? Upgrading fast and killing 3 god ranks in a row. We Blue Star don't have a single god rank. This Changyu is treating god ranks as NPCs in the mythic world. Whoa, how can there be such a big difference between people? The demigods of the Blue Star were completely struck down by Changyu. Originally, they thought it was the same returning division. Well, now it didn't seem to be a homunculus division. Instead, it seems like it's open. The demigods were sour and jealous. Chapter 42, Mythical Fruit of Time. The Church of the Demon God. Aside from the followers of the greedy demon god as well as the lustful demon god, the rest of the devil god's followers all let out a long sigh of relief. Why? Because the demon god that Changyu had killed was not a demon god. So they breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they felt fear for Changyu. Changyu was so powerful. Not only was he able to kill 2 demon god majesties, he was even now taking on demon gods. Now it had even reached the 2nd rank, breaking records. This was truly terrifying. It made a lot of believers lose the idea of searching for Changyu. Is there anyone else who can restrain Changyu? He's not a Tonggui Master, so if we're looking for him in the Blue Star, aren't we just sending him to his death? Even His Majesty the Demon God and the Demon God can't do anything about him, can we? I can't. 3 god-ranked powerhouses have been killed by Changyu, so what's the use of those of us looking for Changyu? At this time, Suyu's face was overflowing with smiles. Now that he was at the 2nd rank, he would soon be able to directly upgrade to level 300 and open the 3rd rank quest. After all, Suyu now had an experience fruit, which was still of the 9th rank. Eating it would definitely allow him to upgrade to level 300. By then, after completing the 3rd order advancement quest, he would be able to directly step into the 3rd order. Thus, Suyu took out the 9th order experience fruit, eating it in 2 or 3 bites. You have consumed an experience fruit 9th order, you have gained a large amount of experience, your level has rapidly increased. Your level has increased to 100%. You have gained 3,000 free attribute points. Suyu. Nickname, Changyu. Level 300 100% 2nd order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 18,450. Spirit, 18,450. Physique, 18,450. Agility, 18,450. Free attribute points, 3,000. Profession skill, sacrifice level 9. General skill, blood sacrifice level 1. When Suyu reached level 300, the full attribute increased by 1,500 points, plus upgrading to the 2nd rank, the full attribute also increased by 2,000. So now Suyu's full attributes had reached 18,450. Now Suyu still had 3,000 free attributes that had not been added. If added, then the full attribute will directly break 20,000. What kind of concept is this? There is no 2nd ranked professional whose attributes are comparable to Suyu's. Even a 3rd ranked professional who has reached the 400 level. Even a 3rd rank, reaching level 400, the closest to a 4th ranked professional, whose attributes wanted to surpass the current Suyu, would have a hard time. After all, when Suyu raised his attributes, it was a full increase in all of his attributes. And what about the others? Still had to distribute the attributes. Their attribute points had to be divided into 4. What about Suyu? No need. Instead, 1 share was equivalent to 4. So how could the others compare to Suyu? Suyu was excited when he looked at the 3,000 free attribute points. Immediately breaking 20,000 attributes, this numerical value of his own has increased too fiercely, even if he is facing the 4th rank. With my own power, without relying on talent and occupational abilities, relying on pure attributes, I can still have a fighting chance. Immediately, Suyu added all 3,000 free attributes to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 3,000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 3,000 attributes. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 300 100% second order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 21,450. Spirit, 21,450. Physique, 21,450. Agility, 21,450. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Sacrifice level 9. General skill, Blood Sacrifice level 1. The split second when the attributes were raised. Suyu felt that his entire body had become stronger. Full attributes plus 3,000 attribute points, what concept? It was equivalent to adding a total of 12,000 attribute points to the 4 attributes. Suyu only had 300 attribute points after leveling up to 100. What is the equivalent of 12,000 attribute points? It was equivalent to leveling up to 400 Ah. Whenever this time came, Suyu could not help but feel the terror of the White Emperor's Ring. This White Emperor was also too strong to be able to create such heaven-defying ornaments. Now at level 300. Suyu immediately checked his third-level advancement quest. You have reached level 300, opening the third-order advancement quest. The third-order advancement quest is being generated based on your profession as well as your talent. The generation of your third-order advancement quest is complete. Third-level advancement quest. Mission objective, kill 2 divine ranks. Quest details, kill 2 god-ranked powerhouses to open up the third rank. Mission reward, the third level is open. Suyu looked carefully and realized that he still had to kill god-ranked powerhouses. This time, it became 2. 2 is as good as 2. Right now, Suyu felt that it was not even a matter. As long as one could find a god-ranked powerhouse, it would be fine. Next, Suyu looked at the rewards he had just obtained. Divine Grade Fruit Optional Treasure Chest. Fruit Optional Treasure Chest. Rating, God Grade. Description, upon opening it, you can choose one of the 3 God Grade fruits to obtain. Comment, countless heavenly treasures have been born in the mythic world. These treasures have the effect of obtaining a second talent, a second profession, continuous upgrades, attribute increases, and more. With good luck, it's not a dream to become a god overnight after eating them. Everything all depends on how the luck. When you get the Divine Fruit self-selected treasure box, you should be clear that you will be ahead of others in a certain aspect. So you looked at the description and sucked in a breath. It seems that all the fruits in here are pretty good, and it's even possible to become a god overnight? Then if he opened this kind of fruit, wouldn't he be directly upgraded to the god stage? Then this is too cool. Suyu couldn't help but think. Suyu hurriedly shook his head and took a deep breath. Come on. Let me see, what divine rank fruits are in there? Immediately, Suyu opened the Divine Grade Fruit Optional Treasure Chest. You open the Divine Fruit Optional Treasure Chest, you can choose one of the following 3 divine fruits to 2. Poisonous Poison Fruit. After eating it, you gain an erudite poison body. Below the divine rank, if you are touched, you will be poisoned, constantly deducting life and magic values. When your body attribute is greater than a certain target, then that target deducts the maximum percentage of life value and magic value. Deductions per time, 18%. 3. Mythic Time Fruit. After eating it, before divine rank, entering the mythic world increases by 2 hours. After the divine order, the increase in time expires. So you carefully looked at the descriptions of these 3 god rank fruits. Seeing the first stealth fruit, Suyu sighed that this ability was stronger than any of the assassin class professions. It was too fitting for the assassin profession. It was truly terrifying. Seeing the second poisonous poison fruit, Suyu also feels that this fruit is very strong, because the damage is surprisingly a percentage. There is a drawback. This seems to need to touch the body to be able to do it. Melee professions, if there is this poisonous poison fruit, that enhancement is very scary. It is worthy of being a god tier fruit. When seeing the third mythic time fruit, Suyu was stunned. Because the effect of this fruit looked much worse compared to the other 2 god level fruits. However, upon careful consideration, it wasn't. Instead, this mythic time fruit was even more heaven-defying. One must know that no matter who it was, the time to enter the mythic world was only 6 hours. After 6 hours, no matter what level you were, you would be directly forced to exit. But this mythic time fruit, it could actually increase the amount of time one stayed within mythic time. 2 hours. From a day's perspective, these 2 hours didn't seem like much, but stretching the time out? 10 days, that would be 20 hours, equivalent to entering 3 more days than others are. In other words, the previous 2 god-level fruits, while certainly powerful, raised the lower limit, not the upper limit. This mythic time fruit, it didn't look great, but what was raised was the upper limit, not the lower limit. The stronger you are, the more useless it is to use those 2 god-level fruits above. Because it's strong enough on its own, do I still need those means to deal with others? On the contrary, the weaker you are, the greater the enhancement of those 2 god-level fruits. Is Suyu weak? Suyu wasn't actually weak. On the contrary, Suyu is also a numerical monster, and the mechanism is also invincible. It was just that the opponents that Suyu had encountered were either god-ranked or immortal-ranked. This caused Suyu himself to create the illusion that he was not able to. But in reality, it wasn't. Suyu's attributes were those that absolutely crushed his peers, and even if he was 1 realm higher, he was still far ahead of his opponent's attributes. Suyu's mechanism, not to mention, it was ridiculously strong. Even the immortal-ranked Vengeance team members were all seconded by Suyu. So, what Suyu needed was not those 2 divine-grade fruits that raised the lower limit. What Suyu needed was the divine-grade fruits that raised the upper limit. 2 hours a day more than others. This was huge for the upper limit. Suyu thought carefully and eventually understood. Although it is only effective before the god rank, it is not effective after the god rank. But, for me, these 2 extra hours are enough for me to quickly become stronger and obtain more god rank, or even super god rank items. Time. What else could be more important than time? Suyu had not forgotten about the threat of the Vengeance group. Having a magic power source, who knew when they would come? The next time they came, perhaps instead of sealing Suyu with a giant pillar, they would directly crush Suyu with their spirit. Become a little cutie. Not dead, not killed, Suyu's mechanism is useless. Suyu was afraid of this. Suyu needed time. Immediately. Suyu chose the mythic time fruit. You have chosen mythic time fruit. You have obtained mythic time fruit. Suyu did not hesitate. Looking at the lavender, starry-lighted fruit in his hand, he directly ate it in a few bites. Giant sweetness. Giantly delicious. Can't get enough of it. Just finished eating. A hint appeared. Reminder, Heaven's Destined 1 Changyu, your time to enter the mythic world has been extended to 8 hours. This effect will continue until the moment you step into the divine rank. Chapter 43, Returning to the Eastern Continent. Suyu was excited. From today onwards, his time within the mythic world would be 8 hours. Other people could only exit the mythic world when their time was up. He himself can have 2 more hours than others. It's really too cool. Now the rewards and whatnot had also been inventoried. In front of Suyu, there was still a mission to send the sealed demon village back to the Eastern Continent. But how should it be sent? Within the heavenly extreme space, there was a distortion. A prompt suddenly appeared. Closing the heavenly extreme space, exiting. After a moment of distortion, Suyu came out from the vortex door. The village chief hurriedly asked, "How did it go?" Suyu nodded with a smile. "It's solved." The village chief smiled joyfully. "Great. We can go home." Shoo. The treasure chest that had fused the 4 idols disappeared and the vortex door closed. Suyu could not help but feel some pity. These 4 god statues belonged to the god grade props, which were quite strong, and the 4 god statues united could even reach the immortal grade. Unfortunately, it does not belong to himself. After Suyu gathered all 4 idols to open the treasure chest and pass through the heavenly extreme space, it was destined that these 4 idols would be scattered once again. Gathering all 4 idols and opening the treasure chest would be able to open one of the 9 extreme fields. This 9 extreme fields was not the only heavenly extreme space. When each time it was opened or used, these 4 idols would be scattered in all directions. Suyu took out his map and looked at it, and realized that the 4 god statues were no longer in the heavenly star domain. Suyu asked the village chief, "Village chief, this demon god was defeated by me, so how should you go back?" The village chief said, "I don't know. Everything still depends on you." The corner of Suyu's mouth pulled. This mission wouldn't be set up by your old ancestor Lin Qianxiu, right? Just to make me think of a way to bring you guys back? Suyu looked to the sky and shouted, "Hello? Can you see? Can you help me with one more thing?" Suyu called out to the gray-clothed Taoist. After all, by virtue of himself, there is definitely no way, since the gray-clothed Taoist can make the Taiping village come to the Heavenly Star domain, then it is not a problem to make the Demon Sealing village return to the Eastern continent, right? Anyway, the gray-clothed Taoist and himself are now in a cooperative relationship, and he still has to rely on himself before his revenge is avenged. This favor has to be helped anyways. This kid is really treating me like a babysitter? The gray-clothed Taoist was healing in the depths of the starry sky, but what Suyu said, he could hear. However, a nanny is a nanny. There doesn't seem to be any way to deal with this Changyu by himself. With Changyu's ability, from the beginning should also be he begged to let Changyu help. Without Changyu really can't kill the 7 demon god. Besides, in the future, they want to become immortal, may also need the help of Changyu. And between Changyu, can only play a good relationship, must not let him on their own dissatisfaction, or revenge cannot be, may also want to finish their own. One thought, this god-ranked powerhouse, once more than 2,000 levels of gray-clothed Taoist, can let the whole Blue Star look up to the god-ranked powerhouse, now on the attitude of Changyu has undergone a sea change. A few days ago, it could only be said that the two were in a cooperative relationship. Now, the gray-clothed Taoist was trying to unilaterally kneel to Changyu. The gray-clothed Taoist said to Changyu through the air, "What do you want me to do for you? I'm seriously injured right now, so I can't help with anything too difficult." When Suyu heard the gray-clothed Taoist reply, he thought to himself, this guy, he has really kept his attention on himself. Suyu said, "You were able to move the Taiping village into here, so can you move this demon sealing village to the eastern continent?" Gray-clothed Taoist, "It can." Suyu said, "Then thanks a lot." Gray-clothed Taoist, "Don't forget the cooperation between us." Suyu nodded, "That's for sure, hurry up and find 2 demon gods to come out, I can't wait." Gray-clothed Taoist. Now, revenge, so simple? Demon gods, at least, are also divine rank, now. In front of him, has been completely inadequate. Hey, this long-standing, this heavenly destiny person, is really heavenly destiny. Gray-clothed Taoist now no longer want to talk to Changyu. Shoo. The original dark black sky suddenly lit up, a big round of sun shrouded the demon sealing village. Immediately afterward, the entire demon sealing village steeply disappeared into thin air. You have been teleported by real person Xian Yuan to the East Continent, outside the west coast of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Great Zhou Dynasty, West Coast City. About 70 miles outside of the city was the Taiyang Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, light flickered and a village emerged. This is the Eastern Continent recorded in the old ancestors' book? This is the home that originally belonged to us? Going home. Home. This is where people should live. The sky is white, there are white clouds in the sky, and the air is so good. Great. Inside the demon sealing village, the villagers were excited. Suyu noticed the name on the prompt message. Real person Xian Yuan? Is this the Taoist name of the gray-clothed Taoist? As Suyu pondered, the prompt in front of him changed. Mission completed. You have obtained 1 random treasure chest of divine grade items, 100 million treasure money. The demon sealing village had now returned to the eastern continent. So the quest was directly completed. Suyu also then obtained the divine grade item random treasure chest as well as 100 million in treasure money. Taking out the divine grade item randomized treasure chest, Suyu planned to open it directly to see what divine grade items could be randomized. You have opened the divine item randomized treasure chest and are in the process of randomly selecting a divine item. Extraction completed. You have been awarded a divine grade item, Bodhi Enlightenment Tea. Bodhi Enlightenment Tea. Rating, Divine. Description, brew it and drink it. After drinking it, you enter a state of enlightenment. Increases experience by a large amount every second. Rating, good tea, good tea. This stuff is good. This stuff is godly, brew it and drink it, after drinking it, you'll definitely upgrade gnarly fast. One must know that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Don't look at Suyu upgrading fast now. That was because Suyu had eaten a 9th rank experience fruit. This one 9th order experience fruit, for a 9th order professional to eat, might only be able to ascend 4-5 levels. But for Suyu, a 2nd ranked person to eat it, it would directly rise 100 levels. Now this was the God grade Bodhi Enlightenment Tea. With this, when upgrading in the future, there will be no need to look for demons and monsters, upgrading will be much easier. Suyu weighed the small pot of enlightenment tea in his hand, probably about 200 grams in it. It's quite a lot. It should be able to be used up to the 7th or 8th rank, right? Maybe even more than that. 9th rank is also possible. After all, this thing belonged to the divine level. The effect could not be poor. Suyu put away the Bodhi enlightenment tea and put it into his backpack. At this time, noisy sounds came from outside. Suyu looked and saw that thousands of cavalry arrived and surrounded the village. An officer in black armor with a scar on his face and a burly body size angrily cursed, "Mother, when did a village appear here? Where are you unruly people from?" The village chief stepped forward and hurriedly explained, "My lord, we are returning from the Heavenly Star Domain." That officer only heard the words Heavenly Star Domain, his eyes widened as he stared at the village chief, then looked at the others in the village, his heart startled. Only then did he realize that all of these people, surprisingly, all had cultivation? Second stage, third stage abounded? This old man in front of him was actually close to the fourth order? Could it be that these people are really from the Heavenly Star Domain? If that's true, then nowadays, who doesn't know that the Heavenly Star region has appeared? Those who want to enter the Heavenly Fate are crazy, as well as the Great Zhou dynasty and all the major dynasties, including the major top powers, who does not want to enter the Heavenly Star region. But there's no way to do so, it's simply impossible to find it. Nowadays, these people suddenly appeared and even claimed to have come out of the Heavenly Star Domain. If it's true, then they should be in possession of a method to enter the Heavenly Star Domain. Once this method is mastered by me, won't I be able to soar? Thinking of this, a sinister color flashed in this officer's eyes. The method, I must obtain it. These people, not a single one of them can be left behind. Suyu was at the side and witnessed the change in the officer's expression. The people in this sealed demon village had been in the Heavenly Star region for too long, and had become completely unaware of the danger of the human heart and what the Heavenly Star region meant to the outside world, so the trouble was coming out of their mouths. However, their luck was also quite good. Because he, Suyu, was here. Although Suyu did not consider himself to be very righteous and a very good person. But Suyu himself knew clearly that he could never do anything to watch people he knew being slaughtered. Especially, these villagers were still so innocent. People had inexplicably arrived at the Heavenly Star Domain together with the holy son of the Doxian sect, Lin Qianxiu, and shouldered the mission of sealing the demons and guarding the treasure chest for countless years. Now it was hard to wait until such a heavenly destiny person like himself had finished off the demon god, accomplished his mission, and was going home. As a result, he had just returned home and was about to be assassinated. How the hell can this be? Can Suyu tolerate it? He can't. Must step in. Obviously, this officer did not realize that the strongest person in the village was not the village chief, the old man, but Suyu, the second rank. Officer Zhao Chuan dismounted and walked to the village chief. His icy cold eyes stared at the village chief and said, "Back from the Heavenly Star Domain? How did you come back? If you can't tell me, then you are a spy of the Great Winter Dynasty. The only way to treat a spy of an enemy country is to kill. Speak." Zhao Chuan raised his hand. Behind him, the cavalrymen picked up their special bows and crossbows, bent their bows and arrows, gathered their magic power, and aimed at the villagers. Chapter 44, Chuangyu, quite righteous. Degree Immortal Gate. Surrounded by white mist, immortal cranes flew. The contemporary lord of the Degree Immortal sect, Lu Changsheng, stood on top of the Immortal sect's mountain. Lu Changsheng's gaze was ghostly as he looked towards the direction of Great Zhou, his fingertips throbbing. He was projecting, in that direction, there seemed to be something more. Not long after. Lu Changsheng sighed, his senior brother Lin. Long life. Lu Changsheng called out. Soon, a Taoist priest dressed in Xian robes rushed over. Teacher. Li Changsheng said respectfully. Go to Great Zhou, West Coast City, and Mount Taiyong, and bring the demon sealing village as well as the villagers back to the Immortal sect. Lu Changsheng said. Yes, teacher. Li Changsheng didn't know why the villagers of the demon sealing village would be in his teacher's eyes, but since his teacher had said so, then he had to go and accomplish it. And among these villagers, there is a Heaven's Fate person, you must politely invite him. If he is willing to come, then come. If he is unwilling, he must not be forced. You must not clash with him. Do not allow him to be half dissatisfied with my duo immortal sect. After hearing this, Li Changli's heart was abruptly startled. What did teacher mean by this? Letting me invite a heaven's destiny person? Moreover, it must be polite and do as he wishes? And also must not let him be the least bit dissatisfied with the deity immortal sect? We are the deity immortal sect. We're the first of the 12 immortal sects. Teacher, you are the most powerful person in this world. Why do we have to be so polite? Which one of these countless dynasties, which one of these billions of living beings wouldn't be submissive when they hear about the deity immortal sect? Who is this heavenly fate? Can be so valued by the teacher? Li Changsheng thought in his heart, he didn't understand. Lu Changsheng, however, said, he just now killed a god. A few short words. Li Changsheng's pupils were shocked, and he was creeped out for a moment. Deicide? The divine rank cannot kill the divine rank. There are only two possibilities that can kill a god rank. Tongjun division. Otherwise, it would be the immortal rank above the god rank. He's Changyu? The Changyu who was rated by the heavenly Tao as the one who warps the heavens and ends the future enemies of the past and present? Lu Changsheng didn't reply. He couldn't see it. There was a layer of white mist on that heaven's destined one's face. Someone was deliberately hiding his true face. A regular person would see it and forget it in the blink of an eye. When an existence like him, a superior divine rank, level 5000, looked at it, he could only see a layer of white mist. But combined with the information that had just come from a heaven's destiny person, 8 or 9 times, it was Chuangyu. This would be terrifying. If Changyu was a homunculus master, then this was Changyu's third life. But after he killed the demon god, he was still in the mythic world. This means that it was possible that Changyu wasn't a Tonggui Master, or that Changyu had more than one life. Since this was the case, even he, the number one powerhouse, didn't dare to mess with it. After all, what happened to the 3 divine rank powerhouses was still fresh in his mind. Li Changlife looked at his teacher's gloomy expression. If it was really Changyu, then it meant that Changyu possessed the ability to kill a god and was definitely not just as simple as being a fellow returnee division. It was imperative to make contact before it was too late. Otherwise, in the event that Changyu was utilized, the teacher would likely be undermined. Li Changlife stepped on the flying dragon, a foreign beast, and sped towards the location of Taiyang Mountain. Demon Sealing Village. At this moment, the atmosphere was gradually condensing. The villagers were being targeted by bows and crossbows, and a depressing aura filled the air. How could the village chief not expect that it would be this kind of result? Having just left a place like the Celestial Star Domain, was he now stepping into an even more dangerous place? The village chief was old. To be able to become the village chief of a village of tens of thousands of people in a place as dangerous as the Heavenly Star Domain, it couldn't be a cutie pie. Even though he was old, he still had iron-blooded means. This person's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Even if he said it, I was afraid that he would still die. What's more, one doesn't know, should one reveal. How would that work? The village chief's anger trembled, his originally loving face twitching. You. He regretted bringing the village back to the eastern continent. The people here were simply more terrifying than the demons within the Heavenly Star Domain. Suyu's gaze was icy cold as he stepped out and coldly said, "They are nothing more than villagers. I was the one who brought them back to the eastern continent, so why do you need to look for trouble with them? Why don't you just look for me?" Behind Suyu, the breaking delusion immortal sword had quietly appeared and was ready to move. Zhao Chuan looked at Suyu. As a 7th rank powerhouse, he could clearly sense that this person in front of him was only a district 2nd rank. You? With you? Zhao Chuan disdained. Like to stand out? Being a hero? Fine, this general will take you on. Let these unruly people see what happens when they offend this general and disobey him. Zhao Chuan reached out and was about to grab Suyu. Suddenly, the flying dragon stepped on the auspicious clouds, and Li Changlife's icy voice came from the sky, "A mere mole cricket? How dare you mess with Mr. Chang?" Terrifying spiritual pressure swept over 100 miles. Instantly, people tumbled over. Zhao Chuan cried out and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Those cavalrymen instantly fell to the ground, the same as Zhao Chuan, unable to move. Except for Suyu. An endless sense of fear and palpitations rose in the bottom of everyone's hearts. Zhao Chuan said in horror, "The holy son of the deity immortal sect? Li Changmeng?" However, he saw Li Changmeng salute Suyu. Just now, he did not know how to address Changyu, and thinking that his teacher held Changyu in such high regard and was so polite, he addressed Changyu as Mr. Chang. "Mr. Chang, teacher asked me to invite you as well as these villagers to the Duxian sect for a gathering. You? Invite? Teacher? The lord of the Degree Immortal sect, the world's #1 powerhouse, Lu Changsheng? Now. Zhao Chuan's heart dropped to the ground. He could wait to die. How could he not expect to provoke such a terrifying existence? Li Changsheng was happy. Because of this, it was possible to get close to Changyu, pulling in the connection between Changyu and the Duxian sect. This mole cricket was really a great help. The village chief and the villagers were shocked, not realizing that the benefactor had this kind of background. Suyu, however, understood very well, this was his own exposure. The long-standing Yu killed 3 god-ranked powerhouses in a row. Among them, there were demon gods and demon gods. Who is not afraid of Changyu? Suyu was thinking that he was definitely exposed. This 5,000 level deity immortal sect lord must have discovered himself. Just to go to the deity immortal sect? What if it is a trap? Suyu said, "Why did you invite me?" Li Changli said, "Teacher said that he asked me to bring the demon sealing village as well as the villagers to the Degree Immortal sect. As for you, if you are willing to come, the Degree Immortal sect will welcome you. If you are not willing to come, the Deity Immortal sect will not force you." Suyu looked at the villagers and had a guess in his heart. Perhaps it had something to do with Lin Qianqiu, the saint son of the Deity Immortal sect in the previous generation. Suyu faintly said, "Alright, then you take them there and ensure their safety." Li Changlife assured, "No one can harm them after entering the Deity Immortal sect." Immediately, Li Changmeng asked, "Mr. Chang, these people, how will they be disposed of?" In an instant, the heart of Zhao Chuan on the ground as well as the thousands of cavalrymen thumped. Suyu put away the delusion-breaking immortal sword and turned to leave, leaving behind a light sentence, "Kill them all." The next second, true fire ignited on Zhao Chuan as well as the cavalrymen. Wisps of ash were blown away by the wind. Behind them, the head of the sealed demon village, the villagers' eyes were moist, silently kneeling down, toward Suyu's back, kowtowing silently. Li Changmeng looked on, and said, "This Chuangyu is really different from the other heavenly fates. In exchange for those heavenly ordained people, the first thing must be to search for treasure. After all, these officials and soldiers had done a lot of evil, and there must be good things on their bodies that they had searched for." But, perhaps it was precisely because Changyu was different from other heavens fated that he was able to possess this kind of deicide power. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. This person is quite righteous. This was Li Changnian's assessment of Changyu. Chapter 45. This guy is crazy. After Suyu left, Li Changlife realized that in his mind, the appearance of Changyu was disappearing. He was forgetting what Changyu looked like. Li Changlife inhaled deeply. Changyu, behind the scenes, is not simple. He's not just as simple as a homunculus master. A homunculus master can't do this to this extent. Whirlwind. Li Changnian held the demon sealing village in one hand, and with a flick of his sleeve robe, the villagers were sucked in. The next second, Li Changmai rose up into the air and flew with the imperial dragon. After walking for half an hour, Suyu suddenly remembered a very important thing. He had forgotten to touch the corpses. One must know that these NPCs were not demons and devils. Killing demons and ghosts, this was able to explode experience and upgrade. But items are basically not available, unless they are special or have reached a certain level, such as the king level. Those officials and soldiers just now were practically like real people, with flesh and blood. Of course they would also carry around valuable gadgets. On their bodies, there was at least some precious money. It was just that one forgot to scavenge. Suyu didn't forget that he still had the treasure money secret scroll that he didn't use. Who knows how much treasure money is actually needed inside. Right now, on his own body, he only had a total of 190,003,720 treasure money. There was no way to know if it was enough. Suyu took out the treasure money secret realm scroll and scrutinized it carefully. Treasure money secret realm scroll. Rating, 9th order. Description: consumption of use, can enter the treasure money secret realm once, within the treasure money secret realm, can consume treasure money to upgrade the occupation limit, skill levels, etc., and even skip the advancement tasks. Various effects: the upper limit is the apex of the 9th order. Evaluation: using treasure money kryptonite to become stronger place. Suyu looked carefully and felt that the nearly 200 million treasure money might still be a bit insufficient. After all, if one fails to reach the spending standard, one would be subject to a curse, which is a mandatory deduction of attribute value and life value. In case you enter the secret realm of precious money and don't reach the consumption not reaching the standard, then if you do a mission in the future and get the precious money, you will directly deduct the life value as well as the attribute value. The key to this is that the attribute value is still permanently deducted. Although Suyu would love to go in and spend the money to improve his attributes. But he was afraid of flipping. Let's wait a little longer. Or I'll have to go find someone to ask what the consumption standard is for the 9th order treasure money mystic realm. But to be honest, if one didn't bring much treasure money, even if they reached the consumption standard and boosted less, then the cost effectiveness would still be very low. So in order to enter this treasure money secret realm, one would have to save up enough treasure money. Otherwise it would be a B. Looty loss. Suyu put away the treasure money secret realm scroll and headed towards the nearby West Coast City. West Coast City was a city in the south of the Great Zhou dynasty that was by the sea. There were also many heavenly fates here. Because it was by the sea demons often came ashore and harassed them, and one could constantly hunt and kill demons here to gain experience and become stronger. It was just a bit more dangerous, and many heavenly fates didn't come here for fear of losing their lives. Because of this, the heavenly fates who could be in the West Coast City were all of a higher level and had stronger fighting strength. It was not something that could be compared to the heavenly fates of other cities. While Suyu was rushing along the official road, there was a puff of dust in front of him, and when he fixed his eyes on them, there were people riding Fey Beast mounts and wearing a variety of clothes. Suyu recognized it at a glance. This was definitely a Heaven's Destined one. Only Heaven's Destined wore a wide variety of clothes because of their equipment. Hey, where are you guys going? Suyu stopped a Heaven's Destined and asked. None of your business, don't block me. I'm going to fight monsters. The man rode a 2-meter-tall fat dog and hurriedly bypassed Suyu and headed towards his destination. Suyu came to be interested, fighting monsters? In the middle of nowhere, where could one go to fight monsters? He had walked for so long and had not encountered any monsters. Could it be a copy? If it's a copy, then one can go and participate in it. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, and the level is stuck at the cap, so why not go to a copy? There are still copy rewards for passing the copy. Thus, Suyu immediately followed. With Suyu's attributes, now that his full attributes had broken 20,000, he simply could not lose him. Soon, Suyu returned to the previous Taiyan mountain. Was their destination here? Could it be related to those people? Suyu thought of the cavalryman who had just gone up in smoke. It seemed that the demon sealing village was teleported here and happened to meet them who were about to carry out a mission, and then this started a conflict. Suyu looked around and realized that the demon sealing village that had just landed here had already disappeared. It seemed that Li Changming had already taken the village and the villagers away. Suyu continued to follow those heavenly fates, who were rushing towards the mountain. Running fast all the way, soon, they arrived at the halfway point of Taiyang Mountain. These hundreds of heavenly fates stopped here. They put away their mounts. Looking at the pitch-black cave not far away. Unexpectedly, they formed several groups. The ones surrounded in the center were clearly the strongest. Strange, didn't General Zhao Chuan bring the heavenly cavalry battalion soldiers and horses here before us? Where are the people? This defense line hasn't been set up yet. Where did the people go? They discussed. Suyu looked around and saw the Heaven's Destiny person who rode the fat dog earlier again. Suyu went forward, touched him and asked, "Brother, what copy is this?" Zhou was surprised to see Suyu. "No bro, how did you follow me up?" "That said, you don't know what copy this is, and you dare to come? How many levels are you?" Suyu said, "I just came out from somewhere else. I was thinking of going to West Coast City. This is just halfway there. I met you guys." "My level isn't low either, level 300. Zhou disliked, level 300. "The level is too low, at least level 500, otherwise the monsters come out and it's a waste of one of your lives." Zhou continued, "The copy is in this cave, a labyrinth. Previously there have been hundreds of heavenly fates that have entered, and as a result, they have all died alive. Later on, monsters kept coming out of it, and a monster wave broke out. That said, the West Coast City defense battle a few days ago was on the hot search. Don't you go online?" West Coast City defense battle? Suyu really had no impression. He only remembered that the top 10 hot searches were all about him. Even when he swiped the short videos, they were all about him. He really didn't know what West Coast City defense battle was. Suyu shook his head, "I really don't know." "Well, Until yesterday, Song Qing, an 8th-ranked powerhouse from the Great Zhou imperial capital, came to West Coast City and suppressed this monster tied by himself, and then he even killed this cave by himself and finished off the boss inside. But there are still some leftover monsters inside this cave, so the city lord has issued a mission for us to cooperate with General Zhao Chuan as well as the Heavenly Cavalry Battalion to guard the cave and get rid of all the monsters that come out. The monsters are all at level 500-700. You're a level 300, I advise you not to send them to their deaths. Zhou Hu said. I see. Su Yu muttered. But, since we are guarding the cave, we need so many people? Su Yu did not understand. Zhou Hu said, that's because killing these monsters can increase the attribute value. Su Yu was instantly surprised, increase attribute value? Zhou Hu nodded, otherwise, why do you think so many people have come here to guard? These monsters are very special. You wait and see, more people will come later, that's increasing attributes, who can resist this temptation. Look at those people, they're elders from the Heavenly Dragon Guild, Celebrity Guild, and Brotherhood Guild. For someone like you, a mere level 300, you can't grab a monster at all, and there's also the possibility of being injured by the monster, resulting in losing a life. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the cave. A monster that was able to increase its attributes after killing it, this was very special. Within this cave, there must be secrets. Su Yu asked, why don't you go in? Zhou Hu snorted, who dares to go in? Within this labyrinth, there are many dangers, not only are there monsters, but there are also various traps and formations. Last time, hundreds of Heaven's Fates entered, and many of them weren't killed by monsters, but by traps. Otherwise, why do you think everyone is guarding outside? Zhou Hu added, these days, it's really hard to increase your attributes and boost your battle power. Who knows when the monsters will come out, anyway, everyone can only guard, whoever can grab a monster is considered lucky. Su Yu gave an oh-so-sweet sound as he chose to enter. Instead of wasting time waiting outside, it would be better to go in and collect all these monsters by himself. With his own strength, he did not bring fear at all. Su Yu headed straight forward, and the gazes of the crowd instantly gathered on his body. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, Su Yu entered the cave. Is this guy crazy? Is this guy looking for death? How many levels is this guy? So arrogant? He's 300 levels. Zhou Hu said. What? 300 levels? 300 levels so confident? A whole lot of us here at level 5 or 600 don't dare to enter, but he dares to go in? This person is crazy. Awesome, he thinks he's Changyu? This is not looking for death? Chapter 46 New Version, The Revenge of the Four Clans. After Su Yu killed the Red Elf Demon God, the mythical world was then automatically upgrading. The version was about to be upgraded. Finally. By now, the update was complete. A beep resounded in the ears of all the heavenly fates. A scarlet alert quietly appeared. Version update complete. Mythic World Version Update Notice. The Blue Star Civilization has consecutively killed 3 divine ranks, the conditions for the version update have been met, and the Mythic World version has been automatically upgraded. Current Mythic World version 1.1 The Hijacking of the 4 Tribes. The hijacking of the 4 clans. Within the Mythic World, the 4 clans of demons, devils, and monsters will gain upgrading experience by killing the heavenly orders and will have the probability of obtaining embodied props, which, by utilizing the embodied props, will allow for the reverse invasion of the Blue Star world. At the same time, the human race to kill the 4 races will get all kinds of props items. At this moment, all the heavenly fates were shocked. The version was surprisingly updated. When the crowd saw the description about the calamity of the 4 races, a bad emotion surged up in everyone's heart. How did the version update? Is this because of Chuanyu? Suffered. In the future, won't these demons and devils target us heavenly fates? They'll be able to upgrade and gain props even if they kill us. And they can also invade our world? This. What about this? It's all Changyu's fault. Why did he go and kill the god-ranked boss? Now it's good, retribution has come, we don't have a single god rank yet, how are we going to resist the god ranks of the 4 clans? These 4 clans get experience and props for killing us, and we have props for killing them now. Alas, a new era has come. You have entered the 7th Order Copy Goblin Labyrinth. At this moment, Su Yu, who had just walked inside the labyrinth, also saw it. The version had actually upgraded? This time, Blue Star was really miserable. The celestial civilization was fighting with the Blue Star civilization on the civilization battlefield, occupying the civilization flag. Now even the demons and devils of the mythical world could invade Blue Star by killing celestials to obtain props. This is really an eventful fall. Suyu shook his head. In this situation now, he could only seize the time to become stronger. After all, Suyu was still very clear that it was not just these 4 clans, there was also the even more dangerous vengeance group staring at him. As long as he did not give up his magic power source, these people from the vengeance group would never let himself go in order to collect the Great Tao Supreme Treasure fragments. There is also the celestial civilization. One day, they would also discover his existence and would definitely not let him go either. What's more, Suyu was from the Blue Star civilization, and between the two civilizations, they were originally incompatible. It was originally hostile. Suyu now desperately wanted to become stronger. He was not strong enough. Just as Suyu was thinking, he did not notice the kobold hiding within the shadows. This one kobold had an anthropomorphic sinister smile on its face. Now, we are no longer prey. Destined ones, you are no longer the only favorites of the heavens. We, the monstrous goblins, will hunt you all according to the will of heaven. It turned out that the 4 clans of demons, devils, and monsters felt it in the underworld. Nowadays, they could also gain experience as well as invasion props by killing the heaven's destiny, and invade the world where the heaven's destiny was located in reverse. Let's start with you. This goblin let out a grim smile, hiding his own breath, moving quickly. The moment he approached Suyu, his 6th ranked aura instantly erupted, and the dagger in his hand stabbed straight towards Suyu's head. Suyu's heart throbbed. At this time, if he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. With his level 300 and his current attributes, he was not yet a match for a 6th rank monster. The dagger was like cutting into tofu, easily piercing through Suyu's skull. Suyu died on the spot. At the same time, on the ground, an extra white prop appeared. The monster was excited, it actually exploded its equipment, and it also gained experience itself. Only, in the next second, the monster was stunned. Life suddenly stopped and it fell heavily to the ground. On its corpse, a prop surfaced. You have been killed by a 6th rank monster goblin. The Homunculus Division's occupational trait is triggered. The 6th order monster goblin dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. You've killed a 6th level monster kobold for the first time, and you've gained the item, Monstrous Idol. You have killed a 6th level monster kobold, your agility attribute is plus 100. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute is plus 100. Suyu resurrected, and the first thing he did when he resurrected was not to check the rewards he had just obtained. He directly grabbed towards the ground, the props that the kobold had popped out after killing himself. Suyu was a step too late. A pitch-black kobold had gotten its hands on the props by sneaking through, before Suyu did. In the blink of an eye, that goblin disappeared into the pitch-black labyrinth. Suyu only felt that something big was wrong. He did not expect that his being killed would allow the opposite side to obtain the props. Was this the new version? He himself had infinite resurrection and it had all become an experience pack. If he didn't have the Homunculus Division profession, I'm afraid that he would really have to become this monster's experience pack as well as being crazily swiped by them. Suyu just took a step forward and triggered the mechanism, a flying arrow condensed by 5th rank magic power pierced through Suyu's body. Suyu was once again gone. Suyu resurrected, and he scornfully looked at the intricate labyrinth around him. No wonder there are hundreds of heavenly fates who have died in it, no wonder those guilds don't dare to come in. It is truly dangerous in here, this is not alarmist talk. Suyu felt that he was a bit careless. The props that just popped out are unknown. If it is something that can be used to invade the Blue Star world, then for Suyu, it is really a little bit sorry for Blue Star. Suyu looked at the pitch-black everything within the labyrinth as he slowly took out the delusion-breaking immortal sword. Must kill all of you. Suyu's eyes revealed a refined light. Instantly, within the labyrinth, terrifying heaven-fall sword intent swept through the surroundings. The kobolds hidden in the dark places of the labyrinth lost their will to fight and prostrated themselves on the ground, looking at the sky in terror. One of the kobolds was originally still running, but was suppressed by the heaven-fall sword intent, its legs directly went soft, and it unexpectedly fell into a trap and was killed by the random arrows. The props that had just been snatched from Suyu also fell to the ground. Suyu did not realize. A goblin that was hidden at the entrance of the maze was lying on the ground, crawling hard towards the outside of the maze. It was responsible for providing intelligence to the kobolds inside, and it would report when people entered, so it had always been hidden. But now, it felt the terrifying Skyfall sword intent inside. It lost its will to fight. Just run and get out of here. It crawled all the way. Finally, crawling out of the labyrinth and out of the copy, that terrifying Skyfall sword intent suddenly disappeared. Just outside was the long-awaited Heaven's Fate. Not a moment later. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and in its hand, there was a prop that it had obtained by killing the Heaven's Destined One. Before dying, this kobold roared with force, "I'm not just prey. Or a hunter. Quickly stop him. Kill. Kill him." The crowd was a step too late. It activated the prop, Void Realm Prism. Space distorted. A prompt resounded. Void Realm Prism used successfully. 7th ranked copy, Goblin Labyrinth. Location, Pale Blue City. The kobolds fell to the ground. It's over. It's over. I can't believe I've manifested a 7th order copy? Pale Blue City? Isn't that my home? Mom! Quick, report it to the Occupation Division. Blue Star. 5 a.m., downtown Pale Blue City, on a wide road. Tear. Purple-black lightning appeared in midair, tearing each other apart from the surrounding space. On the road, a purple-black vortex door opened. At the same time, outside the vortex door, a stone monument rose up from the ground. On the stone monument, there was a hint. If no one challenges the replica, the monsters inside the replica can enter and exit the replica at will. If the copy is passed, the copy will be permanently data mined and will exist as a resource point forever. Entry limit, 1st order to 7th order. Current challenger, 1 person. Passing record, none. Asking for some free gifts, free hypes, and free reviews. Chapter 47, Measures of the Nations. Mythic World version updated to 1.1 The Revenge of the Four Races. The world was shocked. The countries began to urgently lay out various policies. Originally, the leaders of the countries were already having a meeting, because today, you had killed another red elf demon god, so the leaders of the countries started a meeting and had been discussing about you. This was, before they had discussed it for long, they received a notice of a version update. Rice Country, White Palace. The Havoc of the Four Clans? Does the name of this version have any deep meaning? It's Changyu. It's all Changyu's fault. He killed 3 god-ranked powerhouses and triggered the version update. He's the sinner of all mankind. Things are really grim right now. So far, we don't know who Changyu is. We still don't know Long Yu's occupation. Now that Long Yu has killed 3 god-ranked powerhouses, we still don't know anything about it. Now it's even more of a version update, and we've become the prey of the 4 clans. King Understanding, give the order. King Understanding took a deep breath and looked at the counselors as well as his staff. He said, "First, search for Changyu and find out Changyu's identity, this will never change. Second, let all the heavenly fates in the Rice Country not be able to randomly seek out the 4 tribes to fight and upgrade, they all need to go through official permission. Otherwise, in case the 4 clans are really allowed to invade the Rice Country, that would be a disaster." But, someone countered, "But, it's not free." This time everyone in the entire conference room was silent. Yes. It's not free. Rice was a free country. Would those little black, little white people listen? Understanding King's neck was red and he said angrily, "Enforcement. I don't want to see all sorts of monsters on the streets of Rice after I exit the mythic world. Grant the Inspector General's department the right to strike and kill. Whoever fails to comply and causes monsters to invade will." The Understanding King hadn't finished speaking, only to hear a rumbling sound, directly interrupting him. Everyone looked outside, a vortex door had opened and a flood of wolf demons poured out. Fark. Shet. Sakura Kingdom, Emperor's Hall. The Emperor was shaken with rage. It's Chuan Yu again? The 3rd god rank now. And now it's triggered a version update. You guys still don't know who he is? This is the 4th day, are our intelligence officers all losers? The handlers didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, inside the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, a purple-black swirling gate suddenly appeared, and a stone monument rose up from the ground. A monster crawled out from the swirling door. The Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, and all of these monsters were killed in seconds. However, nothing was dropped and nothing was gained. Monsters kept pouring out. It seemed to be able to resurrect. The Emperor's face was grim. A version update was just released, and as a result, a copy was materialized? What a time to send death. It's all a bunch of losers. What are you waiting for? Why don't you enter to break this copy? A shogun reads the tablet and says, "Your Majesty the Emperor, there are rules on this tablet that say the copy can only be entered by the first rank. It cannot be entered beyond 1 rank, and there is no reward for killing monsters beyond 1 rank." The Emperor was enraged. What are you waiting for? Go get the first order to come. Do you want this copy to be the view of my heavenly Emperor Palace? Then I shall not be laughed to death by the Cosmic Kingdom, the Chu Kingdom? Baka Yalu. Cosmic Kingdom, Longshan Mansion. The Southern King looked at the notice and kept cursing angrily, ACI bar. ACI bar. It's Changyu again? Even the version update is because of Changyu? The handlers were trembling. Suddenly, a young man in military uniform ran in. "It's no good, Your Majesty the Southern King. In various areas of Urdu, vortex portals keep appearing and monsters keep coming out of them." The Southern King said angrily, "Our people are such losers. Can't you save me the trouble? They just made an announcement, and now they're going to get themselves killed? ACI bar. What are you waiting for? Let the Third Army on the civilization battlefield come back and return to suppress the monsters." A staff member's face changed slightly and said, "But Your Majesty the Southern King, letting the Third Army that is guarding the civilization battlefield come back will inevitably make the defense line weak, and at that time, the civilization flag might be." The Southern King angrily said, "What are you afraid of? Originally I didn't want to send an army to the civilization battlefield. The civilization war with the celestial civilization will take 10,000 years before the result is out, so what if we just give up all the civilization flags to the celestial civilization now? If it wasn't for Chu, Rice, and the Northern Bear Kingdom, I wouldn't have sent an army there at all. That's how it's going to be done now. When the Third Army returns." At this time, another person came in, "Your Majesty, the Southern King. The 9 plutocrats have voted jointly and said that they want us to provide a large number of troops to guard their industries." The Southern King roared, "Screw the plutocrats. When I'm a demigod, I'm going to kill them all. ACI it is." Around the globe, countries. Whether it's the Rice Country, the Northern Bear Country, the Sunset Country, the Cosmic Country, the A3 Country, the Sakura Country. At this time, a large number of copies had appeared in the country. After all, there are a lot of people in various countries, and there are 3 human lives, and every early morning they have to enter the mythical world. Now it's more than 5 o'clock, after the version update, there are still a lot of people killed by the 4 tribes of monsters. So the copy soon enveloped the countries. The monsters of the 4 tribes continue to pour in everywhere, seems to have blown the horn of the counterattack. The Chu Kingdom, which wasn't a special place, was naturally the same. At this time, Chu's cabinet. The chief counselor had already ordered many decisions. The various cabinet members unanimously passed them. The chief minister said, "Because of Changyu. This is the best of times and the worst of times. There is a civilization battlefield outside, the 4 races invading inside, and the 4 great evil cults as lapdogs testing the countries and constantly turning on the heavenly ordained of each country. Our situation is already very dangerous, and we cannot allow the people of Chu, the basic disk of Chu, to be attacked again. In accordance with the decision we just made, let's first make a statement in the various media outlets so that the people will know what to do." A pavilion elder made a new proposal. "The 12 armies that we deployed on the battlefields of civilization, why don't we have an army come back to hold down the country? I'm afraid that with just the occupation division as well as the Ministry of War." The chief minister shook his head and said, "No matter what the countries think or do. The 12 armies that we have placed on the battlefield of civilization are the last hope of Blue Star. It is to avoid the civilization's flag from being occupied altogether. It is the hope that is left behind for the future generations. I don't want one day, the descendants 10,000 years from now to turn them into slaves cursing us old ancestors for not doing our job because we gave up the civilization flag. This 12 armies stationed at the battlefield of civilization cannot be moved. We have quite a few strong men in the military department and career division. It should be enough." A series of decisions spread through jitterbugs, microblogs, dailies, and so on. The execution was very fast. In just less than 10 minutes, as long as you opened your cell phone, you could receive all sorts of official policies, official videos. The people of Chu were accustomed to the fact that whenever there was a disaster, Chu's handling was the fastest. The people are also very cooperative. This was historically proven. I'll listen to the country. In the future, when I go to fight monsters and upgrade, even if the target is the first rank, I'll report with the occupation division and will bring at least 5 people with me to form a fight with many against the few, and definitely not 1v1, and have any accidents. These decisions are good. In the future I won't go fight monsters to upgrade. Anyway, my battle power is also low, huh? Alas, this era, fortunately born in Chu. Support. You guys look at the extranet, now those little blacks are taking advantage of the monster invasion and are looting. Ha ha ha. Listen to the country, never do anything stupid, don't add to the chaos of the country and its people. A vortex door appeared under my building, and monsters are pouring out. Luckily the personnel from the occupation division arrived at the first time. Brothers, call the occupation division if you have a problem, and if the occupation division can't handle it, they'll let the strongest members of the military department handle it. Our Heavenly Dragon Guild supports the country. If the country has a need, the 8,000 members of the Heavenly Dragon Guild will definitely be at your beck and call. +1. +1. +1. With the national machines of each country moving quickly. Now, on January 20th, 2025, at 6 in the morning. As people continued to come out from within the mythic world. All over the globe, they started to raid the copies of the 4 races that invaded Blue Star, monsters one after another. On a road in the center of Pale Blue City. The personnel of the occupation division were ready. There was also a group of professionals from Pale Blue City's civic organization, the Pale Blue Guild, who had also gathered. After all, this was a 7th order copy. Moreover, a person had already entered inside now. They were waiting for that person to come out and then let them enter. The replica had rules. To enter the replica, there was no limit to the number of people, but they had to enter together. When someone inside the copy was being challenged, it was impossible to enter. Kanglan City's vocational division superintendent Luce stared at the 7th order copy, his face showing concern. There's just one person inside, this is still a 7th order copy. It's been almost over an hour now, right, and I don't know how the situation is going. This 7th order professional doesn't know who he is. He entered the 7th order copy without hesitation and fought the monsters alone. It's really admirable. Yes, within the 7th order copy, having 7th order monsters is a given. A 7th order monster is not something a person can deal with, and in order to prevent the monsters within the 7th order copy from pouring out to wreak havoc on the Pale Blue City, he went into alone. Great righteousness. Do you know about the West Coast City defense battle a few days ago? Those goblin monsters came out from this copy. Even though the boss inside was most likely solved by Song Cheng from the Great Zhou Imperial capital, the traps inside were the ones that killed hundreds of heavenly fates. Now that this person is in there, I'm afraid he's in a bad way, alas. No matter who he is, he's a great hero of our Chu kingdom, the lifesaver of countless people in our Kanglan City. It's a pity that we don't even know the hero's name. Outside the copy of the Goblin Labyrinth, the major media were also filming live. This was to boost the nation's morale and to show off the country's war power. It was to warn those 4 major cults lurking in the country as well as some thugs to keep them honest. At this moment, Suyu, who was within the Goblin Labyrinth, still did not know that outside of the copy, it was no longer Mount Tai'an. Rather, it was Chu, Kanglan City. Chapter 48 Passing for the first time. Suyu, who was within the Goblin Labyrinth, had a bit of a hard time with it. He felt that this 7th rank copy was even harder than a god rank copy. This was serious. Within a god tier copy, it was usually a god tier boss, and it was simple for Suyu to deal with it, as long as he was killed by it. However, in this 7th order Goblin Labyrinth copy, it is not like that. There are very many traps inside, those formations as well as monsters. Suyu is not afraid of them. What he is afraid of is the traps. Suyu stepped into a trap, basically a certain death, and then resurrected to pass through. This will waste a lot of time. Moreover, this is still a labyrinth inside. This wasted time is even more. Finally, when Suyu was pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows, he revived and stepped out of the trap. This time, came to the end of the maze. Not far away, there were dozens of goblins creeping on the ground. Suyu also saw a white prop on the ground. If not wrong, it was the prop that he had been sneak attacked before and then burst out. Now there was the heavenly false sword intent of the delusion breaking immortal sword suppressing it. These goblins lost their fighting spirit and were suppressed on the ground. It was also very simple for Suyu to resolve them. Suyu came in front of a goblin, took out the white tiger dagger and placed it on its hand. Then with the help of its hand, he stabbed straight into his heart. You have been killed by a 4th rank monster kobold. Homunculus Master occupational trait triggered. The 4th order monster kobold dies immediately. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. You've killed a 4th ranked monster kobold for the first time, and you've gained the item, Monstrous Gold 40. You have killed a 4th level monster kobold, your agility attribute is plus 40. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 40. You've been killed by a 6th order monster kobold. The Homunculus Division occupational trait triggers. The 6th order monster kobold dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are revived immediately. You've killed a 6th level monster kobold for the first time, and you've gained the item, Monstrous Gold 100. You have killed a 5th order monster kobold, your strength attribute is plus 100. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 100. You've been killed by a 5th level monster kobold. The Homunculus Division occupational trait triggers. The 5th order monster kobold dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately revived. You've killed a 5th level monster kobold for the first time, and you've gained the item, Monster Gold 50. You have killed a 5th level monster kobold, your physique attribute is plus 50. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 50. You have killed the monstrous kobold and gained a total of 12,000 attributes, you have reached your limit. Not a moment later. All the goblins were all finished off by Suyu. Not far away, a lighted vortex door opened. As long as Suyu passed through the vortex door, he would be considered to have completely passed through the Goblin Labyrinth, a 7th rank copy. Suyu was in no hurry to leave. He was calculating the rewards. Suyu had finished off the kobolds and gained 9,000 monstrous gold coins. Attributes increased by 12,000. Then triggering the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, the full attributes increased by 12,000. Equivalently, with this copy, Suyu's 4 main attributes together increased by 48,000 attributes. The current Suyu, with his bare hands and bare fists, with his 2nd rank, beating a 4th rank to death would not be a problem. This was still only the increase in attributes that one copy had brought to Suyu. Now, Suyu's values were even more perverse. Only, what were the monstrous clan gold coins used for? Suyu immediately checked. Odd clan gold coin. Rating, Special. Description: when version 1.1 of the hijack of the 4 clans opens, the first time you kill a monstrous clan, you will be able to obtain a monstrous clan idol. In the future, you will be able to obtain odd clan gold coins when you kill odd clans. Use monster coins and put them into the monster idol to obtain various abilities of your choice. Evaluation: an item unique to version 1.1 of the hijack of the 4 clans. Can be used to exchange for various items in the weird race idol. It is said that even saint-level props can be exchanged. Suyu carefully looked at the description, and only then did he understand what the monstrous race gold coin was used for. It turns out that it was hosted in the monstrous race idol to have an effect, and that it was a prop that belonged exclusively to this version. Suyu took out the monstrous idol that he had obtained earlier. Suyu observed the monster idol. It was an unknown monster kneeling on the ground with a bowl in its hand. This bowl seemed to be the place where the monster gold coins were put in. Suyu took out a monstrous race gold coin and put it into the bowl. A screen appeared. Monstrous Race Store. Monstrous Race Gold Coin 1. On the screen, there was a title that read Weird Race Store, and another that read Weird Race Gold Coin. Then there were various props to exchange. Suyu looked at it and found that there were actually saint-level props, but the price. So many zeros that one simply cannot afford to pay. Suyu looked at the Super God level again, and found that there was actually a Super God level profession advancement book that he had previously obtained. This is a good thing. Last time he killed the greedy demon god and obtained it, letting his homunculus division profession change from God level to Super God level, obtaining the effect of anti-injury. No wonder it's called the hijack of the 4 clans. With so many good things, whoever it is would be crazy to hunt the 4 clans. Just, what are the props that the 4 clans gained from striking the murderous clans? Suyu looked at the ground, those white mirror props. He picked them up, but found that he couldn't income his backpack, nor could he view these props. These props, they were all for the 4 races to use. The human race could not use them. Just like the props of the Heaven's Destiny, if you let the natives of the mythical world use them, they couldn't use them either. Suyu put all the monstrous race gold coins into the monstrous race idol, and all of a sudden, the column of monstrous race gold coins became 9,000. Suyu put the monstrous race idol into his backpack. he was not in a hurry to exchange it now, because the other props honestly didn't have much effect on Suyu. What he wanted was super god level, or even saint level props. The biggest gain this time is the 48,000 full attributes raised. The role of attributes was always the most important. The second was the rank. From the first rank to the 6th rank was okay. With high attributes, one could cross the ranks to slay the enemy. But from the 7th rank, rank suppression appeared, and one possessed the ability to absolutely kill those below the 7th rank. But at the same rank, it was always the attributes that mattered the most. With high attributes, the same realm was invincible. This grey-clothed Taoist hasn't projected the location of the other demon gods? Suyu now desperately wanted to level up. Suyu shook his head and walked straight towards the swirling light door. A prompt appeared. You have passed the 7th ranked copy Goblin Labyrinth. The time it took you to pass is 3 hours. You have obtained your first time through reward, 1 7th order experience fruit, 1 7th order attribute fruit, and 20 million treasure money. Suyu was surprised. This first time through reward is not bad. Really good. The prompt message was not yet finished. Alert, Celestial Destroyer Changyu, you are the first Celestial Destroyer to pass the embodied replica in the Heist of the Four Clans version, and you will be given a service-wide announcement to highlight your heavenly and earthly mighty fame. Suyu looked odd. He triggered another service-wide announcement? This is the 3rd service-wide announcement today, right? Today is the 4th day that he entered the mythical world. First he killed the red elf demon god and received a service-wide announcement, then because he killed 3 divine ranks, he triggered a version update and triggered a service-wide announcement, and now that he was the first to pass through the embodied replica, he triggered another service-wide announcement. Today, these 3 service-wide notices all have something to do with himself. At this time, Suyu did not know that outside of the replica, on the road in the center of Kanglan City, many 7th order and 8th order professionals were waiting for Suyu to die and then enter the replica. If these 7th order professionals enter and fail to pass, then these 8th order professionals will have to stand guard outside the replica. The monster comes out one, kill one. Not being able to pass through the replica, it can only be like this. There were also major live broadcasts that had been opened. Inside the live broadcast room, it was full of pop-ups of admiration for the mysterious person who entered the 7th order copy. After all, standing on their perspective, they didn't know that the person inside was Changyu. They only knew that it was a person who entered as a hero in order to prevent the monsters from pouring out, without any hesitation and in the face of death. Of course, Suyu, that is, Changyu. He really did regard death as a home, died not know n times, before passing this copy. If other people entered, they really didn't know how many times they would have to die, and how much they would have to pay in order to pass. Immediately will be the whole service notice. These people are about to know, inside the person is the old you. Chapter 49, using the same return division to shade the death of Changyu? Service-wide notice, the destiny of the long Rangyu through the heavens and the earth, for the first time in the 4 tribes of the hijacking version through the embodied copy of the Cobalt Labyrinth 7th order, to complete the destiny of the person in the new version of this completes the record of the first time an ordained person has passed in the new version. Hereby, the whole service notice, to show that the long you through the heaven and earth can. This completes the record of the first time an ordained person has passed in the new version. Hereby, the whole service notice, to show that the long you through the heaven and earth can. This completes the record of the first time an ordained person has passed in the new version. Hereby make a whole service notice, manifesting the long you the ability of the heaven and the earth. In front of the heavens destined one, panels floated up and the contents of the service-wide announcement floated up in turn, 3 times in a row. This time, the world was shocked once again. Zun do fake do? Chuan Yu triggered the service-wide notice again? How many times is this today? Minus. It's Chuan Yu again? Oh my god. A 7th order copy? But think of all the god-level copies that Changyu has passed before. Ooh, does anyone else remember that Big Brother Changyu was only 2nd ranked this morning? This triggered the speed of the whole service notice. Newton coffin board can't hold it down. Changyu killed the red elf demon god, triggering a service-wide announcement. Changyu has broken the 2nd order record, and a service-wide announcement has been made. Version update because Long Yu killed 3 god order powerhouses, and then indirectly led to the whole service notice, and now again? Has Changyu's 6 hours been so fulfilling? This is a person? This did not open? Not open I eat. I Lu a tart just this is also too heavenly. I already don't know what to comment on the Big Brother. This is only the 4th day, the 2nd level casually over the 7th level copy, but also easy to kill the gods. Are we entering the same mythological world? Shine you big brother into the mythological world is not a recharge service. The first flush how much money to trigger the second kill. Before this, someone dared to say this about Chan Yu's experience, I must curse him to death, but now, I'm relieved. The long-standing Big Brother victory has been finalized. The 4 tribes monsters you guys dolong, is it? Goblin Maze? Isn't this our Chu Kanglan City's 7th Order copy? Could it be that Chuan Yu is our Chu Kanglan people? Nani? Chang Yu is from Chu? Impossible. He's clearly from our universe country. Chu is robbing us again. Baka. Why hasn't a single first-ranked professional been able to pass our Heavenly Emperor Hall's first-ranked copy? How long has this been going on? Is it going to become an attraction for our Sakura Kingdom? Shame on you. Why doesn't our country have a Chanyu? How could Chanyu be from Chu? No, absolutely not. Chu country, Kanglan City. The many 7th Order, 8th Order powerhouses who were originally still waiting to enter the Goblin Maze were completely dumbfounded. The media was completely dumbfounded. Kanglan City's professional division superintendent Lu Che was even more surprised after his shock. Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses Chu. God bless Kanglan City. Chuan Yu is actually a Kanglan man from our Chu country. Ha ha ha. There was also a reason why he thought that Chang Yu was a Songlan person. It was important to realize that everyone only had 6 hours within the mythic world. And Chang Yu had triggered a service-wide announcement at 2 o'clock and upgraded to the 2nd rank. Coupled with the fact that Long Yu's record was 20 hours, what did that mean? It meant that every day for the previous few days, Chang Yu had entered the mythic world in the wee hours of the morning and ended at 6 o'clock. It means that today will be no exception. Chang Yu is also 6 o'clock went out, just found outside the 7th Order copy of the Goblin Maze, in order to Pale Blue City's safety, righteousness into. Solve the case, Chang Yu is the Kanglan people. Pale Blue City takes off. Superintendent Lu Che said so, and the people around him instantly reacted. All of them stared at the door of the vortex with wide eyes in unison. Look at the stone tablet at the entrance of the replica. The person who broke the record on it is none other than Chuan Yu. Someone shouted in shock. Everyone immediately stepped forward, jostling and squeezing each other just to see those 2 names. It's really Chang Yu? Ha ha ha. Our Chu has taken off, Kanglan City has taken off. Chang Yu is a good boy, a good boy for our Kanglan City. Ha ha ha. Woohoo! That white city next door still wants to compete with us for the special economic zone? They've got it all figured out. Now that we have Chang Yu in Kanglan City, how are they going to compete with us? The media immediately aimed their cameras at the stone monument. Inside the live broadcast room, many ordinary people, teenagers who hadn't even reached the age of 18 were already worshipping Zhang Yu, and now that it was confirmed that Zhang Yu was from Chu, this made them even more worshipping Zhang Yu. Now, I like Zhang Yu even more. Previously, I was still thinking, what if Chang Yu is a person from the Sakura country or the Cosmic country? If that's true, I hate it even if Chang Yu is even more outstanding. Now it's good that it's from our Chu country, then I have to worship Chang Yu. Chang Yu. The hope of Chu. I'm also from Kanglan City, Chang Yu, we're old folks. The news spread very quickly. This was the era of the global network. Soon, countless foreigners flooded into the live broadcast room and looked at the 2 words on the replica stone tablet in shock. Baka. Surprisingly, it's really Chu. Ooh, my heart is broken. Impossible. How could he not be from our universe country? Originally, regicide 3 times, 4 times a day the whole service notice related to the long-standing US Chu country people. Our rice country is finished. How? How could Chu's luck be so good? How is it possible to give birth to an existence like Chang Yu? Rice country, White Palace. Everyone's faces were red, their eyes staring at the live broadcast screen with bloodshot eyes. Fark. King Understanding transformed into a desktop cleanup master, sweeping a series of documents, cups, pens, and other items on the table across the floor. What to do? Tell me, what to do? How are we going to face Chu later? What's the use of our demigods deployed across the globe? Silence. Everyone had only silence. It was now certain that Chang Yu was not a homunculus master, because he had already killed 3 gods in a row, and now he had even single-handedly passed a 7th Order copy. This could never be a homunculus master. This was an even more powerful profession than Tonggui Master. They couldn't think of a way to deal with such a Changyu. Sakura Kingdom. The Heavenly Emperor was now angry when he looked at the first-rank copies in the Heavenly Emperor's hall. The Emperor was disappointed, the entire Cherry Blossom country, so many people, the First Order professional countless, and to the First Order of all kinds of equipment props, the results of more than an hour has passed, this order copy actually did not pass? The First Order professionals who entered are wastes. Looking at the live broadcast again, in the live broadcast screen, those piercing two words deeply irritated the Emperor. Why? Why? Why is Chuanyu a Chu country person? Originally Sakura country there are not a few demigods, he himself counts one, the other demigods are either close to the rice country or close to other countries. Now that the identity of Changyu as a Chu native has been revealed, coupled with the deep hatred between the Sakura kingdom and the Chu kingdom. Cherry Blossom country future can do? The more the Emperor thought about it, the more anxious he became in his heart. Baka. Chuanyu, why if Chu country people ah? If you are a citizen of the Sakura kingdom, I can give you whatever you want ah, but why would you be a Chu? The rest of the countries, when they knew that Chuanyu was a Chu person, their scorn for Chu became even more and more intense. Of course, these were the more powerful countries that possessed demigods. Those countries that don't have demigods, the weaker countries, are now dialing the Chu foreign ministry. For example, the Spaghetti Dully country. Hey, I'm Spaghetti Narrowly, Brother Long, let's team up? The two of us working together can definitely dominate. Hello, this is Art Nation. Hey, I'm. The overwhelming news quickly reached the cabinet. The chief minister as well as the 6 cabinet ministers had all laughed. The previous Chu kingdom, while certainly powerful, was not like today. Basically those countries that did not have demigods, all called in droves. There were also some countries with demigods that had called to inquire, only they called not to cooperate, but to inquire about the matter of Chuanyu, sidestepping the relationship between Chu and Chuanyu. A pavilion elder said, all of this is because of Changyu. Since it's now confirmed that Changyu is from our Chu kingdom, send someone to make contact. Yes, Changyu is a subject of our Chu kingdom, he shouldn't be prejudiced against us, so it's not too late to make contact early. The chief minister listened, but shook his head. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. If Changyu was willing to make contact with the officials, he should have taken the initiative to contact the occupation department when the occupation department was checking up on Changyu, instead of muddying the waters, which was obviously not wanting others to know his identity. The first minister felt that it should be necessary to respect Changyu's idea. So, the first minister said, Changyu has no idea of contacting us now, I think. It's better to wait for Changyu to contact us by himself. You know, we previously had an occupational division to conduct an examination, but we didn't find Changyu, so what does that mean? It means that Changyu hides himself and conceals his real occupation. Since he's like this, he must have his reasons, so don't go looking for him lest he get upset. The pavilion elders listened, pondered, and then agreed. Yes, right now, Changyu was the ancestor. People didn't even want to be exposed, so for them to take the initiative to contact, wasn't that intentionally disgusting? It wouldn't do them half as much good to upset Changyu. While the countries were discussing and researching about Changyu, the Church of the Demon God, one of the 4 major cults, gathered together with its 7 major godmasters. They each corresponded to the 7 great demon gods of the mythological world's demon race. It was just that nowadays, of the 7 great demon gods, the greedy demon god and the lustful demon god were dead. However, their followers were still around, and this force should not be underestimated. Now, the purpose of the 7 great godmothers gathering urgently was simple. It was to discuss how to get Chuanyu killed. Only, after discussing for a long time, there wasn't a single result. Because the battle record of Changyu is too terrifying, that killed 3 god rank, and the whole blue star does not have a god rank ah. Even Changyu's occupation is not known. How is this going to get Changyu killed? Finally, sect leader Greed stood up and said, I have an idea. The 6 sect masters looked over, what solution? Sect leader Greedy said, in my hand, I have a homunculus division. The 6 sect masters instantly had their faces darken and lighten, and in their hearts, they were jealous of the greedy sect master. This guy even held such a trump card in his hand. What do you mean? The furious sect lord asked. The greedy sect master took a deep breath and coldly said, isn't Chuanyu very strong? But what if he encounters a homunculus division? I'm holding a homunculus division that still has 3 lives left. The 6 sect masters sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow, hiding was also too deep. Chapter 50, Changyu's online hours are different? But now, there was a dilemma in front of him: how to get Changyu to kill the homunculus division. After all, dying alive would be a direct exit from the mythic world. This is at most in death of Changyu once. After one time, Changyu must have defense. It will be difficult in the future. A few sect masters voiced their doubts as to how to get Changyu to kill the Tonggui Master. Sect leader Greed said slowly, "With our power we definitely can't. However, what if we unite the 4 clans' god rank powerhouses? We don't have any god ranks in the blue planet. Do we not have any in the mythical world as well? Don't forget, now that the 4 clans can also invade Blue Star, it means that the god rank powerhouses of the 4 clans can also. Furthermore, who said that we must exchange lives with the Tonggui Master in Changyu within the mythic world? What if in the Blue Star? Wouldn't Changyu only have one life?" The several sect masters looked at each other before the arrogant sect master said, "The risk is too great. If the godly ranks of the 4 clans enter the Blue Star, we will become lambs to the slaughter." The greedy godmaster revealed his original intention at this time and said, "Therefore, we need to contact the demon race we believe in. As far as I know, the location where His Majesty the arrogant demon god was sealed, you know where it is, arrogant sect lord." The Pride sect master's face changed slightly. "I'll have to contact the Pride sacred sect for this matter. I can't make a decision." The arrogant sacred cult, this was the church formed by the followers of the arrogant demon god within the mythic world. The arrogant sect master, a member of the arrogant sacred cult, was a pawn used by the arrogant sacred cult to control the heavenly orders. The greedy sect master looked at the other several sect masters, knowing that his position was not as good as it used to be after losing the greedy demon god as a faith to rely on, but there was no way around it. He had to avenge the greedy demon god. The greedy godmaster added, "Think about it, Your Majesties, the greedy demon god as well as the lustful demon god have been taken down by Changyu. Then, what about the rest of the demon god majesties? Could it be that Long Yu will let them go?" "Don't worry, gentlemen, I still have a backhand. I've already contacted an upper envoy of the Celestial Council, and the Celestial Civilization can't possibly sit back and watch Long Yu grow to threaten them." Now, the sect masters looked at the greedy sect master, their eyes filled with scorn. This fellow, the hidden cards were too much. Even the Celestials would be contacted? At this time, Suyu did not know that he was being targeted again and again and again. This time, it was surprising that he wanted to use the Tonggui Master to deal with himself. This was where the difference in information came into play. They could not have imagined that Suyu's talent was infinite resurrection. If they knew that Suyu's talent was infinite resurrection, then Suyu's profession of homunculus division would have been finalized, but alas, they didn't know that, and the plan that was targeted against Suyu would inevitably be flawed as well. In front of Suyu, a screen of light emerged. A prompt had appeared. "Your current Mythic World online time is still 50 minutes, please choose the way to exit the copy." 1. Exit from the Vortex Gate. The teleportation location is Blue Star Universe, Blue Star Civilization, Blue Star, Pale Blue City. 2. Exit from the door of the Vortex. The teleportation location is Mythical World, Eastern Continent, Great Zhou Dynasty, Taiyang Mountain. Suyu looked at the light screen and realized that there were actually 2 choices. This is the benefit of still having online time. If one's online time is up, then it is a direct exit from the copy. There is no power of choice. However, Suyu is very puzzled. Why can you teleport to Kanglan City? Could it be that this copy materialized into Kanglan City? That's not right. Didn't he suppress the monsters here? These monsters shouldn't be using props by any stretch of the imagination, right? Or did something unexpected happen? Suyu thought about it. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but he certainly couldn't directly exit to Pale Blue City. It was unnecessary. He still had more than 50 minutes. One more point, that is, since the copy materialized to Pale Blue City, then there are definitely people outside. They go out, definitely exposed. So choose 2. The light flashed. Suyu's figure disappeared in place and came to Taiyang Mountain. The other side. The people waiting outside Kanglan City had become more and more numerous. The entire road was already packed with people. At a glance, it was full of people, like ants, very swarming. Among these people there were professionals, there were those who had not yet awakened professionals, there were old and young, and there were also many strong people standing in the air. There were even agents from various countries and members of the 4 major cults. There were also countless various media devices aimed at the door of the vortex. Countless people around the globe were waiting for this moment in the live broadcast. Who was waiting? Naturally, it was Changyu. They wanted to see who, exactly, Changyu was. Lu Che, who was closest to the door of the vortex, couldn't help but get a little nervous, and beside him, both the mayor and many leaders were also on standby, and even the strongest members of the military department had come. they still didn't know that even the demigods were spying on this place. Finally, the door of the vortex changed. Is someone going to come out? Shuang Yu. This mysterious existence was finally going to appear in everyone's sight? Everyone stared dead on. The whirlpool gate change was complete, and in the sky above the whirlpool gate, a light screen panel that everyone could see emerged. 7th ranked copy Goblin Labyrinth has been fully data mined. Entry restriction is from rank 1 to rank 7, and the number of entrants is limited to 100 people. Passing rewards: 1st to 7th order experience fruits, 1st to 7th order attribute fruits, treasure money. Okay, now that the copies are data mined, they really become in-game copies. In addition to the mythic world, there are now more places to brush up on monsters in Blue Star as well. But what the crowd cared about now wasn't this What they cared about was Changyua. The long-standing you where? So big along you went where? The goblin maze had turned into a real copy, and how come Changyu, the one who had cleared it, hadn't come out yet? Lu Che felt a bit bad as he looked towards the replica stone tablet. Entry restriction: 1st order to 7th order. Current challengers: 0. Passing record: 1. Changyu, clearance time, 3 hours. 2. None. 3. None. Professional Division Superintendent Lu Che's breath stuttered. What's the situation? Challenger 0 means the long-standing you is not in it? So many people here are here waiting for Zhang Yu, you even say Zhang Yu is no longer in here? What is this situation? Can't it be that Chang Yu is still inside the mythical world? But this is not right Chang Yu has been in since the early hours of the morning, otherwise the time would not be right. Moreover, it was almost 8 o'clock now, how could Chang Yu still be within the mythical world? Could it be that? An extremely frightening thought flashed through Lu Che's mind. The time that Chang Yu had spent within the mythic world was actually not 6 hours? Rather, it was 8 hours. Tian. How was this possible? At this moment, the scene on this replica stone tablet was already on the live broadcast, seen by countless people around the globe. Xuan Yu, surprisingly, wasn't inside? How is this possible? Could it be that Chang Yu's online hours are not the same as theirs? Chapter 51, Found the Demon God. Now, countless people around the globe were shocked once again. Chang Yu was just too special. Before this, no one could have thought that there were still people whose mythic world online length would be different. Everyone is 6 hours, no one has ever exceeded 6 hours, and Chang Yu. Leaders of various countries, major powerhouses, and demigods from various countries looked at the live broadcast. Once again, the long-standing Yu launched a crazy discussion. Today 4 times the whole service notice, all in Long Yu related. This time, everyone again found out that the long time online is not the same. This whole day is in the discussion, study the long time. There is no doubt that the hot searches of Chang Yu in countries around the world today will no longer occupy the top 10 hot searches. So simple, I'm afraid that all of them will have to be Chang Yu. At this time, Suyu still did not know that the secret of his mythical world online hours increase had been exposed. But even if he knew, Suyu didn't care. Knowing that, what can you do? This is the bottom line of having a plug-in, no, having a powerful talent and a powerful profession. How can you say that your own awakened occupation and talent is a plug-in? Right now, Suyu was at the halfway point of Taiyang Mountain. The professions outside the cave had long since returned to the Blue Star world, their online duration was only 6 hours, and it had long passed now, so Suyu was the only one here. Suyu was not in a hurry to return to Blue Star. He opened the panel and looked at the rewards he had just received from passing through the Goblin Labyrinth. 1 7th order experience fruit, 1 7th order attribute fruit, and 20 million treasure money. Suyu looked at the 7th order experience fruit and surprisingly had a feeling of disgust in his heart, knowing that he did not lack the experience to upgrade at all now. If anyone else knew about this kind of thought of Suyu, he was afraid that he would be directly pissed off. For Suyu, practicing leveling was simple and not a matter at all. But for others, practicing leveling was a scary, dangerous thing. Don't think of all the 4 races monsters in the mythic world as NPCs, all of them are treated as lawn-mowing game NPCs. In the mythic world, every one of the 4 races monsters are not to be underestimated. Any of these monsters are strong and terrifying. Under the same level, the 1v1 advantage is the 4 races monster people, that is the actual cultivation, the actual killing growth, combat awareness simply crushed the destiny of the person. For the heavenly fates, if they want to practice leveling, they can only fight in groups. One-on-one? That's a death sentence. Why did the demonic tide break out near Taiping Village, and everyone stopped coming online to Taiping Village? It's because the demons are too strong. Even if it's a first-order demon, you can't beat it without 2 or 3 first-order demons. Not everyone's profession is as strong as Su Yu's, not everyone has unlimited resurrection like Su Yu. People only have 3 lives, and when they are gone, they are cut off from the path of upgrading. Even for Su Yu, when he entered the Taiping Village and had just awakened his profession and talent, he was seconded by a first-order decapitation demon. This is not to mention the various demons encountered afterward. Basically Su Yu was seconded. Because of Su Yu's profession and talent, it is the mechanism that is invincible, not the numerical invincibility. Other destinies, the mechanism is not as heavily as Su Yu, the numerical value cannot be inflated, not everyone is the King of Thunder, even if it is the King of Thunder, did not hit the combo, cannot trigger the numerical value to inflate, there is no means of preserving the life of the means to be shady, but also to die. In the mythic world for most of the divine fate people, upgrading is just so difficult. For those with good talent and good professions, it was impossible to fight monsters and upgrade alone. Su Yu was the only special one, as he could not die at all, and had the ability to counter-kill 100% of the time. Su Yu averted his disgusted gaze and saw the 7th order attribute fruit, instantly revealing a bright light in his eyes. This thing is good. There was nothing more refreshing than boosting attributes. Without hesitation, Su Yu directly took the 7th order attribute fruit out of his backpack and swallowed it in a few bites. A prompt instantly appeared. You have eaten the 7th order attribute fruit, your strength attribute plus 10,000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor ring, your full attribute plus 10,000. Su Yu. Nickname, Chuang Yu. Level 300 100% second order. Talent, infinite resurrection. Profession, Tonggui Master. Strength, 43,450. Spirit, 43,450. Physique, 43,450. Agility, 43,450. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, sacrifice level 9. General skill, blood sacrifice level 1. Su Yu felt it, his body was strengthened in all aspects, his sense of the entire world became clearer. This was the benefit of rising attributes, even though his level did not increase, his battle power increased. Now his own full attributes had broken 40,000. This was a very frightening attribute. The unusual 5th rank were no longer Su Yu's opponents, relying on attributes alone, completely crushed. Next, Su Yu looked at his precious money. Adding this 20 million treasure money, Su Yu now currently has a total of more than 210 million treasure money. Su Yu also looked at the treasure money secret scroll within his backpack. What to do, so want to use it up. But now the treasure money is too little, even if you can reach the consumption standard, but the enhancement is also limited. You know that the 9th order treasure money secret realm can be upgraded to the 9th order attributes, the 9th order level, and even skip the advancement task. They take this treasure money into, if you just enhance a little bit of the attributes, then it is not a big loss? Su Yu looked to the previously obtained Spirit World Mage 9th Order set as well as the 9th Order Transfer Book. The heart thought, simply tomorrow in the mythological world, to find someone to sell, this is at least hundreds of millions of treasure money. These things are useless to oneself anyway. Thinking like this, time gradually passed. Suddenly, Su Yu heard the slightly surprised voice of the gray-clothed Taoist. Chuang Yu, I have projected the location where the arrogant demon god was sealed. Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. Finally, had he found a divine rank? His own advancement mission was finally about to be half completed. Before Su Yu could reply, the next second, a prompt appeared. Heaven's destined one Chang Yu, your online time in the mythical world today has reached 8 hours, and will automatically exit. The time was up. Su Yu's figure disappeared and returned to the Blue Star world. Very well. Tomorrow, me, sect leader Lust and you will go to the Pride Sacred Sect. This time, our plan will be foolproof, and I'll make Long Yu die without a burial place. Your plan is truly perfect, and I deeply admire you and the Lust Sect Master and the many greedy believers, Lust believers for willingly sacrificing themselves to avenge the death of His Majesty the Demon God. The greedy Sect Master laughed out loud, and he was ready to join the lustful Sect Master and the many believers in death. Only the death of the 2 demigods, plus the many greedy demon god, lustful demon god's followers dying together. This is the only way to trigger the function of the prop. This is true death, a sacrifice of the soul as well as the body. Only by paying a heavy price could such a chess game be set up. They even entered the game with their bodies. Even if Chuangyu was able to kill a god, today we will still win half a sun over you, so that you will die forever and ever in the blue star world. Ha ha ha. Changyu, you are very strong, but if you face the same return division? What if you face our layout? What about facing our multitudinous revenge? And what should you do? After knowing that Changyu's online hours within the mythic world were not the same as theirs, they were even more jealous of Changyu, so they quickly formulated a revenge plan to rely on the power of the homunculus division to shade Changyu to death. So they let the arrogant sect master who didn't enter the mythological world in the early morning enter the mythological world, and immediately contacted the sect master of the arrogant holy religion. That arrogant holy sect's godmaster was originally worried about the early morning finding the door to make a move against the arrogant devil god, so after getting this plan made by the greedy believers as well as the lustful believers, he immediately agreed to it. This plan, it was too ruthless, too poisonous, and completely phallic. This would definitely be able to finish off Changyu. Let Changyu never, ever be able to enter the mythic world and let him die forever in the blue star world. January 20th, 2025, 8 o'clock in the morning. At Suyu's house, a white light flashed and Suyu appeared. Suyu was immersed in excitement and thought, great. We'll be able to finish off the arrogant demon god tomorrow. Cool. His third rank advancement mission was to kill 2 god ranks. If he kills one tomorrow, he will have accomplished half of it. Suyu was looking forward to his arrival at the 3rd rank. Because for all professions, new skills would be unlocked at the 3rd rank. However, in Blue Star, none of the homunculus masters could reach the 3rd rank. This homunculus master's second skill, even Suyu did not know exactly what it was, so Suyu was looking forward to his second skill. But then again, Suyu thought of a terrible thing, he didn't seem to have used his skills much. He was all relying on infinite resurrection as well as the homunculus master profession trait to fight monsters and upgrade. After just a second of hesitation, Suyu released his mind, he couldn't blame himself for this. Who called it that in the mythic world, the level of the monsters of the 4 races that he encountered were all so high that he was already seconded before he could use his sacrifice skill, and after he was revived, he would have even less of a chance to use his skills. In principle, one should use skills to fight monsters and upgrade. But one didn't have principles. Chapter 52 The Immeasurable Copy. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning, so you took out the ice coat from the refrigerator, lay on the sofa, opened his cell phone and swiped the short video. Soon, Suyu was bored. Because basically every short video was about him. Occasionally, there would be a new official policy of Chu. Shuangyu. Changyu. It's also Changyu. Almost singing the praises of Changyu is great, praising Changyu is great, there are many big stars and big netizens red-faced courting of Changyu. Open microblogging hot search top 100, also or Changyu. Open the bar, not to mention, full screen of Changyu, even those who can spray the most anti-bar are also praised Changyu. The old you is also Suyu, numb. Of course, Suyu's heart is definitely a little bit of joy, but the sky is covered with news, videos, information messages about themselves. This is not a little too much? Alas, I blame myself for being too good. Suyu looked at the app on the cell phone, and then unconsciously point to the jitterbug, open the video. This video, still talking about Changyu. We deduced that the reason why Changyu has longer online hours than us in the mythic world is because of the reward he got from killing the red demon god. You should know that before this, Changyu's early morning announcement was 20 hours to reach the 2nd rank. So by inference, for the previous 3 days, Changyu was 6 hours. Only today was special. So why is it special? I think it's because of killing the red demon god. So you looked on, discovered? Fine, doesn't matter. Finger slides, next video. Ooh, brother Changyu, I'm Yuzu Cat, I'm willing to do it for free. The video has been deleted by the community administrator. Suyu's face twitched, you don't leave an address even if it's free? Continuing with the next video. Chu's cabinet declared, calling on everyone not to be easily killed by the monsters of the 4 races to avoid being invaded. Try to be within the mythic world and enter a powerful country, such as the Great Zhou dynasty, that has the ability to resist the 4 races monsters. Suyu now remembered, he was at ease, but there seemed to be quite a few copies of the invading Chu outside Suyu checked the map of the White City, and there were locations of copies that had been labeled. Suyu looked and realized that every one of them had already been guarded by the Occupation Division as well as the Military Department, and it seemed that they had all been resolved. Thinking about it, Chu's strong professionals, that was really a lot. Suyu closed the map. Continue to the next video. The passionate vibrating BGM rang out. Director 523 intends not to shoot Blue God 3, he intends to shoot Chuangyu 1. Suyu spits out, sucking dry Heavenly Father isn't enough, you want to suck me? Continue to brush the video. A news, Chuangyu is a Kanglan person, the special economic zone is greatly likely to be divided to the Kanglan city, the White City is likely to miss. Suyu, when did I become a person from Kanglan city? Suyu said in the comment area, when did Chuangyu become a person of Kanglan city? Very quickly, just after sending it out, there were instantly 99 plus replies. Dude, where else could Chuangyu be if he's not from Kanglan city? His valor is incomparable, facing the 7th order copy on the road in Kanglan city, in order to keep his hometown as well as the people from being harmed by the kobolds, he resolutely entered the 7th order copy of the kobold labyrinth. How dare you say that he's not a person from Kanglan city? Reported, this brother is definitely a walking 500,000. Look at his homepage address. I understand, the original is the White City of people. Long-standing is our pale blue people make you jealous? Ha ha ha. Chuangyu just don't want to expose who he is, so after breaking through the goblin maze, he directly chose to exit from the mythological world, but he must be a person from Kanglan city, because this is a figurative copy. Can only enter from Kanglan city. If you haven't watched the news and livestream, go watch it. Don't comment on Chuangyu without knowing anything. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to comment on Chuangyu? Suyu was scolded. Suyu was dumbfounded. No dude, I'm Chuangyu. I'm being scolded by my own fans? This Nima. Suyu was slightly speechless. After a while, Suyu actually felt that brushing short videos became boring. Videos that were all about him, he was bored even if he liked them. Thus, Suyu opened Civilization. Clicked on the Civilization War module. Discovering that so many people were spitting on the cosmic state. What is the cosmic state doing? They withdrew the Third Army and now it has resulted in the defense line being torn apart and many civilization flags being occupied by the celestial civilization. The cosmic country is trying to be the sinner of the Blue Star civilization? They must thank the people of the world for their sins. What's wrong with the cosmic kingdom? Even the Sakura country hasn't mobilized its army for the civilization battlefield, but you, cosmic country, are even worse than the Sakura country? The cosmic kingdom must have defected to the celestials, they've gone rogue. Laugh your ass off, the cosmic country is there to defend the Zaibatsu. There are more powerful people within the Zaibatsu than even the Southern King's powerful people, and he even mobilized the Third Army to come back and help the Zaibatsu to raid the copies. And the copies of this raid are actually all in the hands of the Zaibatsu. This Southern King is truly a waste. Suyu looked at these posts and quickly figured out the reason, and in his heart, he became disgusted with the cosmic kingdom. In fact, the armies that each country had placed on the civilization battlefield were not the strongest elites, the strongest would always be in the local country, so other countries did not mobilize their armies on the civilization battlefield. That was to hold down the defense line and leave behind the civilization flag for future generations. But the cosmic country actually didn't care about the future generations and directly mobilized the Third Army to leave the defense line. This was clearly not in line with the overall interests of the Blue Star civilization. So it was angrily scolded by many countries. Suyu looked at other information about the civilization battlefield. Not long after, his cell phone rang and someone called him. There are 1,000 words that can't be said, only a contemptuous sentence remains, stupido do do do. It can't be Zhao Lingling again? Suyu looked at the screen and realized it wasn't. Hello? This is Li Tianyi. Superintendent Li, what's the matter? There's a second order copy that the career division can't get through, and I want to ask you to come and do me a favor. No? The vocational division can't even pass a second order copy? Is it still suspecting me? Testing me? Superintendent Li, I'm only level 20 here. I know you're level 20 and very weak, but I need your career trait of anti-injury division. You only need to resist injuries. There will be 500 level 300 aids to stack buffs for you. You don't have to worry about risking your life. This copy of the boss is a bit special, too meaty, need to counter damage division of forced damage. But the first order, second order anti-injury division currently cannot be found, high level and cannot enter, only you and not into the rank of anti-injury division. So I can only ask you, this copy of the first time through the reward, all to you, how about it? All said so you also can't refuse. Alright, let himself do something for the White City. How to say, one is a person of this city, growing up. Okay, where is the location? Add a friend, send a location, I'll come over. Career Division's car is already downstairs at your house. Suyu. Okay. This copy is very special, the rewards will definitely not let you down. The phone hung up, Suyu came to be a little interested. The copy is special? Is it a special reward? Suyu got up and walked towards the downstairs. Downstairs, the car of the Occupation Division was seen. Some uncles and aunts who lived in the neighborhood and knew Suyu and had taken care of him were dancing in the square downstairs. Seeing Suyu getting into the Vocational Division's car, they all gathered around at once. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Yes, is the Occupation Division arresting people indiscriminately? Xiaoyu is a kid, what mistake did he make? What's going on? These people were very enthusiastic. When Suyu followed Su Qingxue here when he was 6 years old, they had given Suyu's family a lot of help. When Su Qingxue went to work, Suyu had been fed and cared for by quite a few people. The Vocational Division's police officer cried and laughed, saying, all the uncles and aunts have misunderstood. I am taking Suyu to raid the copy, this is what Superintendent Lee requested. It is our Vocational Division that needs Suyu. Suyu also explained, yes, uncles and aunts, I am there to help. Oh, so it's like this. Little Yu has made a fortune now, awakened his profession, even the Occupation Division has to ask you to help, huh? Then you guys have to protect Xiaoyu. The police officer cried and laughed, definitely, definitely. 500 level 300 aides, fighting a level 300 boss with 500 buffs added to their bodies, how could this be anything? More than an hour later. The car drove to the outskirts of White City. Here, a large number of people were gathered. There were uniformed Career Division police officers, and Superintendent Li Tianyi. There were female gentlemen in Zhongshan suits. There was also a group of youthful, eyes flashing with clear stupidity. These seemed to be female university? The police officer heatedly laughed, your kid has earned a lot, the 500 female college students from the Luyun Women's Auxiliary University have come down to the copy, all of them are assisting you. In order to ensure your infallibility as well as the importance of this copy, the Career Division is directly cooperating with the Flowing Cloud Women's Auxiliary University. Suyu was curious, what exactly is the duplicate reward that is so valued? However, he saw the police officer's expression become grave and said word by word, generalized skill book, skill upgrade scroll. Inside, it's a second rank monster that was upgraded to king level by the monster god. That is to say, with this copy, in the future, Chu may not lack generalized skill books anymore. Suyu understood, no wonder, it was so valued. Inside, it was surprisingly a king rank monster. Normally, it was only the 9th rank that had the chance to become a king rank. However, the monstrous god, as a god rank, possessed the means to directly elevate 2nd rank monsters to king rank. In other words, the boss inside was a monster king that had met the monster god before. And killing king level monsters could result in generic skill books and skill upgrade scrolls. The price of this copy was immeasurable. Chapter 53 The Power of the Auxiliary. Suyu had just gotten out of the car when he saw a bull-headed monster running out from within the vortex door, then with a bang of a gunshot, the bull-headed man's head exploded and he directly fell to the ground dead. There is a gunsmith professional. Suyu looked over, not far outside the door of the vortex, there was a line of defense directly opposite, where a youth was standing. It seemed that there was no one in this copy right now, otherwise the monsters would not have run out. Next, almost every few seconds, a minotaur rushed out and was then shot in the head. Obviously, the level of this youth was far higher than the monsters in this copy. Seeing Suyu coming, Li Tianyi and the female gentleman in a Chinese mountain suit walked over. Next to them, those female college students looked at Suyu. Their first feeling was that this person was quite handsome, but he was just too young and juvenile. Was this Suyu who had a 7th ranked profession anti-injury master? Suyu, this is Principal Zhang of the Luyun Women's Auxiliary University. Principal Zhang, this is Suyu who possesses the 7th order profession anti-injury master. Li Tianyi introduced the two to each other. Principal Zhang nodded and smiled, hello, little Su. Hello, Principal Zhang. Suyu also smiled and said, in his heart, he was a little surprised, even the university president had come? Li Tianyi pointed at the entrance of the copy and said, inside this copy, there is only one monster king, let these college students lead you in, add buffs to you, and you just resist and counter the monster king. There is no great danger. Suyu was puzzled and said, how do you guys know that there is only one monster king inside? Didn't the minotaur just run out? Li Tianyi smiled, took out an eyeball in his hand and said, this is a 6th order information I. If you throw the 6th order information I into the copy, you will be able to learn the information within the 6th order and below copies. It's fortunate that this 6th order information I is here, or else something would really happen if you enter an unknown copy. Within this copy, there is only the Minotaur King, and these Minotaurs that came out are just puppets that it transformed with its skills. So that's how it is. But there is also this prop like the information I. Suyu felt that he was alone. Principal Zhang saw that Suyu did not know about this prop and smiled. Many props have magical effects, you don't know now because you haven't gone to a civilized or vocational university. In the university, a lot of things are taught, especially prop science. This is a must learn, only with more information can you win 100 battles. Suyu nodded, so it is. The things taught in the university, no wonder I don't know. Looks like I am illiterate. Li Tianyi said, Suyu, what about this time? It is a group challenge. Unlike the single-person challenge, after the single-person challenge is completed, the replica monolith will automatically record the nickname, but the group challenge, after passing the replica, it will be displayed for you to fill in the group name, so you will write the words Vocational Division in Flowing Clouds Women's Auxiliary University. This information, Suyu already knew when he was brushing this short video, that's why he agreed to come and help Li Tianyi. Otherwise, for a second-rank copy of the district, the rewards inside would be at most a second-rank general skill book and a second-rank skill upgrade scroll. That would not be worth exposing one's identity at all. More than that, it was actually still a contribution to the country, Suyu thought to himself that he was still patriotic, plus there was no risk of exposing himself, that was perfectly fine to help out. Suyu nodded, I understand, Superintendent Li. Li Tianyi smiled and said, and won't let you do it for nothing, in any copy, whether you pass it once, the reward can only be obtained once. The first time reward is the most generous, belonging to the participants everyone, if not for this copy restrictions, up to 501 people enter, otherwise, I will arrange 1,000 aids for you. In addition to giving you the first time reward, I will write on your file that you helped the vocational division, and at the same time any university within the Luyun province, as long as you want to get in, we will be able to bail you in. Principal Zhang said, including the women's university. Ha ha. Next to him, came the sound of female university students humming and laughing. Suyu. It seems that this copy, for the career division, is really important. Very quickly. Suyu entered the second order copy Minotaur King with 500 copies. You have entered the second order copy Minotaur King. Passing goal, defeat the Minotaur King. Passing reward, 1 second order general skill book, 1 skill upgrade scroll level 2, 8,000 treasure money. Suyu felt that this reward, so little. For Suyu, who had been passing god-level copies every day, it was really too little. But, the female adults behind him were surprised at the rewards. Wow, a general skill book. There are also scrolls for upgrading skills. This is worth a lot of money. Hey, it's all thanks to you, brother Suyu. What a generous reward. Everyone gets one, this is fantastic. Rely on you, little brother Suyu. As soon as they stepped into the replica, after looking at the replica information clearly, behind Suyu, the female college students unleashed their assist skills. All 500 auxiliary skills landed on Suyu. You have obtained the magic strengthening buff, your magic power is increased by 5 times. You have obtained a strength enhancement buff, your strength attribute is increased by 5 times. You have gained a life reinforcement buff, your life value has been increased by 10 times. You've gained a life regeneration buff. You regenerate 80% of your life value per second. You have gained the spiritual immunity buff, you are immune to second rank and below spiritual attacks and controls. You have gained a taunt buff, you will attract 100% of the target's hatred. You have gained the 5 senses enhancement buff. You have gained. Suyu had never felt that he was so powerful. You have to know that Suyu is also only second rank second rank gets second rank assisted buff, that is a direct enjoyment of the gain, useful to Suyu. If Suyu was third order, then this gain buff would be useless to Suyu. They are all second order assist professions of all kinds of assist skills, effective for second order and below. In other words, the current Suyu, with his full attributes breaking 40,000, was enhanced by 500 buffs. The current Suyu would have no problem tearing down a 6th order with his hands. Not to mention a mere second-rank monster king. It's too comfortable. Suyu thought. Suyu advanced, nowadays he, with 500 buffs in, was the strongest person here, naturally walking at the front. Behind him, those female college students were mingling and talking about Suyu. There are those who praise Suyu's good body, there are those who praise Suyu's good looks, there are those who want to add Suyu's contact information, there are those who want to let Suyu change to the same hairstyle of Koen Koen. Suyu's five senses increased, naturally heard everything. Suyu was expressionless and walked in the forefront. After walking through the passage, he finally came to a dungeon. At the very top of the underground palace, the steps surrounded, a throne floated in the air, a minotaur sat on top of the throne, scarlet eyes looking at Suyu and the others. The Minotaur King waved his hand, in the air, a bullfork emerged, shooting directly at Suyu, the clang. Two numerical values simultaneously appeared in the eyes of Suyu and the Minotaur King. Suyu 0.00000001 life. Minotaur King 0.00000001 life. Suyu plus 80% life. Suyu lightly touched the bullfork and it directly shattered. The Minotaur King was silent. Suyu was silent. What silenced the Minotaur King was that his own weapon was instantly destroyed, knowing that this weapon shared the 99% physical damage immunity talent on it. It was able to be sealed by the monstrous god at the second stage as a king because this talent was powerful. But even so, the weapon was instantly shattered. It knew that it should be finished. What should it do? What should it think about when the ox is alive and dying? Suyu is silent as that there are assisted surprisingly so cool. Let his battle power greatly increased by an unknown number of times. No wonder auxiliary professions are so popular. No wonder that girls with auxiliary professions are in high demand. The Minotaur King stood up and drew the broadsword at his waist. Give me a decent death. King, not to be insulted. The Minotaur King said. Suyu did not say anything and quietly watched. The Minotaur King stabbed the broadsword hard through his heart. Tear. Although I am dead, I am still at the king level. Your Majesty, monstrous god, I have not lost your face. The Minotaur King cut himself. Suyu did not expect it. The 500 female greats behind him didn't expect it either. It was so easy to win. Oh my god, this is a win? This copy is also too easy. It seems like Brother Suyu has made this monster desperate. He, with 500 of our assist skills on Brother Suyu, we definitely made the monster despair. Then, a burst of prompts appeared. Level 2 copy. The Minotaur King has died. You have each obtained 1 second order generalized skill book, 1 skill upgrade scroll level 2, and 8,000 treasure money. Please enter a group nickname. Suyu, Vocational Division and Flowing Clouds Women's Auxiliary University. Outside the replica. Litani and Principal Zhang chatting. Litani leaned against a tree and said, "It will take at least a day. That Minotaur King's defense is extremely high and is almost immune to physical damage. Even with 500 auxiliary anti-injury divisions, it will take at least a day." Principal Zhang nodded his head. But the replica stone tablet changed and the information refreshed. Entry restriction, no entry rank to second rank. Current challengers, 501. Passing records. 1. Vocational Division and Flowing Clouds Women's Auxiliary University, clearance time, 10 minutes. 2. None. 3. None. Litani and Principal Zhang looked at each other, and their faces changed for a while. Inside, what was happening? An unranked anti-injury master with 500 buffs couldn't be this fast. That was a Minotaur King that was almost immune to physical damage. A counter damage master was able to rely on his occupational trait to do defense immune damage. But how could it be so fast? They didn't know that Suyu's second order attributes broke 40,000, plus the various increases from the 500 second order aids, and with 500 buffs gathered in one place, even when facing the sixth order, Suyu was able to tear it apart with his hands, let alone the second order Minotaur King. Chapter 54 Fall of the Demigods. After Suyu came out, Litani hurriedly asked what was going on. Suyu spread his hands, "I don't know either. Who knows how it suddenly committed suicide?" After listening to the description of the female college student, Principal Zhang was surprised. This boss might have a pit in its brain? Litani cried and laughed, "It should be." Anyway, Suyu, this time, on behalf of the White City Vocational Division, I would like to thank you. This copy, for Chu, is really too important. Now that it is completely data mined, the Monster King losing his spirit will be much better, and in the future, many novice professionals will be able to have a generalized skill before the third rank, and they all have to thank you for that. Suyu smiled, a show of hands. Principal Zhang looked at Suyu and suddenly said with a smile, "Want to come to the women's university? Come and report in September, I'll make an exception and accept you. Woo hoo hoo. The female college students next to him stifled their laughter. Schoolmate, come on. Yeah, school sisters welcome you all. Ha, at a glance, brother Suyu is a Xiao Chunan. Quickly stop teasing school brother, look at him blushing. Suyu, spare me, schoolmates. Just kidding. After Suyu helped the vocational division to solve this copy, with the help of Li Tianyi, he finally got out of the danger and went home. The other side. As a ninth order deduction master, Long Tianran was ordered by the cabinet to go to White City to check the target of Zhao Dongfeng's spell. Originally, he thought that Suyu was Changyu. Later on, it was proven that Suyu was the anti-injury master and not Changyu. In the course of one day yesterday, Long Tianran completed a spy sweep of the White City vocational division. The members of the Church of Light within the White City were cracked down on, the followers of the Church of the Demon God were also cracked down on, even the Celestials would be projected out of a part of the people, were searched for memories by Long Natural, and then wiped out, and relying on the clues in the memories implicated a large number of people, all of whom were suppressed by him. His methods were like thunder. Today, Long Tianran returned to the imperial capital, but was intercepted by a mysterious man halfway. Long Tianran looked at the mysterious man wrapped in a cloak in front of him, his heart flashed with surprise. Finally someone couldn't sit still? Only, which side of the force is this? The Church of Light? The Celestials? The Church of Civilization? Or is it the Church of the Demon God? Long Tianran's gaze was ice cold as he said, intercepting me halfway, which side of the force? The cloaked man was neither happy nor sad, and coldly said, aren't you a ninth order deduction master? Deduce and see, which side of the force I am. Long Tianran laughed, looked at the surrounding mountains, and said, it doesn't really matter which side of the force you are, what's important is that here, this is the place where I have specially prepared for you rats to bury your bones. The cloaked man said icily, Mayfly's idea. Boom! The cloaked man's figure flickered, and the sound of a broken voice suddenly rang out as a fist blasted in. What a fast speed! A fighting master? Long Tianran guessed. Facing this punch, Long Tianran seemed to have predicted it, his body moved backward slightly, surprisingly dodging the punch. Long Tianran was actually not good at fighting, his fighting sense mainly came from deduction in battle, able to learn his opponent's actions in advance, so he was able to anticipate the enemy. The cloaked man, in the case of a missed punch, turned his body back and his right foot flew, kicking at Long Tianran's head. This time the speed was faster. The power was also stronger. But Long Tianran still easily dodged it by taking a step back. Long Tianran said blandly, all your actions, in front of me, are useless. The cloaked man laughed disdainfully. The cloaked man's speed suddenly increased, stretched out his right hand, and surprisingly instantly grabbed Long Tianran's neck. Long Tianran was pinched in mid-air by the cloaked man, his face was red, his hands and legs resisted, but it was not half effective. The entire body was restricted. The props couldn't even be taken out. Half. God? The cloaked man didn't respond, he just kept exerting his force to pinch a ninth order deductionist alive. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resounded through the heavens and earth. Everything around them was like being frozen by frost, turning into 1,000 miles of ice and snow. In the sky, the snowflakes falling were not snow, they were sword awnings. Sword domain. A demigod powerhouse descended. The lightless sword unformed by the majestic sword intent chopped off the cloaked man's right hand, spilling blood into the sky. Long Tianran regained control and took the opportunity to glare at the cloaked man with both of his feet, his figure retreated violently and landed on the ground, breathing heavily. Good thing. Demigod Li arrived. Demigod Li was Long Tianran's last card. Good thing, he took precautions before it was too late, or else his little life would not be guaranteed today. An old man came in the air amidst the roiling wind and snow. It was none other than the Chu sword god, Demigod Li. Natural, are you alright? Coming half a minute late, I wouldn't have survived. The cloaked man's voice remained cold as he said, it's just one more death. Demigod Li said coldly, big words. Come with the sword. A few minutes later. The sword domain disappeared and the mountains returned to their original state. On the ground. Demigod Li's limbs were broken and he lost his life, half kneeling on the ground. Next to him was his 9th rank sword weapon, which had been broken into 2 pieces. Long Tianran was pierced through his heart by his broken hand and nailed to the ground, losing all vitality. There were also props around that Long Tianran was preparing to use, but one by one, they had all become scraps, with clearly visible fist marks on them. props that were hardened. The cloaked man's body was covered with sword marks, while a huge hole was broken, that was where the heart was, but inside, there was no beating heart, only maggots. His cloak had fallen down. His face was ghastly white, as if he was a corpse, without any semblance of blood. But what was divine was that on his forehead, there was a third eye. The spiritual third eye, and this body, were simply out of place. The cloaked man was panting, looking at the corpses of the two of them, and said coldly, "If this realm did not have suppression on me, killing the two of you would be like stepping on an ant. A mere demigod, how dare you go wild in front of me?" Above the cloaked man's head, the third eye shot out a ray of light that fell into Long Tianron's brain. The memories remaining within Long Tianron's brain quickly surged towards the cloaked man. Long Yu, is it impossible to deduce? Su Yu, is it also impossible to deduce? Same return master. Anti-injury division. Heh, it's better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. If it's really Changyu, then, killing a genius of this level, the points will be so high that I can't imagine. In the distance, many black dots appeared. All of them were of the 9th rank, demigods. The cloaked man let out a cold snort and disappeared into place, vanishing thousands of miles before entering the mythic world. You logged in offsite and entered the Mythic World 1.4 transformation into Immortality version, current location, Celestial Main City. You have logged in from a different location, and your online time today is 10 minutes. You have logged in offsite, and your level has been restored to 1999. You are logged in offsite and your attributes have been restored. In the Celestial Main City. At that moment, the sound of a drip sounded. The cloaked man took out a slightly broken mirror from his waist. On the mirror, a human face emerged. Sect leader Greed, looking for me, what is the matter? Your Excellency, Upper Ambassador, do you know about Changyu? Nonsense. To say anything, just go ahead. It's like this, we, the Demon God Church, have a plan. After a few minutes, the greedy sect leader continued, in case we fail, we would like to ask the Supreme Envoy to help us. Outside of the God tier copy, subdue and kill Changyu. Not a bad plan. I, for one, promise. Many thanks, Your Excellency, Upper Envoy. The cloaked man exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat in place, his powerful attributes maintaining his tattered body. On his head, a 7 character quietly appeared. Not long after, around him, another cloaked man appeared. On his head was the word 9. Until later, 7 cloaked men appeared one after another. On their heads were 1.2.3.4.5.6.8. This represents ranking. A total of 9 cloaked figures gathered. If the members of the celestial congregation were here, they would be shocked because these cloaked men were the upper envoys who had admitted them into the celestial congregation. Upper envoy number 1 said, "You guys, do you have any news of Changyu?" Number 7's face remained unchanged, "No." The rest of the ambassadors all shook their heads and said one after another, "No." Number 1 said, "Alright. Find Changyu as much as possible and kill him. To have the ability to kill a god at the 2nd rank, this is too great a threat to us. Such an existence must not be tolerated. The Blue Star civilization will not allow such a powerful existence. He must be allowed to die. You all, too, must not go to Changyu alone for the sake of points, lest there be an accident." The 7th upper envoy's face remained unchanged, understood. The rest of the upper ambassadors all nodded, understood. The online hours arrived, and upper envoy number 7, who had left the celestial main city, returned to the Blue Star world. Having just returned, all of his original god rank attributes disappeared and his rank dropped crazily, turning him into a demigod. The 7th upper envoy sensed that the collapse of his body was imminent, and that he had to change his body. It could be seen that although upper envoy number 7 had won against Long Tianran as well as demigodly, the price he had paid was also extremely high. Suyu, today I will spare your life. Tomorrow, the plan will begin. If you are really Changyu and appear outside the god tier copy, I will kill you first. At the same time, with the discovery of demigod Li as well as Long Tianran's corpses, the Chu kingdom shook with a resounding shock. Chu's only 9th rank deduction master, Long Natural, as well as his protector, Chu's sword god, demigod Li, had fallen. Someone, in Chu, had ambushed and killed the demigod. Chapter 55, A New Era. Surprisingly, a demigod has fallen? Suyu was shocked as he watched the news that had just appeared at home. Demigods had always been the ceiling of Blue Star. Even in the mythical world, in the current version, demigods were second only to god-ranked powerhouses. Unexpectedly, it was such a powerful demigod that had fallen. Suyu looked at the news, but also found Long Natural, he also died. Long Natural, this person Suyu had only come into contact with him, is a ninth-order deduction master, did not expect this kind of character to be ambushed and killed together with demigodly. Suyu exhaled a breath, and in his heart, he calculated, it seems that within the Blue Star world, it is also really not simple. Ambushing Dragon Natural and demigodly, or in the territory of Chu, in just a few minutes, they didn't even wait for support. This shows that the person who ambushed them was very powerful. The water of the Blue Star, it was very deep. One had to continue to act cautiously. In the next few moments, Suyu waited for the 5th day to arrive. Suyu was now looking forward to it, because tomorrow, he would be able to go to the arrogant demon god. After resolving the arrogant demon god, there was only one divine rank left. The mission is almost complete. Suyu thought. Time passed quietly. The 5th day of Suyu's awakening of the mythic seal arrived. January 21st, 0 o'clock in the morning. Suyu stuck the point and his figure instantly disappeared into place, entering the mythic world. You have entered the mythic world, current location, Taiping Village. It was still the familiar Taiping Village. Around it, many divine fates appeared one after another. All of them were online. This isn't the heavenly star domain. Where is this place? How come the place has changed again? What's the situation? The surrounding heavenly fates were confused as the sky was no longer covered with stars, but a somewhat dim sky in the early morning. Next to Suyu, the gray-clothed Taoist appeared, only that the surrounding people seemed to be unable to see them. Where did you move Taiping Village again? The northern continent's 10,000 Ghost Ridge. Suyu's breath stuttered, the 10,000 Ghost Ridge, one of the 9 forbidden areas? The gray-clothed Taoist nodded his head. Suyu was puzzled and asked, what are you trying to do? Want me to raid the 10,000 Ghost Ridge for you? The gray-clothed Taoist looked grave and explained, the heavenly star domain yesterday night had already been destroyed in a single blow by an attack from beyond the world. I counted to this step in advance, you killed that immortal ranked powerhouse, the cause and effect must be too deep, it's impossible not to be retaliated against, so I moved the peaceful village to the 10,000 Ghosts Ridge in advance. Revenge Group. Suyu instantly thought of this organization. He just did not expect that their retaliation would come so quickly. And it was surprisingly so powerful. One had to know that amongst the heavenly star domain, there were still many secrets that had not been explored. The reason why Suyu's advancement mission was able to show the exploration completed was all thanks to the 4 god statues. For this heavenly star domain to be called a forbidden area, it could never be this simple. But even such a terrifying forbidden area was destroyed by the Vengeance Group with a single strike. Too strong. Suyu fixed his mind, there was no point in thinking about the Vengeance Group now he had to raise his strength as soon as possible. Suyu slowly said, well, let's talk about the arrogant demon god first. Didn't you say yesterday that you knew where his location was? The gray-clothed Taoist nodded, well, the location where the arrogant demon god is sealed is a bit special, and it takes a bit of time to teleport there. After the gray-robed Taoist finished speaking, the scepter appeared in his hand, and on the ground, formations surged and converged into a teleportation formation. The two were wrapped up. A prompt appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Taoist Xian Yuan is teleporting. Teleportation location, North Continent, Humble Sanctuary, Sealed Space. Humble Holy Temple. On the huge square, millions of people gathered. There were followers of the Greed Demon God, the Lust Demon God here. There were hundreds of thousands of followers of the Greed Holy Sect, as well as the sect leader, vice sect leader, and great demonic sorcerer. There were hundreds of thousands of followers of the Lust Holy Sect, as well as the sect leader, vice sect leader, and great demon sorcerer. There were also the followers of the 2 sects in Blue Star, led by the greedy sect leader as well as the lustful sect leader, the 2 heavenly orders, and there were roughly more than 100,000 of them as well. At the very front, the lord of the arrogant sacred sect as well as the great demon wizard stood, and next to him, there was a heaven's fate person who was none other than the arrogant sect lord. The great demonic sorcerer of the arrogant sacred cult stepped forward and coldly said, I will awaken a sliver of His Majesty the arrogant demon god's consciousness, you will inform His Majesty the demon god of the plan, and if His Majesty the demon god is willing, we will surely help you. If not, this plan will be put to rest. Understand? The greedy cultist said heavily, understood. As the great demon sorcerer waved the scepter in his hand, boundless magical power converged into a mysterious formation, and a white-haired human face appeared on the closed door of the humble sanctuary. Greetings to His Majesty the Demon God. Greetings to His Majesty the Demon God. See His Majesty the Demon God. Millions of devil god believers cried out, and their voices shook the heavens. Even other believers who did not believe in the arrogant demon god still shouted, "Speak, your plan." The moment the arrogant demon god awakened, he sensed from his own believers what they wanted to do, so he directly asked the greedy sect leader. The greedy sect master immediately said, "Chuang Yu has already consecutively assassinated 2 demon god majesties. Behind him, there must also be a mysterious god-ranked sword cultivator standing behind him, and they are searching for the place where all the demon god majesties have been sealed, and then assassinate them with Chang Yu's special occupational ability. If Chang Yu does not die, then your majesties the demon gods will not have peace. My plan is 1. Use the lives of our greedy, lustful 2 devil god majesties followers to sacrifice to the god-level props, Chuang Yu, to get a special god-level copy of the embodied props. 2. After we die, the arrogant archdemon sorcerer will use the special god-level duplicate to open the god-level duplicate and materialize the sealed place to the blue star. In this way, someone must enter the god-level copy in blue star, or else His Majesty, the arrogant demon god, can break the seal, leave the copy, and unite the world of blue star with the power of the god-level. 3. In the event that there are constantly demigods from various countries entering, and there may even be demigods from various countries entering with fellow returnees, your Majesty the demon god cannot kill them, but instead, you can simply capture them and imprison them, thus luring Chuang Yu into the copy. 4. I have already planted a homunculus master with 3 lives who will step forward at that time and follow the demigods into the copy to act as a mole. At that time, when Chang Yu appeared, to use professional ability to assassinate you, let this same return to the master for the demon god His Majesty block knife. Let Chang Yu die in the hands of the same return to the master. 5. When Chang Yu is dead, there will be no one on the blue star that can threaten His Majesty the demon god. At that time, your Majesty, the demon god, will be able to unify the world of the blue planet. Perhaps, the demon race will become the new protagonist of this world. The new protagonist of this side of the world. The greedy demon god had one more thing that he didn't say, that is, in case this plan fails. He still had the bottom card of the Celestial Council 7 Upper Envoy. There was no way that Chuang Yu, by any means, could be alive. After the arrogant demon god heard this, an extremely arrogant look appeared on his face. The arrogant demon god praised, "Ha ha ha. Good plan. Those 2 fellows, greed and lust, were able to have you good lackeys to avenge him. He truly had no regrets in his death." The arrogant demon god was actually quite jealous of Chang Yu when he learned that Chang Yu had killed 2 demon gods in a row, but now this plan was really good. There are the same return master as the bottom card in. There are still his followers in the blue star in. Once this plan succeeds, maybe the devil race can really replace the blue star human race and become the new support object of the heavenly Tao, turning into the heavenly destiny. This kind of temptation was the fundamental reason why the arrogant demon god agreed to this plan. The arrogant demon god said, "In that case, let's follow this plan." With that, the prideful demon god's consciousness dissipated and returned to the sealed space. The greedy godmaster nodded his head and looked towards the millions of followers of the greedy and lustful demon god in the square, and said in a stirring, death-defying manner, "Today is the time for us to avenge His Majesty the demon god. Today is the time for Chang Yu's death. It's also the new era of Blue Star." The followers of the greedy demon god as well as the followers of the lustful demon god nodded their heads and looked at death in their eyes. They only wanted to avenge the 2 demon god majesties, even if it meant giving their own lives. This was faith. The greedy sect lord looked towards the pride sect lord and said, "Everything that's left is all up to you." The arrogant sect lord nodded solemnly, "I will certainly not fail your sacrifices." The greedy sect master nodded, "A new era is about to dawn for us, enjoy this era." The arrogant sect lord was excited and moved again. The greedy sect master took out the divine grade props longing. The long-cherished wish was a red flower, bright and magnificent. The greedy sect master immediately used the long wish. The flower flew into the sky and a scarlet field covered the entire square. A red glow ignited on the greedy believers, the lustful believers. The greedy sect master felt the red long-cherished glow that appeared on his body and muttered, "This is self-sacrifice, the divine props of long-cherished wish that can only be used when all the people are united and working together. At the cost of self-sacrifice, self-offering, and never being able to transcend life. Only to realize the same wish in the hearts of millions of sacrificers. Maybe directly make a wish to kill Changyu. This wish can also be realized, but as the leader of the anti-human organization, the greedy sect master naturally wanted to realize the idea of opening up a new era while killing Changyu at the same time. That's why there was such a plan. It can kill Changyu and at the same time make the noblest among the devils become the new civilization of Blue Star, end the human civilization of Blue Star, and open up a new era. Under the red light of the long-cherished wish, the greedy godfather seemed to see his own miserable life. Starting from being bullied at school, his parents sucked ice and beat him every day, his beloved grandparents were killed by his father, his mother castrated him and sent him to work as a siren to make money, and at the age of 16, he was suffering from a terminal disease and had no money for treatment. Then a drug dealer saw his pity and gave him free medicine, then the drug dealer was forced to die by the people who promised him justice. Then he was forced to die at the age of 18, and before he died, he entered the mythological world and awakened his 8th order talent and 9th order profession. One day to get the way. It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. Beneath the prosperous, sparkling, and peaceful civilized world, who can know my pain? Screw human civilization. Feel my pain, my despair first. The greedy cultist's expression twisted as he roared, at my command, self-sacrifice. Let humans become a thing of the past. Let the devil race, which is naturally powerful, replace the human race and start a new era. Chapter 56 Fall of the Arrogant Demon God. At the time of the greedy sect lord's sacrifice, Suyu had already entered the sealed space. In the air, a black page floated down. Suyu caught it. A prompt appeared at once. Demon God New Era Copy. Rating, Super God Grade. Copy background. One of the 7 great demon gods, the arrogant demon god, is carrying out a certain plan that is sufficient to subvert the Blue Star human civilization. As the heavenly destiny of the Blue Star human civilization, are you willing to stand up and stop the plan? What are your choices? Choice 1, do not participate in the copy reward, none. Choice 2, participate in the replica guaranteed reward, a treasure chest of super god level props of your choice, subsequent rewards based on replica completion ratings. Suyu looked at the description and was suddenly stunned. The copy background of this arrogant demon god was surprisingly completely different from the lustful demon god and greedy demon god. Previously, the 2 demon gods' copy backgrounds were all about explaining how they did evil, how they were sealed, and then just reinforcing the seal. Now surprisingly, it was directly turned into something that was enough to threaten the entire blue planet human civilization, to stop the arrogant demon god from carrying out his plans. This is simply a world of difference. There was also the name of the replica. Before it was all about the demon god recovery replica, but now it had become the demon god new era? Moreover, the level of the copy had also changed from god level to super god level. This meant that the one who could stop this plan would have to be at least at the super god level? That is, the immortal rank above the god rank. In other words, a god rank powerhouse that didn't possess the ability to stop the plan. Facing the pride demon god, one might be able to not lose, but one definitely can't stop the pride demon god, and the only one who can stop the pride demon god is the immortal rank. This copy. Difficulty is really extremely high. Suyu looked at the copy with a puzzled expression. What is happening here? On second thought, perhaps it was because of himself that the new version of the 4 races could invade Blue Star, so the arrogant demon god began to lay out his plans to invade Blue Star. Suyu thought, in that case, the Blue Star civilization did not have a divine rank today, so naturally, it was impossible to defeat the arrogant demon god. Only, this arrogant demon god seems to have forgotten one thing. There is still my existence. He has long been able to kill gods. Suddenly, Suyu jolted. Yes, I can kill a god. Why would he dare to invade the Blue Star? Before my occupation, my talent was exposed. Even the degree immortal Lord Lu Changsheng, this mythical world supersituant divine rank, 5000 level top powerhouse, treated himself politely. This was evidenced by the previous conversation between Li Changsheng and himself. Then, what did the arrogant demon god have to go on? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Unless they already have a card against me. Suyu took a deep breath and looked at the options. Since this is the case, I can't drag my feet. I have to enter immediately and find a way to mess with the arrogant demon god and stop the plan. Although what the divine rank cannot do requires the immortal rank to do, but he himself happens to have the ability of immortalicide, this copy is not difficult for him. With this thought, Suyu immediately entered the super god tier copy demon god new era. Entering the super god tier copy demon god new era. It was the same as the sealed space of the greedy demon god as well as the lustful demon god. This place was all purple and black. similar to the boundless space of the starry sky. White light flashed and Suyu's figure surfaced here. Here was the place where the arrogant demon god was sealed. As Suyu looked over, there was the same Tong Tian stone monument. On the stone monument to heaven, there were words carved on it, all of which were the monstrous sins committed by the arrogant demon god. Behind the heavenly monument, countless golden chains bound a young man with long white hair. He was the arrogant demon god. The arrogant demon god opened his eyes, somewhat surprised, and then smiled coldly. Changyu? The one who could come here, besides Changyu, who else could there be? Suyu looked at the arrogant demon god, also some surprise. This demon god, not arrogant at all, change other demon god, has already shot to kill him. Suyu understands, he is also difficult to say that he is not Changyu. After all, this arrogant demon god began to implement the plan. How can there be no information about himself? Thus, Suyu planned to find death in a different way. The true information that he was not a Tonggui master had most likely already been known by the arrogant demon god. So he himself must pretend. Suyu coldly and disdainfully said, "You are going to die, so why do you need to know my name?" The arrogant demon god instantly tensed up when he heard these words, but was still cautious. The arrogant demon god coldly said, "You're so confident?" At the same time, the arrogant demon god immediately contacted the great demon wizard of the arrogant holy sect, inquiring if Long Yu was a fellow returning master. The arrogant demon god grew a heart. He was afraid that Chang Yu was a homunculus master and shaded himself to death, so he directly asked his believer. Received a positive answer, no. At this point, the arrogant demon god relaxed slightly. Since it wasn't, then he himself could second this Chang Yu. Since it wasn't a homunculus division, then how did this Chang Yu take out the greed and lust demon god? What exactly was the occupation? The arrogant demon god was still cautious and was testing Chang Yu. Suyu revealed a confident faint smile. "I'm a homunculus master, you dare to kill me? Pretend. Continue to pretend. Pretend to be a homunculus master to prevent me from killing you?" The arrogant demon god sneered. Was this how the greed and lust demon god was tricked? The arrogant demon god pretended that he didn't dare to make a move, a homunculus master? No wonder you dare to be so confident. Suyu also continued to act. "Let me show you my sacrifice first. You have sacrificed the entire body of the arrogant demon god, you have sacrificed your own entire body, and you have independently chosen the gain effect, immortal rank special effect. Immortal rank effect, when you use a skill or attack, it looks and feels like immortal rank, making the target feel that you are an immortal rank powerhouse. You have sacrificed the entire body of the arrogant demon god, and you have sacrificed your own body, you choose the target's negative effect, IQ halved. IQ halved causes the target's IQ to be halved, causing them to do stupid things for various reasons. Suyu gained an immortal rank special effect. The arrogant demon god gained the IQ halved negative effect. Suyu and the pride demon god's bodies lit up with an inexplicable red light. This was the consecration of the entire body. When the effect ended, both would directly lose their physical bodies. The arrogant demon god was inwardly shocked. It's really a sacrifice? Chuan Yu is really returning to the same division? But it couldn't be. If it's a homunculus master, how could there be so many lives? How is it possible that those people out there have to give their lives to lay out and kill Chang Yu? He couldn't possibly be the master of the returned. Then this sacrifice, what exactly is going on? Suyu had already taken out his delusion-breaking immortal sword. The entire space was vibrating, the immortal rank aura filled the entire sealed space, the invisible pressure spread, causing the arrogant demon god's pupils to be shocked. Impossible? This aura. Immortal rank? The arrogant demon god trembled. How was this possible? At the same time, he saw the endless magic power within Suyu's body pouring into the delusion-breaking immortal sword. He saw Suyu's mocking eyes that were looking at a dead man. The heaven-fall sword intent suddenly rose. Behind Suyu, billions of immortal sword shadows came out to annihilate the heavens. "It is your honor to die under this sword," Suyu said indifferently, walking slowly. The arrogant demon god trembled. "Fake, it must be fake. Watch me use my spiritual power to nullify your illusion." The spiritual power of the divine rank continuously surged out. This spiritual power that could have caused anyone under any divine rank to instantly die a violent death, fell on Chuang Yu's body. Surprisingly, it was not half useful, as if it had fallen into the sea, the waves were not disturbed. Damn! Could it really be immortal rank? Suyu laughed, instantly putting away the delusion-breaking immortal sword. That buff of immunity to spirit-type attacks of the divine rank and below instantly disappeared. Suyu was instantly crushed. The entire person was obliterated by the divine rank spiritual force. The dual destruction of the physical body and soul caused Suyu to instantly go up in smoke. The arrogant demon god was confused. What is the situation? The next second, the arrogant demon god seemed to sense something and his expression twisted as if he had eaten a turd. How is it possible? You people have joined forces to shade me? In this instant, the arrogant demon god thought that his followers weren't betraying him. He even thought that the greedy sect leader who was being sacrificed outside was putting his life on the line and was acting out for him. Just for this moment, together with Chuangyu, he would shade him to death. The arrogant demon god's body annihilated and his soul instantly dissipated. He was obviously cautious enough, but still, it was hard to escape. Suyu was resurrected. Just this? Still not fooled by him. A reminder appeared. You have been killed by the arrogant demon. The homunculus division's occupational trait is triggered. The pride demon dies immediately. Infinite resurrection talent triggered. You are resurrected immediately. You killed the pride demon's curse is triggered. You can't get the reward for the kill. You have stopped the pride demon's plan. You are being rated. Your rating is Warp. You receive a copy reward, 1 super god grade props optional treasure chest, and 1 holy grade quality advancement book. Reminder, Heaven's Destroyer Changyu, you have once again slain a god tier boss. A service-wide announcement is about to be made. Outside the humble sanctuary, the sacrifice had reached a critical moment. Aside from the greedy demon god, the lustful demon god, and a few of the sacred sex godmasters, almost all of the greedy demon god and lustful demon god believers had all been sacrificed, becoming blood and water, and merging into the long-cherished flower. From then on, whether it was the blue star or the mythic world, the followers of the greedy demon god and the lustful demon god had almost died out. Seeing that the bodies of the greedy godmaster and the others had already been bloodied and were about to be sacrificed to completion, the greedy sect master painfully let out his last voice, Your Majesty the demon god, I will avenge you. At this moment, a service-wide notice instantly appeared. Upon looking at it clearly, the greedy sect lord was dumbfounded. The lust sect lord was dumbfounded. The arrogant sect master was also dumbfounded. The arrogant sacred sex sect master, as well as the great demon wizard, were also dumbfounded. Chuangyu? Slayed His Majesty, the arrogant demon god? How is this possible? The plan had only just begun, and it was over? This is Chuangyu. What is this? What is this? Ah! The greedy sect master couldn't believe it, and with a burst of sadness, he roared, his body completely dissipating, turning into bloodlight and falling into the long-cherished flower. Chapter 57, Born Divine. Service-wide announcement, Heaven's Destined One, Changyu, has endured the heavens and the earth, ending the future enemies of the ancient and modern worlds. Within the super god-level copy of the new era of the demon god, he managed to kill the arrogant demon god, stopping a plan that was enough to subvert the entire blue planet's human civilization. Long you manifested the prestige of the human race. The entire service is hereby notified. The whole service notice, the destiny of the long established through the heavens and the earth, the end of the ancient and modern future enemy. In the super god level copy of the new era of the demon god, he successfully killed the arrogant demon god, stopping a plan that would have subverted the entire blue planet's human civilization. Long you manifested the prestige of the human race. The entire service is hereby notified. The whole service notice, the destiny of the long established through the heavens and the earth, the end of the ancient and modern future enemy. In the super god level copy of the new era of the demon god, he successfully killed the arrogant demon god, stopping a plan that would have subverted the entire blue planet's human civilization. Long you manifested the prestige of the human race. The entire service is hereby notified. At 1 a.m. on January 21st, a notice was forced to appear on the panels of all the heavenly fates. When they took a good look at the notice, they were shocked with a roar. Chuangyu. Once again, he had taken out the demon god and stopped the arrogant demon god's plan that was enough to subvert the entire blue planet's human civilization. From this moment onwards, the globe boiled. Chuangyu really took out a god-ranked powerhouse in a day. This time, he's taken out another demon god. Wait a minute. This announcement. Pride demon god is enough to subvert the plans of our blue star human civilization? In other words, we were almost about to have our civilization subverted by the arrogant demon god. It was Chang Yu who saved us? But this is a super god level copy. Chang Yu, how on earth did he do it? Regardless of how Chang Yu did it, he's the hero who saved our entire blue star human civilization. Oh my god, super god level copy. Arrogant demon gods plan to subvert blue star human civilization. Heavens! Heavens! Chuan Yu, he is our savior. From this moment on, I unilaterally declare that Chang Yu is my husband. Chang Yu is awesome. Chang Yu is awesome. Chang Yu is awesome. A super god level copy? That belongs to the immortal class. Chang Yu, actually possessing the power of the immortal rank? It will definitely be written down in the history books that on the 5th day of the Emperor Chang Tiandi's calendar, he passed through the super god level copy, destroying the arrogant demon god's plan and saving the blue star human race. This announcement caused the world to shake. The leaders of the countries had already been waiting in the conference room at this time. Yes, because of Chang Yu, they no longer entered the mythic world in the early hours of the morning, but instead stayed in the conference room in the morning, just waiting for Chang Yu to make an amazing move and then immediately explore it and give orders. Unexpectedly. Today, it was only the 5th day that Chang Yu had entered, and at 1 o'clock, this horrible announcement was triggered. 2. The faces of the 7 pavilion elders were all horrified. If in the past, when Chang Yu triggered the notice it was all shock, then now it was horror. How did Chang Yu do it? This plan, and what exactly is it? We actually know nothing about it. A plan that's enough to subvert the blue planet's human civilization, we actually know nothing about it. Chang Yu, if it wasn't for him, we would have had to face the plan of the arrogant demon god for no reason? Everyone trembled and fear spread. The chief minister's face was also ugly as he slowly said, "We must contact Chang Yu. We must contact Long Yu. Otherwise, we don't even know the unknown danger. Immediately, contact the propaganda. Spread the propaganda, need you, share information. I hope that Chang Yu can see, and then take the initiative to contact us. I hope that he will not resist everything on their own. This world, not just his, is also ours. We also have the heart that we want to guard." The chief minister finished, outside. Diplomacy. The leader of the ministry pushed the door in, and he said, "Prime Minister, Pavilion Elders. Just now, all the countries around the globe have contacted us, asking us to share unknown plots that are enough to subvert the entire blue star human civilization. They said that they also have the right to know and the obligation to protect Blue Star and the human civilization. Let's not carry on with our dead weight. The safety and security of Blue Star must not be placed on Chuan Yu alone." The pavilion elders laughed bitterly. They didn't know either. The chief minister said, replying to them, "We don't know either, but if we contact Chang Yu, after Chu knows what's going on, he will immediately share this information about the life and death of the Blue Star's human civilization. Go through a super god level copy, take out the arrogant demon god, and stop that plan that was enough to subvert civilization. Is it really possible that you're a newly awakened divine born? Born divine? Rice, White Palace. Understand the king. Chu's side replied, "They don't know either, and they will only share the information with us after they contact Chang Yu and learn the original story." The director of intelligence said. King Understanding was silent. At this time, he no longer had the spiritedness of the head of the first powerful country. Chang Yu do things, everything is more than his imagination, now even more even Extinction Crisis do not know, if not Chang Yu, may Blue Star human civilization will have to face the arrogant demon god and that is enough to destroy the human civilization plan. He to Chang Yu, there is only a kind of sigh why Chang Yu is not Rice Country people. If the Long Rang Yu is the Rice Country people. Even if he will give up this king's position, so what? Chang Yu can make the Rice Country more powerful. But the key, Chang Yu, he is the Chu Country people. Heaven no longer favors the Rice Country. After a moment of silence, King Understanding said, on the network, request Chang Yu. Request Chang Yu, share intelligence, we need to know, what happened. This is our Blue Star, Rice, as the #1 power, has this obligation to know. Yes. Even though this plan that was enough to subvert human civilization was stopped. But at this moment, in the face of the unknown, they chose to give up their country's image and request for Chang Yu. Sakura Kingdom, Emperor's Hall. Your Majesty the Emperor, the Chu Kingdom says it doesn't know. Damnable Chu Kingdom. They must have known, but didn't tell us. They're doing it on purpose. Quickly contact the Mi Kingdom and ask them if they know about the arrogant demon god's mysterious plan. The emperor said. Your Majesty, the emperor, the Rice side, also said they don't know. And both the Rice and Chu foreign ministries have already sent videos in their respective media, requesting Chuan Yu to share information. The emperor slammed the table and said angrily, do you want me to also send a video to beg for Chuan Yu? Begging that Chu? Baka. He, Chuan Yu, faced with this kind of thing and didn't even tell the countries of the world. Does he have our blue star human civilization in his heart? He's just selfish. He wants to take everything on himself. He doesn't even think about what if it fails? Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, but Chuan Yu has the ability to kill a god, and now that he has passed the super god tier copy, he may have the ability of the immortal tier above the god tier. The Heavenly Emperor said angrily, he's just a rookie heaven's fate, what does he have the right to do? This system, by what right did it give him such a powerful occupation and talent? By what right can he have the ability to kill gods? Is this fair? Now, it was even because of him that the version of the Four Tribes hijack had descended. Copies all over the world are raging and monsters are rampaging. This is all his fault. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, it's a fact that Chuan Yu can kill a god and possess the ability of the immortal rank above the divine rank. This is a fact that can't be changed anymore. The Heavenly Emperor said angrily, kill. Kill. Kill the God Order with numerous deaths and injuries, kill the Mythic World version update, kill the Blue Star being counter-invaded by the Mythic World. Kill the Blue Star world. Old me is nothing more than going to hell with them. Your Majesty the Emperor, Chuan Yu is capable of killing gods and possessing immortal order abilities that cannot be changed. The Emperor slammed the table to pieces, his eyes were red, and he said unwillingly, Chuan Yu, why is he a Chu country person? Why isn't he a Sakura nation person? If he is a Sakura nation person, so what if I give him this position? But why is he from Chu? Why? We have a deep grudge against Chu, and in the future, we are bound to be liquidated. What I'm angry about is not Chuan Yu, what I'm angry about is that I see the day when the Sakura kingdom is destroyed and I can't do anything about it. The crowd was silent. Chuan Yu. Why wasn't it someone from their country? If it was someone from their country, they would be willing to give all their resources to let Chuan Yu grow. Cosmic Country, Longshan Mansion. The Southern King made a shocking decision. The Southern King said, Chu doesn't bring us to play, and Shang Yu doesn't bring us to play. Then, don't even play. Contact the Church of Civilization. King Nan, it cannot be done. This is betraying the human race. How can we? The Southern King said coldly, at this point in time, do we have a choice? Look at Blue Star, who can stop Chuan Yu nowadays? In our country, the plutocrats are rampant. I'm not even a demigod. This version update is too fast. This version of the Four Tribes hijacking has led to the fact that demons, devils, monsters, and ghosts will continue to hunt down the heavenly fate to invade Blue Star, so how can we stop them? The only way is to defect to the new civilization. Gamble on the fate of the country, gain power, and fight with your back to the water. Success or failure, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Deity Immortal Sect. The degree Immortal Lord Lu Changsheng had already learned the contents of the announcement from the heavenly fate. Next to Lu Changsheng, a child stood. This child was the same child that Suyu had saved last time in the heavenly star domain. Shaolin slowly said, Senior Brother Lu, we cannot allow the four races to invade the world of the heavenly destined ones. Otherwise, once any one of the four races becomes the new heavens destined, it will be a disaster for the entire world. Lu Changsheng said quietly, Senior Brother Lin, do you mean degree immortal sect, out of the world? The 12 immortal sects, as the current powerful forces in the mythical world, basically did not have very many encounters with heaven's faithful ones, and were all in a situation of seclusion. Only a heaven's destiny person who was lucky enough to find them could become an immortal sect disciple. If the 12 immortal sects were no longer in seclusion, just one degree immortal sect would be enough to make the four clans fearful. What's more, the degree immortal Lord Lu Changsheng was 5,000 levels and ranked at the transcendent god rank, the number one powerhouse in this realm. Although a god rank couldn't kill a god rank could seal a weak god rank. What's more, the immortal sect could be called the immortal sect because a long time ago, it was an immortal Dao sect, an immortal Dao sect above the divine rank. The depth of the immortal sect was not something the four clans could imagine. Once the deity immortal sect came out, the demons and devils were almost finished. Lin Qianqiu said, he's not as simple as a heaven's fate. What first order, second order regicide? This kind of situation is only possible for a homunculus master, but a heavily destined person only has 3 lives, so Chuangyu is not a homunculus master. So the question arises, what is the occupation or talent that can kill a god besides a homunculus master? Lin Xianqiu stared at Lu Changsheng and said, a secret story I once read. A strong person within the mythological world is reborn as a heaven's destiny, then will retain their memories and the abilities they were good at in their last life will be changed into professions and talents. If Chuangyu was an old monster from the previous era reborn as a heaven's destined one with his memories, then having immortal ranked, or even saint ranked means would not be uncommon. A strong person with this kind of ability would be more than capable of killing a god at the first rank. This kind of person is born divine. And, Chuangyu, right on. Chapter 58 3 Super God Tier Props. At this moment, outside the humble sanctuary. Originally, there were millions of believers here, but now there were only a few left. The arrogant sect leader as well as the arrogant holy sect leader, the great demonic sorcerer. Only the 3 of them were left. They were trembling, unable to believe this ending. Just a moment ago, they were still spiritedly laying down a killing plan. As a result, it didn't take long for Changyu to directly strike and finish off the arrogant demon god, letting their plans directly fall through. At this moment, the long-cherished wish in the sky had already blossomed. A red crystalline prismatic prop was at the center of the flower. This was a prop that only the 4 races could use. A prop that was only condensed by sacrificing millions of believers. It was a prop that had coalesced with their wishes before they died. The arrogant sect leader braced himself with anger and grief, looked at the closed door of the humble sanctuary, and said to the great demon sorcerer, Lord Great Demon Sorcerer, take away the prop. Beside Chuangyu, there is a divine rank sword cultivator. We must leave immediately. The archdemon sorcerer gave the arrogant sect lord a resentful look before immediately taking away the divine rank prop void realm prism. The 3 of them immediately left this place. And within the humble sanctuary, the grey-robed Taoist's gaze stared eerily at them as they left, making no move to stop them. The grey-robed Taoist coldly said, hatred will cause you to continue to act. It is up to you to open the next demon god's funeral. The reason the grey-clothed Taoist didn't stop them was that he wanted to take advantage of this hatred. The more they hated Changyu, the more they wanted Changyu to die. Although he himself didn't know what that prop was, but it didn't matter. As long as you guys brought this hatred and wanted to kill Changyu, then the only way for you guys to do that would be to find the demon god. Otherwise, give yourself a little time to project, the demon god will be projected as usual, and then die as usual. This was the reason why the grey-clothed Taoist did not stop them from taking away the props. Now that the demon god of greed, demon god of lust, and demon god of arrogance were all dead, there were still 4 demon gods left. The arrogant demon god and the others ran very quickly. Soon they arrived tens of thousands of miles away from the humble sanctuary. Assholes! It's all because of the broken plans of you Heaven's Fate people. It caused His Majesty, the arrogant demon god, to be tragically victimized by Chuangyu. Say, was it you who colluded with Changyu to assassinate His Majesty the prideful demon god? The great demon wizard said to the pride demon god lord. The great demon sorcerer also looked at the arrogant sect lord with cold eyes. This matter was really too coincidental. How did Changyu come here in such a timely manner? The only reasonable explanation seemed to be that greed and lust believers as well as this arrogant sect master had joined forces to set up a scene. They figured to lure out the sealing place of the arrogant demon god, then notify Changyu to come here, and finally poison His Majesty the arrogant demon god. This seems to make sense. The pride demon god coldly said, this was purely an accident. I didn't expect things to turn out the way they are now. If we colluded with Changyu, would we need to sacrifice millions of people to make this prop? His Majesty the demon god is so smart that when the greedy sect leader was recounting his plan, if we were truly colluding with Changyu, His Majesty the demon god would have already discovered it. This is just coincidence. The arrogant sect master continued, now, we have to avenge His Majesty the demon god. The plan, it must go on. We must not just let Chuangyu off the hook. Changyu must die. The great demon sorcerer laughed coldly. He had just gotten angry. In fact, on second thought, there was no way that Changyu and them were in cahoots. This was really just a coincidence. The great demon sorcerer looked gloomy and said, easy for you to say. Now, who knows where the other demon god majesties are sealed? Without knowing, how can we use this prop to manifest a copy? How to continue with the plan? How to let Chuangyu die without a burial place? The arrogant Godmaster said, I'll contact the other Godmasters. The arrogant sect lord immediately opened his friends list. Sect Master Fury, we can work together. I have a plan here. Scram. Teachers of Overreading, we can. Scram. Sect Leader Jealousy, I have a plan to eradicate Changyu. Scram. Lazy Godmaster. Scram. None of the sect masters were willing to help him. After all, these sect masters already knew what Sect Master Greedy's plan was, and it looked so powerful, but what happened? This plan hadn't even begun, causing the arrogant demon god to be gone. Who the hell would dare to take on this plan and go to the demon god with it? What if they really colluded with Changyu? The arrogant sect master's complexion was ironic. The arrogant sacred sect master grunted coldly, what? No one is willing? The great demon sorcerer snorted coldly, his complexion unkind. If I were given another chance, I would definitely not agree to you coming to see His Majesty the Demon God. I will also definitely not agree to this broken plan of yours. The arrogant sect master's complexion was ironic, and he said grimly, fine, if they don't help, can't we get our revenge? Don't forget, what are you holding in your hand? That's a prop capable of manifesting a god-level copy. Since they are unwilling, we will go to the other 3 clans. Demon gods, ghost gods, and monster gods. There's always a god rank who's interested in our plan. I don't believe that they can resist the temptation of becoming a divine order. The great demon wizard reacted, narrowed his eyes, and said, good. Since that's the case, the 2 of us will accompany you to look for the god-ranked powerhouses of the 3 clans. Long Yu must be eradicated. It must be avenged for His Majesty the Demon God. Their decision was out of the grey-robed Taoist's imagination. The grey-clothed Taoist had not anticipated that nowadays, none of the followers of the other demon gods of the demon race would be willing to cooperate with the arrogant sect master in carrying out the plan. They were going to look for the divine ranks of the other 3 races. Find out where the divine order was, cooperate with them, and then open the props to materialize where the divine order was located and turn it into a copy to materialize into the Blue Star world. At this time, Suyu, who was still inside the replica, didn't know that he hadn't actually been able to completely stop this plan. The most crucial divine rank props were taken away by the great demonic sorcerer. One should know that for the 4 clans, one would have to kill a god-ranked Heaven's Fate to have a chance to obtain a god-ranked Void Realm Prism. But Heaven's Fates currently didn't have a divine rank. So in a sense, Blue Star was safe. But the greedy cultist had a long-cherished wish for a god-rank prop, and the self-sacrifice of millions of believers had gotten the god-rank Void Realm Prism. Therefore, the key to the plan lay in this prop. At this moment, Suyu was checking the rewards he had just obtained. 1 Super God Grade Prop Self-Selected Treasure Chest, and 1 Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book. Super God Grade Props Optional Treasure Chest. Rating, Super God Grade. Description: after opening the Props Optional Treasure Chest, you are able to choose one of the 3 Super God Grade Props to obtain. Evaluation: in the Mythic World 1.1 hijack of the 4 Tribes version, this is one of the top-tier treasures. It can open props that transcend the version. And it's also self-selected, being able to choose a prop that you extremely need. Suyu looked at the description and was a little puzzled. Even amongst the hijack of the 4 clans version, it was a top-tier treasure? Hasn't the version been updated? But suddenly, Suyu figured out, even if the version has been updated, it has not exceeded the upper limit of the divine rank, and the super divine rank corresponds to the immortal rank, and the immortal rank props appeared in the world where the upper limit is only the divine rank, which naturally means that it is the topmost treasure. Suyu thought about it, just don't know what kind of props he can open. The 3 choices have to depend on luck. If the 3 props don't work, then it will be very difficult. With that, Suyu immediately opened this Super God level props self-selected treasure chest. You have opened the Super God tier props optional treasure box. You can choose one of the following 3 props to obtain. 1. Divine Rank Curse Breaking Scroll. After using it, you can break the version curse and kill divine rank monsters to obtain a kill reward. 2. Sign in Scroll. After using it, in the Mythic World, 7 sign-in locations are refreshed. Within 3 days, go to the locations to sign in, and for each location, you will be able to obtain the same god rank rewards. 2. Real Damage 10,000 times Increase Scroll. After using 10 consecutive attacks, triggering damage 10,000 times increase, and the damage will be converted into real damage, ignoring defense. Immortal rank and below can be used. Chapter 59 Saint Grade Tongue Master. Looking at these 3 Super God Grade props and carefully looking at the descriptions, so you already realized which Super God Grade props he should choose. That was the Divine Grade Curse-Breaking Scroll. So far, Suyu did not actually know why there was no reward for killing a God rank boss. But now that he knew, it turned out that this was a version restriction. There was no reward for killing a God rank. The rewards that Suyu had obtained had always been the rewards from the duplicates. Now, if he got the Divine Rank Curse-Breaking Scroll, he would be able to break through this version restriction, and he would be able to obtain rewards for killing Divine Rank bosses in the future. For Suyu, whose advancement quests were very difficult, every advancement basically required killing a God rank, so the God rank Curse-Breaking Scroll was very suitable for Suyu. The other two Super God tier props were certainly very powerful, but Suyu had no use for them. The Signing Scroll, within 3 days, had a chance to obtain 7 God tier props. It looked very good and cost-effective, but this was a random location within the mythic world. Just one eastern continent alone was too big to be true, let alone the entire mythic world. So this Signing Scroll is a trap if you pick it. As for the real damage 10,000 times increase scroll. This for Suyu, it is even more unnecessary. Suyu to fight monsters, never rely on attacks, rely on the same return to the division occupational characteristics. Immediately, Suyu chose the Divine Order Curse-Breaking Scroll to obtain. You have selected the Divine Order Curse-Breaking Scroll, you have obtained the Super God tier item, Divine Order Curse-Breaking Scroll. Divine Rank Curse-Breaking Scroll? Rating, Super God Grade. Description: break the curse of the God rank due to version restriction. From now on, killing God rank monsters will earn you a Godslayer reward. Evaluation: among the different servers in the mythic world, there are countless mythic worlds that are in a low version, and there are also high version mythic worlds that have failed to compete for the world's chi, and the version is downgraded. In the low version, there is not enough luck to give birth to a strong person above the God rank. Therefore, the divine rank is the strongest person who guards the mythical world from being invaded. The Heavenly Tao had the sense to protect the divine rank from being killed by the strongest of the higher versions, so it sent down a curse that prevented anyone from obtaining rewards for killing the divine rank. The Divine Rank Curse-Breaking Scroll was used to break the curse of the Heavenly Tao. Suyu looked at the panel of the Divine Rank Curse-Breaking Scroll and was abruptly shocked when he saw the rating. So this was the reason? Among the mythic worlds, there were countless servers, and the mythic world he was in was just a low version of one of the countless mythic worlds. Only now did Suyu understand the old man's description of the mythic world in the civilization website. They called the mythic world a land because they did not have a channel to get information, and generally speaking the channels for world information were spliced together from the reviews of various props. Regarding the description of the background of the mythic world, like this, basically no one in Blue Star knew about it. This was because there was no one at all who could get a super god level prop. Only Suyu could, only Suyu understood some of the world background too. If that's the case, then the world is dangerous now. The Vengeance Group is staring at it, and in the future, there might be strong invaders from other mythological worlds. Suyu was now a little nervous again. He immediately used the God tier curse-breaking scroll that he had just obtained to break the version restriction on himself. You have used the Super Divine Grade Prop Divine Rank Curse-Breaking Scroll. From this moment onwards, the effect of the Heaven's Tao Curse no reward for slaying divine rank monsters on your body disappears. At this moment, Suyu felt like a weight had been lifted off his body. From now on, he could kill God-ranked bosses for rewards. Suyu again looked towards the even more precious Saint Grade Quality Advancement book. This was a Saint Grade prop. By all rights, it shouldn't appear in the current version either. Saint Grade Quality Advancement book. Rating, Saint Grade. Description, can raise any target, quality rating to Saint Grade. Evaluation, a true item that changes fate against the heavens. Even if you're a waste, and your occupation and talent are first rank. But as long as you have this Holy Grade Quality Advancement book, you can advance your profession or talent to Holy Grade, raise your upper limit and lower limit, and gain the ability to go against the heavens. Suyu breathed slightly sharply. One must know that his profession, Tongue Master, as well as the Great Tao level talent Infinite Resurrection, was the root cause of Suyu's current achievement. And it goes without saying that the Great Tao level talent Infinite Resurrection was the top tier talent that could no longer be upgraded. However, the profession of Homunculus Master, which was originally God tier, was later upgraded to Super God tier after Suyu unlocked a new effect counter-injury, causing the lower limit of the profession of Homunculus Master to become higher. And now, Suyu could completely use the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book to advance his Homunculus Master profession to Saint Grade. In this way, the Homunculus Master profession would become even more powerful. Immediately, Suyu could not help himself and immediately used the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book to upgrade his Homunculus Master profession to Saint Grade. You chose your profession as the target and used the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book, and your Super God Grade profession Homunculus Master advanced to the Saint Grade profession Homunculus Master. Master Tonggui. Occupation rating, Holy Grade. Occupation characteristics description, you are harmed, and the target that harmed you immediately receives 10,000 times the damage. You are killed, kill your target, enter the death countdown. After you die, you enter the necrotic state and can design how your target dies at will during the time of the death countdown. At the end of the death countdown, the target dies automatically. The countdown to death is 10 seconds. Upon your death, you may choose to be reborn into another world with your memories and career reincarnation. 9 times only. Occupation evaluation, a Saint-level Homunculus Master has never appeared so far, and you are the first. But as seen in this career trait description, it's very powerful. It perfectly solves the shortcoming that a Homunculus Master can only activate his abilities when he dies, and grants the Homunculus Master the ability to be reborn. Your skill, Sacrifice Level 9, is automatically upgraded to the new skill, Sneer Level 9. Sneer. Level 9. Effect, activating the skill, when sneering, ignoring the opponent's rank, forcing the opponent to lose some of their sanity and attack you with all their might. Evaluation, a simple description, combined with the Saint-level Homunculus Master profession trait, it simply 100% takes the life of the target. Perfectly solves the dilemma of knowing you're a Homunculus Master and I'm running away without hitting you. So you looked at this upgrade and boomed in shock. This upgrade, for this profession, is simply too big. First is the occupation. Saint-level Homunculus Division, now receiving damage, 10,000 times returned to the opposite side. This mechanism, single combat, was simply unbeatable. Whoever fights Suyu, no one can beat Suyu. And it is now possible to cause the opponent to gain a death countdown after death. During the death countdown, one enters the necrotic state and can design how the opponent dies. Moreover, even if you don't design it yourself, after 10 seconds, the opponent is still forced to die. This alteration had caused Suyu to be drastically enhanced. In the past, Suyu, when he died, the other party died immediately, and it was easy to expose his profession characteristic of Homunculus Division. But now, Suyu becomes the god of death and designs your death. Suyu wants you to die how you want, let you die how you want. If I let you die by eating, you will die within your mouth and eat it. Insulting, even more so. The feeling of pleasure given to Suyu, also stronger. In the past, there was no coolness in resurrecting after death. Now, there is still pleasure in death. Moreover, this Saint-level Homunculus Master unexpectedly possessed the ability to reincarnate and be reborn with his memories. Although it wasn't as good as the infinite number of times of infinite resurrection, 9 times was pretty good. If the ones who were reborn were all divine fates, that would be 3 9 is equal to 27 lives. This ceiling, it was really boosted beyond measure. Although it's not much use to yourself who has unlimited resurrections, at best, when you're sealed, you GA yourself and then respawn and resurrect. At best, this is useful. And then the Saint-level Homunculus Master skill is not to mention. This is simply a one-sided taunting divine skill. It directly makes your IQ halved and at the same time, you have to fully attack me as a Homunculus Master. Then this result. Either you receive 10,000 times the damage and die, or Suyu himself dies and then takes him away. This Saint-level Homunculus Master is truly powerful. Even if there is no infinite resurrection, it definitely stands up to the rating of Saint Grade. This time around, the Saint-level Homunculus Master not only has a numerical value, but also has a mechanism. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. This was too cool. Suyu had already thought of the scene when he was killed, that demon god laughed out loud, and then he himself said to the demon god, "You died eating." Then, the scene where the demon god had in his mouth, his eyes oozing out little pearls, an expression of lifelessness, and then dying in humiliation. Ha ha ha. This is so awesome. The world of mythology is so much fun. Chapter 60, Long Yu has come. After raising his profession to the saint level, Suyu left the demon god New Era copy. Coming outside, Suyu saw the grey-clothed Taoist. Now, Suyu faced the grey-clothed Taoist with even more confidence. Previously, Suyu's only means of facing the grey-clothed Taoist was to be killed by him, relying on the tongue-returning division profession to shade him to death. Ever since the grey-clothed Taoist knew about his profession, it was impossible for him to lay his hands on himself, plus he had the sacrifice skill in the past, he could not lay his hands on himself. Now, Suyu had upgraded both his profession and skills. It was completely possible to take the initiative to get the gray-clothed Taoist. Having active means, and having passive means, facing this kind of god-ranked powerhouse was very different. However, now that the two were in a cooperative relationship, Suyu had no killing intent towards him, just a stronger bottom line. Suyu's this change let the gray-clothed Taoist perceived, thinking that this long-standing you in the inside and get what good things, looks like more bottom line. The gray-clothed Taoist coughed and said, I let those people outside go, perhaps soon, they will find the location of the other demon gods for us. Suyu nodded and suddenly said, inside the 10,000 ghost rage, are there any demon gods? Suyu felt that, waiting for them to find the demon god, it was unknown how long it would take, so it would be better to go to the Forbidden Zone and look for it himself, perhaps he could find the demon god. After all, in the Heavenly Star domain, there was a sealed demon god. The gray-robed Taoist shook his head and said, within the 10,000 ghost rage, there are secrets, but there is no demon god. If you want to kill a 4-clan god rank, I do know of a place where a monstrous clan god rank is sealed. However, whether the people there are willing to let you enter, I don't know. He himself had the ability to kill a god, how could there still be someone who would not be willing to let him enter? Thus, Suyu directly asked where it was. The gray-clothed Taoist was a little surprised as he said, Tianji Pavilion, do you know it? Suyu nodded, of course he knew about the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, it was very famous in the Blue Star world. There were quite a number of heavenly fates who had joined the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Suyu asked, within the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, there are sealed divine ranks? The gray-clothed Taoist nodded and said, although the Heavenly Chance Pavilion is an intelligence force, its sect itself is not weak. Back then, when there were strange gods that rebelled, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion master made a move to seal a strange god. Only, what Tianji Pavilion did not anticipate is that this strange god has become extremely powerful nowadays due to special reasons, if not for the fact that their Tianji Pavilion has the help of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, this strange god would have long since run out. Suyu said, in that case, there is no reason why they would not allow me to enter, right? After all, I can kill a god. The gray-clothed Taoist, however, smiled and said, try it. I'm also not sure if they will be willing to let you enter. Going? I will send you there. Suyu nodded, try it. As Suyu determined, the gray-clothed Taoist took out his scepter, and formations flowed on the ground. Taoist Xian Yuan is teleporting. Teleportation location, Eastern Continent, Tianji Pavilion. Eastern Continent, Tianji Pavilion. Tantai Guanxing, the owner of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, was receiving the great disciples from the Tao sect as well as the Buddhist sect. Tantai Guanxing sipped his tea and leisurely said, it's not yet time to reinforce the seals, and for you two to come over at this time, you are truly rare guests. The Tao sect's eldest disciple, Shou Clan, squeezed out a smile and said, the main reason for coming here is for Chuang Yu. The Buddhist sect's great disciple Tan Yu smiled and nodded his head, echoing, like Shou Klu, I came here, also for the sake of Chang Yu. The things that Chang Yu had done these days were truly astounding. In just 5 days, he had already killed the greedy demon god, the lustful demon god, the arrogant demon god, and the red elf demon god. Killing 4 god-ranked powerhouses in a row. The lord of the Taoist sect and the lord of the Buddhist sect naturally couldn't sit still. Such a heavenly ordained person was really uncontrollable. If he could kill the 4 races god ranks today, couldn't he kill them in the future? Therefore, they sent people to the Celestial Pavilion, wanting to extract information about Chang Yu from the Celestial Pavilion here, and then find Chang Yu and make friends with him before it's too late. It was absolutely impossible to make friends anyway. Tantai Guanxing sipped his tea, there were no surprises in his heart. As soon as he took a look at the 2 men, he knew that this was for the sake of Chang Yu. It was just that he himself didn't know information about Chang Yu either. Even if he was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, the most capable existence in this world to deduce heavenly chances on the surface, he still couldn't find out who Chang Yu was. There was definitely a big secret in Chang Yu's body, and someone had helped to shield Chang Yu from the heavenly chances. Tantai Guanxing slowly said, I'm not going to hide it from the 2 of you, I don't have any information on Chang Yu here either. The 2 of them, Shoujuan and Tan Yu, were stunned. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion master did not know information about Chang Yu either? Tantai Guanxing explained, I only know that behind Chang Yu, there must be a divine ranked existence that specializes in obscuring heavenly chances, and this existence has obscured the heavenly chances for Chang Yu, so even I have no way of probing into Chang Yu's information. Shouchun couldn't help but say, isn't there a divine ranked sword cultivator behind Chang Yu that is no weaker than the Sword Saint Senior? Tan Yu also nodded, yes, we've personally felt it, that sword intent, it's like the sky collapsing, no one can stop it. Tantai Guanqing was confused. What? There was a divine rank sword cultivator behind Changyu? To know, in Tantai Guanqing's opinion, the reason why he couldn't project was because there was a divine rank standing behind Changyu who was obscuring the heavens, and this person's ability was definitely not weaker than his, or even stronger. Now these two were telling him that there was even a divine rank sword cultivator behind Changyu. This is really incredible. This Changyu, why just come in? There are two god-ranked strongmen valued him. Unless. Tantai Guanqing thought of an extremely frightening possibility. Could it be that a great power from the previous era had been reincarnated and reborn as a divine orderer with their memories? And perhaps the so-called divine rank sword cultivator, the divine rank that could obscure the heavens, was Changyu himself? If so, then this world, I'm afraid it's going to be a big mess. Who knows, what is the purpose of this powerful person? Tantai Guanqing felt that he had peeked into a trace of the secrets of an ancient powerhouse, only to feel that his body was surprisingly a little cold, and there was a nervous throbbing feeling in his heart. Tantai Guanqing said, "Tell me everything you know about Changyu, one by one." The Shoujia and Tanyu people were dumbfounded. This Heavenly Chance Pavilion master really didn't know anything? Losing your Heavenly Chance Pavilion's claim to know heavenly chances and deduce all things, and this is it? Shou Clumsy had no choice but to speak of the terrifying sword intent that he had felt outside of Longhu City a few days ago. This heard Tantai Guanqing become more and more certain of his point of view. Chuan Yu was the reincarnation of an ancient great power that had awakened his memories and had a profession and talent that was his original power. This ancient great power, who knew all the laws, possessed the ability to kill gods easily. Shielding the heavens is a breeze. Divine sword intent? Even more so with ease. That must be it. Otherwise, how can we explain these two mysterious divine ranks? A divine rank sword cultivator who could be stronger than a sword saint couldn't possibly be unknown. A divine rank that could be stronger than oneself, the Heavenly Hall Pavilion Master, couldn't possibly have been unknown. Why haven't we heard of them before? How is it that there are now two of them all of a sudden, one comparable to the sword saint, one comparable to himself, and both of them are related to Changyu? How is this possible? Is there such a coincidence? Plus the ability of Changyu to easily kill a god. All of this adds up to only one possibility. Changyu, truly, was an ancient powerhouse reincarnated with memories that knew all the laws. Tantai Guanqing told Shujia and Tanyu his guess. The two of them were immediately wide-eyed and shocked. Surprisingly, there was such a thing? I must tell this matter to Master. Shujia said with a grave expression on his face. Tanyu said the same, I will go back and tell Master now. At this time, Tantai Guanqing suddenly sensed something. His gaze instantly saw space rippling beneath the Tianji mountain, and a heavenly fate person walked out from it. That person said softly, I am Changyu. It seemed to be conversing with himself. Boom! Like thunder from the nine heavens exploded in Tantai Guanqing's heart. Tantai Guanqing's heart tightened, his body was actually a little cold, unbelievably said, could Changyu is here to silence him? He had just guessed that this Changyu so coincidentally come to him? This is not to silence? What? Shujia and Tanyu looked at Tantai Guanqing, whose face was a little pale, in confusion. What had happened? Surprisingly, it could frighten the god-ranked Tantai Guanqing to turn pale? Tantai Guanqing's expression was grave as he said, Changyu is here. What? The two were shocked. Chapter 61, Misunderstanding. Why did Changyu come? The two were filled with doubts. Tantai Guanqing said, I have to go and receive him in person. Shujia and Tanyu said together, Senior, I will go forward with you. With that, the three of them transformed into streams of light, and in an instant, they arrived at the foot of Tianji Mountain. As for Changyu, he was waiting for them here. Tantai Guanqing saw the first feeling of the long-standing Yu, found the long-standing Yu body, the faint confidence, but also see out, in his body, there is a sense of obscuring the heavenly plane. Look carefully at the long-standing Yu's face, there is a layer of white fog filled, now is able to see clearly, but in the twinkling of an eye, will forget his appearance. Furthermore, in the long Yu body, he also felt an inexplicable threat. Maybe the other divine ranks couldn't feel it, but he was different. He was the head of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, one of the strongest existences in the world today in terms of projecting and divining abilities. He could feel that if Changyu wanted to, he might actually die. It seemed that Changyu really was the reincarnation of an ancient great power. He was a great power that didn't belong to this era. As for Shoujia and Tanyu, these two were only at the 9th rank and did not notice anything special about Changyu. They could see Changyu's face clearly, however, they would turn their eyes and forget about it, and they wouldn't feel that there was anything weird about it. This was the gap. And Suyu was also a bit confused right now. Because Suyu recognized that this old man in front of him, he was the Tianji Pavilion Master. His portrait, in the textbooks of the Blue Star world. It belonged to the topmost group of people in the mythical world. It's just that. This grey-clothed Taoist didn't say that the one who came would be the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master. The grey-clothed Taoist sent himself to this place and then said that you only needed to say that you were Changyu, and immediately someone would come to pick you up, and then you would mention that you wanted to help the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to take out the sealed monstrous god. The person who came here would actually be the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master. Tantai Guanqing tried to make himself as friendly as possible as he smiled fawningly. Changyu? Senior, is there something you're looking for, senior? Elder? Elder? Shoujiao and Tanyu were confused. Is this still the Tianji Pavilion Master? This really established that Changyu was the reincarnation of an ancient great power? However, this transformation was also too fast. Not to mention them, even Suyu himself was a bit confused. Elder? When did I become a senior? Why is this Tianji Pavilion Master so strange? Suyu thought about it. Could it be because he was considered a senior because he had killed a few god ranks and passed the super god level copy? Oh yes, the last time the holy son of the deity immortal sect, Li Changli, came to meet him, he was also so polite. It seems like he still has some face in the mythic world. Then in that case, one would not be polite. Thus, Suyu followed the words of the Tianji Pavilion Master and said, I came here to do only one thing, to help you, to take out the strange god sealed in the Tianji Pavilion. Tantai Guanqing was shocked that he came here for the weird god. It was also true that this Changyu had killed the 4 races god stage from the very beginning, and now that the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had a monstrous god sealed, it seemed quite normal for Changyu to come here. At that moment, Tantai Guanqing's heart rose with a touch of excitement. If that's the case, with Changyu's ability, wouldn't he be able to take out the odd god? Solve the crisis of Tianji Pavilion, and in the future, Tianji Pavilion wouldn't have to provide free access to things that the Taoist and Buddhist sect had deduced on their own. You have to know, this since the last Tianji Pavilion Master's hand was cheap, he saw the righteousness and sealed the strange clan's strange god that had just reached the divine rank. As a result, when it came to his generation, that strange god didn't know what kind of strong medicine he ate, and even crazily elevated his realm during the sealing period, and now he has already reached the high divine rank. It would have been easy for that monster god to break through the seal. If he hadn't realized it quickly and sought the help of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect to reinforce the seal, or else this 4,000 level high divine ranked monster god would have long since escaped. But seeking the help of the Taoist and Buddhist sects was not without a price. That price was the intelligence of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, which the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect could access for free. They, however, whenever there is a little something small, they run to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to let themselves deduce it. This deduction of heavenly chances not only consumes cultivation but also consumes life. These years, he really was drained a lot by the Taoist and Buddhist sects. Therefore, when he heard that Changyu was here to help him resolve the strange god sealed in the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, he was really very happy and excited. On Tantai Guanqing's face, a genuine smile immediately appeared as he hurriedly said, Many thanks, senior, many thanks, senior. The two of them, Shoujiao and Tanyu, had their faces stagnate. This was a tool for the Taoist and Buddhist sects to hold Tianji Pavilion. If it was really solved by Changyu, then in the future, the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect would have less help from the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. However, the Long Rang said so, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion Master also agreed, then what else can they say? Originally they are to make friends with Changyu, this can come out and say no, hit the face of Changyu and Tianji Pavilion Master? It definitely wouldn't work. A touching color instantly appeared on Shouklu's face as he said, Senior is the current Tao sect's great disciple, Shouklu. Our Taoist sect, over the years, has also paid a lot of price in order to help the Heavenly Chi Pavilion reinforce the seal. It is because we are afraid that this strange god will run out to plague the earth. Now seniors are willing to help. I Shoujia and the Taoist sect deeply seniors' righteousness, only request seniors to solve the strange god, can come to my Taoist sect to catch up, so that my Taoist sect disciples to feel seniors' body flow of reasoning righteousness. Moreover, my master, the Lord of the Tao sect has also long admired what Senior has done, and looks to the dust to pay homage to his acquaintance. The faces of the crowd showed odd colors. This guy, in order to invite Chuang Yu to go to the Taoist sect, this is too shameless, right? Still looking for dust to worship knowledge? When did the lord of the Taoist sect humble himself to be as small as dust and desire to pay homage to acquaintance? At this time, Tan Yu wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he was afraid that Chuang Yu would immediately agree to the Taoist sect, so he hurriedly said, "It's the same with the Buddhist sect." Senior. Never let the Tao sect take Chuang Yu first. The Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, not two opposites. Su Yu was really confused. Even if he had taken out 4 divine ranks, he would not treat himself as some kind of senior, right? What the hell is going on here? Or did he do something that he didn't know? Letting them brainstorm? But Su Yu thought carefully, no. Killing a divine rank, at most suspecting that the talent and occupation is powerful. This can't be said that I am a senior. Su Yu coughed and said with a cold face, "Let's get down to business and deal with the strange gods first." Senior righteousness. Senior righteousness. Senior great righteousness. Soon after, Chuang Yu was invited up to the Heaven's Chance Pavilion by Tantai Guanxing. Behind him, there were also the great disciples of the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect, and these two of them patted Chuang Yu on the back from time to time, trying every possible way to get Chuang Yu to go to the Tao sect or the Buddhist sect. And all of this was captured by a heavenly ordained person who was taking pictures of the scenery of Tianji Mountain with a shadow retaining stone. This Heaven's Fate person, called Huang Xiaohong, was lucky enough to find the Heaven's Chance Pavilion and become a member of it. Since then, in both the Blue Star world and the Mythic world, life was considered to be on the peak. In the Mythic world, he had fallen for the great power of the Heavenly Hall of Chance. In the Blue Star world, because he had fallen in love with the Tianji Pavilion, he had become a small netizen, and there were often major official media interacting with him. Today, he entered the Mythic world so early, just to shoot the scenery of Tianji Mountain in the morning. Just did not expect that this filming would result in such a horrifying scene. Tianji Pavilion Master Tantai Guanxing. The Taoist sect's great disciple Shi Juan. The Buddhist sect's great disciple Tan Yu. These 3 people, surprisingly groveled so much to Chuang Yu, surprisingly so polite. Surprisingly, they even called Chuang Yu senior? What's going on here? What is this situation? Huang Xiaohong was holding the shadow retaining stone, which had just recorded all the conversations and images between Chuang Yu and the 3 of them. His heart was thumping wildly. This is Chuang Yu? What big secret have I discovered here? This Chuang Yu isn't even from our Blue Star, right? Mythological world Tianji Pavilion Master called him senior. The Buddhist Taoist great disciple also called him senior. I don't dare to think what kind of earthquake I'll cause if I publish the information in this shadow retaining stone in the blue planet. Huang Xiaohong's divine sense moved, and the image within the retained shadow stone appeared in his mind. Strange, why can't the shadow stone record Chuang Yu's face? This face, how come there's something similar to a mosaic? Huang Xiaohong was puzzled. But soon, Huang Xiaohong didn't want to think about this. He was thinking that he was just a small kalami of the 7th rank of the district, which was not bad in the Blue Star world, but in this mythical world, it was a disciple among disciples. Since this was the case, Tianji Pavilion Master and Chuang Yu, why did they acquiesce to their own shooting? Do not stop themselves? Could it be that they acquiesced? They acquiesced that they could pass on the contents inside to the Blue Star celestial fate? If that's the case. Huang Xiaohong's breath caught. I'm going to be on fire, I'm going to be on fire. Relying on the contents in this staying shadow stone, I'm going to be on fire. Huang Xiaohong immediately left the mythic world and returned to the Blue Star world with the shadow retention stone. In fact, it was not what Huang Xiaohong thought. Su Yu was only a 2nd rank, he certainly couldn't discover the 7th ranked Huang Xiaohong. Tantai Guanxing and the great disciples of the Taoist and Buddhist sects had certainly discovered it. But neither Chuang Yu said anything, so what the hell did they say? They just assumed that Chuang Yu had acquiesced. Since Chuang Yu had acquiesced, then of course they had to acquiesce as well, regardless of this surreptitious photographer. This misunderstanding was created. A bigger misunderstanding is about to form. Originally was extremely concerned about Chuang Yu Blue Star masses, Blue Star countries. When they saw this video, what they thought could be much more. Chapter 62, Too Much Fun. At this time, Su Yu did not know that the images of his exchanges with Tantai Guanxing had already been recorded with a shadow retaining stone and was ready to be posted in the Blue Star world. The current Suyu had already followed Tantai Guanxing and arrived at the place where the strange god was sealed. Chaotic God Peak. On this chaotic god peak, a 7-tiered pagoda stood. Around the 7-tiered pagoda, there were ceiling formation patterns of the Tao sect and ceiling formation patterns of the Buddha sect. These formations turned into golden chains in the air to lock the various exits of the pagoda. The name of this tower was called the Monster Ceiling Tower. This tower, itself, was a divine rank treasure. The previous generation's Tianji Pavilion Master had used this monster ceiling pagoda, which had restrained the monster god that had just stepped into the divine rank and then sealed it inside. Tantai Guanxing pointed at the pagoda towering ahead and said, "This is the monster ceiling pagoda." The stone spirit monstrous god sealed by the previous pavilion master was precisely inside here. It's just that the monster ceiling pagoda surprisingly absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth in a constant stream, giving birth to the stone spirit jade in the monster ceiling pagoda, and this kind of food is just right for the stone spirit monster god to consume. Thus, this stone spirit monster god's strength skyrocketed, and in just 3,000 years, it had already reached the higher divine rank from the lower divine rank. Suyu nodded, "I see." Tantai Guanxing thoughtfully took out the black page and said with a fawning smile, "Elder Chuanyu, this is a prop, I prepared it a long time ago." Suyu laughed dumbly, "This guy, how thoughtful." The two Shojia and Tanyu let out a laugh. Suyu instantly used the black page burned, and a prompt quietly appeared. Stone Spirit Monster God Copy. Rating, God Level. Copy background, Stone Spirit Monster God, one of the 12 monster gods of the Monster Clan. Because of the scourge on Earth, he was sealed in the Monster Ceiling Tower by the previous Heavenly Pavilion Master. As a result, the Monster Ceiling Tower fits the Stone Spirit Monster God, leading to the increasing strength of the Stone Spirit Monster God. Now, if it weren't for the help of the Taoist and Buddhist sects, the high-level gods would have broken the seal. Before that, you can enter the sealing place Sealing Monster Pagoda and reinforce the seals within it. As a mythic world's divine fate, what are your choices? Choice 1, do not participate in the replica reward, none. Choice 2, participate in the replica guaranteed reward, a treasure chest of divine props of your choice, subsequent rewards based on replica completion ratings. This is definitely participating in the seal. With that, Suyu chose 2. Participate in the copy. With Suyu's choice, Suyu's figure disappeared into place and entered the monster ceiling tower. Tantai Guanxing was curious, I wonder what means Senior Changyu used to kill the monster god. It's really curious. Shoujiao and Tanyu were also curious. In that case, let's take a look inside. Tanyu said, a rune flew out from his hand and fell into the ceiling formation, reacting violently with the ceiling formation of the Buddhist sect, and a projection of a curtain of light appeared. Inside was exactly where the stone spirit monster god was. Within the screen, the stone spirit monster god was also eating stone spirit jade, raising his strength. Only, the figure of Chuan Yu was nowhere to be seen. Tantai Guanxing laughed, your Buddhist sect has indeed moved in the ceiling formation. Tantai Guanxing was a bit embarrassed and said, the Taoist sect is just as much. Xiaojia said righteously, this is to monitor the stone spirits and strange gods. This is an act of justice. Tanyu nodded, yes, we can only see the stone spirit monster god on the 7th floor here, the rest of the floors, we can't see. These two shameless ones. Tantai Guanxing looked at them blandly, in fact he had already known, he just didn't say it because he didn't have a choice in the past, now he said it without giving face to the two men, mainly because of the appearance of Changyu. Changyu made a move, this stone spirit strange god, absolutely dead. At that time, there would be no need to trouble the Taoist and Buddhist sects. Tantai Guanxing this does not need to pay attention to the face of the Taoist and Buddhist sects. Inside the monster ceiling tower. The monster ceiling tower had a total of 7 floors, and currently, Suyu's position was on the 1st floor. This god tier copy was different from what Suyu thought. Originally, he thought that he only needed to take out a stone spirit monster god. But now it seemed that it was required to climb the tower, and only after climbing the tower to the 7th floor could one meet the stone spirit monster god. It's fine, it's just going to. It came to an abrupt end as Suyu was smashed into pulp by a 7th order stone monster. You have been killed by a 7th order monster stone monster. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. The 7th order monster stone monster enters the death countdown. You enter the necrotic state. Suyu's physical body disappeared and a spirit body, Suyu, appeared. Suyu angrily said, you were killed by yourself. This stone monster was completely unable to control its body. Like a fool. One fist, two fists bombarded itself, hardening its body and soul. Homunculus Master Occupational Trait Trigger. The 7th Order Monster Stone Monster killed itself. Homunculus Division Occupational Trait Trigger. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories and be reborn into other mythological worlds. You have refused. Unlimited Resurrection Talent triggered, you are revived immediately. You've killed the 7th ranked Monster Stone Monster for the first time, and you've gained the prop, Monster Clan Gold Coin 500. You have killed a 7th level monster, Stone Monster, and your agility attribute is plus 500. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute is plus 500. Suyu resurrected, his heart was refreshed, the Saint level Homunculus Master was too powerful. Before it was instant death. But there was only one way to die. Now it was Suyu who could choose the way the Slayer died. And Suyu could also say instant death and make the monster die directly and instantly. While in the necrotic state, Suyu could clearly feel that he was in a state where he could not be selected. No matter what attack could not attack himself. Moreover, within these 10 seconds, it also gave Suyu the opportunity to choose. Whether Suyu wanted to be reborn into a different world or not, this could all be chosen by himself. Of course, Suyu was definitely not reborn. After the death of the Slayer, that was a direct trigger of the infinite resurrection talent, Suyu's original necrotic state, which appeared to be a soul. After triggering the resurrection, Suyu's body, which looked very much like a soul, became solid, and instantly resurrected. This is the perfect articulation now. It's impossible for anyone looking at this to think that this is a homunculus division. Suyu now wanted to test his new skill Sneer. Thus, Suyu took out his delusion-breaking immortal sword, and Heaven Fall Sword intent enveloped the surroundings. The monsters below the divine rank within the monster's ceiling tower prostrated themselves to the ground. Outside the monster's ceiling tower, Tanyu and Shou Clumsy were lying on the ground, looking at the sky in terror. This terrifying sword intent caused them to despair. The sky is going to fall. The sky is going to fall. The two screamed in shock. It's this sword intent. Sure enough. You didn't guess wrong, Pavilion Master. Xuan Yu is that divine rank sword cultivator. He really is a reincarnated great power. Tantai Guanqing revealed a smug look as he carried his hands behind his back and felt this Heaven Fall sword intent, and in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of this sword intent. At the same time, he marveled even more at his powerful reasoning. Surprisingly, he was able to deduce from this subtle clue that Chang Yu was this divine rank sword cultivator. In that case, it seemed that this Chang Yu was 100% the reincarnation of an ancient great power. Tantai Guanqing looked at the duo on the ground and blandly said, "What guess? This is the one thing that has been absolutely confirmed after my various projections." Shoujuan and Tanyu laughed coldly. Worthy of being the Tianji Pavilion Walker that shook the eastern continent back then. Sure enough, shameless. Anyway, say whatever you want, you're right. The first floor of the monster's ceiling tower. He. Suyu sneered. Next to him, a stone monster had already been suppressed by the Heavenly Fall sword intent and lost its will to fight. However, because of Suyu's sneer, it directly could not hold back, and its powerful willpower unexpectedly directly broke through the Heaven Fall sword intent. It roared in anger and directly rushed in, one fist, two fists, three fists ruthlessly smashed Suyu into a meat paste. You have been killed by the 8th rank monster Stone Monster. Homunculus Master Occupational Trait triggered. The 8th rank monster Stone Monster enters the death countdown. You enter the necrotic state. Flesh paste Suyu disappeared, and the ground returned to its original state, with not a bit of blood or flesh to be seen. A spirit Suyu appeared. Suyu said indifferently, "You were infuriated by yourself." This stone monster could not control itself at all. It was breathing more and more rapidly and could not say anything. It just looked at its own hand, and for some reason, the more it thought about it, the more angry it became. Angry at itself why it is so weak, so ugly. In the 10th second, it finally pissed itself off alive. Tonggui Master Occupational Characteristics trigger. The 8th Order Monster Stone Monster has infuriated itself to death. Homunculus Master Occupational Trait trigger. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. The unlimited resurrection talent is triggered, you are immediately resurrected. You've killed the 8th ranked monster Stone Monster for the first time, and you've gained the prop, Monster Clan Gold Coin 1000. You have killed the 8th rank monster stone monster, your strength attribute is plus 1000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's ring, your full attribute plus 1000. So you resurrected and laughed. Ha ha ha. It's a matter of words, isn't it? Attributes increased, so you wasn't even this happy. So you continued to test his new skill, the new effect of the homunculus division. The next time, these stone monsters produced a variety of deaths. There were those that died instantly, those that were killed by a small rock, and those that were stabbed to death by the delusion-breaking immortal sword that Suyu threw out before he died. Too much fun. Too much fun. This new trait was so much more maneuverable than the previous homunculus division profession. In the words of one of the killers, the previous Master Tonggui is the unlimited blood of God Sinew, hanging up and letting God Sinew automatically play cards can win. Now the same return to the division is a convergence of all the three kill all the skills of unlimited blood God Sinew, want to let you how to die, more with a sense of operation. Suyu was testing his saint-level homunculus division and skills in the copy of the Blue Star. Huang Xiaohong opened a live broadcast. Global live stream. Revealing the secrets that Chang Yu and the Heavenly Pavilion Master, the great disciple of the Tao sect, and the great disciple of the Buddhist sect had to tell. The mythic world was in an uproar. Tianji Pavilion Master, Tao sect great disciple, Buddhist sect great disciple even called Chang Yu. Because the live broadcast was about Chang Yu, plus Huang Xiaohong was originally a netizen, this live broadcast room instantly caught fire. Attracted countless people into Chapter 63 Sealed Monster Tower 7th Floor. Anchor, do you really know there's information about Chang Yu? It can't be the same clown as that person from last time, who said that he cursed to kill others, ended up cursing himself to kill himself. What's the connection between Chang Yu and the Tianji Pavilion? Master, the Buddhist sect's great disciple, and the Taoist sect's great disciple? Do they know each other? Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Huang Xiaohong took out the staying shadow stone and projected the image inside before pausing it. In the picture, it was none other than Tianji Pavilion Master Tantai Guanxing, as well as the Buddhist sect's great disciple Tanyu, and the Taoist sect's great disciple Shoujian. In front of them was a man with a mosaic on his face. Could this be Chuan Yu? In an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Countless people were sending out pop-ups. Is this Chuan Yu? Awesome! Big brother, I'm begging you, hurry up and broadcast it. There's a secret between Chang Yu and the Tianji Pavilion Master? Is it hard to believe that it's the demon god that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master helped Long Yu take down? Huang Xiaohong was satisfied with the effect, so he said, everyone help forward the live broadcast, and when the number of people is higher, I'll play the staying shadow stone. Chu, the cabinet. A cabinet elder watched the live broadcast and said, should we stop him? Another cabinet elder said, after all, it's about Chuan Yu, what if there's some secret? I'm afraid that if other countries know about it, I'm afraid. The chief minister shook his head and said, with the strength of Tianji Pavilion Master Tantai Guanxing, there's no way that he couldn't have discovered that this man was secretly filming, which means that this matter is allowed. A pavilion master said, as powerful as Tantai Guanxing is, can he control our Chu kingdom's affairs? The chief minister sighed, he is a divine rank after all. We also have quite a few people working in the Heavenly Hall of Justice, we can't offend Tantai Guanxing. Furthermore, do you guys think that we can stop it? Many demigods are staring, other countries are also watching, and this is about Chuan Yu and the Heavenly Hall of Wealth, and it even has something to do with the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect. We simply can't stop it. Just let nature take its course. Taiping Village. The Heaven's Destiny people in Taiping Village were undoubtedly very unlucky. At first, because of the demon tide, which caused a large number of demonic creatures to appear in the vicinity of Taiping Village, these heavenly fates had to go offline. Later on, only a day later, the entire Taiping Village appeared in one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Heavenly Star Domain. With the strength of these highest third-ranked heavenly fates of theirs, they were simply unable to go out and explore the Forbidden Zone. Again, they could only wait. Now it was even better, the entire Taiping Village had been teleported to the 10,000 Ghost Ridge again. Another one of the 9 forbidden zones. The heavenly fate of Taiping Village, speak up for me, soul. This was just too damn unlucky. At this time, someone came online and shouted loudly to the surrounding ones, Chang Yu appeared in the live broadcast. Brothers, quickly offline, go to see Huang Xiaohong live broadcast in the Long Yua. Ilu Long Yua. In the live broadcast? Slipped away, Thank you, brothers, remind. Immediately offline. Will not be a liar, right? Oh, why don't you go out of the village and explore the 10,000 Ghost Ridge yourself? Ah, I'd better get offline and watch the live stream. Such similar conversations played out in many places in the mythic world. Chuang Yu. These two names alone. It was enough to make quite a few heavenly fates go offline to take a look at the live broadcast. If you add to that the fact that not only is there Chang Yu in this live broadcast, but there's also the Heavenly Pavilion Master, the Buddhist sect, and the Taoist sect's great disciple. Then, this will be a live broadcast that all the heavenly orders will be watching. No one can refuse. Eat melon. Eating is still the melon of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master and Chang Yu. Soon. In Huang Xiaohong's live broadcast, the number of people thumped up. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Shake X. The minister commanded sternly. Quickly. Close everyone else's live rooms. Just open Huang Xiaohong's live room only. And all the live rooms overseas stop, and the servers are all mobilized to the country. Make sure this live room can hold billions of people. Minister, it might explode. The technical supervisor was sweating profusely and kept wiping his sweat. The minister stared at him dead in the face. If the live room explodes, I'll explode you. The eyes of the world are staring at us. He did not dare to think, now the whole world is watching this live. In case the live room can't hold up and burst. What did the rest of the world think about this? What do the demigods of other countries think about this? What do the heavenly fates of various countries think of this matter? The minister watched in horror as the number of people online in the live broadcast room continued to grow. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. The minister was horrified and lost his voice. 5,600,000,000. Ah. It's bad, the minister fainted. Priest. Priest. Quickly come a priest. The minister fainted, his mouth still muttering, is this the gold content of Chuang Yu? Huang Xiaohong's live broadcast room. In the end, the number of people in the live broadcast room was set at 5.6 billion. Huang Xiaohong's entire body, even though he was a 7th-order professional, his attributes were even more broken by more than 100,000. At this time, his heart was also thumping wildly. 56 billion. 56 billion. 56 billion. Dude is really going to explode this time. Hurry up, anchor. What the hell are you playing? If you don't play it, I'm going to curse you. Baka. Baga. You drop. Quickly play the Shadow Stone drop work. Shiba, Shu is a waste of time. As soon as I opened the pop-up, my cell phone directly exploded. Huang Xiaohong swallowed his saliva and whispered, please pay some attention. Bang. The portrait behind Huang Xiaohong directly cracked, and a sentence surfaced in the air. Video master, you should be quicker, or next time it cracks, it will be your head. There were already demigod powerhouses who couldn't wait. Huang Xiaohong hurriedly played the staying stone. The image moved. On the screen, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master Tantai Guanqing smiled fawningly. Chang Yu. Elder, is there something you're looking for the late generation for? Boom. On the blue star, countless heavenly orders were shocked. The demigods of various countries, the leaders, stood up in shock. Me and I'm Long Yu. Elder? This smile of the Heavens Pavilion Master makes me feel nauseous. This damn divine rank is so flattering? How dare he call himself a junior? Heavens! The Heavenly Weapon Pavilion Master called Chang Yu Sr. My 3 views have been refreshed. Why is there a mosaic on Chang Yu's face? Is there an uncensored version? How is this possible? How could the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion Master, who has lived for an unknown number of years, call Chang Yu Sr.? What's going on here? Everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master, Tantai Guanqing, was a divine-ranked powerhouse. How could he call Chang Yu a senior? He even called himself a junior. This Chang Yu. Exactly what secret was hidden? Then, they continued to watch the video projected by the Shadow Retaining Stone, saw Long Yu speak, and heard Long Yu's similar mechanical voice. I've come here to do only one thing, to help you all, to take out the strange god sealed in the Heavenly Hall of Fame. Tantai Guanqing immediately smiled and said, many thanks, senior, many thanks, senior. The Blue Star Celestial Orders were once again surprised. Chuanyu is going to make a move against the strange god. Wahahaha, I'm right here in the Heavenly Pavilion. I'm going into the mythic world to see Chuanyu now. Why is Chuanyu so powerful? Say Regicide said so simple. Look at this famous East Continent's Tianji Pavilion Master, in front of Chuanyu, like a grandson. Then, on the screen, the great disciple of the Tao sect spoke, Senior, the late generation is the current great disciple of the Tao sect, show clumsy. Our Taoist sect. And, my master, the lord of the Taoist sect has also long admired what seniors do, looking for dust to worship acquaintance. The Buddhist sect's great disciple Tanyu, the Buddhist sect is the same. Senior. Chuanyu said, do the right thing first, deal with the strange gods first. Tantai Guanqing, Senior's great righteousness. Shajia, great righteousness, Senior. Tantai Guanqing, great righteousness of the Senior. After watching the video recorded within the shadow retaining stone, the Blue Star people were completely taught. My god, even the two great disciples of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect address Chuanyu as a senior? Chuanyu is awesome. The Tao sect's great disciple is also too good at kissing Chuanyu's ass. Heavens, even the Taoist sect's lord is looking down his nose at Chuanyu. Looking at this anxious look on Tanyu's face, hurry up and say I'm the same, it really kills me with laughter. Look at the way they pat the horse's ass. I think of us heavenly orders. I remember when we met the Heavenly Pavilion Master, we all pretended to be grandchildren. Now it's good, in front of Chuanyu, they're pretending to be grandchildren. When these staying shadow stones had finished playing, Huang Xiaohong didn't close the live broadcast, instead, he kept repeating the video within the staying shadow stones. At this time, the entire Blue Star had exploded. All because of Chuanyu. Who can imagine? Today was only the 5th day that Chuanyu had entered the mythical world. As a result, mythological world within the Heavenly Machine Pavilion Master, the Taoist sect Big Disciple, the Buddhist sect Big Disciple surprisingly all address the long-standing you as seniors, call themselves as the younger generation. It was really too much of a blow-up. Even the master of the Taoist sect was looking at the dust and worshipping the knowledge of Chuanyu. Soon, there were a large number of Tianji Pavilion heavenly orders who entered the mythological world and immediately came to the Tianji Pavilion to check out the place where the monstrous god was sealed. And at this time, Chuanyu had already put away the delusion-breaking immortal sword and arrived at the monster ceiling tower, the 7th floor. Outside the monster ceiling tower, Tantai and Shojia had already sat up squarely, looking sullenly at the 7th level. Tantai Guanqing stroked his beard, and his eyes were even more unblinking as he stared at the screen with a deadly stare. They were curious. Chuanyu, this ancient powerhouse, how did he take out a god-rank powerhouse? Chapter 64 Generous Rewards. Monster Ceiling Tower, 7th floor. Suyu had killed many 6th, 7th, and 8th rank monsters along the way. The attributes had already received a huge boost. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level 300 100% second order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level. Occupation, 2nd rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 65,000. Spirit, 65,000. Physique, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Sneer level 9. General skill, Blood Sacrifice level 1. From the 1st to the 7th level, Suyu's attributes had gone from around 45,000 to 70,000 attributes. Boosting nearly 15,000 single attributes, and through the White Emperor's Ring, boosting nearly a total of 60,000 full attributes. Moreover, Suyu had also obtained 10,000 monstrous clan gold coins. So far, Suyu already had 19,000 monstrous race gold coins. It was still a long way to go before redeeming the props in the monstrous race god statue. A god-grade treasure chest required 200,000 monster race gold coins. A super god-level treasure chest would require 5 million monster race gold coins. Saint-level treasure chests required 100 million monster race gold coins. Suyu's 19,000 monster race gold coins were still far from being enough. Killing an 8th order monster only required 500 monster race gold coins. Basically, wanting to have a super god-grade treasure chest and a saint-grade treasure chest, this was out of reach. Suyu continued to walk forward and walked into a wide hall, and immediately saw the stone spirit monster god sitting on a throne, eating stone spirit jade. Around the stone spirit monstrous god, there were a few golden chains locked up. Its body wasn't very tall, only 2 meters, and its entire body was covered in gray stone. The stone spirit monstrous god skimmed Suyu and did not say anything, only silently eating the stone spirit jade. Suyu was puzzled. This guy, why is he ignoring himself? Suyu looked at him. The stone spirit monstrous god did not speak and continued to eat. Suyu was just embarrassed. Suyu was a little curious. In the place of those demon gods, they would have already done it. How come the stone spirit monster god was so calm? Suyu curiously asked, "Are you so calm?" The stone spirit monster god ate the stone spirit jade and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't make a move against you. If you want to make a move against me, go ahead. Of course, you don't have the ability to cause any harm to me, and you'll just be wasting your time and stamina if you do so. If I were you, I would just leave this place and thank me for my kindness." Suyu became even more curious and said, "Can't see that you are quite kind." Suddenly, the stone spirit monstrous god ejected a ray of light that surged into Suyu's body. The stone spirit monstrous god coldly said, "When I come out after 1,000 years, I will use the seal to find you and then lynch and torture you for hundreds of years. You can get lost. Don't disturb me from getting stronger." Suyu had thought that this stone spirit monster god was somewhat kind compared to the demon god, but there was not much kindness. Sure enough, how could the 4 races that could be sealed have goodwill? Suyu faintly said, "That is not up to you." The stone spirit monster god ignored it. What could a mere second-ranked griffin do? To it, it remembered what its teacher had taught it. As long as it ate tens of millions of people and then was sealed by the heavenly chi pavilion into the monster sealing tower, it would be able to use the monster's sealing tower to become stronger, and after waiting for 4,000 years, it would be able to transform into an immortal and become the first immortal rank in the world. Before that, it tried its best not to make a move against the person who entered the sealed monster tower, so as not to trigger some kind of mechanism within the sealed monster tower. Therefore, even if Suyu was just an ant to it, it ignored it. It only left a mark on Suyu's body, and then when it went out, it would settle the score. Thinking about the taste of humans, it is really wonderful. The tens of millions of people that it ate last time, it really wasn't enough to enjoy it. Suyu didn't know what it was thinking, but it didn't stop Suyu from trying to finish it off. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly and sneered, "Hee hee. What are you laughing at?" The stone spirit monstrous god suddenly saw Suyu sneer, and for some reason, he couldn't help himself, as if his own mother had been soaked by Suyu, and for a moment, his anger rose. In an instant, the stone spirit monstrous god roared in anger, and a stone flew out, directly penetrating Suyu's body. It directly strangled Suyu's soul. Suyu was sudden. At the same time, Suyu's body turned a transparent color and entered the necromantic state. Suyu sneered, "Is that all you have? If you want to die, I will fulfill you." The stone spirit monster god broke his defense and unleashed various killing moves. But alas, Suyu, in his necrotic state, was invincible. Its attacks had no effect on Suyu. Suyu sneered, "Under the thunder tribulation, ashes fly away. Thunder comes. Rumble. A shocking thunder. In the sky, a purple thunder appeared inexplicably. Under the shocked gazes of Tantai Guanxing, Tanyu, and Shou Clumsy, it directly cleaved into the monster's sealing pagoda, splitting the stone spirit monster god into ashes. Suyu sneered, "Huh? Just this? A small divine stage. Nothing more than that." Suyu put his hands behind his back and said in his heart that it was cool. This was really cool. This is too much more refreshing than a god-ranked homunculus master. This is really fun. Those invincible powerhouses in the novels are the kind of feeling one has now, right? Ha ha ha. After the stone spirit monster god died, a reminder instantly appeared. Suyu immediately checked it. You have been killed by the stone spirit monster god. Tonggui Master occupational trait trigger. The divine rank boss stone spirit monster god has entered the death countdown. You have entered the necrotic state. The homunculus master's career trait triggers. The godly boss, the stone spirit god, has been struck by lightning and is now dead. The professional trait of the Tonggui Master is triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. Unlimited resurrection talent triggered, you are immediately resurrected. You have killed the divine boss stone spirit monster god, you have obtained the props, 200,000 gold coins of the monster clan, 1 billion treasure money. You have slain the divine boss stone spirit monster god, you have gained 20,000 free attribute points. You have slain the divine boss stone spirit monster god, you have gained the divine defense gear, stone spirit monster clothes. You have successfully passed the Stone Spirit Monster God replica. You are being rated. Your rating is Warp Heaven. You have been rewarded a treasure chest of your choice of God grade props, and a treasure chest of your choice of Super God grade formations. Third Order Advancement quest completed. The third level is open. Your current level is Third Order level 300. You have awakened a new skill in your profession, same death. So you looked at the various information on the panel in shock. He didn't expect that the reward for killing the Divine Order boss would be so generous. Monstrous gold coins $200,000. It was equivalent to being able to purchase God tier props in the monstrous God statue. Treasure money of 1 billion was also very generous. Even more impressive was the free attribute of 20,000. This damn thing, when combined with the White Emperor's ring, would be the equivalent of boosting the full attributes by 80,000. Cool. There's also the Divine Grade Defense, Stone Spirit Monster Clothes. God Grade Prop Self-Selected Treasure Chest. The Super God Tier Formation Optional Treasure Chest. Taking out a God level boss, the reward is too generous. No wonder the Heavenly Dao set up version restrictions. Otherwise, don't the powerhouses of other worlds form groups to hunt the divine rank? This reward is really huge and generous. Now that the Heaven's Path curse had been lifted by himself, it was now truly too good. Finally. Now it's finally the third rank. And also awaken a new occupational skill, same death. With that, so you looked at the new occupation skill, same death. He instantly froze. It turns out that the same death master can only bind one person. Whoever kills me can die. This skill is actually able to bind multiple people? As long as I'm killed, the people I'm bound to will all die as well? As long as I'm harmed, the person I'm bound to will also be harmed. Or 10,000 times more damage. This skill is too powerful. Just as Suyu is shocked. A hint came again. Prompt, Heaven's Destined One Changyu, you have once again killed a divine rank boss. A service-wide announcement is about to. Service-wide announcement, Heaven's Destined One, Changyu, has endured the heavens and the earth, ending the future enemies of the ancient and modern worlds. Inside the God-level replica of the Stone Spirit Monster God, he successfully killed the Stone Spirit Monster God. Changyu manifested the prestige of the human race. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. Not only that, there was another announcement. Used only 30 hours to reach the third level, breaking the entire service record and setting a new record for the fastest to reach the third level. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. Appeared before the eyes of all the heavenly orders at the same time. The heavenly fates who were originally discussing Chanyu were once again shocked after seeing that Chanyu had already killed the Stone Spirit Monster God. Not only had Chanyu killed the Stone Spirit Monster God, but he had also reached the third rank. He had also set a new record for the third rank. This is also too fast. I go, so fast? Chanyu big brother too fast. I have not yet arrived at the heavenly pavilion. This is resolved. Deicide is like playing. Upgrade also so fast. Changyu is too unbalanced. Unfair. No wonder the Tianji Pavilion Master and the Taoist, Buddhist great disciple called Changyu Senior. Changyu has the ability to kill gods and so fast, even NPCs lick Changyu. Oh my god, who can tell me what exactly is the occupation and talent of Changyu? If I remember correctly, today is the 5th day. First, Changyu stopped the arrogant demon god's plan and took out the arrogant demon god, then he came to the heavenly pavilion and took out the Stone Spirit Monster God, and also leveled himself up. A day in the life of Big Brother Changyu is too good to be true. Please system, give me the talent and profession of Changyu. It's just that I'm willing to let me be able to resurrect infinitely. Countries around the world, seeing these two announcements, were naturally just as shocked. Shocked by the fact that Changyu's speed was just too fast. Deicide was just like playing. Upgrading was needless to say, it had only been 30 hours and it was already the third rank. Rice Country, White Palace. Understanding King trembled and gritted his teeth. Changyu. Too heaven-defying. The rest of the ministers laughed bitterly. What could be done? Go find Changyu trouble? Didn't they see that even the Tianji Pavilion Master, a divine rank, called Changyu Senior? How could they dare? Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Emperor's Palace. The Heavenly Emperor was still watching the live broadcast in Huang Xiaohuang's live room. When he saw the service-wide notice, it became even harder and he slammed the table. Changyu. How can Blue Star produce such a heaven-defying person? I even suspect that Changyu is not from our Blue Star at all. He is a spy of the celestial civilization. The emperor was red-eyed at this moment. Cosmic Kingdom, Longshan Mansion. The Southern King coldly watched Huang Xiaohong's live broadcast and coldly said, "Have you contacted the civilization cult?" "Your Majesty, the Southern King, it has been contacted. They will soon take the initiative to contact us." The Southern King stared dead at the image of Changyu in the live broadcast and said grimly, "That's good. I can't stand this world anymore. So what if I betray the Blue Star? I will lead the Cosmic Kingdom to a new path." "Your Majesty, the Southern King? Are we contacting the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? They don't have a good relationship with the Chu Kingdom, and now that there's such a strong person like Chuangyu, I'm afraid they're quite worried about themselves." The Southern King snorted coldly, "I don't look at them. Let's ignore them for now and wait until we lean on the civilization cult first." On the other side, within the mythic world, the arrogant sect leader also saw the two announcements, his eyes filled with hatred. Chuangyu. Damn it! Is the stone spirit monster god a waste? Why can't you kill Chuangyu? The arrogant sect leader gritted his teeth. Next to him, the great demon wizard asked, "What happened?" The arrogant sect master told the two service-wide announcements that Changyu had just triggered. The archdemon wizard was silent. The arrogant sacred sect master was also silent. The great demon sorcerer's voice was hoarse as he asked, "Do you think your plan can really be a threat to Changyu?" The arrogant sect master shouted violently, "Of course. I have the Tonggui Master in my hands. No matter how powerful he is, Changyu is only powerful in the mythical world. He'll try it at the Blue Star. He only has one life in Blue Star. No matter how powerful he is, as long as he kills the homunculus master, he will die just the same. You guys believe me, as long as there's a divine rank willing to carry out our plan, Changyu will definitely be finished." Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Between heaven and earth, 12 pillars of light rushed into the sky. A terrifying divine rank oppression swept across the entire mythic world. The great demonic sorcerer looked at this scene in disbelief and said in horror, "The 12 immortal gates have emerged." Within the mythic world, 12 strong voices spread throughout the entire world. This seat, the degree immortal sect Lu Changsheng. Today, the deity immortal sect has come forth to decimate the demons and devils of the four races. This seat, Ling Shao immortal sect Jun Wuya. Today, the Ling Shao immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This is Shen Guizi of the Tai Xing immortal sect. Today, the Taixing immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four races. This is Crimson Moon of the 10,000 Searches immortal sect. Today, the 10,000 Searches immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and devils of the four clans. This is the Xianmei immortal sect, Han Che. Today, the Xianmei immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This is the Thunder Prison immortal sect, Huang Yu. Today, the Thunder Prison immortal sect will kill all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This is Amazing Phoenix immortal sect Li Jing. Today, the Amazing Phoenix immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This Yellow Springs immortal sect Xin Yuan Zhou Yu. Today, the Yellow Spring immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This is the Phaseless immortal sect, Shi Wu Gui. Today, the Phaseless immortal sect comes forth to kill all the demons and ghosts of the four races. This seat of the Questioning immortal sect, Qingshu. Today, the immortal sect of Inquiry comes forth to decimate all the demons and ghosts of the four clans. This seat of the Nine Yao immortal sect, Fahua. Today, the Nine Yao immortal sect comes forth to decimate all the demons and devils of the four clans. This seat Luanghuan immortal sect Mo Duan. Today, the Luanghuan immortal sect comes forth to behead all the demons and devils of the four clans. In an instant, countless forces in the entire mythical world were shocked in the world. The 12 immortal sects, as many as they could, had come out. With the 12 immortal sects coming out and going to war with the four races. A version of the announcement once again resounded in front of the eyes of all the heavenly fates. A heavenly opportunity appeared in the minds of everyone in the mythic world. Version update complete. Mythic World version update announcement. Mythic World's 12 immortal sects have declared war on the four races of demons and monsters due to the heavens mandates Changyu, opening a new version, the Battle of Good and Evil. Current Mythical World version 1.2 Battle of Good and Evil. The battle of good and evil, open up the divine rank to all Blue Star divine fates. Blue Star Heavens Destined may join the 12 immortal sects righteous camp or the 4 races evil camp. Between the 2 camps, kill each other to gain experience value, all kinds of props and so on. Until one side is defeated. When the defeated camp appears, the new version of transformation into immortal will be opened, and the whole mythological world will be open to the immortal rank level. The moment this announcement rang out, the world was shocked. The mythic world was shocked. A new version. Surprisingly, it's here again. And this time, because the 12 immortal sects came out, the strongest forces in the entire mythical world came out and declared war on the 4 races. It directly led to a version update. And all of this, surprisingly, is because of Chang Yu again? Blue Star World, Heaven's Destiny. No dude? What's going on? The version was updated again? I remember the version was updated 2 days ago, right? Too funny, too funny. The version of the mythic world that hadn't been updated for hundreds of years has been updated twice in a row directly after Chang Yu appeared. Version update. The divine rank level is directly open to us? Now our country's demigods are going to become true god rank powerhouses? This 12 immortal sects, they actually declared war on the 4 races because of Chang Yu? Awesome. Awesome. I can only say that Chang Yu is awesome. Even the 12 immortal sects declared war on the 4 races because of Chang Yu. The Blue Star countries, the leaders, were even more shocked. Understanding King, I'm special hair. Chang Yu. Chang Yu. Chang Yu. The Emperor, again is the Long Rang Yu? Chuang Yu again? Another Chuang Yu? King of the South, what a Chuang Yu. What a Chuang Yu. What a Chuang Yu. Chief Minister, Chang Yu. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star, hundreds of god-ranked breaths rushed through the sky, from all over the world, flying straight out of Blue Star to make breakthroughs in the universe. Not unexpected. Blue Star was about to give birth to hundreds of true god ranks. And all of this is because of Chang Yu. At the same time, the Blue Star, the Celestials would. The 9 upper ambassadors had all been confused. Number 1 upper envoy's face was unsightly. It seems that we have only just ascended to the god transformation into immortality version as well, right? The 6th upper envoy gritted his teeth. Yes. It hasn't been long since we defeated the righteous camp of the Swift race. It's only just reached the god transformation into immortality version. The 7th upper envoy said with a cold face, that's not right. Why is this side of the mythological world missing a version? Our version 1.4 was the transformation into immortality, version 1.3 was the battle of good and evil. Version 1.2 was the warlock's tribulation. Version 1.1 was the first god. Version 1.0 the resurrection of all things. The 3rd upper ambassador said, because of the existence of Chang Yu. The first god version is the one that opens the god rank level limit. But Blue Star didn't have any god ranks, and Chang Yu killed multiple god ranks in a row, so it went straight to version 1.2. Now it's even more so because of Chang Yu that the strongest forces of the mythological world therein declared war on the 4 races, which led to the battle of good and evil version arriving. Upper Envoy 9 said angrily, I said last time that we should hurry up and make a move against Chang Yu. What's the result? Each and every one of them were not in a hurry and didn't put Chang Yu in their eyes. And now? How many days has it been? The 5th day. The version's been updated twice. They'll catch up with us in no time. The time for the real fight in the civilization battlefield has yet to come. Give them a few more 1,000 years of development time and I'm afraid that their immortal ranks will definitely surpass ours. At that time, the ones who become slaves will be us. The 7th upper envoy had to stand up at this time. He had to speak to the crowd about a plan that he and the greedy sect master had set up earlier. A plan to eradicate Chang Yu. Now, it really couldn't be delayed any longer. He was afraid that in a few more days, Chang Yu would open the transformation into immortality version. Or even a higher version. At that time, the celestial civilization, how can still beat the Blue Star civilization? Grass up, this set of trade Long Rangyu must get dead. Chapter 66 The First Divine Rank. Requesting free hypes, gifts, and reviews. After listening to the plans of the 7th upper envoy and the greedy sect lord, the 8 upper envoys had different shapes and colors on their faces. Asshole. Old 7, you've gone too far. To have this plan, you didn't even tell us. That's right, if it wasn't for the fact that Long Yu had opened another version update. Now are you still trying to hide it from us? Take the plan all by yourself? Seventh brother, you're not being nice enough. Upper Envoy number 1 said angrily, the 9 of us brothers, for the sake of the celestial race, gave up our chances of transforming into immortals. Didn't we come here to stop the rise of the blue star human civilization? Now how can we just stand by and watch Changyu rise? How can we just stand by and watch Changyu lead the blue star to rise? Absolutely not. Changyu must be killed. Upper Envoy 1 continued, Old 7. You go contact sect leader Greed and tell him that all 9 of us brothers support his plan. The 9th Upper Envoy nodded his head, revealing a wry smile. Now that the blue star god rank has been unsealed, our god rank cultivation has also been restored. At that time, with our 9 god ranks plus the Tonggui Master, and the 4 races god ranks in the replica, killing a district Chuangyu, isn't that simple? Upper Envoy number 1 recognized, saying, as long as we follow the plan, Changyu definitely won't survive. In addition, we need to find a way to help the 4 clan camps against the 12 immortal sects. As long as one camp hasn't lost, they won't be able to open the new version. We just need checks and balances. The 7th Upper Envoy hurriedly said, I'm going to contact sect leader Greed. At this time, an announcement rang out once again. This time, it was finally no longer Long Yu. Rothschild's ancestor has become the first blue star human civilization's heavenly fate to step into the divine rank. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Rothschild's ancestor's active achievement. X3. The Rothschild family ancestor of the Rice Country was unexpectedly the first existence in the world to step into the divine rank. At this moment, the heavenly orders of Rice were ecstatic. Ha ha ha. It's finally not Changyu. It's finally not Changyu. The Rothschilds are awesome. Call. The fans of Changyu continue to scream. You're not the only ones in Chu who have strong people. The Blue Star's first divine rank was from our country, Rice. The arrogance of the heavenly fates of Rice caused the heavenly fates of various countries to look on in disbelief. One after another, they counterattacked on the internet, as well as in the chat areas within the mythic world. Wait. If it wasn't for Changyu, would he be able to divine rank? Without Changyu, could the Rothschild ancestor be divine ranked? He would have to kneel down and kowtow to Changyu. You ask the ancestor of Rothschild if he dares to kowtow in front of Changyu? Without Changyu, he's an ass. It's just that he's lucky, and he's not relying on Changyu. And Changyu himself, at this time, also received this whole service notice. The Rothschild ancestor of Rice? Surprisingly divine rank? Suyu was also only slightly surprised for a moment, then felt nothing. Divine rank? Currently in Suyu's case, there was no difference between it and a first-rank waste. It was all small trash that could be swiped at will. The only thing that shocked Suyu was actually the version update announcement just now. Suyu did not expect that the 12 immortal sects actually opened a new version because all of them had come out of the world and all of them had made the 4 races their enemies. Suyu thought carefully for a while, but did not even think to understand, why in the world is this Did he do anything very remarkable? It seemed like it was just taking out a few god ranks Why did the 12 immortal sects think so highly of themselves? The key himself had been in contact with the deity immortal sect. The rest of the 11 immortal sects had no contact with themselves. What's going on here? Not being able to figure it out, Suyu did not bother to continue thinking about it as he looked towards the many rewards he had just obtained from killing the stone spirit monstrous god and immediately checked them one by one. First was the 200,000 monstrous race gold coins and 1 billion treasure money. Right now 200,000 monstrous clan gold coins could be exchanged in the monstrous clan god statue for a god tier item. But Suyu did not want to exchange it right now. He wanted to exchange for a higher item. Even if he couldn't exchange for a saint level item, he should at least exchange for a super god level. Exchanging a god level item would not be a very, very big boost to himself. Including the treasure money of 1 billion. Suyu put all these things away. Wait until the monstrous race had more gold coins and more treasure money before using them. At that time, it would be a good idea to change it all at once. Immediately after, Suyu thought of the 20,000 free attribute points he had just obtained from killing the stone spirit monstrous god. Thus, Suyu did not hesitate. Suyu added all of these 20,000 free attribute points to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 20,000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 20,000. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 300 0% third order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Digdao level. Occupation, 3rd rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 95,000. Spirit, 95,000. Physique, 95,000. Agility, 95,000. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Snare Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 1. General skill, Blood Sacrifice 9th level 1. When he had upgraded to the 3rd rank, all of Suyu's full attributes had been added to 10,000 already. Now, with the addition of 20,000 free attribute points, it upgraded Suyu's attributes from 65,000 to 95,000. It was the full attributes that had increased to 95,000. This kind of attribute was no longer something that could be stated clearly by simply saying it. To say that Suyu was now a numerical monster would not even be an exaggeration. Coupled with the mechanisms and skills of the current Saint Grade Tongue Master, Suyu was simply a boss where numerical values and mechanisms coexisted. After killing Suyu's blood bar, Suyu still has a blood bar, kill again, and Suyu resurrects again? A boss that simply can't be beaten. Suyu again couldn't help but look at the skill he had just gotten. Same Death. Same Death. Level 1. Effect, activate the skill and bind a target that you can see 1x skill level, ignoring the opponent's rank. When you trigger an occupational trait, the bound target enforces the effect. Evaluation, please, don't use blood sacrifice, this skill is already heaven-defying enough, it can't be any more heaven-defying. This skill, it's really cheap. The occupational trait of a saint-level homunculus master, only the person who hits and kills can be sanctioned by the occupational trait of a homunculus master. Other people would have a hard time if they didn't hit themselves. Then with this skill, as long as one was hit, one could make another person suffer damage. In other words, one can get hit once and make it hard for 2 people. Being killed once puts 2 people into a state of death. Moreover, this skill also increases the bound target as the skill level increases. Ha! Suyu noticed on the evaluation, telling him not to use the blood sacrifice skill. The blood sacrifice skill was a 9th rank skill, a skill obtained from killing the Heavenly Demon King. This skill could increase the effect of skills used within an hour by 10 times. Could it be that? Suyu immediately tried it. Suyu's eyes flashed as scarlet flashed around his body. Blood sacrifice. You have used blood sacrifice level 1, and within an hour, the effect of the skill is increased by 10 times. Suyu looked at his same death skill again. It was found that the same death skill had changed. Same death. Level 1. Effect, activate the skill to bind a 1x 10x skill level bit target you can see, ignoring the opponent's rank. When you trigger an occupational trait, the bound target enforces the effect. Evaluation, please don't use blood sacrifice, this skill is already heaven-defying enough, it can't be any more heaven-defying. Suyu was pleasantly surprised that the skill effect had really improved. From only being able to bind 1 person, it became able to bind 10 people. This skill was really good. Moreover, Suyu did not forget that he still had a 2nd order skill upgrade scroll that he had not used. Immediately, Suyu took out the 2nd order skill upgrade scroll and immediately upgraded the same death skill. You have used the skill upgrade scroll level 2, your skill same death level 1 has been upgraded to level 2. Same death. Level 2. Effect, activate the skill to bind a 10x skill level bit target you can see, ignoring the opponent's level. When you trigger an occupational trait, the bound target enforces the effect. Evaluation, please don't use blood sacrifice, this skill is already heaven-defying enough, it can't be any more heaven-defying. Suyu looked at the effect and realized that the base value had changed from 1 to 10, meaning that Suyu could now directly bind 10 by 2 individuals. Coupled with the increase effect of the blood sacrifice skill, Suyu could now bind a total of 2 by 10, or 200 people. Suyu could now allow the 200 people he saw to be sanctioned by the occupational trait of his saint-level homunculus master. As long as he died, these 200 people, they all had to die as well. If he himself was injured, these 200 people, all of them, would receive 10,000 times the damage. This skill, it was really cool. Suyu was really excited, it was only now that he felt that there were too many ways to play with the homunculus division. Suyu calmed down for a while, then looked at the stone spirit monster clothes that fell from killing the stone spirit monster god. Ha! This piece of defense. Surprisingly, it can change form at will? It can change into whatever form I want whenever I want? Then wouldn't it be able to? Armor merge. I don't lack anything anymore. Suyu was ecstatic. This defense gear. He loved it too much. Chapter 67, Traveling Frog? Stone Spirit Monster Clothes. Rating, Divine. Description: the armor can change shape according to the wearer's imagination. When worn, it is immune to physical damage below the divine rank. When faced with divine class damage, it gains 25% damage reduction. Evaluation: a functional piece of armor. It can be changed in 1,000 ways. Suyu could not wait to equip the Stone Spirit monstrous clothes on his body. After equipping it, Suyu looked at the clothes on his body and found that nothing had changed. It felt like he wasn't wearing any defense gear. Right, to imagine. Armor fit. Instantly. As Suyu remembered the shape of the Emperor's armor in his mind. A flash of golden light instantly enveloped his body. It then turned into the shape of the Emperor's armor enveloping Suyu. This was the function of the Stone Spirit monstrous clothing. It could change at will. Of course, it certainly did not have the ability to do so. I don't lack anything now. The Stone Spirit monstrous clothes turned into the Holy Lord's appearance again, enveloping Suyu. This feeling. Just like controlling your own hand? It's truly worthy of being a god-tier defense. Subsequently, Suyu tried what monstrous Kiddo, Evil God Gatanju, Optimus Prime, Aolun, Doll Sister, and so on, all of which were able to change their forms. It's too awesome. This feel. Suyu marveled. After playing for a while, Suyu felt that it was a bit strange, so he thought about it, and the Stone Spirit monster clothes on his body immediately changed into a metaphysical black Taoist robe, and there were stars on it, emitting a faintly bright starlight. Even more handsome. Suyu stunk. Having obtained a Divine Grade defense, Suyu then looked towards the Divine Grade Props optional treasure box and the Super Divine Grade Formation optional treasure box. The Divine Grade Props optional treasure box, this was Suyu's favorite. This was because after opening it, there would be a feeling of opening a blind box, and then one would also be able to choose one of the 3 props that would be useful for him to obtain. Opening this kind of self-selected treasure box is really cool. It is too much better than the box of 3 kingdoms. After all, the good things in the box of 3 kingdoms are shared by the whole service in the 2000s of the lottery pool. Hundreds of thousands of people draw this one. And the self-selected treasure box, can no one in Suyu grab? Inside is 100% there are 3 divine props, and then you can pick one to get. Suyu is familiar with the way. Directly open the Divine Props self-selected treasure chest. You open the Divine Props self-selected treasure box, you can choose from the following 3 props in one to get. 1. Scroll of Bad Luck. Upon use, it will cause the target to have bad luck for a period of 100 years. During the period of bad luck, the upgrading speed is 1/10,000,000th of the original, the probability of using all kinds of props will be invalidated, and every attack has the probability of triggering no damage, and you will frequently encounter enemies of a higher realm than your own up to the highest divine rank. The higher the level of the target, the effect of bad luck gradually attenuates. 2. Long Cherished Wish. You can get the specified god level item through sacrifice. However, a large number of offerings are required, and the desired ones must be highly consistent between the offerings. Otherwise, the sacrifice fails. 3. Divine Traveling Frog Use Card. Can only be used once to make a traveling frog travel across the world and enter other mythic world servers to steal a divine item for you. Suyu seriously looked at the 3 god grade props, staring at each description carefully. Soon, Suyu finished reading all the descriptions of the 3 god tier props. These 3 god tier props are not weak, they are all very strong. Just which one do you need? First of all, the first Scroll of Bad Luck? You don't seem to need it, do you? He has a saint-level homunculus master profession and skills, and an unlimited resurrection, so he still needs to let people have bad luck? I directly let you die on the line, there is no need to let you have bad luck. So this bad luck scroll for himself, no use, choose is a waste. Secondly, the second long-cherished prop. This prop is very strong, just need the cost is also too big, right? Surprisingly, to sacrifice a large number of offerings, and between these offerings, but also must be desired items need to be highly consistent, otherwise the sacrifice will also fail? Even though you can get the divine items you want, the cost was too great. Moreover, there was no way one could find so many offerings. One couldn't just sacrifice oneself, could one? It seems. It's not impossible, right? But the point is, what if it requires a one-time sacrifice? One's own life and death, what if it fails? Thus, Suyu looked towards the last divine prop, Divine Traveling Frog use card. This prop was a bit powerful. Surprisingly, it could allow the traveling frog to go to the servers of other mythological worlds to steal god tier items. This one feels a bit good. Therefore, Suyu had to choose one of the second god tier props longing in the god tier traveling frog use card. Suyu thought more carefully. Soon, Suyu determined that he would not choose the long cherished wish. Suyu was going to choose the divine traveling frog use card. The reason was simple: if he chose the long cherished wish, in case the sacrifice was unsuccessful, he would not be able to get the god grade item. This would be a waste of the god grade prop of long wish. It was equivalent to not choosing. But if you choose the divine traveling frog, you will definitely get a divine item. So well, it's clear which one to choose. You chose the divine item, Divine Traveling Frog Usage Card. Divine Traveling Frog Use Card. Rating, Divine. Description: when used, you can summon a traveling frog from the Traveling Frog Civilization universe, which will steal a god grade item for you in a nearby mythic world server for you. Evaluation: a frog from the Traveling Frog Civilization universe is able to travel through various mythic worlds. Has some space law abilities. One of the most beloved favored beasts in the mythic worlds. At the same time, it is also one of the most loathed favored beasts in the mythological world. Often brings unexpected harvests as well as unexpected theft of treasures. Traveling frog, your treasures are great, but next time, they're mine. A card floated down and fell into Suyu's hands. On the front was a cute froggy that didn't look too old. On the back of the card was the civilization logo representing the Traveling Frog Civilization, a green frog sketch. The mythical world is really nothing is strange. Suyu sighed, knowing that in his hometown, there were also traveling frogs. Unexpectedly, in the mythical world, there was also one. It had also become so powerful. Suyu thought about it for a while, and did not intend to keep it, intending to use it directly. Keeping it, there was no use for it. At that moment, Suyu immediately used this Divine Traveling Frog card. You have used the Divine Grade Traveling Frog use card. Froggy Divine Grade will soon travel to a nearby mythical world to steal Divine Grade items for you. The card in his hand disappeared and a cute little frog appeared. Croak. It called out as a crack in space opened and it jumped in. Estimated time for Froggy God rank to steal is 24 hours. Then, Suyu again looked towards the Super God tier formation optional treasure chest. This treasure chest was obvious. Inside was a Super God grade formation. And the Super God grade corresponded to the Immortal grade. In other words, the formations here could be effective against the Immortal rank and could be extremely threatening or helpful to the God rank. This was the most precious treasure today. Immediately, Suyu immediately opened the Super God Grade Formation optional treasure box. You have opened the Super God Grade Formation optional treasure chest. You can choose one of the following 3 Super God Grade formations to obtain. 1. Immortal Rank Experience Formation. After setting up the formation, staying in the formation, you can gain experience value every minute and second. 2. Immortal Rank Battle Simulation Formation. After setting up the formation, you enter the formation and are able to generate the first phantom of the same occupation, level, talent, equipment, etc., and fight against the phantom for battle simulation to find your own weaknesses. However, the upper limit of the phantom is the immortal level. More than the immortal level of occupation, talent, level, equipment, etc., cannot be simulated. 3. Perimeter Star Dipper Formation Crippled Version. After setting up, it is able to guard the area where it is set up. Even if an immortal ranked powerhouse fights within the formation, the buildings and creatures guarded by the formation will not be damaged. If it exceeds the immortal rank, the guarding ability will be drastically reduced. Chapter 68, Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. Suyu looked at the 3 formations and analyzed which one he should choose. First of all, the first experience formation seemed quite useful, but the key was, did he really lack experience? He had unlimited resurrection and saint-level homunculus master in place, so he wasn't worried about upgrading at all. By now, he still had the enlightenment tea within his backpack, so wanting experience wasn't simple? So choosing the experience formation was of no use to someone like Suyu. Instead, it was of great use to the other heavenly fates. The others were not like Suyu, who could be infinitely revived and could easily take away the monsters. As for the second formation was the Immortal Rank Battle Simulation Formation. This formation was actually quite useful to exercise combat experience. But for Suyu, it seems that battle experience is not needed, right? If Suyu wanted to kill anyone, all he needed to do was to raise the corners of his mouth and sneer, and that person would kill Suyu and then be killed by Suyu in return. So this second formation is not useful for Suyu either, it is only useful for the other heavenly fates, because they rarely fight monsters alone, they all kill them in groups, and if they want to improve their combat experience, it is obvious that this formation is very useful. As for the last formation, this one can be powerful. It was able to block the attacking means of the immortal rank. This is the most useful one within these three formations. You have to know, what are you afraid of? What one is afraid of is the means of the immortal rank. Currently, Suyu had the delusion-breaking immortal sword, and spiritual attacks, formations, and so on, of the divine rank and below, were ineffective against him. But what if it is beyond the divine rank? What if it is the immortal rank? Suyu has always felt that the original vengeance group, Zhong Wuxia, if he did not use heavenly thunder to kill himself in the beginning, but instead directly used immortal rank mental power to control himself, then he definitely flipped the car. However, he was lucky that Zhong Wuxia was gullible and thought that Suyu, who was like a mole at that time, was not qualified for him to do so, so he did not do so, and that was why he overturned his car. Otherwise, Suyu faced the revenge group Zhong Wuxia that time, it was truly a matter of life and death. From this, it can be seen that this circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation is terrifying. Furthermore, the key point is that this is still crippled. If it is a complete version of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation that shall not be invincible? Thus, Suyu directly chose the Circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation mutilated version. You have chosen the Zhou Tianxing Du Deformation crippled version, you have obtained Zhou Tianxing Du Deformation crippled version. Perimeter Star Dipper Formation disabled version. Rating, Super God Grade. Description, arranges a formation to guard what it wishes to guard. It can block any means of attack below the Saint level. Evaluation, a crippled version of the Holy Grade Formation Zhou Tianxing Du Deformation, only possessing part of the defensive power of the full version. If you can complete the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, you can obtain a complete Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation that is capable of killing saints. It would even be able to withstand several heavenly Dao level attacks. A small, starry glowing array disc appeared in Suyu's hand. Suyu looked at the description and was instantly surprised. Sure enough, this complete body circumstantial Star Dipper formation was surprisingly so strong. It was able to slaughter the Saint stage. It was even able to withstand several heavenly Dao level attacks. This is truly awesome. Suyu thought about it and took stock of what he had gotten after coming to the Heavenly Pavilion and killing the Stone Spirit Monster God. Leveled up, all attributes increased by a total of 80,000, there was 1 billion treasure money, 200,000 Monster Clan gold coins, and the Stone Spirit Monster clothes, the Circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. There was also Froggy who had gone to other mythological worlds to steal god tier items. This time, it's really earned a lot. Ha ha ha. Cool. Whirlwind. Suyu exited the copy and came outside the monster ceiling tower. When Tantai Guanxing, Tanyu, and Shou Jian saw that Senior Changyu had come out, he immediately smiled and stuck up like a dog. Elder Changyu are truly amazing. Yes, that heavenly thunder, which was like a thunderbolt, actually split a monstrous race divine rank to death. You are truly the reincarnation of a saint. Elder Changyu, Senior Tantai Guanxing has an unkind request. When I see Senior Changyu today, I think of my departed master. I implore Senior Changyu to let Senior call you master. Tantai Guanxing wiped his tears and said, Nima, do you still want to have a face? You are the pavilion master of the hallowed Tianji Pavilion Ah? Next to them, Tantai Guanxing and Shoujia were already on the verge of being thunderstruck to death by the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's pavilion master. Next to them, there were a few heavenly fates who had rushed in with their staying shadowstones who happened to record this scene of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion master, and instantly exclaimed in shock. How shameless! Is this still the former Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master? Don't my Pavilion Master how did you become a dog of Chuangyu? The dog licker shall not die well in life Not to mention them, Suyu himself was thunderstruck, this guy is really too shameless in order to hold his thigh. Tantai Guanxing was not amused. The long-standing Yu but showed his own terrifying strength that can be a shot of heavenly thunder directly kill Stone Spirit Monster God's terrifying greatness What's wrong with being a dog licker? Can you lick Changyu? When I lick too, backed by Long Yu, this can easily regicide God reincarnation big brother, this lick dog experience is what? Master, you come with the apprentice here has the 9th rank of the absolute best tea, tastes like immortal wine, the apprentice treasured for a long time, must give the master a taste. Tantai Guanxing said sincerely. Eh? This guy. Alright, seeing as you brought me to the monster ceiling tower to finish off the stone spirit monster god for this favor, go with you. Suyu thought so and nodded slightly. Good. Immediately. Tantai Guanxing then led Suyu to the Wuji Pavilion. Tantai Guanxing and Shojia hurriedly took everything they had seen, as well as all the information that was now known, and immediately condensed them into their respective means, flying rapidly towards the Buddhist sect or the Taoist sect. For Tantai Guanxing to do so, although Tanyu and Shojin could understand, it would be a bit difficult for them to do so. They also immediately followed, heading to the Wuji Pavilion. The road. Before they even arrived at the Wuji Pavilion, the message they sent had already been sent to the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect. At the same time, the Lord of the Tao sect and the Lord of the Buddhist sect consumed their cultivation and instantly contacted the two of them at almost the same moment. Master? Master? The two spoke in unison. The Lord of the Tao sect hurriedly said to Shoujuan, follow Senior Changyu and honor him as if he were. Suyu suddenly thought, didn't he have Bodhi enlightenment tea? And now that he was already at the third rank, why not just drink some tea and fill up his experience to directly rise to level 400 and open the 4th rank advancement quest? Thus, Suyu said to Tantai Guanxing, use my tea. Tantai Guanxing stopped, thinking that Changyu did not know that his tea was of the 9th rank, so he hurriedly said, Master Changyu, this tea of the apprentice, is a good tea of the 9th rank that has been treasured for a long time, fresh and sweet. Tantai Guanxing and Shijiao licked their lips. This tea, Tantai Guanxing would only take out a little bit when entertaining their master. They usually could not drink it. Suyu directly said, my tea, is the divine grade Bodhi enlightenment tea. Tantai Guanxing, Shoujiao, Tanyu and the heavenly fates who came one after another were shocked. Good fellow. This Changyu deserved to be called Changyu, the tea he drank was all of divine rank. Tantai Guanxing immediately took the small box of tea in Changyu's hands and put about 2 grams into the tea set before returning the enlightenment tea to Changyu. Very quickly. A brew of divine rank Bodhi enlightenment tea was ready. Tantai Guanxing respectfully handed it to Changyu with both hands. He looked as if he was a disciple of Changyu. Suyu was really speechless. Of course the heart is also a bit secretly happy. See, before the textbook big brother are so respectful to me tea, but also want to find ways to be my disciple. This kind of coolness, only experience to know to be more cool. Just like Suyu wrote a math problem shocked Einstein, and then Einstein kneeled down to recognize Suyu as a teacher. Suyu received the Bodhi enlightenment tea and drank the first brew down. Delicious. Instantly, a prompt popped up in front of Suyu's eyes. You have drunk a brew of Bodhi enlightenment tea, you have gained a large amount of experience, and your level has insanely increased. You have upgraded to level 400 third order 100%. You have gained free attribute points, 6,000. You have reached level 400, opening the 4th order advancement quest. 4th level advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. Your 4th level advancement quest generation is complete. 4th level advancement quest. Mission objectives. 1. If you join the righteous camp, then kill 10 4 races divine ranks. 2. If you join the evil way camp, then kill 10 righteous way divine ranks. Mission details, kill 10 god ranks to open up the 4th rank. Mission. Strength attribute plus 6,000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 6,000. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level 400 100% third order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Dig Dao level. Occupation, 3rd ranked Holy Level Homunculus Master. Strength, 95,000 plus 3,000 plus 6,000 is equal to 104,000. Spirit, 104,000. Physique, 104,000. Agility, 104,000. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Snare Holy Order level 9, Sane Death Holy Order level 2. Generic skill, Blood Sacrifice 9th level 1. Upgrading to level 400 boosted the base attribute of all attributes by 3,000, plus 6,000 free attribute points, and then triggered the characteristics of the White Emperor's Ring. Suyu upgraded to level 400, raising a total of 36,000 attribute values. This boost was quite good. Next to him, Tantai Guanxing, Tangyue, Shoujuan and the many heavenly fates revealed envious expressions. Tantai Guanxing, Tanyu, and Shoshu were envious because Yu was now a heaven's fated and had upgraded. People are really angry than people. Hey, I also want to lick that cup ah. This pavilion master is so cheap that he even wants to lick the cup of tea that Changyu drank. Ha! Tantai Guanxing was furious, and that heavenly ordainer directly and instantly fell alive. Mard, I'm licking Changyu, not you guys. You guys, it's to lick me. Can't tell the difference between primary and secondary? The celestial destroyer next to him trembled. Tantai Guanxing coldly snorted, if it wasn't for the fact that Senior Changyu didn't say anything, just you guys with the shadow retaining stones to record the images, I would have sent you all to reincarnation long ago. Thinking that the image of himself kneeling down so much to lick Changyu was going to be circulated by the heavenly fates, he was a bit upset. At this time, Suyu asked Tantai Guanxing, do you know where the degree immortal sect is? For Suyu to join the 12 immortal sects camp, he naturally had to join an immortal sect, and the one he was most familiar with and somewhat related to himself was only the degree immortal sect. After all, so many villagers from the demon sealing village were still in the deity immortal sect today. Back then, it was Suyu who brought the demon sealing village back to the eastern continent, and in the face of the great Zhou dynasty's general Zhao Chuan wanting to bully the demon sealing village, it was still himself who stood up for the villagers of the demon sealing village. Tantai Guanxing hurriedly said, the location of the deity immortal gate, of course I know where it is. Master, are you going? Suyu coldly said, go, but you'd better not call me master. Tantai Guanxing didn't dare to go against it and said, okay, disciple will listen to Senior Changyu. Tantai Guanxing waved his arm and a teleportation array appeared, the light flickered and formed a huge lotus teleportation platform. Tantai Guanxing said, Senior Changyu, you step into the lotus teleportation platform and I will take you along to the immortal degree sect. Suyu nodded and immediately walked up. Tantai Guanxing also came up and then initiated the teleportation. Beside him, Tantai Guanxing and Shoujiao hurriedly said, Pavilion Master wait. Pavilion Master Senior wait. We haven't come up yet. We haven't come up yet. But Tantai Guanxing which gave them face. In the beginning it was because of the stone spirit monster god that you Taoist and Buddhist sects were needed, and at the same time you hoard out countless information from the heavenly hall for nothing. What's more, you allowed yourself to consume many lifetimes to deduce the heavenly chants for your Taoist and Buddhist sects. Now that the stone spirit monster god in the monster ceiling tower has been killed by Senior Changyu, how can I still give face to your Taoist and Buddhist sects as I did in the past? Moreover, if you are allowed to follow Senior Changyu, 3 people lick at the same time, which is not as good as 1 lick, so that Senior Changyu will be able to remember him alone, and he himself will have an invincible backer in the mythological world. Tantai Guanxing thought in his heart. After all, the era belonging to the divine rank had passed. Now, Chuangyu, killing gods was easy. He was the rule of this era. This was called conforming to the times of heaven. It was exactly the same as the Heavenly Hall's ancestral motto. Soon, Suyu and Tantai Guanxing disappeared into the Wuji Pavilion, leaving behind the envious heavens destined and the somewhat wall-jumping Tantai, Shoujia. After all, their master had only told them that they were on their way to the Heavenly Chi Pavilion. As a result, the others were going to the deity immortal sect. We have to hurry up and contact our master, Senior Changyu is going to the Du immortal sect. The two thought so. The celestial fates next to them were also thinking. Gotta hurry and return to the blue star with the retained shadow stone, we're going to be on fire, we're going to be on fire. Chuangyu is so heaven-defying. Vomit. That pavilion master makes me feel sick. So what if you were to lick Changyu instead? That pavilion master would definitely not be as good as me, I'm a veteran ass kisser and dog licker. At the same time, the arrogant sect master and the great devil wizard and the others finally arrived at a cave. Western continent, Devil Island. The cave of the demon god Ashen Sky. Legends say, when Ashen Sky transits, the dome is cracked, the bones of the gods are firewood, and the blood of the immortals is a flame. This Ashen Sky ghost god seems to be a wisp of residual soul of a certain ghost race immortal rank powerhouse from the previous era. The great demonic sorcerer said to the arrogant sect master. Puzzled, the arrogant sect master asked, since it's so powerful? Why haven't I heard of it after so long? The great demon sorcerer explained, because it lost a bet with Lu Changsheng, the lord of the Doxian sect, in the beginning, and whoever lost would seal themselves and not be allowed to set foot outside of a certain place. Now, it's up to you to convince the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God. If you have its help, Chuangyu will surely die without a burial place. The great demonic sorcerer touched the void realm prism that had been transformed from Changyu, and was able to find this place because of its guidance. The arrogant sect master was about to step forward when he suddenly realized that someone had contacted him and sent him a message. At a glance, it was actually the Celestials Council's 7th upper envoy. What are they contacting me for? The arrogant sect lord was puzzled. Chapter 70, Go in Peace. The arrogant sect master opened the door and asked, Upper Envoy, are you contacting me for something? Upper Envoy 7 said, why can't I contact the greedy sect lord anymore? Has he already made plans for? The arrogant cultist frowned and asked, you know about our plans? Upper Envoy 7 said, yes, the greedy sect leader has approached me. Upper Envoy number 7 said what sect leader Greedy had told him, and then told sect leader Pride once more. Soon after, the arrogant sect leader said angrily, this greedy sect leader. He knew a long time ago that there was a high possibility of failure. That's why contacted you guys as the final piece of his plan. He even told me that it would definitely succeed. As a result, it caused His Majesty the arrogant demon god to. Abominable. The arrogant sect leader was furious, but quickly calmed down as he coldly grunted, the greedy sect leader is dead, but the plan still goes on. Upper Envoy 7 nodded, that's good. That said, can you guys find the 4 races' divine ranks? Do you need our help? The Celestials will, for sure, fully support you guys in solving Longyu. The arrogant sect leader narrowed his eyes and asked, these 4 clans' god ranks are still just god ranks in the end. And Changyu has killed gods many times, and his methods are unknown how powerful they are. Even if there is a fellow returning master, I am very skeptical about the success rate of our plan. You give me the bottom line, how strong will you Celestials be? The arrogant sect master was testing the Celestials. In fact, he felt that he had the bottom card of the homunculus division in place, and as long as Changyu killed the homunculus division in a moment of carelessness, then no matter how strong Changyu was, and no matter if he was able to kill a god, he would definitely be finished. The so-called god level copy, just a reason to let Changyu come. Without attracting Changyu, there is a homunculus division, also can't pose a threat to Changyu. After all, who the hell knows who Changyu really is? The 7th upper envoy laughed, understanding what the arrogant sect master meant, and he said, as long as you turn the god tier copy on, attracting Changyu, and being able to get Changyu to enter, or appear around, I can guarantee that I'll make sure that Changyu will die without a burial place. Because we have Immortal rank props as a base card. If the homunculus division arranged by sect leader Greedy can't kill Changyu, then I'll use the immortal rank props, and the big deal is that we'll sink the blue star. We will definitely get rid of Changyu as well. Saying this, Upper Envoy 7 took out an immortal rank prop, as well as the description of this immortal rank prop. Immortal order prop? The arrogant sect leader's eyes widened as he looked at the description incredulously and then laughed out loud, isn't that a sure thing? How does Chuan Yu live with this? Ha ha ha. When the 7th upper envoy looked at the arrogant sect leader like this, he was relieved, as long as the plan continued. The 7th upper envoy suddenly said, the location, I think it can be changed. The arrogant sect master asked, why? The 7th upper envoy said, you materialized the divine copy to buy sure. Because I suspect that Changyu might be from the White City and not from the Pale Blue City. The arrogant sect leader asked again, you have a suspect? Upper Envoy 7 nodded, yes, but I'm not sure that he must be Changyu. Right now, I can't go and test it either. In case he's really Changyu, going to test it would instead scare the snakes. The arrogant sect leader agreed, alright, we'll materialize to the White City today. You guys have to be ready. As a matter of fact, the 7 upper ambassadors were even more suspicious of Suyu now. This was because they had already regained their god rank strength. However, their 9 upper ambassadors, the 9 god-ranked powerhouses from the celestial civilization, were unexpectedly unable to project Suyu. Then, this indicates one thing, Suyu has a high probability that he is Changyu. If that was the case, it was still necessary to resort to the plans of the Church of the Demon God. After all, can't let their lives to test the means of Changyu, right? The god-slaying means of Changyu, no one knows how to do it yet, they don't want to go and be the vanguard. That's why it was necessary to support the plan laid out by the greedy sect leader. Let the god ranks and the god tier copies, as well as the homunculus masters, go and test Longyu. Once they got the information and knew what Changyu was capable of, then there would be a plan to deal with it. Never leave half a chance for Changyu. For this reason, they were even going to use their final card in immortal rank prop. The arrogant sect master came to the entrance of the cave and said, Senior Ashen Sky, I am willing to join the 4 clans camp. I have a plan that concerns the Ghost Clan's 1,000-year hegemony. You have joined the 4 races evil Dao camp. Your hostile camp is the 12 immortal sects righteous camp. At the entrance of the Ashen Sky Ghost God's cave, the arrogant sect leader recounted his plan. Sure enough, even if the demon gods couldn't handle Chuangyu today, he still had the Tonggui Master. If even the same return to the division also cannot deal with the Longyu, then there's still that terrifying immortal order prop from the Celestials. In any case, it's just a matter of whether Changyu dies sooner or later. He's dead anyway. This plan, no one can break. Deep in the starry sky, the gray-clothed Taoist sat in a seated position to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent rang in his ears, Xian Yuan. The gray-robed Taoist opened his eyes and said with some surprise, Ashen Sky? Could it be that you're going to renege on the bet and come out of the world? No. Ashen Sky continued, you owe me a favor, you have to do me a favor. The gray-clothed Taoist's face was unsightly, and after a pause, he said, yes, but let me shield you from Lu Changsheng, I can't help you with this matter. I will be discovered. Ashen Sky laughed coldly and said, I know that you are timid, you still have a great revenge yet to be avenged, and you don't dare to let the 12 immortal sects discover you as a traitor. Therefore, I won't make things difficult for you. The gray-robed Taoist's face slightly slowed down and asked, then what do you want me to help you with? Ashen Sky coldly said, it's very simple, I'm going to the world where the heavenly fates are located to lay out a hunt for Chuangyu, and I have a few points of success. Huh? Crazy? Going to hunt and kill the same returning master? Ashen Sky didn't know that it was normal, after all, the one who shielded the heavens chance was the gray-clothed Taoist. In the entire mythic world, no one but him could know that Chuangyu's actual true profession was that of a homunculus master. The talent was most likely related to resurrection. It could be said that for Changyu to be where he is today, and for the opening to not be targeted and sealed, there is a portion of the gray-clothed Taoist's credit there. Within the mythological world, it wasn't as if the 4 races of demons, devils, and monsters didn't have a divine rank that couldn't deduce. If there was no gray-clothed Taoist to shield the sky for Chuangyu in the beginning, Suyu must have been found out, and what Suyu was waiting for must have been a means of sealing that surpassed the divine rank. But unfortunately, the gray-clothed Taoist needed Changyu to help him take revenge. Therefore, the gray-robed Taoist could not betray Changyu. Thus, the gray-clothed Taoist's expression did not change, and his face was calm as he pretended to deduce. The next second, the gray-clothed Taoist shook his head and coldly said, only 50%. What? Ashen Sky was appalled. The gray-clothed Taoist explained, long you can kill a god, his killing methods are too strong, if he makes the first move, you will definitely die. However, if you make a move first, you make a move before Changyu will die for sure. So you only have a 50% chance of winning. Ashen Sky laughed, that's easy, I'll take seconds as soon as I see Changyu. Ashen Sky asked, what exactly is Changyu's profession and talent? The gray-clothed Taoist said indifferently, talent damage increase billions of times, occupation Thunder Heavenly Father. Ashen Sky was surprised, it's that Thunder Heavenly Father whose moves are truly injurious and unavoidable, who grasps the laws of thunder and ignores realm suppression. There's also the talent to increase damage by billions of times? Hiss. No wonder he can kill a god. This time, thanks to you, if I can become a heavenly fate, I will definitely help you kill the remaining demon gods. The gray-clothed Taoist was moved, many thanks. Hey, Ash's heaven don't blame me. I can't live without Changyu. You go in peace. Chapter 71 Separation. The arrogant sect leader and the others waited. Not much time passed before the voice of the demonic god Ashen Sky came, causing all 3 to hear it. This seed is ready. The plan can begin. This seed can ensure that this plan is foolproof. Finally, joy appeared on the face of the arrogant sect master, as did the great demonic sorcerer and the arrogant sacred sect master next to him. The arrogant sect master hurriedly urged the great demonic sorcerer, please begin immediately. The location is in the White City. The great demonic sorcerer nodded his head. He took out the Void Realm Prism and activated this divine prop obtained from sacrificing millions of believers. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling swept through the hearts of everyone present. The Void Realm Prism flashed like an arrow of light and shot into the cave. A prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Void Realm Prism used successfully. Divine Ranked Replica, Ashen Sky Transit. Realized location, White City. At the same time. At this moment, the entire blue star, was cheering and celebrating with the world. Because Chuan Yu had opened a new version, the demigods of the Blue Star were now stepping into the divine rank. At moments like this, there were many divine fates who had withdrawn from the mythic world to witness this moment. Ha! My Chu kingdom, there are 17 god ranks. It's a pity that demigodly. If the sword god, demigodly, was still around, today, my Chu kingdom would have 18 god ranks. Yes, I don't know which force ambushed demigodly and dragon natural. However, what I couldn't have expected is that our Chu country has even more god ranks than the Rice country. A new era has begun, it's now the era that belongs to the god ranks. This is all thanks to Chang Yu. Whether it was Chu or other countries, they were all discussing the divine rank. It was also at the time when everyone was longing for a new era to have begun. A notice resounded in front of everyone's eyes. Service-wide announcement, God-ranked replica Ashen Sky Transit has descended upon the white city of the Blue Star Chu Kingdom. 30 minutes later, if no challenger enters the God-ranked replica, the replica restriction will disappear, and 4,600 ranked Ghost God Ashen Sky will officially descend upon the Blue Star. Level Ghost God will officially descend on Blue Star today. Please enter the God-level replica as soon as possible, X3. This announcement rang out, and countless divine fates throughout Blue Star were dumbfounded. No? A God-level copy? 4,600 levels? You still have to pass the copy, or else it will still officially descend on Blue Star in 168 hours? Didn't we say that God ranks can't kill God ranks? As long as one of us enters, that won't work. Are you blind? Can't see it? Only 168 hours are given. If we can't defeat the Ashen Sky Demon God, then Ashen Sky will still directly descend on Blue Star. It's over. If we can't break this God tier copy, the God tier boss inside will come out. At that time, the other God tiers won't die, but we're going to die. Grass. What's going on here? A level 4600 demon god? It's over. Our Blue Star's God rank powerhouses have only just entered the God rank. They're only level 1000. How can they beat a level 4600 demon god? I don't want to die yet, Chang Yu. Chang Yu. Chang Yu. Where are you? We only have you to rely on. Yes, we still have Chang Yu. What use is Chang Yu? Can the demon god that Chang Yu killed compare to this demon god? This is a 4,600 level demon god. Not even Chang Yu. Even Long Yu can't do it, then aren't we really dead? Rice, White Palace. King Understanding stood up in shock. He had just stepped into the divine rank. He was still happy, but now, he panicked. A 4,600 level Ashen Heavenly Ghost God? This. Who can beat this? The Understanding King was horrified. A God rank couldn't kill a God rank, but a powerful God rank could seal a weak God rank. Even if the Ashen Sky Ghost God couldn't kill their Blue Star God rank, but what if they were sealed? Wouldn't that be just as bad as death? The rest of the ministers were completely flustered. Doesn't Chu have Chang Yu? Maybe Chang Yu can? Yes, Chang Yu has killed the god several times, so it's not bad this time. But this is a 4,600 level divine rank. Your Majesty King Understanding, what do you think should be done? King Understanding returned to his senses with a complex expression and coldly said, none of Army Kingdom's god ranks are allowed to go to Chu Kingdom for support. If Chuan Yu can't do it either, I will immediately split the Rice country from the Blue Star and will take it with me to flee the universe. Knowing the king, he was already planning to run away. Now that he had stepped into the god stage, he already had the ability to reshape the planet's earth, fire, wind, and water. When the time comes, just bring Rice to descend to a planet and open up a new Blue Star. It's just that in this way, I'm afraid that he would lose his qualification as a divine fate and would never be able to enter the mythic world. But now, there was no choice. Anyway, one has also become a god. The reason why they didn't leave now wasn't because they could enter the mythic world, it was because they were a Blue Star human civilization. If they weren't the Blue Star human civilization anymore, then who knows if they could enter the mythic world. There were very many national leaders who thought the same way as the Rice Understanding King. As long as these countries had god-ranked powerhouses, they would all think this way. Cosmic Country, Longshan Mansion. At this moment, the owner of the 9-star Zaibatsu, the only god rank in the Cosmic Kingdom, Park Chang-li, arrived here. The Southern King looked at Park Chang-li with cold eyes and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Park Chang-li blandly said, "Saving the Cosmic Kingdom." King Nan was exasperated and laughed, the resources of the entire cosmic kingdom are in the hands of your plutocrats. Which of the leaders of the developed countries of this blue star are not demigods? Only he, who was still of the 9th rank. Nowadays, the leaders of the other countries had all become divine rank. He, on the other hand, is still of the 9th order. Now this Park Chang-li had the audacity to say that he had come to save the cosmic nation? King Nan's face was shaking with anger as he coldly said, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Park Chang-li said indifferently, "You, step aside. Let me come. I'm going to be the new King Nam." The king of the south was incredulous, breathing heavily. A few minutes later, King Nam's body was thrown out of Yongsan Palace by the minister. Park Chang-li, the new king of the south, said to the ministers, "I came into contact with the civilization cult. I learned a secret from them. Right now, the highest rank in Blue Star is the God rank, and there are already more than 100 God ranks. As long as the God ranks unite and open a civilization vote, we'll split up directly. At that time, I'll take the entire cosmic kingdom to the universe, and our branch will be able to become a branch of Blue Star's civilization, and even if Blue Star dies, we'll still be able to enter the mythic world. In this way, even if the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God is strong, he won't be able to find us from the infinite universe. And it won't be able to enter the mythic world either." The ministers were shocked after hearing this. What kind of power was this civilization cult? How could it know such secrets? One minister asked, "What if Chuan Yu wins?" Park Chang-li revealed a disdainful look, "If you win, vote as usual and leave the Blue Star." Park Chang-li continued, "If we don't leave Blue Star, should we wait for Chang Yu to grow up and annex our cosmic kingdom? Delusional. Soon, Park Chang-li contacted the god ranks of all the countries in the world, including the god ranks of the Chu kingdom. They were afraid of Chang Yu. They feared Chang Yu's ability to kill gods. They couldn't handle Chang Yu. They can't control Chang Yu. They want to abandon the Blue Star. Although they hold God order power, they are unable to control Chang Yu, defeat Chang Yu, and limit Chang Yu, and are in an existential crisis. The act of escaping essentially came to alleviate the psychological level of being crushed by the rank-crushing feeling brought about by Chang Yu's deicide. Even without the emergence of the Ashen Heavenly Demons and Gods, the separation, too, was inevitable. It wasn't accidental, it was inevitable. The appearance of the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God had only accelerated the move. Chapter 72 Blue Star is gone. White City. The Celestials would, and the 9 upper ambassadors had arrived outside the Ashen Sky Transit replica. The vortex gate of the God-level replica was so large that it practically enveloped the entire White City, hovering above the sky and distorting space in reality. The 9 upper ambassadors waited silently. It was a bit out of their expectation. Entering the Ashen Sky Transit copy of. Surprisingly, there was not a single person? Where are the divine ranks from the other countries? Where was Chang Yu? One must know that the only challenger in this Ashen Sky Transit copy was a Tonggui Master. That's the same returning master who was going to assassinate Chang Yu. But how come he's the only one who got in? Where's the divine order of the nations? Where's Chang Yu? They were still waiting to see if the plan would succeed. In case it succeeded, then it was just as well. With Chang Yu dead, they could continue to lurk. If the plan failed, as long as Chang Yu passed the god-level copy and came out, they would immediately activate the immortal rank props and destroy the entire region without discrimination. Utilizing the power of the immortal rank props, they would absolutely make sure that Chang Yu died without a burial place. The people of the White City looked at the swirling gates in the sky, and all of them were revealing fear. This is a divine ranked copy? This is the god tier copy that Chang Yu has often passed through? The only challenger in there couldn't be Chang Yu, could it? We have Chang Yu, we shouldn't have a problem, right? Why hasn't our god-ranked powerhouse come yet? Where's the god ranks from all over the world? We're really relying on Chang Yu to challenge us alone? Crazy, right? Chang Yu, go for it. Suyu stood on the balcony of his house and looked at the swirling gates in the sky. Suyu had just returned, but he was in the process of teleporting to the Degree Immortal sect and forced his way back to the Blue Star. In other words, currently, Suyu had not joined the 12 Immortal sect's righteous camp. According to Tantai Guanxing, when Suyu entered the mythical world again, it was likely that he would be teleported to an unknown place. It was even likely that he would be strangled by space. However, it did not matter, for Suyu, protecting his home was more important. Anyway, he had infinite resurrection in place. What was there to be afraid of? Strange? It's already been 25 minutes and only one god rank has entered? In the sky above the vortex gate, there was a light screen with the number of challengers on it. Currently, there was only one person. Surprisingly, only one god rank had entered? Suyu did not yet know that those god ranks, because of their fear of his deicide ability, had already discussed to split up and run away together. The one who entered the divine grade copy was not a divine rank at all. Rather, it was the fellowship division that wanted to take out their own. Forget it, it's always going to be me. These divine rank. None of them can be relied upon. Suyu spat. In the end, Suyu was still a bit upset in his heart. You guys, as god ranks, ate so many resources from the country, so you should be on. Besides, you guys are god order, even if the Ashen Heavenly Demon God is stronger, it can't kill you guys. How come no one is entering? Is it giving up? This god rank copy isn't the same as the 7th order copy either. It's one that can be entered at any time. There is simply no limit to the number of people. Suyu didn't want to think so much. There was also no time for Suyu to think so much. Suyu stared at the vortex door in the sky above as a prompt to enter appeared. Whether or not to enter the divine tier copy, Ashes of Heaven Transit. Yes. Suyu determined. As Changyu determined, Suyu's body, turned into a ray of light, like a meteor, flew into the sky swirling gate. The 7th upper envoy looked at the stream of light in the sky, and then looked in that direction. He smiled. It really is you. Suyu. Shuang Yu. In the sky above the gate of the vortex, the curtain of light changed. Current challenge number 2. Ashes of Heaven Transit Replica. At this time, Tonggui Master Lu Jun was waiting anxiously. This Chang Yu won't be coming, right? Even if Chang Yu doesn't come, what about the other divine ranks? All aren't coming? Lu Jun really didn't understand. Not only was Lu Jun not able to understand, even the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God couldn't figure it out. According to reason, even if Chang Yu didn't come, the other god stages should also come off. How come none of them came? The Ashen Heavenly Ghost God looked at Lu Jun. This guy doesn't look like he's just a first rank, but he's a homunculus division If he killed him himself, he would also be finished. So, the Ashen Sky Demon God politely said, People of your world, aren't you afraid that I will descend into your world? Or is it that there are too many homunculus masters in your world? Bet I don't dare to massacre you guys? Lu Jun shook his head, I don't know. Suddenly. Space ripples. The Ashen Sky Demon God was surprised, it's coming. It's a 3rd order. It must be Chang Yu. Watch me spike him. Lu Jun hurriedly said, Wait, don't ruin the plan. The Ashen Sky Ghost God grunted coldly, This seat has reliable information. You don't have to say much. The moment Suyu entered the copy, an incomparably bright light carrying an unrivaled aura of terror rushed in an instant. Suyu also saw that one hideously excited face, as well as that one incomparably excited voice, Die for me. Shuang Yu. But Suyu was instantly pierced through by the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God. His soul was devoured by the 7 evil ghosts in an instant. The body also instantly dissipated and turned into white bones. Success! The Ashen Sky Ghost God was excited. This Chang Yu, who possessed the ability to kill a god, died. Ha ha! Next to him, Lu Jun was also shocked, Chang Yu. Dead? This is too easy, right? But also in an instant, the white bones disappeared, and Suyu in his necrotic state appeared. What? The Ashen Sky Demon God was shocked. Surprisingly, it was fine. It immediately slapped out, but unexpectedly, it was empty. Immediately, it saw the faint smile of Chang Yu. Oh no! This Chang Yu still has a backhand. Xian Yuan. It's not like what you said. Chang Yu was seconded by me, but how can it still be resurrected? It immediately retreated backwards, and in the blink of an eye, it had retreated behind Lu Jun. Suyu looked at the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God that had entered the death countdown and softly said, Die under my delusion-breaking immortal sword. In his heart, he silently added, Stand still and be killed by my delusion-breaking immortal sword. The delusion-breaking immortal sword flew out, flying rapidly and stabbing at the Ashen Sky Ghost God. And the ashen heavenly ghost god realized in horror that it could not move. Suyu said that it would be allowed to die under the delusion-breaking immortal sword, so when it faced the delusion-breaking immortal sword, it could only be killed and could not dodge. This was how it would die. It was already doomed. No. Xian Yuan. You're giving me false information. This is the thunder god and a billion times more damage? You. What are you waiting for? Ashen heavenly demon god shouted. Lu Jun laughed out loud and actually leapt in front of the ashen sky demon god. Your Majesty, the greedy demon god. I will avenge you. As the delusion-breaking immortal sword pierced into Lu Jun's body, it then passed through the ashen sky demon god's body. The ashen sky demon god died immediately. Lu Jun laughed out loud. Chuangyu. You are finished. I am Tonggui Master. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, the greedy demon god. I have avenged you. So what if you're as powerful as you are and can kill a god? In the end, didn't you still die under my homunculus division profession? With that, a prompt appeared. Lu Jun revealed a pleased smile. You have been killed by level 400 Changyu. The homunculus division profession trait is triggered. Changyu dies immediately. Instantly. Lu Jun realized that something was wrong. Why am I still alive? How come Changyu is still around? What's going on here? Lu Jun was puzzled. You were killed by Ashen Sky. The Tongyong Master occupational characteristic is triggered. The divine rank boss Ashen Sky enters the death countdown. You enter the necrotic state. The homunculus master's career trait is triggered. Ashen Sky has been killed by the sword of delusion. The career trait of the master of the same order is triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. You were killed by Lu Jun. Tongjun Master career trait triggered. Lu Jun enters death countdown. You enter the necromancy state. Suyu was still in the necrotic state. Only, he had just died once. Even in the dead spirit state, Suyu was killed. It was obvious. This was the same returning division. Suyu looked indifferent, a devotee of the greedy demon god? Then it is bestowed upon you to die eating poop. Congratulations, your master didn't even enjoy this treatment. Suyu turned away and closed his 5 senses. Lu Jun was still in the death countdown. Immediately after that, in his mouth, many poop suddenly appeared. He could not control his mouth at all, he kept swallowing, a steady stream of food. Vom. How? Vomit. Maybe. Vomit. Vomit. Lu Jun only had despair in his heart. How is this possible? Even the same returning master couldn't kill Changyu? What kind of occupation and talent does Changyu have? Vomit. Lu Jun walked through the death countdown while vomiting, eventually collapsing to the ground. As for Suyu, from his necrotic state, his body became solid and resurrected in place. Before his eyes, a large number of hints appeared. They were all the various rewards obtained, as well as the imminent triggering of a service-wide announcement. Suyu did not focus on this. What Suyu focused on was the last prompt. The Blue Star Human Civilization's entire divine order conducts a civilization vote. The results of the vote are all passed. The Blue Star Human Civilization splits into 238 civilization branches, and all branches obtain the qualification to enter the mythic world. Cosmos is leaving planet Blue. The United States is leaving the Blue Planet. The 3 kingdoms are leaving the Blue Planet. Chu country except White City detaching from the Blue Star. Suyu was silent. Chapter 73 Your time to die has come. At this moment, the announcement of Suyu passing through the God tier copy as well as killing the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God resounded. The service-wide notice had appeared in front of the eyes of all Blue Star Heavens Fated. Service-wide announcement, Heavens Fated 1 Chuangyu has transited the heavens and ended the future enemies of the past and present. Within the Ashes of Heaven transit copy, he successfully killed the Ashes of Heaven Ghost God, demonstrating the prestige of the Blue Star human race. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. Haha. I'm actually worried about Changyu. This is Changyu. A level 4600 Ghost God can be easily killed. Changyu is awesome. You are the pride of our Blue Star human race. It's a blessing for the country that we have you in Chu. Changyu is Changyu, awesome. It's a pity that Longyu isn't our cherry blossom nations. Really envy Chu country has Changyu, we rice country just because there is no Changyu behind Chu country. AI, Chu country has the long-standing UN, a unification of the Blue Star can be expected in a matter of days. Just as all of Blue Star's heavenly fates marveled at the fact that Changyu had taken out the Ashen Sky Demon God. Another announcement appeared instantly. And this announcement made all the divine fates around the globe dumbfounded. Blue Star Human Civilization's entire divine order conducts a civilization vote. The results of the vote are all passed. Blue Star Human Civilization splits into 238 civilization branches, and all branches are qualified to enter the mythic world. Cosmos is leaving planet Blue. The United States is leaving the Blue Planet. The Three Kingdoms are leaving the Blue Planet. Chu country except White City detaching from the Blue Star. As the announcement appeared, the entire Blue Star trembled, and the boundaries of the various countries detached from the Blue Star and were ascending into the sky. Instantly, space shook and the continents of the various countries' frontiers directly disappeared into the sky. The original Blue Star, the disappearing frontiers were filled with an infinite sea. Blue Star, there was only one city standing in the boundless sea. This was the last city of Blue Star, and this was the only main vein of Blue Star's human civilization, the White City. At the same time, in the boundless sea of Blue Star, 12 open vortex gates closed. This was the passageway to the battlefield of civilization. Now that the Blue Star human civilization was in tatters and had temporarily lost its qualifications to enter the civilization battlefield, the notice was automatically closed. The poor guardsmen of the countries inside have not yet come out. The god ranks of the various countries traveled through the universe with their frontiers, and when they found a planet, they remodeled it and turned the planet into a place where people could live. And then fill the planet with the entire country's territory. The speed, it was very fast. As a divine rank, in the Blue Star universe, it was like a creator. Soon enough, all the strong divine rankers of the various countries placed their respective national boundaries in the planets that they had found. It didn't take 5 minutes before and after. This was the greatness of the god rank. To wield such great power and yet be easily killed by Changyu, this is the original sin of Changyu. This was the reason for betraying the Blue Star. Similarly, the people of various countries had been completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect it. The world had evolved into this. They had actually left the Blue Star? Planet Rice, Rice Country. What's going on here? Why did they leave Blue Star? King Understanding must give us an explanation. We don't want to leave Blue Star is our home. Freedom! 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 Understanding King's voice resounded through me planet. From now on, this is called me planet, and this is the world that belongs exclusively to our me kingdom. Forget the past, a new era has begun. An era that belongs exclusively to our me kingdom. King Understanding whispered inwardly, the era of my King Understanding. No, it's the era of my dictatorship with the other god ranks. Without Changyu, who else could threaten them? If as a god order, they can't even enjoy themselves and get killed, then why become a god? King Understanding looked at the notice and saw that Bai Shi was excluded, so he knew that Chu's decision did not take away Changyu. It seems that everyone is thinking the same thing. Sakura Star, Sakura Kingdom. Why did you leave Blue Star? My mom is still in the Rice Country. Why did the countries make such a decision? Could it be because of the Ashen Sky Demon God? But wasn't the Ashen Sky Demon God already killed by Changyu? Why did he leave the Blue Planet? The Emperor's voice shook through Sakura Star. From today onwards, this is Sakura Star, the territory of our Sakura Kingdom. A new era has begun. 3 days from now, this Emperor's Princess Selection Assembly will begin. All females between the ages of 858 will be required to participate. Those who don't participate, die. Cosmic Star, Cosmic Kingdom. Sihachi, what's the point of leaving Blue Star? My wife is still on a business trip in Chu. Is our divine rank crazy? Surprisingly leaving the Blue Star? This is finished. Can't you see it yet? They become gods and are already invincible, all of us are going to become leaks. Park Changli's voice spread across the cosmic star, from now on, I am your master. Call me master. Everything you gain within the mythic world must be surrendered 90% every day. Dragon Star, Chu Kingdom. What the hell is this? Why are we breaking away from the Blue Star? Our Chu Kingdom's God rank speaks. Could it be because of the God rank copy just now? But wasn't this copy passed by Chuan Yu? Why are we breaking away from the Blue Star? What's going on here? Even if they're leaving, why are they taking Bai Shi with them? Why don't you take Bai Shi with you? The chief minister's voice spread throughout Dragonstar. The ashen heavenly demons and gods cannot be killed, and for the sake of the continuation of the Chu Kingdom, we have discussed separating from Blue Star. From now on, this is Dragonstar. We will stick to the people-oriented approach. The first Chu Emperor will be me. Blue Star, White City. We've been abandoned? Why? What did we do wrong? Isn't the Ashen Sky Demon God dead? Why do we still have to leave when Chuan Yu has even made a move? Aha, we've become outcasts. Ha, we're the only ones left in the White City on. We witnessed this scene with our own eyes. The Blue Star countries, repeating the same mistake. Like our civilization, when the leaders of the old era possessed God rank power and felt the power of God, it was inevitable they would break away from the God level replica. Ashes of Heaven Ghost God has been fully data mined. Entry restriction is God level, entry number restriction is 10. First time pass reward, 2 billion treasure money, 1 treasure box of choice of God level fruit, 1 treasure box of choice of God level civilization props. Exiting divine grade copy Ashes of Heaven Ghost God, exiting divine grade copy Ashes of Heaven Ghost God. The vortex gate in the sky shrunk and stood like a star. As long as one wanted to enter, just look at the vortex door and enter with a silent thought in your mind. This copy, which had been completely data mined. A stream of light flew out. The 9 superior ambassadors fixed their eyes on it, and immediately took off into the air, their 9 divine rank auras erupting without the slightest concealment. The White City was plunged into endless panic. Tens of millions of people prostrated themselves in terror. The 9 upper ambassadors were spirited and surrounded Chuan Yu. Their expressions were full of calm and composure, even smiling. The first upper envoy slowly raised his hand. In the center of his palm, a touch of immortal light was dense. It was clearly an immortal ranked magic treasure. Its power was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, enough to kill the gods. His voice was like cold ice piercing the bones. Morning dog, today you will go to the Yellow Springs with that multitude of people in the White City. Is this your layout against me? It's nothing more than 9 more deaths of the divine ranks. Suya stood under the dome of the sky, his sleeves fluttering, his eyes indifferently hanging down, and the array disc glowing with starlight appeared in his hand. Immediately, the array disc transformed into a sky full of starlight that was brilliant and dazzling, firmly enveloping the entire Blue Star. Chapter 74 Blue Star Ascension. You used the skill Same Death, and you bound the 9 targets you saw. So you enveloped Blue Star in the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, so that Blue Star would not suffer any damage even if it faced a divine rank battle. The original aura and oppressive feeling of that divine rank also dissipated in the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. The tens of millions of white marketers relaxed and looked up into the air. They were shocked to see that Zhang Yu alone was surrounded by 9 god ranks. That's Chuan Yu? Why are there so many god ranks? Why are they trying to kill Chuan Yu? Conspiracy. Conspiracy. This is conspiracy. The nations of the world are trying to kill Chuan Yu, and we've become Chuan Yu's companions. Damn it! They abandoned us just to kill Chuan Yu? What did Chang Yu do wrong? Why should they kill him? Damn it, Chuan Yu is from Chu. Why did they abandon Chuan Yu? Why did they abandon us? Go for Chang Yu. Kill them. Go for it, Chang Yu. Kill all these. The people of the White City guessed that they thought that this situation was all because the countries wanted to kill Chang Yu, so they broke away from the Blue Star in advance. Li Tianyi, the mayor and others in the career division looked at the sky at Chang Yu. They showed bitter faces. We have been abandoned. The countries of the world did it on purpose. They left behind the 9 divine ranks to kill Chang Yu. We are abandoned. When the 9 superior ambassadors saw the circumstantial Star Dipper formation, a touch of shock passed through their expressions. This is an immortal rank formation? Originally, they were still victorious, but now a flash of panic flashed across their eyes. Their bottom card was the immortal rank prop in their hands, all things annihilation. Capable of annihilating everything below the immortal rank, it was a double death of the body and soul, and was no different from the occupational trait of a homunculus master. They originally thought that if Chang Yu could really come out alive from within the copy, then using this immortal rank prop would certainly send Chang Yu to his death. However, they didn't expect that Chang Yu would even have an immortal rank formation. Could it be that you were able to regicide multiple times, and were able to come out from within the replica, relying on this immortal rank formation? The seventh upper envoy guessed. Suyu indifferently said, so what if it is? Upper envoy number 1 coldly snorted, and the 10,000 things annihilation in his hand was immediately unleashed. I don't believe that your immortal rank formation can block my 10,000 things annihilation. The pitch black light instantly swept across the entire blue star. Being swept by this black light would directly annihilate, absolutely unable to survive. The black light swept across the blue star, swept across the various buildings of the White City, the people, the flowers, plants, and trees. It even swept over Suyu's body. The blue star did not have a little thing, each building did not have a little thing, the people, flowers, and trees, and even Suyu did not have a little thing. It was such a powerful black light, even if a god-ranked powerhouse was hit, the light would be annihilated immediately. At this moment, under the shroud of the circumstantial star dipper formation, it was actually ineffective. The 9 superior ambassadors' gazes exploded and their bodies trembled with horror. How is this possible? Why has the annihilation of all things failed? How is it possible? How is it possible? What kind of formation is this? Suffered. At this moment, the 9 upper ambassadors were terrified. In the circumstantial star dipper formation, their attacks were completely ineffective and could not harm Chuanyu as well as Blue Star at all. Now, they were even trapped in the perimeter star dipper grand formation as well and were unable to escape. Faced with the multiple regicide of the gods, Chuanyu. How could they not panic? Quickly! Enter the mythic world. Number 1 upper envoy shouted. But Chuanyu was faster than them and had already unleashed the skill snare. The 9 upper ambassadors' attention had been on Chuanyu's body, and when they were about to enter the mythic world to avoid Chuanyu's front, they only saw the corner of Chuanyu's mouth rise, revealing a feint. Immediately, the 9 upper ambassadors stopped entering the mythic world, and they stared at Chuanyu as if they were possessed. Afraid? You're only a tiny 3rd rank, we're 9 divine ranks, would we be afraid of you? Die! 9 superior envoys faced with the ridicule of Chuanyu, lost most of their sanity. 9 divine rank skills instantly blasted to the front of Chuanyu. Boom! The next second, Suyu entered the necrotic state, his eyes stared at them blandly, and said softly, die under the stone I throw. In Suyu's hand, a stone appeared, and with a flick of his fingertip, the small stone flew out and passed through the bodies of the 9. Blue Star Universe Civilization List. 1 Blue Star Level 1, Human Civilization Main Vein, White City Buff, Experience gained 100 times. 2 Chu Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Chu Buff, none. 3 Mi Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Mi Country Buff, none. 4 Sakura Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Sakura Country Buff, none. 5 North Bear Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, North Bear Country Buff, none. 6 Cosmos Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Cosmos Country Buff, none. In a flash, a single announcement resounded through the Blue Star universe. Countless celestial fates saw the contents of these announcements. In an instant, whether it was the god ranks or the heavenly fates, all of them were shocked. The blue star that they had just detached from had actually obtained a permanent buff experience gained 100-fold? However, before they could react in any way, another service-wide announcement rang out. Service-wide notice, Heaven's Destined One Chuanyu has warped the heavens and ended the future enemies of the past and present. Sharing his own permanent buff in the Blue Star, the entire main vein of the Blue Star human civilization gained a shared buff, attributes gained tenfold. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. Blue Star Universe Civilization List. 1 Blue Star Level 1, Human Civilization Main Vein, White City Buff, Experience gained 100 times, Attributes gained 10 times. 2 Chu Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Chu Buff, none. 3 Mi Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Mi Country Buff, none. In an instant, the entire universe of Heaven's Destiny was shocked. Heaven. Permanent buff. Experience gained 100 times. Nima's attribute points could still be gained tenfold. This Nima is not open? Now can still go back not? It's not like we wanted to leave, it's all because of that group of born gods. The long-standing Yua, we want to go home. It's not our fault. Chapter 75, How is this possible? Right now, the heavenly fates of the civilization branches of all the major clans were extremely disgusted with their own god-rank powerhouses. If these god-rank powerhouses did not conduct a civilization vote, then if they were now, they could obtain the same permanent buff experience gained 100 times as those in the White City, as well as the attribute gained 10 times the attributes shared by Changyu buff. These two buffs were truly powerful. Within the mythic world, fighting and upgrading monsters, every single monster was not weak, they were all fought out in actual combat. If a Heaven's Destiny person wanted to take out a monster of the same level, unless there was a level suppression, or their own talent and profession were exceptionally powerful, it would be very difficult to win in single combat. Basically, it was all about fighting monsters in groups. And with this experience gained a 100-fold buff, killing a monster was equivalent to gaining the experience of killing 100 monsters. Even if it was a group, that experience gained was still very high. This could greatly increase the upgrading progress of the entire civilization. Being able to quickly cultivate a large number of high-level powerhouses would allow everyone to focus on advancement quests instead of slogging through monsters and worrying about losing one of their lives. And the most powerful point is that there is also the tenfold harvest of attributes shared by Changyu. The attributes gained from upgrading are boosted tenfold, and the free attribute points gained are also boosted tenfold. This meant that in the future, even if they faced monsters of the same level, the main vein's heavenly fate could easily crush and kill them. But now, their country's divine ranks had actually voted jointly. Now it was good, one country, one planet. They became a branch of the Blue Star human civilization. The White City where Changyu was from became the main vein of the Blue Star civilization. A complete and utter separation. In that case, only the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization enjoyed these two heaven-defying buffs. And they enjoyed nothing. But the point was that originally, they could have enjoyed it as well. They were forced to become the Blue Star human branch vein. Plus, now that the god ranks of the various countries were no longer pretending to be dictatorships. To regress civilization back to those times of oppression once upon a time. How could these tributary divine fates not resent these divine ranks? Grass. Birth. The divine ranks are all born made me lose these two buffs. At the loss of us being happy for them to become god ranks, now that they've become god ranks, they've treated us like meat on a slab. And now they even want to rule as a dictatorship. Marred, and an emperor? I'll be damned. We were supposed to be able to get those buffs like the main chakra heavenly fates. Now not only are there no buffs, we're going to be ing slaves of the divine order. I want to go back These damn divine orders. Xuanyu begs you, find a way to take me back I'm innocent. I'm innocent. ACI bar. Xuanyu, come and save our cosmic kingdom Why is it that the person oppressing us would be our country's god class Surrender 90% of the resources of the mythological world, this West 8 Le God order still want us to raise him? ACI bar. Baka, my wife is going to sacrifice to the emperor, no. Xuanyu, come to save us, I don't want to accept the emperor's rule. We Sakura country are all good people all innocent. What's the point of having such a big planet? We can live better than here if we're still on the blue planet. Abandoning Xuanyu and Bai Shi would be the biggest mistake Chu has ever made. You god ranks will definitely regret it. Knock you on your ass, these god orders still buff me. Isn't it said that the first strong leads to the last strong? I haven't enjoyed a single buff all these years. People long-standing directly let the entire main vein of heavenly orders to obtain a permanent buff experience 100 times gained. He also shared his own attributes 10 times to get the buffs. In the end, who is a good person, who is a bad person, a glance will tell. Changyu this into the mythological world only the 5th day These god ranks have the power of the gods, they must have feared the ability of Changyu to kill the gods, and that's why they voted to try to exclude Changyu, so that they could rule in a dictatorship. Who would have thought that just after they took us away, Changyu killed 10 god ranks and upgraded the blue star? I'll see how these god ranks end up in the future. They must be so scared right now. Great Changyu, come quickly, come and rescue us. At this moment, the divine ranks of the various civilization branches opened their panels and entered a small chat group. Inside this were all the divine ranks of the various civilization branches. At this moment, the divine ranks of the various civilization branches inside this small group sent out messages one after another. Only, most of these messages were of fear for Changyu as well as the resentment that had suddenly arisen. Damn it, this Changyu even killed 10 godly orders in Blue Star? He even upgraded Blue Star? How is this possible? By what reason could Changyu kill gods so easily? This shouldn't be. Damn Changyu, even if he can kill a god, what can he do? He can still control us now? Ha ha ha. We're only at the god rank now, and he's only a mere third rank. One day, I'll find a way to restrain him in the mythical world. Deicide again? This Changyu, possessing the ability to kill a god, that in itself is unfair to us god rank powerhouses. Humph. Isn't it just attributes gained tenfold? Isn't it just gaining experience 100 times? We are gods. We don't need these garbage buffs. In the version where the immortal rank is not out, we are invincible. People like Changyu don't deserve to live in the world at all. He's disturbing the order in this world. That is. We, the gods, will lead the human tributary civilization to surpass the mainline civilization. We will prove with reality that it's useless for Changyu to be strong alone, and that a civilization with a god rank can only drive the entire civilization and make the entire civilization stronger. These buffs, we don't want them. At a time when the major civilization branching heavenly fates hated their own divine rank. At the time when the major civilization branch divine ranks feared and hated Changyu. In the Blue Star, the main vein of the human civilization. The tens of millions of people in the White City let out deafening cheers. Ha ha ha, cool. LOL. Let you trash god ranks abandon us. Ha ha, experience 100 times gained buff ah. Attributes 10 times to get buffs ah. Ah, it's so cool, it's so cool. It's really cool. Us killing one monster is equivalent to the other branch divine fates killing 100. Us going up a level is equivalent to them having to go up 10 levels. Let them target Changyu. Now it's good, silly eyes. Awesome, brother Changyu. Martyr, I've taken a vicious breath of fresh air. These god ranks, sooner or later they'll regret it. I really didn't expect that our Changyu is actually from the White City. Ha ha ha, cool. I can't wait to enter the mythical world to fight monsters and upgrade. Martyr, this is experience gained 100-fold. This is 10 times the attributes gained. Martyr, it's awesome. My White City heavenly fates will all be like dragons from now on. Everyone will surpass the other branches of the divine fate. Changyu is really a great treasure from the heavens for our White City. Ha ha ha. Exasperate the god ranks and heavenly fates of the other branches and make you betray the Blue Star. At the same time, in the celestial universe, a supercontinent spanned half of the starfield. At the center of the celestial continent, the palace complex loomed and glittered. The Palace of Civilization, this was the holy ground for the celestial civilization to discuss invading other civilizations. Normally, there would be 2 immortal ranked powerhouses that would take turns guarding this place, watching over the 70,000 candle flames on the walls of the Hall of Civilization. Each candle flame was equivalent to a god-ranked powerhouse. These 70,000 candle flames corresponded to 70,000 god ranks, and were the spies sent out by the celestial civilization to invade other civilizations. Ever since the celestial civilization entered the version of god transformation into immortality, within the mythical world, all kinds of super god level immortal rank secret realms appeared one after another. Immortal rank powerhouses were born one after another. God ranks, too, became no longer rare. Some god ranks with average professions and talents, and no heavenly battle power, volunteered to become the vanguard of invading other civilizations. They would search for weak civilizations in the crisis-ridden sea of civilizations, then invade the world and open up the civilization battlefield. Afterwards, they would lurk for 10,000 years, setting up forces and assassinating heavenly pride. When the civilization battlefield was engaged in a duel, the celestial civilization would then unify the civilization battlefield in one fell swoop. In this way, the celestial civilization would win and would devour the universe where the loser civilization was located, raising the upper limit of the celestial universe as well as fusing the 2 mythic worlds, obtaining all the resources of the other side's mythic world and raising the upper limit of the entire mythic world. At the same time, the loser civilization would become a slave of the celestial civilization. The genius is inside, the strongest and everything else will belong to the celestial civilization. In the Blue Star, the 9 top ambassadors that were killed by Suyu were the 9 god ranks of the celestial civilization. Layout to kill the long-standing Yu, but also because the long-standing Yu's performance is too counterintuitive, just 5 days, every day to kill the gods. This made them fear the potential of Changyu. Then, the 9 upper ambassadors reported to Gu Qingfeng, an immortal ranked elder who was guarding the place. The super god level prop in their hands, the immortal rank prop All Things Annihilation, was given to them by the immortal rank elder Gu Qingfeng. Immortal rank elder Gu Qingfeng knew that this Changyu was most likely the reincarnation of one of the great powers of the mythical world, with extremely strong talents and professions, and possessed the ability to kill gods. So in order to kill this Changyu, he took out the 10,000 Things Annihilation, and gave it to the number one upper envoy. At the same time, he also knew that the mythological world that this blue star universe corresponded to was likely to harbor great secrets. Generally speaking, if you want to have an ancient great power reincarnated, this mythological world must have once been powerful, only for the version to fall later. If the mythical world corresponding to the celestial universe could fuse with the mythical world of the blue star universe, it would be able to obtain the great depths within. As for whether or not it can kill any long-standing you, Gu Qingfeng, the old man of the immortal rank sitting in the rocking chair, was absolutely certain. After all, immortal rank prop's annihilation of all things, that was a prop that directly killed those under the immortal rank. Even if Changyu had once been strong, even if he had once been a saint, as long as his realm was under the immortal rank, he would be killed in seconds. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Suddenly, on the wall, amongst the densely packed candle flames, 9 of them instantly dissipated. The immortal rank elder Gu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is it possible?" Chapter 76 Chief Consul Changyu. How is this possible? The candle flames corresponded to the life of each god rank, and as long as they died, the candle flames would go out. Gu Qingfeng couldn't believe it. Those 9 candle flames were the same 9 upper ambassadors who invaded the blue star, and it was himself who had given them the immortal rank prop All Things Annihilation to exterminate Longyu. As a result, it turned out to be the 9 upper ambassadors who lost their lives. But how is this possible? That was the immortal ranked props, the 10,000 Things Annihilation, able to kill anything below the immortal level. What makes him a Changyu alive? Even if he was the reincarnation of an ancient great power, it was still impossible. Could it be that he also has a prop of the immortal rank? But how is that possible? According to what the 9 upper ambassadors said, the long-standing you clearly only 3 orders, reincarnation is also impossible to bring treasures together. Reincarnation can only be with the memory as well as the ability to change into occupation and talent reincarnation. This Changyu, by what right? Just as Gu Qingfeng was shocked that Changyu had killed the 9 upper ambassadors, a burst of red light surfaced, and on the rocking chair next to him, a young man in a red robe appeared. He was none other than one of the 2 immortal ranks guarding the civilization hall. Xiao Changkong. He had just sensed that 9 candle flames had gone out in the civilization hall and immediately came. Xiao Changkong looked at where the extinguished 9 candle flames were located, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "These 9 people, it seems that they entered the Blue Star universe, and the mythological world that the Blue Star universe corresponds to is merely the resurrection of all things, so how is it that these 9 divine ranks have fallen? Even with the Blue Star universe's realm suppression, their strength wouldn't be lower than a demigod. How could they die? What a waste." Obviously, the 9 upper ambassadors did not give Xiao Changkong a report. Because Xiao Changkong had been absent for the past 10 days, and it had been Gu Qingfeng who had guarded the civilization hall, so only Gu Qingfeng knew about it, and Xiao Changkong did not. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. The matter is like this." As Gu Qingfeng said the news reported by the 9 upper ambassadors, then Gu Qingfeng took out the immortal rank prop 10,000 Things Annihilation and gave it to the 9 upper ambassadors, telling them to use it to deal with Changyu. And then to the current extinction of their 9 candle flames. A look of horror gradually appeared on Xiao Changkong's face. Xiao Changkong was appalled. Changyu had only entered the mythological world for 5 days, and had been committing deicide every day for those 5 days, and on the 5th day, the 9 god-ranked upper ambassadors took the immortal ranked props that you had given them to carry out an assassination, and as a result, they actually lost to the 3rd-ranked Changyu? Killed by the 3rd-ranked Changyu? This was far too magical. Celestial civilization had not encountered such a thing so far. If it was true, then Changyu was simply too heaven-defying, and this was definitely the biggest crisis that the entire celestial civilization had ever faced. Xiao Changkong has already immortal rank. At this time the heart to the long-standing you all rise up a kind of inexplicable horror. Xiao Changkong felt very tricky. He coldly said, "If this is really the case, then we are in big trouble. Even if the Blue Star universe can now allow the existence of god-ranked powerhouses, but Changyu is so powerful and is even suspected of possessing immortal rank props, how can the god rank we send out take out Changyu?" Gu Qingfeng nodded and solemnly said, "Therefore, we must report this matter to His Majesty the Human Emperor." If Changyu is really the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse with such power, coupled with the fact that we have now opened up a civilization battlefield, there is bound to be a showdown between us and the Blue Star universe. Man, this is nothing short of a disaster. If we don't handle this well, it's really going to turn over. All the glory of my celestial civilization will be in vain. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng immediately headed to the Hall of Human Emperors. He was going to report this matter to the number one powerhouse of the celestial civilization, the civilization's supreme powerhouse that ruled over the entire celestial civilization, the Human Emperor. As he stepped into the Human Emperor's hall, Gu Qingfeng seemed to see a green shadow flicker away. However, thinking that this was the location where the Human Emperor was located, how could there be any small-minded people, so he did not put it to heart. Ka! At this moment, the head of the vocational division, Li Tianyi, as well as the mayor and the others had been waiting for a long time. They saw the direction that Long Yu went back. That was exactly the object of Long Tianran's suspicion the other day. Su Yu's home. Now, Li Tianyi then concluded that Su Yu was Changyu. So he brought people and immediately waited in front of Su Yu's house. In fact, and Li Tianyi guessed the same, he came to the door of Su Yu's house. Feel this inside no one, then know that he bet right. Su Yu is Changyu. Thinking of this, Li Tianyi heart numb himself before. Surprisingly in front of Changyu so pretentious. This is really. Su Yu just arrived at the door, looked at Li Tianyi and others, knew that he was probably exposed, but now he did not need to hide. Anyway, the entire Blue Star is only left in the White City, and now continue to hide it will not be necessary. The current Blue Star, the current White City, needs itself to stand out and inspire. Li Tianyi's face was complex, no longer having the pride he had at the beginning, but carefully said, Changyu? Su Yu smiled and nodded, it's me. It really is him. The people present were shocked. But at the same time, there was some small joy in their hearts. After all, Changyu was from their White City. Because of the existence of Changyu, the White City was able to have 100 times the experience to gain a buff as well as 10 times the attributes to gain a buff. They were truly grateful to Changyu. Su Yu directly asked, what do you guys want to do when you come to find me? Li Tianyi and the others looked at each other, then said, we have been abandoned. The only thing left in Blue Star is the tens of millions of us in White City, surrounded by the sea. Since they've all abandoned us, so why don't we just build a country? With you as the country's chief consul, what do you think? Su Yu thought about it and felt that it could be right now in the Blue Star universe, the human civilization proper is the White City. Even those branch veins are countries, how can this human orthodoxy of his own, the main vein of the hall, be a city? Su Yu said, it can be. However, I don't care much about things, I have to become stronger in the mythic world. The normal operation of this city still depends on you guys. I don't want this place to turn into a city of crime, I like orderly cities. Li Tianyi nodded and the crowd chorused, yes, Your Excellency the Consul. Li Tianyi asked, then Your Excellency the Consul, what should the name of this country be called? Su Yu thought about it and said, let's call it the Blue and White Country. And Su Yu thought about it and said, let everyone know that Changyu is the chief consul. But exactly who I am, you guys just know, if there are difficult things, you can come to me for discussion, but don't look for me for some small things, I don't like trouble. Su Yu did not want his place to be surrounded, and when the time came to play a game, there would be no peace. Li Tianyi and the others nodded their heads. Soon, Li Tianyi and the mayor held a citywide conference. The founding of the country was announced, Blue and White. The capital was set as the White City. The chief consul of the Blue-White State, Changyu. In an instant, the news spread throughout White City, and tens of millions of people cheered. There are still some people want to take advantage of the White City no country management, want to take advantage of the crime. But after hearing that Changyu was the chief ruler of the Blue-White country, they immediately dismissed the idea. After all, who doesn't know the might of Changyu now? And then look at the circumferential Star Dipper array that covers the entire Blue Star, who dares to disobey Changyu? Without Changyu, everyone was screwed. With the establishment of the Blue and White Kingdom, the Blue Star Human Civilization list changed. Blue Star Cosmic Civilization list. 1. Blue Star Level 1, Main Vein of Human Civilization, Blue-White Country Buff, Experience gained 100 times, Attributes gained 10 times. 2. Shu Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Shu Country Buff, none. 3. Mi Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch Vein, Mi Country Buff, none. 4. Sakura Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Sakura Country Buff, none. 5. North Bear Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, North Bear Country Buff, none. 6. Cosmos Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Cosmos Country Buff, none. Suyu's home. Now I finally have the time to take stock of the rewards I just received. Suyu cheerfully looked at the rewards he obtained. 1 Ghost Race God Statue. Ghost Race Gold Coin 400,000. Treasure Money 4 billion. Free Attribute Points 40,000. God Tier Talent, Eye of Insight. Divine Grade Fruit Optional Treasure Chest 1. 1 Divine Grade Civilization Props Treasure Chest of Choice. These rewards, they are simply fantastic. Chapter 77 Crazy Harvest. Suyu turned his gaze towards the Ghost Race Idol, and information about the Ghost Race Idol quickly surfaced. Ghost Race Idol. Rating, Special. Description: when version 1.1 of the Hijack of the Four Clans opens, the first time you kill a Ghost Clan, you will be able to obtain a Ghost Clan Idol. In the future, when you kill a Ghost Race, you will be able to obtain Ghost Race Gold Coins. Use the Ghost Coins and put them into the Ghost Idol. You can choose to get various abilities or items from it. Evaluation: an item unique to the Hijack of the Four Clans in version 1.1. Can be used to exchange various items in the Ghost Race Idol. It is said that even Saint-level props can be exchanged. Just as Suyu expected, this Ghost Race Idol was exactly the same as the Monster Race Idol. Both were things updated out of the version of the Hijack of the Four Races, and could be obtained after killing the four races. By killing the monsters of the four races, one would be able to obtain the corresponding gold coins, which would then be used to exchange for various things in it. Right now, Suyu had 200,000 Monstrous Race Gold Coins, which could actually be exchanged for a God tier item in the Monstrous Race God statue. And after killing the Ashen Sky Ghost God, Suyu had obtained 400,000 Ghost Race Gold Coins, which should be able to exchange for 2 God grade items. However, for Suyu, ordinary God level items also depended on the need. Currently Suyu was not short of God level items, so he had not been exchanging them, keeping the gold coins with the intention of exchanging super God level items. Suyu thought. Divine Grade Treasure Chest requires 200,000 Monstrous Ghost Race Gold Coins. Super God Grade Treasure Chest requires 5 million odd Ghost Race Gold Coins. A Saint Grade Treasure Chest requires 100 million Monstrous Ghost Race Gold Coins. Even if one couldn't gather all the gold coins needed for a Saint level treasure chest, a Super God level treasure chest would still be possible, right? It was just a matter of killing a few more God rank bosses. Anyway, there were quite a few of the four clans God ranks, and the Super God rank treasure chests could definitely be put together, and instead of exchanging a God rank treasure chest right now to open a God rank item, it would be better to save up for a stronger Super God rank treasure chest. Immediately, Suyu put away the 400,000 Ghost Race Gold Coins as well as the Ghost Race God statue and put them into the system backpack until later. There was also the 4 billion treasure money that he had just obtained, together with the more than 1 billion treasure money from before. The total was around 51 billion. Suyu decided to wait for the treasure money to reach 10 billion and then directly enter the secret realm of treasure money to all Pokies. Right now, it is more than 5.1 billion treasure money. Wait a little longer. Waiting to kill 2 or 3 more divine ranks would be about right. Next, Suyu looked towards the 40,000 free attribute points obtained from killing the Ashen Sky Ghost God. This was really a lot, knowing that the last time he killed the Stone Spirit Monster God, he had only gained 20,000, while killing the Ashen Sky Ghost God was 40,000. Suyu guessed that this was most likely due to the level, knowing that the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God was a level 4,600 Ah. Although Suyu did not know exactly how many levels the Stone Spirit Monster God was, it was definitely not as much as the Ashen Sky Ghost God, otherwise the Stone Spirit Monster God would have come out a long time ago. Suyu looked at the 40,000 free attributes that was very pleasantly surprised, coupled with the roll of the White Emperor's Ring, that could be a total of 160,000 attribute value Ah. Under the 7th rank, even if one does not use talent and occupation, one is absolutely invincible. This was the super standard value monster. The only pity is, he killed the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God first to obtain the attribute value. At this time there is no attribute 100 times to obtain the buff, otherwise, then Suyu enhance the attribute is not 160,000, but 16 million attribute value. But it doesn't matter, anyway, one always needs to kill the gods. There are still god-ranked bosses of the 4 tribes, one can always find them and make them into one's own attribute nutrients. This is all good when you think about it. Immediately, Suyu added all 40,000 free attribute points to the Strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 40,000. You have triggered the effect of the White Emperor's Ring, your full attribute plus 40,000. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 400 100% third order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Digdao level, Eye of Insight Divine level. Occupation, 3rd rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 104,000 plus 40,000 is equal to 144,000. Spirit, 144,000. Physique, 144,000. Agility, 144,000. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Snare Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 2. General skill, Blood Sacrifice 9th Order level 1. Suyu was excited when he looked at his 140,000 attributes. He was only at the 3rd rank and he already had 140,000 attributes. With this attribute under the 7th rank, in the absence of realm suppression, no one could possibly be his opponent. It was really cool. Now it's really an invincible mechanism and an invincible value. Ha ha. Suddenly, Suyu noticed an additional divine grade talent Eye of Insight on the panel. Yes, after killing the Ashen Sky Ghost God, instead of obtaining equipment, he had obtained a divine grade talent. Immediately, Suyu looked towards the divine grade fruit optional treasure chest. This thing Suyu had obtained once before, and last time, Suyu obtained the mythic time fruit from it, boosting his mythic world by 2 hours. This time, what god tier fruit could one open? Suyu was quite looking forward to it. Thus, Suyu immediately opened the divine grade fruit optional treasure chest. You have opened the divine level fruit optional treasure chest. You can choose one of the following 3 divine level fruits to obtain. 1. Median God rank experience physique fruit. After eating it, you obtain a median God rank experience physique, gaining experience every second and automatically gaining experience for the duration of the median God rank. 2. 100-fold strike fruit. After eating it, every attack you make triggers a 100-fold strike when you are at high God rank and below. 3. Divine general skill fruit. After eating it, you randomly gain a divine rank general skill. Suyu looked at the 3 God rank fruits on the information panel and fell into thought. This first median God rank experience physique fruit, this is used to raise experience, while he has Bodhi Enlightenment tea in place. The last time he drank 2 grams of the brewed tea, and with just 1 brew, he directly leveled up to 100. The key, oneself this Bodhi Enlightenment tea that is 200 grams, now there are still 198 grams it, oneself presses the extra experience gained physique Even if it could be used in conjunction with the experience 100-fold gaining energy, it was just useless for himself. So the median God rank experience physique fruit could be ruled out. This second 100-fold strike fruit was even more needless to say. High divine rank and below attacks only had a 100-fold blast, and this wasn't even a permanently boosted ability. One didn't need it at all. So, this came down to the 3rd God rank general skill fruit being somewhat useful. After using it, it was directly a way to obtain a God tier skill. Currently, Suyu's skills were just 3, 2 holy rank profession skills and 1 generic 9th rank skill. So there was still a shortage of skills. Thus, without any surprises, Suyu chose the divine grade generalized skill fruit. Suyu ate it in 1 bite. You have eaten the divine grade generic skill fruit, and you have obtained a divine grade generic skill, negative purification. Suyu. Nickname, Changyu. Profession skill, Snare Holy Rank level 9, Same Death Holy Rank level 2. General skills, Blood Sacrifice 9th level 1, Negative Purification Divine level 1. Negative Purification. Level 1. Effect, activate the skill to remove the target's negative status. Evaluation, Negativity Purification, a very useful skill. When you are poisoned, mentally drained, have troubles and other negatives, you use Negativity Purification, you will remove the negative state and return to your peak state. In the mythical world, with this skill, you can be respected by many powers. Suyu looked at this negative purification skill and realized that it was really good. Being able to return someone to their peak state was really strong. For himself, it also has a role to play. After all, troubles everyone has, this skill can remove the negative state. Naturally, it can also remove the troubles. It is really good. And injury seemed to be a negative status as well, right? In other words, this skill was actually still a healing skill. This skill was really quite good. Whirlwind. Suyu turned his gaze towards the last item. Divine Civilization Props Optional Treasure Chest. This, Suyu obtained for the first time and immediately opened it. Chapter 78 The Mightiness of a God-Level Civilization. You have opened the Divine Level Civilization Props Optional Treasure Chest. You can choose one of the following 3 Divine Level Civilization Props to 2. Civilization Trade Card. After using this card, a civilization port will be opened up, and will attract civilizations with civilization ports to trade. For example, if the main vein of the Blue Planet human civilization uses this card, it will open a civilization port in Blue Planet and connect with civilizations that also have civilization ports for trade. 3. Civilization Upgrade Challenge Card. After using this card, a challenge will be born, and if the challenge is successful, the civilization will be upgraded by 1 level. For example, if the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization uses this card, and the challenge is successful, the Blue Star will be upgraded by 1 level. Suyu incomparably seriously looked at the 3 divine level civilization props over and over again before confirming that all of this divine level civilization props were props that had something to do with civilization decision making. The civilization resource gambling card was obviously a prop for invading other civilizations. The civilization trade card was used for civilization development, to build bridges with other civilizations. The civilization upgrade challenge card is used to upgrade the civilization level. The civilization level will get various buffs to increase, just like the experience of 100 times to get. Each of these 3 civilization props has its own unique characteristics, representing the path for a civilization to move forward. Currently, the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization was level 1, and the rest of the branches were level 0, which meant that in fact, the Blue Star human civilization was really weak. If it wasn't for Suyu's appearance, which caused the Mythic World version to be updated twice in a row, then the current Blue Star human civilization did not have a single god rank to date. Since there was no god rank, naturally, there would not be a division between branch veins and main veins. Even more so, there will not be this kind of god-level civilization props. It could be said that it was Suyu who used the power of one person to forcefully push the Blue Star human civilization to a position that did not belong to the heights of today. This led to the fact that the entire Blue Star human civilization was only as strong as Suyu himself, and those god ranks looked powerful, but what if they faced normal upgrades and step-by-step civilizations? In front of these civilizations, the god ranks wouldn't necessarily be powerful, they might just be ants. Therefore, when Suyu saw these 3 divine rank civilization props, it was obvious that he knew that the civilization resource betting card and civilization trade card could not be used. He himself was powerful, even if he faced a stronger immortal rank himself, he was not afraid, but what if it was a saint rank saint? Suyu has not seen this kind of strong person, but his own profession is belonging to the saint rank. Even the profession like Tonggui Master is rated as saint rank, then the profession and talent that can become a saint may not be much worse than himself. Perhaps, a saint wouldn't dare to kill himself, and would also be subjected to the occupational characteristics of a homunculus division and die. But, it may not be necessary to kill someone if you want to deal with them, forcing you to be sealed, destroying you mentally as a toddler and making you lose your memories. This is also not called killing you. But it can restrict you and make you useless. This was the reason why Suyu was scornful of Holy Order saints. Currently, Suyu has the perimeter star dipper formation in place and is not afraid of the immortal rank powerhouses below the saint rank, but what about the saint rank above the immortal rank? Suyu did not dare to guarantee that the civilization he matched with using this civilization resource betting card was not a civilization that possessed a saint. What if the opposite side of the betting civilization has a saint? Can he win by himself? There is also the civilization trade card, although it can connect with civilizations that have civilization ports, but why do people have the courage to open a civilization port? That's because people are powerful. Only powerful civilizations dare to open civilization ports and trade with countless civilizations without fear of invasion from other civilizations. Currently, only the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization is level 1, and the other branches are all level 0, so how can they dare to open a civilization port? If people come to trade and find out that the most powerful one in your Blue Star human civilization is a divine rank, will they still trade with you? They would just go ahead and rob it. The celestial civilization would still need to fight with the Blue Star human civilization in the civilization battlefield. If this directly open civilization port must not be directly divided by countless civilizations, it would directly become a civilization within a civilization. Therefore, these 2 civilization props were not useful to the current Blue Star human civilization. If they were used, they would instead lead to the Blue Star human civilization being invaded by major civilizations. Therefore, there was only one that could be chosen. That was the Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. This Civilization Upgrade Challenge card would only generate a challenge mission, and completing it would allow the civilization to level up. When the civilization level was upgraded, that reward was very generous. That was an entire civilization gain. Blue Star upgraded from 0 to 1 and all gained the experience 100-fold gain buff, so if it upgraded to 2, surely it would gain a permanent buff as well. So it had to be this one was suitable for the current blue star. And so, Suyu chose the Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. You have chosen the Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. You have obtained the Divine Civilization prop, Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. Rating, Divine Grade. Description: after using it, you can open a Civilization Upgrade Challenge once. If you pass the challenge, your civilization's main vein or branch vein will be upgraded by 1 level. If there is no main vein or branch, the whole civilization will be upgraded. Evaluation: Civilization Prop Card. If the civilization does not belong to a god-level civilization and does not have the civilization advancement function turned on, you can use this prop to obtain the advancement task. So you carefully looked at the description and discovered a shocking fact that the current Blue Star civilization did not actually belong to a god-level civilization. Even if the branch possessed a divine-ranked powerhouse, it did not belong to a divine-ranked civilization, which showed that divine-ranked civilizations were very powerful, not just as simple as possessing divine-ranked powerhouses alone. God-level civilizations themselves possess civilization advancement challenges, and the fact that Blue Star did not, indicated that it was not a god-level civilization. Suyu raised his head and his eye of insight was activated as he gazed at the sky, thinking about Blue Star in his heart. An information panel appeared. Blue Star Human Civilization. Main Vein, Level 1. Branch Vein, Level 0. Civilization, Non-Grand Unified Civilization. Rating, Non-Entry Level. Description: the number of god-ranked people fails to reach 80% of the civilization's population, belonging to a non-entry level civilization. Evaluation: a very weak civilization with no potential that has yet to unify its civilization. Meanwhile, the strongest person is actually a level 400 homunculus master. Never expose your traces in the sea of civilizations, or else you can only become a slave civilization and lose all initiative. Suyu people went numb. Now Suyu knows the terror of a god-level civilization. That is equivalent to 8 out of 10 people being a god-level civilization. If this opens the resource betting and opens the civilization trade, the Blue Star will be divided up in minutes. Moreover, this god-level insight I can find that the strongest person is himself, is a 400-level homologation master. This shows that for a god-level civilization, there must be quite a few that can know the identity of their homunculus master once they invade. And for a god-level civilization, if 80% of the people within the community are god-ranked, then it must necessarily possess immortal-ranked, or even saint-ranked. Ainima, this is too terrifying. Suyu had a heart palpitation. This sea of civilizations. The Blue Star was truly a speck of dust. Oneself is also just a mayfly. Suddenly, Suyu thought of the origin world, which was the most powerful world in the mythical world, the ultimate realm. Then how terrifying was the origin world? The Vengeance Group was the top power of the origin world. How terrifying was this power? The key was that he still had the source of magic power on his body, the fragment of this great Tao Supreme treasure, the hybrid infinite air cauldron. Sooner or later, this Vengeance Group would find their way to the door. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency to become stronger rose in Suyu's heart. He is still too weak. Third rank, is a mere 140,000 attributes something to be proud of? Can this be called a numerical monster? I'm afraid this is not even an ordinary person in a god-level civilization. An ethnic group, 80% of the divine rank. To put it bluntly, the current Blue Star human civilization was not even as good as a koan amongst the divine rank civilizations. Get stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. I am still not strong enough. Suyu took a deep breath. Looking at the Divine Civilization Challenge card in his hand, he decided to open a challenge first. First, he would upgrade the Blue Star to level 2. This way, another permanent buff could be obtained, and he himself would be able to receive an increase within the mythic world. Chapter 79, This Vengeance, I'll mark it. As Suyu used the Civilization Upgrade Challenge card, a message surfaced on the panel before the eyes that appeared. You have used the Civilization Upgrade Challenge card. Currently generating the Blue Star Human Civilization Upgrade Challenge. Blue Star Human Civilization Main Vein Civilization Upgrade Challenge Task Generation completed. Civilization Upgrade Challenge Tasks. Rating, no entry level. Description, kill 10 divine ranks from opposing camps. Evaluation, it's difficult for a civilization that doesn't enter the rank to kill 10 god ranks from opposing camps. Completion reward, Blue Star upgraded to the 2nd level. Suyu looked at the panel and realized that this challenge mission was actually not that difficult, and it just so happened that it was similar to his own 4th Order advancement mission. His own 4th Order advancement quest was also to kill 10 divine ranks from opposing camps. Suyu thought, the main problem now was, he had not joined a camp yet. Originally, Suyu was planning to go and join the 12 immortal sects, but on his way there, he received a service-wide notice that the Ashen Sky Ghost God had descended on Blue Star. That couldn't be helped, he had directly forced himself back to the real world both for the sake of the country and for the sake of his family, resulting in the fact that he hadn't even joined the 12 immortal sect yet. In other words, the main thing to do now was, join the 12 immortal sect. Then go and find the 4 clans god ranks and kill 10 of them, and you'll be able to complete both the 4th rank advancement quest and the Blue Stars upgrade challenge quest at the same time. After figuring out what he had to do, Suyu looked at the time. It was now more than 7 o'clock and he still had 40 to 50 minutes of Mythic World online time. It was just the right amount of time to enter the Mythic World and see what unknown dangers he would encounter if he was forced out of teleportation. However, in fact, Suyu was not worried. After all, he had his own birthplace. The big deal was that he would directly die once when he encountered danger, then exit the Mythic World and enter again. In this way, the destination would become the mythical world Peaceful Village. After all, one is still at the 3rd rank and has not yet reached the 4th rank. Once one was at the 4th rank, then one would lose their birthplace. This was also why the birthplace didn't have any powerful heavenly fates, as it was limited to 3rd order and below. You have entered the Mythic World. Your current location, Old Testament Palace of the Outer Gods. In a twisted, magical space, Suyu's figure appeared. This place was? In front of Suyu was a majestic palace, with the purple sun and moon reflecting each other in the sky above the palace. It's just that the sun is not the blazing disk that is commonly seen, but a twisted, mutated existence. Look carefully, actually found that the sun is actually by countless slender tentacles intertwined. They are densely entangled, twisted, writhing, interlaced with each other to form a bizarre picture. There were too many tentacles, twisting and writhing together, too complicated. From a distance, it looked like a burning purple sun, emitting a purple sunlight that caused palpitations and mental disorders. And the moon, equally extraordinary. It is not a bright silver disk, but a purple sphere emitting an eerie purple light. The surface seems to be covered with a layer of sticky, seaweed-like material, slowly wriggling in the sky. The violet light spilled down, carrying and blooming and bizarre, chilling the heart. Suyu felt uncomfortable. He felt his spirit become excited. Looking at this round of sun and moon, the whole person was bad. In his ears, unknown whispers resounded, and his own body was not controlled, and his flesh was constantly dancing. Suffered. If this goes on, he will definitely be finished. Suyu called out the delusion-breaking immortal sword, but this feeling did not disappear. This meant that even the delusion-breaking immortal sword could not block it. This was the means of the immortal rank. And the only thing that one could currently resist immortal ranked means was only one, and that was the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. Only, nowadays, the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation was guarding the Blue Star. Suyu immediately used the Divine Rank skill Negative Purification. However, the effect, too, was unsatisfactory. After all, Suyu was facing an immortal rank influence. How could a Divine Rank skill change? However, this did not mean that Suyu was out of means. At the critical time, it was still necessary to look at the means of a saint-ranked homunculus master. At this moment, Suyu's body was becoming more and more difficult to control, and his spirit was gradually losing consciousness. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, revealing a sneer with difficulty. At the same time, the same death skill binds the sun and moon on the palace. The sun and moon on the palace sensed Suyu's sneer, and instantly did not intend to turn Suyu into a twisted creature of the old days, and the terrifying spiritual power instantly crushed Suyu's spirit as well as his physical body. You have been killed by the tentacle-weaving sun. Homunculus Master Occupational Trait Trigger. The immortal rank boss Tentacle Weaver Sun, Dark Purple Cold Moon enters the death countdown. You have entered the necrotic state. Suyu, now in his necrotic state, coldly said, immediate death. Tonggui Master Occupational Characteristics Trigger. The immortal boss Tentacle Weaving Sun, Dark Purple Cold Moon dies immediately. Homunculus Division Occupational Characteristics Trigger. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. You have killed the immortal boss Tentacle Weaving Sun, Dark Purple Cold Moon, triggering the immortal curse, and have been rewarded with a small amount of money, 2 treasure chests of your choosing of super god level props. You have killed the Old Testament sage pet tentacle-weaving sun, dark purple cold moon, you have been watched by the Old Testament sage, and you have gained the curse of the pillars of the old world, growth suppression 10,000-fold. Growth 10,000-fold suppression, you gain only 1/10,000th of the attributes and experience you gained. Suyu's face changed drastically, but it was a saint? Where exactly is this? Without waiting for Suyu to think more, Suyu had already resurrected and directly exited the mythic world. After exiting, there were hundreds of thousands of additional twisted seals on Suyu's original position. Returning to the blue star, Suyu's heart palpitated. How could he not expect that because he had forcibly left the spatial teleportation, when he once again arrived at the mythical world, he had appeared in the saint's dojo? In other words, there were saints in the mythical world. However, very quickly, Suyu negated this inference. If there were really saints, he himself would have been finished at the beginning. He himself only came under the gaze of the Old Testament saints after killing the sun and the moon. The Old Testament saint wasn't there, he just kept the sun and moon captive. But now, Suyu's face was ugly as he realized that he was burdened with the curse of 10,000 times suppression. This was a saint's curse, how could it be removed? Attributes and experience were suppressed 10,000 times, which would seriously slow down his advancement. Damn it! This is really unlucky. Suyu looked towards the two super god tier props optional treasure chests. In a depressed mood, he could only open the treasure chests. Spinning around, he immediately opened them all. You have opened two super god tier props optional treasure chests, you can choose two of the following 6 super god tier props to obtain. 1. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, after using it, you gain a permanent buff to the harvested experience, randomly boosting it by 100,000 times. 2. Super God level treasure money secret scroll, after using, you can enter the super God level treasure money secret realm for treasure money consumption, from which you can improve attributes, experience, and even skip the advancement quests and so on. 3. Attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, after using, you get a permanent buff, harvested attributes, randomly enhance 100,000 times. 4. Super God level advancement book, after use, raise any target's rating to super God level. 5. Super God level curse book, after using it, you get a permanent super God level curse on a target. 6. Super God level formation scroll, after using it, you get a super God level formation. Suyu looked at these 6 props. In an instant, Suyu smiled. He himself did not seem to be so unlucky. These 2 permanent buffs are a bit powerful. Suyu narrowed his eyes, thinking about what had just happened, and coldly said, I'll take this revenge. Chapter 80 Roll. Suyu now does not feel uncomfortable anymore, on the contrary, he is much more excited. He looked at the 2 super god level props that can be selected in seconds at a glance, revealing a smile, well, not a sneer. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, after using it, you obtain a permanent buff, harvested experience, randomly boosted 100,000 times. Attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, after using it, you obtain a permanent buff, harvested attributes, randomly boosted 100,000 times. Suyu obtained a curse from the Pillar clan of old, and growth was suppressed 10,000 times. Attributes and experience could only get one of the 10,000 times. But now, with these 2 buffs in place, it wasn't false at all. This was a bottoming 10,000 times. Although it was random, it was a guaranteed 10,000 times. If one was lucky, triggering a higher multiplier was also possible. This was not a loss at all. Immediately, Suyu immediately chose these 2 super god tier props. You have selected the super god grade props. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll. You have obtained the super god grade props. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll. In Suyu's hand, these 2 scrolls appeared at once. Suyu's eye of insight was unleashed and the information of the 2 super god tier props surfaced. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll. Rating, super god grade immortal grade. Description, upon use, obtain and experience 10,000 times harvested permanent buff. Note, only one buff of the same type can take effect. If you have 10 times, 100 times harvested experience buff on you, it cannot be stacked. Evaluation, a guarantee of fast upgrading. Upgrade fast, step by step. In the mythic world, these types of buffs are very precious. If you meet a buff master, you absolutely must hug his thigh. Because chances are he can add one of these permanent buffs to you. Attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll. Rating, super god grade immortal grade. Description: after using it, obtain an attribute 10,000 times harvest permanent buff. Note, only one buff of the same type can take effect. If you have 10 times the attribute harvest experience buff on you, it cannot be stacked. Evaluation: same level, same rank, invincibility guarantee. The higher the attribute, the more invincible you are at the same level, the more invincible you are at the same level of single combat. In the mythic world, such buffs are very precious. If you meet a buff master, you absolutely must hug his thigh. Because chances are he can add one of these permanent buffs to you. So you looked at these two information panels, and after looking carefully, he realized that it was surprisingly not possible to have two buffs with the same effect and effect at the same time. That is to say, his own attribute 100 times gained buff and experience 100 times gained buff could not be stacked with these two buffs. Suyu was not stupid, and understood at once, if it could be stacked, then the buff master was really invincible. Directly adding thousands of attribute 10 times gained buffs to a person, wouldn't that directly make that person invincible? How is this possible? It was clearly impossible for such multiply stacked buffs to come into effect. Otherwise, this buff master was definitely not weaker than a homunculus master. It's just that, after all this time, I've never seen a buff master. On the blue star, there shouldn't be any. After all, buff master that is to give people permanent buffs and other auxiliary is not the same. A few days ago, Suyu had 500 buffs added to his body, and that feeling was simply invincible. If he met a buff master, he had thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of buffs added to his body, then think about it, it was also invincible. It seems like there are really a lot of powerful professions. A homunculus master himself is certainly powerful, but if he thinks he is invincible, then he will definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Immediately, Suyu used the two buff scrolls. You have used the experience 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, attribute 10,000 times harvest buff scroll, you have obtained a permanent buff, experience 10,000 times harvest, attribute 10,000 times harvest. Experience 10,000 times harvest buff is in effect. Every time you gain experience you will receive a random increase of 100,000 times. Experience 100 times gained buff is invalidated. The highest buff of its kind will take effect. Attribute 10,000x gain buff is in effect. Every time you gain an attribute, it will randomly increase by 100,000 times. Attribute 100 times gained buff is invalid. The highest buff of its kind will be effective. Suyu felt a bit wronged. He didn't mean to come to the Old Testament Outer God's Palace, but he did. You guys started it, so you really can't blame me. Suyu looked at so many information appeared, his heart facing the old pillar community more and more upset, and that Old Testament saint simply already have to take the road of death. In the future, one must definitely look for a statement. This grow 10,000 times suppression curse, one must get rid of it. Suyu thought so in his heart, and another prompt appeared in front of him. Suyu laughed, looks like someone is going to be scared. Suyu's silhouette disappeared and reappeared, it was already typing village. At this time, in the entire Blue Star universe, in front of the eyes of all the heavenly fates, a prompt appeared. Service-wide notice, heavenly fates Long Yu warps the heavens and the earth, and ends the ancient and modern future enemies. In the mythical world Old Testament Outer God's Palace, he succeeded in killing the two immortal rank bosses left over from the last era, Tentacle-Weaving Sun and Dark Purple Cold Moon. This demonstrates the power of the Blue Star people. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. In an instant, throughout the Blue Star universe, countless heavenly fates were shocked. Changyu? Surprisingly, killed another immortal rank boss. Or two. This ing is also too outrageous, right? It hasn't been long since the split. Less than an hour, during which 10 god ranks were killed, and now 2 more immortal rank bosses have been killed? This is too outrageous. This is Changyu? See? He is not only able to kill gods, he can even kill immortal rank bosses. We god-ranked people are still stuck in our ways. How dare we stay away from Changyu? Ah, how is this possible? Changyu is simply hanging on. We said that Changyu is the same master, this can be the same master? Are you kidding me? Too powerful, ah. I don't know if those gods regret it. I want to go back to the blue planet so badly. I so want to go back, ah. Blue Star, blue and white country, white capital. It had only just been founded not too long ago, not too long after it was released. Their chief consul Changyu went straight to the mythic world to take out 2 immortal ranked bosses? This is simply off the big poo ah. 666 ah, this act is not even acted, the chief consul lord, this is obviously hanging. Ah, see long you chief more and more powerful, I will be more happy ah. Those countries that abandoned us are angry. Those god ranks are probably trembling in fear. Chief Chanyu can even kill an immortal ranked boss, and they're just god ranks who dare to betray our blue star, so they're really looking for death. Serves them right. At this time. Mythic World. Taiping Village. Suyu had already re-entered the mythical world and entered the birthplace. Having died once, entering the mythic world again would allow him to enter the birthplace. Suyu had just entered the mythic world when he received a message from a stranger. Luca di Fiore, that. I'm Luca di Fiore of Italians, I'm of the divine rank, that. Can I ask you for one thing? Suyu, how did you send a message with me? Luca di Fiore, I used a god-ranked prop, that's how I was able to chat with you. Suyu, oh? What is it that you are looking for me for? Luca di Fiore, it's like this, I was forced, at that time, hundreds of their god ranks surrounded me, they said that if I didn't vote, they would directly seal me, I had no choice but to vote, you are aware of that, the Yiddish people love the blue star the most, I simply couldn't make the move to leave the blue star, I simply didn't want to betray the blue star. Suyu, then what do you mean? Luca di Fiore, I want to return to blue star. Please give me a chance, I want to become a subject of the blue-white kingdom. I want to serve the blue-white kingdom. Suyu, scram. Suyu directly aborted the chat. When I entered the Ashen Sky Transit copy for Blue Star, you all ran away one by one. You said you didn't want to betray Blue Star. Then why didn't you enter the copy in the first place? Seriously, if you were in the copy at that time, then Lousy could give you a chance, after all, you at least had Blue Star in mind and were willing to stop the Ashen Sky Demon God. The result? One by one, there is none. Now it's good to see that not only can I kill a god, but I can also easily take out an immortal ranked boss, and I can make the main vein of the blue planet's human race enjoy. So you took a deep breath and directly called out, Grey-clothed Taoist. Taoist Xian Yuan. Very quickly. The gray-clothed Taoist appeared. He looked at Chinyu with a grudging face and said, don't let the people from the 12 immortal sects hear this, or I'm screwed. The book has been revised, the protagonist is from Chu and his birthplace is Chu, so please do not substitute into reality. Chapter 81 Stealing a Saint-level prop. Suyu curiously said, what is your relationship with the 12 immortal sects? Are they also enemies with you? The gray-clothed Taoist smiled bitterly and said, can't be said to be an enemy either. It's just that in the past, I changed my name to enter the 12 immortal sects for the sake of revenge, wanting to see if there were any god-killing abilities within the immortal sect's underpinnings. So by a fluke, I became the holy son of each immortal sect. So you felt that this gray-clothed Taoist has a bit of something not worthy of being the first to find his own divine rank in the first place, to be able to become the 12 immortal doors, the holy son of each immortal door, so that it is no wonder that this gray-clothed Taoist is afraid of the 12 immortal doors. At this time, the gray-clothed Taoist smiled and said, the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God is now estimated to have been resolved by you. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, those heavenly fates who follow your orders passed the news to you so quickly? The gray-clothed Taoist said, actually, it was me who told the Ashen Heavenly Demon God false information so that he would finish you off in the first place. The gray-clothed Taoist explained to Suyu, at the same time, he waved his arm and two people appeared. It was none other than the sect leader of the arrogant sacred sect as well as the great demonic sorcerer. The gray-robed Taoist said indifferently, I helped you capture them. Originally, the gray-clothed Taoist gave the false information to the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God, and after the great demonic sorcerer activated the Void Realm Prism figurative copy, he immediately came to Devil's Island in the western continent and found the arrogant sect master and his group. Then since the gray-clothed Taoist was planning to kneel down and lick Chinyu, and also look up to Chinyu to avenge himself, he directly struck out at the three of them, easily suppressing the Pride Sacred Sect Master as well as the Great Devil Sorcerer, while the Pride Sect Master directly killed himself with one of his own lives, and returned to the Blue Star universe. Suyu looked at them and just faintly said, kill it, what's the use of keeping it? The gray-clothed Taoist said thoughtfully, they belong to the Four Races camp, you have joined the 12 immortal sect camp, killing them won't get you a reward, I purposely kept them. Suyu let out an oh, so that's how it was, it's just that he hadn't joined the 12 immortal sect camp yet, and they belonged to the devil god's followers and weren't real demons, there was no use in fighting monsters and upgrading to kill them. But now, due to the version change, the hostile camp kills, that are able to obtain rewards. Suyu said, I really didn't see it, you were so thoughtful. Suyu continued, right, before that I have to go forward to the degree immortal sect and join an immortal sect, or else I'm not even in this camp yet, and there's no rewards for killing devil god believers. The gray-clothed Taoist nodded. So that's the case, you called out to me, precisely wanting me to teleport for you? Suyu nodded and added, besides this matter, I also want to ask you, do you know about the Old Testament Outer God Palace? There are also the Old Testament saints, the Old Pillar clans. These seem to be existences from the previous era, very strong. Suyu inquired for information. After all, there was a curse on his body. Suyu was very upset. The gray-clothed Taoist frowned, pondered for a while, and said, about the saints? This I really do not know. Nowadays, the path of the immortal stage is not even apparent, let alone a saint above the immortal stage 10 realm. Suyu could only give up, so he said, then you help me teleport to the deity immortal sect. Aha! The gray-robed Taoist said. When you join the immortal sect, come over tomorrow and kill again. The arrogant sacred sect master and the great demonic sorcerer trembled. Soon, a large teleportation array opened. Degree Immortal Sect. The head of the 12 Immortal Sect. Degree Immortal Hall. At this moment, the lords of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect were both here. The lord of the Taoist sect was immortal and Taoist, a Taoist monk in appearance, wearing a green Taoist robe. The lord of the Buddhist sect was a monk, clad in a robe and holding a staff. His majesty was incomparable. Immortal Lord Lu Changsheng was receiving the two of them. The lord of the Tao sect said smilingly, Immortal Lord Lu, did that elder Changyu come? Lu Changsheng shook his head, has not arrived. The lord of the Buddhist sect blushed slightly and said with a smile, Immortal Lord Lu really knows how to joke, but my disciple has heard that Tantai Guanxing, the head of the Tianji Pavilion, has brought him here. I've never met Changyu before, and I just want to pay a visit to this reincarnated powerhouse, so I'd like to ask Immortal Lord Lu to be accommodating. Lu Changsheng smiled, what if I don't accommodate? As I said, Elder Long Yu didn't come, and if he did, and he wanted to see you guys, I couldn't stop him, and I don't have the ability to do so. But he doesn't want to see you guys, and you can't. Forcing something difficult is the way to take death, especially when you're still facing Elder Long Yu. Lu Changsheng's words hardened. In this mythological world, in addition to his scruples about Changyu and not being able to deal with Changyu, the rest of he had the means to deal with all of them. The lord of the Tao sect and the lord of the Buddhist sect could only call it quits. But this line is not no harvest, at least see out which is the degree of immortal Lord Lu Changsheng, face the use have to call seniors. Just as the two of them were about to leave, at the center of the deity immortal hall, a teleportation array opened. Suyu's figure appeared and walked out from within. The two of them, the lord of the Tao sect and the lord of the Buddhist sect, stayed behind. They looked at Changyu and guessed in their hearts, could this be Changyu? As the transmission array closed, Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. He saw across the space, that betrayer of the 12 immortal sects, Taoist Qian Yuan. Betraying the immortal sect and still dare to show your face? Do you really think I can't rule you? Lu Changsheng coldly drank, reached out and grabbed. The unstoppable force instantly imprisoned the space. The magnificent force passed through the space, unexpectedly directly grabbed Taoist Qian Yuan, firmly locked in his hands. Suyu saw something wrong and immediately said, Immortal Lord Du, can you give me face? Taoist Qian Yuan, he is my friend? Swish. The terrifying aura dissipated, the space that Lu Changsheng had confined disappeared. His own dominance as the lord of the immortal sect just now also dissipated in an instant, becoming refined. The space healed, and Taoist Qian Yuan escaped Lu Changsheng's wrath in this way. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, for Qian Yuan to be a close friend recognized by Senior Changyu, it is truly a blessing that he has cultivated for several lifetimes, and it makes the late generation envious to the extreme. The two of them, the lords of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, gave a heartfelt chuckle. This if Senior Changyu wasn't here, I'm afraid that the moment Taoist Qian Yuan appeared, he would have to be prepared to be sealed for countless years. One would even have to be prepared for his realm to fall at the lower divine stage. But all of this had changed just because of the words of Senior Long Yu. Was this the Long Yu elder? Worthy of being the reincarnation of a great power from the previous era, even the lord of the Daoxian sect, Lu Changsheng, had to give face. Suyu directly stated his intentions and said, I came here because I want to join the deity immortal sect. After all, as you all know, I am a heaven's destiny, and I need to join the immortal sect's camp so that there will be rewards for killing the four races camp. Originally, I thought that it doesn't matter which immortal sect I join, but then I thought about it, we're quite destined to be together, and you guys even picked up all the villagers from that demon sealing village to see own back to the immortal sect in the first place. Lu Changsheng's heart secretly rejoiced, this Changyu Senior actually joined the deity immortal sect? My god, this is really a big surprise. Fortunately, at that time, Li Changsheng went to Great Zhou to bring back the villagers of the Demon Sealing Village, and there was a good karmic relationship between him and Senior Changyu. Otherwise, people would not necessarily join the Deity Immortal sect. With Changyu Senior joining the Deity Immortal sect, the Deity Immortal sect is directly invincible between the 12 immortal sects. The Lord of the Taoist sect and the Lord of the Buddhist sect cried with envy. Senior Changyu had actually joined the Deity Immortal sect? Is the Deity Immortal sect going to be great again? Suddenly, the Lord of the Tao sect smiled and said, Senior Changyu, we are really coincidental. In fact, I am also here to join the Deity Immortal sect. Since joining the Immortal sect's camp, the hostile would be the 4 clans' camps, wouldn't it be fine to bring the Tao sect himself to join the Immortal sect's camp as well? Nowadays, when the camps confront each other, all camps kill each other, and both are rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. This has nothing to do with the Heavenly Ordained One, but rather the general trend. Between the two, they have to be divided into winners and losers. Then the Tao sect also came to get a piece of the pie. Taking the opportunity to make more contact and build a good relationship between the elder Changyu again. The Lord of the Buddhist sect immediately reacted and hurriedly said, Senior Changyu, we, the Buddhist sect, are the same. The corners of Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly. These two guys. In order to get close to Changyu, really? Shameless. Suyu was strange. You guys joined the Immortal sect camp, what's it got to do with me? Is there any use in talking to me? Suyu smiled out of politeness and said, that's really coincidental. Elder Long Yu smiled at us. Elder Long Yu smiled at us. Elder Long Yu has taken a liking to our Taoist Buddhist sect. The two of them, the Lord of the Taoist sect and the Lord of the Buddhist sect, smiled gratefully in their hearts. Soon, Suyu joined the Deity Immortal sect. You have joined the Deity Immortal sect. Your camp is the 12 immortal sects' righteous camp. Your hostile camp is the 4 clans' evil Tao camp. After joining the Deity Immortal sect, he wanted to take a stroll. There were still 10 minutes to go before his own time was up, and he couldn't do anything but stroll around. This Lu Changsheng and the Lord of the Taoist sect, the Lord of the Buddhist sect were like dog skin plasters, trying to stick to themselves, and they were directly dismissed by him. Really annoying. Dog licking is not allowed in the house, don't you guys understand? Along the way, Suyu strolled through this first immortal sect, and on this way, he encountered quite a number of heavenly fates. Only, these people are not in a good mood, chatting are angry at their own country's divine order. It seems to be comparing why their own country's divine order is so sobby. Occasionally, Suyu also saw heavenly fates from the blue and white country. However, they seemed to be very popular, and there were a very large number of heavenly orders from various countries kneeling. As Suyu walked, suddenly before his eyes, a flash of green color flashed. Immediately after, a prompt appeared. Your Froggy Boy Divine Order has returned early. Your Froggy Divine Order has played bravely beyond imagination, and with the ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth, and traverse the ancient and modern world, he has actually stolen a holy level prop. Your Froggy Divine Rank has brought back a holy level prop for you, the Wish Goddess. Wish Goddess. Rating, Holy Grade. Description: can grant a small wish, only for use by those below the holy rank. Must be your current need. E.g., directly through the advancement quest. Rating, against all odds. A prop with a very wide range of abilities. Your Froggy managed to steal this? It seems like you're really lucky. Surprisingly, you've come across a traveling fraud with an extremely unbelievable talent as well as profession. Can be used to level up, or complete one of the multiple advancement quests at Saint level and below. Suyu was stunned. Me Nima? Saint level? It can also grant wishes? Then wouldn't the curse on this body of his own? If the curse is lifted directly, then wouldn't oneself just take off in the future? Suyu looked at this froggy boy and felt that it was damn good looking. Quack. Tremble human. I, Greasy Green, am that powerful. With the power of the divine rank, I have stolen a saint-level treasure. Croak. Farewell. Let's, if there is fate, meet again in the future. A spatial crack appeared behind Oily Green, then jumped in and disappeared. Suyu excitedly said, "See you later. Oily Green. You can help me a lot. Now, this is really cool." Chapter 82 Full Attribute plus 100 million. Immediately, Suyu directly took out the Saint Grade props, Wish Goddess. It was a deity statue with a body as white as jade, with a human head and snake body. Suyu immediately used it. Suddenly stopping, would it be too wasteful for him to just use this prop? He himself was hit by a curse. If he used it to lift a curse alone, it would be too extravagant, right? But Suyu looked at the description. The wish must be for his own needs. Wasn't one's current need to lift the curse, as well as complete the 4th order advancement quest? But the 4th stage quest was actually very simple. Rather, it was this curse that was a bit difficult for Suyu. Ha! Then could he get himself a buff that lifts the curse? At least it would not be effective on himself, at least for saints and below. Thus, Suyu immediately tried. You have used the saint level prop wish goddess, please make your wish. Suyu hurriedly said, let me get a buff that can lift the growth 10,000-fold suppression curse. Your wishes, get a buff that can lift the growth 10,000 times suppression curse. Wish succeeds. You gain a permanent buff, Saints Without Fear. You are free from the curse of saints and below. Your wish is granted. Whirlwind. In Suyu's hands, the wish goddess disappeared. Suyu hurriedly checked his panel. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 400 100% 3rd order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level, Eye of Insight God level. Occupation, 3rd rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 144,000. Spirit, 144,000. Physique, 144,000. Agility, 144,000. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skills, Sneer Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 2. Generic skills, Blood Sacrifice 9th level, Negative Purification Divine level 1. Permanent buffs, Attribute 10,000 times gained, Experience 10,000 times gained, Attribute 100 times gained, Experience 100 times gained, Saints Without Fear. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, it worked. It's really possible to get this kind of buff? Suyu was ecstatic. The curse has finally been lifted, this is too good. White Whoring a Saint's Fearless buff. Absolute. It's too absolute. While Suyu was excited, his online time for the day had finally arrived. Immediately, Suyu exited the mythic world. Tomorrow. It would be the moment when the attributes would skyrocket. At the same time, Celestial Continent, Human Emperor Hall. The entire celestial continent spanned half of the universe. It was truly a dazzling civilization, and the number of celestials on the continent was unknown and uncountable. In the celestial continent, all the time, there were people awakening their professions and talents, and one day they awakened. It was the 6th rank, the 7th rank, and even the 8th rank and the 9th rank. Although it was still far from being a god-level civilization. However, the celestial civilization had developed for so long, and there were also divine-ranked armies and immortal-ranked generals, and for the civilizations around the Sea of Civilization, it could already be described as a giant existence. And all of this was thanks to the Celestial's current human emperor Yang Ma. In a certain city in the celestial man continent, a middle school teacher was excitedly and impassionedly explaining the deeds of human emperor Yang Ma. From the moment our human emperor awakened his saint-level profession and saint-level talent, he pushed his way across the world to become invincible, breaking countless records within the mythic world and shocking the ancient and modern worlds. At that time, our celestial civilization was torn apart, and the god ranks of various countries occupied the continent, opening up the age of dictatorship. It was His Majesty the Human Emperor. With the power of one man, the great unification of the entire civilization and territory. Opening up a truly new era. Long live His Human Majesty. Long live His Majesty the Human Emperor. Throughout the classroom, tens of thousands of students shouted loudly in agitation and excitement. They were truly in awe and adoration of human Emperor Yang Ma. One person is an era. One person saving a civilization. It was human Emperor Yang Ma who said that. Who is it? Damn thief. I will kill you. Human Emperor Yang Ma's angry voice resounded throughout the entire celestial universe, and countless celestial fates were shocked. What had happened? What made His Majesty, the Human Emperor, so angry? How could Human Emperor Yang Ma not be angry? That saint-level prop, the Wish Goddess. It was something that Human Emperor Yang Ma had obtained with great difficulty, and it was the bottom card used to impact the saint rank. However, it had unexpectedly disappeared. How could Human Emperor Yang Ma not be angry? Of course. If Human Emperor Yang Ma knew that Suyu had merely used the Wish Goddess to break a curse, then he would be even more angry. Wasteful. This is a treasure on the path to the Holy Order. On the other side, there was a person who was even more angry. No, it shouldn't be said to be a person, but a saint. Within a certain high version of the mythic world, the Old Testament saint let out a furious roar that shocked countless creatures throughout the mythic world. Griffin! Griffins! Griffin! How dare you! The purple sun, the purple moon that I captive raised. That's the material for me to become a heaven's destined one. Countless telegrams were sent out, and countless creatures throughout the mythic world twisted. I'll make it so you can never grow. Give me the curse. Ha 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 ha. What? The curse was actually lifted? I will kill you. The layout was broken, the saint had broken his defense. One's own internal scrolls couldn't defeat those freaks in the original world, so he found a way to come to this mythological world, and with great difficulty, he became a saint, and also took control of the main universe that corresponded to this mythological world, just waiting for the purple sun and purple moon that he had raised in captivity to grow up. When they swallowed the sun and moon, they would be able to become the heavenly fate of this world and open the path to a new civilization. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, it was broken. It was still a little trash of the third rank. How can one not be angry? At the same time, in this mythical world where Old Testament saints existed, the corresponding main universe, the civilization here had already been infiltrated by the Old Testament saints, and most of the heavenly fates had already become puppets of the Old Testament saints. The entire civilization had been completely suppressed in the face of the Old Testament saints, and now there was only a sporadic hidden resistance army against the Old Testament saints in hiding, perpetuating human civilization. In an out-of-this-world place surrounded by various large formations. The leader of the resistance army, as well as many generals, revealed a shocked expression. Obviously, they already knew about the Old Testament saints breaking the defense. Who made the Old Testament monster that born break defense? Haha, I'm happy to see him suffer. He still wants to become a heaven's destiny? Luckily his backhand was stopped. But who would be the one who could stop an Old Testament saint's backhand? The crowd looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. They were all at the immortal rank, but it was simply difficult to fight against the saint-ranked Old Testament as well as his old pillar communities. However, now there was actually a person who had ruined the Old Testament's plans and made him break his defenses. If this person can know who it is, perhaps in the future. Civilization revival, hopefully. Blue Star Universe. At this time, Suyu still did not know that he had offended someone again and again and again. But even if he knew, it didn't matter. That person was on Suyu's must-kill list anyway. When he sees him next time, a sneer will send him to his death. Just now, Suyu went out and passed a third-order copy within the White Capital. From inside, he got 10 third-order agility attribute fruits, as well as some treasure money, third-order broken equipment. What Suyu cares about is definitely not the precious money and equipment, it must be the attribute fruits. Eat it and directly enhance the attributes. Combined with his own buffs. Directly take off. Immediately. Suyu ate all 10 agility attribute fruits in a few bites. You have eaten 10 agility attribute fruits, your agility attribute has increased by 1,000. You triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your gained agility attribute was increased by 100,000 times, you gained the agility attribute, 100 million. White Emperor Ring effect triggered. Your full attribute plus 100 million. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 400 100% third order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Digdao level, Eye of Insight Divine level. Profession, 3rd ranked Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 144,000 plus 1 star equals 100 million, becoming a God rank, the base attribute will rise to 100 stars. Spirit, 144,000 plus 1 star. Physique, 144,000 plus 1 star. Agility, 144,000 plus 1 star. Free attribute points, 0. Occupational skills, Sneer Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 2. General skills, Blood Sacrifice 9th level, Negative Cleansing Divine level 1. Permanent buffs, attribute 10,000 times gained, experience 10,000 times gained, attribute 100 times gained, experience 100 times gained, Saint without fear. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. This buff. It was really powerful, unexpectedly triggering 100,000 times attribute harvest directly. It's too refreshing. Chapter 83, 10,000 Worlds Trading Platform. Note, the first 2 chapters have been modified. The protagonist obtains the Wish Goddess, and instead of directly lifting the curse, he wishes to get the Saint's Fearless buff, which immunizes him against curses of the Saint rank and below. All modified. You can reread the first 2 chapters. Suyu was now incomparably surprised. What was the concept of triggering a 100,000 times attribute increase? That was 1,000 attribute value multiplied by 100,000. A full 100 million attributes. Plus the effect of triggering the White Emperor's ring, that was a total of 400 million attributes. And he only ate a 3rd order agility attribute fruit to increase his full attributes by 400 million. This was simply heaven-defying. Now that it was so easy for himself to raise his attributes, he had to seize the time to continue raising them. Just as Suyu was planning to continue looking for unattacked copies in the White Capital, a service-wide notice appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Service-wide notice: Heaven's Destiny Understanding King has signed the 10,000 Worlds Trading Contract. The entire human civilization of the Blue Star universe has opened the 10,000 Worlds Trading Platform function, and can enter the 10,000 Worlds Trading Platform to purchase items from other civilizations, or sell items. X3. This is? The 10,000 Realms Trading Platform? How did this Understanding King sign it? Suyu was puzzled. In front of Suyu, a function panel surfaced with 2 icons on it. One was the Blue Star Universe Civilization list and the other was the 10,000 Realms Trading Platform. Suyu's eyes gazed, the Eye of Insight was activated, and information about the 10,000 Realms Trading Platform surfaced. 10,000 Realms Trading Platform. Rating: Heavenly Dao Grade. Description: can trade with civilizations in the sea of civilizations that have opened up the 10,000 Realms Trading Platform. Evaluation: the Goblin civilization loves trade and has created the largest universal trading platform in the Sea of Civilizations. Anyone in the Sea of Civilizations who has signed a contract can open the function Universal Trading Platform and can trade with different civilizations. The Goblin civilization will drop civilization contracts in the Sea of Civilizations from time to time, and apparently your Blue Star civilization was lucky enough to be selected. Suyu now completely understood. It seemed that it was the Blue Star civilization that was lucky enough to be selected, and that the worldwide contracts landed with King Understanding, which allowed King Understanding to open the new function. It just so happened that Suyu himself had the idea of trading. Suyu thought to himself that he could completely use the props that he did not use on his body right now to trade with others for attribute fruits, and utilize attribute fruits to quickly improve his attributes. Suyu immediately opened his backpack and quickly discovered 2 useless items, a 9th rank Spirit Realm Mage set and a 9th rank transfer book. These 2 things, originally Suyu was planning to find someone to trade them into treasure money yesterday when he entered the mythic world to enter the treasure money mystic realm, only that later on there were just too many things that happened, and in the end, he did not exchange them. But now it could be exchanged. With this 9th Order Spirit World Mage set, as well as the 9th Order Transformation Book, Suyu believed that it was completely possible to trade the 9th Order attribute fruit with other civilizations. If it was really traded, then one's own attributes would see a surge. Perhaps under the divine rank, one would be invincible in single combat. Even if the 7th Order, 8th Order, 9th Order, these high-ranking powerhouses with realm suppression ability, with his own attributes of hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of dollars, he would not be weak at all, and he could also be easily suppressed. Immediately, Suyu immediately opened the world's trading platform. A page surfaced. There were 4 functions. 1. Home page. There were various recommended goods in here. There was also a search bar at the top. 2. Classification. This is where you can choose the category you want according to your needs and find it quickly. 3. Chat area. It is divided into World Chat, Merchant Chat, and Regional Chat. 4. Seller and buyer information. Personal homepage, it says what civilization you are, what universe. Suyu looked and thought in his heart, isn't this Taba? Suyu directly searched for the attribute fruit. Instantly, the page jumped and hundreds of billions of attribute fruit items appeared. Suyu exclaimed, this is really a wide array of products. Suyu sifted through, finding out the fruits of the 9th Order, Divine Grade. Soon, the entire page was filled with 9th Order and God Grade attribute fruits. That Super God Grade attribute fruit, one definitely did not need to think about it, it was impossible to afford it. The God level ones themselves could still take their chances and see if there were any cuties. And himself to exchange. Suyu directly found a god-level power attribute fruit item and clicked to ask the seller, "Can I use the 9th rank transfer book and the 9th rank spirit world mage set to exchange with you?" Instantly, the merchant came online, "Dude, don't treat me like a cutie. Is it okay? Where's the begging? Go start a live stream." Suyu, embarrassed, touched his nose. How is this different from the novels? Those novels, casually take some rags can be exchanged for treasures with him. How to himself here is not possible. Could it be that he is not the protagonist? Suyu indirectly released the 9th Order transfer book and the 9th Order Spirit World set of trading post, said only want to exchange god level attribute fruit. Just after sending it out, the number of views went up like crazy. Some private messages appeared. 8th Order attribute fruits in exchange? 7th Order, at most 7th Order, what kind of crap are you doing? Who would anyone want it? Brother, I'm a student, can I exchange 1st Order attribute fruits with you? Suyu looked at the private message and laughed. It seems that there are no little cuties. It was too difficult to pick up the pieces by himself. Just as Suyu was planning to trade attribute fruits according to the actual value of the 9th rank, Suyu saw a new private message sent. I can trade with you, a god-grade attribute fruit and you for a 9th Order item. But you have to accept this item. The one who sent the message was from the Red Dragon universe, Red Dragon civilization, a red dragon. Suyu looked at the thing he was talking about, which had a clear information panel on it. Cursed doll. Rating, immortal rank. Description, the cursed doll can be gifted to others. However, it may not be given away by force. Both parties must be willing. The cursed doll will take the curse on you and transfer it to the target's body. The upper limit of transferring curses is immortal rank. Evaluation, a prop that transfers curses from yourself, only it will bring misfortune to others. So, whenever you try to give this to someone else, the cursed doll will scream that there is a curse on you and tell others to run. Suyu thought, isn't this a coincidence? He himself just had the saint's fearless buff, immune to curses of the saint rank and below. This was not afraid of the curse on this person at all. Suyu immediately replied, it's possible, but can I trade 5 of them? 1. I seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Red Dragon, 5? I'm also only at the divine rank. It's already very hard to get a god rank fruit, really. It's not like it's a big cabbage. Suyu thought about it and said, 4. Red Dragon, I really don't have that many. Suyu, 3? Red Dragon, big brother, this price of yours is really too high. Divine grade fruits aren't cabbages, even for the immortal ranks they have a little effect. If you want this price, I might as well not exchange it. Moreover, I really don't have 3. Suyu, 2. It can't be any less. I'm playing with my life here. Who knows what curse is on you? I'm exchanging my life and 9th rank props with you for 2 god tier fruits, is it still expensive? Red Dragon, this is all I have. Alright. Deal. Actually, Suyu was a bit strange, this kind of cursed doll, can't it be directly given to other people? Wouldn't a forced transfer be fine? However, the moment the transaction between the two was completed, after 2 divine attribute fruits appeared in Suyu's hands as well as the cursed doll, looking at this curse Suyu understood. Divine Grade Deathmatch Curse. Rating, Super God Grade. Description, after being hit by the curse, a god rank will be born out of the void every day to hunt you down for 1 hour. You must kill 1,000,000 god ranks in a row in order to break the curse. Evaluation, racial curse of the god rank civilization Red Dragon civilization. A curse that some red dragons randomly awaken during their infancy after being born. This is a curse placed on the Red Dragon civilization from a higher civilization, a certain super god level civilization. No wonder. Below the god rank, if you are hit by this curse, you will surely die. Divine rank hit by this curse, tortured every day, impossible to lift this curse until immortal rank, because divine rank can't kill divine rank. As for the immortal rank, it takes millions of days, killing a god every day, to break the curse. This would be a pain in the ass. Therefore, basically no one is willing to trade with him. The cursed doll turned into black gas and surged into Suyu's body. You have been subjected to the Super God Tier Curse, God Order Deathmatch. Holy One Fearless buff triggered. The Divine Order Deathmatch buff is automatically eliminated. Chapter 84, The 6th Day. Attribute Fruit. Rating, Divine Grade. Description, when eaten, increases full attributes by 10%, only effective for God rank. If eaten above the Divine rank, the attributes will increase slightly. This fruit can be consumed up to 5 times. If you exceed the limit, it will be null and void. Evaluation: eating 5 in a row can increase your attributes by up to 50%. This is an important treasure for God-ranked powerhouses to widen the gap. Remember, if you don't want to be killed back to level 1000 by a powerful God rank and drop your level and attributes, you need to be ahead in attributes. Suyu looked and realized that this divine attribute fruit boosted a percentage attribute instead of a fixed attribute. If that was the case, then he definitely couldn't consume it now, or else it would boost his current attributes by 20%, which would really be a big loss. When he reached the superlative God rank, that is, level 5000, when he was about to step into the immortal rank, consuming 5 divine attribute fruits at this time would be able to raise his full attributes by an additional half. Immediately, Suyu put away all of these 2 God-grade attribute fruits. The next time, Suyu then continuously swiped the 10,000 Realms trading platform. From time to time, he let out a surprised sound. Inside this, the trading currency. It was no longer treasure money, but a currency called Dao money. 100 million treasure money was only equal to 1 Dao money. Suyu found that he was really poor. Unless he took the delusion-breaking immortal sword and these divine weapons to exchange, he could not afford the things in here. The other side. In the Chu Star, the Chu Kingdom. Long Kingdom renamed to Chu Kingdom. The arrogant sect leader sat at the bar in a disheveled state. Nowadays, he had lost his faith and was buying a drink. He couldn't believe that the elaborate layout had actually failed. There was clearly the presence of the Tonggui Master. Why would it still fail? Even the 9 upper ambassadors of that heavenly person had actually failed? Didn't they have immortal rank props? This could still fail? This is really rubbish. Now, his last life had been beaten out of him by the gray-clothed Taoist. He could no longer enter the mythic world. Drinking wine, tears fell from his face. Chang Yu. This world is really unfair. By what right are you so heaven-defying? By what right is there a divine rank to help you? Doggone God is really unfair. Why? The 3rd rank can kill a god, even an immortal rank boss? Is this ing human? Do. Just as he was sipping his wine, a few people suddenly came and sat down next to him. They were none other than the overeating sect leader, the rage sect leader, the jealousy sect leader, and the lazy sect leader. The arrogant sect master glanced at them and grunted coldly, "Yo, what do you guys want to do by coming to me?" The arrogant sect master didn't have a good face for the 4, after all, he had previously sought them to work together to kill Chuangyu, and as a result, all of them refused. The tyrannical Eclipse sect master said, "I came to you to seek your cooperation." The arrogant sect master coldly said, "Cooperation? What else can we cooperate on?" Sect leader Jealousy said, "Kill Chuangyu." The arrogant sect master laughed out loud, "No? Just us? No, just you guys? Don't you guys realize that Chuangyu has already killed 2 immortal ranked bosses by now? Who are you guys to kill Chuangyu? Do you have the strength? You guys didn't come when I asked you to go before, but now that you know the true power of Chuangyu, you guys are still going to die?" The lazy sect master said indifferently, "The civilization sect is preparing to make a move on Chuangyu." The arrogant sect master was puzzled. Civilization sect? He knew about this civilization cult, it was one of the 4 great cults, but he didn't know much about it because the civilization cult was just too mysterious. Now it seems like the civilization cult seems to be a bit brave, and now that they know that Chuangyu is very strong and can kill immortal rank bosses, they are even planning to go kill Chuangyu? Really just so confident? The arrogant sect leader asked, "Civilization sect? Is it very strong?" The lazy sect master nodded, "Civilization sect, very strong. Nowadays, the Blue Star universe, to be able to have this pattern, it's all planned by them. Moreover, I can tell you that many of them are from the mythical world. It's the same as Chuangyu." The arrogant sect master was shocked. "What? Then what is their purpose?" The lazy sect master shook his head, "I don't know, but they want to get rid of Chuangyu, which is the same as our purpose." Cooperation? Wariness rose in the eyes of the arrogant sect master as he said, "If that's the case, then, of course, cooperate." The lazy sect master laughed, and several sect masters laughed. The lazy sect master took out a letter that glowed with a dark light. "You take this letter and go find Chuangyu. This is your mission. This letter, which will guide you, will allow you to quickly return to the Blue Star and find Chuangyu." The smile on the arrogant sect lord's face abruptly stopped. This is my role? The lazy sect master nodded. That's all you have left to do. The feeling is that you don't dare to go to the Blue Star to deliver the letter, so you've come to find me? The other side. Blue Star Universe, a remote planet. 9 figures suddenly appeared. Their aura of the immortal rank was, in an instant, suppressed to the superlative god rank. On each of their heads, there was a faint number, which quickly disappeared. They were the 9 newly arrived superior ambassadors. And, all of them were of the immortal rank. It was just that, because the Blue Star Universe, currently, did not open up the immortal rank grade, so the highest could only be the superior god rank. Their realm, then, was suppressed into the superlative god rank. Superior Ambassador 9 said, "This is the Blue Star Universe? A trashy place where the immortal rank hierarchy isn't even open, and for this to still require the 9 of us to come? His Majesty the Human Emperor is really looking up to that one called Chuang Yu." Upper Envoy 7 nodded. "You can't say that. Perhaps the 9 upper envoys in front of you are of your kind of mentality, and that's why they allow Long Yu to take advantage of the situation." Upper Envoy number 5 said, "Yes, or else His Majesty the Human Emperor wouldn't have given each of us an immortal rank prop. The key is that these 9 immortal rank props can also be jointly released to form a formation that can restrict even the Saint rank. It can be seen how much His Majesty the Human Emperor values Chuang Yu." The third Upper Envoy nodded. "We must not fail. We cannot give Chuang Yu the slightest chance. After all, this Chuang Yu is most likely the reincarnation of a great power within the mythic world. In case we roll over, it will be terrible when the time comes." The first Upper Envoy said to the crowd, "All right. Anyway, everyone remember, we absolutely cannot take this lightly, and we must be resolute in accomplishing our mission. Let's set off and go find out where Chuang Yu is." Blue Star. Blue and white country, white capital. Suyu sneezed. "Holy, who's thinking of me?" Suyu was a bit bored. He opened the TV and was shocked to find that the TV was still watchable. Turning on his cell phone, he found that it was still working as well. Soon. Suyu was disheveled and lying on his side on the bed, brushing Jitterbug. Now that Suyu is really invincible in the Blue Star, the copies that Baidu materialized have all been breached by Li Tianyi and others. One is also too lazy to go. Just waiting for tomorrow, the 6th day, Suyu is going to prepare to unite with the Degree Immortal sect and lay out to kill 10 4-race divine ranks. In this way, it would be possible to open the Blue Star rank, as well as the 4th Order advancement quest. Time passed in a flash. Very quickly. 12 a.m. arrived. The 6th day of Suyu entering the mythical world came. Ask for some free reviews, hypes, gifts, thanks. Chapter 85, The 4th Order. Note, there is no reward for killing a God Order born from a God Order deathmatch, just as there is no reward for killing the 9 upper ambassadors. Everyone keeps in mind that in the current mythical world where Suyu is, fighting monsters and upgrading means only the 4 clans of demons, devils, and monsters. Only by killing these 4 clans can there be experience, as well as the probability of bursting out items. 2025, January 22nd. The 6th day of Suyu entering the mythical world. At Suyu's home, a white light flashed, and Suyu's figure disappeared in place. "You have entered the mythic world." Suyu's figure appeared at the Doxian sect. The moment Suyu appeared, next to him, a person came. It was the deity immortal Lord Lu Changsheng. Suyu was slightly surprised to see him suddenly appear. However, this was just as well, saving himself from looking for him. Suyu was about to open his mouth when he heard Lu Changsheng speak. Lu Changsheng said, "Senior Chang Yu, the late generation has an unkind request." Suyu was puzzled and said, "What is it?" Lu Changsheng continued, "It's like this, since the sudden change in the heaven and earth yesterday, killing demons and devils can get all kinds of treasures as well as increase in cultivation, so my 12 immortal sect planned to lay out a plan to suppress the 4 clans. However, it occurred to me that the strength of the 4 clans' god ranks isn't weak, so if we don't suppress the 4 clans' god ranks first, it will be dangerous for our 12 immortal sect's disciples when the time comes." "What do you mean?" Lu Changsheng said, "I've gotten word that today, there will be hundreds of 4 races god ranks gathering to discuss a major event. I want to take advantage of their gathering and we'll strike together to suppress them all. But, with our power, it's really hard to suppress and seal them all. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Elder Longyu, to make a move to exterminate all of these 4 races' divine ranks." Suyu's heart was violently surprised. This is too good. Hundreds of god ranks gathered together? My Nima, how refreshing I have to be when all of them are killed off. How much will my attributes grow? And how many god rank items can I obtain? Ha ha ha. This 12 immortal sect, it's really too much of a surprise for himself. Immediately, Suyu righteously said, for the sake of the peace of the mythical world, I gladly accept it. Suyu couldn't wait to ask, when will we go? Lu Changxing said, just today. I'm contacting the other immortal sect lords now. Suyu shook his head, with me alone, it is sufficient. Suyu, but he had the same death skill, one person was really enough. Lu Changsheng was surprised in his heart, hundreds of divine ranks, one person to deal with them? However, Lu Changxing thought that yesterday, Senior Long Yu was able to kill even the immortal rank, so he was not so shocked, he could only say that he deserved to be Senior Long Yu. The great powers of the previous era were really powerful. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said, please follow me, Senior. On the other side. Due to the 12 immortal sects coming out, and the 4 races becoming antagonistic to each other, killing each other, they were all rewarded by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the 4 races had also joined forces. In an abyssal canyon in the eastern continent. Hundreds of 4 races god ranks had gathered here from all over. Originally, they were scattered across the 4 continents, hiding themselves from the so-called Righteous Path seal. Now that changes had occurred due to the appearance of Chuangyu, and the 12 immortal sects had come out, they too had to gather and embrace the group. Among them, the demon race divine rank came with 30. The ghost race divine rank came 30. The monstrous race divine rank came 20. The demon race divine rank came 20. The 12 immortal sects are truly overly arrogant. They think they are winning us? They treat us like prey, not realizing that they are also our prey. We can't do it alone, but if we unite, there are hundreds of god ranks, and this is still afraid of their 12 immortal sects? That's right, if my demon race's 7 great demon gods were still around, and these 7 powerhouses of the super deity rank were still around, how dare his 12 immortal sect be so arrogant? It would have raised Lu Changxing and the others long ago. However, with hundreds of god ranks from our 4 clans gathered here, we must do a big job and teach the 12 immortal sect a lesson. There are also those heavenly fates, they really consider themselves heavenly fates, laying their hands on our clansmen every day. If it weren't for the fear that there might be fellow returning masters amongst them, I would have struck out long ago, destroying the main city they are in with a single move. And that Chuangyu, I heard that he can kill god rank and immortal rank? Hee, how is that possible? Just think about it and you'll know that it's all those heavenly orders blowing it up. We're god rank. Only the immortal rank can kill us. At most, the divine rank will just seal us and kill us down to the lower divine rank. No matter how powerful those 12 immortal sect lords are, hundreds of us divine ranks will be able to suppress them with ease. I think that our 4 clans should join forces and start an extermination war. Have a hard-fought battle with the 12 immortal sects. Let them know that the 4 clans cannot be underestimated. The 4 clans cannot be humiliated. I agree. I also agree. I agree too. I disagree. Ha? Who dares to say no? Me. Suyu's figure walked out from the darkness. A faint red light emanated from his body, this was a blood sacrifice. At this moment, Suyu had already used the same death skill, binding all the 4 races' divine ranks present. A little trash of the 3rd rank? How dare you? Wait. You are Changyu? Changyu? He is Changyu? Sorry everyone, I still have some things to do at home, I'll leave first. Yeah, I'll go first. Brothers, my wife's in labor, I'm leaving first. You guys? Although people didn't think that Changyu could kill a god, but Changyu's battle record was really where it was at, especially since almost half of the demon race's 7 great demon gods were dead. This was all done by Changyu. So when he saw Changyu, the bravado that he had just spoken instantly disappeared, and he hurriedly ran away. Suyu suddenly sneered, running now, seems too late. Boom! The closest monstrous divine rank to Suyu blasted through Suyu's body. It caused Suyu to directly enter the necrotic state. Suyu faintly let out, die. Instantly, the many 4 races god ranks that were still running away immediately fell to the ground and died directly. The 4 races divine ranks that had already left tens of thousands of miles away similarly died immediately. And Suyu's rank instantly soared. Originally it was still the 3rd rank. It directly turned into the 4th rank. And from level 400 all the way up to level 500 before stopping. The light screen in front of him, the countless hints, were enough to dazzle one's eyes. There are too many. It's just too much. You have been killed by the monster god Autumn Leaf. The homunculus division occupational trait is triggered. The monstrous god Autumn Leaf and 100 other 4 races divine ranks enter the countdown to death. You have entered the necrotic state. The homunculus master's specialty is triggered. Autumn Leaf and the other 104 divine classes will die immediately. The professional trait of the homunculus master is triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. You have killed the monstrous god Autumn Leaves and 100 other 4 races divine ranks. You have obtained props, 1 demon race god statue, 1 demon race god statue, 60 million demon race gold coins, 60 million demon race gold coins, 40 million monstrous race gold coins, 40 million demon race gold coins, 150 billion in treasure money, 5 divine random treasure chests, 95 divine items, and a number of experience values. You killed the monstrous god Autumn Leaf and 100 other 4 races god ranks. You gain free attribute points, 2 million. You triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff. You gained an 80,000-fold increase in free attributes. You gained free attribute points, 160 billion. You triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff. You have triggered the effect of the experience 10,000 times harvest buff. The experience value you have gained is increased by 100,000 times. You have upgraded to level 500. You have upgraded to level 500. You have gained free attribute points, 10,000. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. The free attributes you have gained have been increased by 90,000 times. You have gained free attribute points, 900 million. You have reached level 500, opening the 5th order advancement quest. You have reached level 500 and have started the 5 steps of advancement quest. Your 5th level advancement quest has been generated. 5th level advancement quest. Mission objective, kill an immortal. Mission reward, the 5th level is open. Service-wide announcement, the Heavens Destined One, Chang Yu, has endured the heavens and the earth, ending the future enemies of the ancient and modern worlds. At the same time, he killed 100 of the 4 races divine ranks and successfully managed to hit the 4 races camp hard. Chang Yu manifested the prestige of the human race. The entire service is hereby notified. X3 40. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chang Yu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3 Chapter 86, Shock. 2 service-wide announcements resounded throughout the entire Blue Star universe in an instant. When the human civilizations of the major branches saw the notices, people were dumbfounded. No? Buddy? You can't be so heaven-defying? Securing 104th race divine ranks in one go? This is a joke, right? 666. Chang Yu really can't even act anymore. He killed 100 gods at the same time? I'm sorry, Mom. This is also too outrageous. It's only the 6th day that Chang Yu has entered the mythic world, right? Lan Yu killed 2 immortal rank bosses yesterday, and today he killed 100 god ranks? This is too much of an anticlimax. This is really not even acting? Is this sure it's not hanging? Awesome, awesome. Are the branches of the various countries panicking yet? Just run, you guys. You guys are so strong with 1 god rank? If you face Chang Yu, you're still being brushed as human machines. I'm waiting for Chang Yu to come to my door and finish off all of you trash god ranks. I don't know why, when I see that Chang Yu is so powerful, I feel so good. Same feeling, same feeling. I have an idea. I'll post a screenshot of this service-wide announcement on the worldwide trading platform. I want to let countless civilizations know how awesome Chang Yu is. My Nima, you're wanting Chang Yu to die? No, you want us to die? This Chang Yu and us shall not be fleshed out? Brother, I beg you, don't do this. It's too late, I've already posted. Besides, what are you afraid of? There's a tall man blocking the sky when it collapses. I can't feel good in my heart if I don't pretend in front of so many civilizations. At the same time, on the world's trading platform, a post appeared. On the post were 3 screenshots. Through the power of the 10,000 Realms trading platform, the text on this screenshot was understandable to everyone. This is our universe, the announcement of a 4th rank taking out 100 god ranks, as well as the previous announcement of taking out 2 immortal rank bosses, and the announcement of him breaking the record of a 4th rank. How about it? Is our civilization awesome? Is our Chang Yu great? In just 6 days, we've reached this level, isn't it awesome? Matching pictures, matching pictures, matching pictures. When they saw the 3 screenshots and the text that was posted, they were completely shocked. No? Buddy? Seriously? What kind of monster is this? Can someone tell me what kind of monster this is? The 3rd rank order killed 100 god ranks at the same time. I'll be damned, I even killed 2 immortal order bosses before? Ah! What kind of monster is this? What kind of heaven-defying civilization is your blue star civilization? The 3rd rank is so heaven-defying? How is this possible? Your blue star civilization is so heaven-defying? No, the 3rd rank killed an immortal rank boss? The 3rd rank killed 100 divine ranks? My god, what kind of heaven-defying civilization is this? This Changyu, this is also too heaven-defying. This system evaluation? Warp the heavens and end the ancient and modern future enemies? This Nima, this evaluation is also too high, right? This long-standing you in the end is what kind of god, surprisingly so powerful? What kind of civilization is the blue planet? How many more of you are as powerful as Changyu? 666, needless to say, this Changyu definitely has the stature of a saint. Too powerful. 3 steps to kill an immortal ranked boss, 3 steps to kill 100 god ranked, I don't dare to think about it even in my dreams. This Changyu is just too much. This has to be a saint-level profession and saint-level talent, right? No, even a saint-level occupation and saint-level talent can't be so heaven-defying. What the hell kind of occupation and talent is this? It can't be the legendary Heaven's Path level talent and Heaven's Path level occupation? Grass, it's not allowed. It's absolutely not allowed that other civilizations can have such a heaven-defying existence. Where is your location? Send me the coordinates of the Sea of Civilizations, I'll come to your place to take a look. Just as everyone was shocked. Celestial Civilization, Civilization Hall. Gu Qingfeng was in the middle of purchasing something on the worldwide trading platform when he suddenly saw a post being pushed up. He opened it and took a look. He was completely shocked. Chuanyu? Changyu? That Changyu from the Blue Star Civilization? Nima killed 2 immortal rank bosses? And killed 100 god rank at the same time today? This is too heaven-defying. This Changyu is also too heaven-defying. At the 3rd rank, he killed 2 immortal rank bosses yesterday, and today he killed 100 god rank? This. No wonder he was able to easily kill those 9 people, no wonder the old man's immortal rank props 10,000 things annihilation didn't work. This Changyu actually possesses the ability to kill immortal rank. No way. I have to report to His Majesty the Human Emperor immediately. Otherwise my celestial race is finished. Soon. Gu Qingfeng arrived at the Human Emperor's hall. He informed Human Emperor Yang Ma of this matter. On Yang Ma's face, a look of shock appeared. What a good Changyu! The 3rd rank can even kill an immortal rank? Truly worthy of being a great danger to my celestial race. Gu Qingfeng worriedly said, Your Majesty the Human Emperor, what should we do? This Changyu is simply too powerful. I'm afraid we'll lose in the battlefield of civilization. At that time. Who knows, Yang Ma said indifferently, you don't have to worry, I have my own arrangements. This Changyu is powerful, but if he is sealed, can't enter the civilization battlefield. And what if we win the blue star in the civilization battlefield? In that case, no matter how powerful this Changyu is, he can only follow the rules and become a slave of our celestial race. At that time, his natural talent, his ability, will all fulfill our celestial race. No matter how powerful he is in the future, he can only be a slave fighter for our celestial race. Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed at his words. Could it be that those 9 people? Yang Ma nodded. I gave them 9 immortal rank props, once used in conjunction, even a saint would have to be trapped for tens of thousands of years. That's not to mention the district Changyu. If Changyu is more powerful, can he be more powerful than a saint? Even if he was a saint, he would have to be immediately sealed for tens of thousands of years. When the civilization war ends and Blue Star becomes our slave, this Changyu will only be our slave even if he is powerful. Gu Qingfeng was excited. Great! In the future, when our celestial race has a slave like Changyu, I can't imagine how powerful our celestial race will be. Ha ha ha! God bless my celestial race. God bless my celestial race. Yang Ma said indifferently, this Changyu, what he shouldn't do the most, is to be born in the Blue Star civilization. Regardless of which great power he is the reincarnation of in that mythological world of theirs, he has to become a slave of our celestial race. Cthulhu mythological world. The Old Testament sage looked at that post and his entire body became excited. It's you! It's you! It's you! You're the one who killed my purple sun, purple moon. I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Not only is the Blue Star civilization going to die, that mythical world you're in will also perish. This is the price for spoiling my plans. Chapter 87 Super God Tier Treasure Chest Synthesis. Meanwhile, within Blue Star's main universe, the god ranks of the major civilization branches had already completely sat down. Inside the groups that they had created, their speeches were no longer as spirited as they had been yesterday, and there was a genuine fear of Changyu that had arisen. No, how is it possible? Changyu actually killed 100 god stages at the same time by himself? Even killing a pig couldn't be this simple and this fast. Could it be that the divine ranks are really just like human machines in front of Changyu? Wait. What should we do? What can we do? Will Long Yu let us go? We forcibly betrayed the Blue Star with our respective countries, and with the power of Changyu today, I'm afraid it won't be hard for him to find us. At that time, how should we face the anger of Changyu? Moreover, we all know that those Heaven's Fate people's attitudes towards Changyu and towards us are not the same at all. Perhaps, those heavenly fates are already thinking of how to betray us. Damnable Changyu! I'm really not willing to do this. It's so hard for us to be divine ranked, why should we be treated like this? Everyone is well aware of how hard won the divine rank is. In this universe, we are the gods of creation, but a Changyu was born. Why doesn't this Changyu go to his death? Why does he want to get in our way? What are we going to do? How are we going to face the Changyu that comes to our door? 100 god ranks die just like that? This group of 4 clans god ranks are all trash. This Changyu is truly terrifying. He can kill 100 4th race god ranks at the same time as he can kill us god ranks at the same time. I really can't believe that such a person would appear in our prepared universe. I really hope that Changyu isn't from the Blue Star universe. It's over, we're screwed. What can we do about this? How are we going to face this Changyu? Is it too late to go back? I reckon it's hanging by a thread. The way I see it, the one who's most scared right now is still the Chu divine rank. You know, we're not originally from the same country, facing the Ashen heavenly demons and gods. It's normal for us to be afraid and leave the Blue Star with our respective countries. But what about Chu? The copy of the Ashen heavenly ghost god is in Chu, and none of your Chu divine ranks went there, and after Changyu entered, you left the Blue Star with Chu. How do you look at this? It's a betrayal of Changyu. Bull. We're worried. What if Changyu isn't a match for the Ashen Sky Demon God? If Changyu isn't a match for the Ashen Sky Demon God, how many people will die in Chu? You guys simply can't figure anything out. We have seriously considered the people of Chu, and for the sake of their safety, this is why we had to abandon Changyu and the White City. Otherwise, if Bai Shur is destroyed, the entire Chu kingdom will be doomed as well. Who can stop the Ashen Sky Demon God? At the time when the major divine orders of the Blue Star universe were horrified at such a terrifying power of Changyu. In a remote place in the Blue Star universe, the 9 upper ambassadors were now connected to the mythological world corresponding to the Blue Star universe, and at this time, they had also received these 2 service-wide announcements. Upon seeing these 2 announcements, the 9 immortal rank upper envoys also revealed shocked expressions. What? Killing 100 divine ranks at the same time? Changyu still just upgraded to the 4th rank? That means he was 3rd rank before? The 3rd rank killed 100 god ranks at the same time? This is too outrageous. No wonder His Majesty the Human Emperor thinks so highly of this Changyu. Now it seems that this is as it should be. So far, this Changyu is the most heaven-defying existence I've ever seen, and I've never seen a 3rd order capable of deicide, or deicide 100 times at the same time. He is worthy of His Majesty's attention. He can stand up to our 9 immortal ranks descending here, and he can stand up to our 9 immortal ranks coming with immortal rank props to target him. What a good Changyu, this side of the universe has unexpectedly given birth to such a terrifying existence. Yesterday, I didn't think it was a big deal, but today I really saw the operation of Changyu, and I'm willing to bow down to him. He is stronger than me. It's just a shame that such a character was born in the Blue Star universe. If he was born in our Celestials universe, that would be great. Don't worry, we swore that we could kill Changyu before, but we didn't think that Changyu wasn't that strong. Now it seems that Long Yu is extremely strong, and relying on our suppressed power of the divine rank, it's basically impossible to beat Longyu. So, the end result would have to be to use those 9 immortal rank props and join forces to seal Longyu for tens of thousands of years. That's right. Once Changyu is sealed for tens of thousands of years, when the time comes and we win the civilization war, all the heavenly fates of this blue star will become slaves of our celestial universe. Even if this Changyu is as powerful as he can only be humiliated into becoming a slave of our celestial race. Seize the time. Make sure to find Changyu. Big brother, there's a planet with people inside. Upper Envoy number 8 spotted the Sakura star and immediately said to Upper Envoy number 1. Soon. The 9 upper envoys headed towards the Sakura star. They knew that Chuangyu's location would be known soon. Blue star, blue and white kingdom, white capital. All of the heavenly fates were shocked beyond measure when they saw this service-wide announcement. Awesome Changyu. Haha, it's so great to see Changyu so powerful. That's right, the more powerful Changyu is, the harder it will be for those countries that betrayed Blue Star. If I were them, I'd probably have died of regret a long time ago. Killing 100 god stages at the same time, only Changyu can do it. Too powerful, worthy of being our Blue Star country's chief consul. Li Tianyi was even more human numb. When the Secretary of Education was even more bitter smile. On this I also said let Changyu guaranteed to go to university. This also go to a set university. He thought of what he said at first. Laughing bitterly again and again. At the same time. At this moment. Another announcement resounded through the Blue Star universe. Service-wide announcement, Heaven's Destined One Changyu has warped the heavens and ended the future enemies of the ancient and modern worlds. Successfully completed the Civilization Advancement Challenge, triggering the Blue Star sublimation and obtaining the blessing of the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star universe. All Heaven's fate recipients of the main lineage of the Blue Star human civilization have obtained the permanent active skill, Ultra Divine Treasure Chest Synthesis. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. Super God-level treasure chest synthesis. Consume magic power. Using this skill, you can synthesize 2 God-level treasure chests into 1 super God-level treasure chest by 100%. In addition, 1 9-level treasure chests can also be synthesized. There is a 10%-70% chance of failure in synthesis, but when it succeeds, it will definitely add 1 level. Blue Star Universe Civilization List. 1. Blue Star Level 2, Human Civilization Main Vein, Blue-White Country Buff, Experience gained 100 times, Attributes gained 10 times Active Skill, Super God Level Treasure Chest Synthesis. 2. Chu Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Chu Country Buff, None. 3. Mi Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Mi Country Buff, None. 4. Sakura Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Sakura Country Buff, None. 5. North Bear Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, North Bear Country Buff, None. 6. Cosmos Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Cosmos Country Buff, None. When this announcement, as well as the Blue Star Universe Civilization list appeared again, the entire Blue Star Universe, once again, exploded. Everyone was all dumbfounded. Because this time, even the divine rank, all of them were red-eyed with this skill. This skill. As long as one was from the main lineage of the Blue Star human race, they could all possess it. And this skill. The effect was extremely powerful. Chapter 88, Impossible. No. 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 Why? Why only the main chakra? This unbelievable skill. Why only the main vein can have it? Is it because we're a branch vein that we don't have it? But we didn't want to leave Blue Star either. We were also forced to I also want to return to Blue Star. Proposed God rank, kill me. Come quickly and kill me. Do you know what you made us miss? The previous attribute 10 times to get a buff, experience 100 times to get a buff, not to mention, now this super God tier treasure chest synthesis, this skill, I can't live without it. This skill is too heaven defying, 2 treasure chests synthesized, directly raising 1 level. This Nima, this is simply hanging on. Why is it only for the main vein again? ING Divine Order, this group of waste snacks. Why don't you go and apologize to Changyu? Why don't you let us go back to the Blue Star? The ING Divine Rank. This group of people are crazy. Can't you apologize for your mistakes? Can't you all just die to apologize? Is this our fault? You guys are of divine rank, We don't expect you to be strong first and drive us to be strong later, but you can't screw us over like this. Quickly send us back to the Blue Star. I am a Blue Star Chu. I'm not from Chu. What day you 8 generations ancestor? Nima. Did I agree to let you take me to Chushing? Baga. Baga. Baga Yalu. Emperor, you drop greatly bad. I'm going back to the Blue Star to work. Chang Yu is the good guy. I beg you, go apologize to Chang Yu. Even if you apologize with your deaths, it's okay. We're Blue Star people, we wanna go home. Whoa. Chuang Yu brother, you quickly come to liberate us. I must be the first to lead the way. Almost all of the civilization branches of the various countries were cursing their own divine ranks. Which of them didn't curse? Just kidding, attributes gained tenfold, experience gained 100-fold, and a treasure chest synthesis skill. This, but anyone who has one, can develop and grow quickly in the mythic world. Originally, as long as they stayed in the Blue Star, then among each other, there was no distinction between main vein, branch vein. As long as the Blue Star was sublimated, everyone could enjoy permanent buffs as well as active skills. But now? Split up. Their country's divine rank, even directly detached from the Blue Star, took the whole child continent away, and the Blue Star bye-bye. Then, this certainly can enjoy permanent buffs as well as active skills. Plus, everyone wasn't actively trying to leave. Almost everyone had confidence in Chang Yu. None of them were too afraid of the Ashen Sky Demon God. But backstabs. It was the former demigods of their countries, now the divine rank. These people betrayed the Blue Star. And forcibly took them with them to betray Blue Star. And are still running dictatorships today. So, such a situation. How could they not resent their own country's god ranks? How could they not resent all the divine orders of the Blue Star human civilization? This vote was all voted for by this group of births. They only wanted to return to Blue Star now. Even if they were to leave their nationality. What's the harm in becoming a blue and white nation? In the group of Blue Star's divine rank, all the god ranks were also confused on the spot. They looked at this skill and they knew how terrifying it was. One must know that the super god rank corresponded to the immortal rank. 2 god rank treasure chests directly synthesized into 1 super god rank treasure chest. This increase in value was countless times. Just like god rank and immortal rank, it was a world of difference. How is this possible? How could this be a heavenly Tao blessing that gives such an unbelievable skill? This heavenly Tao is crazy. 2 god-level treasure chests synthesized into 1 super god-level treasure chest? What fa? No. How did this Chang Yu make the Blue Star sublimate again? How did this happen so fast? Damn it, what's it going to take for the planet to be upgraded? Marred. This skill, why is it only given to Blue Star's main vein? I'm convinced, this skill really can't just be given to Chang Yu and the others. We're all from the Blue Star human civilization. Why should only the Blue Star main vein have this skill? Let's simply admit our mistake with Chang Yu. I also want to return to Blue Star. I feel like we can't go on like this. Let's go back to Blue Star and admit our mistakes with Chang Yu. He'll definitely forgive us. Bull. We are gods. High and mighty gods. Within the planet, we have the ability to reshape earth, fire, wind, and water, equivalent to the mythical god of creation, the 3 clear saints. Why should we apologize to Chang Yu? Whether or not he, Chang Yu, is from the blue planet is still an unknown. Who knows which ancient demon this Chang Yu is the reincarnation of? That's right, we can't go and apologize to Chang Yu. Don't you guys understand? What we did, even though it was misunderstood, but we are sincerely trying to save the Blue Star human civilization. Chang Yu is too powerful, he must be the reincarnation of some great power in the ancient times, he is not one of us Blue Star people. Such a person must be plotting something. What if he wants to sacrifice our entire Blue Star? So that's all we can do, hide in the corners of the universe so that Chang Yu can't find us. For the continuation of civilization. We are the righteous ones. Then these 2 buffs and the super god tier treasure chest synthesis skill, I really want them. Don't think about it, those 2 buffs are worthless to us gods. That super god tier treasure chest synthesis, although powerful, is actually just that. Are we not gods anymore without the treasure chest? Remember. We are noble gods. We are righteous gods. We are the guardian gods who left Blue Star in order to guard Blue Star, in order to guard the Blue Star civilization branch. Sooner or later, we will return to Blue Star and take back what belongs to us together. For a god-ranked powerhouse. Even though they also wanted the buffs and active skills of the Blue-White Kingdom. But they couldn't pull their faces back. With a strength like Chang Yu's right now. What if they went back in case they were seconded? Even if the probability that Chang Yu would do so was only 0.000001%. They won't even bet on it. Living, in order to experience the greatness of God. Without being a god, it was impossible to understand what it was like. Just as if you become an emperor, there is no emperor who wants to abdicate. Not to mention, God, above the emperor, lives forever. The 9 upper ambassadors who had just entered the Sakura planet encountered a few people from the Sakura Nation. Upon learning from these Sakura Nation people that the Blue Star had sublimated twice, had 2 permanent buffs as well as this super god tier treasure chest synthesis skill. All 9 upper ambassadors were horrified. How is this possible? How is it possible for Blue Star to possess this kind of buff and this kind of active skill? This isn't scientific. It's too fake. This can't be possible. Our celestial continent has sublimated so many times. This is the only way to have similar buffs, but this super divine treasure chest synthesis skill. How could there be a civilization that can master this skill altogether? The Blue Star universe is not simple. The Blue Star heavenly Tao is not simple. Blue Star is not simple either. The mythological world that the Blue Star universe corresponds to isn't simple either. In this, there must be a great secret hidden. Chapter 89 Inventory. At this moment, Suyu himself, who was within the mythic world, saw so much information that his entire being was pleasantly surprised. Suyu was really extremely surprised right now. The free attribute rewards gained from killing the 4 races of God stages, surprisingly, all of them had triggered the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. Moreover, his luck was so heaven-defying that the first time he triggered an 80,000 times attribute reward, and the second time he triggered a 90,000 times attribute reward. These 2 times added together, it was enough for Suyu to get 160.9 billion free attribute values. This, if all of them were added and then triggered the White Emperor Ring's ability, wouldn't it be quite an increase of 160.9 billion x4, totaling 643.6 billion attribute points? Thinking of this, Suyu was ecstatic. Although he did not know how high the attributes of the divine rank were, he knew how high the attributes of the 9th rank were. Let's put it this way, in front of Suyu's more than 600 billion attribute points, even if it was the strongest 9th order that Blue Star had ever had, his attributes would be like a glowing fire in front of Suyu, unable to be compared to the sun that was Suyu. This was the gap. Suyu knew that even with the so-called realm suppression, facing this attribute of himself, any 9th rank, would be a dead end. Now, Suyu this could only be called a true numerical monster. Immediately, Suyu immediately added all of these 160.9 billion free attribute points to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 160.9 billion. White Emperor Ring effect triggered. Your full attribute plus 160.9 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 500 100% 4th order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level, Eye of Insight Divine level. Profession, 4th rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 154000 plus 1610 stars. Spirit, 154000 plus 1610 stars. Physique, 154000 plus 1610 stars. Agility, 154000 plus 1610 stars. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Sneer Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 2. General skills, Blood Sacrifice 9th level, Negative Cleansing Divine level 1. Civilization skill, Super God tier treasure chest synthesis special. Permanent buffs, attribute 10,000 times gained, experience 10,000 times gained, attribute 100 times gained, experience 100 times gained, Saint without fear. Suyu looked at his attribute panel and was excited. It was too good. The attributes of the 4th rank were unexpectedly so luxurious. The full attributes of more than 160 billion. It's exciting to think about it. At this moment, Suyu could clearly feel the surging power in his body, that near-infinite power that made Suyu extremely refreshed. Indeed, it was only after completing the Divine Rank quest and stepping into the Divine Rank that the attribute value could reach the full attribute of 100 stars. This was the base attribute value of a 1000 level lower divine rank. And Suyu now had over 1600 stars, which was equivalent to 16 times higher than the base attribute value of the god rank. How could this not be refreshing? Now where was the gap between Suyu and the inferior god rank? The gap was in the mechanism. Attributes were only a part of the power of the god rank. What truly made the god rank powerful was the mechanism. Every god rank is immortal and can modify the planet at will, changing the heavens and the earth, just like a creator god. Each god order would automatically master all the generalized skills, and could use them however they wanted. The use of various skills will also get a variety of increases, the effect of hundreds of times, thousands of times, 10,000 times more. Not to mention, god ranks are completely immune to damage below the god rank. Even if you're at the same level, even if you're at a very high level, it's useless because you can only defeat the weaker level, weakening it and killing it back to level 1000. A god rank can't kill a god rank. At best, it seals. This is how powerful the god order is. The current Suyu, his attributes were not bad anymore, but he did not possess the abilities of the god rank. Facing the divine rank, he could only rely on the power of the Tonggui Master to ignore everything and finish off the divine rank. It could only be said that Suyu was fortunate to have chosen to be a homunculus division. If he had really chosen to be the King of Thunder, a super god level profession, Suyu would definitely not be able to reach this height, purely relying on the numerical values, would not be able to beat the mechanism. The mechanism of the divine rank is still so, not to mention the mechanism of the immortal rank, not to mention the mechanism of the heavenly Tao level. After Suyu's excitement, he then looked at the numerous rewards he received after killing 100 god ranks. You have killed the monstrous god Autumn Leaf and 100 other 4 races god ranks. You have obtained the props: 1 demon race god statue, 1 demon race god statue, 60 million demon race gold coins, 60 million demon race gold coins, 40 million monstrous race gold coins, 40 million demon race gold coins, 150 billion in treasure money, 5 divine level random treasure chests, 95 divine level items, and a number of experience values. First was the demon race god statue and the demon race god statue. There was no need to say much about these two, this was the mall. What made Suyu excited was that the demon race gold coins were 60 million, the demon race gold coins were 60 million, the monster race gold coins were 40 million, and the demon race gold coins were 40 million. Divine grade treasure chest requires 200,000 demon ghost monstrous gold coins. Super god level treasure chest requires 5 million demon ghost monster gold coins. Saint level treasure chest requires 100 million demonic ghost monster gold coins. Now one could completely redeem a super god level treasure chest. And one could redeem a very large number of super god level treasure chests. But when Suyu saw the saint level treasure chest, it only needed 100 million gold coins of the 4 clans, and currently he was not much worse off. The big deal was to go and kill more 4 clans of the godly rank, and get the 100 million gold coins of the clans together before redeeming it. After all, the holy level treasure chest is not a little bit more precious than the super god level treasure chest. In fact, for Suyu, the most important thing was still because the super god grade treasure chest itself was not lacking now. Suyu didn't forget that he had just completed the Blue Star Civilization Advancement Challenge mission because he had killed 100 god ranks, directly sublimating the Blue Star and allowing the entire Blue Star to obtain the super god rank treasure chest synthesis skill. One could synthesize an ultra god rank treasure chest with only 2 god rank treasure chests. In that case, one did not need to exchange it with the 4 clans gold coins at all, so one might as well save it for a saint grade treasure chest. Thus, Suyu joyfully placed all of the over 100 million 4 races gold coins into his system backpack. Soon, there is going to be a saint grade treasure chest. It was cool to think about it. Suyu looked at the treasure money 150 billion, and his heart could not hide his ecstasy. Mard, finally, the 9th order treasure money secret obtained in the Heavenly Star domain has a use. 150 billion treasure money, plus the 51 billion treasure money that Suyu already had, that was nearly 155.1 billion treasure money. A mere 9th order treasure money secret realm. Directly empty the entire 9th order treasure money secret realm. What is useful to you, directly buy it. Now have money. Ha ha ha. As Suyu was about to enter, he suddenly thought of how many treasure chests he still had, and how he hadn't finished taking inventory of the god tier items. So he decided that he would first finish inventorying everything before entering the 9th order treasure money mystic realm. Right now there were just 5 divine grade random treasure chests and 95 divine grade items left. Suyu looked at the divine grade randomized treasure chest. This treasure chest was different from the divine grade optional treasure chest. This kind of treasure chest was randomly obtained when opened. This kind of treasure chest was far inferior to the optional treasure chest. As for that remaining 95 god grade items, Suyu took a cursory look at them. They were all equipment whatsoever. It was not that important to Suyu, because now Suyu had the super god tier treasure chest synthesis skill. There was simply no need to look at these god tier items anymore. It would be better to exchange all of them with others on the worldwide trading platform into god tier self-selected treasure chests. When the time comes, he will then synthesize all of the god grade self-selected treasure chests into super god grade self-selected treasure chests. And then wouldn't that be awesome? At that time, that's 50 super god grade optional treasure chests. Wouldn't that boost be better than these god tier items? Chapter 90, Entering the Treasure Money's Secret Realm. Soon after, Suyu posted the transaction information on the 10,000 Worlds trading platform. Then he uploaded all the god grade treasure chests, god grade items. As long as someone was willing to take a divine grade optional treasure chest and exchange it with himself, then he could directly exchange it. Looking at the fact that no one had made an exchange yet, Suyu then planned to enter the 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Realm first. Suyu said to Lu Changsheng, who was not far away, "Immortal Lord Lu, I still have something to do you mind waiting for me a little longer?" Lu Changsheng hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Of course. If you have something to do, Elder Longyu, you can take care of it first. Senior will wait for you here." From within his backpack, Suyu took out the 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Scroll that he had previously obtained within the Heavenly Star domain. Immediately using it. You have used the 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Realm Scroll. Do you immediately enter the 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Realm? Suyu determined, yes, enter immediately. With Suyu determining, Suyu's figure disappeared in place. You have entered the 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Realm. When Suyu opened his eyes again, what he saw was a little different from the Treasure Money Secret Realm he had imagined. What Suyu saw was surrounded by a white color. The ground was flat white tiles, and only not far in front, there were a dozen or so white idols standing. Other than that, within this Treasure Money Secret Realm, there was nothing. Is it so simple? Suyu saw it for the first time and could not help but wonder. Originally, he had thought that it would be a place full of copper odor, but he did not expect that it would be this concise. Suyu stepped forward and a message popped up. 9th Order Treasure Money Secret Realm, spending guarantee is 1 billion treasure money. Suyu looked at the message and laughed. The guaranteed bottom is only 1 billion treasure money, ah? Look down on who, now he has more than 150 billion treasure money, directly within this Treasure Money Secret Realm, all pull full. Suyu came to the first idol. Treasure Money Secret Realm Attribute Idol. Rating, 9th Order. Description, spend 100,000 treasure money and gain 1 free attribute point. Capped at 500,000 free attribute points. Comment, congratulations on entering the Treasure Money Mystic Realm. This is the exclusive attribute idol in the Treasure Money Mystic Realm, using the power of treasure money to gain free attribute values. It is currently a 9th Order attribute idol, with a maximum of 500,000 free attribute points. Can you raise your attributes again? Suyu was excited. Suyu carefully looked at the description and found that 100,000 precious money equals 1 free attribute point. If that is the case, some calculations can tell that obtaining the maximum limit of 500,000 free attribute points, then it would require 50 billion precious money. And on his own, he happens to have around 150 billion treasure money, which can be directly pulled up to the upper limit. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. This is only the first idol, and it consumed 1/3 of the precious money. He seems to have been a little hasty, this 150 billion or so treasure money, but it's a little bit insufficient to spend. But it doesn't matter, using treasure money to enhance one's attribute value, this is a very earning thing. Treasure money is not available, one can continue to earn in the future, but attributes are not enhanced, then it is really a waste. Suyu communicated the attribute idol. Please enter the amount of treasure money you want to spend. Upper limit is 50 billion. Suyu directly said, 50 billion. Pull full. Having consumed 50 billion treasure money, you have gained free attribute points, 500,000. Your guaranteed consumption for this 9th Order Treasure Money Mystic Realm has reached its target, and you will not trigger any unspent guaranteed penalties. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. The free attributes you have obtained have been increased by 100,000 times. You have obtained free attribute points, 50 billion. Suyu's surprise, again and again and again triggered the 100,000 times attribute harvest buff. This is too good. Immediately, Suyu immediately added all of these 50 billion attributes to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 50 billion. White Emperor ring effect triggered. Your full attribute plus 50 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 500 100% 4th order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level, Eye of Insight Divine level. Profession, 4th ranked Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 154000 plus 2110 stars. Spirit, 154000 plus 2110 stars. Physique, 154000 plus 2110 stars. Agility, 154000 plus 2110 stars. Free attribute points, 0. Profession skill, Sneer Holy Order level 9, Same Death Holy Order level 2. General skills, Blood Sacrifice 9th Order level 1, Negative Purification Divine Order level 1. Civilization skill, Super God Tier Treasure Chest Synthesis Special. Permanent buffs, Attribute 10,000 times gained, Experience 10,000 times gained, Attribute 100 times gained, Experience 100 times gained, Saint Without Fear. Cool. A cheer came from Suyu's body, it was the feeling of enhanced attributes. It was too refreshing. The full attributes were enhanced by 50 billion. The feeling this brought to Suyu was also very obvious. After the excitement, Suyu took a few steps back and looked at the other idols. Right now, he still had over 100 billion left. This 100 billion or so had to be exchanged for something he needed. The effects of each of these idols varied, and Suyu needed to look over them one by one. Which idol's effect was useful to himself, then he would spend money to obtain the effect. Suyu made his way through. Ranked idols. It's useless, wait. Suyu came back and carefully looked at the description of the ranking idol. Secret Realm of Treasure Money Grade Idol. Rating, 9th Order. Description, spending 1,050 billion precious money, judged based on the intensity of the advancement task, able to directly complete a rank advancement task under the 9th rank. Evaluation, congratulations on entering the Treasure Money Mystic Realm, this is an exclusive grade idol in the Treasure Money Mystic Realm, using the power of treasure money to pass the advancement task. Currently it is a 9th order rank idol, and you can spend treasure money to complete a rank advancement task every time you open it. Suyu looked at the description and realized that it seemed to be possible, right? Judged based on the strength of the mission. Then, even if the difficulty of this advancement quest for himself is to kill an immortal rank, then it should also be possible, right? Anyway, the highest it will consume is 50 billion treasure money. However, the key lies in whether one wants to spend this treasure money to try. This is 50 billion. He was only at the 4th rank, did he really want to spend 50 billion treasure money to upgrade to the 5th rank? However, this 5th rank advancement task is very difficult, to kill an immortal rank, now in the whole mythical world, where to find an immortal rank? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for me? In the end, Suyu, after much deliberation, decided that he should still consume 50 billion precious money. When it is accomplished, it can also save himself a little something. Treasure money was not that useful to himself. Not to mention, this was only a 9th order treasure money secret realm. Thus, Suyu approached the rank god statue. Is it spending 1,050 billion treasure money for completing the advancement quest? Suyu nodded, yes. Evaluating your advancement task. ZZZ. This time Z. Z. Deduction. Zip. Z, 50 billion to automatically help you complete the 5th order advancement task. Z. Please wait for a moment. Suyu, huh? Other side. Origin World, Goblin Continent. Treasure Money Mystery Group, Rank Gnome Sector. An immortal rank goblin looked at the information coming from the Heavenly Dao panel in shock. A 5th order advancement quest? Taking out an immortal rank? No. 50 billion precious money was paid, totaling 500 Dao money. Immediately, he stood up violently and shouted. No good, something big has happened, Minister. There's a person whose 5th rank advancement task is to take out an immortal rank. We've only collected 50 billion treasure money, which is only equivalent to 500 Dao money, this is a big loss. We've lost a lot of money. Chapter 91 Spending 150 billion treasure money. Suyu waited for more than 10 seconds before finally the prompt message in front of him changed. You have killed a goat race immortal rank, your 5th rank advancement quest is complete. Suyu. Nickname, Chuanyu. Level, 500% 5th order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level, Eye of Insight God level. Occupation, 5th rank Saint level Homunculus Master. Strength, 174000 plus 2110 stars. Spirit, 174000 plus 2110 stars. Physique, 174000 plus 2110 stars. Agility, 174000 plus 2110 stars. Suyu surprise, 50 billion treasure money is really completed? Originally, Suyu thought that there would be an accident, but it turned out to be fortunate that the advancement task was completed. In front of Suyu, a prompt message also appeared. Another service-wide notice was about to be triggered. Service-wide notice, Heaven's Destined One Changyu has reached the 5th level in only 41 hours, breaking the service-wide record and refreshing the record for the fastest to reach the 5th level. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. The current Suyu very much didn't care about this so-called service-wide notice anymore, as it had really been triggered too many times, so Suyu stopped paying attention and looked towards another message. This message was a 6th rank advancement quest. Suyu viewed it. 6th order advancement quest. Mission objective, kill 10 immortal ranks. Mission reward, 6th order rank opening. Suyu laughed coldly. It was killing immortal ranks again. In fact, Suyu could understand why he was given this seemingly heaven-defying task. Because this quest was set according to talent and occupation. Everyone is different. This occupation and talent of his own was indeed a bit of a supermodel. Ignoring the rules, directly whoever kills me dies. It's also true that giving yourself this quest isn't too difficult. But the key is that it's really hard to find immortal ranks. It's not that it's hard to kill immortal ranks, it's that it's hard to find immortal ranks. No matter what, things so much to do, anyway, there is always someone to see their own unhappy, there is always someone to send the door to send death, their own peace of mind to wait on the line. This is Suyu's experience in the past few days. Suyu looked at the amount of precious money he had. Currently, Suyu still had around $50 billion of precious money. It should still be able to exchange for some good things. Suyu gazed over. Treasure chest idol. It can be exchanged for treasure chests of rank 19. Useless stuff. I can't even look at a divine treasure chest now. Not to mention your 1/9 order treasure chests. Get lost. Besides, with this super god level treasure chest synthesis skill, the synthesis of super god level treasure chest from god level treasure chest is 100% successful. On the contrary, 1/9 order will have the possibility of failure. So there is no need. Suyu continued to look at the other god idols. Battle idol. Consuming treasure money to gain combat experience? There was no need for that. He himself completely relies on the crushing ability of a saint-level homunculus division. Even if he fights at the same level, his attributes are absolutely heaven-defying, and he can completely do numerical crushing, so there is no need to purchase any combat experience at all. I have no combat experience, do you have the guts to kill me? If you don't kill me, I also have the sneer skill. What? Can't kill me? Then I forgot my 10,000 times counter damage? I'll stand still, I'll sneer, you kill me you can't kill me, you'll be killed by my 10,000 times counter injury. It's only a matter of time before you die. As for what bull seal, I choose what profession are not afraid of seal? I'm not afraid of seals because I chose King of Thunder? Doesn't this invite laughter? Suyu continued to look. Soon, Suyu's gaze was fixed in front of an idol. Suyu fixed his eyes on this idol. Is a bit interesting. Treasure money secret realm gifted idol. Rating, 9th order. Description: consume 1,050 billion treasure money to obtain a 9th rank talent. Comment: congratulations on entering the treasure money mystic realm. This is an exclusive talent idol in the treasure money mystic realm, using the power of treasure money to obtain a talent. Currently, it is a 9th order talent idol, and up to a maximum of 1/9 order talent can be obtained. 9th order talent? Suyu felt that he could get a 9th order talent. He himself now had the Great Dao grade unique talent Infinite Resurrection and the God grade talent Eye of Insight. The role of talents was great, it was more of an ability that was more important than skills. Moreover, talents were all useful. Getting a 9th rank talent, this was absolutely not a loss. Thus, Suyu walked towards the talent idol. As he approached, a prompt appeared. Please enter the amount of consumer treasure money to exchange for a talent. Suyu thought for a moment and said, 50 billion treasure money. You have consumed 50 billion treasure money, and you have obtained the 9th rank talent, 100-fold harvest of treasure money. 100-fold harvest of treasure money. When you actually obtain treasure money, you trigger the 100-fold harvest. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 500 0% 5th order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection de Dao level, Eye of Insight Divine level, 100-fold harvest of treasure money 9th order. Suyu looked at this 9th rank talent and was a bit surprised. This talent. It is truly absolute. He did want this kind of talent. After all, treasure money, it still has a role to play. Money can make the devil grind. This saying, when viewed in the mythical world, was just as useful. Even the advancement quests can be passed directly by spending precious money. This shows that rich people really can become stronger with kryptonite. Other powerful civilizations, those rich people, can rely on countless amounts of precious money to become insanely strong. Suyu's face was a little complicated, thinking, a mere 9th order treasure money mystic realm can gain 500,000 attributes, directly pass the advancement task, and gain a 9th order talent. Then what if a divine grade treasure money secret realm? What about a super god level treasure money secret realm? What about a saint level precious money secret realm? Or even a heavenly Dao level precious money secret realm? Wouldn't those rich people be able to become stronger in minutes? Poor attributes? Use the money to point it up. Poor talent? Use money to buy props to point it up, and even use money to buy a few more powerful talents. Poor profession? Use money to buy advancement books. Suyu had gotten a super god level career advancement book, a holy quality advancement book. The homunculus division profession had changed from god level to the current saint level. Poor level? Buy it with money, upgrade in a flash. No wonder the reviews say that money can make the devil turn 666 Suyu thought. Fortunately, he was open. Otherwise, where could be the opponent of the rich? Once upon a time, those demigods of the Blue Star were actually not rich enough. If they had money, they would have long ago been at the divine rank. Suyu realized that after himself, not only did he need to become stronger, he also had to find ways to get money. With money, buy more things to strengthen himself. Suyu looked at the fact that he still had around $5 billion of precious money right now. This amount of treasure money could definitely be exchanged for other things, but it could not be exchanged for very good ones. Suyu planned to save it. When there is more treasure money, then he will think of a way to get a god tier, or super god tier treasure money secret realm. At that time, he would come back in to spend it to become stronger. Right now one is not rich enough. Do you dare to think that 1,551 billion precious money, this is just how long one has been in, and it is almost spent. Exit. Suyu said. It is exiting the 9th order treasure money secret realm for you. White light flashed. Suyu's figure re-entered the abyssal canyon. Just as soon as he returned, Suyu received various messages from the worldwide trading platform. Taking a closer look at the panel, the 95 god tier items had all been turned into 95 god tier optional treasure chests. There were only 5 divine grade randomized treasure chests that no one had exchanged. As for the reason why no one had changed the god grade random treasure chests, it was simple. When the optional treasure chest was opened, I could at least choose which one of the 3 items I wanted. Random treasure chests open and I only get one random item. I can tell that the item is the one I want? Therefore, these 5 divine randomized treasure chests froze and no one swapped them. Chapter 92 Immortal Rank Mystery Realm. Originally, Suyu thought that no one would exchange the divine random treasure chest. However, someone sent a private message over. Prophetic Flower, I can exchange 5 god grade random treasure chests with you, but you have to promise me one thing. Suyu looked at Sunflower's homepage and found that it was a plant civilization. Suyu, what is it? Prophetic Flower, give a friend spot. Suyu. It's that simple? Prophecy Flower, yes, it's that simple. Suyu thought to himself, this seems to be no loss. After all, it was only one friend bit, and it was only the friend bit of the worldwide trading platform. Something as simple as adding a friend could be exchanged for 5 god tier a la carte treasure chests, that would be perfectly fine. So it was agreed. Suyu added Prophetic Flower as a friend. Very quickly. Prophecy Flower took 5 God tier optional treasure chests and exchanged them with Suyu for God tier random treasure chests. This time, Suyu then had 100 God grade optional treasure chests. One could directly synthesize 50 super God grade optional treasure chests. It was cool to think about it. Immediately, Suyu took out 2 God grade optional treasure chests and used the super God grade synthesis skill. In an instant, a large amount of magic power surged out, wrapping around the 2 God grade optional treasure chests and gradually fusing them together. During this period, the magic power kept pouring out, but fortunately, Suyu had a source of magic power in place and did not panic at all. As long as one's level did not reach the immortal rank, then using the magic power source, that was having unlimited magic power. After roughly half an hour, these 2 God tier optional treasure chests finally fused to completion. It had completely turned into a super God grade optional treasure chest. Looking at the super God grade optional treasure chest that appeared in front of him, Suyu was happy. When this was opened, the contents could be immortal grade props. And he still had 98 God grade optional treasure chests, meaning that he could still fuse 49 super God grade optional treasure chests. The only thing that made Suyu feel pity was that it would also take a lot of time to make 2 treasure chests fuse. This fusion of 1 super God grade optional treasure chest had taken Suyu half an hour. If all of them were fused, it would not take a short amount of time. Lu Changsheng, who was not far away, could not help but be shocked as he watched such a surge of magic power from Changyu. To know, even if he was level 5000, his magic power was far inferior to that of Changyu. This Changyu was obviously only at the 5th rank. Why was his magic power so huge? More than him? Looks like this long-standing Yu senior is really too strong. Stronger than he thought, more powerful than he thought. Much more powerful than one could have imagined. And from the recent contact with Changyu, this Changyu senior seemed to belong to the goodness and order keeping, plus Changyu seniors are the heavenly destiny person. In that case, then it might be possible to get senior Changyu to help. Lu Changsheng came in front of Changyu. Senior Changyu. Lu Changsheng saluted. Suyu synthesized the treasure chest while asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Changsheng said, "There is something that senior feels that only you may be able to accomplish." Suyu was puzzled, "Another matter?" Suyu asked, "What matter?" Lu Changsheng said, "It is about my deity immortal sect's underpinnings. There is about the immortal rank mystery realm. The reason why my deity immortal sect can be called an immortal sect is because there was once an immortal ranked ancestor. After a catastrophe, the saints fell and the path of the immortal rank was broken, and from then on, they could only reach the divine rank. And it is said that in the immortal rank mystic realm within our immortal degree sect, there are precious pills that can allow one to cross over from the divine rank to the immortal rank. It's just that it's too difficult to obtain the immortal rank treasure pill within the immortal rank secret realm. Even if I entered, within a few moments, I would come out with heavy injuries, and even my realm would fall off. Now, looking at how powerful Senior Changyu is, the late generation would like to ask Senior Changyu to enter my degree Immortal Sect's Immortal Steps Mystery Realm, and if I can pass through the Immortal Steps Mystery Realm, all of the Immortal Steps resources inside will go to Senior. The deity Immortal Sect, as long as it allows one to cross over from the divine rank to the immortal rank's precious medicine. I wonder, Senior, can you help? Suyu was a little surprised after hearing this. Surprisingly, it was an immortal rank mystery realm? He himself was able to get so many items with treasure money in a 9th rank treasure money secret realm. Then there must be even more treasures within an immortal rank secret realm. Just listening to what Lu Changsheng had said, the dangers inside were definitely not to be underestimated. Even he, a level 5000 transcendent god rank, could be seriously injured. It was definitely dangerous inside. But that was for Lu Changsheng. For himself, it wasn't very dangerous. Still, it was necessary to ask what was inside first. Thus, Suyu asked, "There is a very strong existence within the immortal rank mysteries? It can make you seriously injured?" Lu Changsheng said, "There are immortal rank puppets inside, and you can only obtain rewards by defeating immortal rank puppets. After I entered and faced the first immortal rank puppet, I lost." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then this is just right." Anyway, he was not afraid since he had the sneer skill in place. So Suyu agreed. Yes, when? Lu Changsheng's heart rejoiced when he heard that Changyu was willing. He naturally wanted it to be faster. As long as Senior Changyu passed and was willing to fulfill his promise, then wouldn't he himself be able to obtain the items to step into the immortal stage? Lu Changsheng, himself, still wanted to step into the immortal stage. As for whether or not Senior Chang Yu would keep his promise, he could only gamble. If he won, he would be an immortal. If he lost the bet, the big deal was to lose the precious medicine in the immortal rank mystery realm. Anyway, now that there was an empty immortal rank secret realm, he couldn't get the treasures inside. It's the same with and without. In case the bet is won, then one would become an immortal by transforming into a god. At that time, one would be the only immortal rank in this world. Lu Changsheng hurriedly said, "Right now will do." Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and added, "Elder Longyu, Senior here also said a promise. If Senior can use the treasures inside to transform into a god and become an immortal, then Senior will definitely help Senior capture all the 4 races within the mythical world. With the power of the immortal rank, capture them all, so that you, Elder Longyu, won't have to go through so much trouble to find them." Suyu glanced at Lu Changsheng. The pie that Lu Changsheng drew for Suyu somewhat wanted to eat it. Although the 4 clans were no longer dangerous to his current self, there was after all a version of the mission in place. One had to defeat the 4 races camp in order to upgrade the version and directly enter the transformation into immortality version, opening the path to the immortal rank. With Lu Changsheng's help, with his power of the immortal rank, he could certainly gather the 4 races camp quickly. At that time, one could directly have the Blue-White Kingdom's heavenly fates gather and directly circle the 4 races camp, so that not only would they be able to heavily damage the 4 races camp, but they would also be able to elevate the Blue-White Kingdom's heavenly fates. After all, the current Blue-White country was only strong by itself. The other most powerful one was just Li Tianyi. It was too weak. As the chief consul of the Blue-White country, Suyu considered the Blue-White country. Thus, Suyu nodded his head and said to Lu Changsheng, "You have a point, I'll count on you when the time comes." Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised, that's part of the job. Suyu let out a laugh. He put away the super god-level treasure chest that had already been fused. The rest of the treasure chests, wait until they return to the Blue-White Kingdom, then slowly fuse them. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out a white gold-colored door. Then opened the door. A vortex passageway opened. "Elder Longyu, this is the passageway to enter my immortal stage mystery realm of the immortal sect of the Daoxian sect." In front of Suyu's eyes, a prompt appeared. Is it to enter the deity immortal sect's immortal rank mystical realm? Chapter 93, Linking Up and Killing. With Suyu determined, Suyu then entered the deity immortal sect's immortal rank secret realm. In front of Suyu's eyes, it was also a white blanket, not much different from the treasure money secret realm. The difference was that the dozen or so idols within the treasure money mystical realm had turned into 10 puppets. Suyu approached the first golem. A message appeared. Degree Immortal Sect Immortal Rank Puppet Realm. Rating, Immortal Rank. Description, defeating an Immortal Rank Realm puppet will raise the level. Comment, a saint was born in the deity Immortal Sect a long time ago. The saint left behind various types of secret realms for the deity Immortal Sect to cultivate the disciples of the Immortal Sect. In the secret realms, various puppets were placed. As long as you defeat the puppets, you will be able to obtain the corresponding treasures. Whether or not to challenge the immortal level puppets realm. This deity immortal sect used to be a sage sect? It seemed like all these people from Lu Changxing didn't know about it either. They still thought that their own ancestors were immortal rank. But it actually wasn't. The true founder of the degree immortal sect was a sage. Including this secret realm of the immortal rank, it was all left behind by the saint to raise the realm of the immortal sect's disciples. It was just a pity that this challenge could only raise the level and could not break open the advancement quest. Suyu, challenge. Suyu had just nodded his head when the humanoid puppet with a white body moved. A simple punch blasted towards Suyu. This punch seemed simple, but it was so fast that it could not be avoided. Even with the current attributes of Suyu, it was not enough to be able to react. As expected, Suyu did not react at all and was blasted with a punch on his body, directly flying several hundred meters backwards and landing heavily on the ground. And the realm puppet paused for a moment as it was countered by Suyu's 10,000 times counter injury. Suyu got up from the ground and realized that his blood level had dropped by a third. This realm puppet, it seems to have left me alive on purpose? Suyu quickly figured out, yes, this was used by saints to cultivate immortal rank disciples, so how could it possibly kill? Otherwise, how could that Lu Changxing come out alive? The realm puppet issued an icy voice, "You have already lost, please withdraw, otherwise I will not be merciful." Your life will be in danger. Suyu was not afraid of death and said, try killing me. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, he felt the sky darken and an incomparably huge slap fell from the sky. Boom! It directly slapped Suyu to death. The realm puppet issued an ice-cold voice, repeat offenders are put to death. Your soul, when becomes a realm puppet candidate. The next second, the realm puppet emitted white smoke and fell heavily to the ground, and its body dissipated. Suyu got up and a message surfaced. You were killed by the realm puppet. Tonggui Master occupational characteristics trigger. The realm puppet enters the death countdown. You have entered the necrotic state. The homunculus master's career trait is triggered. The realm puppet dies immediately. The homunculus trait is triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. At the same time, a puppet was once again born where that realm puppet was originally located. This golem, and the previous realm golem's appearance and whatnot, were completely different, but the function was the same. This realm golem was obviously much more polite as he said, congratulations, you have successfully killed the previous realm golem, your level helicopter, 100. You have upgraded to level 600, you have gained free attribute points, 15,000. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff, you have gained an 80,000-fold increase in free attributes, you have gained free attribute points, 1.2 billion. This is an upgrade? It was too easy, right? Now that Suyu's realm had been raised to level 600, he had gained 1.2 billion free attribute points. So Suyu first added all 1 billion free attribute points to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 1.2 billion. White Emperor ring effect triggered. Your full attribute plus 1.2 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 600 100% 5th order. Strength, 189000 plus 2122 stars. Spirit, 189000 plus 2122 stars. Physique, 189000 plus 2122 stars. Agility, 189000 plus 2122 stars. After adding points was completed, Suyu looked at the realm puppets and asked, each of you puppets has its own consciousness? The new realm golem said, yes. Sinners who make mistakes are locked up here and become part of the secret realm. The realm golem just now was killed by you, so I filled in as an alternate. There was a puppet next to him who said, you're so powerful, kill me as well, let me be relieved, I'm about to die of loneliness after living here for countless years. You kill me, the reward I will adjust to the highest for you. Suyu looked at it, it was a green puppet. Deity Immortal Sect Immortal Rank Puppet Attribute. Rating, Immortal Rank. Description, defeating an immortal rank attribute puppet will increase the percentage attributes, up to 100% of the full attributes permanently. Evaluation, a saint was born in the Deity Immortal Sect a long time ago. The saint left behind various types of secret realms for the Deity Immortal Sect to cultivate the disciples of the Immortal Sect. In the secret realm, various puppets are placed. As long as you defeat the puppets, you will be able to obtain the corresponding treasures. Suyu was a bit shocked. Up to a permanent 100% increase in all attributes? Is this the greatness of a saint? Awesome! Making someone instantly stronger? This attributes can all be directly doubled? Suyu said to the attribute puppet, don't worry, I will definitely be able to strike you down and free you. The attribute golem said, that's good, thank you so much. Suyu was curious, say, what mistake did you guys make to be locked up in here? The attribute puppet said, a small mistake, which only refined a few tens of billions of people to my human emperor streamer. Suyu let out a laugh, then you really deserve it. Suyu looked at the other puppets and said, do you guys still have any last words? I'm going to challenge you all at the same time and free you all. Attribute puppet, awesome. You don't want to roll over. Quality advancement golem, 666, big talk. Skill upgrade puppet, there's my style back then, I also said the same thing in the face of the 9 saints, and was later arched to death by a pig randomly nudged by the saints. If you can kill me, I'll let you upgrade a skill to full level. Chi plus puppet, haha, the descendant of the Deity Immortal Sect is so arrogant? Looking for death? Equipment evolution puppet, hee hee, arrogant. Immortal rank treasure pill puppet, how about blowing awesome? Immortal rank item puppet, come on, you better be able to be as powerful as you say you are. Buff puppet, Junior, if you can really liberate me, I'll give you the top buffs. Immortal rank skill puppet, do you have the strength? Screaming and yelling here. I'll let you know what it means to be a black hand later. I slaughtered the entire western continent back then. If it wasn't for those 2 boys turning into saints, could I have been sealed? Suyu listened to the cacophony of voices and smiled faintly, instantly unleashing his same death skill, binding these 9 puppets. The attribute puppet closest to Suyu saw Suyu sneer and instantly struck down without mercy. Boom! Suyu was torn apart. The next second, Suyu entered the necrotic state. He smiled faintly, "Gentlemen, goodbye." Immediately died. Instantly, the 9 puppets fell to the ground and dissipated. In front of Suyu, a dozen or so pieces of information surfaced. There were attributes that doubled. There was the one that allowed the selection of skills that could directly raise a skill level to full. There was the one that allowed the selection of targets, which could raise the quality of a target to the super god level. There was the Chi Luck edition, which increased luck. There were Let's Choose equipment that could raise an equipment to the super god level. There are immortal rank treasure pills that, when eaten, can directly upgrade from divine rank 5000 to immortal rank 1st realm immortal. Chapter 94 Heavenly Grade Talent. You've been killed by an attribute puppet. The homunculus division occupational trait triggered. The attribute equation 9 puppet enters the death countdown. You've entered the necrotic state. The professional trait of a homunculus master is triggered. The attribute 9 puppet dies immediately. The master of the same order career trait is triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have refused. You have killed the attribute golem. Your full attribute is increased 100%. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 600 100% 5th order. Strength, 378000 plus 4244 stars. Spirit, 378000 plus 4244 stars. Physique, 378000 plus 4244 stars. Agility, 378000 plus 4244 stars. In an instant, Suyu once again felt an all-round improvement. The full attributes doubled. The full attribute directly reached over 4,000 stars, or over 400 billion. One must know that right now, the strongest divine rank in the Blue Star universe attribute was currently only 100 stars. Suyu, on the other hand, had over 4,000 stars. This is the gap. You have killed the quality upgrade puppet. Please choose your target and upgrade the quality to Super God class. Suyu thought about it and definitely prioritized upgrading his talent. Just, the Eye of Insight and the Treasure Money 100-fold Harvest talent, which one is better to upgrade? This Eye of Insight is the one that surveys information, it's just that one uses it less. Moreover, what one faced were basically targets that exceeded the upper limit of the Eye of Insight. This god-level talent didn't even seem to have a chance to perform in front of himself. As for the Treasure Money 100-fold Harvest, this talent, although it was only a 9th order talent, it was extremely practical. After all, Suyu now knew that the use of treasure money that was really high. What's more, in the future, on the 10,000 Worlds trading platform, it will be DAO money that is used, and it will take 100 million treasure money to be equivalent to 1 DAO money, so this Treasure Money 100 times Harvest talent can be upgraded or should be upgraded. Having money, one can also quickly become stronger. One should not only rely on one's own plug-in to become stronger, but also kryptonite to become stronger. Immediately, Suyu targeted the 9th rank talent Treasure Money 100 times Harvest. Boost. Your 9th order talent Treasure Money 100-fold Harvest quality is upgraded to Super God grade. Treasure Money 10,000 times Harvest. Rating, Super God grade. Description, you trigger 10,000 to 100,000 times Harvest when you actually obtain treasure money. Evaluation, money can lead to the gods. You have comprehended the role of money within the mythic world. Essentially, money is also a great Tao. When you make money faster than others, you can get ahead of them through kryptonite. Suyu's heart was ecstatic. Obtaining treasure money is also a 10,000 times harvest? It's also 10,000 times to 100,000 times the harvest? Cool. It seems that in the future, he will not only be the person who opens the plugin, but also the kryptonite player. It's cool to think about it. You have killed the skill upgrade puppet. Please choose a skill to upgrade to full level. Suyu thought about his skills. Occupational skill, Sneer, same death. Generalized skill, Blood Sacrifice, negative purification. Civilization skill, Super God tier treasure chest synthesis. For now, the Sneer and Same Death skill enhancements actually seem to be of little significance, as the effects of these two skills could already be perfectly utilized. Sneer, top tier taunt, if I laugh you have to hit me. Same Death, binds the target seen in the eye, I die, triggers the same division effect, you die with me, I wound, you all get counter wounded 10,000 times. Upgrade them to full level. Seems like it's unnecessary. But then again, think about it, what if other effects are born after upgrading a skill to full level? One's own success today was mainly due to the career traits and skills of a homunculus master. No, one still had to have a homunculus division skill upgraded to full level. Let's just have Same Death. With this skill upgraded, it will at least allow me to have AoE, and when I die later, I will directly take away tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of targets. Suyu thought. And so, Suyu chose the Same Death skill. Your holy rank skill Same Death level 2 has been raised to full level, 12. Same Death. Level, 12. Effect, activate the skill to bind a 100 billion X skill level bit target that you can see, ignoring the opponent's rank. When you trigger the occupational trait, the bound target enforces the effect. The target you bind will be fearful and feel death coming in their heart. Evaluation, a skill that is sufficient to extinguish the world. Even if you don't use the skills of a homunculus master, it's still a top-tier suppression divine skill. When I look at you, you'll feel like you're going to die. May I ask if you still have the strength to fight me? Suyu looked at the panel after homunculus death was fully leveled and let out a cry in his heart. This skill had indeed given birth to a new effect. It is still a skill that creates absolute fear in people. When I look at you, you feel like you are going to die and fear is born in your heart. This skill effect is really great. It seemed that when the skill was fully leveled, it would still enhance the effect. Moreover, Suyu discovered that the number of this can be bound. It was really a bit heaven-defying. You have killed the Chi-Luck Plus puppet, you have gained Chi-Luck, 50 points. Wait until you step into the immortal stage and open the Chi-Luck panel before you can add points. Suyu looked at this message and realized that he could not add points. You have to step into the immortal rank before you can unlock the Chi-Luck panel? That is still early. Suyu shook his head. You have killed the equipment evolution puppet, please choose your equipment evolution to Super God level. Suyu thought about the equipment he was carrying. The God tier delusion breaking immortal sword, the white emperor ring, the stone spirit monster clothes, and so on. Then, Suyu knew which equipment he was going to choose to evolve. It had to be the white emperor ring. This white emperor ring had the strongest effect, boosting the 4-dimensional attributes. If this white emperor ring was upgraded, in the future, even if it was at the immortal rank, it might still be usable. Otherwise, the upper limit of the white emperor ring was the divine rank, and when Suyu transcended the divine rank, this white emperor ring would be useless. Thus, Suyu chose the white emperor ring. Your God grade jewelry white emperor ring has evolved to Super God grade. The white emperor ring on Suyu's right index finger emitted a burst of evolutionary light. White emperor ring. Rating, Super God grade. Description, when worn, it automatically binds the soul and cannot be stolen. At the immortal rank 10 realm and below, the 4-dimensional attribute values are based on the highest attribute, making the 4-dimensional attributes the same. After wearing it, the white emperor ring may not be removed before the immortal rank 10 realm, or the attributes will be restored. After reaching the 10th realm of the immortal rank, the attributes boosted by the white emperor ring will be permanently obtained, and even if the white emperor ring is not worn, the attributes will not disappear. Evaluation, black and white double emperor, one of the white emperor created by the god level jewelry. Now because of Longyu, this white emperor ring has become a super god level jewelry. This time, Suyu felt that it was this white emperor ring that had truly improved the most. This thingy. It really was a supermodel. It could be said. Suyu's 4 major attributes were as heaven-defying as they are today. It was absolutely inseparable from the white emperor ring. Now, the white emperor ring had reached the super god level and was able to be used up to the immortal rank 10 realm. This was really very cool. Just when Suyu was happy, a new message suddenly popped out. You have just been watched by White Emperor Xiaohao, you have obtained White Emperor Xiaohao's blessing, and the White Emperor ring has changed into a heavenly Dao grade talent, White Emperor's blessing. White Emperor's blessing. Rating, heavenly Dao grade. Description, the 4-dimensional attribute values are based on the highest attribute, making the 4-dimensional attributes the same. Evaluation, none. Suyu snapped out a question mark. White Emperor Xiao Hao. Wasn't it that legendary five-faceted god in his hometown? Western White Emperor Xiao Hao. Chapter 95 Successive Upgrades. On the index finger of Suyu's right hand, the original White Emperor ring had disappeared. Suyu looked at his panel. He saw the heavenly Dao grade talent White Emperor blessing behind that. Suyu could not believe that this was real. It was too crazy. What is called a surprise ah? This is a surprise ah. A super god level trinket. Just because it was watched by the White Emperor, it directly received a blessing, and it went from a trinket to a heavenly Dao level talent. This is really cool. This White Emperor, just what level is he? This is too strong. Moreover, now Suyu is wondering in his heart. Is this White Emperor Xiao Hao the five-square god in Earth mythology? Suyu thought carefully, but felt that it should not be. Suyu felt that this White Emperor should be that White Emperor of the mythical world. After countless eras, this White Emperor had become the current White Emperor. And he himself had obtained the White Emperor ring and advanced the White Emperor ring, which caused the White Emperor to notice him, so he gave his blessing. It should be like this. Suyu pondered. Now it seems that the mythical world that he is in, there are really a lot of secrets in it. Even those powerful people who used to be in the mythical world were able to leave the world and go to a higher level of the world. One would think that Old Testament saint would be the same. After all, the Old Testament palace was within the mythical world. Suyu had returned to the Blue Star to save Chu in the first place because he wanted to return to the Blue Star to save Chu. The teleportation process forced him to return to the Blue Star. This was what caused the time when he entered the mythic world again. He directly entered the Old Testament palace. The current mythical world that the Blue Star corresponded to currently should not have existed in immortal rank at the present time. However, the Old Testament palace has. Suyu guessed that this meant that the mythical world version only restricted the recent eras, and those who were once strong were not restricted. Those strong people who had not fallen had long since left this mythic world and gone to a higher version of the mythic world. Just like the origin world. For example, Librezu. The third existence on the saint list. Suyu shook his head. Don't want to think so much first, there is no point in thinking more. First do the things in front of you well, and wait for other things to be said later. What should be faced, sooner or later will be faced. What should be known, will be known sooner or later. Suyu looked at the panel in front of him. You have killed the immortal rank treasure pill puppet, you have obtained the immortal rank treasure pill, realm breaking pill. Realm breaking pill. Rating, superlative god rank. Description, available for the superlative god rank. After consuming it, you will be directly upgraded to the immortal rank. However, subsequent upgrades will not be possible. Evaluation, those who can use this elixir are the Heaven's Mandate and the Doxian sect members. If a Heavenly Fate practitioner eats it, he or she will be closed to subsequent levels and will not be able to be upgraded. When consumed by a Doxian sect disciple, all qualifications are consumed. Please think clearly, is it a step up to the immortal rank? Suyu looked at the immortal rank treasure pill broken mirror pill information and was a little disgusted in his heart. Although this elixir could allow one to step into the immortal rank, it would also prevent one from upgrading. It was definitely impossible to eat it himself. This was an elixir that consumed future growth qualifications to forcibly elevate one's realm. It was no different from a poison pill. Suyu thought of Lu Changsheng. This magnificent degree immortal lord, I wonder if he can resist the temptation of the immortal ranks. After all, he was able to progress to the immortal sect's immortal rank mystery realm by agreeing to the request of immortal lord degree. The immortal rank treasure pill obtained inside was to be given to him. Suyu had to keep his promise. It's just that this pill has so many side effects, would he eat it? Suyu did not know, but was quite curious. Thus, Suyu put away this mirror-breaking Dan. Suyu looked at the panel again. You have killed the immortal rank item golem, you have obtained an immortal rank item, Super God Grade Equipment Quality Advancement Book. Equipment Quality Advancement Book. Rating, Super God Grade. Description, can raise any piece of equipment, quality rating to Super God Grade. Evaluation, a true item that changes fate against the heavens. Even if your equipment is trashy. But as long as you have this Super God Grade Equipment Quality Advancement Book, you will be able to advance your equipment to Super God Grade. Suyu did not expect that the reward given for killing the immortal grade item puppet would be a Super God Grade Equipment Quality Advancement Book. This was good. This was because Suyu knew that there was an equipment that was worthy of his own advancement. In the first few days, this equipment was crucial to Suyu. This equipment was the delusion-breaking immortal sword. The delusion-breaking immortal sword was very strong. It was able to immunize spiritual type attacks of the divine rank and below, as well as break seals of the divine rank and below. When Suyu faced the gray-clothed Taoist and the other god ranks, he relied on the delusion-breaking immortal sword. This was how he was able to face them, the god ranks, with ease. Nowadays, the delusion-breaking immortal sword could barely keep up with himself. Now that he was going to start facing immortal-ranked powerhouses, this delusion-breaking immortal sword was still of divine rank, and was somewhat insufficient. It was just right that one would use this quality advancement book to raise the quality of the delusion-breaking immortal sword. Immediately, Suyu selected the delusion-breaking immortal sword and used the Super God Grade Equipment Quality Advancement book. You have selected the delusion-breaking immortal sword as your target and used the Super God Grade Prop Equipment Quality Advancement book. Your God Grade Equipment Delusion-Breaking Immortal Sword advances to the Super God Grade Equipment Delusion-Breaking Immortal Sword. Delusion Breaker Immortal Sword. Rating: Super God Grade. Description: common to all professions, can break all seals and formations of the immortal rank and below. Immunity from mental attacks. Immortal rank and below, when the delusion-breaking immortal sword is moved, the sun and moon will change color, mountains and rivers will vibrate, and the sky will fall, causing 100% spiritual deterrence, 100% defense reduction, and 90% reduction of battle spirit by the might of heaven and earth. If the target is higher than the immortal rank, the effect will decay. Evaluation: Mythic World 0.8 10,000 immortals come to the palace version. After Li Baojiao stepped into the divine rank, he fused his own sword intent to create a divine grade weapon. Now, the Heavens Destined One, Xiangyu, has advanced the Breaking Delusion Sword Immortal into a super god level weapon, enabling the power to be raised. Suyu looked at the Super God Grade Delusion Breaking Sword Immortal. Sure enough, when the quality was upgraded, the effect followed suit. It could be said that the current Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword was sufficient for Suyu to use. At the very least, when a saint did not come out and faced any immortal ranks, these immortal ranks could not do anything to themselves. What spiritual attacks, seals, were all useless to Suyu. How refreshing. Next, Suyu continued to look at the panel. You have killed the buff puppet, you have obtained a permanent buff, 100-fold increase in attack wounds. 100-fold increase in attack and damage, your attack triggers a 100-fold increase, boosting damage by 999 times. The damage you receive also triggers a 100x increase, boosting damage by 109.99x. Suyu looked at this description. In an instant, it felt that this buff was very strong. This kind of buff was simply a first strike divine skill. As long as a first strike was struck, then the 100-fold increase was directly triggered. But if one was dealt a first strike and was hit first, then it would be equivalent to the opposite side having a damage 100-fold increase buff. Of course, this was for others. For Suyu, this buff had no negative effects. Don't forget, Suyu was a homunculus master. Moreover, Suyu, a homunculus master, also had 10,000 times the anti-damage. Think about it, you hit me and trigger a 100x increase, take 100x, that's a 100x increase in your damage. If you hit me and kill me, you're dead. Don't kill me, that's 10,000x counter damage, 100x 10,000x damage in absolute terms. TSK, in other words. If Suyu goes first, the opposite side is a little better, only needing to take 100 times the damage of Suyu's damage. If Suyu was hit first, then the one hitting Suyu would have to suffer 1,000,000 times the counter damage of his own damage. There's no way to dodge. And no defense. You say, is this bad? Answer me. It's simply unbelievable. Who says this buff isn't good? This buff is awesome. Chapter 96: Killing 9 Immortal Ranks in a Row. You have killed the Immortal Rank skill puppet, you have gained the generic Immortal Rank skill, Vertical Ground Golden Light. Vertical Earth Golden Light. Rating: Immortal Rank. Grade: Level 1. Description: perform a spatial flash without consuming magic power. When used, a map of the current world appears in the mind, and one can flash to any location at will. Evaluation: immortal techniques taught by saints, even mortals without cultivation can use them, although they cannot cross cosmic distances and travel to any place with a thought, they can still travel thousands of miles in vertical golden light. Suyu looked at this immortal rank skill and stood up at once. This skill, it's really strong. A spatial flash without consuming magic power, and also a map of the current world in his mind? And then one could flash anywhere in the map at will? This is really strong. Suyu didn't have the rush skill until now. Every time he went to other places, he needed the help of the gray-clothed Taoist. Now it was good. With this skill, he could flash to the location he thought of by himself. What surprised Suyu even more was that this immortal rank skill could be used even by mortals. Although mortals couldn't do the golden light of the vertical earth in the world at will, they could still travel thousands of miles. This skill is really strong. Suyu opened the panel to see the changes he had made within the immortal rank mysteries. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level 600 100% 5th order. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Great Tao level, White Emperor's Blessing Heavenly Tao level, 10,000 times Harvest of Treasure Money Super God level, Eye of Insight God level. Occupation, 5th Order Sacred Master of Unity. Strength, 378,000 plus 4244 stars. Spirit, 378,000 plus 4244 stars. Physique, 378,000 plus 4244 stars. Agility, 378,000 plus 4244 stars. Free attribute points, 0. Professional skills, Sneer Holy Order level 9, same Death Holy Order full level. General skills, Vertical Earth Golden Light Immortal rank level 1, Blood Sacrifice 9th rank level 1, Negative Purification Divine rank level 1. Civilization skill, Super God Tier Treasure Chest Synthesis Special. Permanent buffs, Attribute 10,000 times Harvest, Experience 10,000 times Harvest, Attribute 100 times gained, Experience 100 times gained, Saint Without Fear, Attack Damage 100 times increased. Equipment, Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword Super God Grade, Magic Source Super God Grade, Stone Spirit Monster Clothes God Grade. Elixir, Realm Breaking Pill. This trip down has been very rewarding. It's a great deal of fun. Suyu was excited. He looked at his panel and thought to himself, even in the Origin world, there is no one whose panel at the 5th rank can be even better than mine, right? This trip down. Suyu happily stepped out of the Immortal Rank Mystic Realm Gate. The figure flickered. Back to the Abyssal Canyon. Lu Changxing on the side had already waited for Suyu for a long time. Suyu took out the Realm Breaking Pill and said, the Immortal Rank Treasure Pill Mirror Breaking Pill, after eating it, one is able to step into the Immortal Rank. Only, after eating it and stepping into the Immortal Rank, in the future. Your qualifications will be gone, and it will be difficult to go further. Lu Changsheng received the Mirror Breaking Pill with a trembling body. This is a precious medicine that can allow me to step into the Immortal Rank. Lu Changsheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, Elder Longyu. Many thanks. The Degree Immortal sect will always remember Senior's great kindness. Suyu nodded slightly. He looked at Lu Changsheng. The current Lu Changsheng's eyes were all about this Realm Breaking Pill. Lu Changsheng, as the current number 1 person in the mythical world, was the only superlative god stage, a top-level 5,000 powerhouse. There was no doubt about his natural talent. Would he eat this Realm Breaking Pill? Suyu guessed that it should be eaten. No one could carry the temptation of a higher realm. Especially in this world where the path to the immortal rank had been broken. God and Immortal were 2 levels. Just like the 9th Order and the Divine Order. No matter how strong the 9th Order was, when facing the Divine Order, one breath would blow them to death. The same goes for the Immortal rank. When facing the Divine rank, one thought and the Divine rank would die. Only, I don't know if Lu Changxing's mindset would change after eating this Realm Breaking Pill. However, beyond Suyu's expectation, Lu Changxing did not eat it. He put away the Realm Breaking Pill and then smiled at Suyu and said, Elder Longyu, I am not stupid. With you here, sooner or later, the mythical world will ascend and the path to the immortal rank will open sooner or later. If this Realm Breaking Dan did not have side effects, I would naturally eat it, but the side effects are too great for the late generation to bear, and I must not eat it. Waiting for Senior Changyu to ascend the world, Senior will definitely remain in this world, the first immortal. Suyu nodded, ambitious. Lu Changxing said, it's just that the things promised to Senior Changyu. The late generation can only try their best to do so, and strive to gather the 4 clans together, so that the 4 clans' camps will fall at an early date. Suyu nodded and suddenly frowned. I have something to do, I will go offline first, make yourself at home. Suyu realized that the perimeter Star Dipper grand formation that he had arranged in the blue star, someone was attacking. At this moment, outside the blue star. 9 figures crossed the sky, each attacking the light curtain formed by the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. These 9 people were none other than the 9 upper envoys of the celestial race. However, no matter how they attacked, the light curtain froze without moving. The 9 superior envoys were shocked. This grand formation, could it be an immortal rank formation? Yes, it's highly likely. We can't get in now. Then what should we do? How can we deal with Changyu if we find the blue star but can't get in? This Changyu is really not simple, he even has an immortal rank formation. Damn it! What can we do about this? Just when they were at their wits' end, a burst of golden light flashed by, illuminating the starry sky. The 9 upper ambassadors looked over, realizing that it was actually a person. Could it be that he was Chuan Yu? Immediately, they were overjoyed and transmitted their voices to each other. When we confirm that he is Chuan Yu later, we'll make our move immediately. Aha! Remember! As soon as he admits it, immediately use immortal rank props to unite with each other and directly seal him. Yes. If it's really him, then he's finished. Ha, soon Chuan Yu will be a slave of our celestial race. Ha ha ha. You are Chuan Yu? The first upper envoy confirmed. The immortal rank props of the 9 upper ambassadors were ready. As soon as he admitted that he was Chuan Yu, the immortal rank props immediately sealed. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth rose and sneered, "What are you looking for me for?" At this moment, the same death skill had already bound 9 people. An inexplicable sense of death throbbing rose in the hearts of the 9 upper ambassadors. However, seeing Suyu smile, coupled with the fact that he happened to be the person they were looking for. Thus, with the loss of some of their sanity, they directly struck with all their might, completely forgetting about the previously thought of using the immortal rank props to seal Chuan Yu. This is how powerful sneers are, forcing down part of your sanity and having you attack with all your might. Boom! The damage from the 9 god ranks came in an instant, bringing with it the suppression of the god ranks, instantly killing Chuan Yu. And this also triggered the 999 times increase effect, blasting Suyu to the point where there wasn't even any dregs left. Suyu entered the necrotic state and coldly shouted, "Die!" The 9 upper ambassadors immediately died in place, their bodies dissipating. The immortal rank props were bound to their bodies, and at the same time as they fell, within their backpacks, they dissipated together. Suyu smiled bashfully, surprisingly, 9 immortal ranks, huh? The celestial race is generous. From the prompt panel, Suyu could see that they were all immortal ranks and all belonged to the celestial race. Unfortunately, it's just one more, I'll be able to advance again. Suddenly, Suyu noticed that on the moon, someone was snooping. A vertical golden light, transforming into a golden flash, arrived behind that person in an instant. Suyu's same death skill bound him. A death-throbbing sensation spread through the body of the arrogant godfather. He turned his head and screamed in horror, "Chuan Yu? You are Chuan Yu." Chapter 97 Peak Betting. Nowadays, Suyu's attributes were very high, although there was suppression when facing the divine rank and could not be beaten. But facing the 9th order, even though there was realm suppression, it was still easy to kill in seconds. Jokingly, with over 400 billion 4-dimensional attributes, the 9th order of the district, the realm suppression could not be suppressed even if it was ruthless. Suyu stretched out his hand and directly choked the arrogant sect leader's neck, lifting him in the air. The arrogant sect master could not resist at all, he could only hold on to Chuan Yu's hand in death, he could no longer breathe. Is this the power of Chuan Yu? Is this the power to kill gods and immortals? In front of him, I am really weak as a bug. I'm not happy. I am not willing to awe. Why can the gap be so big? The arrogant sect leader's vision gradually blurred. Suyu had already controlled his power. But the arrogant sect leader was already going to be strangled to death by Suyu. This was the attribute gap. Even at the 9th rank, facing Suyu's full attribute of 400 billion was futile. Suyu's eyes turned, the Eye of Insight was activated, and the information of the arrogant sect leader surfaced. Li Ryu. Level, 906. Formation, Demon Race. Identity, Arrogant Cultist, Arrogant Cult Master. Oh? Is it even an arrogant cultist? Suyu smiled disdainfully. Nor did he bother to inquire about anything. This kind of person, what can be done by keeping it? Suyu's fingers slightly exerted force, the arrogant sect leader's body convulsed, only to hear a click, his neck was pinched off by Suyu. Suyu casually threw his corpse. The body of the arrogant sect leader landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and a letter fell out. Suyu noticed it. Envelope? Suyu was puzzled and unleashed his eye of insight once again. Killing envelope. Rating, Immortal rank. Description: inside is stored the full force strike of an immortal rank powerhouse, capable of instantly annihilating the soul and annihilating the physical body. Detecting that the person who touches it may be Changyu, it immediately triggers the release of the full force strike of an immortal rank powerhouse. Evaluation: an immortal rank who doesn't know what he's doing is trying to kill Changyu, he doesn't know who he's dealing with. Suyu laughed. Aya, I told you, sooner or later, someone will come to my door to kill me. It's only the 6th day. The celestial race has come with 9 immortal ranks. Here comes another immortal rank from who knows where, trying to kill me again. Ha! Am I not just hanging on? As for targeting me? Suyu spat. Suyu walked forward, looked at the envelope and said quietly, since you want to kill me, I can only satisfy you. Suyu picked up the envelope as he said, there aren't many youths like me who are willing to help others and help you fulfill your wishes. Boom! From that envelope, a brilliant sword aura suddenly shot out, illuminating half of the universe. Suyu simply couldn't dodge, and certainly didn't try to dodge, and was directly decimated by this sword aura that decimated his soul as well as his body. But the next second, Suyu entered the necrotic state. Interesting. Let him happily, excitedly, die. At the same time, in the Blue Star universe, a dead planet, the entire planet was covered in divine inscriptions. A desert plain where densely packed coffins were neatly placed. In front of each coffin, there was a tombstone. Names were written on the tombstones. This was the hiding place of the civilization cult. It was incredibly silent here, there was no sound of living creatures, only the sound of the wind blowing over the sand, the tombstones, and the coffins. In such a silent space, suddenly, a loud laugh resounded. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This laughter, in the blink of an eye, spread throughout the entire burial immortal star. Countless immortal rank powerhouses sleeping in their coffins suddenly opened their eyes. Some were shocked. Some were puzzled. Some were frantic. Divine sense probed out one after another. It was discovered that it was actually immortal greed. Greedy, what are you madly laughing about? When there's no mission for hire, don't disturb my father's slumber, okay? Every time I wake up, it aggravates the Tao injuries on my body. It'll kill you. Did greed gather all the fortune points and Tao money to heal his Tao injuries? This guy, what is he laughing at? Could it be that he's already scraped together the chi luck points and is going to become a heavenly fate? It must be. Immortal Greedy is so excited right now, he must have gathered all the fortune points. Damn it! How many mercenary missions has he secretly done? Didn't we agree that everyone would line up? Ah, it pisses me off to see him so happy and excited. Just as many immortal ranks were wondering. The greedy immortal dignitary laughed a few times before abruptly stopping. He fell to the ground and died, his entire immortal rank cultivation transforming into the purest energy as much as possible as he flew out of the buried immortal star and fell into the blue star heavenly Tao. The buried immortal star immortal ranks that were awakened were dumbfounded. No? How did it die? What is this situation? You're so happy and excited. How did you die? Degree Immortal Elder gloated, ha, excited yourself to death, this greedy immortal elder is really the first person in the immortal rank. Ha ha ha. Nine Yao Immortal Zun laughed, demons are all cute in size, ha ha ha. Asked Immortal Zun joyfully, laughing to death personally, laugh a few times, in front of many Dao friends, staged laughing to death, ha. Immortal Zun Wanghuan laughed lightly, I admit it, you managed to make us laugh. Some immortal ranks that didn't deal with immortal exalt greed scoffed. Only a handful of some immortal ranks knew clearly in their hearts. The death of the greedy immortal exalt was not that simple. Because, immortal exalt greed was none other than one of the founders of the civilization sect. Not long ago, civilization sect master Wang Long entered the burial immortal planet and secretly spoke with greedy immortal exalt. Subsequently, immortal greedy Zun shared information with them. Their small group all belonged to the civilization sect. So they all knew about Changyu. With regards to Changyu, their speculations were all that Changyu was a great power from a certain era, had very much good fortune, and reincarnated as a heavenly fate. Therefore, they wanted to take out Chang Yu and seize Chang Yu's chi points. This was also to prevent Chang Yu from growing too fast, so as not to affect the plans of the civilization sect in the future. Just what was not expected was the greedy immortal sovereign had died in such an unexplained manner. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. This Chuan Yu, just which great power was reincarnated? It couldn't be a saint, could it? Could it be that a saint had discovered that there was a third way besides merging with the Tao or hardening oneself against the heavenly Tao? On the other side. Celestial Continent. Hall of Civilization. Gu Qingfeng got up with a shocked gaze and looked at the 9 extinguished candle flames on the wall. How is this possible? 9 immortal ranks stepped out and brought 9 immortal rank props with them. How could they all die in an instant? They didn't even have time to escape into the mythic world? This Chang Yu, how could he be so terrifying? Gu Qingfeng immediately went to Human Emperor Yang Ma. He was going to inform the Human Emperor of this matter and see just how he was going to deal with Chang Yu. Human Emperor Hall. Gu Qingfeng stood to the side. Yang Ma's face was gloomy. Suddenly, Yang Ma stood up and said in a cold voice, "I'm going to open a peak bet with the Blue Star Civilization." Gu Qingfeng was horrified. Peak bet? Gu Qingfeng's heart beat furiously. Is it worth it? No matter how strong Chuan Yu is, he's not that strong. We're using the peak match bet card on the Blue Star Civilization. It's too much to look at. In case we roll over, the entire celestial civilization will have to. Besides, we don't have a peak betting card for a god-level civilization either. Yang Ma coldly said, he's growing too fast. We can't restrict him now, so we can only use the peak match bet against the entire Blue Star civilization. Yang Ma continued, as for the pinnacle betting card of a god-level civilization, I've obtained one. As long as the Blue Star civilization's chakra master is god-ranked, I'll be able to use it. Yang Ma confidently said, don't worry. A powerful Chang Yu is nothing more than a powerful occupation and talent. Occupations and talents are forbidden in peak match bets. Peak match gambling. King against king. Occupations and talents were prohibited. The two people are at the same realm and will fight purely by attributes. No lives will be spilled. But whoever loses, that civilization loses resources. Whoever wins gets the loser's resources. This is direct forceful plunder. Without resources, even if Chang Yu's occupation and talent were strong, it would be impossible for him to continue to grow. This was Yang Ma's purpose. To limit the development of the Blue Star civilization. Yang Ma was very confident. It was because when he was at the divine rank, he had been on the divine rank's attribute list. Although it was ranked in the tens of millions, it was a list of countless civilizations throughout the sea of civilizations. Being on the list meant being ahead of countless civilizations at the divine rank. There was no way that Chuan Yu could possibly compare to him. Chapter 98 The Final Echo. At this moment, the heavenly fates of the Blue Star human civilization were all discussing Chuan Yu. Only. They were now shocked once again because of the service-wide announcement that had been triggered not too long ago. Because Chang Yu he upgraded again and again and again. Originally, Chang Yu had killed 100 god ranks and then broke the record by stepping into the 4th rank. It hadn't even been a long time since then, but Chang Yu had once again triggered a service-wide announcement, and had already entered the 5th rank. The difference in time was only an hour. Simply incredible. I'm going to go. Is Chang Yu already 5th rank now? Didn't he just kill 100 god ranks and then 4th rank, and now he's even 5th rank? Hey, now Chang Yu is really not performing. Where can he upgrade so fast? Even if he opens a spike hang, his advancement task can't be this easy. Yeah, the higher the occupation and talent, the stronger it is. It stands to reason that the more difficult the advancement quests will be. I now even suspect that Chang Yu's advancement task is to kill the Divine Order. Every time Chang Yu kills a god rank, he advances to break the record. Listening to you say that, it makes too much sense. Why do I want to cry? Then how powerful must Chang Yu's profession and talent be? The advancement quests are so difficult, and all of them managed to reach 5th rank on the 6th day. 41 hours to 5th level. Outrageous. 40 hours to reach the 4th rank, 41 hours to reach the 5th rank. This is simply not human. At this rate, I'm afraid that Chang Yu will reach the divine rank in a few days. Good thing. If Chang Yu is divine ranked, won't the divine ranks of our countries panic? They probably didn't expect Changyu to upgrade Changyu to be so exaggerated now. Just as the divine fates from various countries were discussing in the Mythic Worlds chat channel. In the 10,000 Worlds trading platform, someone sent out a screenshot. On it was none other than a notice. Changyu stepped into the 5th rank in 41 hours, breaking the record. Soon after, this post caused many Heaven's Fate fighters within the 10,000 Worlds trading platform to discuss it. After all, upgrade speeds like Changyu's were actually quite rare, especially in the mythological worlds with lower versions. Because of this, it meant that the main world's level of civilization would never be very high. Therefore, something like Changyu was something that would definitely spark discussion. It was just that, when discussing Changyu, some of the heavenly orders were marveling and praising, while others were disdainful. This blue star human civilization's Changyu is so powerful, 41 hours into the 5th rank. In the civilization I'm in, there's no Heaven's Fate person who compares to Changyu. Well, indeed. It seems like Changyu's talent and profession are strong and awesome. Hehe, as soon as I see this kind of post, I know it's the climax moment of the low-level civilizations. How can these low-level civilizations understand the exhilaration of stepping into the divine rank as soon as we awaken our professions and talents? The god rank is ordinary, simple, and normal to us, and you guys are marveling because someone stepped into the 5th rank? Ha, you guys probably don't know that the 5th rank isn't even as good as an ant in our civilization. That's how it is in low-level civilizations. 41 hours of the 5th rank is great. As soon as we awaken our professions and talents, we're instantly 9th rank. Even though it's not a god-level civilization, it definitely won't be excited by a mere 5th rank. This Changyu is not even as good as the ants in our world. Hehe, you guys are just lucky to have been born in a god-level civilization. If you were born in a low-level civilization like us, you would be able to understand how powerful Changyu is. When you guys awakened your professions and talents, didn't mom and dad prepare you with god rank experience fruits? Our awakening here is god rank. Eat the experience fruit, helicopter 1000 levels, step into the intermediate god rank. Honestly, I don't even know what it feels like to be at the lower god rank. 666, what a way to show off, worthy of being on top of the people of a god rank civilization. To be honest, you guys can only communicate with me by relying on the universal trading platform, but whenever you see me in reality, what should you call me? Which one of you shouldn't kneel down and address me as God? That long-standing you also the same. When you see me, you still have to call me God. People like you are just ordinary people in a god-level civilization. So what? I was in Rome as soon as I was born, and as soon as I awakened to my profession and talent, I was the end of your low-level civilizations. What can you guys do to me? You guys are just going to beep here, but if the worldwide trading platform comes out with a teleportation function and I come to your world, I'd like to see if you guys dare to call me an ordinary person. What is the name of the ants of the low-level civilization? That Changyu is also, it is estimated that he let people post to try to show off that he is so powerful. In reality, he does not know that he is a fart. Soon. Someone posted a screenshot of the post here in the Mythic World chat channel. Everyone took a look and saw that these god-level civilizations were insulting Changyu and humiliating them as well. For a time, the group rose in indignation. They immediately entered the 10,000 Worlds trading platform, found the post, and began to answer the war. It's not like they could find the door anyway, so what can you do on the internet even if you're god-ranked? You see, we just not just you finished. Show off what show off? Do you know that you are also a fart in front of us, Changyu? Including the god ranks of various countries, when they saw these screenshots, they were all enraged in their hearts. Martyr, we went through a lot of trouble, 9 deaths before we became demigods. Later on, relying on Changyu, this only let the version update, they only stepped into the god rank. Though the heart face the long sook is scrupulous, is fear, is jealous. Is trying to escape from the long-standing you, do not want to face the long-standing you directly. However, it is undeniable that they still have a twisted pilgrim mentality in their hearts towards Changyu. Facing other civilizations, although they can't do it themselves, they are weak, but when they think of the countless anticlimactic records of Changyu, they are still proud in their hearts. After all are blue star human civilization. Then there are contradictions, and then divided, from a certain side, in the end, it is a family. Now you these are born in Rome dare to humiliate Changyu? Humiliate us? That can endure? Immediately join the fight. You god-level civilizations are nothing. Do you know that you're all god-ranked civilizations? Do you know that you god-ranked civilizations are just man-machines in front of Chanyu, and you can be killed by Chanyu in seconds? Screenshot of the service-wide announcement of the Third Order Chanyu killing 100 god orders. Look. Look at the power of Chanyu. Third Order kills God Order. Call. Screenshot of the service-wide announcement of Chanyu killing the greedy demon god. Come on, take a look. Less than first-ranked Chanyu killed a god-ranked greedy demon god. Your god-ranked civilization can do that. Saying that Chanyu is an ant, I see that you guys are also ants in front of Chanyu, but anyone who dares to stand in front of Chanyu, you all have to die. Screenshot of the service-wide announcement of Chanyu killing 2 immortal ranked bosses. You're great at the divine rank? Chanyu killed 2 immortal order bosses in the Third Order. Can you do it? The immortal level of Chanyu can kill, you god level is very bullish? Who are you looking down on? You still look down on Chanyu? In the world trading platform, you rely on god-level civilization, god order cultivation where look down on Chanyu. Chanyu ignored you. But in the real world, you faced Chanyu, you dare to say so try? Chanyu directly put you ashes yang. Rubbish. Your blue star human civilization's Chanyu is so heaven-defying? There were people from lower-level civilizations looking at those notices in shock. My Nima? This is human? This is human? This is less than a first-order deicide? Immortalicide at the 3rd rank? Killing 100 god ranks in a row at the 3rd rank? And then rose to the 4th rank? The 4th rank rose to the 5th rank in less than an hour? Is it on? No, was it never turned off? How is this possible? Fake. It must be fake. There were divine civilizations, heavenly fates who couldn't believe it. Joke. Deicide without entering the rank? How is this possible? Do you worms of low-level civilizations know the power of the divine rank? This is impossible. Just as they were discussing, the panel appeared in front of all the blue star heavenly orders once again. A notice appeared. Service-wide notice, Heaven's Destined 1 Chanyu has warped the heavens and reached the 6th rank in only 42 hours, breaking the service-wide record and refreshing the record for the fastest to reach the 6th rank. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. Another hour. 40 hours 4th Order, 41 hours 5th Order, 42 hours 6th Order? Today Chanyu advanced so fast? Awesome. Chanyu is awesome. Ha, screenshot taken. I'm going to fight those god-level civilization trash to the end. Looking down on us? We'll use Chanyu to crush the pride of their god-level civilization. That's it. Soon. This screenshot appeared on the worldwide trading platform. Sorry, our Chanyu has advanced again. Screenshot. In an instant, countless civilized heavenly fates marveled once again. 666, envious to death. Can you add a Chanyu's friend? Give a recommendation. Advance once an hour? According to Reason, Chanyu is so powerful, his occupation and talent are absolutely heaven-defying. But for someone so heaven-defying, the advancement task was completed once an hour? This is also too heaven-defying. As the heat grew higher and higher, the word Chanyu appeared in the hot words on the worldwide trading platform. Subsequently, there were more and more hot words about Chanyu. There were more and more posts. There were more and more people paying attention. All of a sudden, Chanyu was on fire. In the 10,000 Worlds trading platform was on fire. There were civilizations that were similar to the Blue Star human civilization that were stunned and envious. There were civilizations that were a bit stronger than the Blue Star human civilization, and the same was true. The appearance of Chanyu gave them great encouragement. Even a low-level civilization. It was also possible to give birth to such a genius. Many god-level civilizations had also noticed Chanyu. Even some of the super god-level civilizations had noticed Chanyu. And on the other side, there was a powerful being who saw these growths of Zhengyu. He saw how powerful Zhengyu had become in just 6 days. He couldn't sit still. He was none other than the Old Testament saint. No way. We absolutely cannot let Chanyu continue to grow. This fellow, he's definitely the reincarnation of a saint from a certain era. And it's not just any saint. This is at least a hybrid saint who can fight hard against the heavenly Tao. If I let him continue to grow, I'm afraid I won't be able to take revenge. I don't care how strong you are, how powerful you used to be. But you spoiled my chance to become a heaven's destiny. I can't let you go. If I don't kill you, I can't rest in peace. Children, prepare to open the final echo. Pollute with my true name and erode across latitudes. Originally, although the Old Testament saint wanted to kill Changyu, it was never in this manner. The Old Testament saint became a saint because of his tribe. To use the final echo to kill Changyu, this will make his community fall into a deep sleep, including himself will also fall into a deep sleep. It was not worth it. But now, the Old Testament sage believed that Long Yu is likely to be the reincarnation of a mixed sage. Since the feud was made, then would never be able to give Lao Yu the time he needed to grow. Chapter 99 Successive Sublimation. And at this time, Chuang Yu, that is, Su Yu, he didn't know that he had already caught fire to the 10,000 Realms trading platform. He had just killed 9 upper ambassadors, that is, 9 immortal ranks. Coupled with the fact that the greedy immortal had used the killing envelope to kill Su Yu for a second, and then was killed by the Tonggui division occupational trait, it just happened to make up the 10th immortal rank. Thus, Su Yu's 6th order advancement quest was directly already completed. 6th order advancement task completed. The 6th order rank has been opened. Su Yu looked at the panel. A reminder about the blue star appeared. You killed greedy immortal sovereign and 10 other immortal ranks, causing the ceiling of the heavenly Tao of the blue star universe to rise. Blue star receives the blessing of the heavenly Tao, and blue star is sublimated for 2 consecutive times. Blue star has sublimated twice in a row. Su Yu was ecstatic in his heart. Because sublimation meant upgrading. The first time blue star sublimated, Su Yu was killing the Ashen heavenly ghost god and the 9 divine rank upper envoys. It allowed the blue star human civilization main vein to enjoy the attribute 100-fold acquisition buff, allowing Su Yu to receive the attribute 100-fold acquisition buff, and then Su Yu shared the attribute 100-fold acquisition buff, allowing the blue star human civilization main vein heavenly orders to all enjoy the attribute 10-fold acquisition buff. The second time the blue star sublimated was because Su Yu obtained a civilization upgrade challenge card and killed 10 god ranks from opposing camps. Then all blue star main vein celestials obtained the super god tier treasure chest synthesis skill. Now, the blue star sublimation was twice. Then it was bound to obtain at least 2 more abilities. Su Yu was looking forward to it. Sure enough, the information on the panel continued to load. Su Yu looked at it. Blue star sublimation completed, has reached blue star level 4, as the main vein of the blue star human civilization, you have obtained a permanent buff, awakening increase, biological enhancement. Awakening increase, humans of the main vein of the blue star human civilization, after awakening their professions and talents, they are directly upgraded to the 4th level. The effect of this buff increases with the number of times the blue star has been sublimated and with the level. Biological enhancement, in the world where the main vein of the blue star human civilization is located, the attributes of those who are not ordained by heaven are enhanced to the 2nd order. Blue star sublimation has been sublimated for a total of 4 times in a row. Your credit is 100%, the blue star will and the blue star cosmic heavenly Tao bless you, and you additionally gain a special, holy grade treasure chest synthesis. Saint grade treasure chest synthesis, consume a large amount of magic power to synthesize 10 super god grade treasure chests into 1 saint grade treasure chest. The synthesized treasure chests, as well as the items opened, will be soul bound and cannot be sold for gifting. Su Yu looked at the information on the panel. The first 2 buffs Su Yu felt were not very useful. Because for himself, it was of little use. But seeing the skill Saint grade treasure chest synthesis, Su Yu was instantly ecstatic in his heart. Su Yu was shocked. Saint grade treasure chest synthesis This was a saint grade 10 super god grade treasure chests could synthesize 1 saint grade treasure chest. Right now, he has 98 god level self-selected treasure chests and 1 super god level self-selected treasure chest. You can synthesize 49 super god chests of choice, plus 1 super god chest of choice that you've already synthesized. So that's a total of 50 super god chests of choice. If you synthesize them again, you can synthesize 1 holy chest of choice for every 10 super god chests of choice. Then you can synthesize a total of 5 holy chests of choice. That's holy level. This was really exciting to think about. Su Yu continued to look at the panel. The number of blue star sublimation has reached 4, opening a new function, Blue Star Universe Civilization Pinnacle Match, Blue Star Universe Civilization Qualifying Match. Blue Star Universe Civilization Peak Match Sparring Platform. Attribute matchmaking is the main focus, supplemented by combat awareness and skill operation. Professions and talents may not be used. For each victory, 10 points of free attributes will be awarded. Defeat deducts 5 free attributes. According to the ranking attribute reward will be settled every day. Note, buff effects can be triggered. Blue Star Universe Civilization ranking match platform. Free sparring. No restriction on means. Each time you win, you gain 10% of the maximum experience value needed to upgrade your current level. Defeat deducts 5% of the maximum experience value needed to upgrade the current level. According to the ranking experience reward will be settled every day. Note, buffs can be triggered. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't this equivalent to giving a dueling arena for gaining attributes and experience? Moreover, Suyu was having a 10,000 times attribute harvest buff as well as a 10,000 times experience harvest buff. With his own strength, he would definitely win steadily, and after winning like this, triggering the 2 buffs. Wouldn't that be taking off? Moreover, after getting on the leaderboard, there were also ranking rewards. This is really cool. Service-wide announcement: Heaven's Destined 1 Changyu has warped the heavens and ended the future enemies of the past and present. Successfully killed 10 immortal ranks in the Blue Star, triggering the Blue Star sublimation, and the main vein of the Blue Star's human civilization gained a permanent buff, awakening increase. Biological enhancement. The Blue Star Universe Civilization Qualifying Tournament and the Blue Star Universe Civilization Peak Tournament have officially opened. The entire service is hereby notified. X3. Blue Star Universe Civilization Ranking. 1 Blue Star Level 4, Human Civilization Main Vein, Blue-White Country Buff, Experience gained 100 times, Attributes gained 10 times, Awakening Increase, Biological Enhancement Active Skill, Super God Level Treasure Chest Synthesis. 2 Chu Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Chu Country Buff, None. 3 Mi Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Mi Buff, None. 4 Sakura Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Sakura Country Buff, None. 5 North Bear Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, North Bear Country Buff, None. 6 Cosmos Star Level 0, Human Civilization Branch, Cosmos Country Buff, None. As the service-wide announcement appeared, the Blue Star Celestials who were still on the opposite side of the line were dumbfounded. When they looked at the announcement clearly, the ones who were still on the opposite line now shifted their target. Ah! Damn the god ranks of the various countries. No dude? Changyu killed 10 immortal ranks? Blue Star upgraded again, level 4? 2 more buffs? I'm convinced, now Blue Star is too cool. As soon as he awakens as a heavenly fate, he directly upgrades to the 4th rank? I'll be damned, do you have to be so screwed up? It's over, all of the heaven's descendants in this Blue Star's main vein are lying dogs. Changyu is the MVP. Chanyu has been taking them to the top, this is really envious of me. 666 The Blue Star where Changyu is located is level 4, and all the branches are still level 0 so far. What a bunch of trash. Just your group of wasteful divine ranks, you're also worthy of breaking away from the Blue Star? Why don't you apologize to Changyu? We want to return to the Blue Star. Whenever I see these announcements, I think of our country's born god ranks. We, the people of Chu, were all able to enjoy the treatment of the Blue-White Kingdom, but now, just because you guys voted indiscriminately and took Chu away. Otherwise, we would have been able to enjoy these buffs as well. Aha, I'm so envious. I don't even have a 2nd rank yet, the main vein is a 4th rank as long as it's awakened. Big brother Chuangyu, please let us come back. Not our fault. Peak matches and qualifying matches? Increased attributes and experience when you win? I'll go. Isn't this taking off? Taking off. People's Blue Star main vein is the one that took off. They have 10 times the attributes to get a buff and 100 times the experience to get a buff. When the time comes to trigger the buff, that's the real takeoff. Sabi Divine Rank. And the many heavenly fates of the Blue Star main vein looked at these announcements. Immediately, almost everyone was smiling. It's too good. We're just lying dogs. What's wrong? We have Changyu. Changyu is the MVP. Who told you guys to leave Blue Star? Answer me. Hey, the heavenly orders of all countries are actually innocent, but there's no way. You divine ranks have done a good job, and you're to blame for everything. It's so cool. Ha ha ha. Even if you haven't awakened yet, and you're still just an ordinary person, you can enjoy a tribute enhancement that's comparable to the second order. Chuanyu brother, it's cold, you add more clothes, cancel this name, a bit not domineering enough My goodness. Once this peak match and qualifying match came out, we directly took off The buffs can all take effect, then our peak match win a hand is equivalent to someone else winning 10. This is really cool. Winning a handful of 10 free attribute points and triggering a 10-fold harvest of attributes, that's 100 free attribute points. Losing a handful of times would only deduct 5 attributes. Fighting all the time, we can all get stronger. So, it really is cool. Following Chuanyu is really too cool. On the other side, the god-ranked people of various countries went numb. They had just been fighting other civilizations' divine order people on the 10,000 Worlds trading platform with the bounty of Changyu. Result. Now Changyu had killed 10 immortal ranks. And the blue star had once again ascended. The result. Within the small group of divine orders from various countries, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. There were quite a few god ranks that were already regretting it. Even they, looking at Blue Star's current buffs, had envious skills. Not to mention, in the future, what if Changyu had Blue Star upgraded to the divine rank? Then in the future, wouldn't everyone in Blue Star's heavenly fate be god rank? Then what were they people? There was a moment of silence. The divine rank who had the intention to stay sharp said, "Why don't we admit our mistakes with Changyu?" Just as it was sent, there were quite a few god ranks who objected. Admit fault? What fault do we have? We only broke away from the Blue Star for the sake of the continuation of the Blue Star human race. Who knew at that time that Chuanyu could beat the Ashen Heavenly Ghost God? That's right, we just had no choice but to break away from the Blue Star for the sake of the continuation of civilization. It wasn't our fault, why should we admit fault? Don't forget, everyone passed it unanimously. If you dare to go and admit your fault, you are betraying us. You know what will happen. Admit what fault? It's not like he, Chuanyu, is necessarily one of us Blue Starians. Just as everyone was chattering away, another announcement rang out. Everyone took a look. All were dumbfounded. All stunned. The entire Blue Star human civilization's heavenly fates were all dumbfounded. All stunned. Chuanyu? Killed a saint? As well as the saint race? What's going on here? Asking for some free reviews, gifts. Chapter 100, What Happened? A few minutes ago, the Old Testament sage unleashed the final echo with the special abilities of the entire Old Sun Pillar community, plus the power of the sage bit. As long as Chuanyu knew the words Old Testament, the Old Testament sage, and the Old Sun Pillar clan, then he would be directly contaminated. Even if the two were far apart and not in the same world. As the Old Testament sage thought. The final echo was unleashed successfully. In a matter of moments, Changyu was forced to be contaminated, and his soul and body were both annihilated. Through the feedback of the final echo, the Old Testament sage learned that Changyu had already died. Immediately, the Old Testament saint snorted coldly. No matter how powerful you were in your previous life, in this life, offending me is your greatest misfortune. Children, you have done well. Suddenly, the Old Testament saint stopped abruptly, as if he had sensed something, and his complexion changed drastically. But at this moment, an inexplicable force appeared, and he could no longer control himself. Bad. Something big has happened. This isn't right. This is not right. What kind of profession is this? The Old Testament saint cried out, and his weeping voice shook the world. Chuanyu, I was wrong. I really know wrong. I shouldn't provoke you. At this moment, countless beings throughout the mythical world were shocked. Who was Chuanyu? The Old Testament saint was actually apologizing? And still apologizing in tears? Was there any sage face left in this? The faces of the other 8 saints currently located in the mythic world showed shock. This? Who is Longyu? This Old Testament saint is actually crying? Is there still the might of a saint? Hiss. What's happening? What is the Old Testament sage doing? And who is Longyu? didn't wait for them to think anything. A few seconds later, the Old Testament saint fell, and the billions of old pillars collapsed and dissipated. The Old Testament sage died, and his clan was similarly judged to be strikebreakers and fell together because they unleashed the final echoes together with the fall of the Old Testament saint and his tribe. At this moment, countless beings in the mythical world were shocked. A saint had fallen? The pupils of the remaining 8 saints in the mythical world where the Old Testament saint was located were all shocked. They couldn't believe it. A saint who had died for no apparent reason? This Old Testament fellow surprisingly died. How could Old Testament be so powerful? How could he kill a saint? And even we failed to notice. The Old Testament unleashed the final echo, only to result in his own demise as well as the destruction of his entire clan. Is the person he was trying to deal with, is it Chanyu? Is it hard to believe that this Long Yu is some kind of Tao ancestor? Saints are immortal and have the fruit position of a saint, and there can only be 9 saints in a mythological world in an era. Such an existence wouldn't die for no reason. Those who can kill saints must be Tao ancestors who have mastered a certain law. Who exactly is this Chanyu? Surprisingly powerful to such an extent. This Old Testament is also crazy? It dares to provoke such a terrifying existence. Long Yu must be some kind of Tao ancestor. Heavens! The Old Testament sage really doesn't know how to live, how dare he provoke a Tao ancestor? Suddenly, a sage said, Chanyu? Could it be the same Long Yu from the 10,000 Realms trading platform? The one at the 6th rank, that Long Yu? As saints, they had also gotten an invitation from the 10,000 Realms trading platform. Although they weren't heavenly ordained, they were also able to trade on the 10,000 Realms trading platform. In fact, there were privileges starting from the immortal rank. For example, the many immortal ranks of the buried immortal planet could take on tasks in a certain hiring platform. Ha! 6th rank? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Chuang Yu be a 6th order? Don't tell me that a 6th ranked Shan Yu can kill a saint. It's impossible. Maybe the Old Testament sage is talking about Suyu, the proverbial. But it's certainly not the 6th order one, Chang Yu. A 6th rank can kill a sage? What a joke. It's definitely not the 6th order one, Chang Yu. You've been killed by the final echo of the Old Testament saints and the pillars of the past. The homunculus division occupational trait is triggered. The saints of the Old Testament and the pillars of the Old Sun have entered the countdown to death. You have entered the necrotic state. Reunionist trait triggered. The saints of the Old Testament and the pillars of the Old Sun cry out apologies and die. Homunculus master career trait triggered. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories into other mythological worlds. You have declined. You have assisted the heavenly Tao of your mythical world in purging the world defectors, the Old Testament saints and their clans, and you have been rewarded by the heavenly Tao with 1 saint-level treasure chest of choice, 100 billion in treasure money, helicopter level 100, skipping 1 advancement quest, and x 1000% of all attributes. You triggered a talent. You have gained the effect of 100 billion treasure money triggering a 100,000 times increase. You have gained primordial gold coin. 100 million treasure money is equal to 1 Tao money. 100 million Tao money is equal to 1 primordial gold coin. Your level has increased by 100 levels. Your current level is 700. You have gained free attribute points, 50,000. You have received the heavenly Tao's blessing and skipped the 7th order advancement task. You have stepped into 7th order. You have gained the 7th order mechanism. Attacks against you below the 7th order only deal 1%. Your attacks on targets below the 7th rank increase damage by 999%. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. You have gained a 100,000 times increase in your free attributes, and you have gained free attribute points, 5 billion. Your full attributes are increased by 1000%. Your full attributes are increased by 1000%. Suyu looked at the densely packed prompts. His entire being was dumbfounded. It's not. It seems like I didn't do anything. Ah, I was killed. Ah, the Old Testament sage died. Ah, I gained so many good things. Ah, the key, I don't even know what happened. Suyu was really confused. He truly did not know anything. Suyu was only clear that he had just killed 10 immortal ranks and then triggered the announcement that he had gained the sacred level treasure chest synthesis skill again. The blue star sublimated. Then, even he hadn't used the skill to synthesize the Saint Grade treasure chest yet. He hadn't even played the peak match or the ranking match yet. He himself died somehow. Then after finishing off the enemy. Then he got so many rewards. Holy, it's too crazy this day. This world is so crazy. I don't do anything, there are people looking for me to die, and then what about dying? It still turns into so many rewards for me to become stronger. Ha ha ha. Mythic world is so much fun. Is there a difference between this and the cracked version? Service-wide announcement, the heavenly ordained one, Long Yu, has warped the heavens and ended the future enemies of the past and present. Successfully killed the Old Testament saints and the pillars of the old world community. Successfully helped the heavenly Tao purge the mythic world of defectors. This is a service-wide announcement. X3. The Blue Star Celestial Destroyers who were originally still aligned on the 10,000 Worlds trading platform were dumbfounded. All of them were shocked. Not? Ein yet? A saint? Chang Yu killed a saint? Is this your true strength? Shan Yu. Shan Yu. Chang Yu. Shan Yu. Please, please, share your hang. I'm begging you, you must have a system. Share it. Chang Yu killed a saint? This is too outrageous. This is really salt of the earth. This is a saint. Ha, Chang Yu helped the heavenly Tao kill a saint in his race. It's really outrageous to open the door to the outrageous, outrageous to the home. Simply can't dare to imagine where exactly is the limit of Chang Yu Perhaps, not only can Chang Yu kill saints, he can also kill heavenly Tao level existences. Marred, too perverted. Not. This damn also. Speechless. I've finished all my words of envy. Dreaming today, there is material. Shuang Yu, the plot of the cool article isn't this cool either. Screenshot taken. I'm going to show other civilizations that Chang Yu is powerful. Soon. Screenshots of this announcement immediately appeared within the world's trading platform. When everyone saw that the 6th ranked Chang Yu had killed a saint. All of the heavenly orders were all horrified. This was no longer something that could be described as heaven-defying. This was clearly open. This is definitely a son of the heavenly Tao. No. It is the son of the great Tao The ING heavenly Tao doesn't have the power to open such a big hang-up What kind of civilization is this blue star human civilization? How can give birth to the existence like Chang Yu? This 6th order kill saints? I don't even dare to dream like this. This is a human being? How is this possible? Impossible. How could a low-level civilization have such a heaven-defying existence? The leader of our god-level civilization isn't this powerful either. Saints, a mythological world, in one era, only 9 saints can exist. Such a powerful existence was taken out by a 6th order like Chuang Yu. How is this possible? It's not fair. Our god-level civilization doesn't even have a heaven-defying existence like Chang Yu. What makes you low-level civilizations able to have an open-minded person like Chang Yu? It's not fair. How is this possible? 6th order killing saints? That's impossible. How could such a thing happen? May I ask if I've been hit by an illusion? How come I saw a post with a 6th rank killing a saint and his clan? This isn't real. In the Cthulhu myth world. The remaining 8 saints looked at the post on the world's trading platform. They were completely shocked. No? It's really Chang Yu? It's really the 6th order person, Chang Yu, who did this. How is this possible? How is it possible for a 6th rank to kill a saint? This is also too outrageous. What exactly is this Chang Yu? What is his occupation and talent? 6th rank can kill a saint? How is that possible? I'll go. It's really Chang Yu? It's really the 6th ranked heavenly fate? No? Could it be that the heavenly Tao of their world made a move? Otherwise, I really don't believe it. How could a 6th order kill a saint? What a man who warps the heavens and ends the future enemies of the past and present. The heavenly Tao gave him such a high evaluation. This Chuang Yu, do not mess with him, or else, great misfortune will come. The other side. Celestial continent. Gu Qingfeng brushed the 10,000 Realms trading platform. The more he swiped, the more alarmed he became. He didn't expect that Chang Yu would be so heaven-defying. waiting to see the new post made by the Blue Star Celestial Destroyer. Seeing that Chan Yu had killed a saint. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng couldn't sit still. He immediately ran towards the Human Emperor Hall. It's not good, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Chang Yu can kill a saint. You mustn't open the peak bet. Chapter 101 The Original Gold Coin. The Hall of Human Emperors. Yang Ma read the post blandly. Gu Qingfeng admonished from the side. Your Majesty the Human Emperor, it really can't be a peak bet. Chang Yu can even kill saints. In case we lose, my celestial race will be finished off. Yang Ma, however, was bland and unperturbed as he easily said, killing a saint? I've also done that. Again with the help of the heavenly Tao, I only succeeded. This Chan Yu is also the same. Otherwise, do you think he can really kill a saint with the power of the 6th rank? What a joke. Yang Ma continued, Chang Yu's power is inevitably the power of his occupation and talent. And in peak betting, the most unafraid thing is the power of occupation and talent. You need not worry about that. The advantage is with me. Gu Qingfeng was still a bit worried. After all, Chang Yu was just too evil. He was truly afraid that Yang Ma would lose. In case Yang Ma lost, the universe loses its resources, the mythic world loses its ceiling, loses its resources. This would be a devastating blow to the entire civilization. After Gu Qingfeng left, Yang Ma looked at the post within the world's trading platform with a ghostly gaze. There was precisely one on it about Chang Yu. Now that you're sharp, it's estimated that there are many god-level civilizations that don't want you to rise. This is the right time for my alliance to secretly earn resources. I'll kill you as a front-runner, so I can claim the benefits of god-level civilizations or even higher civilizations. In the future, before long, my celestial race will also step into a god-level civilization. Yang Ma thought. Yang Ma did not have blind confidence. Nowadays, there were many heavenly fates who noticed him, some valued and liked him. But likewise, there were also many heaven's fates who wanted to kill him. Everyone was a different civilization. Who knows if you've grown up and will be a threat to our civilization in the future? Therefore, some far-sighted people were already planning how to make Chang Yu disappear. Of course, surely they can't do it themselves. Need a knife. And this knife, it can be the celestial civilization. Since they want to kill Chang Yu, you need to make the knife sharp. Yang Ma's idea was to seek the resources of the civilization that wanted to kill Chang Yu. Use these resources to strengthen the attributes of his own divine stage period. Use these resources to pass the civilization advancement mission of the celestial continent. Use these resources to step into the holy order. Using these resources to make the entire celestial civilization a god-ranked civilization. This was a huge gamble. If you win, the celestial civilization will step into the divine level civilization. If you lose, the celestial civilization will fall from grace. Is it a gamble? Of course. He, Yang Ma, was able to rise from the bottom of the heap, unify many branches, unify the entire continent, and become the emperor of the Celestials, the strongest man in the world. How could he not be confident? He asked himself that he was no worse than Chang Yu. Plus there would be other civilizations to help. At that time, on what basis would Chang Yu be compared to him? I'm also a proud son of heaven, would I be afraid of you? The other side. At this time, Suyu did not know that he was being targeted again. If known, Suyu must be in tears. Dude, did I mess with you guys? Now. Suyu looked at the densely packed panel in front of him. Looking at the gifts sent by these Old Testament saints, Suyu's heart was just bursting with joy. Sharp. Suyu looked at the panel. You triggered the gift. You have obtained 100 billion of treasure money, triggering the effect of 100,000 times increase. You have obtained original gold coin. 100 million treasure money equals 1 Dao money. 100 million Dao money equals 1 original gold coin. The heavenly Tao rewarded him with 100 billion treasure money. And through the talent of 10,000 times harvest of treasure money, so you triggered 100,000 times gain. That was 100 billion treasure money and 100 million Dao money. However, what the hell is this primordial gold coin? Primordial gold coin. Rating, special. Description: using the original gold coin can directly strengthen and add points to talents, professions, skills, attributes, buffs, and so on. Evaluation, at the beginning of chaos, in the era before the Great Tao was born. The currency born in the chaos was a treasure for the innate gods and devils to trade and improve themselves. Primordial gold coins are not easy to come by and have a wide range of uses. They can be used to enhance talents, professions, skills, attributes, buffs, and so on, and can also be used to improve the quality of talents, professions, skills, attributes, buffs, and so on by adding points. Using the original gold coin to enhance, you can even enhance to the beginning of chaos, reaching the powerful attributes, professions, and talents of the innate gods and devils. Suyu looked at the description of the primordial gold coin and his heart roared with shock. This primordial gold coin is so strong? Even talents, professions, skills, attributes, buffs, all of these can be strengthened, and can also add points to increase quality? Moreover, this primordial gold coin was actually the currency of the beginning of chaos, and it was also one of the treasures used by the innate gods and demons to enhance themselves. This value. No wonder it took 100 million Dao money to equal one original gold coin. Suyu opened his panel, realizing that his panel had changed. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 700% plus. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Great Tao level, White Emperor's Blessing Heavenly Tao level, 10,000 times Harvest of Treasure Money Super God level plus, Eye of Insight God level plus. Occupation, 7th Order Sacred Homunculus Master plus. Strength, 380000 plus 42440 stars plus. Spirit, 3800000 plus 42,440 stars plus. Physique, 380000 plus 42440 stars plus. Agility, 380000 plus 42440 stars plus. Free attribute points, 5 billion. Profession skill, Snare Holy Order level 9 plus, Same Death Holy Order full level. General skills, Vertical Earth Golden Light Immortal rank level 1 plus, Blood Sacrifice 9th rank level 1 plus, Negative Purification Divine rank level 1 plus. Civilization skill, Holy Level Treasure Chest Synthesis Special plus, Super God Level Treasure Chest Synthesis Special plus. Permanent buffs, Attribute 10,000 times gain plus, Experience 10,000 times gain plus, Attribute 100 times gain plus, Experience 100 times gain plus, Same Without Fear plus, Attack damage 100 times increased plus. Equipment, Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword Super God Grade plus, Magic Source Super God Grade, Stone Spirit Monster Clothes God Grade plus. Leveling Mechanism, 7th Order Mechanism plus. Original Gold, 1. Suyu himself was first shocked by his luxurious attribute panel. Firstly, after killing 10 immortal ranks, Suyu stepped into the 6th rank. Then killing the Old Testament saints, he received the blessing of the Heavenly Tao, helicoptered 100 levels to reach level 700, and the advancement task was directly skipped, stepping into the 7th order. In this way, the 7th order mechanism was also obtained. Attacks against you below the 7th order only deal 1%. Your attacks on targets below the 7th rank increase damage by 999%. Upgrading to level 700, so you also gained 50,000 free attribute points. Through the increase of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, it randomly increased to 100,000 times, which meant that he had obtained 5 billion free attribute points. Plus the full attributes were directly increased by 1,000%, which was a tenfold increase. Now Suyu's attributes were 42,444,400 billion attributes. More than 4 trillion attributes. Suyu was excited just thinking about it. Key. Suyu also discovered. Now in the talents, skills, levels, attributes, there is a plus sign at the end. This means one can directly use primordial gold coins to strengthen and advance. As for why there was no plus sign behind the Great Tao level talents and Heavenly Tao level talents, Suyu felt that it might be because the primordial gold coins were not enough. To know. According to the background, at the beginning of chaos, there was not even a Great Tao yet. This primordial gold coin already existed. Since the origin of this primordial gold coin was earlier than even the Great Tao, then, why couldn't it strengthen the Great Tao level talent and Heavenly Tao level talent? This can only mean one thing. The primordial gold coin is not enough. If it was enough, so you felt that it would definitely be able to strengthen the Great Tao level talent and Heavenly Tao level talent. Maybe even advanced? Above the Great Tao level. Perhaps there are even higher levels. Suyu was excited just thinking about it. It's just that. Suyu was now a little torn. Should he use the primordial gold coin now? After all, it was just one. Suyu thought for a while and decided to use it. To use it now. Why? Because if the primordial gold coin is not used, if it exists here, it is useless. But if one uses it and strengthens one's certain ability, and one becomes stronger, then the speed of acquiring treasure money in the future will be accelerated. Just. Which one should one strengthen? Suyu now had two goals. 1. Strengthen the Saint Grade Homunculus Master profession. 2. Strengthen the Super God Grade Talent Treasure Money 10,000 times harvest. Strengthening the Homunculus Master profession was because everything that Suyu currently had was basically possessed by relying on the Homunculus Master profession and the cooperation of the talents. If the Tonggui Master profession was even stronger, the boost to Suyu would be incomparably huge. The reason for strengthening the Super God Tier Talent Treasure Money 10,000 times gain was because by strengthening it, it was possible to be able to obtain primordial gold faster, in which case, one could quickly strengthen themselves and raise their upper limit. Suyu thought carefully. Eventually, he looked towards the Homunculus Master profession. It was still the profession that was a little more important. If you can strengthen it, you should first strengthen the profession of Homunculus Master. The stronger the master of the same return, the safer he would be. The safer he is, the faster he can become stronger. Thus, Suyu clicked on the plus sign behind the sacred level Tonggui Master profession. You have consumed one primordial gold coin and strengthened the sacred level Homunculus Master. Homunculus Master. Occupation rating, Wholly Enhanced 1. Occupation characteristic description, you are harmed, harm your target, and immediately take 100,000 times more damage. You are killed, kill your target, enter the death countdown. After you die, you enter the necrotic state, and can design how your target dies at will during the time of the death countdown, forcing control. At the end of the death countdown, the target dies automatically. The countdown to death is at your discretion and is 10,100 seconds. Upon your death, you may choose to be reborn into another world with your memories and career reincarnation. 9 times only. Occupation evaluation, a saint-level Homunculus Master has never appeared so far, and you are the first. But as seen in this career trait description, it's very powerful. It perfectly solves the shortcoming that a Homunculus Master can only activate his abilities when he dies, and grants the Homunculus Master the ability to be reborn. Suyu looked at the change in the occupation. Discovering that what was originally a 10,000 times anti-injury had changed to 100,000 times. The value was raised by 10 times. The original countdown to death had changed from a fixed 10 seconds to 10,100 seconds. In other words, Suyu utilized the necrotic state to control others for 100 seconds within a 100-second period. During this 100-second period, Suyu was in the necrotic state, which was equivalent to being invincible. It could be said. This boost greatly increased some of the fun flavor. It looked like the upper limit had not been raised, but the lower limit had been raised a lot. In the future, maybe, one can use this time of forcibly controlling others for 100 seconds to do something. Suyu thought. Next. Suyu looked towards the last reward. Saint Grade Optional Treasure Chest. Chapter 102, Raising Eyebrows. You have opened the Saint Grade Treasure Chest of your choice. You can choose one of the following 3 Saint Grade items. A tree that could bear Saint Grade attribute fruits, that was absolutely priceless for a civilization. There was also the Second Life Simulator. This one was almost equivalent to anticipating the enemy. Kind of like Doctor Strange projecting a way to defeat the exterminator. It can be said. With the life simulator, basically, there would be no possibility of a rollover. Unless one was facing an existence that was ridiculously powerful. Just for example. Someone with a life simulator simulated Suyu's bottom card when he faced him. Then there was nothing he could do. Even though he knew that Suyu was a Tonggui Master, he couldn't kill Suyu, and as long as Suyu wanted to kill him and sneered, then he would be completely defenseless. So, this life simulator overall was actually not weak. On the contrary, it was also very strong. But when faced with someone like Suyu who had a hang-up, then it was weak. As for the third saint level item, this Suyu was very clear. It was because Suyu had obtained it once before and then used the Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book to make the Homunculus Master profession Saint Grade. Therefore, in Suyu's opinion, of these 3 Saint Grade items, the Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book would be more suitable for himself. Suyu was clear that there were very many things that he had to upgrade. and as long as one was upgraded, all of them would be able to greatly raise their lower limits. So choosing the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book would be a little more cost-effective. And so, Suyu chose the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book. You have obtained Holy Grade Quality Advancement book. Suyu thought, which ability is better for him to advance? Is it talent, skill, or equipment? After thinking about it, Suyu decided to upgrade his talent treasure money 10,000 times harvest. Why? It was mainly because now Suyu knew about the primordial gold coin. Since this was the case, then this talent was well worth upgrading. Thus, Suyu used a Saint Grade Quality Advancement book on the Super God Grade Talent Treasure Money 10,000-fold harvest. You chose your talent as the target and used the Saint Grade Quality Advancement book, and your Super God Grade Talent Treasure Money 10,000 times harvest advanced to the Saint Grade Talent Treasure Money 1 million times harvest. Treasure Money Million-fold harvest. Rating, Holy Grade. Description: when you truly obtain treasure money, trigger a 1 million 10 million times harvest. Evaluation: money can be used to communicate with the gods. You have comprehended the role of money within the mythic world. Essentially, money is also a great Tao. When you make money faster than others, you can get ahead of them through kryptonite. Suyu was immediately shaken. This Saint Grade talent is really not bad. Originally he could only obtain 100,000 times. Now that it has become a Saint Grade quality, it can gain 1 million to 10 million times. This elevation. It was really huge. One is going to really become a kryptonite player? Suyu thought to himself, he is now invincible in terms of mechanism and invincible in terms of value, and now he can even become stronger through kryptonite. TSK. This is really cool to think about. Suyu looked at the panel and suddenly saw that on the panel, there were still 5 billion free attributes that had not been added. And so, Suyu then added all of these 5 billion free attributes. Strength attribute plus 5 billion. Your attribute has increased, triggering the White Emperor's Blessing talent effect. Your full attribute plus 5 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 700%. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Great Tao level, White Emperor's Blessing Heavenly Tao level, Treasure Money Harvested a Million times Saint level, Eye of Insight God level. Occupation, 7th grade Saint level Tonggui Master. Strength, 38000000 plus 42490 stars. Spirit, 380000 plus 42490 stars. Physique, 380000 plus 42490 stars. Agility, 380000 plus 42490 stars. Free attribute points, 0. Leveling mechanism, 7th order mechanism plus. Original gold, 0. These 5 billion attributes added on. A total of 20 billion increase in all attributes. Suyu realized that he didn't seem to notice any feeling. Could it be because my attributes are just too high? So with these 20 billion full attributes added up, I unexpectedly don't feel any comfort? Suyu guessed. If this were to be heard by someone, they would not be able to curse Suyu to death. How shameless. You have the nerve to say that with over 4 trillion attributes? Next. Suyu continued to look at the panel, realizing that he had triggered another service-wide announcement. Service-wide notice: Heaven's Destined 1 Changyu has reached the 7th rank in only 42 hours and 3 minutes, breaking the service-wide record and refreshing the record for the fastest to reach the 7th rank. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chanyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. However, this kind of notice for Suyu, it was of no use. Suyu looked towards the other information within the panel. Suyu looked at the 2 new features brought about by the Blue Star Ascension just now. Blue Star Cosmic Civilization Peak Tournament Matchmaking Platform. Attribute versus attribute battles are the main focus, with combat awareness and skill manipulation supplementing. Professions and talents may not be used. For each victory, 10 points of free attributes are gained. Defeat deducts 5 free attributes. Ranking attribute rewards will be settled every day according to the ranking. Note, rewards can trigger buff effects. Blue Star Universe Civilization Ranking Match Platform. Free sparring. No restriction on means. Each time you win, you gain 10% of the maximum experience value needed to upgrade your current level. Defeat deducts 5% of the maximum experience value needed to upgrade the current level. According to the ranking experience reward will be settled every day. Note, rewards can trigger buff effects. Suyu looked at these two new features. Suyu was a bit surprised in his heart, because these two competitions, they were really useful. First, the peak match. The peak match could only be fought against each other with attributes, indicating that it was about a fairness. Talents and professions brought different effects, but attributes were the same, which could not be faked. Moreover, Suyu found that it was attribute-based, with combat awareness and skill operation as the supplement. This means that it may not even be possible to use props, equipment or whatever, or it will be weakened. But no matter what, winning and being able to gain free attribute points. That's really good. What's even more counterintuitive is that the reward can trigger a buff effect. What does it mean? It means that the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff as well as the experience 10,000 times harvest buff on his body can be triggered. That was equivalent to Suyu winning a handful of times and being able to obtain 10,000 100,000 times the attribute value. Bad luck, guaranteed 100,000 attributes. Good luck, guaranteed million attributes. You have to know, this is still a single hand. For Suyu to win a handful of games, he would receive a minimum of 100,000 attributes and a maximum of 1 million attributes. This is too good to think about. Moreover, this doesn't even count the White Emperor's blessing. If you add the White Emperor's blessing. If you add in the White Emperor's blessing, that would mean that if you win one hand. Minimum attributes gained, 100,000 x4, totaling 400,000 attributes. Highest gained attribute, 1 million x4, a total of 4 million attributes. This is too lousy. You know, if a branch chakra heaven's destiny person wins one hand, they add 10 free attribute points. If a main vein heaven's descendant won one hand, it would add 100 free attribute points. And when one wins one hand, one directly adds a total of 4 million attributes. This was really cool. How could other people compare their attributes with Suyu? Isn't this looking for death? As for whether or not one could win, this kind of joke will not be said. After all, what about over 4 trillion attributes? Maybe in Chinese, it's hard for you to understand how high Suyu's attributes are. Then with numbers you'll know. Suyu's current single attribute was 42490038000000. This ing attribute is the same as an ID number. This kind of attribute in the pinnacle match to beat the Blue Star Universe Civilization's heavenly destined one. Well, should be a bit of a bully, right? There's no need to go into details about winning or losing or anything. Anyway, winning is a foregone conclusion. There's also qualifying matches. Peak matches are for increasing attributes. Ranking matches are for increasing rank experience. And it was still increasing by the maximum percentage experience of the level. For example, right now Suyu was level 700 0%. The 0% at the end was an indication that Suyu still needed 100% experience from leveling up right now. Then, if you win in a ranked match, that is a direct increase of 10% experience. As long as he won 10 games in a row, he would be able to go up a level. Plus, it was a buff bonus. Winning a handful was gaining 10% experience, then triggering the 10,000-fold increase in experience. That boosted experience was a very large amount. Of course, a match like the qualifying match was actually definitely inferior to the peak match for Suyu. After all, the peak match was all about attributes, while the qualifying matches added only experience. To Suyu, experience was nothing. Not to mention, right now, Suyu still had 198 grams of Bodhi Enlightenment tea on him. Upgrading was easy. Suyu looked at the time, there were still almost 2 hours to go before entering Mythic time today. Thus, Suyu planned to go home first and brew a cup of Bodhi Enlightenment tea. Level up to go first. Then go into the Mythic world. After being busy in the Mythic world, return to reality and then open the peak match. Strive for the remaining time to take the first place in the peak race. In that case, when the time comes, the attributes will increase like crazy, plus there will be ranking rewards for the peak tournament. Then one's attributes would see another surge. It was exciting to think about it. And on the other side, the divine ranks of the various countries were also planning to participate in the peak match. They looked at the pinnacle match. They smiled. Wasn't this stable? Banning occupations and talents. Then with their god ranks attributes, in this world, could anyone compare to them? Although it was said that winning a hand only added 10 free attribute points. It was very low. But this was ranked. As a god ranked themselves, they should be above this ranking. Moreover, they had been suppressed by Changyu for too long. They knew that perhaps Changyu would also play the peak tournament. If they knew that at the peak tournament, professions and talents were temporarily disabled, wouldn't Changyu be wasted? In case they were matched with Changyu, wouldn't they be able to teach him a lesson? This think about it all cool The divine rank had been suppressed for so long, it was time to raise his eyebrows. Chapter 103 The Cruelty of the Battle of Civilizations. Suyu's home. Suyu boiled boiling water, took out 2 grams of Bodhinosis tea and put it into a glass cup. After waiting for the Bodhinosis tea to finish brewing, Suyu drank it in one go. In an instant, the light of upgrading rose from Suyu's body. In front of Suyu's eyes, the panel emerged and a then prompt appeared. You drank a cup of Bodhi Enlightenment tea, you have gained a large amount of experience, triggering the experience 10,000 times harvest buff effect, gaining a 10,000 times increase in experience, and your level has insanely increased. You have upgraded to level 807th order 100%. You have gained 80,000 free attribute points. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, you have gained a 100,000 times increase in free attributes, you have gained free attribute points, 8 billion. You have reached level 800 and have started the 8th order advancement quest. 8th order advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. The generation of your 8th level advancement quest is complete. As expected, with a cup of Bodhi Enlightenment tea and the effect of the 10,000 times experience harvest buff, he had directly risen 100 levels in a row. Suyu did not lack experience at all anymore. After all, this was a divine grade tea. Coupled with the effect of the 10,000 times experience harvest buff. Even when he was at the divine rank, Suyu felt that by relying on the Bodhi Enlightenment tea as well as the experience 10,000 times harvest buff, he could definitely upgrade like crazy. Suyu looked at the free attribute points obtained from this upgrade and realized that it was a total of 80,000 free attribute points. The attribute 100,000 times harvest was triggered. That was a total of 8 billion free attribute points. Awesome! If it was combined with the White Emperor's blessing, that would be 32 billion full attribute boosts. This was really too cool. Suyu immediately added all of the 8 billion free attributes he had just obtained to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 8 billion. Your attribute has increased, triggering the White Emperor's blessing talent effect. Your full attribute plus 8 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 800 100%. Strength, 4000000 plus 42570 stars. Spirit, 4000000 plus 42570 stars. Physique, 4000000 plus 42570 stars. Agility, 4000000 plus 42570 stars. Free attribute points, 0. The full attributes were once again raised. Looking at the attributes that continued to rise, Suyu all felt a burst of pleasure. What was the most intuitive enhancement of playing a game? Wasn't it the long attribute characters? Suyu especially thought that when he would enter the summit match later, other people's attributes would be compared to his own, it would really be awesome. To press people with numerical values, there is nothing more refreshing than this. Suyu looked at the panel. The 8th rank advancement quest had also been triggered. Suyu looked carefully. 8th order advancement quest. Mission objective. Complete any one of the following tasks to complete the mission and receive rewards. 1. Become the top of the Blue Star Civilization Peak Tournament, the first in the qualifying rounds. 2. Kill a saint. Task details: become the top of the Blue Star Civilization Peak Race, ranking race double list or kill a sage. Mission reward: the path to the 8th rank level is open. Suyu's heart was refreshed after reading the advancement mission. Suyu took a sip of tea, thinking that he was supposed to play the peak tournament to improve his attributes, and was supposed to play the peak tournament to be number 1, which he used to obtain the ranking rewards. As for the ranking, for himself, he could fight or not. But if one were to fight, then it would be too easy. Don't forget, ranked doesn't prohibit the use of professions and talents. To put it bluntly, with Suyu's current attributes, in the ranked position, apart from the divine ranks that had level suppression, no one else could break Suyu's defense. Even if you can break Suyu's defense, hit Suyu a little bit of damage, then will be subjected to Suyu's 100,000 times the counter injury, or perhaps also put their own counter death. So this peak match and qualifying match is simple as hell for Suyu. The first in the double list? It's easy. As for killing a saint, to be honest, this task was not difficult for Suyu either. However, the prerequisite was for Suyu to find the saint. If a saint could not be found, then no matter how strong Suyu's homunculus division was, it would be useless. In terms of efficiency alone, killing the saint might be faster. But the key was that it could not be found. This Blue Star universe and the corresponding mythological world, where to find a saint? All of these factors added up to doom Suyu to fight the peak match and the qualifying match. Suyu looked at the time, there were still 2 hours of mythic time online hours. Thus, Suyu now entered the mythic world once again. You have entered the mythic world. Current location, Abyssal Canyon. Suyu once again appeared in the mythical world. At this moment, the grey-clothed Taoist's figure also appeared. Next to him was none other than the arrogant sacred sect master as well as the great demonic sorcerer. Yesterday, the grey-clothed Taoist had captured the arrogant sacred sect master and the great demonic sorcerer, and originally wanted Suyu to kill them to obtain rewards, but since the Suyu at that time had not joined the 12 Immortal Sect camp, there were no rewards for killing them. So it was discussed that Suyu would first go and join the 12 Immortal Sect camp, then enter the mythic world today and kill these two from the 4 races camp, then obtain the rewards. It was just that the grey-clothed Taoist noticed that Chuanyu was at the degree Immortal Sect. The grey-clothed Taoist did not dare to go to the deity Immortal Sect, so he did not show up. Until now. Suyu re-entered the mythical world. At this time, Lu Changsheng had already returned to the degree Immortal Sect. Then the grey-clothed Taoist dared to come over. He can finally leave. Kill. The grey-clothed Taoist said as he threw the arrogant sacred sect master and the great demonic sorcerer on the ground. Suyu laughed. You still remember? I had forgotten. Why didn't you come in the morning? The grey-clothed Taoist grumbled. That's not because Lu Changsheng is next to you. Suyu laughed. I'm here, he doesn't dare to make a move. Suyu blasted out a fist and instantly the two men fell. Suppression from the quadrillion attributes. You killed the arrogant sacred sect leader of the 4 races camp as well as the great demon wizard. You have gained 10 million treasure money, 4,000 demon gold coins. You triggered the talent. You have gained treasure money 10 million triggering the effect of 8 million times increase. You have gained treasure money, 80 trillion. Suyu was puzzled. How come the treasure money didn't automatically transform into Dao money or original gold coins this time? Could it be because only when the amount of money reaches a certain level can it be directly and automatically turned into primordial gold coins? Suyu guessed. Last time, the 150 billion treasure money made Suyu improve tremendously. Now 8 billion treasure money. If one were to come to a god-tier treasure money secret realm, then one would be able to take off again. The last time Suyu entered the 9th order treasure money secret realm with 150 billion treasure money, he originally thought to have a good time and spend well. But he didn't expect it to be expensive. Upgrading the attributes cost 50 billion. Completing the advancement task cost 50 billion. Obtaining a 9th order talent cost another 50 billion. 150 billion treasure money was all spent in one go. Of course, the treasure money was worth spending. In particular, the treasure money 100 times harvest talent that he had gotten for $50 billion was now upgraded to the saint level by Suyu. It had turned into the treasure money millionfold harvest. That 50 billion had been earned back a long time ago. It could be seen how cost-effective the things within the treasure money mysteries were. Now that Suyu had $80 trillion of precious money, then if he entered the divine level precious money secret realm, then he must not take off? It was just a pity that he did not have a divine-grade treasure money secret realm. In fact, Suyu did not know that the last time he entered the treasure money mystic realm, he had earned a fortune. Because his advancement task was to kill an immortal rank. And Suyu only used a mere 50 billion precious money, or 500 Dao money, to complete this task. This could have pitched the head of the rank god image department of the treasure money mystic realm group all over the place by Suyu. Out of his own pocket, he made up this difference to the heavenly Dao, allowing Suyu to directly pass the 5th order advancement mission. He was also severely criticized by the group's headquarters, and his realm had fallen because of the deal gone wrong. As a known clan that used money to prove their way, they were treacherous and shrewd, and this was one of the few times that they suffered a loss. After reaping the rewards, Suyu asked the gray-clothed Taoist. The remaining demon gods, have they been deduced? The gray-clothed Taoist's heart warmed a little as he heard that Suyu still remembered to help him take revenge now. The gray-clothed Taoist said, soon, tomorrow we should be able to know all the sealed locations of the remaining demon gods. Suyu was puzzled. They are sealed together? The gray-clothed Taoist nodded, right. Suyu let out an "oh" and said, then do it as soon as you can. It's fine, I'll leave first. The gray-clothed Taoist nodded again and left. Suyu unleashed the vertical earth golden light. He wanted to see exactly how big this mythical world was and whether there were any boundaries. After all, the view had always been that the mythical world was infinite. But if it was infinite, then what were the other mythological worlds? Then what was the most powerful origin world amongst the mythical worlds? It was all infinity? With the use of the vertical earth golden light. In Suyu's perspective, the entire mythical world was shrinking, and a map of the mythical world appeared in Suyu's mind. Soon, Suyu felt a headache as the map was continuously expanding. The map was just too big, too big, too big. It was as if it was infinite, with no sign of stopping at all. Suyu hurriedly stopped and fixed the map in his mind. I go. How big must this be? Suyu looked at the map. The eastern continent, where he was currently located, was surrounded by 3 other continents, as well as many archipelagos. The rest was all ocean. However, in the map, Suyu could clearly see that at a very far distance to the east of the east continent, there were still continents. Only that the entire continent was in a state of black mist. Thus, Suyu instantly launched the vertical earth golden light. Instantly coming to this continent. With a golden flash appearing in the new continent. A prompt appeared. You have entered the new region, Magic Spirit Continent. Magic Spirit Continent information, new cultivation system, awakening magic spirit and hunting magic beasts as skills. In the last era, the remains of the mythical world that the Atlantis civilization had touched. With the Atlantis civilization losing in the civilization battlefield, the community was turned into slaves, the Blue Star universe was swallowed up, and the mythic world was swallowed up. Countless years have passed. Later, the Blue Star Heavenly Tao evolved the Blue Star universe again, and the mythic world came into being once again, and the Magic Spirit Continent was no longer chosen as a place for the heavenly orders to log in. History has proven that Heaven's Destined relies on the Demon Spirit Continent's cultivation system and is unable to defeat other civilizations. Suyu looked at the information piece and was shocked for a moment. The mythical world relic where the last civilization logged in. It was equivalent to places like today's Eastern Continent. What a cruelty! The Battle of Civilizations. Suyu thought of the celestial civilization. Suyu was only a little worried on the first day when he learned about the situation. Later on, he was not worried. Because Suyu knew that with himself, with his growth rate, the celestial civilization was nothing. It was just that what Suyu did not expect was that losing the Battle of Civilizations would result in the main universe in which it was located, as well as the corresponding mythological world, being swallowed up. This is a bit like raising a parasite. Like a civilization game between different heavenly paths. Suyu thought. Chapter 104, Confident Understanding King. Note, the previous mistake has been revised. Winning a handful of qualifying matches is 10% experience, not 5% experience. All modified. Also, don't ever substitute reality. Chu Xingchu Kingdom is not a planter, it's nothing but a fictional country. Suyu and the Magic Spirit Continent continuous vertical ground golden light, constantly flashing view. Suyu found that all along the way did not find living beings, even flowers, grass, trees, and whatnot. There is only a desert, as well as the sky covered by black fog glowing with dead silence. Suyu guessed that this place, as the landing place of the last civilization, was a brilliant cultivation civilization. However, with the failure of the Atlantis civilization, this demon spirit continent became a funeral pyre and lost everything. In that case, Suyu felt that perhaps in the entire mythic world, only the east, west, south and north continents as well as the many archipelagos existed with living beings, the so-called NPCs. The continents in the rest of the mythic world should all be like the demon spirit continent, where the battle of civilizations failed, and they all became like this. After exploring for nearly 2 hours, Suyu's Mythic World online hours had also arrived. Today, January 22nd, the 6th day, Suyu's 8 hours of Mythic World hours were finished. Celestial Destroyer Changyu, your Mythic World login time for today has reached 8 hours, and you will be automatically logged out. Blue Star. 8:30 in the morning. Suyu returned to Blue Star on time. Normally, Suyu usually returned to Blue Star at 8 o'clock only. Today was special. Because today, Suyu also returned to Blue Star to deal with 10 immortal ranks. So it was delayed by half an hour. Suyu thought about what he was going to do today. First of all, the peak tournament and the qualifying tournament definitely had to be played. But he still had the divine optional treasure chest that he had not synthesized. After all, he now had the special skill Saint Grade Treasure Chest Synthesis, which allowed him to synthesize Super God Grade Treasure Chests into Saint Grade Treasure Chests. This had to be synthesized. Otherwise it would be a blood loss. So just two things today. 1. Synthesize the God level optional treasure chest into a Super God level optional treasure chest, and then synthesize the Super God level optional treasure chest into a Saint level optional treasure chest. 2. Take first place in the summit and qualifying matches. Today is another busy day. Suyu thought. Which thing should he do first? Suyu thought about it. Synthesizing the treasure chest, it would take time. How about hitting first place in the peak tournament and the qualifying tournament first? In that case, one could also pass his 8th order advancement quest first. One could also advance to the 8th rank first. Saying do it, he did it. Suyu called out the panel. Nowadays, on the panel, there was not only the worldwide trading platform and the Blue Star Civilization ranking. There was also the Blue Star Civilization Peak Tournament and the Blue Star Civilization Qualifying Tournament. Suyu first selected the Peak race. The panel changed and 2 buttons appeared for Peak ranking as well as match. Suyu looked at the current Peak ranking. Blue Star Civilization Peak ranking. 1. Nistarmi Country, King of Understanding, Peak points 2300. 2. Chu Star Chu Country, Chu Emperor, peak points 2299. 3. Cosmic Star Cosmic Kingdom, King Nam Park Chan Li, peak points 2288. 4. Sakura Star Sakura Kingdom, Emperor, peak points 2287. 5. Bright Star, Light Kingdom, Pope of Light, peak points 2281. 6. Civilization Star, Civilization Sect, Pope, peak points 2280. 7. White Bear Star, White Bear Kingdom, White Bear Emperor, peak points 2255. 8. Sunset Star Sunset Country, Empress, peak points 2200. 9. 3 Stars, 3 Kingdoms, Elephant King, peak points 2199. 10. The Rice Star Rice, Rothschild, peak points 2198. Not on the list yet, Blue Star, Blue and White, Chief Consul, Pinnacle points 0. Suyu looked at the rankings and hissed. No? None of you play Mythic World anymore? All of you are playing the Peak Tournament? Secretly scoring? No, Suyu instantly thought that it wasn't that they weren't entering the Mythic World anymore. Rather, their time to enter the Mythic World was only 6 hours. While himself was 8 hours. He himself was merely 2 hours behind them, so in those 2 hours, they had already hit the peak 2000 plus. Suyu laughed. If he himself wanted to set the list first, it would have to be higher than their peak points and of the ridiculously high kind. With over 4 trillion attributes, I should be able to do it, right? He. Peak race. Meet your king. Whirlwind. Suyu opened the match. Matching in progress according to attributes. Matching successful. Your opponent is Rice Star, King of Understanding. Oh. What a coincidence. The other side. 2 minutes ago. Rice Country, Rice Star. The entire planet resounded with the King Know It All exclusive BGM. Dang, 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 dang. King Understanding danced in the palace he lived in with a 6-parent stride. Just now, he had defeated Chu Di by a narrow margin, taking first place in the Peak Tournament. Chu Emperor? Just this? What to fight me with? Tell me, who is the Peak number 1? Who's the number 1? Ha ha ha. Don't say you're a little Chu Emperor, even if you're Chuang Yu, you'd still have to lose when facing me, the King of Understanding. Ha ha ha. My 170 stars highest physical attribute is equivalent to 170 billion physical attributes. This Blue Star human civilization, who can compare with me? Match. Continue matching. I'm going to distance myself from you. Matching according to attributes. Successful match. Your opponent is Blue Star Blue White Kingdom, Chief Consul. This isn't Chang Yu? Understanding King's eyes glowed. Ha ha. Chang Yu. You're finished. Your profession and talent is awesome, capable of killing gods, slaying immortals, and saints. So what? This is a summit tournament. You can't use talents and professions in a summit match. Only attributes can be used. Then you're useless. Look at my 170-star attributes, teach or not educate you and be done with it. Peak matchmaking space. An infinite space where the sky was white, the ground was white, and the entire world was white. Two figures emerged. It was none other than Suyu and Understand King. King Understanding looked at Suyu. This was the first time he had seen the appearance of Changyu. You are Changyu, huh? King Understanding said. Suyu nodded and said, 6 days ago I could only see you on TV, and now? The two of us are actually going to fight one-on-one, huh? The world is unpredictable. Who would have thought? An ordinary person could reach such a point in 6 days. Every single day of those 6 days, when placed on any person, would be a legendary experience. And for a legendary experience like this, Suyu had 6 days. 6 whole days. Previously, Suyu could only see the king of knowledge of rice on television, or on the news. Now, it's different. The existence that once made Suyu look up to him, now in front of Suyu, seemed to be no longer worth mentioning. Understand King said seriously, I will fight you normally later, so don't get angry and follow the rules. You can't lose and realistically find trouble with me. King Understanding knew how powerful Changyu was. He was afraid that if Changyu lost, he would directly find a way to find Mixing and then reality get him. In the summit match, King Understanding was not afraid of Changyu. He thought that his attributes would absolutely kill Changyu. But he was afraid of the real Changyu. The reality of Changyu was really too scary. God slaying, immortal slaying, saint slaying. Suyu smiled when he heard King Understanding say that. To be honest, he did not have any favorable feelings towards King Understanding, but he did not have any negative impression either. It was just that this old man seemed to be a bit confident. Suyu smiled, don't worry, if I lose, I will never look for trouble from you. At this time, a voice came from the peak match sparring space. Both sides' attribute comparison will begin soon. Attribute comparison, within 10 seconds, one side can admit defeat and surrender. 10 seconds later, after 10 seconds of attribute comparison, the peak match will officially begin. Chapter 105 Scared Crying King of Understanding. Attribute comparison? Suyu was puzzled. Understanding King explained, attribute comparison, it is a comparison of the attribute panels between you and me. The lower party can directly surrender and admit defeat. Suyu let out an "oh." So it was like this. Then in that case, doesn't King Understanding know my attributes? Then he won't directly vote, right? Suyu thought so. And King Understanding was also thinking about it. If Changyu and himself were to compare attributes, then Changyu wouldn't vote directly, right? If he casts, how am I going to teach him a lesson? So, King Understanding said, Changyu, no matter how big the difference between your attributes and mine is later, you should not surrender, I will let you make a few moves. Suyu laughed and said, then you don't cast either, oh? If you cast, then I can only go to Mixing to find you. Understanding King laughed, humph, who the hell voted? I'm worried that it's you who surrendered. You just don't surrender. You see how I can finish you off with my 17 billion attributes? Hee, think of the lesson I can teach Changyu later. Understand the king's heart is happy. Soon. In the sky, changes occurred. An attribute comparison chart appeared. Chief Consul vs King Know-It-All. Strength, for 000000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 108 stars Understanding King. Spirit, 400000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 109 stars Understanding King. Physique, 400000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 170 stars Know the King. Agility, 400000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 120 stars Know the King. When this comparison chart appeared, King Understanding was dumbfounded. He squinted his eyes hard and looked hard into the sky. How is this possible? I've been hit by an illusion? Immediately, various purification skills operated, and on Understand King's body, countless purification special effects appeared. Understanding King looked at the sky more carefully, finding that it was still the same. Immediately, Understand King's face was pale, cold sweat was pouring out, and his body was trembling. No. Impossible. Impossible. How is it possible for you to have so many attributes? Over 40,000 stars? More than 40,000 billion attributes? Are you lying to the ghost? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You're the monster. You're a monster. You're not human. You're not human. At this moment, how could the understanding king still have the victory he just had? He took a few steps back and surprisingly didn't stand still and fell to the ground. A god-ranked powerhouse had actually fallen. It could be seen how panicked he was right now. Suyu said indifferently, the deal was no surrender. If you dare to surrender, you know the consequences. Understanding King was on the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. He said, Can. Lower your hand. Be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Suyu finally couldn't tense up and laughed, ha ha ha. Are you going to laugh me to death? Suyu couldn't help but laugh again and asked, Can you still stand up? Understanding King's bitter face, touching his legs, the words he said were with a crying tone, I really can't stand up, I really can't stand up. My whole body is shaking. My legs are really weak, I can't stand up. Please, hit me a little lighter. Don't bully people like that. How can this hit? Understanding King had already greeted the summit matching systems hundreds of times. This Nima is matched according to attributes? Let me ask you this. Is this attribute matching mechanism fair? Answer me. 100 stars against 40,000 stars, is this fair? Answer me. Damn it. At this time, the summit showdown has officially begun. It was rare for Suyu to make things difficult for the King of Understanding. After all, no matter who, seeing this quadrillion attributes of his could not possibly have the confidence to fight. This is a full attribute quadrillion. In other words, the total attribute was 16 trillion. And what about the King of Understanding? The full attribute is 507 stars, which means 50.7 billion. May I ask 507 billion to face 16 trillion total attributes? How do you expect King Know-It-All to stand up and fight Suyu? I ask you, can you stand up? Suyu was constantly laughing, he couldn't stop seeing this attribute gap, he just couldn't help it. Suyu laughed and came in front of Knowing King, to the bitter Knowing King's head, he hit a brain pop, directly sending Knowing King to the second. In the peak match, on attributes, there is no occupation, talent, level mechanism, etc. Divine rank for Suyu, move your finger in seconds, there is no need for the rest of the action, it is as simple as that. The match is over, you have won, you have gained the peak points, 10. Current peak points, 10. The match is over. You won. You gain 10 free attribute points. You triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, the free attributes you gained were boosted 100,000 times, you gained free attribute points, 1 million. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed, seeing the free attribute points he laughed again. He. It's so cool. There is hanging really cool. Suyu cheerfully thought in his heart, fortunately he chose the profession of the homunculus division, otherwise if he chose the profession of the King of Thunder, then he definitely could not reach this kind of point nowadays. Or that sentence, the numerical value of the monster is no match for the mechanism of the monster. The mechanism is strong, is really strong. I don't care how strong you are, I started less than 1 level and then did the greedy demon god to get the god level items and the super god level items. If it was the King of Thunder, you would still have to suffer and fight monsters to upgrade. Next hand. Let's see which unlucky bastard it is. Matching according to attributes. At the same time. On the Me planet. Rice country. King Understanding turned off the BGM. It's Fac. Changyu. King Understanding was completely unable to comprehend how Changyu's attributes could be so ridiculously high. Could it be that my guess was wrong from the very beginning? It's not just the occupation and talent that makes Changyu strong, even his attributes are so unbelievable. Hey! A few seconds later. Understanding King regained his composure. Whatever, I didn't offend Changyu anyway. I've been walking on thin ice all my life, and with Changyu, he was invincible before I had a chance to target him. There seems to be no enmity between me and him. And he doesn't seem to have that much hatred towards me. Good. Anyway, the person with the headache definitely shouldn't be me, it should be those god ranks of Chu. I am not from Chu, I brought the rice country out of the blue star, and I didn't offend Chuangyu. FAQ. Keep scoring. In that case, first place is definitely untenable, so I'll try to take second. Matching in progress according to attributes. Matching successful. Your opponent is Blue Star Blue White Kingdom, Chief Consul. Whoa whoa. Don't. How come it's you again? Fark. Don't eat the sour radish. Damn it, what assault, just ing catch me on the scoreboard? How the hell am I supposed to beat the 16 trillion total attributes of Chanyu? Come on, matching system, you don't match first, I'll ask you something first. Not a moment later. Peak match matching space. Suyu was laughing again. Understanding King smiled bitterly and was on the verge of crying. Suyu smiled and asked, why is it you again? Do you want to fight against me so badly? King Understanding smiled bitterly, his whole face was like a bitter melon, he really didn't want to see Chuangyu anymore, he said, Chuangyu, can I admit defeat? Can you let me admit defeat, please? I really can't beat you. This dog bar system, isn't this intentionally playing with me? The first thing you should do is to ask for a free gift, and you should be able to get it from the bank. Chapter 106. Rice Star, Rice Country. Inside the majestic palace. Understanding King returned lifelessly. No more matches, no more matches. This matching system is human I eat. I'm going to ing play ranked. He was afraid of his bad luck. Again and again matched with Changyu. In that case, it would really be a tragedy. Understanding King was about to open the ranked match. At that moment, someone contacted King Knowledge. King Know-It-All took a look, but it was Sakura's Mikado. King Know-It-All, what are you looking for me for? Emperor, who did you just lose to? I see you're falling behind me. King Know-It-All, you don't care who I lost to. Emperor, I know even if you don't tell me, it must be Emperor Chu of the Chu Kingdom, don't worry, I will avenge you. King knowing disdain in his heart, Chu Emperor? Counts for nothing. How could I lose in a row when I met Chu Emperor? Just you still take revenge, if you meet Chuangyu, huh, I guess you die even worse. He won't let go of you little cherry blossom. Emperor, it's a pity that I can't match with Chuangyu, if only I could match with Chuangyu, I really want to let him know how powerful I am. Teach him a hard lesson. Understanding King, 666. Emperor, don't believe me, Changyu is only as good as his profession and talent, in the peak match, it's all about attributes. His Changyu mechanism is invincible, he can kill gods, slaughter immortals, and kill saints. But his value, absolutely not high. You see, if I matched with Changyu, I let him die without a burial place. Let him know, what is called the divine rank. Understanding King, ha ha. I give you my blessing, make sure you match up with Changyu. Emperor, I hope this Changyu gives it a good shot. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't even be able to get a match. King Know-It-All, then you mustn't run away. The match is over, you won, you gained peak points, 10. Current peak points, 20. The match is over, you won, you gained free attribute points, 10. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 100,000 times, and you have gained free attribute points, 1 million, current free attribute points, 1 million. Current free attribute points, 2 million, current free attribute points, 2 million. He. Suyu agreed, allowing Knowing King to directly admit defeat. And King Know-It-All was so scared that he directly stopped playing the peak match and went straight to the ranking match. Looking at the fact that he had won just 2 games now, the free attribute points had reached a staggering 2 million. Suyu's heart then felt really refreshed. It was really so simple. Suyu took a deep breath. He was ready to continue matching. Matching in progress according to attributes. Matching successful. Your opponent is Sakura Star Sakura Nation, Emperor. Suyu smiled. Ha! If you don't surrender and I don't teach you a lesson, I'm this. 1 minute ago. Sakura Star, Sakura Kingdom. Emperor had just finished chatting with King Understanding. Emperor was now very eager to match to Changyu. He knew how terrifying Changyu was. However, this was the peak match. If he met Changyu, then Changyu would definitely be completely abused by himself. 2. No. Changyu was able to kill gods, slaughter immortals, and slay saints, and this was all because of his powerful profession and talent to be able to do so. Then that meant that it was impossible for Changyu's attributes to be powerful. Because Changyu was only at the 7th rank. How high could a 7th order attribute be? That's definitely very low. So, once one encountered Changyu in the summit match, then one could definitely easily defeat him. It's just a shame I can't get a match with Changyu. Why? Because Changyu's attributes may be too low, and the summit match is according to the attribute matching mechanism to match. It was very likely that Changyu couldn't match him. AI, what a pity. It's so hard to have a chance to defeat Changyu here. But again, Changyu is too weak to match me. What an annoyance. The emperor sighed and opened the matchmaking. Not a moment later, the match was successful. Being matched according to attributes. Matching successful. Your opponent is Blue Star, Blue and White Kingdom, Chief Consul. Blue Star? Blue and White? Chief Consul? Isn't that Changyu? Ha ha ha. The emperor laughed. Ha. If you don't surrender and I don't teach you a lesson, I am this. Peak match space. The emperor and Suyu were facing each other. The heavenly emperor snorted coldly and said, Changyu, you actually managed to match me? Looks like your attributes aren't bad. Suyu nodded his head as well. Yes, it seems like your attributes aren't low either. The emperor said, in this case, after the attributes are compared later, we, no matter who has high or low attributes, are not allowed to escape. Whoever escapes is a puppy. What do you think? Just what I want. Suyu sneered. Suyu sneered, no problem. Whoever escapes is a dog. The emperor was ecstatic inside. Changyu, just wait. So what if you have an occupation and talent that spans the ages? Attribute-wise, how can you possibly compare to me of the divine rank? My total attributes are 474 stars. A total of 47.4 billion attributes. Changyu, what can you fight me with when you're just a 7th rank? Your myth of invincibility. It's up to me, the heavenly emperor, to put an end to it. Ha ha ha. Thinking about how Changyu would be abused by himself, thinking about how this being who had been killing gods since he was not in the rank, and how even the Old Testament saints had been taken out by him by now, was now going to be abused by himself on the ground, this was exciting to think about. Come on. I can't wait. The heavenly emperor tilted his head and looked at the sky. Soon, the sky changed. Property comparison charts appeared. Chief Consul versus Emperor. Strength, 4000000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 101 stars Emperor. Spirit, 4000000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 103 stars Emperor. Physique, 4000000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 105 stars Emperor. Agility, 4000000 plus 42570 stars Chief Consul greater than 165 stars Mikado. The Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. No? My eyes are blurry? The Celestial Emperor rubbed his eyes vigorously and used several hundred more purification skills to purify his negative status. But when he looked again, the attribute comparison chart on the sky did not change in any way. At this moment, he panicked. Nani? Stay job. Fukano. Over 4 trillion single attributes? 16 trillion total attributes? How is this possible? The Emperor's body was trembling. He couldn't believe it. Changyu was not only powerful in his occupation and talent. His attributes were even more terrifying as hell. The 7th rank attributes were dozens of times higher than his divine rank. How was this possible? Suyu looked at him faintly and thought in his heart, how should I torture him? I have to control the force. Have to be careful. Can't punch him in seconds. Otherwise, how else can this be tortured? Just when the fight was about to start, Suyu saw a scene of disbelief. Only to see the heavenly emperor lying on the ground. He was crying. Woof woof. 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 I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy. Next second. Mikado disappears. He voted. Matchup ends, you win, you gain peak points, 10. Current peak points, 30. The match is over. You won. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 80,000 times, you have gained 800,000 free attribute points, current free attribute points, 2.8 million. Current free attribute points, 2,800,000, current free attribute points, 2,800,000. Request for free gifts, reviews. Chapter 107 Peak First. Sakura Star, Sakura Kingdom. The emperor fell to his knees and wept bitterly. He swore that this was the only time he had ever been humiliated, and the person who humiliated him was even Changyu. He simply couldn't understand why Changyu's attributes were so high to such an extent. 16 trillion full attributes. This was human? This is the 7th rank? Are you kidding? To know Suyu, this is only just the 7th rank. His 7th rank is such a high attribute, higher than the attributes of the god rank. Is this still a game to be played? The mechanism can be unfair, but how can the attributes of the rank be unfair? Nima, 16 trillion attributes for the 7th rank, is this still fair? This still have the king law? This long-standing career and talent brought by the mechanism is already enough heavenly, how even attributes are now so heavenly? Numerical value plus mechanism, this simply can't hit a little. The emperor opened the small group of god ranks and was about to tell the other god ranks about how terrible Changyu was. Suddenly, the heavenly emperor stopped. If I tell it to these people, then won't they just admit defeat in the face of Longyu? No, I can't do that. How can I just let me get wet? If I get wet, all of you will have to get wet along with me. In the end, the emperor didn't send a message. He was now worried. Chuanyu's attributes were simply too heaven-defying. What if he targeted Sakura Nation? Right now, Suyu did not have a divine rank yet and could not find the Sakura country in the nearly infinite universe of the Blue Star. But what if he had a divine rank? He was now at the 7th rank, not far from the god rank. The Sakura people and the Chu people had been feuding for generations, and the emperor was now truly afraid. After thinking for a while, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The heavenly emperor frowned and said coldly, I have to tell this information to the civilization cult. With the existence behind them, they might be able to solve the long-standing issue. However, didn't the civilization sect say they were going to make a move earlier? Is it still not making a move after all this time? The heavenly emperor still didn't know that one of the founders of the civilization sect, Immortal Greedy, had already GG. It wasn't that he hadn't made a move. It was the fact that it was gone when he made his move. In the next period of time, Suyu continued to win consecutively. The matches were all divine ranks, and the fights were all divine ranks. Matchmaking is over, you have won, you have earned peak points, 10. Current peak points, 40. The match is over, you won, you gain free attribute points, 10. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 90,000 times, and you have gained 900,000 free attribute points, current free attribute points, 3.7 million. Current free attribute points, 3.7 million. The battle is over, you have won, you have gained peak points, 10, current peak points, 100. Current peak points, 100. The match is over. You won. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 100,000 times, you have gained free attribute points, 1 million, current free attribute points, 9.7. Current free attribute points, 9,700,000, current free attribute points, 9,700,000. So you won 10 matches in a row. The current peak points reached 100. And, the free attribute points had reached 9.7 million. And during this period of time, the small groups of the divine ranks of the various countries still didn't have a single person to speak up and say how heaven-defying Chuanyu's attributes were. So you kept opening matches. Very quickly. The match was made to someone. So you fixed his eyes on it. Surprisingly, it was Chu Empire of Chu? Being matched according to attributes. Matching successfully. Your opponent is Chu Star Chu Kingdom, Chu Emperor. Suyu was quite curious, who was this Chu Emperor? Could it be the chief minister? I don't think so. On the other side. Shu Star. Shu Kingdom. Inside the majestic palace. Matching in progress according to attributes. Matching successful. Your opponent is the chief consul of the Blue Star's Blue-White Kingdom. Chuangyu? Emperor Chu had a lot of thoughts. He felt a little guilty towards Chuangyu in his heart, but not much. He could find countless reasons to explain why he left with the Chu Kingdom, only abandoning the White City. He had thought about these alone countless times. But when he really had to face Chuangyu, in his heart, he wasn't calm. But regret? If he gave himself another chance, would he still do it? Chu Emperor thought, well still. Just like the Chu people picked up the Jade Seal of State, who looked at the commanded by heaven, both life and eternity, these 8 words, who does not touch? Who does not want to be the emperor? The king's power is granted by God, and now that he has become a god and has the power of a god, he is more qualified than all the emperors in history to be this emperor. How can he regret it? The ones in history were the sons of heaven, but he is more noble than the sons of heaven. Those emperors were the sons of heaven, then he was this heaven. I concede. Emperor Chu calmly cast, directly admitting defeat. He still hadn't figured out how to face Chuangyu. Chu Emperor admits defeat. The match is over, you won, you gained peak points, 10. Current peak points, 110. The match is over, you won, you gain free attribute points, 10. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 100,000 times, you have gained free attribute points, 1 million, current free attribute points, 1,070. Current free attribute points, 10,700,000, current free attribute points, 10,700,000. Suyu was puzzled, this Chu Di is so afraid of me? This is a vote? He is also not curious about who I am? Suyu shook his head. Continuing to start the next hand. But very quickly. Suyu became speechless. Because. Rothschild concedes. The Queen admits defeat. The Pope of Light concedes defeat. Park Chang-li concedes. The reason why these people surrendered as soon as they saw it was Chuangyu. It's because they've already been matched with Chuangyu. There were also a few god-ranked people who also admitted defeat as soon as they saw that the person they were matched with was Chuangyu. That's because there was no explicit information about Chuangyu in the divine ranks small group. But in the same country, those who had matched with Chuangyu would remind their own country's divine order to inform them of Chuangyu's attributes. And so, when Chuangyu matched with these godly orders, they conceded defeat one after another. They didn't even enter the peak battle space, they just admitted defeat. It's not the same as that honest person, the king of understanding. People at least entered the peak battle space. The others directly admitted defeat. This is the situation now, so you click match, match successful, XX admit defeat, you win, you get rematch. This made Suyu speechless. Those who didn't know thought that they were swiping their scores. These divine ranks were also rushing their scores, and when they mainly saw that they were matched with Chuangyu, they could only count themselves unlucky and admit defeat for the next hand. Just like that. 3 hours later. Suyu's peak points came to a staggering 100,000 points. The free attribute points even reached a staggering 9 billion. Directly taking the peak number 1. As for the others, they all became jail players. Divine ranks fought with each other, you won one, I won one, and couldn't pull off the points. Unless it was very unlucky, encountered Chuangyu several times in a row, then it would directly drop points like crazy. Blue Star Civilization Peak Rankings. 1. Blue Star Blue and White Country, Chief Consul, peak points 100000. 2. A 3 stars A 3 countries, Elephant King, peak points 2388. 3. Chu Star Chu Country, Chu Emperor, peak points 2387. 4. Cosmic Star Cosmic Kingdom, King Nam Park Chang-li, peak points 2361. 5. Sakura Star Sakura Kingdom, Emperor, peak points 2355. 6. Star of Light, Pope of Light, peak points 2350. 7. Civilization Star, Civilization Sect, Pope, peak points 2341. 8. White Bear Star, White Bear Kingdom, White Bear Emperor, peak points 2311. 9. Sunset Star, Sunset Kingdom, Empress, peak points 2310. 10. Star Rice, Rothschild, peak points 2280. Along with the long you topped the pinnacle race first. The long-standing you has long become the focus of discussion. And the heaven-defying score of 100,000 points for the peak match of Chanyu made the Blue Star Universe Heavenly Fate fighters feel an incomparable shock. No way? The difference is so big? Peak 100,000 points? My god. This damn second place is only 2,000 points or so. Is this Chanyu? The gap between the divine rank and Chanyu is too big. Hey, now that the divine orders of the countries know the strength of Chanyu, I wonder if we have a chance to return to the Blue Star. I want to go home, back to the Blue Star. Me too. Chapter 108, 8th Order? 9th Order. So you kept matching in the peak matches for 3 hours, and the divine ranks of the various countries kept admitting defeat. This was what allowed Suyu to win 10,000 matches in a row so quickly and take 100,000 peak points. With my 100,000 peak points, I guess no one will be able to surpass me? Suyu thought to himself that with such high peak match points, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him. The second place was only a little over 2,000 points. Thus, Suyu looked towards the qualifying round. Very quickly. 3 hours later. Suyu was fully loaded. With an absolute advantage, he took the first place in the qualifying match. Originally, Suyu was still thinking that he might have to use the power of his talent and profession to fight these god ranks. As a result, what Suyu did not expect was they all cast. As soon as they were matched to Chuanyu, they directly cast. Of course, this is very reasonable. Without occupation and talent of the long-standing Yu, all attributes are 16 trillion, can second them. That has the occupation and talent of the long-standing Yu, can kill God, slaughter immortal, kill the holy. These god level, will not die even more miserable? So as soon as they were matched with Chanyu, they didn't bother to struggle and directly admitted defeat. As for whether there are people want to figure out the occupation and talent idea of Chanyu. In the past, there must be, now, certainly not. Nima are killing saint, even if you know the long Yu occupation and talent, and how can it? Can no can beat the saint of the killing of the long Yu? At this juncture, everyone can only let the long-standing Yu do not notice their own, so as not to follow up on the fire. Blue Star Civilization Rankings. 1. Blue Star Blue and White Country, Chief Consul, King 10,000 stars. 2. Rice Star Rice Country, Understand the King, King 210 stars. 3. Chu Star Chu Country, Executive Vice Emperor, King 209 stars. 4. Gallia, Black King, King 200 stars. 5. Italian Star, Italian Country, Luca di Fiori, King 199 stars. Here's the gap. Just like the summit match, when you see Chanyu, you will admit defeat. This made the star ascension speed of Chanyu quack fast. Directly took the first of the double list. And at this time, with Suyu taking the first place on the double list, a prompt appeared. 8th Order Advancement Quest completed. You have upgraded to level 800 8th Order 0%. Suyu entered the rankings again and fired off 2 games. With the successive triggering of the experience 10,000 times harvest buff after the victory, 200,000 times increase. Suyu's level was directly upgraded from level 800 to level 900. You have upgraded to level 900 8th Order 100%. You have gained free attribute points, 160,000. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. You have gained a 100,000 times increase in free attributes. You have gained free attribute points, 16 billion. You gained the 8th Order mechanism. You are immune to 50% of the damage of attacks against you below the 8th Order. Your attacks on targets below the 8th rank increase your damage by 99%. Suyu looked at the non-stop prompts and was surprised in his heart. This is the 8th rank? This is also too easy. Moreover, after upgrading to the 8th rank, he just entered the ranked match and won 2 games, triggering the experience 10,000 times harvest buff, to 100,000 times experience harvest, so he directly upgraded to level 900. Got 160,000 free attribute points. Plus the 100,000 times of the triggered attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. Suyu's free attribute points then became 16 billion. If you added the 9 billion free attribute points obtained from the peak tournament, that would be 25 billion free attribute points. Equivalent to this one day. Suyu had gotten half the attribute value of a Blue Star Divine rank. They only had over 40 billion attribute values, while Suyu had obtained 25 billion free attribute points in just 6 hours. If all of these 25 billion free attribute points were added up and triggered the White Emperor's blessing, that would be 1,000 free attribute points. It was twice as high as a divine rank's full attributes combined. This efficiency of Suyu in obtaining attributes was simply too fast. As he stepped into level 900, Suyu immediately added all of his free attribute points. All of them were added to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 25 billion. Your attribute has increased, triggering the White Emperor's Blessing talent effect. Your full attribute plus 25 billion. Suyu. Nickname, Chuangyu. Level, 900 100%. Strength, 4500000 plus 42820 stars. Spirit, 4500000 plus 42820 stars. Physique, 4500000 plus 42820 stars. Agility, 4500000 plus 42820 stars. Free attribute points, 0. After adding the 250 billion free attribute points, Suyu's full attributes had then reached a staggering 42,820 billion 4.5 million. This attribute was truly heaven-defying. If the Blue Star Divine ranks were to know that it was so simple for Changyu to raise his attributes, they would collapse even more. Suyu looked at the panel. Now that he was at the 8th rank and was already level 900, then the 9th rank advancement quest should have been released as well. Suyu was now a little anxious as he was already close to the God rank. After the 9th rank, upgrading to level 1000, that would be the path to becoming a god. Suyu thought that he would soon become a god, so how could he not be anxious and moved? You have reached level 900, opening the 9th level advancement quest. 9th level advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. Your 9th level advancement quest has been completed. 9th level advancement quest. Mission objective. Complete any one of the following tasks to complete the mission and receive rewards. 1. Kill 5 saints. 2. Recollect 5 saint level items. 05. Mission details, complete any of the tasks 1, 2. Mission reward, 9th order rank path is open. So you looked at the 9th rank task that surfaced on the panel, and saw that killing 5 saints. Suyu's heart sank in his heart, the saint which is so easy to go and find. Is this mission not to make things difficult for me, Suyu? But as Suyu continued to look down, he saw the second task, recollecting 5 saint level items. Immediately, Suyu thought of something and was excited in his heart. Recollect 5 saint level items? It means to recollect them from now on, then. I still have 98 god tier self-selected treasure chests in. I still have the super god grade treasure chest synthesis skill in. I can synthesize these 98 divine chests of choice into 49 ultra divine chests of choice, plus the ultra divine chests of choice I synthesized before, adding up to 50 ultra divine chests of choice. At this time, he would then synthesize the 50 super god level treasure chests of choice into 5 saint level treasure chests of choice using saint level treasure chest synthesis. In that case, wouldn't you be able to get 5 saint level items from opening 5 more saint level treasure chests of your choice? Then wouldn't this 9th order advancement quest be completed directly? Just in time, this was the same as one's own goal. One was supposed to synthesize the chests themselves. Thus, Suyu immediately took out all of the god tier self-selected treasure chests. Last time I was foolish, I just took out 2 divine self-selection treasure chests out to synthesize them, and as a result, it consumed more than half an hour. If I synthesize them all at once, then won't I be able to synthesize all of the super god grade treasure chests in about half an hour? It would only consume magic power anyway. And I have a magic power source. I'm currently ranked under the immortal rank, and the magic power source can ensure that I have unlimited magic power, so I don't need to worry about consuming magic power at all. Thus, Suyu immediately used the super god tier treasure chest synthesis skill to use it on the 98 god tier self-selected treasure chests together. Infinite magic power surged out, enveloping all of the divine grade self-selected treasure chests. Suyu closed his eyes and waited. About half an hour later, a prompt appeared. You have synthesized 49 super god grade optional treasure chests. Suyu opened his eyes and on the ground, the 98 god grade optional treasure chests had disappeared and what appeared were 49 super god grade optional treasure chests. Suyu took out one of the previously synthesized super god grade optional treasure chests and placed all of the super god grade optional treasure chests in one out. In total, there were 50 of them. Every 10 super god grade optional treasure chests were synthesized into a saint grade optional treasure chest. Suyu immediately unleashed the saint grade treasure chest synthesis skill. Endless magic power poured out once again. This time, Suyu waited a bit longer. About 5 hours later, That is, it was just after 5 in the afternoon. A prompt appeared. You have synthesized 5 sacred level treasure chests of choice. Suyu opened his eyes, and on the ground, the 50 ultra divine grade optional treasure chests had disappeared, and what appeared were 5 holy grade optional treasure chests. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. It will soon be the 9th rank. And it was also possible to open the blind box. One could obtain 5 saint grade items. This is really too cool. But suddenly another prompt appeared. 9th order advancement quest completed. Suyu froze and then was surprised. I forgot, 5 saint level optional treasure chests are also saint level items. Chapter 109 Divine Rank Quest. Note, the recording time is based on Mythic World time. The end time of Suyu in the mythical world is 44 hours, so the recorded time is also 44 hours. Service-wide announcement: Heaven's Destined 1 Changyu has reached the 8th rank in only 44 hours, breaking the service-wide record and refreshing the record of the fastest to reach the 8th rank. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Changyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X344. A service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Changyu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. At this time, in the Blue Star universe, the heavenly fates looked at the service-wide notice with their jaws dropped. No? This upgrade speed. Isn't it too fast? The 7th day hasn't even arrived yet, and Chuangyu is already at the 9th rank? He's going to be a god? Awesome, Changyu is going to be divine in 7 days. Too strong, Changyu in the peak match, qualifying match is the first of the double list, the divine order are killed by Changyu as a toy. Hey, this upgrade speed. Too shocking. Grass. I mustn't be the only one to be so shocked. Let other civilizations be shocked together. 10,000 Worlds Trading Platform. 2 screenshot posts appeared. Today, Changyu is already on fire, and the previous post had even more comments from countless heavenly fates. The number of comments had reached a staggering tens of trillions of billions. And the number of comments was still rising. Every second tens of millions of increase. Changyu let countless civilizations of celestial beings shocked. This post that had just been sent out had millions of comments appearing in an instant. Not buddy. What kind of monster civilization is your Blue Star civilization in the end? Changyu is so heaven-defying, 44 hours on the 9th rank? This is also too outrageous. That's right, it's really outrageous. What about people who don't enter the order to kill gods? What about a 7th order saint slayer? I would think that 44 hours of 9th order is still normal. Hey, I'm really envious. Our civilization doesn't have a single heaven's fate person who can be like Changyu. God-level civilizations aren't this heaven-defying either. I haven't seen one in a god-level civilization that doesn't enter the order to kill a god and the 7th order to kill a saint. I've never seen it in an immortal-level civilization either. I'm from an immortal-level civilization, and I've never seen a 7th order saint slayer either. This is killing saints like chickens. This Changyu is too heaven-defying. I really haven't seen such a heaven-defying heavenly ordainer. I'd even believe it if you said he came from the origin world. 9th order advancement quest completed. You have been upgraded to level 909th order 0%. So you took out 2 grams of Bodhi enlightenment tea, steeped the water and drank it, triggering the experience 10,000 times harvest buff, and directly leveled up to 1000. This upgrade speed was simply jaw-dropping. It was too fast. Too heavenly. Where is this kind of upgrade? If you let the Blue Star Divine Order see this, wouldn't they shut themselves up? If this were to be seen by other civilizations' heavenly fates, they would also be confused. There's no such thing as an upgrade. It's too much of a wall. You have been upgraded to level 1009th order 100%. You have gained 300,000 free attribute points. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, your free attributes have been increased by 100,000 times, and you have gained free attribute points, 30 billion. You gained the 9th order mechanism, you are immune to 80% of the damage of attacks against you below the 9th order. Your attacks on targets below the 8th rank, your damage is increased by 999%. So you did not care about the district's 30 billion attributes right now. It was only 3 times more than the single attribute of a Blue Star God rank. It was also just over 100 times lower than the full attributes of a Blue Star God rank. After Suyu upgraded to level 1000, what he cared about was his god rank advancement. He immediately checked his god rank advancement quest. He wanted to see what his god rank advancement quest was and see if he could complete it today. It would be great if he could become a god today. You have reached level 1000, opening the Divine Advancement quest. Divine Advancement quests are being generated based on your profession and talent. The generation of your Divine Advancement quest is complete. Divine Advancement quest. Mission objective. Complete all of the following tasks to advance to the Divine rank. 1. Completely defeat the Four Races camp and update the Mythic World version 2, Transformation into Immortality. Uncompleted. 2. Unify the human civilization in the Blue Star universe. Uncompleted. 3. Raise all talents to Saint level or above. Uncompleted. Task details, complete all tasks. Mission reward, the path to the divine rank hierarchy is open. When Suyu looked at it for the first time, he felt as if this advancement quest of his wasn't a little too difficult. However, when Suyu took a closer look, he felt that this advancement task doesn't seem too difficult. The first task, to have the version updated to the transformation of God into immortal version, this is very simple, because today's Four Races camp was killed off by Suyu today with 100 God ranks, and was completely wounded. He himself will go back in tomorrow and go for a few more seconds of the Four Races God ranks, and by that time, it should be considered a heavy blow to the Four Races, and it is only a matter of time before the Four Races camp falls. I'm not afraid of that. The second task, well, unify the entire Blue Star universe human civilization, that is not to let them return? In fact, Suyu is not willing to. Why is this? I have worked hard to upgrade the Blue Star, you got class back, want to sit back and enjoy everything? Dream on. If we say, let the ordinary people return, that's fine, because they were forced to go, it's not what they wanted to go, they don't have the power to decide. But those of the divine ranks, that I'm sorry, they have to get lost. The division was voted by you guys, it is impossible to let you guys come back. Suyu thought about it, this mission undoubtedly pushed himself to the opposite side of all the Blue Star God ranks. But it didn't matter. Originally, I was not happy with you guys. Without you guys, could it be that the others can't survive? Without you guys, could it be that the Blue Star human civilization could be bullied? Having me, Suyu, is enough, I will be this guardian god, I will suppress everything. Moreover, Suyu believed that if he was willing to let the people of various countries return to the Blue Star, then, there would definitely be countless people who would lead the way for Suyu, waiting for Suyu to liberate them. Suyu thought about it, in fact, it was only necessary to know the location. As long as the coordinates of the planet were known, Suyu could instantly arrive by opening the vertical Earth Golden Light. At that time, which divine ranks dared to oppose him would die. As for the third advancement task, it looked a little strong, making the talents all rise to the saint level or above. In reality, it was the simplest. This was because Suyu only had one talent that was below saint grade, and that was the Eye of Insight. And in Suyu's hand, there were now 5 saint grade self-selected treasure chests. If all of them were opened, there was a probability that they would be able to open out saint grade quality advancement books. Even if he couldn't open it out, wouldn't it be fine to use the saint grade items inside to trade in the 10,000 Worlds trading platform? Immediately, Suyu intended to open the saint grade optional treasure chest first. First, he would upgrade his Eye of Insight talent to saint grade. Stack in armor, won't let them come back. There will be a reversal. Everyone can analyze it and guess the plot. 1. Suyu doesn't mind ordinary people coming back. 2. What do the godly ranks of the countries think? There are no people, so how can I still have a sense of superiority? Who the hell do I rule? 3. What if I can't beat Changyu? What about the people who don't want to give up their rule? 4. Changyu accomplished unification. I won't spoil the rest. Chapter 110, Holy Level Self-Choice. You've opened 5 Saint-level self-selected treasure chests, please choose 5 of the following 15 Saint-level items to obtain permanently. 1. Mineral Holy Water, after drinking it, eliminate all negative statuses at Saint level and below. After drinking all of it, permanently boosts physical attributes by 100%. Only effective for users of Saint rank and below. Not valid for Heaven's Path level Heaven's Fate users after drinking it. 2. Sign and Scroll. When used within the Mythic World, 5 locations can be randomly refreshed within the entire Mythic World, and by signing in and punching a card at any of these 5 locations, you can obtain a Saint level item. Up to 5 Saint level items can be obtained. However, you need to sign in and punch in within 1 day. If you exceed the time limit, the effect will be nullified. 3. Buff effect increase scroll. After using it, you can increase the lower limit and upper limit of any buff effect on your body. 4. Skill effect increase scroll. After using, will have learned the effect of any one of the skills to enhance. The skill level cannot exceed the holy level. 5. Decimation seal card. Can only be used once to perform a decimation effect on a target. If the target's life value is less than 30% of its maximum life value, it will be decapitated. If the target's life value is greater than 50% of the maximum life value, it will directly decimate the life value to 50%, and briefly weaken the full attributes by 50%. 6. Luck buff. When used, luck is increased. 7. Transmutation card. If the two realms are not fully fused. You are a divine destiny. After you use it, you can reincarnate as a mythic world creature. If you are a mythic world creature, you are reincarnated as a divine fate. 8. Sacred level quality advancement book. After using it, you upgrade the quality of the target and raise the quality rating of the target directly to the sacred level. 9. Holy Grade Dao Money Secret Scroll. Consume and use. Can enter the Holy Grade Dao Money Secret Scroll once. Within the Dao Money Secret Scroll, you can consume Dao Money to upgrade your career cap, skill level, and so on, and even skip the advancement task. Various effects. The upper limit is the apex of the holy level. 10. Holy Curse card. When used, causes the target to receive a random holy curse. 11. Death Scythe. Holy Grade weapon. Common to all professions. Strength attribute plus 30%. With each attack, the target is judged to be decapitated. Successful judgment. The target loses 50% of its current maximum life value and is imprisoned for 10 seconds. If the judgment fails, the success rate of the next attack is increased by 50%. If the target's current life value is less than 20% of its maximum life value, it will be killed directly. 12. Death Note. Holy Grade weapon. Common to all professions. Write down the target's name on the death note, recall the target's appearance, and after 20 seconds, the target dies. The effect can only be used on saint level or below. Can only be used once per day. 13. Indestructible Black Inflammation Talent Scroll. After using it, you gain the Holy Grade Talent Indestructible Black Inflammation. You gaze at the target and can use Indestructible Black Inflammation on any target. When Indestructible Black Inflammation burns, as long as the target doesn't die, it will keep burning minus the life value. 14. Eternal Split Talent Scroll. After using it, you gain the Saint level talent Eternal Split. Your Eternal Split is immortal, has 10,000 times the experience harvest buff, attribute 10,000 times the harvest buff, damage 10,000 times the increase buff, skill effect 10,000 times the increase buff. Everything you Eternal Split learned, as well as on the body to enhance the various abilities, attributes, etc., can be compared to a positive feedback to the body. Eternal Bilocation has independent thoughts, independent emotions, and independent memories. When you use the Eternal Split, automatically put him to other worlds. If one day, you and the Eternal Split meet, then must die. And, when you or the Eternal Split becomes a saint, it will automatically merge. Whoever becomes a saint first will occupy the active consciousness. 15. Scroll of Skill Continuous Release. After using it, you will be able to release skills continuously. Each time you release a skill, it will trigger 10,001 million consecutive shots, and does not consume magic power, and the lasting effect is 12 days. The entire 15 Saint Grade items floated in front of Suyu, waiting for him to choose. Suyu was all misty-eyed. All these items, they all looked so powerful. All so powerful, ah. Suyu rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at each upgrade item. Firstly, the first mineral holy water. After drinking it, it could increase the physique attribute by 100%. This one was very useful. Drinking it himself and triggering the White Emperor's blessing would boost the full attributes by 100%, which was a very fierce boost for the current Suyu. This could be kept for now. After all, boosting attributes was important. The second signing scroll. In the case of this one, it would be of no use to Suyu. After all, the mythical world was too big, even though Suyu had the vertical earth golden light and could form a map in his mind, but this was of little use to the infinitely large mythic world. If one got this signing scroll, in case one was unlucky, wouldn't that be a direct waste of a saint-level item? With this one, it would be a direct elimination. The third buff effect increase scroll could raise the upper and lower limits of any buff. If this one, Suyu felt that it was necessary and a must. Think about it, if it was given to the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff to use, wouldn't it boost even more attributes in the future? This one had to be chosen. In that case, it was determined that the third one was a must-choose. The first one was under consideration. Then the fourth one, skill effect increase scroll, could enhance the effect of a skill with the requirement that it must not exceed the saint level. Suyu felt that this one could also be chosen as there were currently many of Suyu's skills that were not saint grade. Moreover, Suyu also wanted to try and see if he could increase the effect of the sneer skill even more. After all, right now, when he faced his enemies, the most active skill he had was sneer. The fourth one was also determined to be needed to boost the effect of sneer. The fifth decimate seal card? Suyu looked at it and shook his head, directly disregarding it. Come on, same rank, I can directly kill the same rank by relying on my attributes. The ones that are more powerful than me, I can also directly get killed by using sneer in conjunction with the homunculus division profession, there is no need to decapitate them at all. This is useless for Suyu. The sixth lucky buff, Suyu looked at it, the description is a bit simple But actually, Suyu quite wanted to change this, after all, if he was lucky enough, the boost was still quite large. Just like the attribute 10,000x harvest buff, it was 10,000 times to 100,000 times the harvest. It's randomized. But if one is lucky enough to stay at 100,000 times the harvest, then can this boost not be big? Therefore, Suyu felt that the lucky buff was also a must-have choice for a big boost. As for the seventh transmutation card, what's the use of this? Is it difficult to give up one's identity as a heaven's destined one? Directly excluded. The 8th Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book, this was exactly what Suyu was aiming for It went without saying that it had to be chosen. The 8th one was also determined. Up until now, Suyu had already determined 4. They were Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book, Lucky Buff, Skill Effect Increase Scroll, and Buff Effect Increase Scroll. Next, Suyu looked towards the 9th Saint Grade item Saint Grade Dao Money Secret Scroll. This one was undoubtedly, although it was of Dao money, it was possible to exchange treasure money for Dao money in the worldwide trading platform. Suyu had gotten so many treasures and improved so much in the 9th ranked treasure money secret realm, so wouldn't it be even more to be improved in the Saint ranked Dao money secret realm? This was definitely a choice There was no doubt about it. Therefore, this time, Suyu had already chosen 5 Saint Grade items. Next, Suyu continued to look, and if there was a better one, he definitely had to replace it as well. But if there were no better ones, then Suyu was going to choose these 5. Suyu always kept one thing in mind. What one does not lack, one does not choose. Only choose the ones that are useful to you. Chapter 111 Crazy Promotion. Suyu continued to look at the remaining 6 Saint Grade items on the panel. The 10th one, a Saint Grade Curse card. Suyu shook his head. What was the use of a Saint Grade curse given to the target? It was completely useless. Is it torturing people? 11th, Death Scythe. Belonging to a Saint Grade weapon, it is a percentage life chopper. This one was honestly very powerful, but it was unnecessary for Suyu. Suyu did not need to chop the life value, Suyu could just let the enemy die. If it was a battle at the same level, then Suyu could just rely on his attributes to crush them, there was no need to rely on the Death Scythe. If it was a battle against a higher level, then Suyu relied on the mechanism of occupation and talent, and did not rely on the Death Scythe either. 12th, Death Note? Suyu took a closer look and realized that this is indeed very powerful, writing down the name recalling the appearance, it can directly kill. But unfortunately it can only be used on saint level or below. Then this is too weak. Then again, a saint, wanting to neatly kill an existence below a saint, then it doesn't need to be so troublesome 13th, Undying Black Flame Talent Scroll. Isn't this a Matulus? But looking at the effect, it's indeed powerful, but... Or that. Suyu did it, there was no need to be so troublesome. Choosing this talent can only be said to be the icing on the cake, but in actual combat, it would still have to be the cooperation of the homunculus division occupational characteristics as well as the infinite resurrection talent to be invincible. The 14th Eternal Split Scroll? After Suyu read it, he directly passed it. What the hell? You want an independently conscious bilocation? And after the saints, mandatory fusion, who first saints, who occupy the dominant position of consciousness. The first one is the one who is the first saint, who will take the dominant position in the consciousness. This kind of thing, Suyu impossible to choose. 15th, Skill Scroll. This goes without saying, it's useless to Suyu. If given to a necromancer, or a forbidden spell mage, it would be absolutely invincible. But to Suyu? the usefulness wasn't that great. And so, Suyu then chose Holy Grade Quality Advancement Book, Lucky Buff, Skill Effect Increase Scroll, Buff Effect Increase Scroll, Holy Grade Dao Qian Secret Scroll. You have obtained Holy Grade Quality Advancement Book, Lucky Buff, Skill Effect Increase Scroll, Buff Effect Increase Scroll, Holy Grade Dao Money Secret Realm Scroll. Suyu first used the Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book to upgrade his talent, Eye of Insight, to Saint Grade. You have used a Saint Grade Quality Advancement Book on the God Grade talent Eye of Insight, and your talent Insight profession has been upgraded to Saint Grade. Eye of Insight. Talent rating, Holy Grade. Talent characteristics description, you can know many things that others don't know. Talent rating, an information talent, able to know more than others. When the Eye of Insight was upgraded to the Saint Grade, Suyu's 3 advancement quests were directly completed. Now, all that was left was to unify the Blue Planet human civilization, as well as having the version updated to transformation into immortality. Looking at his All Saint level, Heavenly Dao level, and Great Dao level talents, Suyu wanted to laugh himself. This was really cool. Next, Suyu continued to use the Saint Grade item he had just obtained and put the Lucky Buff to use. You have used the Lucky Buff, you will become lucky. Suyu couldn't feel any changes, and it didn't feel like he had become much luckier. If I am really lucky enough, then let the Blue Star human civilization be unified today. Suyu smiled and looked at the skill effect increase scroll again. Then he used it on the sneer skill. You have used the skill effect increase scroll on the Saint Grade skill sneer, and the effect of your Saint Grade skill sneer has been increased by Sneer. Level 9. Effect, activating the skill, when sneering, ignoring the opponent's rank, forces the opponent to lose most of their sanity and attack you with all their might. Evaluation, a simple description, combined with the professional characteristics of a saint-level homunculus master, it simply kills the target 100% of the time. Perfectly solves the dilemma of knowing you're a homunculus master and I'm running away without hitting you. Good news, the effect has been increased. Bad news, just one more word. But the good news was that it was a substantial boost. Before, the sneer skill was to force the opponent to lose part of their sanity. The current sneer skill was to force the opponent to lose most of their sanity. The difference between majority sanity and partial sanity was still quite large. Now, this sneer skill had become even more terrifying. This enhancement was, in fact, very big, not small. Powerful or not, a person's sanity was a large element. Next, Suyu used the buff effect increase scroll. It was obvious that Suyu was going to increase one of the most important buffs, making the effect of this buff even stronger. This buff was obvious, and that was the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. You have used a buff effect increase scroll on attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff, and the effect of your attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff has been increased. Attribute 10,000-fold harvest buff, your harvested attributes have been randomly increased by 1,010,000,000 times. Boom! Suyu looked at the panel and was suddenly shocked. No? The effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff had turned into an enhancement of 1,000,000 times to 10,000,000 times? One must know that before, it was 10,000 times to 100,000 times. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. This boost was not just a little bit. This boost was huge. He really wasn't wrong in choosing this. Thinking that the attributes he would obtain in the future could receive an increase of 1,000,000 times to 10,000,000 times, Suyu was happy. After his excitement, Suyu looked towards the last Saint Grade item. Dao Money Secret Realm Scroll. Rating, Saint Grade. Description: consume and use to enter the Dao Money Secret Realm once. Within the Dao Money Secret Realm, one can consume Dao Money to upgrade their profession limit, skill levels and so on, or even skip the advancement quests. Various effects: the upper limit is holy level. Evaluation: use Dao Money Kryptonite become stronger place. I've heard that no one's Dao Money can be brought out with them, spent, really all spent, not a single penny left. That's what money can do. But please note that if you don't carry enough Dao Money to enter the secret realm of Dao Money, and you don't spend up to the standard, you will be cursed for eternity. When you have 1 Dao Money, or consume any amount of Dao Money, you will permanently deduct attributes. Until you die. Suyu realized that the description of this Dao Money Mystery Realm and the Treasure Money Mystery Realm were exactly the same. Since this was the case, as long as he had enough Dao Money to spend inside, he could just take off. Suyu looked at it and now he had $800,000 billion in treasure money, which when converted into Dao Money, would be 800,000. Only 800,000 It might not be enough to spend in there. Suyu thought about the last time he brought 150 billion treasure money into the Ninth Order treasure money mystic realm, and as a result, he only raised it 3 times before he spent all of his treasure money. That time was when he didn't bring enough money, otherwise, Suyu could have become even stronger. This time, it was a Saint-grade Dao money secret realm, a mere 800,000 Dao money. That was definitely not enough. I still have to continue to work hard to earn money. While Suyu was strengthening himself, the god ranks of the various countries in the Blue Star universe received a message. It was from the civilization cult. It asked them, the god ranks, to go to a place to meet together to discuss how to deal with Chanyu. Chapter 112, Running Away Again? Deep within the Blue Star universe, a dead and lifeless planet suddenly bloomed with endless vitality. Originally, this was a planet that was barren to the extreme, its surface covered with a vast and boundless desert, yellow sand filled the sky, not an inch of grass grew, and it was dead silent. However, at this moment, trees began to rise up on the planet, lush and flourishing, and flowers and plants were born. The entire planet was enveloped by a layer of green vitality, and when viewed from outer space, the entire planet, green. Somewhere on this planet, a palace rose up. Not long after. One after another, streams of light fell and walked straight into the palace. Inside the palace, it was brilliant and majestic. Hundreds of figures were sitting here. If Suyu was there, he would definitely be able to recognize them. All of them were god ranks from various countries. As the last god rank understanding king entered the palace, the secret meeting officially began. Sitting at the front was the civilization sect master Wang Long. The main reason for inviting all of you here today is because of Chanyu. Nowadays, it's no longer important what Changyu's occupation and talent is. What's important is that Chanyu is now at the 9th rank, and his attributes have reached a staggering number of trillions. He kills us, the divine ranks, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Therefore, inviting all of you today is mainly for the purpose of civilization voting. Wang Long said. The faces of the many god ranks changed. Another vote? Now many of them had regretted it. If they hadn't voted in the first place, and hadn't split up with Blue Star, then everything that the Blue Star's human mainline enjoys today, they would be able to enjoy as well. And won't end up in this situation now. Want to go back, still have to look at the face of Chanyu. What is the vote this time? Understanding King asked. Wan Long said, we defected from the Blue Star cosmic civilization and went to other civilizations, defecting to the celestial civilization. With the power of the celestial civilization, they should have a way to deal with Chanyu. The divine ranks were shocked. The last time they voted, they were told to betray Blue Star. This time, the vote was directly for them to betray the Blue Star universe? 666 No one chimed in. Seeing their hesitation, Wan Long decided to add fuel to the fire and said, Chuang Yu is the main Vane's Vane master, and one of his god rank advancement tasks must be to unify the Blue Star human civilization. Do you think that he will let you guys go? Think about it, you guys betrayed the Blue Star in the first place, would Chanyu still keep you? Don't think that if you're a god, you won't be able to be killed by Chanyu. He's been killing gods since he didn't enter the order. So what are you guys still thinking? The faces of the divine ranks of the various countries changed drastically. If one of Changyu's god rank advancement tasks really was to unify the Blue Star human civilization, then in order to protect themselves, they would have to flee the Blue Star universe. Emperor Chu pondered and said, if Chanyu can kill saints, may I ask what power the celestial civilization has to preserve us? And what power can deal with Chanyu? Yes, the celestial civilization was powerful to them. But what about facing Chanyu? Chanyu had even killed saints. Whether the celestial civilization had any saints was still a question. What was the use of them going to vote for the celestial civilization? Wang Long sneered and said, the celestial civilization alone definitely can't solve Chanyu, but what about other powerful civilizations? What about god-level civilizations, immortal-level civilizations? Will they just stand by and let Chanyu rise? The celestial civilization is still only a level 9 civilization up to now, and there is still a long way to go before the god rank. They are so powerful now, not to mention the true god-level civilizations and immortal-level civilizations. In an instant, the eyes of the god ranks of the various countries lit up. Do you mean that even god-level and immortal-level civilizations will make a move against Chanyu? If that's the case, then Chanyu is absolutely finished. Yes. God-level civilizations have saints, and then immortal-level civilizations, they definitely have heavenly Dao-level powerhouses. It shouldn't be a problem to pin down Chanyu. But what if we can't pin down Chanyu either? You all know how terrifying Chanyu is. Moreover, when we betrayed the Blue Star, Chang Yu didn't say anything. Why do we need to betray again? One of the god ranks said. Then, are you willing to give up the power you have today? Are you willing to die? Are you willing to leave your life in the hands of Chang Yu's decision? If you don't want to, we must vote. I, the civilization cult, am the first to join the celestial civilization. To live, we live together. To die, we will die together. Think clearly, you guys. Wang Long said loudly. Understanding King suddenly said, why do you know so many things? By all accounts, you're also a god for the first time, how do you know more than us? The god ranks of the various countries looked at Wang Long. They knew Wang Long's background and knew that behind the civilization cult, there were many immortal rank powerhouses. But these immortal rank powerhouses originated from the mythical world. How did they people know about these things? This kind of thing should only be known by the heavenly orders. Wang Long explained, it doesn't matter how I know, you guys just need to know that I'm going in and out with you guys, all of us don't want to die, none of us want to give our lives to Chuan Yu, then it can only be like this. Betray the Blue Star universe, go to the Celestial universe, become affiliated with the Celestial civilization, so that we can get rid of Chang Yu. When Long Yu dies, the Celestial civilization will still give the Blue Star universe to us to manage, and our status will not change. The divine ranks of the various countries thought about it and decided to agree. The purpose was actually very simple, just one, to leave the Blue Star universe and let Chang Yu die. Only when Chang Yu died would they not be liquidated. Think about it from their perspective. I'm a XX country god rank, I'm now the god of our country, I'm the strongest, I can do whatever I want, I'm from my motherland. And the only person in this world who can kill me is Chang Yu. Now the Long Suk is about to become a god, and become a god tasked to unify the whole Blue Star human civilization. I is XX country god level, I want to ensure my position power and not be liquidated. I face the Long Suk has only 3 ways to go. 1. Take out the long standing Yu. Let this world, no one can dominate me and threaten me. I want to continue to do the motherland people, do everything you want to do everything you want to do. 2. Take my country and run away to the celestial civilization. As long as the ordinary people of the country remain, my position and power remains. In another world, continue to be the king and continue to rule. And the celestial civilization will still step in to kill Chang Yu. 3. Take the country to Long Yu and admit your fault. Leave life and death in the hands of Chang Yu. Maybe if Chang Yu is happy, he can live. Maybe if he's not happy, he's dead. These 3 ways. The first way is absolutely no good. Chang Yu can kill gods, can slaughter immortals, can kill saints. If you fight with Chang Yu, you'll die. The second way, continue to run, go to the celestial civilization, cooperate with the celestial civilization to finish off Chang Yu. Then continue to be the king. The third way, absolutely not. Leave life and death in the hands of Chang Yu? How can this be? So, how the divine orders of the various countries chose was already doomed. Emperor Chu asked, last question, have you communicated with the human emperor of the celestial civilization? When we go over there, they really won't interfere with us? Retaining our position of power? Wang Long nodded, yes, I've talked to human emperor Yang Ma. As long as we go over there and let the Blue Star human civilization leave behind only the main vein, then when we are in the celestial human universe, they will give us a territory and let us be the king in the territory. It won't interfere with us. The Heavenly Emperor, the Southern King, the Empress, the Understanding King, and the other divine ranks revealed looks of satisfaction. That was good. Immediately, the crowd began the civilization vote. Separate from the Blue Star Universe human civilization and join the Celestial Man Universe Celestial Man civilization. Preview. Blue Star civilization only has the main vein left? Good, relying on the immortal level civilization props given by the immortal level civilization, I can directly make a peak bet against the Blue Star civilization. Forcibly and temporarily elevate Chang Yu's realm to the divine level. I'm going to bet against Chang Yu. I'll make it impossible for your civilization to ever turn around. Begin. The peak bet is activated. We joined the celestial civilization. I've heard that Yang Ma is going to use peak parity gambit on Chang Yu after he waits until he's at the divine order. I must remind human emperor Yang Ma of Chang Yu's terrifying attributes. Chang Yu's total attributes are now 16 trillion, and will be even more terrifying when he enters the divine rank. When the human emperor was at the divine stage, with his attributes, he would never be a match for Long Yu. It's no good, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Quickly stop. No. Peak battle space. Yang Ma looked at the attribute comparison chart and stared at it with wide eyes, as if he had lost his soul. No. Celestial civilization is finished. Chapter 113, Hugging the Thigh of course. Today's heavenly fates from the various countries of the human civilization branch of the Blue Star universe actually wanted to return to Blue Star very much. Firstly, it wasn't that they wanted to leave Blue Star. Rather, it was their country's divine order that voted for it. It was not their intention. It was undemocratic. Secondly, today's Blue Star's human main vein was too cool. There were all sorts of buffs present. There were attribute 10-fold harvest buffs, experience 100-fold harvest buffs, super god tier treasure chest synthesis skills, awakening increase buffs, and biological enhancement buffs. If they hadn't left the Blue Star, they would have been able to enjoy these buffs and skills as well. Thirdly, the chief consul of the Blue Star's main human vein, the Blue and White Kingdom, was Changyu. Changyu was powerful enough to slaughter even saints. In contrast, the divine ranks of the countries would only dictate and were not as strong as Changyu. With Changyu around, the future of the Blue Star Blue-White Kingdom was incomparable and limitless. And them? It had gone back to the dictatorship era. The heavenly fates of various countries are constantly chatting, angrily scolding the divine orders of various countries, and some of them even ran to the 10,000 Worlds trading platform to open a post to angrily scold the divine orders of various countries. They even wrote out the whole story, constantly cursing the divine ranks of the various countries, declaring everyone's dissatisfaction. I'm convinced, if only I were from the White City, I'd be a member of the Blue-White Kingdom by now. It's mostly cool to have Changyu as a senior. Look at our country's divine rank. Which one of them is not an ancestor person? In the past, when countries were balanced, even demigods weren't invincible, but now they became gods. We have no power of resistance at all. These god ranks I want to go home. I miss my sister in the White City. Why don't you let me go home? Why do you have to leave Blue Star? Even if you leave, why don't you take White City with you? Can you let me go back? You all god order. If the divine ranks of the various countries hadn't taken a civilization vote in the first place, we'd be the same as the Blue-White nation's heavenly orders today. Do you guys know how cool they are? There are attribute 10-fold harvest buffs, experience 100-fold harvest buffs, super god tier treasure chests with synthesized skills, awakening increase buffs, and biological enhancement buffs, and those of us who left the blue planet don't have any of them. By now, the planetary civilization level is still level 0. Look at the gap. Divine ranks of various countries, let me ask you, do you have M? I'm so sorry now that I didn't take the chance when the company gave me the opportunity to travel to the White City. Jack went instead of me. He is now in the White City. How cool, there are so many buffs to add. Changyu has no racial discrimination at all, no matter who in the blue and white countries, they all enjoy all this without discrimination. Hey, Changyu, I want to go back. Can you come and liberate us? Kill these birth god ranks, I'll lead the way in front. There were also quite a number of White City's divine fates who left messages in the thread. It's a good thing Chu gave up on us. How else could we enjoy these buffs? That's right, let's just say it's all fate. It's really too good to be in the White City. Changyu is really fantastic. The best decision I made in my life was to come to White City. Changyu, my god, I love you forever. You guys always say it's bad to be a dog. But I want to say, what's wrong with being a dog? What's wrong with me being Changyu's dog? Woof woof. I have all sorts of buffs and super godly treasure chest synthesis skills. Do you people have them? Woof woof woof. We were able to lay down and win because we did nothing to drag down Changyu. Changyu is the MVP, and we're just laying down to win dogs. We'll shout 666, we'll not hold back for Changyu. We will fully support Changyu in whatever he wants to do. Even if he wants to refine the human emperor streamer, I'll be the first one to enter it. After seeing this post and figuring out the ins and outs, the other civilizations' heavenly fates felt that the divine ranks of the various countries were really sick, as well as the heavenly fates of the various countries were really out of luck. At the same time, all of them were envious of the White City heavenly fates in the blue-white country today. That was really too good. They didn't have to do anything. Just ing lying on the line. They lie down, Changyu directly swish la la on become stronger. Just think about it, because of Changyu, now the world where the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization is located, the attributes of non-heavenly fated people strengthen to the second order. That is to say, a baby, just born, is second-order attributes. Nimas, this is also too cool. A true lying win. And now that one awakens as a heaven's descendant, it directly reaches the fourth order. Isn't it cool? The other people in the blue-white country didn't have to do anything and became stronger while lying at home. Could this not make the heavenly fates of all civilizations envious? Wouldn't the faithful masters of other branches be envious? That must be envied. Then you guys are also too unlucky, right? You don't even hold on to such a big leg as Changyu, but instead, you still break away from the Blue Star? Isn't this crazy? There's also the heavenly fate of the Blue and White Kingdom. This is too happy. Looking at the countless civilizations in the Sea of Civilization, it's probably just you guys who are the most special, getting stronger by lying down and winning. That's right, Chuangyu has only entered the mythic world for 6 days, and all of you can now enjoy what Chuangyu struggled for. Really cool, ah. And your other branches of the divine rank, are those people sure they're not cuties? If I were you guys, I would just go back and kowtow and apologize. Maybe Changyu will be merciful and let you guys off the hook. To be reasonable, the divine ranks of the countries of this Blue Star civilization are really so stupid. I don't get it. Changyu can kill a god without entering the rank, and in the face of what embers of heavenly ghosts and gods, they actually all ran away? It's too fake. And you run away, you can also say because you do not understand the strength of the long-standing you, which is divided, go back in long-standing you to recognize a mistake, to the countries of the heavenly destiny to recognize a mistake, that is not on the line? Very messed up like this. Aya, you guys just don't understand, this country's divine order is actually fine. They don't care about buffs at all, what they want is power and dictatorship. This is something that happens in any civilization. Take for example, the previous sword formation mastered god rank civilization, where everyone was born a god rank and was incredibly powerful. 9 saints sat in the civilization, calm and harmonious. Then it turned out that one of the saints broke through to become a Dao ancestor, and immediately tortured the remaining 6 saints, starting a dictatorship. When a certain person is powerful to a certain extent, it will absolutely disrupt the balance. The desires of the human heart would become immense the moment you were powerful. That's why this Blue Star divine order is actually like this, getting them to submit to Changyu and give up everything? Oh, don't even think about it. Right, I don't know if you guys know about the once immortal level civilization Yanhan. Back then, the main vein of Yanhan was chopped off by a certain powerhouse from the origin world, the main vein became weaker, and the major branch veins rose up. Eventually, the 3 main veins competed for the position of the main vein. This Blue Wei branch, Red Han branch, Green Wu branch are similar, all have Dao ancestor level strong, the 3 parties fight each other have victory and defeat, who cannot suppress each other. Later on, the peace that lasted for an unknown number of thousands of years. Everyone thought that there would be no more war, but it turned out that one of the Blue Wu branches had mastered the rules of the Great Dao. Then in less than a few days, the Red Han branch and the Green Wu branch were both destroyed. Only the sole Blue Wei civilization remained. That is, today's peak immortal level civilization, Wei. What does it mean to say this? Whoever holds the strongest power, his enemies must be finished. These Blue Star divine ranks used to belong to various countries, and if there was no Changyu, there might have been peace. But after the birth of Changyu, then the balance is not there, they are afraid of Changyu, and separation is inevitable. Fleeing for their lives is inevitable. Wow, what the 2 teachers said makes sense. Then what would you do if you were the Blue Star Divine Order? Nonsense, of course it's to surrender and hold on to Changyu's leg. This Blue Star Divine Order doesn't even have this much insight, what a waste. Don't look at me analyzing, but if I were a Blue Star Divine Order, I'd definitely be the first one to give clothes to Changyu. Just kidding, I can't even win lying down, so you Blue Star Divine ranks should go to hell earlier. How many civilizations can't give birth to such a level of existence as Changyu? This Blue Star human civilization was born, and the people in it don't even know how to hold a big leg? You say stupid or not? Chapter 114 We Have Hope? And in the 10,000 Worlds trading platform, a person named Li Tianyi sent out a post. I'm Li Tianyi from the Blue and White country's imperial capital, White City. In fact, I've asked His Excellency the Consul, he has no problem with you commoners returning, he knows that you're not volunteering, and this day, it may not be long before it passes. As Li Tianyi's post was sent out, in an instant, it caused countless Blue Star branch celestials to be surprised. Really? We can still go back? Ah, this is really great. Long live Long Yu. Long live Long Yu. Li Tianyi? The former head of the White City Vocational Division? Since he's the one who said it, it must be true. It's great, great. I want to go back even in my dreams. How long will it take? I can't wait, I want to go back to Blue Star so badly. I go, is this true? If it's true, that's really great, he just wants to come back. Long live Changyu. Long live Long Yu. The other side. Celestial Man Continent. The Hall of Human Emperors. Yang Ma was in a meeting. Opposite Yang Ma was a light screen, and within the light screen, there were several people wearing cloaks. No one knew who they were and which civilization they were from. They were now meeting with only one goal in mind, and that was to take out Changyu. Before, they didn't know about Changyu, they didn't understand him and didn't value him, so they ignored him. But now it doesn't work anymore. Changyu is too hot, he has too many posts within the 10,000 Worlds trading platform. The various deeds of Changyu were just mind-boggling and amazing. Changyu is not even at the divine stage yet, he has already killed gods, slaughtered immortals, and killed saints. And this was his achievement on the 6th day of entering the mythic world. In just 6 days, Changyu had reached such heights. Could this not make the major civilizations nervous? Can this not make major civilizations pay attention? So, what's happening now is that the major civilizations know about Changyu's existence and want to take him out. And now, Zhengyu hasn't even logged onto the worldwide trading platform yet, and he doesn't even know that his deeds have already been made known by countless civilizations of the heavenly fates. Now that they were in the dark and Changyu was in the light, this was the best time to assassinate Changyu. Tell me, according to your plan, how are you planning to get rid of Changyu? A cloaked man asked Yang Ma. Yang Ma replied blandly, using the peak betting card, I'll make a peak bet with Changyu. A cloaked man asked, a peak betting card from a god-level civilization? Are you trying to eat up the resources of the Blue Star universe and the corresponding mythic worlds? So that Changyu can't grow up? The version can't break through. Let Changyu get stuck in this realm of the god rank? Yang Ma nodded, right. Once stuck, Changyu will not be able to grow. A Changyu that can't grow, his upper limit is just like that. Moreover, I have already communicated with the civilization religion of the Blue Star civilization, and they will persuade the branches of the various countries to surrender. As long as the various countries' branch veins surrender, the Blue Star cosmic civilization will only have the main vein left. Then in that case. On the battlefield of civilization, one needs to capture the flag. Changyu alone, no matter how powerful he is, he can only occupy one flag. 10,000 years later, the civilization war between the Celestial civilization and the Blue Star civilization ends, and the Celestial civilization absolutely wins. This Changyu will then become a dog of my Celestial civilization. A slave. At that time, won't the life and death of Changyu be within my grasp? Yang Ma said, displaying his ambition. He knew how powerful Changyu was. If someone like Changyu, who was powerful and had unlimited potential, became a slave of the Celestial civilization, then the Celestial civilization would be able to frantically cultivate Changyu in the future so that Changyu would become stronger and open up territory for the Celestial civilization. Moreover, he had also prepared a gift for Changyu, that is, the surrendered divine ranks of the various countries. When the time came, Changyu, who had become a slave, would absolutely hate these various countries' godly ranks immensely. It was because of the divine ranks of these countries that Changyu had failed and become a slave. And by handing over the various countries' godly ranks to Changyu himself, he would definitely be able to calm Changyu's anger and make him sincerely work for the Celestial civilization. What is this called? Hit a stick and give a date. By the time. Relying on Changyu, the entire Celestial civilization will definitely step into the god-level civilization, or even the immortal-level civilization. Thinking about it, Yang Ma felt that his plan was really perfect. But those cloaked people disagreed after hearing this. They, the great powers of god-level civilizations and immortal-level civilizations. How could they not see Yang Ma's thoughts? In fact, they also wanted the Changyu. However, within these civilizations of theirs, the branch main veins were competing with each other too severely. If once they let Changyu intervene, at that time it would be whoever grasped Changyu, whoever grasped the civilization. This was something they were not willing to see. Therefore, there is only one purpose, to get rid of Changyu. We can't have it, and we can't let anyone else have it, much less any other civilization. What we want is to get rid of Changyu and just let Changyu die. A cloaked man said. You still want to collect Changyu? Oh, What do you want to do by accepting Changyu? Fancy the potential of Changyu? Ha! You remember, we invested in your celestial civilization to kill Changyu. If you can't get rid of Changyu, there's no need for the celestial civilization to exist. Another cloaked man said. Yang Ma smiled as he said, then what can I do? The only thing I can do to deal with Changyu is this plan. If you guys don't agree, fine, you can give a plan. Give me a way to kill Changyu. I'd like to see what other plan you guys can come up with that's more perfect than mine. A cloaked man said, I'll give the peak betting card of an immortal level civilization. This card can be used when two requirements are met. 1. Two civilizations are in the midst of a civilization war. 2. Both civilizations only have a main vein between them and no branch veins. And between you, you have exactly met 1, only 2 is missing. As long as the branch veins surrender to you, then you will be able to use this immortal level civilization prop peak betting card. Yang Ma asked, immortal level peak match gambling card, can you bet your life? The cloaked man nodded, a normal immortal level peak pair bet card certainly can't. Yang Ma taunted, your peak immortal level parley card is special? The cloaked man laughed contemptuously, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure Rule pen? It can modify the effects of items below the Heavenly Tao level. And the civilization prop immortal level peak match betting card in my hand is exactly what has been modified. It can directly bet on life. You represent the main lineage of the celestial civilization, and Changyu represents the main lineage of the blue star civilization. You two peaks betting against each other with attributes, one of you must die. Yang Ma sighed in his heart, it seems that his plan would not work after all. These people came from a horrible place. Changyu was targeted by these people, death is sooner or later. It's just a pity that such a natural talent. And his own plan, also by these people see through. What a pity, otherwise in the future, the celestial civilization might be able to surpass the civilization that these people are in. Yang Ma thought about it, but it doesn't matter, Chuanyu died, absorbing the upper limit of the Blue Star universe as well as the corresponding mythical world of the Blue Star universe can also raise the upper limit of the celestial universe and the corresponding mythical world of the celestial universe. And if he helped these people, the sweet dates that he deserves, they will also give. Yang Ma said, alright, just use your peak betting card. A cloaked man said, after it's done, I'll help you become a saint. Another cloaked man said, after the matter is accomplished, the celestial civilization, you can step into a god-level civilization. Another cloaked man said, after the deed is accomplished. Beside Yang Ma, space tore apart and a peak betting card that had been modified at the immortal level appeared. The meeting, too, ended at this moment. Now it's time to wait for civilization sex Wan Long. Yang Ma played with the peak match betting card, and in his heart, he thought to the sacred reverie. Chapter 115 The Road to Human Emperor. At this time, the post that Li Tianyi had made had completely caught fire in the 10,000 Worlds trading platform. Countless Blue Star branch celestials entered to leave messages. All wanted to return to Blue Star. They really didn't want to follow the divine ranks of the various countries. They wanted to follow Changyu. It was just like the White City. Great, we can finally go home. This day won't be long. Just wait for the Chuangyu Divine Order, and then he'll definitely pick us up and take us home. Blue Star is our home, we just want to go home. I knew that Changyu wouldn't abandon us. He's the one who's our human co-lord. I elect Changyu as the human emperor of my Blue Star human civilization. Right. Thinking that we can return to the blue planet in the future makes me happy. Ah, daughter-in-law, I'll be able to return to White City soon. You wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back. However, the development of things would always exceed everyone's expectations. Just when everyone was longing for the time when they could return to Blue Star in the future, a notice shattered their dreams of returning to Blue Star. All the divine ranks of the Blue Star human civilization conduct a civilization vote. The results of the vote are all passed. Blue Star human civilization's 238 civilization branches, all branches surrendered to Celestial civilization, becoming a subsidiary civilization of Celestial civilization, losing the qualification to enter the Blue Star universe's mythic world, and losing the qualification of the Blue Star universe's human race. Qualification to enter the mythical world of the Celestial civilization. Cosmic Nation breaks away from the Blue Star universe. The Rice Country is out of the Blue Planet universe. The Three Kingdoms leave the Blue Planet universe. The Chu Country is leaving the Blue Star universe. Blue Star Universe, 238 pillars of light rushed out of the universe, turning into a speck of dust and entering the middle of the sea of civilization. Attracted and accepted by the celestial universe, all 238 branches entered the celestial universe. In an instant, the Celestials who were originally still talking about wanting to return home on the planets of the Blue Star Universe were completely dumbfounded. 1 second they were talking about returning to the Blue Star and going home. The next second all of them betrayed the Blue Star Universe and came directly to the Celestials' universe, becoming vassals of the Celestials' civilization? My Nima, what is this? Divine ranks of various countries, are you guys crazy? No? What's going on here? Have you guys gone crazy? Betraying the Blue Star wasn't enough. Now you've betrayed the Blue Star Universe. Even if you guys betrayed it, why did you bring us along with you? What is this? What is this? I want to go home. I want to go back to Blue Star. What the hell is wrong with the divine ranks of the various countries? Are you guys having a seizure? Are you kidding me? Xuan Yu has said that he can let us go back, but you guys are still leading us to defect from the celestial universe? I want to go home. Why are you doing this to us? We don't want to betray Blue Star. We don't want to betray Blue Star Universe. Why are you making us take on these things that the god ranks have to do? What's wrong with us? Don't we ordinary people have any qualifications to choose at all? The god ranks of the nations are a bunch of losers. They can't beat Changyu in a fight, so they can only play these plots and tricks. Poor us ordinary people, we can only be reduced to being sacrificed material. All of our lives are controlled by these god ranks. Changyu. Kill them all. Why are you doing this to me? What's wrong with me just wanting to go home? What has Blue Star and the Blue Star Universe ever done to you? How dare you all want to defect? I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. You guys are just a bunch of trash among trash. This is great, not only did we fail to return to Blue Star. Now we're not even a branch of the Blue Star human race anymore. We'll just be the human race now, shown as the celestial human race affiliated human race. Proposed? The divine rank. You guys are just a bunch of. You can be a human and prefer to go as a dog. I despise these god ranks. Let me ask you, you leaders of various countries have surrendered. Have you ever thought about the generals who entered the battlefield of civilization to fight in the first place? Have you thought about them? Are you worthy of them? They were fighting in blood on the front lines. You guys are dragging your feet. Those who betrayed the Blue Star Universe, those who betrayed the Blue Star human civilization, would be you people. You guys are truly heartless. Blue Star, blue and white country, white city. A curtain of light appeared in front of the eyes of all the heavenly fates. They couldn't believe it either. The divine ranks of various countries would actually surrender to a celestial civilization? Are they crazy? How could it be like this? Another prompt appeared. Only the Blue Star human civilization of the Blue Star Universe is left with the Blue Star human main vein. The Blue Star human main vein will completely represent the civilization of the Blue Star Universe. Changyu will fully represent the civilization of the Blue Star Universe as the chief consul of the blue and white country. Changyu will begin the path of the human emperor. When the heavenly fates of the White City saw this scene, their hearts were both happy and sad. The happy one was that Changyu had become the person representing the Blue Star civilization, and Changyu had also opened the path of the human emperor, so he might be able to become the Blue Star human emperor in the future. Sadness is that the people of those countries in the past, all forced to become a subsidiary civilization of the celestial human civilization. Tens of millions of people in the White City, more or less, have friends, relatives, lovers in the field, in various countries. Before not sad, because can still meet in the mythological world, we are in the same universe, maybe in the future civilization unification, can still meet again. But what about now? Because of the vote of the divine rank of the various countries, it directly made all the human beings of all the branches become affiliated with the celestial civilization. All of them could not log into the mythological world of the Blue Star Universe, and all of them entered into the celestial universe. After this, how could we still meet each other? Moreover, everyone had always come out of the same Blue Star before. Even though the Divine Order unilaterally did not get along with Changyu. Everyone was a Blue Star person. Everyone was from the Blue Star Universe. But now, the people of the entire White City had nothing but hatred for the Divine Order of the various countries. My wife is still in Pale Blue City. My son is also still in Pale Blue City. The proposed various countries' divine orders. You really are You really are Return my girlfriend. Return my girlfriend My sister is still studying in the rice country Why are you doing this to us? Why? These god ranks are really out of their minds. How can they be like this? Don't be a good human and have to go and be a dog? Or to be a dog for the celestial civilization? Have you forgotten about our generals who died fighting on the battlefields of civilization? Hell, it's just too hellish. How can this be? Chuan Yu doesn't even pursue you guys much, but you guys are still doing this? These god ranks really do have pits in their brains. Ooh, my brother is still making adult movies in Sakura country, saying that he'll go home when he reaches the 10,000 people chopping mark, and now I'm afraid I'll never get another chance. At this time, Suyu also received the notice. This time, even Suyu was a little surprised. This group of people are crazy? It seems like I have never moved against you guys from the beginning to the end? Am I that scary? Or is it not because of me, but that you all wanted to betray the Blue Star universe in the first place? Suyu's person was numb. You guys just roll. What's the point of taking away people from various countries? How innocent are the ordinary people? Just because of your decision, from now on, you will no longer be the Blue Star universe human race, and from now on, you will leave your homeland. This Nima, you guys are also too much. At this time, a prompt appeared. Divine Order Advancement Task 2 completed, civilization has been unified. The path of the Human Emperor opens. Chapter 116 Human Emperor's Mission. Note, these 3 chapters are stormy, remember not to read them at night, you will not be able to sleep. Suyu looked at the information on the panel in his heart for a while oddly. Suyu thought of a short while ago, he obtained a lucky buff, and then he said that he wanted to unify the civilization of the Blue Star universe. As a result, now, the divine ranks of the various countries directly voted and brought all the human branches of the Blue Star universe to surrender to the celestial civilization, in which case, they were no longer branches of the Blue Star universe's civilization. And the Blue Star universe now only has the main vein of the Blue Star human civilization in existence, which can naturally be considered a great unified civilization. This caused Chang Yu a bit of a headache with the divine rank advancement task, and it was directly completed. This was also too lucky. Could it really be caused by a lucky buff? Suyu thought uncertainly. Suyu continued to look at the panel. Path of the Human Emperor? What is this? The information on the panel continued to surface. Congratulations, Heaven's Destined One Chuan Yu, you have been chosen as the Human Emperor seed of the Blue Star human civilization. Complete the civilization mission and you will become the Blue Star Human Emperor. Human Emperor, the supreme and sole leader of the human civilization. When you become a Human Emperor, you will be able to obtain the Human Emperor panel and open the Human Emperor profession. You will be able to build all kinds of civilization buildings and build the entire human territory. Lead the entire human territory to become stronger and ascend to the ultimate realm origin world. If you are not a human emperor and ascend to the world of origins, you must join a civilization power and become a pawn, limited by others in every way. Becoming a human emperor is a prerequisite for entering the origin world and becoming a chess player. Whether you become a chess piece or an existence that manipulates chess pieces is up to you. Suyu carefully looked at the Human Emperor's description and found that by becoming a Human Emperor, he could obtain the Human Emperor panel and even open the second profession of Human Emperor. Surprisingly, you can also build various civilization buildings, creating an entire human territory, and ultimately being able to ascend to the origin world? The more Suyu looked at it, the more he felt that this Human Emperor profession was a bit like a lord, but even more powerful than a lord. And, if one is not a human emperor and enters the origin world, one must still join a civilization power and become a pawn? Being limited by people in every way? Suyu thought that he would definitely have to enter the origin world in the future, and it was impossible for him to stay here all the time. Now seeing that entering the origin world and having to join a civilization power and become a pawn, Suyu was definitely unwilling in his heart. And becoming a human emperor would solve this dilemma. Seeing the end, Suyu found that becoming a human emperor was a prerequisite for becoming a chess executor, meaning that in the origin continent, it was likely to be a continuation of the fight between civilizations? A collision between civilizations and civilizations. Relying on one's personal power alone, one could not collide with an entire civilization. At this time, it would be up to the chess executioner to control the development of the civilization and become stronger? Suyu shook his head. This was just his own speculation. But no matter what, becoming a human emperor has no disadvantages, only benefits. Celestial Destroyer Chuangyu, are you willing to open the path of the human emperor? Suyu nodded, willing. With Suyu's certainty, before Suyu's eyes, the panel changed and a brand new panel appeared. The Road of the Human Emperor. By completing the following tasks, you will be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star Universe and become the human emperor of the Blue Star human civilization. Mission 1, Overthrowing the Buried Immortal Star. Description: Mythic world, in every era, a great calamity would fall and end the era. It causes every existence above the divine rank to be overthrown and turned into energy to circulate the heavenly Tao. Inside the buried immortal planet, there are all the immortal ranks that took the opportunity to sneak into the Blue Star Universe during the Mythic World's version of the Great Calamity, when saints merged with the Tao, or when they fought with the heavenly Tao. A saint transformed into the burial immortal star in the Blue Star Universe and became the burial immortal star heavenly Tao, becoming a refuge bay above the divine order during the version cataclysm, leaving the Blue Star Universe heavenly Tao helpless. In their bodies, they had been struck with Tao wounds by the Blue Star Universe heavenly Tao. By resolving them, energy can be circulated to the Blue Star Cosmic Heavenly Tao, causing the current universe as well as the Mythic World version ceiling to be raised. Reward: recognition by the Blue Star Cosmic Heavenly Tao. Mission 2, Kill a human emperor from another civilization. Description: in order to become a human emperor, after receiving the approval of the Heavenly Tao, one must go and kill a human emperor of another civilization before the Heavenly Tao can condense the human emperor fruit position. Reward: human emperor fruit position. Suyu looked at the descriptions of the two quests and realized. This world really isn't simple. You see, just the Blue Star Universe alone, there is a burial immortal star present in this. A saint became a buried immortal star and transformed into the heavenly Tao. Even the Blue Star Universe heavenly Tao can't do anything about it, and can only watch as so many existences above the immortal stage hide inside. Suyu thought of the previous greedy immortal sage. As well as that killing envelope. Killing envelope. Rating: Immortal rank. Description: the full force strike of an immortal rank powerhouse is stored inside, capable of instantly annihilating the soul and annihilating the physical body. When it detects that the person who touches it may be Changyu, it immediately triggers the release of the full force strike of an immortal ranked powerhouse. Evaluation: an immortal rank who doesn't know what he's doing is trying to kill Changyu. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. It seems that the Blue Star's Demon God Church has contact with these immortal ranks hiding in the buried immortal star. Suyu thought. At that time, Suyu was still thinking, where did this Blue Star Universe get the immortal ranks? They couldn't all be sent by the celestial civilization, could they? Now Suyu was clear. It could have come from the burial immortal star. Born. Suyu cursed, and in his heart, he was also quite aggrieved. When did he mess with the buried immortal star again? However, fortunately, the greedy immortal elder was also self-eating. Although he managed to take out Changyu, he also managed to take out himself. Who let him not have long use infinite resurrection. Suyu looked towards the second human emperor mission. Suyu frowned. This first buried immortal star was in the Blue Star Universe. If he spent some time, he could definitely find it and solve it. But to go and take out a human emperor of another civilization, this was honestly a bit difficult. So far, one hadn't been to any other civilizations, and one didn't even know how to get there yet. Lucky Buff, can you power up and let a human emperor come to die? Suyu pinned his hopes on Lucky Buff. After all, it wasn't long ago that Suyu had said that he wanted civilization to be unified, and as a result, the god ranks of all the countries ran away, and the civilization was directly unified. It would be good if it was the same this time. It would be best to have the human emperor of the celestial civilization come. Those who betrayed the Blue Star Universe, if they see that the human emperor of the civilization they defected to was killed by me, I'll see what they do. Suyu thought. At the same time. Celestial Universe, Celestial Continent, Human Emperor Hall. Yang Ma received a message from civilization teaching Wang Long. Immediately, Yang Ma's eyes revealed a flash of light. All surrendered? Good. After I settle Longyu, I'll let you all be buried with me. Previously, Yang Ma had planned to keep them, and when Changyu became a slave of the celestial civilization, he would then hand these people over to Changyu, so that Changyu would take revenge and follow him to the death. But now, the other civilization's great powers were unwilling. It had to be Changyu's death. Then. In this way. There seemed to be no use in keeping these divine ranks of the various countries that had defected over. Actually, Yang Ma also despised them in his heart. There is the use so thick thighs are not embraced. In fact, the various countries' God order also want but one step wrong, step wrong. Many times, the first step is done wrong, there is no turning back. There is no turning back from the bow. A prompt went off before Yang Ma's eyes. These divine ranks of various countries had already entered the celestial continent. Right now, Gu Qingfeng was leading them. But Yang Ma didn't want to see these betrayers. Whirlwind. He took out the peak matchmaking card. Chang Yu, go well. Chapter 117. Quickly stop the human emperor. In the celestial continent, a barren corner. 238 continents descended from the sky and filled the celestial continent. Here, there were divine ranks of the celestial civilization waiting for a long time. From now on, here, this is the territory for your activities. Without orders, do not cross the lightning pool at will. Otherwise, death. The divine ranks of the various countries nodded their heads in succession. At this time, Gu Qingfeng arrived. All of you Blue Star God ranks, come with me. According to the rules of surrendering the celestial civilization, I have to take you all to meet His Majesty the Human Emperor. By the major media, you will be interviewed by His Majesty the Human Emperor. What to say and what not to say, I think you guys should be clear. Gu Qingfeng said. The divine ranks of the various countries nodded their heads in succession. They were all old politicians, how could they not understand? This was to proclaim the human emperor, praise human emperor Yang Ma's achievements, and then discredit Blue Star Chanyu. These things, they used to, often used. Just nowadays. When they came to the celestial continent, they might not be able to use them. In the hearts of the divine ranks of the various countries, there was still a bit of despondency. But when they think about it, they can still rule over the civilians and the celestials under their hands, they feel okay. The power was still there, the strength was still there, and they were still ancestral people. On this journey, Gu Qingfeng didn't actually have a good face for the divine order of the various countries. After all, betrayers, they weren't treated well anywhere. Suddenly, amongst the Blue Star divine order, the emperor asked, say, what are you going to do with Chuanyu? The god ranks of the various countries perked up their ears and listened. Gu Qingfeng's face revealed a touch of pride as he proudly said, do you guys know about the divine rank civilization prop peak match gambling card? Using the peak match gambling card, a resource match is made, with the human emperor and Chuanyu battling against each other, and the winning side obtains the resources of the losing side. His Majesty, the human emperor, was trying to make Changyu lose and lose the resources of the Blue Star universe and the resources of the mythic world. In this way, the resources were reduced, and the upper limit of Changyu and the entire Blue Star human civilization was stuck, never able to continue to upgrade and become stronger. Now the civilization of the Blue Star universe Unification, Civilization War reopened, fight for civilization flag, the long you again powerful can only fight for a. The rest are not our celestial civilization? The war of civilizations is over, the long you lost, not become our slaves? At that time, Changyu can dispose of it however he wants. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a bad feeling rose in the hearts of the divine ranks of the various countries. Southern King Park Chang Li hurriedly asked, can we beat Changyu? Chuanyu can kill saints. Can His Majesty the human emperor win the fight? If you lose, this could. Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng's icy gaze came, and the pressure of the immortal rank directly caused the Southern King to kneel down. Gu Qingfeng coldly said, do you think that our human emperor Majesty hasn't thought about it? The power of Changyu is nothing more than the power of talent and occupation. It is possible to ban talents and occupations by using the peak matchmaking card. The two of them are in the realm of the divine ranks, and they are purely relying on their attributes to fight against each other, so what makes Changyu win? I'm telling you, His Majesty the human emperor is sure to win. Changyu will lose. In an instant. The god-ranked people of the various countries were dumbfounded. A thunderbolt exploded in everyone's mind. Buddy! Comparing attributes with Changyu at the divine rank? Do you want to be so heavenly? Do you know how many attributes Changyu has? Changyu is not yet a god, the full attribute is 16 trillion Ah. Why are you comparing your attributes to Changyu's? This is not crazy? King Understanding was furious and jumped straight to his feet. King Understanding hurriedly asked, you guys don't know Chanyu's attributes and you dare to compare with Changyu? Do you know what the attributes of Changyu are? How many attributes can you human emperors have at the divine rank? How dare you compare with Changyu? Gu Qingfeng said with cold eyes, how dare you? His Majesty the Human Emperor has been on the divine rank attribute list, and his full attributes reached a staggering 12,000 billion at level 1000. Chuang Yu is only at the 9th rank. Can his attributes be higher than His Majesty the Human Emperor? Are you kidding me? Moreover, Chang Yu's level was temporarily forced up to level 1000, and his full attributes would at most increase by 100 stars on top of the original. It's only $40 billion in total. $40 billion against $12,000 billion of His Majesty, how can Chang Yu win? Do you think that His Majesty is the same as you, at level 1000 are the same as you all attributes 100 stars? Ha! A bunch of stupid pigs. This was definitely a sure win. When the peak bet was made, the Human Emperor's attributes were back at the peak of level 1000, when the peak attributes of the Human Emperor at level 1000 was 1200 billion. And Chang Yu was forced to upgrade up, the full attributes only increased by 100 stars, that is, a total of 40 billion attributes. 40 billion plus the attributes of Chang Yu's 9th rank could be greater than His Majesty the Human Emperor's 1200 billion attributes? What kind of joke is this? The King of Understanding was on the verge of crying. It can't be like this. Just defected, this Human Emperor went to give his head to Chang Yu? King Understanding was so anxious that he jumped to his feet and hurriedly said, Chang Yu's total attributes are 16 trillion ah. Chang Yu hasn't even reached the divine rank yet, and his total attributes are 16 trillion. Quickly stop His Majesty the Human Emperor. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. What did you say? The rest of the god ranks immediately said. Quickly go stop Human Emperor Yang. We fought with Chang Yu in the peak tournament, his full attributes are 16 trillion. Quickly tell Human Emperor Yang. Don't go and send heads to Chang Yu. Gu Qingfeng man was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Are you guys being funny? You guys, do you have any evidence? There is. Look at the screenshot. Show you the system screenshot. Look for yourself. When Gu Qingfeng saw the screenshot, his face changed drastically. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng looked towards the emperor, and with one hand, he directly grabbed the emperor and forcefully read his memories. Scared, the divine ranks of the various countries backed away in a hurry. A few seconds later, the emperor became a little cutie. At that ABA. And after Gu Qingfeng read the memory, the person almost fainted. No? What's going on with this Chuang Yu? How could it be so heaven-defying? No. I have to report to His Majesty the Human Emperor immediately. We must not bet against the peak of Chang Yu. Shoo! Gu Qingfeng quickly rushed towards the Human Emperor's hall. It directly crashed into the Human Emperor's hall. At this moment, Yang Ma had already activated the peak match betting card, and as he was teleporting at the last second, he looked uncertainly at Gu Qingfeng, who was rushing in. Quickly stop, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. However, it was already too late. The puzzled Yang Ma disappeared into thin air. Gu Qingfeng stayed in place in a daze. Under his breath, he kept muttering, 16 trillion. 16 trillion. 16 trillion ah. The Celestials are finished. The celestial race is finished. And at this time, the god ranks of the various countries also came in. Their faces were not good either, but consoled. Don't worry about it, it's just a matter of losing a bit of resources. With other civilizations to help, we'll find a way to deal with Chang Yu then. Yeah, it's not like the gamble is life anyway. This time, after the young human emperor suffers a loss, he will definitely be more cautious when dealing with Chang Yu. Gu Qingfeng came back to his senses, trembling, and nodded, right. As long as His Human Majesty doesn't die, everything still has a chance. Gu Qingfeng did not know at this time that the peak match betting card used by Human Emperor Yang and Chang Yu to bet against each other was to bet on their lives. Not only were they going to be betting against the resources of each autonomous universe, as well as the mythic world. There were also the lives of the two. Human Emperor Yang Ma of the celestial human civilization and Chang Yu of the Blue Star Universe human civilization, only one could survive. Chapter 118 Let the superlative god rank come. Peak gambling notice, heavenly humanity tomorrow Human Emperor Yang Ma has opened the divine rank peak gambling. He will immediately engage in a peak bet with the Blue Star Civilization's human race, Chang Yu. Their levels have been temporarily leveled to 1000. This bet is based on attributes, supplemented by skills, and completely disables professions and talents. The content of the rules of the peak bet will be decided by the initiator. X3. Before the eyes of the celestial universe and the blue star universe's heavenly fates, this announcement was forced to pop up. In this instant, countless celestial fates were shocked. Celestial civilization. Isn't this the recently hot Changyu? His Majesty the Human Emperor actually bet against Changyu? Changyu can kill Saint Sa. No? A tribute bet? Then His Majesty will win for sure. He would have won. Attribute bets, our human emperor has been on the divine attribute rankings before. What can Changyu compare to His Majesty? Ha ha ha. This Changyu is finished. I read the posts in the worldwide trading platform and knew that Long Yu was very powerful, but I didn't expect. His Majesty the Human Emperor has actually opened up the peak match gambling. Now it's all about attributes competing against each other, and the probability of Changyu winning is extremely low. Peak betting is usually about resources. It seems like the resources on the side of Changyu are going to be all ours. Cool. If a large portion of the Blue Star Universe's resources are plundered, no matter how powerful Changyu is, he won't be able to grow. His Majesty the Human Emperor has won, the victory is assured. Poor Changyu. What's the point of being powerful? So what if he's even more heavenly? Facing our human Emperor Majesty, Changyu will have to suffer defeat as well. The heavenly orders of the various countries in the celestial continent also received this announcement. Done and done. No wonder these divine ranks took us on the run. It turns out that they already knew that human Emperor Yang Ma was going to make a move against Changyu. Attribute betting? Wouldn't that be the end of Changyu? Don't you hear that the sky is the limit? Don't forget, in our blue star, who was number 1 in the peak race? That's Changyu. Changyu's attributes are higher than those of the divine ranks of all the countries. What if Long Yu's attributes are higher than even human Emperor Yang Ma? Just stop dreaming, okay? As powerful as Changyu is, he's still a powerful mechanism, and as powerful as his attributes are, there's no way he can compare to human Emperor Yang Ma. Can people not know about this matter of the summit tournament? The fact that we can be brought here means that the godly ranks of various countries have defected to the celestial civilization. They had long ago informed human Emperor Yang Ma of Changyu's attributes, and that's why this peak match was opened. Otherwise you think it's such a coincidence. I can tell you in charge that this time, Changyu is really finished. Then so. Changyu is not finished? Why? Why are the divine ranks of the various countries dealing with Changyu like this? Changyu is the pride of our blue star. Now we're not even blue star people anymore, not even blue star cosmic civilization. Damn the godly ranks of the various countries. They're really doing whatever they can to deal with Changyu. This time, Changyu is really in trouble. I don't want Changyu to lose. The blue star universe is probably going to be finished. Blue star, blue and white country, white city. Today, they were the only human civilization left in the blue star universe. They had also naturally received the announcement of this pinnacle bet. Just now, the divine ranks of various countries had voted to run away to the celestial civilization, and now they had received a peak bet from the celestial civilization. It was hard not to think of something. Everyone, this time, was no longer optimistic. This is another conspiracy against Changyu. What can Changyu do now? How are we going to help Changyu? It's over, this group of defectors, it must be those divine ranks that told Yang Ma about Changyu's attributes, otherwise how would Yang Ma dare to open the peak bet? This group of born It must be a conspiracy between the divine orders of various countries and Yang Ma. On the other side, the major civilizations that sponsored young intercourse were also quietly paying attention. There were also people posting within the worldwide trading platform. No one thought that Changyu could win. This is a dead game. A dead game that was completely aimed at Yang Yu. The divine ranks of the various countries had just surrendered not long ago, and the pinnacle bet took place. It's still a bet on attributes. Changyu couldn't use his most mysterious talent or profession. Relying on his attributes alone, how could he possibly beat Yang Ma, who had made it to the top of the divine rank attribute list? Can't say. Changyu, this is a dead game, no solution. However, the person in question, Changyu. That is, Suyu laughed. Suyu saw the announcement and truly laughed. Lucky buff, really lucky. There really was a human emperor who had come to deliver death, and this person was even the human emperor Yang Ma of the celestial civilization. Suyu was not panicking at all at this moment. He knew how heaven-defying his attributes were. Moreover, Yang Yu also clearly knew that he could never lose. A flash of light passed by. Suyu then entered the peak battle space. At this time, Yang Ma was already here waiting for Suyu. He was incomparably confident. He was incomparably calm. He seemed to have already known the end of Changyu. And at this time, Suyu's body lit up. Suyu directly stepped into the divine stage. Of course, it was only temporary. Due to the rules of the Peak Gambit, you have temporarily upgraded to step into the divine rank. You have obtained temporary free attribute points, 400 stars. You can add attribute points to cope with the fight. Suyu looked at it, it's only 400 stars, what's the difference between this and an ordinary god rank? Hey, it would be good if I could trigger a buff effect. I remember that I would have triggered a buff effect in the peak battle space before. Suyu thought in his heart. Suddenly, a burst of prompts appeared. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. The 40 billion free attribute points you have temporarily gained have been increased by 10 million times. You have gained temporary free attribute points for billion stars for 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Surprisingly, it is possible? A temporary 40 billion attributes, plus a 10 million times increase in the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. It directly skyrocketed to 4 billion stars. To know, a star represents 100 million attributes. Then, Changyu can add points to the attributes of the real for 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000it's in the preparation stage. At this time, it seems that one's White Emperor blessing talent can still trigger it, right? Heavenly blessing. It can be triggered. Lucky buff, you just beg for blessings, leave the rest to me. Thus, Suyu hardened his heart and directly added all of his attributes to the physique attribute. Physique attribute plus 4000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. Your full attributes plus 40000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 level 1100% divine rank. Strength, 600000000 plus 42820 stars plus 40000000000000000000000000000 stars. Spirit, 6000000 plus 42820 stars plus 40000000000 stars. Physique, 600000000 plus 42820 plus 40000000000 stars. Agility, 600000000 plus 42820 plus 40000000000 stars. Free attribute points, 30 billion. Suyu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Good boy Lu. Good boy Lu. How else can one lose? 16 trillion attributes plus 16 billion attributes, come on, tell me, among the Divine Order, who can win me? Who is the most capable of fighting inside the Divine Order? Let's let the superior god rank come. What can you do if you are level 5000? At this moment, human Emperor Yang Ma, who was still unaware of everything, was smiling blandly. A look of victory. I have 12,000 billion attributes, isn't it easy to pin down you? Changyu? Are you ready? Seeking free gifts seeking free reviews Chapter 119, The Backhand. Chuanyu? Are you ready? Suyu listened, his face was odd, he himself was ready. 16 trillion attributes plus 16 billion. How about you? Suyu is actually very happy right now, 160 billion attributes How could this human Emperor Yang Ma be compared to himself? Suyu held back the ecstasy in his heart and said, there is no point in talking more, end it early. Yang Ma laughed, good, let's end it earlier. With the two confirming, the peak gambling officially began. A rule appeared in front of the two. Rule 1, the Peak Gambit officially begins, disable professions and talents, and focus on attributes. Rule 2, whoever loses, dies. The losing party loses 90% of the resources of the entire universe, and 90% of the resources of the corresponding mythological world. These were the 2 rules. Suyu looked at the rules with a surprised expression and said, "How dare you bet your life with me?" Yang Ma blandly said, "Winning you, isn't that easy?" Suyu smiled, 666. Yang Ma suddenly said, "Chuangyu, I actually appreciate you because you are very similar to me. I rose from the humble beginnings to unify the celestial civilization and become the human emperor. You, on the other hand, are now walking the same path as me. It's just a pity that you're just too excellent, and there's no civilization that can accommodate you and allow you to become so strong again. However, you shouldn't have any regrets. After you die, I will kill all the divine ranks of the various countries that betrayed you. As for the other heavenly orders, civilians, I will not harm them." Suyu seriously said, "Can't see that you are quite nice." "Yang Ma, I don't want to kill you either, I have a better way to dispose of you. However, the heavens do not fulfill one's wishes. In just 6 days, you reached this height. I don't think you're a reincarnation of some great power, you're just powerful in talent and occupation, you're just invincible in mechanism, you just reached this height in 6 days. Suyu, why? Yang Ma, if you are the reincarnation of a great power, how could you not bide your time? With such a high profile like you, it is impossible for you to be the reincarnation of a great power. Ah Changyu, in your next life, remember, keep a low profile. If a genius can't grow, he's nothing. The same goes for you. After you die, you are nothing." Yang Ma envied, "Chuangyu, in this life, you really wasted your talent and career. If it was given to me, I would have led the Celestial clan to step into the origin world. I would have fought my way into the origin world and become an overlord." Suyu couldn't stand to see him pretending like this anymore and said, "Do you really think you're going to win?" Yang Ma asked back blandly, "What else?" The conversation between the two ended, and in the sky of the peak battle space, a curtain of light surfaced. It was none other than the attribute comparison chart. Changyu vs Yang Ma. Strength, 6 million plus 42,820 stars plus 4 million stars. Changyu greater than 4,000 stars. Yang Ma. Spirit, 6 million plus 42,820 stars plus 4 billion stars. Changyu greater than 1,000 stars. Yang Ma. Physique, 6,000,000 plus 4,280,000 plus 4,000,000 stars. Changyu greater than 2,000 stars. Yang Ma. Agility, 6,000,000 plus 4,282 plus 4,000,000 stars. Changyu greater than 5,000 stars. Yang Ma. Yang Ma spread his hands and looked at Changyu, smiling blandly, "See the gap between you and me clearly." Suyu laughed, "Why don't you take a look at the attribute comparison chart before you say that?" Yang Ma confidently said, "It's hard to believe that you think your attributes are higher than mine?" After he finished speaking, he then raised his head and his eyes fell on the attribute comparison chart in the air. But when he saw the string of numbers, the confidence on his face instantly disappeared, his eyes froze, and then endless fear surged up. Yang Ma's voice trembled, how is this possible?" Yang Ma raised his hand, his fingers trembling, pointing at the string of unbelievable numbers. 4 billion stars for a single attribute? A total of 16 billion billion? This is impossible. Before the words left his mouth, he violently took a step back, his face pale, clearly unable to accept the reality in front of him. This is 160 billion full attributes. Immediately afterward, he seemed to think of something as he said, "It must be an illusion. I'd been hit by an illusion. Solve it." Yang Ma snapped, his figure shaking slightly as he quickly cast countless purification skills. Those skills that could undo illusions and negative statuses erupted almost in an instant. However, what happened next was a fact that caused Yang Ma to completely collapse. When he once again looked at the attribute comparison chart in the air, those numbers were still coldly and mercilessly suspended there, not changing in the slightest. Yang Ma completely collapsed. His face was pale, his feet involuntarily took a few steps backward, his eyes blank and unbelievable as he looked at Yang Yu, and then at those numbers, the shock in his eyes transformed into complete despair. So you just looked at him so faintly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ma bitterly laughed out loud a few times with endless self-deprecation on his face. So, the clown was actually myself. But, how is this possible? Yang Ma's voice was almost with a sobbing tone, his eyes were bloodshot, even Suyu could see his tears. This was the look of a gambler who had lost a bet after pokies. There was unwillingness, anger, aggression, as well as disbelief and shock. Yang Ma raised his head, almost frantically questioning, "You were forcibly raised up to the divine rank. This is still temporary. You can only possibly obtain 400 stars of free attribute points for you to distribute. How could you possibly possess 16 billion full attributes?" Suyu, however, said indifferently, "Is it still useful to talk about this nowadays?" Suyu blandly said, "How about it? Can you win against me with your 120 billion total attributes?" Yang Ma was bitter. "Win? What's the point of winning? This is not seeing any hope of winning at all." Yang Ma despaired, recognized the reality and said, "It's me who lost." Yang looked at Changyu and said, "Before I die, can I make a deal with you?" Suyu asked, "What kind of deal?" "I can tell you what civilization wants to get rid of you. You only need to promise me one thing and I will tell you all." Yang Ma said. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "First tell me what thing you want me to promise you." Yang Ma said bitterly, "After I die, please treat my clansmen well, don't drive them to extinction, and give the Celestial clan a little bit of salary. Can it? The bet is on your life, as well as resources. The Celestial race is safe in the Celestial universe. But one day, on the battlefield of civilization, the Celestial race will definitely lose to the Blue Star human race. Because there is you." So you looked at Yang Ma and said, "I remember you told me before that after I die, you will not harm other Celestials and civilians. I can guarantee you that one day after the Blue Star universe wins over the Celestials universe on the battlefield of civilization, and the Celestials become a subsidiary civilization of my Blue Star human race, I will not make things difficult for them." Yang Ma's lips moved slightly. "Thank you." Yang Ma continued, "The civilizations that are funding me to kill you are the divine level civilization eternal human race, void human race. Immortal level civilizations are the sword cultivator human race." Suyu made a note of these civilizations. In the future, all of them will have to be avenged one by one. Yang Ma laughed miserably, and immediately killed himself and admitted defeat. Suyu looked at Yang Ma's corpse, he had no sympathy. If Yang Ma did not die, he himself would die. "If you don't die, could it be that I die?" Only, Yang Ma's sense of responsibility of treating his own clan and trading with himself to protect his clan before he died as a human emperor, Suyu admired. At the same time that Yang Ma died, in the sword cultivation universe, a Dao ancestor named Sword or Presence slowly opened his eyes. "Located you. Die." A streak of sword light rose up and flew out from the sword cultivation universe, shuttling straight through the sea of civilizations. Countless civilizations were penetrated by this streak of sword light and countless people fell. And the destination of this sword light? It was none other than the Blue Star. Chapter 120 Version Update, Transformation into Immortality. At this moment, Suyu was still unaware that danger had quietly descended. Yang Ma committed suicide, so naturally, this pinnacle bet was considered a win for Suyu. In front of Suyu, a notice appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the Human Emperor Road Quest 2, you have obtained the Human Emperor Fruit position. Peak Gambling Notice, Heavenly Humanity Tomorrow Human Emperor Yang Ma has opened the Divine Order Peak Gambling, and the results of the Peak Gambling with Blue Star Civilization Human Race Chanyu have been released. Blue Star Civilization Human Race Chanyu has won. Celestial Civilizations Tomorrow Human Emperor Yang Ma was defeated and died. The Celestial Civilization will lose 90% of the resources of the main universe and its corresponding mythological world. Blue Star Civilization will gain 90% of the resources of Celestial Civilization's main universe and corresponding mythological worlds." This announcement instantly resounded in front of the eyes of all Celestial Civilization as well as Blue Star Celestial Destiny. It was just that this result greatly exceeded everyone's imagination. Surprisingly, it was Changyu who won. And Human Emperor Yang Ma actually lost? How was this possible? Wasn't this a battle of disabled professions and talents? Wasn't this an attribute-based matchup? So how did Yang Ma lose without his profession and talent? Even if he lost, why did Yang Ma die? And the bet was still 90% of the resources? In an instant, the entire Celestial Civilization and Blue Star Civilization went crazy. The Celestial Civilization went crazy because Yang Ma died and had to lose 90% of its resources. The upper limit of the entire civilization was cut to the waist. The Blue Star civilization was mad because Changyu had actually won, and the entire Blue Star universe would still get 90% of the resources, raising the ceiling by an unknown amount. An inexplicable feeling spread throughout the entire celestial universe. Countless amounts of energy disappeared at this moment. In the Blue Star universe, on the other hand, countless energies were suddenly born. All Blue Star celestials had an inexplicable feeling, similar to a sense of fulfillment, similar to the mood of having a wallet that originally only had $1 in it, but was now stuffed. In the celestial universe, countless celestial fates wailed. "No, Your Majesty the human emperor." How? How could it be? How could His Majesty the human emperor lose? Could it be that Chuan Yu's attributes at the divine rank could be even higher than His Majesty the human emperor's? How can this be possible? His Majesty has been on the divine rank attribute list, how could he lose to Chuan Yu? No. We're finished. Losing 90% of our resources and His human Majesty. Impossible? How could Chuan Yu win? Could it be that it's not talent or occupation that makes Chuan Yu great? Rather, it's attributes? And in the celestial universe, the heavenly orders of various countries naturally received the announcement. Chuan Yu won? It's really worthy of being Chuan Yu. Surprisingly, he won. Awesome Chuan Yu. Woohoo! The Blue Star universe gets 90% of the celestial universe's resources. The Blue Star universe took off. If we hadn't been forcibly taken away, we could have taken off with it. How come we didn't get a turn for any favors? Why are the people of White City so lucky? If we weren't taken along, even if we couldn't return to the Blue Star, we would still be able to enjoy 90% of the resources of the celestial universe and the Blue Star universe. Now it's fine, we can only enter the mythic world of the celestial universe, and now that 90% of the resources of the mythic world of the celestial universe are gone as well, we're completely wasted. Damn it, why is our luck so bad? These damned god ranks of the various countries. I'm really begging them, stop voting. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng was already speechless with grief. His Majesty, the human emperor, had actually died. How is this possible? The faces of the divine ranks of the various countries were all black. They didn't dare to think. Yang Ma had actually died. Dead is dead, they don't care, but after he died, the entire celestial universe as well as the mythic world would have to lose 90% of its resources. Losing that much resources, that would be better than the Blue Star universe as well as the Blue Star universe's mythic world. This time, they all broke their defenses. They thought in their hearts, what human emperor, not still trash? The god-level civilization behind the celestial human civilization, the immortal-level civilization can't do it either. It's still not possible to kill Chuan Yu. Waste, waste, waste. Now that the celestial civilization is ruined, what can we do? If this continues, before long, the civilization battlefield will definitely lose to Blue Star, and at that time, won't we have to become slaves of Blue Star's human civilization? Never allow it. We escaped in order to be human beings, but as a result, once we return to Blue Star we become slaves, and our masters are still the former Chu people. How can this be? At this time, Blue Star Universe, Blue and White Kingdom, White City. Originally, they thought that they had lost. Chuan Yu was going to be finished. As a result, now, bipolar reversal. Chuan Yu won. Yang Ma lost. And they, once again, lie to win, with the entire Blue Star universe and mythic world receiving 90% of the resources of the celestial universe and the corresponding mythic world. Once again, they were the lying winners, dog. My brother Chuan Yu has won again. Ha ha, we've won lying down again. This is the benefit of following Chuan Yu. Have you guys thought about it? Now that we've got 90% of the resources of the celestial universe as well as their mythological world, then in the future, we'll take off and they'll crash, so won't the godly ranks of the various countries that have just defected to the past be in bad luck? In the future, maybe, after the civilization war ends and the celestial civilization becomes our slaves, the god ranks of the various countries as well as the heavenly orders will all become our slaves as well? In that case, wouldn't they become clowns? Wrong. They are already clowns. Ha, Chuan Yu won, I'm going to share it on the worldwide trading platform. Soon. On the 10,000 Realms trading platform, a post appeared, causing many of the heavenly fates who had been following Yang Ma and Chuan Yu's peak bet to gather around. When they saw the announcement and realized that it was Chang Yu who won and Yang Ma who died, they were shocked. No? How did Chang Yu win? Isn't this an attribute-based matchup? What makes Chang Yu win? How did Yang Ma lose? I remember Yang Ma has been on the divine rank attribute list before, and among the countless divine ranks, he's also a top-ranked one. How could Yang Ma lose? This Chang Yu is really terrifying. Not only is Yang Yu's mechanism terrifying, his attribute values are also so terrifying. At this time, the Blue Star universe was undergoing unknown changes. The mythic world was also undergoing unknown changes. Degree Immortal Sect. Lu Changcheng looked at the realm-breaking pill in his hand, and ultimately shook his head. Suddenly, he felt a hint of looseness in his realm. This is? Lu Changcheng revealed a flash of surprise. The next second, the aura on his body shifted. The powerful superior god rank cultivation transformed into immortal rank cultivation in an instant. He had finally stepped into the first realm of the immortal rank, becoming an immortal rank. At the same moment, the entire Blue Star resounded with announcements. Version update complete. Mythic World version update announcement. Blue Star Civilization defeated Celestial Civilization in the peak bet and obtained 90% of the resources of Celestial Civilization's dual worlds. The Mythic World has broken through the upper limit, opening a new version, Transformation into Immortality. Current Mythic World version 1.3 Transformation into Immortality. Transformation of gods into immortals, open the immortal rank to all Celestials of the Blue Star. Mythic World Dao Injury Continent opens. The target for fighting monsters and upgrading has changed to targets with Dao wounds. All celestial fates can enter the Dao Wound continent through the Mythic World channel and kill the major Mythic World versions of the Great Calamity that escaped the outside and have Dao wounds on their bodies. The 4 clans' camps have completely failed and are about to be completely obliterated. After the obliteration, the 4 races' treasure chests will be distributed for the Blue Star human heavenly fates based on the contributions, and the previous 4 races' gold coins will be recovered. Su Yu was surprised. This is a version update? The last article of the Divine Order Advancement quest was also completed. Immediately going to be Divine Advancement. Chapter 121 Divine Rank. This time, the Blue Star Universe's service-wide announcement. Only the heavenly fates of the Blue-White Kingdom could see it anymore. The divine ranks as well as the heavens fates of the various countries were no longer human civilizations of the Blue Star universe, so they were unable to receive it. When the Blue Star divine fates saw this notice, all of them were ecstatic. The version has been updated. Targets with Dao injuries? What's a Dao wound? Immortal rank leveling is open. 666 but from now on, you can only upgrade by hitting targets with Dao injuries? And where is this Dao injury continent? Holy, the Dao Wound continent wouldn't require a god rank to enter, would it? Every update is because of Chang Yu. See, we are living a happy life, as long as we lie to win. Ha ha ha. Divine Order Advancement quest completed. You have been upgraded to level 1000 Divine Rank 0%. You have gained the Divine Rank mechanism. Attacks against you below Divine Rank are ineffective. You trigger a billion-fold increase in damage against those below God Rank. Only above God Rank or a special mechanism can kill you completely. You drop levels if you are killed by the same realm, down to level 1000. Your lifespan is bound to the mythological world you are in. You can remake earth, fire, wind, and water. You are born with all generalized skills below the Divine Rank. Your full attributes plus 100 stars. Your Mythic World's online time is restored to 6 hours. Service-wide announcement, Heaven's Destined 1 Chang Yu has reached the Divine Rank in only 44 hours, breaking the service-wide record and setting a new record for the fastest way to reach the Divine Rank. This service-wide announcement is hereby made to highlight Chang Yu's ability to warp the heavens and weft the earth. X3. Su Yu returned home, looked at the panel in shock and hissed. Oneself really just Divine Ranked. Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. This was really too good. 6 days of time, and he was Divine Ranked. Su Yu looked at the panel and realized that the God rank mechanisms were truly disgusting. No wonder these demigods of various countries would lose themselves after becoming God rank. These mechanisms were simply invincible to those below the God rank. It was impossible for those below the God rank to overthrow the rule. People like Su Yu, who possessed the profession of a homunculus division, were ultimately too few. The only thing Suyu felt regretful about stepping into the god rank was that the time to enter the mythic world had returned from 8 hours to 6 hours. If only I could be in the mythic world for 24 hours. As Suyu said this, he thought about the lucky buff. It's time for you to power up. Suyu continued to look at the panel and flipped to the version update, realizing that the new version's hostile targets had changed. Previously, it was the 4 races of monsters. Now it has become an existence with a Dao wound target only. Dao injuries, this Suyu was clear. Previously, the Road of the Human Emperor quest, there was one to overthrow the Burial Immortal Star. Within the Burial Immortal Star were all mythical world natives that possessed Dao injuries. They had run out while the saints were entangled with the heavenly Dao and hid in the Burial Immortal Star to circumvent the version of the Great Calamity. Not right. This version seems to make it impossible for ordinary Heaven's Destiny people to upgrade. It occurred to Suyu that the version Cataclysm was targeting existences above the divine rank. Then, those who possessed the Dao injury were all above the divine rank, and at the very least, they were all of the immortal rank. That is to say, in this version, the weakest little monsters may all be of the immortal rank. This is something that only he can handle. All the other heavenly fates, there is no way to upgrade. Suyu guessed that this version of transformation into immortality would not be for a god-level civilization. Only god-level civilizations have a large number of immortal ranks. To a god-level civilization, those who had not awakened were the bottom, the god rank was the ordinary people, the immortal rank was the elite, and the saints were the rulers. Such a civilization was only suitable to survive in this mythological world version of god transformation into immortality. It seems that blindly upgrading the mythic world version will result in a civilization that can't keep up. At this time, the panel changed. A reminder surfaced. Gold coins of the 4 races, idols, and other version props have been recovered. Celestial Destroyer Changyu, you have played an absolute role in this version update. Your contribution to the battle between good and evil is 99.999%, and you are hereby rewarded with a Heaven's Path level career advancement book. In light of your special status as Emperor of Man, it will be opened for you, the Book of River Luo. You can enter the Book of River Luo and ask the Spirit of River Luo for information. Heavenly Dao Grade Career Advancement Book? Suyu was immediately shaken and immediately opened his backpack, looking at this Heavenly Dao Grade Occupation Advancement Book. Heavenly Dao Grade Occupation Advancement Book. Rating, Heavenly Dao Grade. Description: using it can raise one's awakened occupation limit to Heavenly Dao Grade. Evaluation: in Mythic World 1.3 Transformation into Immortality version, this is one of the top treasures. It can raise the occupation ceiling and the occupation's characteristics are enhanced. What are you waiting for? Suyu immediately used the Heaven's Path level profession advancement book on the Homunculus Master profession. You are using the Saint Grade Profession Advancement Book. Your profession Tongue Master has had its ceiling raised, and is rated as Heavenly Dao Grade. Master Tonggui. Occupation rating, Heavenly Dao Grade. Occupation characteristic description: a random target that wants to kill you takes the non-lethal damage you receive on your behalf, but the source of that damage will be transformed into you, and that damage triggers a 10 million times increase. If there is no target that wants to kill you, that damage is transformed to whoever inflicts non-lethal damage on you, 10 million times bounces back and you take no damage. If you are killed, the target who killed you dies immediately. And all those who have the ability to kill you and want to do so die along with you. And the source of the damage becomes you. The criterion is trying to kill Suyu Chuangyu. After you die, you can take your memories with you and reincarnate infinitely. Occupational evaluation: a Heaven's Path level Homunculus Master has never appeared so far, and you are the first. But as seen in this career trait description, very powerful. It perfectly solves the shortcoming that a Homunculus Master can only unleash his abilities when he dies, and grants the Homunculus Master the ability to be reborn. Suyu was shocked as he looked at the description of this Heaven's Path level Homunculus Master. Suyu did not expect it to be this powerful. I'm tired. This is simply ridiculously strong. First of all, the first description is very strong. Take all non-lethal damage for you. That is to say, Suyu in the future, facing not fatal injuries, will never be able to bear the injuries. If you face fatal injuries, then, Suyu died, directly let all want to kill Suyu, has the ability to people, all die together. The key bar, dead can also be unlimited reincarnation. Is this the power of a Heavenly Dao level Homunculus Master? It's too easy. When Suyu thought so. Suddenly, sensing something, his cold hair exploded and immediately rushed out of the blue star. A brilliant to the extreme sword light directly enveloped Suyu. The next second, Suyu died. This sword light was originally going to continue to chop at the blue star and destroy it. But in a split second, it disappeared. In the next second, Suyu was resurrected. Standing in place, he looked at a message with an odd expression. Immortal rank? Saints? Tao ancestor? Aha, so many people want to kill me. Why bother, all of them are cool. Trying to kill me and still possessing the ability to kill me, then you all deserve to die. Okay, I sincerely apologize for offending everyone in the last chapter. I'm sorry. I don't have any saved drafts, I'm all about coding today and posting in the wee hours of tomorrow morning. I'll code today for tomorrow. I think the first few chapters are pretty cool if you read them in one sitting, because I can be cooled myself when I write them. I'm the author, I know the plot ahead very well, so I was really feeling good when I wrote it. But I didn't expect that you guys didn't get it and felt watered down. But there's really no way, many steps look watery, but if you don't write it, then it's really cool. I'm not a full-time author. I graduated from college last year, and now I'm working as a technician in a carbon fiber self-propelled factory, and I get off work at 10 o'clock every day piecework, and I follow the employees off work together. You guys think that 6,000 words is very little, but this is actually in the factory with my cell phone to secretly code, as well as back home to continue to code the results. This is really not a mess out of the code, are all heart and soul. I'm either working or coding all day long, and I have no time to spare. In February, I wrote 4,000 words a day, and this month I wrote 6,000 words because I have full attendance, and 6,000 words can be $200 more than 4,000 words, so I'm in the factory, and I'm tired inside, I have to write. I've been changing my writing in the wee hours of the morning, and I'm still revising when there are bugs, and I've been reading all the comments you've posted, and I've been taking them seriously. But there are some things that I can only try to change. What I said before about the teaser and stuff, it didn't work well and caused everyone to be disgusted, probably because of the spoilers, so they found the episode boring. In the future, except for this chapter, I won't be posting anything unrelated in chapters after this. The words in parentheses 480, remove these words, there are still 2,000 body text, did not use this water, only as an explanation. Finally, thank you all for your support. Next, I will continue to write hard and live up to everyone's expectations. Love you all. Chapter 122, Becoming Stronger Without Doing a Thing. You've been killed by the sword. The professional trait of the homunculus master is triggered. Sword or gene and all beings who want to kill you and have the ability to kill you will all die immediately. Kill list, sword or gene, heavenly void saints, dark sky saints, and 1,800 trillion other heavenly fates. Dao level talent triggered. You are resurrected to your peak state. Suyu looked at the stream of information that kept appearing, one was truly numb. That said, did I really mess with you guys? Do you Tao ancestors and saints as well as the 1,800 trillion heavenly fates want to kill me so badly? Ah, buddy? This boring thought of yours ultimately caused you guys to fall. Suyu shook his head, if you guys don't kill me, how will you all die? Suyu continued to look down. Because there is still a lot of information. Same rank division occupational trait trigger. You may choose to reincarnate with your memories and be reborn into other mythological worlds. You have declined. Suyu was surprised to find out that this time, how come he was the one who revived himself first before triggering the reincarnation option? It couldn't be because of the necrotic state, could it? The necrotic state is a special state, where any attack is ineffective and is in absolute invincibility. In this state, even the triggering of the Dao level talent infinite resurrection has to wait for the end of the necrotic state to be triggered after one's actual death. Now that the profession has been upgraded, it has become an immediate death again, without the necrotic state, so as soon as Suyu died, he triggered it directly and was directly resurrected. But the miraculous thing was, Suyu could also choose to reincarnate to other worlds now that he was alive. Of course it was impossible for Suyu to be reincarnated, the difference between reincarnation and direct resurrection was too great. Reincarnation is reincarnation and rebirth. Resurrection was a direct full-state resurrection. This must be a very large difference. Suyu was very clear that if he really had to use reincarnation someday, it would definitely be when he was sealed and was unable to escape somewhere, then he could only be reincarnated into another world to start over. Therefore, reincarnation could only be used as a final hand. Suyu continued to look down. Immediately, Suyu's face looked odd and wanted to laugh very much. You You have killed targets possessing Dao wounds, pride immortal, lust immortal, overeating immortal, rage immortal, laziness immortal, jealousy immortal. You have gained heaven's Dao rewards, 6 super divine level treasure chests of your choice, 20 billion treasure chests of your choice, and a large amount of experience. You have triggered a talent. You have gained treasure money 20 billion, triggering the effect of 10 million times increase. You have gained primordial gold coins, 20. You have triggered the effect of the experience 10,000 times harvest buff. You have gained an increase of 100,000 times the value of your experience, and you have upgraded to 1,600 levels. You have gained free attribute points, 60,000 stars. You have gained free attribute points, 60,000 stars. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. The free attributes you have gained have been increased by 10 million times, and you have gained free attribute points, 600 trillion stars. Ha ha ha. So you really wanted to laugh. Obviously, these ones with Dao injuries were, at a glance, immortal ranks that had sneaked out of the mythical world and were hiding in the burial immortal star. These immortal ranks actually had a deep hatred towards themselves as well? It seemed like I hadn't offended them. How could they even think of killing me? Laughing to death really deserved it. In fact, there were many other people who wanted to let Changyu die. But they didn't have that strength, so they didn't even have the qualifications to be buried with Su Yu. These people have the strength and the idea to want to kill Zhanyu, and they can also kill Zhanyu, so these people are qualified to be buried with Zhanyu. But unfortunately, they didn't have the infinite resurrection of Changyu and could only die in vain. Just die, and contribute so many rewards to me. You people are also too good. Ha ha. So you laughed out loud. 6 super god tier treasure chests, and a large amount of experience, treasure money. It even triggered the experience, attribute, and treasure money buffs, and talent effects. Giving himself 20 original gold coins. Directly upgraded to level 1600, got 60,000 star free attribute points, and triggered a 10 million times attribute increase to 600 billion star free attribute points. Knowing that the total of 16 billion star attributes just raised by Changyu were all fake, none of them were permanent, and when the peak bet was over, all of these attributes disappeared, and Su Yu fell back to the 9th rank. But now, Su Yu has become a true god rank, directly getting 600 billion stars of god rank attributes. According to normal, the divine rank only gets 100 star free attribute points for 1 level, and they only get 60,000 star free attribute points for 1,600 levels. And what about Chuanyu? 600 billion stars. This is the difference. Su Yu took a deep breath and looked at his panel and realized that he still had 30 billion free attribute points that he didn't use, so Su Yu added all of his free attribute points to the strength attribute. Strength attribute plus 600 billion stars plus 30 billion. Your attribute has increased, triggering the White Emperor's Blessing talent effect. Your full attribute plus 600 billion and 30 billion stars. And Su Yu's attribute panel, at this moment, also changed. Su Yu. Nickname, Changyu. Talent, Infinite Resurrection Great Dao level, White Emperor's Blessing Heavenly Dao level, Treasure Money Millionfold Harvest Saint level, Eye of Insight Saint level. Occupation, Divine Rank Heavenly Dao Grade Tonggui Master. Level, 1685% Divine Rank. Strength, 49,220 stars plus 6,000 months. 100 million attributes equals 1 star, 100 million stars equals 1 month. Spirit, 49,220 stars plus 6,000 months. Physique, 49,220 stars plus 6,000 months. Agility, 49,220 stars plus 6,000 months. Free attribute points, 0. Occupational skills, Snare Heaven's Way level 9, Same Death Heaven's Way full level. General skills, Vertical Earth Golden Light Immortal rank level 1, Blood Sacrifice 9th rank level 1, Negative Purification Divine rank level 1, Complete list of general skills ranks 1-9 full level. Civilization skills, Holy level Treasure Chest Synthesis Special, Super God level Treasure Chest Synthesis Special. Permanent buffs, Attribute 10,000 times Harvest, Experience 10,000 times Harvest, Attribute 100 times gained, Experience 100 times gained, Saint Without Fear, Attack damage 100 times increased, Lucky buffs. Equipment, Delusion Breaking Immortal Sword Super God Grade, Magic Power Source Super God Grade, Stone Spirit Monster Clothes God Grade. Treasure, Book of River Luo Human Emperor. Leveling Mechanism, Divine Rank Mechanism. Original Gold, 20. Su Yu realized that the original attribute had changed from a star to a moon. The original was 100 million attributes equal to a star, now it was 100 million stars equal to a moon. As for Suyu himself, he was now 6,000 stars, which was equivalent to 600 billion attributes. It could be said that at the divine rank, Suyu was almost without an opponent. Because the moon is an attribute of the immortal order. It does not belong to the divine order. That is to say, the upper limit of the divine order is below 100 billion attributes. Of course, this was talking about the normal god rank. Suyu belonged to the abnormal god order, and just by ascending 600 levels, he had already exceeded the sum of all the god order attributes that a normal god order could obtain by upgrading to. The gap between man and man was that big. The gap between a god and a god, that would be. The gap between human and human is so big. At least in the divine rank, Suyu singles out, Ben is invincible. This key bar. In fact, Suyu did not deliberately go to upgrade, these people are looking for death themselves, they send their own door, they want to die, send rewards to him to upgrade. How can this be said? Suyu looked at the 20 primordial gold coins that he had obtained. These gold coins, they can all add points. Attributes, talents, professions and so on could be added. Last time, Suyu had given the homunculus division profession and raised the lower limit slightly. It made the necrotic state longer. This time, for whom? Anyway, this time, Suyu did not intend to add points to the profession. The upper and lower limits of a Heaven's Path ranked homunculus division's profession were already strong enough. There was no need to continue adding points to waste primordial gold. Chapter 123 Inventorying Targets. Suyu thought carefully, in fact, there was no need for the primordial gold coins to be used right now, because he also remembered that he had obtained a Dao Money Mystery Realm scroll, which allowed him to enter the Saint-level Dao Money Mystery Realm. The primordial gold coin should also be able to be converted into Dao Money. One primordial gold coin was 100 million Dao Money, and these 20 primordial gold coins were 2 billion Dao Money. Obviously, this 2 billion Dao Money to enter the Saint-grade Treasure Money Secret Realm was definitely not enough. According to Suyu's conception, at least 10 trillion Dao Money, that is, 100,000 original gold coins, before he dared to enter. Last time, in the district's 9th-ranked Treasure Money Secret Realm, Suyu entered with 150 billion treasure money, and as a result, he immediately spent it all. If Suyu had a little more precious money at that time, then Suyu would have been able to raise more. Now, using the primordial gold coin, it was true that it could raise the lower limit as well as the upper limit of the other abilities, but the raise was definitely not much. Suyu looked at his panel, and suddenly, he realized that on his panel, there was no plus sign at all, indicating that these 20 primordial gold coins could not be added at all. Huh? Why is this? Suyu was puzzled and guessed, could it be because the amount of primordial gold coins used has to increase after every reinforcement? Suyu continued to look at the panel, looking at his panel today, where it was different. Suddenly, Suyu realized that his vocational skills, all of them had become Heaven's Path level. But the names of the skills did not change. It seemed that the skills had been strengthened to the Heavenly Dao level. Suyu checked the effects of these two profession skills. Sneer. Grade, 9. Rating, Heavenly Dao grade. Effect, passive skill. When you laugh, whoever has ill intentions towards you will lose part of their sanity. If the other party is by your side, they will lose most of their sanity and go all out to attack you. Evaluation, professional skill of a Heaven's Path level homunculus master. Very counterintuitive. All you have to do is smile every day, and those who have ill intentions towards you will pay the price. Smile often and bad people will die naturally. Same death. Grade, 12. Rating, Heaven's Path level. Effect, passive skill. You can bind all non-specialized targets you see. Targets bound by you will be affected by occupational traits. Evaluation, if you're nice to me, I can get you killed. Completely solves the problem that a Heaven's Path level homunculus master can only homunculus targets that are hostile to you. Suyu looked at the description and directly laughed. These two skills had directly become Heavenly Dao ranked, and the effects had actually become really more powerful. And all of them became passive skills. Know what a passive skill is? It's a skill that is automatically triggered. In the end, a talent was just a special passive skill. For example, sneer. Now they just need to smile. Those who want to have bad intentions towards themselves will lose part of their sanity. If these people are very close to Suyu, can see Suyu, then will directly lose most of their sanity, and will go all out. Boilu, this passive really good diltia. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose and sneered twice. I wonder which people are going to be unlucky. Suyu thought in his heart. After the same death skill was raised to the heavenly Tao level, there was no longer a limit on the number. As long as it was something that one saw, one could bind it. Right now, Suyu's heavenly Tao level same Death Master is targeting the existence of people who have bad intentions towards themselves, want to kill Suyu, can kill Suyu, and can sue you. If this is added to it, it all comes together. Even if you don't have the ability to kill me, I can still make you be taken away by the homunculus division occupational ability. It can be said. These two skills, elevated to the heavenly Tao level, were already really extremely heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. It really deserves to be heavenly Tao grade. Suyu looked all the way down his panel. Suyu saw a supreme treasure, the Book of River Luo. This was the exclusive supreme treasure of the human emperor. Suyu opened his backpack and immediately saw the Book of River Luo. Suyu took it out. Book of River Luo. Rating, Heavenly Tao Grade Supreme Treasure. Binding, Human Emperor temporarily unavailable, must formally complete the Human Emperor Road Quest. Description, entering the Book of River Luo, the spirit of River Luo is visible, and any information you want can be obtained from it as long as you pay the price. Evaluation, a supreme treasure possessed by all human emperors. Used to obtain information. This was used to sell information? Moreover, he could not use it himself now, he had to overthrow the burial immortal planet before he could become a true human emperor. Suyu put away the Book of River Luo. Obviously, this thing was definitely useful, just that he could not use it himself for the time being. Suyu opened the 10,000 Worlds trading platform. He wanted to see, in here, if there was any exchange of primordial gold coins for Tao money. Soon, Suyu realized that there was this function. 110 million treasure money to exchange 1 Tao money. 110 million Tao money exchanged for 1 primordial gold coin. 1 primordial gold coin for 1 billion Tao money, 1 billion treasure money. It was good that it could be exchanged. In that case, one would exchange a large amount of Tao money to enter the holy grade Tao money mystic realm when the time came. Suyu went and made himself a cup of Bodhi enlightenment tea, and while drinking it, he thought about what else he had to do now. 1. Revenge to fund the civilization of the celestial race, if this. Perhaps the plotters among them have already died under their own heavenly Tao level homunculus division occupational characteristic, but who can say if they are dead or not? If one meets them in the future, one will definitely have to ask for an explanation. 2. Overwhelm the burial immortal star. This was one of the things that one had to do for one's human emperor road mission. Gotta find a way to do it. 3. Collect Tao money, enter the saint level Tao money secret realm, and become stronger. This one definitely has to be done. It was just that it required going to kill existences that possessed Tao injury targets in order to do so, which meant that one had to enter the Tao injury continent. If one can find the burial immortal star and solve the targets in the burial immortal star, then one can also get very much Tao money. It's just that I don't know how many immortal ranks there are in the buried immortal star, and how many there can be. 4. The source of magic power. If possible, Suyu also wanted to collect the magic power source spring. A Tao treasure that could be targeted by the top forces of the origin world was definitely not ordinary. Of course, one had to live within one's means. 5. Sister Su Qingshue's whereabouts today remained unknown. Although one's guess is that she is in the civilization battlefield, it is only one's guess. Previously asked Li Tanny and others, nothing, cannot find out information. And Chu has already flown away, all kinds of information can't be checked at all. When the time comes, ask the Book of River Luo to find out exactly where it is. 6. Collect divine grade attribute fruits. Suyu now has a god-level attribute fruit. Eating it increases the attributes by 10%, a total of 5 can be eaten, increasing the attributes by 50%. Suyu intends to eat it when he is at the superlative divine stage, so he has to go and collect 5 of them. 7. Sublimation Blue Star. Blue Star is only level 4 now, at best it is a level 4 civilization, which is really too bad. Moreover, the more times the Blue Star is sublimated, the more benefits it will have for Suyu, such as those buffs, special skills, and so on. 8. Tao Wound Continent. In the future, you have to enter the Tao Wound Continent every day and kill those people in order to upgrade and get props. It can be said that this is the main task. Suyu thought. 9. End the civilization war. Now the celestial race is already ruined, because the 18 trillion heavenly fates that died are almost all of the celestial race's immortal ranks. There was no need for Suyu to wait 10,000 years, he had to think of a way to end this earlier. Otherwise, what if one day, he was trapped in the mythic world? At that time, 10,000 years later, if the blue star human race was not competitive and lost, then wouldn't he become a slave? 10. Maintaining first place in the summit and qualifying matches. Well, this one was actually the easiest. Now I'm the blue star, who dares to fight with themselves. There were rewards for staying number 1, and there were also buff effects that could be triggered. This could also boost Suyu's attributes as well as his rank quite a bit. Suyu took stock of the situation. It was surprising that he had so many things to do. Hey, I'm a bit busy. Tomorrow will be the 7th day, I have to cheer up, strive for 7 days of immortal rank, 8 days of sage, 9 days of heavenly Tao, 10 days of great Tao. Suyu fantasized. One drink of the Bodhi enlightenment tea in the cup. The light of upgrading instantly appeared. Chapter 124 Shock. Suyu did not know at this time that he was now completely on fire in the 10,000 Worlds trading platform. Because 10 minutes ago, in the sword cultivation universe, on the other side of the starry sky, a civilization port that looked like the Milky Way hanging was situated here. Billions of stars were dotted about, and the civilizations that came and went were in an endless stream. The Tao ancestor of the sword cultivation human civilization, Jian or Jean, was waiting for an old friend here. Throughout the civilization port, there were countless powerful female sword cultivators standing in a solemn and grand manner. These female sword cultivators were powerful, each and every one of them was at the immortal rank. At the forefront of the female sword cultivators, there were also 9,000 saints standing. It was hard to imagine that the topmost saints in a god-level civilization would have to serve as greeters in an immortal-level civilization. In a god-level civilization, there were only 9 saints. But in an immortal-level civilization, saints could not be said to abound, but they would never be few. Each of them stood behind the Tao ancestor sword or engine, and the might of the saints was gone. This kind of battle attracted the shock of countless heavenly fates of the affiliated civilizations that came and went, coming to make pilgrimages and pay tribute. Immortal steps are everywhere. The towering saints here actually didn't even dare to release a trace of their might. Is this an immortal rank civilization? Is this the might of the Tao ancestor sword or today? It is desirable. An existence that can make a Tao ancestor way here is definitely a Tao ancestor as well. I've heard that it's the devil summoning Tao ancestor. Devil summoning Tao ancestor? It's that devil summoning Tao ancestor who once resisted a Tao ancestor's attack together with the sword or present Tao ancestor, who was still at the saint stage and didn't die. Yes, that's him. It seems that something great will happen. In this life, it would be great if I could be spirited with Tao ancestor Jian or Jean and make billions of civilizations come to the court for an audience and open up an immortal level civilization. This old friend of Jian or Jin's was the devil summoning Tao ancestor from the devil summoning universe, the Eastern Devil Summoner. The two had once made a great name for themselves together in the Tao Injury continent and had life and death friendships. Later on, they both stepped into the saint level, and together they received a random strike from a Tao ancestor without dying, completely shaking the entire Tao Injury continent with their fame. Since then, the relationship between the two was as close as brothers. Now, both of them had become Tao ancestors, and had established civilization ports with each other in the vast sea of civilizations. The two major civilizations, too, had formed an alliance. Among the nearby civilizations, they were true overlords. The civilizations that had been conquered by them were already too many to count. Today, the two of them were meeting mainly to discuss an extremely important matter with regards to the Tao Injury continent. Coming. A smile appeared on Jian or Jin's face. Ahead, in the harbor passage, a silhouette dressed in black gradually appeared. The visitor was bland and unassuming, not erupting any powerful aura, except for his eyes, which were like black holes, intimidating. Brother Origin, it's been a long time. Eastern Evocation Demon said with a smile. Sworder Jean also smiled and said, Dongfang, today you and I will not get drunk. In the palace above the stars, the two sat and talked. Soon enough, they chatted about things regarding the Tao Injury continent. The source of magic power that the Vengeance Group is searching for, I heard that it has appeared in the Tao Wound continent. Jian or Jean whispered, even looking at the sky as he said it. Eastern Evocation Demon frowned, the source of magic power. Brother Origin, it's best not to intervene. Eastern Evocation Demon admonished, the magic power source spring is extremely involved. From the news I've received, besides the Vengeance Group, there are also 7 great heavenly Tao civilizations that are also searching for this hybrid infinite air tripod. It is said that whoever can get it will be able to control the final rules of the great Tao, dominate the origin continent, and control all civilizations in the sea of civilizations. This kind of item is not something that you and I can dabble in. Jian or Jean said, this I naturally know. It's just that, this time, the magic power source fragment that appeared in the Dowagery continent was synthesized from more than 60,000 fragments. With your talent profession plus my talent and profession, maybe. Oriental Evocation Demon saw his appearance, knew that he wants to be a gambler, so immediately changed the topic, said, or Jean brother, do you know the long-standing you? Jian or Jean, naturally, I know. Oriental Summoning Demon said, this Chang Yu is really a heavenly wizard, not into the rank can kill the divine rank, now even saints can be killed, this son's talent and occupation is truly heaven-defying, I'm not as good as. I intend to find this Chang Yu and find a way to accept him as a disciple, accepting him as a vassal of my devil summoning universe for my use. Sword or present but laughed, that. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint brother devil summoning. The Eastern Demon Summoner raised his eyebrows, what, you want to snatch Chuan Yu from me? Then I can tell you, he's mine, I'll take this person. Jian or Jean shook his head and said, no, what I mean is that he doesn't have this blessing anymore. Ah Dongfeng, you're too late. What do you mean? I mean, Chuan Yu is going to die. Just a short while ago, I located Long Yu and chopped out a sword arm that crossed the sea of civilizations towards the civilization Long Yu was in. In a few minutes, he's going to die. Eastern Evocation Demon was shocked, are you crazy? There are so many civilizations in the sea of civilizations, and you dare to flaunt it like that? Not afraid to return to the same division? This is ignoring the rules of equivalence, whoever kills dies. Even the Great Tao is no exception. Sword or Jean, however, confidently said, don't worry, I've already verified it with props, the trajectory of my sword definitely can't touch a homunculus master. What props? Eastern Evocation Demon said suspiciously. One must know that in the entire sea of civilization, almost no one dared to be like Jian or Jean. In case they got a homunculus master killed, no one could save them. Because the profession of a homunculus master was one of the great Tao recluse. Having one of the highest authority. This was not a secret in the sea of civilization. It seems to represent death, but it actually represents life. There are the same return to the teacher, can let the weak civilization to continue. It is only through the existence of the master of the returning master that many civilizations have been able to develop to this day. There are the same return to the division, once the death of civilization will end. Therefore, no one dared to be as arrogant as Jian or Jean. Sword or Present smiled and took out the props. Occupation Scouting Book. Rating, Heavenly Tao. Description: you can probe the occupations possessed by civilizations. Enter the rating and the occupation party can be queried. Default occupations and ratings only. If you have upgraded your rating using the Occupation Advancement Book, it is not included in the scope of probing. Rating, Encyclopedia of Occupations. You still have this? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Eastern Evocation said. Sword or Jean heatedly smiled, otherwise, how could I dare to be like this? Sword or Jean immediately used it again and said to Eastern Evocation Demon, take a look. Probing result. After probing, your route, which passed through a total of 78 billion universes, has not been probed for the divine occupation Tonggui Master. The Eastern Evocation Demon was a bit saddened and said, why didn't you think of pulling Chuan Yu into the sword cultivation universe? This person will be. Sword or Present interrupts, stares at Oriental Calling Demon and says, if I civilize with Chang Yu, will you feel at ease? Eastern Calling Demon realized, so that's how it is. Yes, everyone knows that Chang Yu is against the heavens. But, who dares to let Chang Yu grow up? I've taken in Chang Yu today and cultivated him, so you guys aren't nervous? Balance now, what about later? What happens when Chang Yu grows up later? So, getting rid of Chang Yu, for everyone, is good. Come, have another drink. Jian or Jean lifted up the wine cup, which was filled with a heavenly Tao level wine. An unusual person could become immortal by taking a sip. Drink! Eastern Evocation Demon also raised his cup. Eastern Evocation Demon was about to drink it all in one go. Suddenly, only a clanging sound was heard as the wine cup hit the ground. The sword or Present fell heavily to the ground. That heavenly Tao body with infinite vitality also turned into a skeleton in an instant. The soul that was powerful enough to shake the universe dissipated in an instant. Only left a sound, Chuang Yu. How is this possible? The Eastern Evocation Demon stared wide-eyed, full of horror at the scene before him. How is this possible? An unspeakable emotion of panic quickly spread out like a tidal wave, completely drowning his entire body, which was trembling all over. He was a heavenly Tao-level powerhouse, ruling over billions of civilizations, yet at this moment, he was unexpectedly fearful. Immediately afterward, 3 consecutive announcements resounded throughout the entire sword cultivation universe as well as the devil summoning universe. There were even countless announcements that resounded throughout the entire celestial universe. The Eastern demon summoner looked at the notices and spat out 2 words in horror, Chuanyu? How is it possible? Chapter 125 All Parties Surprise. Civilization Notice: Your Alliance Sword Cultivator Civilization's Fateful Sword or today has been killed by Blue Star Civilization's Fateful Chuanyu. X3. The Eastern Evocation Demon looked at the prompt that appeared in front of him in horror. How could he not believe that his closest friend, a Heaven's Path level powerhouse, had been killed by Chuanyu? How can this be possible? This Chuanyu, exactly how did he do it? His profession and talent, what exactly is it? A master of the same return? But this can't be possible. Sword or today is so cautious, has long been probed. Moreover, given the various information about Chuanyu, it was also impossible for Chuanyu to be a Tonggui Master. If Chuanyu was a homunculus master, then he couldn't have killed a god, slaughtered an immortal, and killed a saint. Now, he had even killed a heavenly Tao-level powerhouse. Damn. What kind of monster is this Chuanyu? What exactly is his profession? The Blue Star Civilization was only a mere 4th-level civilization. How could it be so heaven-defying? It doesn't make sense. The Eastern Evocation Demon trembled. And now the entire sword cultivation universe, as well as the demon summoning universe, had resounded with this announcement. The 2 universes were allies, and with the death of a Tao ancestor on one side, it was natural for both sides to make the announcement. Within this, there were also countless subordinate civilizations that had also received the notice. At this point, all of them had already known about the announcement that the sword or present had been killed by Chuanyu. All of the heavenly fates were shocked. The Tao ancestor is dead? Who is Chuanyu? Is this Chuanyu also a heavenly Tao-level powerhouse? Our Tao ancestor is actually dead? How is this possible? What kind of civilization is the Blue Star Civilization? Could it be the legendary heavenly Tao civilization? Chuanyu? What a familiar name. I remember, the Blue Star Civilization is a 4th-level civilization, and Chuanyu has just reached the divine rank. There was a Heaven's Destiny person who was a frequent swiper of the 10,000 Worlds trading platform posts and thought of it in an instant. What did you say? The Blue Star Civilization is only a 4th-level civilization? Chuanyu is just divine rank? How is this possible? It's hard to believe that this Chuanyu is a homunculus division? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, how could Chuanyu have killed a Tao ancestor? Chuanyu must be a Tonggui Master. In that case, Chuanyu must have died as well. No. Chuanyu is not a homunculus master. It's because Chuanyu has been killing gods since he never entered the rank, and he even killed a saint later on. Now that he's at the divine rank, it doesn't seem surprising that he possesses the power to slay a heavenly Tao-level powerhouse. How is that possible? How could this Chuanyu be so heaven-defying? How could there be such a terrifying heaven's fate person in this world? And at the same time, the God-level civilization, eternal civilization, void civilization. 2 voices coincidentally sounded at the same time. Chuanyu. Proposed? How is this possible? Immediately, the 2 saints fell at the same time. Instantly. The eternal civilization, the void civilization, the 2 great God-level civilizations were shocked by countless heavenly fates. What the hell? The heavenly void saints have fallen? Could it be Chuanyu? It's him. It must be Chuanyu. It was only earlier that Longyu killed an Old Testament saint, and now he's actually taken out our eternal civilization's heavenly void saint. He is truly too heaven-defying. The dark void saint has fallen? That can't be possible. How could a saint fall? Who is Chuanyu? Chuanyu? Could it be the same Chuanyu from the 10,000 Realms trading platform? How is this possible? This Chuanyu, just how did he do it? Celestial Universe. After Chuanyu killed Yangma, all of the Celestials' heavenly fates hated Chuanyu to the bone and hated to kill him. This celestial civilization, countless number of celestial destined ones, countless number of divine ranks, and a very large number of immortal ranks, more than 200 million. And the celestial civilization had only entered the version of transformation into immortality for over 1,000 years, and the immortal ranks had already accumulated so much. This had most of Yang Ma's credit. It was because of Yang Ma that the celestial civilization, which was only a mere 9th level civilization, already possessed so many god ranks and immortal ranks. Among the nearby civilizations, they all belonged to the absolute hegemony. In the celestial civilization, Yang Ma's status was the same as Changyu. Yang Ma's strength was also absolutely suppressing the entire celestial civilization. Such a human emperor was naturally loved by countless celestial beings throughout the civilization. Now that Yang Ma died in the hands of Changyu, there were naturally very many people who hated Changyu and wanted to kill him. Damnable Changyu! I will kill you! Damn it, why is the great Tao so unjust? Where exactly is the human emperor inferior to Changyu, to make the human emperor a stepping stone for Changyu? I can't restrain myself anymore, I'm going to kill Changyu this. One day, I will make Changyu and his blue star civilization regret it. Kill 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 kill! I'm going to kill Changyu. However, just as everyone was harboring murderous thoughts towards Changyu. And these people happened to be immortal rank. Could grade crush against the divine ranked Changyu and possess the ability to kill Changyu. In an instant, countless immortal ranked heaven's fates fell straight to the ground, leaving behind the word long Rangyu and then died straight away. Immediately, 3 notices appeared, shocking countless people. Service-wide announcement: Blue Star Civilization's Heavenly Faithful Master Changyu has killed 1700 trillion Celestial Civilization Immortal Rank Heavenly Faithful Masters. X3. As this notice appeared, countless people were shocked and terrified. No! Changyu, you are. It's not enough that you killed the human emperor, but you want to slaughter the entire celestial civilization? You are. How is it possible? How could Changyu be so terrifying? Dead, all dead, so many people, all dead, I want to kill you, My family, relatives and friends are all immortal rank, now I'm the only one left dead. I'm going to expose you to the worldwide trading platform. Changyu, you will be punished by the heavens. At the same time, in the Emperor Hall of the Celestials, the divine ranks of the various countries were already scared and confused. Next to them, Gu Qingfeng had just fallen straight to the ground and died after calling out to Changyu. This death was exactly the same as after the Tonggui Master had triggered the occupational trait. The divine ranks of the various countries trembled. The King of Understanding had been completely dumbfounded. The Celestial Emperor was still ABA. Emperor Chu's face was ugly. The Southern King was even more horrified. The divine rank of Iduli had already secretly opened the panel and tried to contact Changyu again. This Changyu. Just how strong is it? What to do? What to do? Changyu has actually become this powerful. What should we do? Uhu, I told you we shouldn't have defected, and now it's all over, we're all screwed. If you ask me, let's just apologize to Changyu. This Changyu, how can he be so outrageous? Damn it, now the Celestials are finished. With so many people of immortal rank dead, the Celestials will definitely break out into civil war. Sooner or later, we'll be slaughtered here as well. Quickly, take our countries and move immediately. Find a way to get out of here. Hide. Good. Quickly contact Wang Long and see if he has any way out. On the other side, the heavenly orders of the various countries also received the notice from the celestial universe. When they saw that Long Yu had killed 1,800 trillion immortal ranks, everyone was horrified. Changyu is also too powerful. Those people in the White City are going to have a blast again. Why do we have to be in the celestial race? This group of born divine rank, still not go back to recognize their mistakes. Suddenly, someone sent a message. Look at the world's trading platform. Changyu must have opened up, he just killed a Dao ancestor. A Dao ancestor of the Sword Cultivation Universe Civilization Sword or today. What? This is too powerful. Chapter 126 Extreme Realm Challenge. At this moment, all sorts of screenshots had appeared on the entire 10,000 Realms trading platform. There were screenshots of Changyu killing the Dao ancestor sword or engine. There were screenshots of Lao Yu killing 1,700 trillion celestial race immortal ranked heavenly fates. There were also posts of the two saints of the two great godly civilizations shouting out about Changyu before they fell. All kinds of posts added up, the entire 10,000 worlds trading platform, almost all of them were posts of Changyu. From the civilization see countless civilizations of heavenly fates all people numb. This long-standing you. It's too heaven-defying. Not? Is this Changyu a human being? Is he the incarnation of the great Tao? This is too heaven-defying. Killing two saints, killing the Tao ancestor, and even instantly killing more than 1,700 trillion immortal ranks of the celestial race? What kind of monster is this? Blue Star civilization is too heaven-defying. A district level 4 civilization can even give birth to such a monster as Changyu. Awesome, I can't describe Changyu in words anymore. It's really too outrageous. Changyu was at the divine stage on the 6th day, and he even killed the Tao ancestor on the 6th day. It's hard to imagine what Changyu could accomplish on the 7th day. I see that on the 7th day even the great Tao will be killed. Absolute. This Changyu really is the monster of monsters. 1,700 trillion immortal ranks were instantly seconded by the god-ranked Changyu. It's too terrifying. The way all of these people died feels a lot like the Tonggui Master. But it's impossible for Changyu to be a Tonggui Master. It's impossible for a Tonggui Master to reach such heights. Then what kind of occupation and talent is Changyu in the end? Can let Changyu in the time of 6 days, developed into this kind of. If only I had that kind of talent and occupation. Go dream, everything is in dreams. At this time, Changyu, who was immersed in the exhilaration of upgrading, was still temporarily unaware of everything that was happening within the worldwide trading platform. Just a moment ago, Changyu had already finished drinking all the Bodhi Enlightenment tea. You drank the Bodhi Enlightenment tea, you gained a large amount of experience, you triggered a 100,000 times experience harvest, your level has increased, you have been upgraded to level 2100% lower divine rank. You have gained free attribute points, 40,000 stars. You have triggered the effect of the attribute 10,000 times harvest buff, you have gained 10 million times more free attributes, you have gained free attribute points, 4,000 moon. You have upgraded to level 2000, and you can choose whether or not to perform the Divine Order Extreme Realm Challenge. If you challenge, you will complete the Extreme Realm Challenge quest in order to advance to the Intermediate God stage, and if the challenge is successful, the free attribute points you gained will be increased by an additional 1000% each time you upgrade when you are at the Intermediate God stage. If you do not challenge, you will immediately enter the Middle God stage, but at the Middle God stage, you will not receive any additional free attribute points for each upgrade. A large amount of experience has been automatically stored. If you choose to complete the challenge mission, you can continue to upgrade afterwards. If you do not choose to challenge the advancement quests, then you can directly use the experience to continue upgrading. Passing the Divine Rank Extreme Realm Challenge will open the Divine Rank Attribute list. Entering the Divine Attribute ranking will earn you a ranking reward. Celestial Destroyer Changyu, do you want to take on the Divine Realm Challenge? Suyu looked at the panel and realized that there was a Divine Rank Extreme Realm Challenge. One could choose to proceed or not. Suyu looked carefully and found that if the challenge was successful, in the future, at the median god rank, every time one upgrades, one would be able to gain an additional 1000% of free attribute points, which if combined with one's own attribute 10,000 times harvest buff. That boost was absolutely unimaginably large. Could this be where the gap between god rank and god rank is opened? Suyu thought. It was actually like this. Between the divine rank and divine rank, there was also a difference in strength and weakness. The difference between strength and weakness, apart from occupation and talent, then the rest was attribute comparison. After all, no matter how strong the skill is, it has to rely on the attributes to build a foundation. Not everyone can awaken the King of Thunder. Attribute enhancement. By completing the extreme challenges of the divine rank, one could additionally obtain a large number of free attribute points. Therefore, generally only true geniuses, the truly strong, would choose the Extreme Realm Challenge. And some with poor talents and professions. For example, the divine fates born in god-ranked civilizations. They were all god-ranked at birth, but they had poor occupations and talents and basically couldn't pass the Extreme Realm Challenge. So these people definitely wouldn't accept the Extreme Realm Challenge, instead they would just upgrade. But again, such a divine rank was very weak. When facing a god rank of the same level, even if they couldn't kill you, they could easily ravage you. Seal you. Make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Just like the 7 great demonic gods in the mythical world. They were no match for the other god ranks and couldn't beat the other god ranks. Then the end result was to be beaten up, unable to run, and could only be sealed up tragically. Therefore, for Suyu, it was necessary and certain to carry out the Extreme Realm Challenge. Suyu does not demand much from himself, that is, I must be invincible at the same rank, purely numerical values to crush you. If with the two counterintuitive mechanisms of homunculus division and infinite resurrection, one could not even rely on these two mechanisms to turn into a numerical monster, then Suyu would feel that he was a waste. Together, these two would actually be invincible hangers. Those who are stronger than me, killing me will surely kill me, and I can still be resurrected indefinitely. With me in the same realm, even if my attributes are nearly as good, I still have unlimited revival, I can still fight you for a whole day and consume you to death. These two mechanisms, when combined, are invincible. How could Suyu be afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger at the back? The Divine Order Extreme Realm Challenge must be carried out. What's more, only after passing the Extreme Realm Challenge could the Divine Rank attribute list be opened. The fact that Yangma could even make it to the list meant that Yangma had passed the Divine Rank Extreme Realm Challenge. Could it be that he himself was even worse than Yangma? Thus, Suyu immediately chose to accept the Divine Rank Extreme Realm Challenge. Immediately, the panel surfaced. Extreme Realm Challenge. Rating: Divine Order. Challenge: enter the Extreme Realm space and challenge a wisp of the Martial God's doppelganger. Receive the approval of the Martial God to pass the Extreme Realm Challenge. The Extreme Realm Challenge possesses a certain degree of danger, so choose with caution. Evaluation: congratulations, you will be undertaking the Extreme Realm Challenge. Facing the God of Wushu, if you can obtain recognition, you will be stronger than the other divine ranks. If you are recognized by the Martial God consecutively, your attributes will be unrivaled amongst the divine ranks. Do you want to enter the Medium God Rank Extreme Realm Challenge immediately? Suyu nodded, enter immediately.